The first thing I did after becoming the Supreme Demon Emperor was to conceal my identity and marry the woman I loved as my cultivation partner. But on that very night, I awakened a system. If I divorced, half of my cultivation would be taken away by my partner, but in return, I would receive a 10,000-fold refund, making me invincible in the world. However, I had no interest in such things, because over the past 1,000 years, Su Qingying and I had raised 2 daughters and a son, living a blissful life. Yet, on the very day Su Qingying ascended to the throne as an empress, she publicly announced our divorce. I looked up at my wife, standing in the sky like a deity, and asked, "Give me a reason." Though I already knew the answer, I needed to hear it from her lips. The pristine empress, this was the strongest and most mysterious imperial throne in the immortal ruins. To attain such a throne, one had to sever all emotions and desires. Cultivated to its peak, it could even rival my own eternal night throne. She closed her eyes, unable to meet my gaze. "I want to become stronger. I'm sorry, it's my fault." Her master, Lin Qingxue, urged from the side, "Qingying, we can't waste any more time. Your imperial aura is about to solidify. If it's affected, you'll never reach the pinnacle." Then, Su Qingying took out a divorce agreement. "I beg you, for the sake of all these years we've shared, grant me my freedom." My eyes turned icy as I signed the agreement without hesitation. With that, the heavenly mark from our union as cultivation partners quietly faded away. "Congratulations, host, on your successful divorce. You will now lose nearly half of your cultivation." As the system's voice faded, Su Qingying directly broke through to the third minor realm of the Great Emperor stage. Lin Qingxue was stunned at the sight. "This is a miracle. Ha, the divorce was the right choice." I looked at Su Qingying's delighted face and shook my head. When one is utterly speechless, laughter is the only response. What a waste of devotion. 1,000,000-fold cultivation refund successful. Friendly reminder, the 1,000,000-fold return on half of your cultivation is far too overwhelming. The system cannot transfer it all to your body at once and will instead store it in your consciousness. You may extract and use as much as you need at any time. Currently, this world cannot handle the full release of your power all at once. Doing so would cause the world to collapse. So, be careful when using it. You wouldn't want to accidentally wipe out everyone in the world, would you? At this moment, the 3 children fell into silence, some silent, some crying. Su Qingying approached them and said, "Children, I've already asked you, have you decided whether to stay with your mother or your father?" Lin Qingxue took out a saber and a sword. "Zhenran, Zixuan, these 2 peerless weapons were prepared for you in advance by your mother. Come over here, and they will belong to you. In the future, by following your mother, with your talents and potential, along with her resources, you will undoubtedly ascend to the Emperor realm one day." Seeing this, Lu Zhenran, who had been keeping his head down, finally moved. He came to my side and kowtowed 3 times in front of everyone. "Father, I've let you down." I helped him up and said, "From now on, I won't be able to guide you anymore. Listen to your mother and cultivate diligently." Lu Zhenran nodded solemnly, then turned and walked toward Su Qingying, unable to hide his excitement as he took the treasured saber. Lu Zixuan clenched her fists and also stepped toward Su Qingying, making everyone assume she would follow her brother's lead. To everyone's surprise, Lu Zixuan did not take the sword. Instead, she knelt before Su Qingying and kowtowed 3 times with such force that her forehead bled against the stone floor, as she had not used her cultivation to protect herself. After finishing, she stood up, cast a hard glance at her mother, glared at her younger brother, and then turned to walk back toward me. "Father, your daughter will always stand by you." Her words brought a sliver of warmth to my chilled heart. Su Qingying, standing not far away, was torn inside. She didn't want to hurt me too deeply, but she also couldn't bear to lose sight of her children. Now that her flawless emperoress aura had taken form, it was best for her never to see me again. Otherwise, if her heart wavered once more, all her efforts would be in vain. Lin Qingxue, who had always favored Lu Zixuan, immediately tried to dissuade her. "Zixuan, you're still young and don't fully grasp the stakes here. You must think of your future. If you follow your father, you'll never reach the emperor realm in this lifetime." Lu Zhenran also wanted to persuade his sister, but Lu Zixuan shot him a glare. "Shut up. Say one more word, and you're no longer my brother." Choosing to side with her mother was one thing, but rushing to claim a peerless saber the moment she switched sides disgusted her. In Lu Zhenran's eyes, her father might have been very strict with him. However, she could always see her father standing in the distance looking at her brother with a face full of relief while he was cultivating. Compared to her mother, who was immersed in cultivation every day, her father's love for them was even more obvious. If there was any problem, they could find the answer here at their father's place. Lu Zixuan's action caused Lu Zhenran to lower his head once again. However, he still felt that his sister was being intentional. Both their father and mother were the closest people to them, but if they had to choose one, it would be best to choose their mother, a great Emperor realm powerhouse. When a group of onlookers saw this, they were all mingling and talking about it. They were all watching the fun. I didn't expect to come here and have such a good show happening. As for Lu Zixuan's move, they all secretly shook their heads. This child was still too young to know the importance of resources on the way to cultivation. Following this Lu Qingyan, she would grow up a bit more and know that she was wrong. Indeed, this Su Qingying had jumped to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm in one go, simply terrifying as it was. This kind of natural strength was destined to become one of the topmost existences on this side of the immortal ruins. Not following Su Qingying would be the most wrong decision she had ever made in her life. Seeing that her eldest daughter was determined to go, Su Qingying took a deep breath and decided not to stay. She had loved this man deeply, and by leaving a child with him, perhaps he would be able to get through this difficult time better. Meow meow, what about you? Su Qingying looked at her youngest daughter. Lu Miao Miao had stopped crying at this point. She shrank in Lu Qingyan's arms and twitched, and when she heard her own mother's voice, her head didn't turn and she continued to bury herself in Lu Qingyan's arms. She was about to turn 5 years old, and perhaps in the eyes of others, she was still a child. But she knew very well that compared to her mother, her father loved her more. Mother was the big bad guy. I will never ignore you again. Lu Miao Miao choked and shouted. Su Qingying looked at Lu Miao Miao, her eyes complicated to the extreme. Miao Miao, come over to your mother's place. After that we will hire a strong person who was famous for his cooking skills in the immortal ruins to make delicious pastries and food for you every day. Lin Qingxue spoke again. Lu Miao Miao sobbed, you bad man. Don't talk to me. Whoops. Father. Let's go, I don't want to be here anymore. Lu Qingyan's chest clothes were already wet. Looking at his daughter's sadness was very hard on his heart. Meow meow, you can sleep for a while, daddy will say a few words to them and then take you away. All the tenderness he had left was used to treat his daughter. Good. Listening to her father's words, Lu Miao Miao didn't know what was going on, her eyes were suddenly tired, she couldn't open her eyes and gradually fell asleep. Lu Qingyan, still holding Lu Miao Miao, raised his head and swept a glance at everyone present. He had come to the immortal ruins for over 1,000 years, and to his surprise, this was still not the place for him. His gaze finally landed on his son and Su Qingying. He knew that having come this far, there was no way to reverse it. His wife had chosen to abandon him for the sake of strength and a better future. It was no different from having a change of heart. There was no need for him to retain it. At the moment he was reconciled, he briefly failed to see the direction of the future. But at the moment when his two daughters firmly wanted to follow him, a path reappeared in front of him. Nurture his two daughters properly and cultivate them into the strongest existences in this world. This would be his path in the future. All gentleness, he reserved for his two daughters. Great Emperor realm strength, so powerful. I hope you have two daughters strong in the future. Looking at his wife who had gotten half of his own cultivation to have all the cultivation strength, Lu Qingyan looked cold. But he didn't say anything more vicious, and when he did, he forcibly suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. He had loved this woman, and since it had come to this, all the fond memories of the past, all the tenderness he had once felt, were used to give each of them decency. He then turned his head to look at Lin Qingxue. You just used all sorts of things to compel my child, if it wasn't for the child being here, you would already be dead. He did want to kill again just now. Because the children were all here, and because the children had always treated Lin Qingxue as an elder, or even a relative, since they were young, he had only endured it. When Lin Qingxue heard this, she once again felt that strange feeling and actually didn't dare to reply. After saying that, Lu Qingdan looked at the people who were on good terms with him, including his sister-in-law and he Imam, an old friend. Take care of yourself, I'm leaving on this trip and I'm afraid I won't be coming back. Finally, he looked to his son. Father is gone, take care of yourself. After saying that, Lu Qingdan took a deep breath, pulled his eldest daughter Lu Zixuan's hand, and prepared to leave. He Imam quickly approached. Qingyan, I don't want to stay here either, let's go together. Lu Qingdan shook his head, no elder, I'm going to the magic domain side. Devil's domain? He Xiang froze. I'm from the devil's domain. Lu Qingdan didn't need to hide it anymore. This he Imam was well aware of the water and fire relationship between the immortal market and the demon region. If he, a person from the immortal ruins, went to the devil domain, he would most likely be hunted down by a large number of devil domain powerhouses. Keep up the sound transmission contact in the future. If you want to see me and come to the devil domain, I will send someone to pick you up. Well, goodbye. Lu Qingdan patted he Imam's shoulder, then rose up in the air. At this moment, the cultivation aura on his body was no longer concealed. The terrifying devilish aura converged into a shocking black dragon light. Roar! The black dragon rose into the air. Lu Qingdan pulled her eldest daughter with one hand and held her youngest daughter tightly with the other as she stood atop the head of the black dragon and flew towards the distant sky. The speed was as fast as a shooting star flying. The people present were all startled by this scene. All of them opened their eyes wide. This was a person from the devil realm. Still at the peak cultivation of the Great Emperor realm. How is he a devil realm Great Emperor powerhouse? After being in our immortal ruins for so many years, no one has actually discovered it. Peak Great Emperor realm cultivation strength, this kind of strength, amongst their immortal ruins, there were only a dozen or so people who could match it. The two of them, Su Qingying and Lin Qingxue, also widened their beautiful eyes when they saw this scene. He was actually a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse from the demon region? Su Qingying muttered, her heart shaking. No wonder there were so many strange places. No wonder she couldn't detect his quiet proximity every time. One had actually been concealed for so many years? Chapter 5, your father, have long been invincible. Among the people present, there was no one more shocked that Lu Qinggan had this cultivation than Su Qingying. Next were Lin Qingxue and Lu Zhangran. Lin Qingxue looked at the sky and clenched her teeth, a touch of unhappiness rising in her heart. That cultivation breath isn't just a little stronger than mine. It really dares to speak out of turn. She cursed in her heart. She carefully looked at the strength Lu Qinggan had displayed, plus the fact that the demon race would have strength restrictions on this side of the immortal ruins. If the two of them fought a great battle, it was not known who would die. She looked towards her disciple. Xing, don't be influenced by him. You and Li are sort of right. This kid is actually from the devil's domain. The fact that he has been hiding so far shows the depth of his city. And he's not that strong. When you reach the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, you can crush him at will. With her disciple just broke through to the Great Emperor Realm, instantly jumped to the Great Emperor Realm late heavenly talent. How strong he should be when he cultivated to the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, she didn't even dare to imagine. Su Qingying nodded her head. This talent of hers was no better than that so-called strongest demon emperor in billions of years over in the demon region. When she cultivated in the future, she would definitely not be a match for an ordinary peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Lu Zhangran stared blankly at the sky. He had completely not expected his father to be this strong. But soon, he adjusted his mind. As Lin Qingxue had said, his own mother's talent was even more terrifying. His own choice was not wrong. Sister, let's see which one of us is stronger in the future. His sister had cultivated very seriously since she was a child and was often praised by his father and his mother. Father also often told him to learn from his sister. But after hearing this kind of words too much, he instead developed an extra thought in his heart. Wanting to be more powerful than his sister. Even if it was just to be great for once. Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were also surprised by Lu Qing'an's sudden display of cultivation strength. Especially Su Xuanyu. He had always felt that this brother-in-law of his was of average strength, not even as strong as him. He felt that this brother-in-law was not worthy of his sister. Unexpectedly, this brother-in-law of his was actually a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Wasn't it just a peak Great Emperor Realm cultivation? It was no big deal. That's right. My sister is an unsullied Emperor Realm. Su Xuanyu shook his head, trying to shake the shock out of his mind. Trying hard to find a remedy for his mistake in the first place. As for Su Yuni, after watching Lu Qing'an's trio disappear into the sky, she furrowed her brows and looked at her sister. In the end, all words converged in a sigh. What a good brother-in-law. She could understand Lu Qing'an's original intention of concealing his strength and hiding his identity. The identity of a Devil Realm Great Emperor powerhouse, once exposed, would easily be hunted down by the powerhouses on the Immortal Ruins side. After all, the Demon region and the Immortal Ruins had been incompatible for years. They even went to war once at the beginning. Now that they had been at peace for many years, they were still hostile. In her perception, the people on both sides were only somewhat different in their cultivation systems, but in fact, the people were still the same. She had seen how good her brother-in-law was to her sister and how gentle he was to his family. So what if he was a strong person in the magic realm? It's only because her sister wouldn't cherish it. Missing out on such a good man. Strength, is it really important? Thinking of this, Su Yuni shook her head once again. This man had hidden himself for so many years for the sake of this family, and had not used his true strength even once. In this man's eyes, family was more important. Love was more important. All of you disperse. Su Qingying looked at everyone present and uttered a cry. She felt very tired. All of them congratulated once again and then bowed their hands to leave. The good show was over, so it was time to leave. Not long after, the group of outsiders all left. Su Qingying also flew back home with her son. Looking at the empty Lu mansion at the moment, a sense of disappointment swept over her. The heart was empty. Xingying, don't think about it anymore. Your emperor's breath is almost in disarray. Lin Qingxue reminded in a deep voice. Su Qingying hurriedly adjusted and nodded. She closed her eyes for a moment, and after she opened them again, her heart was clear to the core. Because of that, she had sealed all her past with Lu Qinggan. Looking at the Lu mansion in front of her, she made a decision. Since the past had already passed, then, there was no need for this place to exist. With a wave of her large hand, everything in front of her turned into pieces in the blink of an eye. Along with her last shred of obsession, it went up in smoke. Where the Immortal Ruins and the Demon Realm met, a powerful barrier separated the two sides. On one side, the sky was bright and blue. On the other side, the sky was dark. Looking back, Lu Qinggan stopped in the air for a long time. After living on this side for more than 1,000 years, when he said that he was going to leave, he was still a bit reluctant after all. Father, let's go. Go back to your home. Lu Zixuan looked at her father seriously. She was also stunned when she saw that her father actually possessed a peak cultivation of the great emperor realm. At the moment, her beautiful eyes were all starry as she looked at her father. It was like she was looking at an idol. Lu Qinggan tried to put a smile on her face, not wanting to display her bad emotions to the children. Aren't you afraid? That's the devil's domain. The immortal ruin side of the world often says that the devil's domain side is full of dangers. Lu Zixuan followed and laughed. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid of where we're going. I'm not afraid wherever we go. Lu Qing'an's heart warmed a little more. He could actually see his eldest daughter's nervousness hidden beneath the surface. It looked like she was indeed afraid of the unknown. That's right. Miao Miao isn't afraid either. There's Daddy here. I can protect us from any bad guys that come along. Lu Miao Miao had woken up. She seemed to have grown up a lot after what she had just experienced and stopped crying, trying to maintain a strong appearance. Lu Qinggan rubbed the heads of his two daughters. Indeed, there's no need to be afraid, because Daddy, but I've been invincible for a long time. Invincible? The two daughters blinked. They naturally knew what the word invincible meant. However, since they were young, they had always heard their parents say that there was a world outside of man and a sky outside of heaven. No matter where they were, they couldn't be proud and arrogant and had to be careful. Father, are you sure that you are really invincible? Didn't you teach us that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and that we can't be proud and arrogant? Lu Zixuan covered her mouth and smiled. She knew very well how strong her father was. This peak cultivation of the great emperor realm, when looking at the entire immortal ruins, there were only a dozen or so people who could match it. And saying that he was invincible should be their father's words to ease their nerves. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, "It's true that you guys can't be proud and arrogant, and it's also true that there are a lot of people who are stronger than you. But your daddy, I am an exception, because I am the one in everyone's heart that is beyond the heavens yet." Chapter 6, Giving Your Daughter the Ultimate Divine Soldier. Lu Zixuan snorted and covered her mouth and laughed. Daddy is so shameless. He. What Daddy said makes some sense, but not much. Lu Miao Miao, on the other hand, tilted her head and laughed. Lu Qinggan watched his two daughters laugh out happily. The haze in his heart was swept away, the corners of his mouth hung with a faint smile, and he no longer dwelled on the things of the past, nor did he prove anything to his two daughters. Looking behind him at the immortal ruins, he also had more courage to leave this place. With his two daughters around, they would definitely be able to accompany him out of his emotional setbacks. This family, too, was not considered broken up. Alright. Let's go. Father will take you to the magic realm to play. Okay. Daddy. Is there much good food in the Magic Kingdom? Lu Qinggan laughed and said, "There's a lot of good food. I happen to know an old devil who cooks very well, so I'll go back and beat him up, and then let him cook for you every day." He. Really? Then Daddy will beat him up hard. Lu Miao Miao's eyes glittered with the light of longing for food. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and stepped forward. In the next moment, he crossed that barrier and entered the demon realm. Both the immortal ruins and the demon realm possessed restrictive effects on the other side. For example, if he had all the strength of the devil realm, after entering the immortal ruins, his strength would decay a lot under the effect of heaven and earth. Of course, his strength was too strong, attenuated even more, he was still invincible. And now that he was back in the demon realm, he felt like he was back home. It did feel a little different. The demonic power and demonic body in his body were no longer restricted, and he was crazily absorbing the demonic chi over here. This environment was still so familiar. The environment of the magic realm and the immortal ruins were somewhat different. For example, on this side of the magic realm, the trees were all on the darker side of red. It seemed to give people a somewhat depressing feeling. After leaving for 1,000 years, I don't know if those old things or the new generation have made any progress. Lu Qinggan muttered in his heart. And then, he looked towards his two nervous daughters at the moment. Seeing Lu Zixuan's eyes darting around, vigilantly scrutinizing the immediate environment, and sensing Lu Miao Miao's hugging her a little stronger, he smiled. "Don't be afraid, Daddy will take you to a safer place first." Since he had arrived at this side, and since both daughters would probably be living here all the time afterward, he had to change their living habits as well as their cultivation habits. Especially the eldest daughter. She had always cultivated the immortal ruins gong method, which she would not be able to cultivate when she came to this side. The immortal market side relied on spiritual chi to cultivate, while this side relied on demonic chi. He had to change to a gong method that suited his eldest daughter's physique. He doesn't have this kind of technique, so he can only go to a few more big powers in the demon region to see whose technique is suitable for his eldest daughter's physique. "Father, where to go?" Lu Zixuan asked. Before Father left the magic domain, he hid a lot of good things in a place over here. His weapons, as well as various treasures, and contracted beasts and so on, were all hidden there. He first refined some of his cultivation in his sea of consciousness to make up for the full half of his cultivation that he had lost not long ago. Only after reaching a complete state did he probe his divine sense and carefully perceive the neighborhood to find the direction. When he had left the site in the first place, he had obediently found a place in this neighborhood to hide those things. Let's go. He transformed into a shooting star and flew in a direction with his 2 daughters. Soon after, he stopped over a lava rolling canyon. Then, under the incomprehension of his 2 daughters, he plummeted straight downwards. A large amount of demonic chi coalesced around the 3 of them. After flying into the magma, they were still flying rapidly into the depths. The 2 of them, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao, looked at the magma around them and exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at 1,000 miles deep underground. And here, a hollow area the size of dozens of soccer fields appeared. There was still a piece of magma below. Father, this place is? Sort of my treasure trove. Just now, didn't your brother get an absolute treasure sword, Daddy's previous weapon, for you? Lu Qinggan said. After saying this, he swept a glance below and muttered under his breath. Where did that little black son run off to, letting it guard this place, and there was no sign of it? The little blackie he was talking about was none other than his contracted beast. It was a black dragon. Lu Qinggan explored his divine sense and quickly located the equipment within the magma. He recited a mantra out of his mouth. In the next moment, a shocking image appeared. The magma suddenly exploded, and a red aura broke out like a murderous star in a blood prison. It was a blood crystal longsword. The entire body was quenched like 10,000 years of demonic blood, and the spine of the sword was snaked with abyssal spell patterns, each tremor erupting into a soul-crushing hiss. Wherever the sword blade swept through, even the void was chopped out of nothingness. Outside, the heavens and earth shook for a moment, as if the heavens and earth were fearful of the appearance of this ferocious weapon that had once drank the blood of immortals and demons. Right behind it was a set of arcane black heavy armor. The surface of the armor was floating with lava like dark red demonic patterns, and there were hideous bone spikes embedded in the joints. When the armor parts clanged together, the demonic chi condensed into 9 black dragon silhouettes circling around. 2 points of scarlet light lit up under the helmet, just like an ancient demon god awakening. The entire magma lake boiled and churned due to their presence, and the underground space trembled in the monstrous demonic might. This set of equipment was precisely Lu Qinggan's blood-killing battlesuit that used to traverse the demonic domain in the past. After 1,000 years of silence, it had finally rekindled the burning heavenly bane flame for the Lord of Destiny. Lu Zixuan's throat had rolled indisputably when she saw this scene. It was because she had never seen such a terrifying and powerful equipment. Especially that sword, which was no longer at the 10th rank. It gave her a feeling like it had surpassed the 10th grade absolute level. It had reached an artifact realm that she had never heard of. If her brother's sword was an absolute weapon, then this sword was now an absolute divine weapon. As for the set of armor, the demonic aura swallowed the sky, as if all damage could be resisted. After the sword flew in front of Lu Qinggan, it seemed to have a spirit within it, trembling violently. It gave an extremely excited, extremely happy appearance, emitting a buzzing sound. The armor was the same. Lu Qinggan laughed. Long time no see, old fellows. He couldn't help it. If he took this equipment over to the immortal ruin side, he didn't need to do anything, just this powerful aura. He couldn't even hide it if he wanted to. So it was only possible to put them here for storage. Lu Qinggan stretched out his hand, and in the next moment, the sword flashed with bloodlight and appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye as a ray of light. Feeling the familiar touch carefully, he gently swung it, and the familiar feeling came. Zixuan, this peerless sword is called the 9-prison Immortal Slayer sword. I prefer to call it by the name it was given in the beginning, Grass Seeing Worries. Today, Father will give this sword to you. Grass seeks worry. This is my precious daughter. Assist my daughter well, do you understand? The precious sword looked like it froze for a moment, then reacted and vibrated. It was like it agreed. It would do whatever Lu Qinggan told it to do. Lu Qinggan nodded in satisfaction and signaled Lu Zixuan to take the sword. Lu Zixuan, however, was like a rattle, shaking her head frantically. Father! I can't. This sword is too precious. I can't take it. Moreover, my current cultivation strength is not worthy of this sword. She was shocked. The aura of this sword was too much stronger than her brother's supreme sword, 100 times 1,000 times stronger. She had seen her mother's sword, and even Lin Qingshue's sword. None of those weapons were comparable in front of this precious sword. And this kind of precious sword was actually going to become her weapon? Just by virtue of the fact that you are my daughter and have my blood flowing through your veins, there is nothing in this heaven and earth that you are not worthy of, only things that you do not like. Chapter 7 Out for 1,000 years, The Return of the Devil Emperor. Now, he only has 2 daughters left. 2 daughters want the stars, he will pick the stars. Want the moon, he will knock the moon down. There is no such thing that they can't match, only things that can't match them. Lu Zixuan looked at her father suddenly saying this with such seriousness, a great contrast to her impression of an amiable and kind father image. She couldn't help but poof a smile once again. Father, although it's very cool for you to talk like this, I still think it's a bit funny what's going on. Lu Qinggan, for his daughter's attitude, also did not have any anger, but instead was doting a smile. Then you have to get used to it. To this side of the magic realm, your father, I may have to change my image a little bit, so that you can see the side that you didn't see. Because over here, it's more brutal, it's more strength-oriented. The immortal ruins side still has the humanistic side of things. This side is about whoever has the biggest fist, who is the sky. He had left the demon region for a long time of sorts, and he had arranged some backhanders for his departure, but in the past so many years, he had never contacted this side, so he thought that some of the rules that he had laid down in the past had been disrupted by some people. Or after being away for so long, it was possible that some of the new generation of powerhouses that had appeared didn't know his strength and would jump in front of him. So he would most likely show a tough side in order to regain his footing on this side of the magic realm. Also, Daddy has quite a few enemies over here. He used to beat them all into submission. Now that Daddy had been away for a long time, they may feel that they can do it again, and the scheming ones may take you guys to limit me, so Daddy has to give you guys something. Lu Qinggan no longer allowed his daughter to refuse, and directly handed over the divine soldier in his hand to his eldest daughter. Father, is this really good? What your brother has, you have to have as well. Didn't you say that you could also become a great Emperor Realm powerhouse, not long ago in front of so many people to say that? You have to work hard. In the future, let's see who breaks through to the great Emperor Realm cultivation faster between you and your brother. Lu Zixuan sniffed. The impulse in her heart once again went to her head, looked at the divine soldier in her hand, clenched her teeth and took it. Thank you, father. There's no need to be polite with father. Lu Qinggan reached out and rubbed his daughter's head, then looked towards his youngest daughter, Lu Miaomiao, who was still in his arms. Miao Miao, Dad also gave you a good thing. Lu Qinggan looked at the armor and gave it a look. The armor suddenly got smaller quickly. In the end, it probably became a size that was very suitable for Miao Miao Lu's size. Father, is this for Miao Miao? It looks so ugly. The armor already had a spirit body, and when it heard Lu Miao Miao say the word ugly, it suddenly trembled. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but laugh a little. Blood-slaying battle armor, do you hear me? My daughter doesn't like the way you look right now. Change it yourself and turn it into something that a child would like. The blood-killing battlesuit, which exuded a black aura, heard this and could only change on its own. The black aura suddenly changed and actually turned into pink bubbles. The overall color also changed from a black and red hue to a pink hue. And in order to please the child, there were also little hearts and other gadgets in different parts of the armor. The gadgets actually glowed. Wow! Looking at how cute the blood-killing battle armor suddenly became, and how many places were even glowing, Lu Miaomiao was instantly mesmerized. Seeing that her little daughter liked it, Lu Qinggan gave the blood-killing battle suit a thumbs up. This guy, it seems like he still understands little girls. Miao Miao, do you like it now? I like it. I love it. I especially like it. Lu Qinggan smiled and gave the bloodshed warsuit another look. The bloodshed battlesuit turned into a burst of light and then flew onto Lu Miaomiao, and when the light dissipated, Lu Miaomiao was already wearing this set of armor. He was still most worried about his youngest daughter's safety. Grass-seeing worry could also protect his eldest daughter, but the defense ability, naturally, was not as powerful as this blood-killing battlesuit of his. This blood-killing battle armor could even withstand the attacks of a peak great Emperor Realm powerhouse. A daughter wearing a blood-killing battlesuit would not be injured even if she stood still for a long period of time and was attacked by those peak great Emperor Realm powerhouses at the top of this world. Miao Miao, you can rename the gift that father gave you. In the future, you'll be able to talk to it, make it change to any color, and make it invisible. Make it as big or as small as you want. It's kind of a toy he gave his daughter. Wow! It's so much fun. Then I'll think of a name. Lu Miaomiao was very fond of the bloodshed battlesuit, and her big eyes were sparkling with starlight. She bit her finger and thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. There. Let's call it Donut. This name is not a little hasty. Lu Zixuan heard her sister's name and asked with a smile. Not rash ah. Sister, you see, it is not wrapped me, that is not the circle. And then it's so cute, isn't it good to call it sweet? Lu Miaomiao explained seriously. Lu Qinggan favorably nodded this little dot's nose and said, good, just follow what Miao Miao said. Moreover, it seems to like this name. Is it? Does it like it too? Lu Qinggan glanced at the blood-killing battlesuit that was motionless at the moment, and her eyes snapped cold. In the next moment, this blood-killing battlesuit quickly vibrated. See, isn't it acting excited and thrilled? Lu Qinggan looked at her daughter again, a gentle smile on her face. It seems like yeah. Lu Miaomiao laughed happily. Lu Zixuan. Blood-killing battlesuit. After Lu Qinggan gave his gifts to his two daughters, he also took out some things from the magma. It was one of his spatial storage treasures respectively. Inside were all sorts of magic crystals that could be used for cultivation, as well as various other things. That little black son, the master's orders are not listened to, let it dead guard here, also do not know where to run away. I found it, I have to peel its skin. He originally thought of letting his contracted beast help him to guard his two daughters well. Unexpectedly, came here, this contract beast actually not in. It seems to be unable to bear the loneliness and ran out to play. This contracted beast of his was a demonic dragon that was also at the Great Emperor Realm strength. When he left, the Black Dragon was the late Great Emperor Realm cultivation, and now 1,000 years later, I don't know if it has reached the peak of the Great Emperor Realm cultivation. Okay, Daddy will take you guys on a nice tour of the magic realm. Let's go. After collecting his things, he soared up, and in a short time, returned to the ground. After finding a direction, he once again transformed into a meteor and flew in that direction. The direction he went to was precisely the closest big city in the Demon region, named Demon Prosperity City. It was one of the 10 most prosperous cities in the Demon region. If there was no mistake, the Black Dragon should have run off to play in that city. The lord of this city was one of his old rivals, who was defeated by him, and after he became a demon emperor, he handed over this big city to this old rival to be in charge. This old man practicing magic power is very good, also seems to fit his daughter's physique, to come over to let his daughter practice a little, see if it is suitable. It's just that, this guy is a bit mouthy. I'm afraid that not long after I see him, the news of my return will quickly spread throughout the entire Demon region. However, this is also a good thing. Anyway, this time I came back, I will not leave again. Chapter 8, Unusual Father. Magic Lin City, on the street. Lu Zixuan walked beside Lu Qinggan, looking at the streets of the Devil Domain. Her small pretty face was all surprised. Father, this Devil Realm city is different from what I imagined. I thought that this side of the city would be chaotic, with fighting and killing everywhere. Lu Qinggan said, in fact, the city of this side of the Devil Domain and the Immortal Ruin side of the big difference is that this side of the cultivation system is not the same. Absorption of demonic energy cultivation is easy to accidentally go into the devil, breeding the heart demon, so the people here is slightly more than the Immortal Ruin side of the people fight some. There are also more fights. I see. Lu Zixuan was like a bumpkin entering the city, looking left and right. Lu Miaomiao, on the other hand, was excited because as soon as she entered the city, she saw a lot of small stores selling things she had never even seen before. Dad, can you eat that? Yes, Daddy will buy it for you. What about that? That's for fun. Daddy will buy it for you too. For his little daughter, he must now pamper her. He tries not to let the child think about what happened in the recent past. He took the child shopping while walking in the direction of the city lord's mansion. It wasn't until a certain moment that they stopped. Father, someone is fighting. Lu Zixuan had never seen people from the demon region fighting and was curious. Lu Qinggan also saw the situation over there. At this moment, above the sky, there were 5 men with lecherous smiles surrounding a woman in a red dress and attacking her. This woman was about 16 or 17 years old, with a red dress that was like fire and set off her skin like snow. Her body was extremely proud, her waist was as slender as a willow, and her curves were delicate and moving. Between the hem of the skirt, long and slender jade legs are hidden, and the steps bring their own flavor. Bright eyes and white teeth, green silk like a waterfall, looking at all the youthful vitality and the beauty of the spirit. Big brother. Must take this little. We'll all have fun tonight. The fun is trivial. It's what's on her that counts. But this little is really good looking. The 5 communicate through their minds. Father, it seems that these 5 people are thinking about this beauty's body? Lu Zixuan frowned when she saw a woman about her age surrounded by a group of men and that the woman was in a disadvantageous position. They had become hostile because of something, but the woman was good looking, so they had other evil thoughts as well. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, was calm as he had intercepted the conversation of these men through his powerful demonic skills. What, you want to go and help this woman? Lu Qinggan looked at his daughter and clearly felt a righteous mind in her heart. A normal father would definitely teach his daughter not to mind her own business. But he was different. He was clear about his daughter's situation, a combat genius, and with the fact that these people's cultivation level was similar to his daughter's, it was not a bad choice to let these few minions give his daughter a chance to sharpen her skills. This would also allow his daughter to adapt to the battles on the side of the Devil Domain earlier. The attack methods of the people of the Demon Domain were still a bit different from those on the Immortal Ruin side. The people here all knew some strange and weird magic skills. For example, attacking the heart magic skill, spiritual attack magic skills and so on. It's better not to be nosy, right? Lu Zixuan thought about it and felt that she couldn't cause trouble for her father. Lu Qinggan then laughed. What trouble? There is father to give you a cover. Heavenly trouble is not trouble. However, I am now all the power of the Immortal Ruins, I shot, will not attract a lot of people of the Devil's Domain siege? Lu Zixuan added. Lu Qinggan is still full of calm color. How many come, father destroy how many? You can see for yourself, don't worry about any trouble. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan was still hesitating. Until she saw that the woman above the sky was successfully sneak attacked by the 6th person who suddenly emerged from the void, her eyes narrowed and she made a decision. It was even if the 5 bad guys were bullying a woman, there was actually someone else who had been hiding in the shadows, sneaking in and striking out. Father, I'll go then. Yes, give the new weapon a good try. Lu Zixuan nodded her head and her figure flashed, rising up into the air. The Devil's Domain and the Immortal Ruins had the same cultivation realms, a total of 10 realms. They are Qi Condensation Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Jindan Realm, Yuanying Realm, God Transformation Realm, Harmony Realm, Mahayana Realm, Fortune Transition Realm, Holy King Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Lu Zixuan was extremely talented, and at a young age, she was already at the God Transformation Realm. She held the divine weapon she had just obtained and killed her way up into the sky. When the red-skirted woman was successfully sneak-attacked, slightly injured, and about to be multiplied by the others, she killed these people from behind. Fellow Taoist, I've come to help you. Her body was wrapped in aura, and the divine weapon sword in her hand also had aura lingering around it. One person was cut into 2 very symmetrical pieces with a single slash of the sword, and the sword light flashed. Seeing his daughter striking so harshly and killing so decisively, Lu Qinggan nodded in satisfaction. It had his demeanor. However, he looked at his youngest daughter at this time. When he saw that his youngest daughter was actually watching with glee, not scared at all, not to mention feeling that this scene was bloody, he was even happier. Worthy of being his daughter. A tiger father does not have a dog daughter. Due to Lu Zixuan's sudden killing, the remaining 5 Devil Realm men were startled. Especially when they saw the sword Lu Zixuan was holding in her hand, they all froze. This seemed to be a 10th grade absolute treasure sword. Damn it! They were in a gang? That's not right. This little wasn't using demonic chi, but aura. She's from the Immortal Ruin side. The red-skirted woman was surprised to see Lu Zixuan kill and help her. But seeing the weapon in Lu Zixuan's hand, and the aura on Lu Zixuan's body, she was even more surprised. This was from the Immortal Ruins side? This was bad. People from the Immortal Ruins side saving her was actually no different from harming her. Could it be that it really had to come to that? After Lu Zixuan struck, she stopped holding back and killed towards the rest of the Demon Region men. After striking a blow, she had felt the power of this divine weapon. It had increased her strength by more than 100 times. When the 5 men saw Lu Zixuan killing, they quickly shifted their targets and joined forces to fight Lu Zixuan. With the 5 men joining forces, they were barely able to withstand Lu Zixuan's second strike. But as less than a breath of time passed, they realized that Lu Zixuan was getting stronger and stronger as they fought. It was as if there was some kind of restriction earlier, and now the restriction was gradually decreasing. No way. If we keep fighting, we'll all die. Escape? No need to run. She's from the immortal market. Call the people. The 5 of them quickly looked around at the people surrounding the demon region. Fellow Taoists. This person from the immortal market has come to our demon region and actually killed people from our demon region and has such a treasure. Let's join forces to kill him. The treasure will be won by those who are destined to have it. As soon as these words passed, some people were still wrapped up in desire in the first place and directly killed out. This sword is mine. Roll. It's mine. Lu Zixuan's complexion changed when she realized that there was a group of people killing in an instant. However, when she saw that these people's cultivation was similar to hers, she was slightly relieved. Father, I can still manage. Lu Qinggan nodded when he heard his daughter's words. As long as they were at the God Transformation Realm, he didn't stop them. Thus, Lu Zixuan began to battle a group of people. The red-skirted woman had become like a spectator at the moment, no one was paying attention to her anymore. As she watched Lu Zixuan being surrounded by a group of people, her heart was very torn. It was because Lu Zixuan was in this situation because of her. For her to turn around and leave now was a bit less than moral. But as she watched more and more people of the same realm kill Lu Zixuan, and soon there were 10 people surrounding her, she clenched her teeth and made a decision. Fellow Taoist, join forces together. The red-skirted woman killed over there. Lu Qinggan looked at this red-dress woman and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, a bit of moral righteousness. Did not turn around and leave. And as he looked at this red-dress woman for a moment, he suddenly saw a familiar aura on this red-dress woman. Wait, this little ninja has a bit of a familiar aura. Not long after the red-skirted woman joined the fight, an evil old man's voice rang out. People of the Immortal Ruins. 10th grade treasure sword. I didn't expect that after a trip here, the old man would have such a strange encounter. Jia. Little girl. Hand over the old man's precious weapon. At the sound of this voice, everyone present quickly stopped fighting. Not good, it's a Saint King Realm powerhouse. A group of people who had surrounded Lu Zixuan and wanted to seize the treasure were all startled. With such a strong person, this precious soldier would have no chance with them. However, it wasn't long before they saw a withered, thin old man just appear in the air, and in the next moment, it was as if the man was startled by something and quickly looked in one direction. The moment his eyes locked with Lu Qinggan's, his thin body trembled madly. Great Emperor Realm Jr. has eyes without a pearl. Senior, you continue. Junior will leave now. Chapter 9, Destroying a Great Emperor Powerhouse with His Hands. This bone-thin old man had only taken one look at Lu Qinggan and had already felt a war chestnut from his soul. Those who could make him, a mid-Saint King Realm powerhouse, feel this way were undoubtedly Great Emperor Realm powerhouses. No wonder there was a person from the god transformation realm here who could take out such a precious sword. Lu Qingmen thought to himself that this fellow had some insight. He also didn't give off his cultivation aura, and this person could sense that he was powerful, something. However, leave an arm behind. Lu Qingmen spoke calmly. Even if this person didn't make a move on his daughter and just had a little evil thought, then he had to pay some price. This old man clenched his teeth and with a wave of his right hand, his left arm was directly severed and blood splashed out. He hastily cast a spell to stop the bleeding, then bowed towards Lu Qinggan and turned around. Lu Qinggan didn't stop this person, and his gaze continued to look at his daughter in the sky. Continue. These people who had struck out at his daughter all had to die today. Of course, not killed by him, but by his daughter. None of them would want to leave, and all of them would have to become his daughter's chaperones for her first battle on this side of the demon realm. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. There was a sense of security that had never been felt before. Was this the cool feeling of having a father of the great emperor realm? After seeing that even that Saint King realm powerhouse could only break an arm of his own to escape, the people present in the demon domain were no cuties. They all looked at Lu Qinggan. Although they couldn't see anything unusual about Lu Qinggan, they realized that this wasn't someone they could mess with. Thus, none of them dared to continue having any reverie about that precious sword and quickly turned around and fled. However, Lu Qinggan just gave a single look, and a black frame that imprisoned an area locked the entire sky. A group of people who had just surrounded his daughter were unable to escape the confines of this black frame. Not good. A group of people regretted to the extreme at this moment and desperately attacked that black frame, but it turned out to be useless. Lu Zixuan moved once again, killing towards the group of people. As for that red-skirted woman, seeing this, she also let out a sigh of relief and continued to join the fight. Within a short time, under the joint efforts of the two, the group of people who had just flown up into the sky to launch an attack on Lu Zixuan had already become the souls under the swords of the two. Lu Zixuan took a deep breath and turned her head to look at her father, revealing a smile. Father, this sword is very handy. Lu Qinggan looked at his valiant daughter and nodded in satisfaction, favor in his eyes. One had to hurry up and find a suitable technique for his daughter, and then use some means to wash away the base of her previous cultivation, completely converting it into a demonic breath before he could do so. Using the Immortal Ruin Sides technique in the demon region was still a bit too striking. He had just thought of this, when suddenly, a gloomy voice came out from the void. From afar, he perceived the aura of a 10th grade absolute greatsword. I thought that I had perceived it wrongly, but I didn't expect that it was true. Ha ha! This emperor's trip to this side was not in vain. After this voice appeared, a silhouette stepped out from the void. The person who came was wearing a black robe, middle-aged in appearance. A black aura lingered on his body, and his face was so white that it couldn't be whiter, like a corpse. And behind this person, he was carrying a coffin. Oh? Someone from the Walking Corpse sect? When Lu Qinggan saw the visitor, the appearance of an old man appeared in his mind. Back then, the old ancestor of the Walking Corpse sect was a member of the army that besieged him when he claimed the title of emperor. After he became an emperor, he killed the old ancestor of the Walking Corpse sect at the first opportunity. After that, the Walking Corpse sect fell under his suppression for a long time. Not a single great emperor realm had appeared for many years. Unexpectedly, during the 1,000 years since he left the demon region, such a great emperor realm had appeared in the Walking Corpse sect. However, it was only at the middle stage of the great emperor realm. After this Walking Corpse sect's mid-great imperial realm powerhouse appeared, the entire street instantly fell silent. Good fellow. Not only did a Saint King realm come, but now there was also a mid-great emperor realm powerhouse. Wasn't this person one of the most demonic geniuses of the Walking Corpse sect in recent years, Lok Fong Hai? Just now, that person was able to scare off a Saint King realm powerhouse, and it was likely that he was at the peak of the Saint King realm, or even the Great Emperor realm. This was going to be a good show. If it's really a Great Emperor realm cultivation, I've never really seen a battle between Great Emperor realms. There's a huge gap in the Great Emperor realm as well. I suspect that this person is only at the early stage of the Great Emperor realm, while this senior from the Walking Corpse sect, that cultivation aura is at the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm. Also, the Corpse Walking sect's secret technique is to walk corpses. The corpses they manipulate may also have Great Emperor realm strength. Lu Zixuan listened to the conversations of the people around her, and her expression became serious. But once she thought that her father had said that he was already invincible and had given her a divine weapon that could make this man so excited, then her father must be much stronger than this man. Thus, she didn't worry about it. Instead, she was a bit curious as to how strong her own father really was. Wanting to see her own father strike. She had worshipped her father since she was a child, and felt that other than his cultivation not being very high, he was all-powerful in general. Now that she knew that her father's strength was actually so strong, the admiration in her heart became 100 times more intense by 1,000 times. The red-skirted woman originally thought that the crisis had passed, but now that she saw this, her heart hung in the air once again. She wasn't clear about Lu Qing'an's strength, she only roughly guessed that Lu Qing'an was at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level, but she was clear about the Walking Corpse sect's specialness. Perhaps it would be a 1 against 2 situation later on. After all, the Walking Corpse sect could manipulate corpses to attack. This sword should be yours, right? After the Walking Corpse sect powerhouse appeared, he also quickly realized Lu Qing'an's extraordinary nature, and with the talk he heard from the people around him, he looked towards Lu Qing'an. The moment he locked eyes with Lu Qing'an, it was already clear that Lu Qing'an was also at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level. And he, on the other hand, had never seen Lu Qing'an. In the demon region, there were a total of a few hundred Great Emperor Realm powerhouses, and he remembered all of those top powerhouses that were powerful beyond measure. Except for some who were mysterious and hadn't shown their true colors, he remembered everyone else in his mind. And this person, he had never seen. So it should be a guy who had just broken through to the Great Emperor Realm. If that was the case, then this precious sword, he would be able to snatch it. Lu Qing'an looked at this Walking Corpse sex man with interest. It's something I gave to my daughter. Why, do you want it? He didn't know what kind of bad blood he had with the Walking Corpse sect. When he had not yet risen to power, the old ancestor of the Walking Corpse sect had the greatest hatred with him. He almost dreamed of killing him and refining him into a walking corpse. After he claimed the throne, the first person he killed was also the old ancestor of the Walking Corpse sect. Now that he had returned to the demon region, the first people he encountered were also from the Walking Corpse sect. It was normal for the people of the Walking Corpse sect not to recognize him. It was because he rarely showed his face before, always wearing a mask. The people who really knew what he looked like were less than 10 people in the entire demon region. They are all people who have a good relationship with him. Your daughter actually cultivates the techniques from the immortal ruin side? Interesting. I'll give your family a way out. Offer me this sword and I'll let you go. Or else. Or what? I'll turn your family into my corpses. Oh. It seems that our Walking Corpse sect has been silent for many years, and many people in the Devil's Domain are not clear about how powerful our Walking Corpse sect used to be. Since that's the case, let's take you today to let the world know that our peak Walking Corpse sect is back. What a lot of nonsense. Lu Qing'an said this and didn't bother to say anything else. Stretching out his hand, a wave of magic power suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the smile on the face of the Walking Corpse sect's Great Emperor Realm powerhouse above the sky, who was still full of cold smiles, suddenly disappeared. With a swoosh, his entire person was like a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he flew down before arriving at Lu Qing'an's large hand, his neck being pinched to death by Lu Qing'an. No! This was impossible. The Walking Corpse sect powerhouse's eyes widened as he realized that he was actually defenseless against Lu Qing'an's control. No matter how much he mobilized the strength in his body, he was unable to break free from Lu Qing'an's large hand that contained black qi. Coincidentally, the words your old ancestor said before he died were exactly the same as yours. This lineage of your Walking Corpse sect has quite the tacit understanding. After saying that, a terrifying black flame suddenly erupted from Lu Qing'an's hand, instantly spreading all over the Walking Corpse sex man's body. The Walking Corpse sex man stared blankly, unable to even wail, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into black ash, scattering all over the place. The entire scene was dead silent. Chapter 10 Goodbye Old Friend, Thunder Sky Emperor. Everyone present was stunned by Lu Qing'an's methods. What kind of concept was it for a mid-Great Emperor Realm powerhouse to not even be able to resist in front of this person? This person was at least a late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. It might even be a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when she saw how powerful her father was. Especially seeing her father killing people with such ease and comfort. Was this really the father she knew? It was too handsome. In the beginning, their mother had said that one of their father's greatest strengths was that he was gentle with everyone. However, she didn't expect that when it really came to this kind of time, he actually had such an iron-blooded side. That red-skirted woman also stood dumbfounded above the sky. She thought that something big had happened here, but to her complete surprise, this person was actually in the late Great Emperor Realm or even the peak Great Emperor Realm. Moreover, what was that just now? Black flame? It could actually instantly turn a mid-Great Emperor Realm powerhouse into that state? It was rumored that Great Emperor Realm powerhouses were very difficult to kill. Many Great Emperor Realm powerhouses possessed secret techniques to get out of the trap and also had extremely strong vitality. And what she had just seen was how fragile a Great Imperial Realm powerhouse was. It went against everything she knew about cognition. Lu Qing'an had only killed this Corpse Walker sect person, and had not burned anything on the Corpse Walker sect person's body. After briefly probing with his divine sense to make sure that there were some good things left behind, he collected them with a big wave of his hand. And then, he looked towards his little daughter who was still being held by himself. It was slightly surprising to see that his little daughter actually didn't feel scared or even surprised by him killing people, but instead was a bit amused. Meow meow, aren't you afraid? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Lu Miaomiao shook her head and said, no. Daddy is so handsome. Looking at his little daughter, Lu Qingyan thought to himself, this little cotton-padded jacket looks really something worthy of flowing his bloodline. Lu Qingyan smiled and rubbed Lu Miaomiao's head with pride. And right at this moment, another aura suddenly appeared. After this aura appeared, above the sky, a heaven-shaking old voice suddenly rang out. Who is causing trouble in this imperial city? Don't know how to die? The sky was instantly engulfed by thick thunderclouds. The purple-black clouds rolled over like an angry sea, covering the sky. Thunder tore through the sky like a giant python, and the explosive roar shook the earth, as if the end had come. Terrifying pressure poured down, causing everything to tremble, and even the air froze. Those present were startled when they saw this scene. It was the City Lord. The City Lord of Devil Prosperity City was one of the topmost powerhouses in the Devil region. Peak Great Emperor Realm. I heard that he was also one of the few close friends of that old demon emperor. This man is going to suffer. I've been in Devil's Landing for so many years, but I've never seen the City Master. I don't even know what the City Lord looks like. Will I finally see the City Lord's honorable face today? Many years ago, there were two great Emperor Realm powerhouses fighting over here, damaging many buildings, after which the Devil's Landing City Lord, in a fit of rage, directly killed the two great Emperor Realm powerhouses at the early stage of the Great Emperor Realm. The head hangs in front of the city gate, but also issued a decree, strictly ordering all the great Emperor Realm powerhouses to come to this side, not to fight. Now this person will not also be the Devil Lin City Lord directly killed. Anyway, today's drama was considered too much to watch. A group of onlookers hurriedly moved away a bit, fearing that a great Emperor Realm powerhouse of this level fighting would implicate them. The red-skirted woman did not expect things to be so twisted, and at this moment, looking at the thunder clouds above the sky, the corner of her mouth twitched. She herself was now considered to be on the side of this father and daughter, right? Would this demon Prosperity City Lord also kill her along the way? How was she so ill-fated? She knew very well how strong this demon Prosperity City Lord was. An existence that was able to claim brotherhood with the previous generation of demon emperors. There were only a handful of such strong people in the entire demon region. Not to mention the Walking Corpse sect Great Emperor Realm powerhouse just now, even this seemingly strong Great Emperor Realm powerhouse today would have to prostrate himself on the ground and beg for forgiveness in the face of such a powerhouse, right? However, just as she thought of this, when her gaze went towards Lu Qingyan, she saw that Lu Qingyan had no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. This old thing, still so fond of pretending. Lightning intertwined into a net, and in the blinding white light, a silhouette stood on top of the clouds. He was surrounded by destructive lightning, just like a creator lord looking down on all beings. Everyone in Devil's Lin City was attracted to such a figure, and all of them couldn't help but have their backs soften, not daring to raise their heads to look. Too strong. A peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Under full force, he could instantly obliterate a city. Where did you come from? Give me your name. The figure in the sky spoke again, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose. Your grandfather. Good death. How dare you? The silhouette in the sky was just about to curse furiously, but in the next moment, it suddenly realized something and stopped violently. Wait a minute. This voice, why is it so familiar? The Thunder Sky Emperor Xiao Qingyi above the sky dome blinked and quickly gazed at the person speaking below. It was fine if he didn't look, but after seeing exactly what the person looked like, he was completely in a daze. Not. Did I see wrong? The vicissitudes of the voice in the sky instantly became agitated. The sense of oppression that had just been formed with a large amount of might was also suddenly wiped out amidst this voice. And then, the thunder also dissipated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath of time, the picture in the sky returned to normal. There were no clouds in the miles, and it was a clear blue sky. And, the silhouette had also disappeared. Only a white-haired, purple-robed old man suddenly flashed in front of Lu Qingyan. He was amiable-looking and had a scar in the general shape of a thunderbolt at his jaw. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, it's you guy. Where exactly have you been all these years? I've been looking for you for a long time. Xiao Qingyi came up and grabbed Lu Qingyan's shoulder, shaking it vigorously. Don't move. You're shaking my daughter. Lu Qingyan then narrowed his eyes and spoke in a threatening manner. Xiao Qingyi stopped when he heard this. This unfamiliar threatening words made the smile on his face grow even bigger. No. Wait. Your daughter? Xiao Qingyi quickly looked towards the little girl Lu Qingyan was holding. It was fine if he didn't look, but after taking a closer look, it was like he was struck by lightning again. You this guy. I told you that I couldn't find you in the demon region. Dare I say that you went to the immortal ruin side? Lu Qingyan nodded his head. Xiao Qingyi was speechless. This guy suddenly left, and after so many years had passed, he suddenly came back and brought a daughter back with him. Is this really your daughter? TSK, it doesn't resemble you at all. Not even a little bit of a fierce look. Lu Qingyan kicked out directly, sending Xiao Qingyi backward. Does my daughter have to look mean? Look at these eyes, this nose. The appearance is quite similar, just not fierce, but fragrant and glutinous, let a person a little want to get close to the feeling. Xiao Qingyi for Lu Qinggan kicked him, not angry at all, but feel that familiar feeling back, the smile on his face doubled. Father, who is this? Lu Miao Miao saw Xiao Qingyi discussing her and cocked her head to ask. Miao Miao, call someone, just call the old undead. Father's former friend. Shouldn't it be called Grandpa? Lu Miao Miao blinked her big Kazran eyes. Haha Anan. That's right. I should be called Grandpa. I'm many times older than your father. Xiao Qingyi was delighted by Lu Miao Miao's call of Grandpa. Wow. Your kid actually has such a cute and understanding daughter. This dog god is not fair. Is this the child on the immortal ruin side? It's so much cuter than the kids over in the demon realm. Chapter 11 God has no eyes, you actually have such a lovely daughter. Lu Qinggan was also pleased in his heart that Xiao Qingyi was praising his daughter so much, after all, his daughter was indeed cute. Little girl, what do you call yourself? Xiao Qingyi tried his best to show an amiable look, smiling as he looked at Lu Miao Miao and asked softly. Lu Miao Miao has always been very bold, sure that this person is his father's friend, small face appeared two dimples, said, Lu Miao Miao, Grandpa, you call me Miao Miao on it. I don't know how to call Grandpa? Miao Miao ah. TSK. Good to hear. My name is Xiao Qingyi, you can call me Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Qingyi wanted to go up and pinch Lu Miao Miao's face and hug the boy as well, but when he saw Lu Qingyan's serious face, which seemed to know what he was thinking, he backed off. It was a pity. He had never married in his life and had no children, if only he had such a lovely daughter as well. How is it that he gave this fierce god such a lovely daughter? I'm so envious. Xiao Qingyi sighed. Father. At this time, Lu Zixuan flew down. Xiao Qingyi froze again when he heard Lu Zixuan call Lu Qinggan dad. Not. You don't just have one daughter? He looked at Lu Zixuan and realized that Lu Zixuan also had some resemblance to Lu Qinggan in her features, and her looks were very beautiful, and she wasn't too old, but she was already standing up, showing the feeling of a beauty embryo. This guy. A generation of killing god, how could he be so lucky? Unfair ah. Sister, this is Grandpa Xiao, father's friend. Without waiting for Lu Qinggan to speak, Lu Miao Miao smiled and gave an introduction to Lu Zixuan. Mr. Xiao, how are you? Lu Zixuan looked at Xiao Qingyi with a smile and greeted him. Xiao Qingyi hastily nodded with a smile. What is the name of this little beauty? Lu Zixuan said, Xiao grandfather, my name is Lu Zixuan, you call me Zixuan on it. At this moment, Lu Zixuan was also carefully looking at Xiao Qingyi. How strong Xiao Qingyi was just now, she felt it clearly. It was much stronger than their mother's master, Lin Qingshui. But what she didn't expect was that this person who was so powerful actually behaved like this in front of her own father. Just now, her own father had even kicked this powerful person twice. Even though it was a scuffle, this kind of performance was enough to show how her own father had treated this strong man in the past. TSK, I really don't know what to say about you guys. I really don't want to say any more words of envy. Looking at Lu Qing'an's two daughters, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath and shook his head with emotion. That god of murder had suddenly disappeared for a long period of time, and when he reappeared, he actually came back with two daughters who were such contrasts. It was simply a heavenly joke to the entire demon region. This place is crowded, find a quiet place to sit and talk. I'm coming back this time, so I won't leave, help me find a suitable place to settle. Lu Qinggan swept a glance at the surroundings, not wanting to catch up with Xiao Qingyi in such a place. When Xiao Qingyi heard that Lu Qinggan wanted to settle on his side, an excited light flashed violently in his pale eyes. It was as if water droplets had suddenly sprung up from a depleted spring. Good. Ha ha on. You don't want to back out. Just settle here with me. Ever since Lu Qinggan left, every day, apart from practicing, he was alone in this Devil's Lin city. Now that Lu Qinggan has come back, not to mention settling down, and bringing back two such lovely and beautiful daughters, his place will be bustling with activity in the future. Go! I just happen to have a place suitable for you to settle. Absolutely quiet. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Wait a moment. Lu Qinggan thought of something when Xiao Qingyi was about to lead them away and looked up at the red-skirted woman standing frozen in the sky above. Come down. He wasn't asking the other party to come down, his voice was like it possessed magical powers. The red-skirted woman didn't even have time to react, and the entire person had already appeared in front of Lu Qinggan. Standing in the middle of Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi, the red-skirted woman's body trembled. There had never been a sense of tension and oppression before. Who exactly was this person? He was actually so close to the Demon Lin City Lord, Emperor Lei Xiao. And, just now, he had even kicked this Thunderbolt Emperor twice. She racked her brain and couldn't think of anyone in the current Devil Realm who would dare to treat Lei Xiao the Great Emperor in such a manner. Even the Devil Emperor wouldn't dare. What's his name? Lu Qinggan asked. Senior, my full name is Sun Minzi. The woman in the red dress couldn't even speak properly. Hearing the other party's surname Sun, Lu Qinggan was completely sure. Let's just say why there is a bit of familiarity. Do you have a place to go? My daughter came to this side of the magic region for the first time. You are of similar age, you do not understand many things on this side of the magic region. I need you to bring her to familiarize herself with it afterwards. Lu Qinggan said. Xiao Qingyi also found this red dress woman just now, could feel the magic gas on the red dress woman, indicating that it was someone from here in the magic domain, but also thought that it might be related to Lu Qinggan, and now that he heard this, he realized that the two people didn't know each other. Only, what he didn't expect was that with Lu Qinggan's character, he would actually let a little girl do such a thing. Sun Mingji looked at Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi, and finally looked at Lu Zixuan, then she nodded her head in a hurry as if she had grabbed the olive branch thrown out by fate. Alright, from now on, you follow us. Lu Qinggan looked towards his eldest daughter, Zixuan. From now on, this is your friend on this side of the magic realm, get along well. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi couldn't help but look at Lu Qinggan. He knew very well how different Lu Qinggan was as a person. To actually introduce his daughter to a woman he didn't know from the devil's domain as a friend was a bit counterintuitive. What was so special about this woman? Xiao Qingyi asked Lu Qinggan through voice transmission. Lu Qinggan replied back, haven't you noticed a special aura on her? And her surname is Sun. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi stared carefully at Sun Mingji for a moment before his eyes widened violently. You are saying she is his offspring? Lu Qinggan, a high probability. Xiao Qingyi understood. Afterwards, the few people disappeared together and headed to a quiet place. And after they left, the surroundings remained quiet. All the people who had watched this scene were still in a state of bewilderment that was difficult to recover from. It wasn't until several more moments had passed that they came back to their senses. Good guy. Lu, a good guy. Who exactly is this person? It looks like he is very familiar with the Thunderbolt Emperor. It turns out to be a peak great emperor realm powerhouse. No wonder he killed the walking corpse sect emperor with his own hands. He even kicked Thunderbolt Emperor just now. Thunderbolt Emperor was not angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be very nostalgic. This is simply amazing. Wait a minute. I remembered that Thunderbolt Emperor had very few friends. He was always alone, only with the last generation of demon emperors. You mean, the one just now was the last generation of demon emperors? It can't be. The last demon emperor was a god of killing. He doesn't look vicious either. Chapter 12, Your father is actually the eternal night demon emperor. In the center area of Devil's Lin City, underneath a secluded mountain range in the area of the city lord's mansion. A mansion with green tiles and white walls was hidden in the depths of the clouds, and the bronze wind chimes hanging from the eaves were automatically swinging without wind, producing 3 or 2 ethereal sounds. In front of the courtyard is a vast blue pool, with a few petals of lotus floating on the surface. The heart of the lotus contains a glittering light, and occasionally silver scales leap up, stirring up a pool of starlight. Bamboo forest along the stream, poles of jade like bamboo on the condensation of fog, the wind through the rustling like a whisper. Behind the east window there is a stone pavilion. The pavilion has half a game of chess reflected in the bamboo shadow. The stone bench is also resting on half a cold tea smoke vaguely residual cold incense. How about this place? Weekdays are my own one-person living. You came, it is for you. Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Lu Qinggan looked at the courtyard and couldn't help but look at Xiao Qingyi one more time. You kind of copied it, it's exactly the same as my previous courtyard. Ahem, there's no way, I got used to going to your place before, so I copied it. Looking at the environment in front of him, Lu Qinggan was satisfied. There was a feeling of having gone home. Miao Miao, Zixuan, the two of you go find a room. As for you, just find a place to stay. Lu Qinggan looked at the 3 children and spoke lightly. Yes, Daddy. Lu Miaomia was not at all repulsed by this new environment. Instead, she was filled with curiosity and ran towards the house. Lu Miaomia was still young, so under Lu Qinggan's arrangement, she lived with Lu Zixuan. Sun Minzi, on the other hand, lived in the house opposite the two. Father, it's getting dark, I'm a little hungry. Lu Miaomia touched her thundering stomach and blinked her big eyes. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi. It's time to utilize your craftsmanship. My house Miao Miao is a bit of a glutton. Ha ha. Finally I can show my hand. Miao Miao, Grandpa Xiao will go prepare the ingredients. Xiao Qingyi flashed and disappeared, and before long, in less than 3 breaths, he appeared above the sky carrying a magical beast the size of an entire courtyard. Wow! Lu Miaomia's mouth widened in shock when she saw the scene. Ha ha! Let's eat roasted meat tonight. Xiao Qingyi laughed. The night color was thick. Several people gathered around a black fire. Lu Miaomia was like a gourmand who couldn't get enough of the meat, spinning it like crazy. Yummy! Yummy! Grandpa Xiao is the best. Xiao Qingyi had been praised by Lu Miaomia to the heavens, and kept grilling meat for Lu Miaomia. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi's smile that didn't stop, and his heart was playful. This old thing, I haven't seen him smile so much before. Father, actually, I'm a little curious, what exactly is your identity on this side of the demon region? Lu Zixuan looked at her father, her eyes still full of starlight. Earlier, she had already heard people's descriptions of Xiao Qingyi among the crowd. Combined with the words her own father had said after coming to the magic domain. Invincible. Could it be that her own father had really been invincible a long time ago? Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. You ask him. Lu Zixuan quickly looked at Xiao Qingyi. Grandpa Xiao, is my father famous on this side of the magic domain? Sun Mingji was also sitting in front of the bonfire. She was like a person who didn't belong here. She didn't dare to say a single word after sitting here, for fear of saying the wrong thing and incurring the trouble of killing her. However, when she heard these words at this moment, she still couldn't help but sneak a look at Xiao Qingyi. She also wanted to know who this man of God was. Xiao Qingyi laughed. How should I put it? You might not have heard of it. After all, you used to be over at the immortal ruins all the time, but those who are on this side of the demon realm surely know your father's name. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. On this side of the demon region, the guy who is only a little bit stronger than old me is him. Lu Qingdan glanced at Xiao Qingyi. Still only a little bit stronger than you, you'll give yourself a long face. Ahem, in front of the juniors, give the old man a little face. Xiao Qingyi hurriedly sent a message to Lu Qingdan. Lu Qingdan didn't continue to expose Xiao Qingyi, giving this old friend a face. Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Zixuan repeated the name, then looked at her newly made friend, Sun Minzi, and asked, Minzi, you've been on this side of the demon region, you should have heard of my father's name, right? She had a good feeling towards Sun Mingji, not only because the two had fought hand in hand together, but also because after she was besieged, Sun Mingji did not take the opportunity to escape. Then again, Sun Minzi gave her a good feeling. So the two people of the same age were already on good terms after just chatting for an afternoon. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that she trusted her father, and since her father had told her to befriend Sun Minzi, then Sun Minzi should be able to befriend. However, when she finished asking this question and looked at Sun Mingji, she was shocked to find that Sun Mingji's body was shaking crazily at the moment, as if she had heard some very shocking information, staring at Lu Qingyan with wide eyeballs. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. It was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Mingji, what's wrong with you? Lu Zixuan froze for a moment when she saw Sun Mingji's appearance at this moment, and then hurriedly asked in concern. Lu Qinggan looked at Sun Mingji and said, What, am I scary? Sun Mingji hurriedly lowered her head, as if she wanted to shrink her head inside her clothes, not daring to meet Lu Qinggan's eyes at all. No. It was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That Eternal Night Demon Emperor who had killed the demon region's side of the River of Blood. An invincible existence. Actually appeared in front of her. And even took her in. And let her make friends with his daughter. What kind of heavenly luck did she have? Lu Zixuan saw Sun Mingji's fear and hurriedly placed her hand on Sun Mingji's shoulder, soothingly saying, Mingji, my father is a very good person, don't be afraid. She probably knew that her father should be more authoritative on this side. I am not afraid. Sun Mingji hurriedly looked up at Lu Zixuan and tried to make a smile on her face. It was just that this smile was just too far-fetched and looked awkward. Xiao Qingyi heard Lu Zixuan say that Lu Qinggan was nice and kind of wanted to laugh. Child, you are not aware of the things your father has done on this side of the devil's domain. Once you know, you'll know why this little girl is behaving like this. So, my father is really famous? Lu Zixuan asked with even more curiosity. Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the strongest genius in the demon region for hundreds of millions of years, after claiming the title of Emperor, with the strength of an early stage of the Great Emperor realm, he was able to crush a peak Great Emperor realm old demon. In the entire devil region, no one did not recognize the Eternal Night Devil Emperor. Sun Mingji replied to Lu Zixuan as if she was reciting a text. Lu Zixuan blinked after hearing this, then looked at her father. Seeing that her father was calmly eating roasted meat at the moment, his expression still unchanged as usual, she couldn't help but gulp. I can't imagine that my own father is so fierce. Really just invincible? Lu Miaomiao didn't say anything and sat right next to Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi, especially close to Xiao Qingyi, and after finishing a skewer of barbecued meat she continued to eyeball Xiao Qingyi, getting the barbecued meat and fiercely dazzling it again. But even so, it didn't stop her from occasionally looking at her father, her eyes all glowing with admiration. Father, you used to be so powerful, why didn't you ever tell us about it? Lu Zixuan nudged her mouth and gave Lu Qinggan a blank stare. Lu Qinggan laughed. There's no way, in the past in the immortal ruins, it wasn't good to reveal your identity. Anyway, in the future, you just need to remember that with Dad around, you don't need to be afraid of doing anything you want to do, there's me to back you up. Hearing this, Sun Mingji was envious in her heart. If her father hadn't died, he probably would have spoiled her like this too. Chapter 13, The Suitor at the Beginning. The night was as dark as ink, and the starry river was hidden. Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi were sitting opposite each other in a stone pavilion, with a pot of spirit wine and 2 celadones. Liquor reflected the weak moonlight, crisp and mellow fragrance with the night winds scattered into the bamboo forest, rustling lightly. Outside the pavilion fireflies, bright and dark. Inside the pavilion, the two of them lightly touched their cups and lanterns. Inside the house, the candles have been extinguished. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao have also gone to bed to lie down. What are you looking at? Keep drinking, keep the fish. Lu Qinggan looked at the opposite side of the sitting Xiao Qingyi. See the other party, just look at him. The hands of spirit wine did not move much, urged. Xiao Qingyi said, I see you seem to be hiding something in your heart. There is a question that may ask out you will be unhappy. I do not know whether to ask better. Then don't ask. Lu Qinggan said. But I am really curious, don't be angry. These two children's mothers, why didn't they come with you? Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qinggan have known each other for tens of thousands of years, and naturally know clearly that Lu Qinggan is holding something in his heart, which can be known from the fact that at the moment, Lu Qinggan is bent on drinking. And the mother of these two children is not with Lu Qinggan. The probability is that it has something to do with feelings. As for the possibility that the children's mother was not alive, it was a bit unlikely. After all, who could move his woman in front of this killing god? No one in this world could do it. Lu Qinggan glanced at Xiao Qingyi and didn't say anything. Alright, you don't want to say, so let's pretend I didn't ask. Keep drinking, old me will give up my life tonight and get drunk with you. Xiao Qingyi is more and more sure that Lu Qinggan has a heavy heart. Do not want to touch Lu Qinggan mold. Lu Qinggan heart really hold a gas, also want to find a confiding object, took a deep breath, looked at the old man in front of him, finally decided to say it. Their mother divorced me. Xiao Qingyi heard this and froze for a moment. Divorced? You guys had problems with your relationship? Could it be that Lu Qinggan didn't like them anymore and left them behind? No, the Lu Qinggan he knew was not like that. As long as Lu Qinggan didn't abandon people, he couldn't have gotten divorced. This kind of man can't be. This woman made a mistake, take the initiative to leave this man, right? It should not be. There should be no such stupid person. To know, Lu Qinggan this situation, in the magic area this side, how many holy women miss this kid? This kid doesn't still care about these holy women. Thinking carefully, he managed to confuse himself. Why? I don't understand, tell me what happened. The corner of Xiao Qingyi's mouth twitched, his curiosity piqued. Lu Qinggan said, she broke through to the emperor realm, the unsullied emperor position. Wait. You mean, unsullied emperor status? TSK, this is an emperor position that can be compared to your eternal night emperor position. Wait, the unsullied emperorship, then what? You don't want her to become stronger, even reach your height, and then leave of her own accord? Xiao Qingyi still didn't understand what was going on. Lu Qinggan also didn't let Xiao Qingyi figure it out on his own, and told everything that happened not long ago in his head. After speaking, he felt slightly more comfortable in his heart. Not. Wait. I'll rationalize it again. Xiao Qingyi closed his eyes and applied his energy to dispel the slight drunkenness in his mind. After he finished thinking carefully, his eyes widened and he looked at Lu Qinggan woodenly. You mean, she didn't know about your strength from the beginning to the end, didn't know that you were the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and then knew ahead of time that she would have the unsullied imperial throne, so she thought ahead of time to leave you. And, after claiming the empire, the first time she made peace with you in public? You were also disheartened because of this move by the other party, so you brought your daughter back to the demon realm? Lu Qingyan smothered a cup of wine in one gulp and didn't speak. Xiao Qingyi made sure he said the whole thing, but seeing Lu Qinggan acquiesce, he fell silent. Under this heaven and earth, there was actually such a stupid person. She should be unaware of what kind of man she had missed out on. Eternal Night Demon Emperor an invincible existence in the world. A man who killed his way through the entire demon realm. Not to mention the immortal ruins. One person killing through the entire Sonyan continent would be a matter of words. Although the Unsullied Emperor's position is comparable to the Eternal Night Emperor's position, it is only comparable to the Emperor's position, and Lu Qingyan can be so strong, not just because of the Emperor's position Rather, it's that all aspects of this guy are pulled full circle. In order to be so terrifying. In other words, this woman had left an existence that was already invincible in the world in order to be able to become stronger? Cutie. Pure size cutie. I'll accompany you with a cup. After Xiao Qingyi viciously spat in his heart, he raised his cup and poured himself a cup as well. So, you've really decided to let go of this woman? With his understanding of Lu Qingyan's character, the odds were that he had decided to leave this woman completely. Wouldn't give any more chances. This kid was so dark. But it could also be seen that this kid really loved this woman. Surprisingly, he didn't make a big kill over there and come back. Of course, it was also possible that he was considering the child, so he held back his killing intent. He looked in that direction of the house. If he had such a lovely child, he really wouldn't be able to bear to let these children see that kind of scene. The decency to leave was probably the optimal solution. However, when that woman realized what she had missed, would she come back? And would Lu Qinggan be soft-hearted? After all, she was the mother of a child anyways. Lu Qinggan looked at the moon, shook his head and smiled. You know me well as a person, the past is the past, feelings this kind of thing, like a mirror, broken mirror is difficult to round. He still harbored a hint of luck at first, not wanting the family to fall apart. Until Su Qingyi publicly with him and divorce, that moment, he has made a decision. This relationship can't go back. The one thing that can still stabilize his emotions today is actually the child. Fine, I'll support you unconditionally anyway. Settle down here with me in the future. Moreover, there are actually quite a few good women here in the magic realm. Secretly telling you, there are a few beauties who come to my place to look for you almost once a year, especially that snowy heavenly concubine. I've been looking for you for 1,000 years, and I've heard that I've been to the immortal ruins to look for you, but I accidentally exposed the identity of the strongest person in the devil's realm, and I was attacked by the great emperors over there, and I ended up coming back to the city to recover from my injuries for a very long time. This chick truly likes you. Speaking of this, Xiao Qingyi poured Lu Qinggan a glass of wine and winked at her. He felt that Lu Qingyan could find a stepmother for the two children. When Lu Qingyan heard this, the appearance of a peerless woman appeared in her mind. She had also been over to the immortal ruins? Yes, but you know very well that after crossing that boundary wall, her strength will be greatly reduced, and it's a blessing of life that she didn't die over there. Such a woman, why can't you see her? He used to think that Lu Qinggan would end up with Xue Tianfei, but Lu Qinggan just wouldn't accept Xue Tianfei's advances. What, are you trying to be your matchmaker again? Lu Qingyan was speechless. Okay, when I didn't say it, Xiao Qingyi said. By the way, give me a copy of your technique, I'll let my daughter try practicing it and see if it's suitable. That's good. If it doesn't fit, we'll find someone else's technique. As far as our relationship is concerned, your daughter is my daughter, and I'll get them the right technique for them if I can find them in the entire demon region. The two of them continued to drink, chatting, and farting. Lu Qingyan, also in this spirit wine called relief, gradually buried the sadness in his heart. Inside the house, Lu Zixuan was in the room of the two. Sister, I can't sleep. Lu Miaomiao pouted her lips and looked towards Lu Zixuan, who was lying on the side. What's wrong? You're not used to sleeping? Lu Zixuan asked in a fine voice. I obviously hate my mother, but I kind of miss her. Lu Miaomiao's eyes were filled with tears. Lu Zixuan hugged Lu Miaomiao, eyes also flashed a touch of sadness, but still forced to endure. Strong said, do not want her, we have father is good. But I just can't help but think of the time she used to hold me in her arms as I slept. In the future, sister will hold you to sleep. Sister, are we not going to see mother for the rest of our lives? We will. When? When we've all cultivated to the great emperor realm, we'll go see her together. Really? Lu Zixuan nodded seriously. She would personally stand in front of her and use her strength to tell her that she was wrong. Okay, then I'll start practicing hard. Well, let's cultivate hard together. Chapter 14, Transmitting the Technique to My Daughter. The next day, early morning. Lu Qingyan called her eldest daughter in front of her after her two daughters woke up and asked Xiao Qingyi to pass on her daughter's gong. Old Xiao, pass on the gong. Xiao Qingyi nodded his head and looked at Lu Zixuan, who was sitting in front of him, his finger probed out. At this moment, above his finger, a small purple thunderbolt appeared, pointing towards Lu Zixuan's forehead. It was directly transmitted to Lu Zixuan's sea of consciousness through her power, so that Lu Zixuan would be able to successfully cultivate this technique at the fastest speed. It didn't take an hour to know if this gong method was suitable for her physique. Wait, Grandpa Xiao. Just as Xiao Qingyi was about to let the ball of lightning in front of his fingers touch Lu Zixuan's forehead, Lu Zixuan hurriedly called Xiao Qingyi to stop. What's wrong? Xiao Qingyi asked. Grandpa Xiao, can you make this little ball of lightning more round? It looks awkward to me. This massive thunderbolt was roughly round, but there were one or two places that protruded out a little bit, and it just didn't look round enough. It made her heart furtive. Xiao Qingyi's eyes blinked and glanced at Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan coughed dryly and said, this little thing, you should be able to do it. Xiao Qingyi nodded his head. A moment later, Xiao Qingyi conveyed the gong method to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan also quickly entered into the state of comprehension and sat in meditation with her eyes closed. Father, where is Miao Miao? Lu Miaomiao couldn't wait to cultivate to the great emperor realm cultivation level after hearing what her sister said yesterday. Lu Qinggan looked at his youngest daughter, who used to be very reluctant when she heard about cultivation, and was a bit surprised that she actually wanted to cultivate at this moment. Miao Miao, you want to cultivate? Lu Miaomiao nodded seriously. I want to cultivate to the great emperor realm. Good, old Xiao, pass on the techniques to Miao Miao as well. Lu Qinggan laughed. Xiao Qingyi nodded. After passing on the gongfu, Xiao Qingyi came to sit next to Lu Qinggan. Zixian, how long has this been going on? He had a strange expression. Lu Qingyan was helpless. It's been there since childhood. Wouldn't that be similar to the snow heavenly concubine, Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qinggan shook his head. For the time being, it is not as powerful as her, but this kind of psychological problem, I cannot help. You didn't want people Xue Tianfei in the first place because of this kind of personality of hers, right? And now your daughter is also like this, this. Don't talk about it. Yesterday I forgot to ask you a question. These years have not seen my little black son? Lu Qinggan asked. Your contracted animal? I really have seen it. That guy stole my baby. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi instantly reddened his neck with a look of anger. Lu Qinggan frowned. Stole what from you? About 500 years ago, it suddenly came to Devil's Lin City, and when I found it, I was overjoyed, thinking that you were inside Devil's Lin City, so I found it and asked about your whereabouts. But that guy said he didn't know where you were. Naturally, I didn't believe him, so I left him in the city, and he seemed to have no place to go, so he stayed in my city for a while, but I looked for him every day to ask about your whereabouts, and he probably got tired of it, and he suddenly left without saying goodbye, and I found out afterward that my amazing thunder sword had disappeared. Xiao Qingyi's strongest weapon is this thunder amazing sword. The level is not as high as Lu Qing'an's Excalibur, but when you look at the entire magic domain, it is also the existence of the top 10 on the list of top treasure weapons. Ahem, then what? Lu Qing'an knew this little black guy very well. He loved to collect good things, and when he hadn't captured the little black guy and contracted him as a contracted beast, he had also had his weapon stolen by this little black guy. In a fit of rage, he utilized all sorts of means to find the whereabouts of this little black son, and spent a lot of resources before he succeeded in capturing him. It was only under his coercion that he eventually made the little blackie become his contracted beast. So he believed these words of Xiao Qingyi. This little blackie was born to be a divine thief. Where is there then? I can't find it at all. I'm telling you, you have to hurry up and get my amazing thunder sword back. That's your contracted beast. But I don't know where it is now. Don't you have a contract? I unlocked half of it. He couldn't bring little blackie forward to the immortal ruins without undoing some of the contract and restricting little blackie to death, so he undid half of it. Give the little black son a little freedom. But I didn't expect that the little black son directly slipped away. Xiao Qingyi was silent. He chose to believe Lu Qing'an. As long as this black dragon was still in the demon domain, with Lu Qing'an's means, it wouldn't be difficult to find this black dragon. You hurry up and find it. I can't even utilize my full strength without the thunder amazing sword. Lu Qing'an nodded his head. At that moment, his eldest daughter opened her eyes. Zixuan, what do you think of this gongfu? Did you feel any discomfort while cultivating it? Lu Zixuan said, Father, I feel that this gong method is quite good, very domineering and powerful, however, it always feels like there's something wrong somewhere, I can't tell. You run it once, I'll help you take a look. Lu Qing'an placed his hand on Lu Zixuan's head, closed his eyes, and after a few moments, made sure. This gong method, the fit with your physique is about 90%, a little short. Forget it, Father will help you find another gong method. Your gong method doesn't work? Xiao Qingyi asked at this time. People who had reached their level were well aware of the importance of a powerful gongfu that fit with the body. In the past, when they first cultivated, they didn't have that condition, and they all casually cultivated whatever more advanced gong methods were available. So much so that there were always a lot of bottlenecks when cultivating. I let her try when she was still young, and she still came up short. Lu Qing'an returned. Father, why don't I have any impression? You were still young at that time. In fact, I tried all three of you siblings. That gong method of mine was too overbearing. As they chatted, Lu Miao Miao opened her eyes. Father, is Miao Miao considered to be able to cultivate like this? Lu Miao Miao had just finished speaking, and in the next moment, her small hand flipped over, and a small ball of purple thunder appeared in her palm. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about, he said. Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened violently as he saw something horrifying. Lu Qing'an also looked at this scene unexpectedly, then with a flash, he arrived in front of Lu Miao Miao and gently placed his hand on top of Lu Miao Miao's head. Under a test, he looked at Xiao Qingyi with an odd expression. It looks like my family Miao Miao is more suitable to cultivate this technique than you. It's also the first time I've seen someone just able to cultivate this technique and condense purple thunder. I've taken in so many disciples, and none of them can do it. It's worthy of being your daughter. This is the importance of bloodline. Father, is it great that I can do this? Lu Miao Miao listened to Xiao Qingyi's praising voice, blinked her big eyes and asked out. Anyway, it's too much more powerful than when I first practiced cultivation. Daddy Lu Qing'an smiled favorably. Is that so? Then do I have a chance to cultivate to the great emperor realm? Lu Miao Miao stared straight into Lu Qing'an's eyes. As long as you cultivate well, you will definitely be able to. I'm sure you can. Then Miao Miao will practice hard every day. Lu Qing'an smiled and rubbed Lu Miao Miao's head, then looked to his eldest daughter, Zixuan, you don't cultivate this technique, Dad will think of a way to help you find a more suitable technique for you. Lu Zixuan nodded. In fact, I think you can let Zixuan try that gong method of Shui Tianfei. Xiao Qingyi suddenly transmitted his voice and proposed. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi, again? This time, it's not a suggestion given for the sake of your life matters, but don't you realize that the two of them are very similar? Perhaps the gong methods are a perfect match? Lu Qing'an pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice back. You still keep in touch with her? It's better to try. Can you not keep in touch with her? It's suffocating to say the least. Chapter 15 Fervent Suitor finds her door. Xiao Qingyi wanted to speak, but in the end, he didn't hold back and spat out a bellyful of bitter water. Not long after Lu Qing'an left the demon region, not only was he looking for Lu Qing'an's whereabouts, but consort Shui Tian was also looking. Shui Tianfei was even more persistent than him, and the two of them even searched together, but after he searched for a long period of time, he really couldn't find it, so he gave up. Because he understood Lu Qinggan and didn't want to be found, they couldn't find it anymore, so he just laid flat and swung for the fences. And because he and Shui Tianfei had been looking for Lu Qinggan for a while, Shui Tianfei actually wasn't happy to see him laying flat and swinging for the fences. She had to let him keep looking. Probably take him also have no way, finally also do not force him, but need every day to ask him to pass the voice, report there is no news of Lu Qinggan. Every day at noon, I have to be on time to send her a voice message, and if there is a day when I don't do so, I will usher in her anger storm. Speaking of this, the bitterness on his face became several times more pronounced. At first, I thought that she wouldn't make a move against me, but I didn't expect that she was truly mad. I just didn't give her a few days of transmissions, and she directly killed here and beat me up a few times. As you know, I wasn't good enough for her, let alone after my weapon was stolen. She threatened to beat me up if I didn't give her a message about you. Hearing this, Lu Qinggan was already certain that this was the kind of thing that consort Shui Tian could do. This crazy is still so crazy. When he was invincible, he was really tired of fighting and killing, so he thought of finding a woman he liked, getting married and having children, and living a solid and peaceful life. Shui Tianfei is very beautiful, more beautiful than Su Qingying, especially that ice-cold temperament, is the dream lover of many of the top powerhouses on this side of the devil's domain. But she really can't see the hope of a peaceful day in Shui Tianfei, and ultimately did not agree to Shui Tianfei's pursuit. After all, who is suitable for a good daughter-in-law to live a good life? Because other people wear clothes left and right asymmetry, you have to beat people up. I see, when you kept persuading me to be with her, were you also coerced by her? Lu Qinggan squinted at Xiao Qingyi. There's no such thing. Xiao Qingyi turns his head and whistles. Lu Qingyan. You send a message to her and ask her to come. Okay, finally no need to repeat that task every day. Xiao Qingyi wanted to send a voice message to consort Shui Tian yesterday, but Lu Qinggan didn't seem to want to see consort Shui Tian, and he was afraid that his hasty decision would cause Lu Qinggan to just leave, so he held back. Now that Lu Qinggan had personally requested it, then the matter was secure. At lunchtime, mealtime had just arrived. At this time, over the courtyard, the sky was clear. The blazing sunlight scorched the earth. The cicadas hissed through the forest, the leaves of the trees wilted and drooped, and even the wind lazily refused to move. However, just at this moment of unbearable heat, the sky suddenly changed color. A dark cloud from nowhere quickly spread, obscuring the blazing sun, followed by a tidal wave of biting cold. The temperature dropped rapidly, as if it had fallen from the height of summer into the harsh winter in an instant. Father! It's so strange. It's actually snowing outside all of a sudden. Lu Miao Miao pointed out the window and said excitedly. Only to see the original blue sky has been covered by lead gray clouds, fine snowflakes began to fall, at first only a few sporadic points, in the blink of an eye will be turned into goosefeather snow, sprinkled to the earth. Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji were also startled. This sudden change in the weather was truly magical. Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi, on the other hand, were filled with calm. It was because they knew that this change was due to the arrival of Princess Shui Tian. Outside in the sky, in the midst of this flying snow, a white figure arrived from the sky. She was tall and a long plain white dress danced lightly with the wind, as pure as snow and as cold as ice. Her long silver white hair poured down like a waterfall, flying recklessly in the wind and snow. Each strand of hair seemed to contain the power of extreme cold. Her skin was snowy, almost transparent, and her eyebrows were like pictures, revealing a majesty that could not be blasphemed. A pair of ice-blue eyes were deep and cold, making people not dare to look directly at them. Her lips were extremely pale and slightly pursed, revealing a hint of unsympathetic indifference. She lightly landed in front of the courtyard, her toes not touching the ground, as if touching the ground would dirty her feet. The wind and snow hovered around her, not daring to get close, even the power of nature bowed down to her. Xiao Qingyi, you said you had something important to find me, did you inquire about him? Shui Tianfei didn't enter the room, as if she disliked the room very much. It was easy to dirty her dress. Don't you want to come in and sit down? At this time, a middle-aged voice rang out from inside the house. The moment Shui Tianfei heard this voice that appeared many times in her daily dreams, her expression jerked. With a flash, her entire body had appeared inside the house. When she looked towards the person who spoke, this glance was like 10,000 years. You deadbeat. Where have you been all these years? The face that was previously as cold as ice and frost without any change, at this moment it seemed like it had melted. There was both excitement, as well as resentment and a little annoyance. Under the interweaving of all the emotions, her eyes were a little red. Lu Qinggan, where am I going? What's it to you? It's none of my business, but you couldn't tell me? Do you know how hard it was for me to find you all these years? Concubine Shui Tianfei was aggrieved. Xiao Qingyi shook his head as he looked at Shui Tianfei's appearance of a little girl acting like a little girl. Only this Lu Qinggan fellow could cure this. And this would only turn into a petite lady in front of Lu Qinggan. Sit down and chat, or, as before, that all the faults haven't changed? Lu Qinggan asked. Shui Tianfei looked at the seat Lu Qingyan was sitting on, her vermilion lips twitched, but she still hardened her teeth. No, changed quite a lot. Her feet landed on the ground and her body trembled, but she still endured and finally approached Lu Qinggan's side. However, she realized that there was already a very young woman sitting next to Lu Qinggan. "Little sister, make way." She frowned. Who was this 14 or 15-year-old woman? Why was she sitting next to him? Lu Zixuan realized something after hearing the conversation between consort Xue Tian and Lu Qinggan. This woman wasn't right. "Can't you sit over there?" Lu Qinggan pointed to the empty seat opposite him. "I haven't seen you for a long time, I want to talk to you more." Xue Tianfei's attitude towards Lu Qinggan was very gentle, even a little humble. "Auntie, why don't you sit in my seat?" At this time, a glutinous voice rang out. The person who spoke was precisely Lu Miaomiao, who was sitting on Lu Qinggan's left-hand side. Xue Tianfei looked towards Lu Miaomiao. "Auntie?" Lu Qinggan looked at her youngest daughter, not expecting her youngest daughter to give her seat to consort Xue Tian. "However, I have a request. I see that you seem to be able to make things freeze. Can you help me make that watermelon outside into an ice watermelon?" Lu Miaomiao blinked her wide-eyed eyes. Her eyes were filled with the aura of anticipation. She realized that as soon as consort Xue Tian's feet touched the ground actually froze. The icy sweet stuff was delicious. It can be," consort Xue Tian said. "Good lord. Then you come over here and sit down. I'll sit on daddy's lap." Lu Miaomiao laughed. "I'll just sit on my dad's lap," she said. Xue Tianfei's eyes widened violently. "This is your daughter?" Chapter 16. Can I be their stepmother? When consort Xue Tian saw that Lu Miaomiao really sat on Lu Qinggan's lap and compared the two specific facial features, she fell silent. It was too much of a resemblance. What a daughter! Her brain was sluggish as if it was stuffed with mixed mud. Disappearing for 1,000 years and coming back with a daughter? That meant, already married to another woman? Who? Just who on earth? Actually chased the man that even she couldn't chase? Miao Miao, Zixuan, call Auntie Xue. After Lu Qinggan waited for concubine Xue Tian to sit down woodenly, she looked at her two daughters and told them to greet concubine Xue Tian. Lu Zixuan nodded her head and looked at consort Xue Tian. "Hello Aunt Xue." "Aunt Xue hello." Lu Miaomiao smiled. When consort Xue Tian saw that Lu Zixuan also cared for her, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Not just one daughter. Instead, it was two. This daughter was still so big? Why that's right. There's another one. Could this one be two? Xiao Qingyi saw consort Xue Tian looking at Sun Mingji and transmitted his voice to remind her, "This one isn't, she's the offspring of an old acquaintance." When consort Xue Tian heard that Sun Mingji was not Lu Qinggan's daughter, her mood was still not good. How can you leave for 1,000 years and come back with a daughter that is so big? "Let's eat, we'll talk afterward," Lu Qinggan said. Lu Miaomiao nodded her head and looked at the delicacies on the table. Her mouth was already watering. "Eat more, if it's not enough, I'll cook a few more." "Grandpa Xiao, it seems like there isn't enough to eat," Lu Miaomiao hurriedly said back. "You're a snacker, you haven't finished eating yet and you're saying it's not enough." Xiao Qingyi really likes Lu Miaomiao a lot. His mouth is like this, but his body directly stood up, walked to the kitchen. "Auntie Xue, you eat this." Lu Miaomiao suddenly gave Xue Tianfei a dish. This made Xue Tianfei freeze again. This child was so polite? However, she wouldn't eat a dish that someone else pinched, unless that person was Lu Qinggan. "No need for you to clip, I'll do it myself." Xue Tianfei stopped Lu Miaomiao. Then, "Auntie Xue, can you help me ice this dish?" Lu Miaomiao tilted her head and asked. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." "Wow, it really tastes good when it's frozen." Lu Miaomiao surprised herself by eating the frozen dish. "Miao Miao, don't bother your Auntie Xue without moving." "Okay ba." A lunch was eaten with a strange atmosphere. If it wasn't for Lu Miaomiao occasionally opening her mouth to speak and liven up the atmosphere, this house would have finished a meal in peace and quiet. "Zixuan, take your sister back to her room to play." After finishing the meal, Lu Qinggan looked at Lu Zixuan and said. Lu Zixuan said, "Okay." Lu Zixuan took Lu Miaomiao back to her room. Sun Mingji also hurriedly left the area. Not long after, only the three of them, Lu Qinggan, were still sitting. "Should I go and busy myself with something?" Xiao Qingyi looked at the two and asked out. "You just sit down," Lu Qinggan said. Seeing that the children had left, Xue Tianfei took a deep breath, still trying to maintain a smile, and looked at Lu Qingyan. "Where have you been all these years?" "I've been looking for you for a long time, I just couldn't find you." Immortal Market. "I told you, there is no trace of you at all in the demon region, but I have also been over to the immortal ruins, but almost died there." When consort Xue Tian said this, she looked at Lu Qinggan twice more, her eyes performing a fragile feeling. "I heard about this from old Xiao, how is the injury?" Hearing Lu Qinggan ask her about her injuries, Xue Tianfei's heart swam. After recuperating for a while, it's already healed. "He is caring about me. But you got married over there?" Xue Tianfei asked this question with a heavy heart. Lu Qinggan nodded his head. The two children are quite good looking and quite cute, not worthy of being your children. When consort Shui Tian said this, she slightly lowered her head, as if her previous injuries had suddenly resurfaced, and her voice became much smaller as she spoke. It was as if she was like Lin Daiyu. Her performance made Xiao Qingyi, who was watching from the side, shake his head at once. The woman who is usually so fierce that she can't be any more fierce, pretending to be weak at this time, do you have the nerve? Where is she? Concubine Shui Tian wanted to see what kind of woman actually did what she couldn't do. Lu Qinggan, still in the immortal ruins. Why don't you bring it back? Shui Tianfei stared seriously at Lu Qinggan, still very gentle, or are you just coming back to see us this time and going back afterward? Lu Qinggan, we have already made peace. Shui Tianfei, who had slightly lowered her head, violently raised her head, and her beautiful eyes were filled with the aura of excitement. Reconciled? Really? That's quite a pity. Shui Tianfei almost laughed out loud when she said pity. However, the smile at the corner of her mouth was still suppressed under her strong restraint. Then will you go back in the future? May you still have plans to renew your previous relationship? Xiao Qingyi was pretending to do nothing and drinking on the side, but in reality, he had been secretly watching the two. That appearance of stealing feeling extremely heavy. Luckily, I didn't leave just now, or I wouldn't have seen the show. Lu Qinggan shook his head, not going back, broken mirror. Indeed. Feelings of this kind of thing, really is out of the question, cannot be rounded back. People have to look forward. Shui Tianfei's voice was a little louder, but still gentle. It was like a little fangirl who knew what she was doing. At first, when she knew that Lu Qinggan had a child, her heart felt like a knife had been inserted into it. But now, she was comfortable in her heart. This unseen love rival did have a bit of tact. It was a pity that in the end, she couldn't hold this man. She also didn't care if Lu Qinggan had had feelings with other women, as long as it was gone now, then everything was fine. After all, love a man, why care about his emotional past? Then, these two children, is not there no mother to bring? The older one is fine, the younger one is still young, have you considered finding them a stepmother? Shui Tianfei lowered her head again, her fingers ruffled the white hair in front of her forehead to the root behind her ear, her speaking voice gave off a very shy feeling. Xiao Qingyi squinted his gaze at the two of them, a lewd expression quietly appearing on his face. It still has to be Princess Shui Tian. Decisive offense. It was up to Lu Qingyan to pick it up. Lu Qinggan glanced at Shui Tianfei and calmly said, I'll just have me bring the child. When Shui Tianfei heard this, she deflated her mouth. You can't be a father and a mother at the same time. In fact, I think the child has to have a mother to bring it, and it's still two daughters. There are some things you can't intervene. Lu Qinggan has been a little immune to this kind of attack by Shui Tianfei, and really doesn't want to talk about it anymore. I'll talk about it later. I just got divorced. I don't have any more ideas about my feelings. Well, then if you want to find a stepmother for them, remember to tell me. I'll recommend a very good candidate for you. Concubine Shui Tian winked at Lu Qingyan, almost indistinguishable from a manifestation. This time, I asked old Xiao to find you here, mainly because I have something I want to ask for your help. Lu Qingyan stopped talking about other things and went straight to business. You and I have this relationship, and still say please or not please, you just say it. My eldest daughter needs to cultivate magic domain technique, now I'm looking for her very matching technique, want to see if your technique is suitable. This is simple. I'll just pass on the technique to her and try it out. Okay, thanks a lot. I've said that there's no need to be so polite with me, so I'll go find the child and try it out. Shui Tianfei got up and walked towards Lu Zixuan's room. She had to get closer to the child. Fighting to take the status of a stepmother. When the children all liked her, Lu Qinggan, this deadbeat, would only be able to listen to the children if he had any more opinions. Chapter 17, Love for the House. But she hadn't spent much time with her children, it was still a bit difficult, she had to treat these two children well. Then again, how can she say it in her heart, still a little mustache, how to say that these two children and that woman is also a little relationship? But it's okay, she believes that she can eliminate the stigma afterward. After all, this child is still Lu Qinggan's child. As long as it was everything Lu Qinggan cared about, she would love it. Two lovely-looking princesses, Auntie Shui is here to see you, is it convenient for Auntie Shui to come in? Shui Tianfei knocked on the door of the room, not directly pushing the door in, but smilingly called out towards the inside. Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi, who were standing behind consort Shui Tian, couldn't help but glance at each other when they heard consort Shui Tian's tone of voice was so contrasting. Xiao Qingyi transmitted, I've always told you that this woman has quite a lot of shortcomings, but with regards to you, it's a true heart. It's a woman who deserves to be treated well by you. Really, if any other man encountered this kind of thing, with Shui Tianfei's nature, I'm afraid that the child will be killed. But facing Lu Qinggan is different, directly want to be the stepmother of two children. And also treated the two children so well, it was simply marvelous. Lu Qinggan didn't dislike Xiao Qingyi this time. Looking at consort Shui Tian at this moment, his mood started to get a little complicated. In fact, the words that consort Shui Tian said just now made sense. His two daughters were both girls, and there were some things that really weren't for him, the father, to meddle in. Men are great at avoiding their mothers and daughters are great at avoiding their fathers. If it really came down to some things, having a woman to help him bring up his children was indeed somewhat necessary. It was that, after experiencing his last relationship, he really did not have any expectations for the next relationship for the time being. I also don't know how long it needs to pass before he can walk out. One can only look at the situation. Auntie Shui, come in. Lu Zixuan opened the door to her room and looked at concubine Shui Tian with some surprise. If it was her mother, when she came to find her, regardless of whether the door was open or closed, she would directly walk inside her room. This Shui Tianfei actually knocked on the door and waited for her consent, not knowing if it was an act for her father to see. She could already tell that Shui Tianfei was particularly fond of her father, so fond that she couldn't wait to take advantage of the fact that her father was going through an emotional trauma to take advantage of the opportunity to enter her father's heart. In the middle of doing what? Shui Tianfei put her hands behind her back and entered inside the room, and as soon as she entered this room, she was stunned for a moment. So clean. So tidy. The discomfort she was originally holding back was instantly gone. Then, at this time, she realized that she had just failed to discover Lu Zixuan's situation, but now she found it. Lu Zixuan was dressed and also groomed in a very symmetrical manner, possessing the ultimate sense of beauty. This child was not bad. It made her very comfortable. I'm learning about the situation on this side of the magic realm, and Minzi wrote me a manual about many things on this side of the magic realm. Lu Zixuan said. If there's anything you don't understand, you can talk to Auntie Shui, who is very familiar with this side of the magic realm. Or when you want to go out for a walk, you can look for Auntie Shui will take you out to play. Okay, thank you Auntie Shui. It's fine, it's what Auntie Shui should do. By the way, your father asked me to pass on the gongfu to you so that you can try to cultivate it. Are you free now? Lu Zixuan looked at Shui Tianfei very gently. Not only did her face act gently, when she looked at her, her eyes were extremely gentle as well. She was a bit surprised. It seemed like it wasn't like an act. She was a bit surprised. Then, you sit on the bed, I'll pass you directly. Good. Shui Tianfei waited for Lu Zixuan to sit cross-legged, and also asked Lu Zixuan if she was ready, making sure that Lu Zixuan was ready before she began to pass on the gong method. A white glow like a snowflake appeared above her fingers. Lu Zixuan stared at the snowflake-like radiance in front of consort Shui Tian's fingers, and unexpectedly realized that this snowflake was so well regulated that it could not be stopped. It allowed her to possess an extremely strong sense of comfort. She had thought that she would also need to remind consort Shui Tian like she did the first time she received Xiao Qingyi's transmission of the gong method, or she would also have to put up with a small amount of this irregularity being transmitted inside her mind. Unexpectedly, this was actually the case. Thus, a curious light appeared in her eyes as she looked at consort Shui Tian. Alright, the transfer of the gong method is complete. You try to cultivate first. If you encounter any problems afterward, you can also ask Auntie Shui. Auntie Shui will patiently talk to you. Lu Zixuan nodded her head. Lu Qingyan watched the two interact easily with a strange expression. This Shui Tianfei, interacting with a child, seemed quite normal. He hadn't seen many images of Shui Tianfei directly hitting or even killing someone after saying two wrong words to them before. Nowadays, it was really uncommon to see consort Shui Tian in this state. After Lu Zixuan obtained the gongfu, she began to try to cultivate. Not long after, she stopped. Father, this gong method, cultivating it makes me far too cozy than cultivating Grandpa Zhao's gong method. It doesn't feel wrong at all. After Lu Zixuan stopped, she quickly looked at Lu Qinggan and said with a smile. Lu Qingyan went forward, still gently placing his hand on top of Lu Zixuan's head, running his energy to do some checking, and instantly determined that his eldest daughter's cultivation of the Shui Tianfei's gong method was a perfect fit. That's right, this technique is a perfect match for you. In the future, you will seriously cultivate this gong method. Really? Then I'll just use this gong method afterward to convert all the gong power cultivated over at the Immortal Ruins? Lu Zixuan said. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. If you can't convert it, father, I'll help you. 1 hour will be enough. Really? Then when will it start? Lu Zixuan took a deep breath, since she had come to this side of the Devil's Domain and was sure that she wanted to live here for a long time and would not go back to the Immortal Ruins. Then she would directly let the cultivation power that she had cultivated in the past be converted into this side's power. Having a cultivation power that is not compatible with this side also makes her heart not very comfortable. It was like a circle with a small opening missing. Just start directly. You guys go out first. Lu Qingyan looked towards the Shui Tianfei girls. Father, should I go out as well? Lu Miaomia asked. That's right, don't disturb your sister. Don't you want to eat ice watermelon? Yes. Auntie Shui, let's go out. Lu Miaomiao jogged to Shui Tianfei and held her hand. The first time Shui Tianfei was held by someone else's hand, her body trembled a bit, but she still forced herself to endure the discomfort and nodded her head repeatedly. This rare opportunity to bring Lu Qingyan's child, she had to grasp it. After all, with 2 children, bringing Lu Miaomia was the top priority. Lu Miao Miao was still young and needed her stepmother even more. Then Miao Miao, let's go out. After waiting for no one to make noise, Lu Qinggan, in order to speed up her daughter's cultivation by demonizing her, directly lifted twice as much cultivation from the million times the system had stored. System, double the cultivation. The world should still be able to handle it, right? What if it can? Then double it again. He didn't dare to raise too much, it would be bad if he accidentally crashed the world. Chapter 18, Immortal Ruins. In front of the courtyard. Shui Tianfei first gave Lu Miao Miao a frozen watermelon. Lu Miao Miao picked up the watermelon and just nibbled on it. Miao Miao, if you want to eat this kind of watermelon in the future, you can tell Auntie Shui. This sound transmission jade slip you take, you can input magic chi into it, then you can send a sound transmission to Auntie Shui. Or if you have something in your heart that you want to say to Auntie Shui, you can also transmit your voice to Auntie Shui. Shui Tianfei took the opportunity to make good relations with Lu Miao Miao. I'm sure you'll be able to help. After saying that, Lu Miao Miao continued to hum and puff as she ate her watermelon. After Lu Miao Miao finished eating a piece of watermelon, consort Shui Tian continued to talk to Lu Miao Miao. She wanted to find out more about Lu Miao Miao's hobbies. Miao Miao, do you like icy things a lot? No, as long as it's delicious, I like to eat it. Shui Tianfei's eyes rolled a bit after hearing this. This is a snacker. This kind of child is the best to hold. Miao Miao, Auntie Shui isn't very good at cooking, but Auntie Shui can learn and cook more for you in the future, okay? No need. Grandpa Zhao's cooking is very good. I'll just let Grandpa Zhao cook for me from now on. Shui Tianfei froze for a moment. Then Auntie Shui will find a way to help you get a lot of delicious food from this side of the magic kingdom, okay? There are too many things over here in the magic realm that you don't have over in the immortal ruins. For example, the magic pill is a very tasty treasure. There are also some pills that smell great. Concubine Shui Tian hurriedly searched in her mind for delicious things she had eaten and said them in her head. Really? Auntie Shui, can you really help me get these delicious things that I've never even heard of? Lu Miao Miao said in surprise. Of course I can. However, our current relationship is not particularly close, our relationship has become particularly good before Auntie Shui can help you get these delicious things. Shui Tianfei laughed. From now on, Auntie Shui will be my second best friend in the magic region. Second? Who is the first? It won't be your father, will it? Shui Tianfei blinked. Dad is naturally not a friend, Dad is River's favorite person. The number one friend is Grandpa Xiaoa. Lu Miao Miao grinned. When Shui Tianfei heard this, she suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Xiao Qingyi. Stealing my number one spot. Xiao Qingyi, who had just walked out inside the house, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Not. Auntie. What the hell are you doing unleashing murderous intent on me again? I didn't offend you. Shui Tianfei went to the stone pavilion with Xiao Qingyi. She had questions for Xiao Qingyi. After sitting down, consort Shui Tian asked straight to the point, do you know the details of that woman? Xiao Qingyi looked at the expression on Shui Tianfei's face once she left Lu Qing'an's family as if she had changed her face, instantly turning cold and indifferent. His old face twitched. Actually, I'm also Lu Qing'an's close friend, can you treat me like you did to them? When you speak, be gentle and smile a little, okay? Shui Tianfei poo-pooed, can you be the same as them? Hurry up. After I finish asking you, I still have to go and spend more time with Miao Miao. Xiao Qingyi. I've been praising you in front of him and bragging about you. How can you praise me? Why don't I believe you? It's just a matter of time. I was wrong to be a good guy. Cut the crap and tell us what you know. Xiao Qingyi stopped talking nonsense and said, the woman you mentioned is the first woman Lu Qinggan met after he arrived at the immortal ruins. The talent is very good, and she is also a very gentle woman. What, I'm not gentle? I'm poorly gifted? When consort Shui Tian heard this, she couldn't help but come up with a remark. Cough cough, how should I put it, you are quite gentle to him, but you are gentle to others. Concubine Shui Tian frowned. Could it be that one just lost? On what grounds? Actually, through his description, I felt that it was more of a coincidence that this woman could become his woman. In the midst of his desire to live a down-to-earth life, she appeared. Sort of her good fortune? Xiao Qingyi said a little less confidently. Anyway, this ex-wife of Lu Qing'an's life was quite good. Without Lu Qing'an's help in secretly raising her cultivation and talent, it would be impossible to cultivate to the great emperor realm cultivation so quickly. And? Concubine Shui Tian gritted her teeth. How come she herself didn't have this kind of good fortune? A down-to-earth day? One could also change for him. She couldn't tolerate any discomfort in her heart before, with extreme cleanliness and compulsion, but now she had changed some for him as well, and was able to tolerate it. After that it was time for them to get together, get married and have children. 2 daughters and a son. And a son? Where's the son? With his ex-wife. Why? A demonic emperor's father, and such a terrifying figure, not with his father, with his mother? Princess Shui Tian froze for a moment. This son is sick in the head. Ahem, to say is also a bit strange, I'll tell you in detail. Xiao Qingyi came to spit out his heart and told all about Lu Qing'an's having to conceal his identity as a demon emperor in the immortal ruins to suit Qingying's breakthrough to the great emperor realm not too long ago, obtaining the unsullied emperor position, and so on. After consort Shui Tian heard it, her entire body was confused. After she heard it, she only felt that it was unbelievable to the extreme. It was too unbelievable. Consort Shui Tian lamented. It is. At that time, when I heard what he said, I had the same expression as you. Xiao Qingyi slapped his thighs. Finally someone could understand how he felt at that time. This woman, what makes her get over him? Shui Tianfei's entire body couldn't sit still and stood up. Right. I was thinking the same thing in my heart at that time. The unsullied imperial throne? Although it's not bad, it's almost as good as the eternal night imperial throne, but how much more can this damn cultivation be as strong as him? Cultivating to the end, if there's no further breakthroughs in other areas, it's still a matter of whether or not it can be equal to today's me. On this kind of condition, for wanting to become stronger and leave him? That's just stupid. Right. That's what I thought at the time. Xiao Qingyi slapped his thigh once again as if he was a comic relief. No. Ha ha. I shouldn't have said anything about her. Why should I talk about her? If it wasn't for her lack of appreciation, if it wasn't for her stupidity, if it wasn't for her bubbling up with the idea of becoming stronger, how could I have had this great opportunity? Concubine Shui Tian quickly reacted, and a happy smile appeared on her face, like a delicate flower blooming in the icy sky. Anyway, with my understanding of Lu Qing'an, it's almost impossible for him to turn back. The probability of you successfully chasing him is still quite high, you have to work hard. Xiao Qingyi laughed. TSK, suddenly I think you're a little bit smoother. Not bad. You keep it up. Shui Tianfei laughed. Xiao Qingyi said, I've always been in favor of you being with him, and I've also persuaded him to be with you many times, why don't you believe me? Good. I barely believe you this time. I won't beat you up in the future. Xiao Qingyi. Shui Tianfei turned her head at this time to look at Lu Miaomia who was eating watermelon not far away. These two children, unlike that son, chose to follow that woman. That meant that the two children loved Lu Qing'an, and Lu Qing'an now had only two children left to pin his feelings on in this relationship. He must also love the two children even more. So, she only had to make the two children satisfied with her in the true sense of the word, then she would definitely be able to walk into his heart. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an successfully washed her cultivation for her eldest daughter into a cultivation that was in line with this side of the demon realm. Alright Zixuan, look into your dantian internally and carefully familiarize yourself with the cultivation feats on this side of the devil's domain. Wow! It really turned into a cultivation power on this side of the devil domain. And, I've actually risen one major realm. Father, what is happening here? Lu Qing'an smiled and said, the entire magic domain, only your father I can help you. If you are someone else's daughter, you will have to cultivate all over again. As for this breakthrough cultivation, it is what I did by the way, passed on a little bit of your cultivation, but it is not good to pass on too much, for fear that your foundation is unstable, you have to stabilize your foundation. Wow! My father is the best. Lu Zixuan laughed. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, returning to the middle of the hall. He was briefly lost in thought for a moment when he saw that consort Shui Tian actually hugged and played with Lu Miaomia. You guys are so close? Lu Qing'an asked. Consort Shui Tian laughed, the child is cute and smart, can it not be good? Miao, tell your father who is your number one best friend on this side of the magic realm. Auntie Shui. Lu Miao hurriedly said. Lu Qing'an and Lu Zixuan both looked at this scene and couldn't help but glance at each other. Both could see the surprise in their respective eyes. This Shui Tianfei, there's a bit of something when it comes to bringing up children. Lu Qing'an thought as she did. After that, consort Shui Tian began to get closer to the two children more, chatting with the two. It was as if she was trying to run towards her inner goal. Also because Shui Tianfei came, the quiet courtyard, more than a little noisy. This little bit of noise, so that Lu Qing'an inner less a point of feelings brought about by the damage. And right at this moment, a piece of the sound transmission jade slip from the immortal ruin side that he had hidden amongst his spatial treasures suddenly vibrated. He took it out and realized that the person who had sent him a voice transmission was none other than his good friend on the immortal ruin side, He Imam. After thinking about it, he still chose to connect. Elder He. Xing'an, I feel like I don't want to continue staying over at the immortal ruins, it's not interesting. Can I go over to the demon region to look for you? Chapter 19 My sister-in-law is coming too. Lu Qing'an was surprised when she heard this from Imam He. Elder He, what happened? To him, He Imam belonged to the category of forgotten friends, and the two had been on good terms since they met. It was different from his relationship with Xiao Qingyi. He and Xiao Qingyi is almost the kind of a little bit of a fight kind of old enemy developed into a friend relationship, while He Imam's friendship with him is from the beginning to the end of the good to the end. When you left, a lot of people know that you are a great Emperor Realm powerhouse over in the demonic domain, and the relationship between you and me, the whole of the immortal market knows that we are so good that we can wear the same pants, and nowadays a lot of people say that I have betrayed the immortal market, and have led the people of the demonic domain into the middle of the immortal market. Anyway, in my eyes, the people of the immortal ruins and the people of the demon region are not much different, just different camps. I don't care about anything, but the rumors still annoy me. Lu Qinggan listened to Imam's story and laughed. You are also at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level, so they only dare to talk about you behind your back. You can come, I have already found a place to settle over here, but are you planning to come over to live for a period of time, or are you going to live here for a long time? He was also happy for this good friend to come over here. It was good to have one more person to talk to. Nowadays, his strength had already reached the top, and the system had also stored 1,000,000 times the cultivation strength in him. When he wants, he can just bring it up and use it, the same as depositing a huge sum of money in the bank, and he can't bring it up too much at once, not letting the whole world have to collapse. Don't need to cultivate, then there is nothing else to be busy with, just take care of the 2 daughters and assist them in their cultivation. Imam laughed. If it won't be discovered by the people over there and hunt me down, settling down isn't out of the question. After all, you know very well that I don't have any other friends over here, so I have the best relationship with you. Also, my 2 favorite girls are on your side. Your son, and I may not get along, can't talk to each other. What he means is that he misses Lu Miao and the girls. Lu Qinggan laughed. That's fine, with me here, you can settle here for as long as you want, no one will dare to take action against you. No one will dare to take action against you. I'm sure you'll be able to say that. Your kid is really something, that a great Emperor Realm peak cultivation hidden for so long. Even an old man like me didn't realize it. Imam was truly shocked when he saw Lu Qinggan's true cultivation. He had known Lu Qinggan for 1,000 years, and for that 1,000 years he had been looking for Lu Qinggan to drink tea and play chess and chat with him almost every day when he had nothing else to do. He was also at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level, and although he was only at the mid-Great Emperor Realm cultivation level, it wasn't so bad that he couldn't even sense the aura of a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. One could only say that Lu Qinggan was too good at hiding. Of course, he didn't blame Lu Qinggan for this matter. He was well aware of how difficult it was for a demon realm powerhouse to survive over at the Immortal Ruins, and without hiding his strength properly, he would easily be besieged by the Immortal Ruins powerhouses. A few hundred years ago there was a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Devil Domain that came to the Immortal Ruin side. After the limitations of the realm, it was still terrifyingly strong, but in the end, it was still nearly decapitated by the many great emperors of the Immortal Ruins joining forces on the Immortal Ruin side. On that day, he had seen the rough picture of that group of top powerhouses fighting from afar. If Lu Qinggan had exposed his identity, it would have been a certain downfall, and he might even have been directly exterminated. Lu Qinggan said, "You didn't find out, which means you never suspected me." "Ha, it's still you who can talk. Good, I'll pack up my things and prepare to go forward. At that time, how will I find you? Or will you come and pick me up?" Imam asked seriously. It also took him 2 days to make this decision. After all, the situation in the demon region was the same as on the Immortal Ruin side, and after he arrived in the demon region, he couldn't easily expose his Immortal Ruin cultivation, even if he had the protection of Lu Qinggan, a peak demon region great emperor stage powerhouse. Otherwise, there was also a chance that he would be surrounded by a group of great emperor powerhouses. So after arriving over there, he would have to be careful again and again. Lu Qinggan said, "When you arrive at the place where the Immortal Ruins connect with the demon realm, then send me a message, at which time I will personally go and pick you up." Handing it over to someone else, he was a bit uneasy. By going there himself, no one would be able to threaten Imam's life. Imam laughed. "Good. I'll send you a message then. I'll clean up properly." After ending the voice transmission, Lu Qinggan looked towards Lu Zixuan, who had already come closer at the moment, an aura of excitement rising on her pretty face. "Father! Grandpa, he is coming over here? And is it possible to stay over here all the time?" She couldn't hear Imam's voice transmission, but she could hear what her own father said and probably guessed that he was coming over the side. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. Good lord. Lu Zixuan was happy. After coming here, she still felt that she was still a bit out of place here. If there was one more acquaintance here, she could better adapt to the idea. Then she quickly ran to Lu Miao's place. "Miao Miao. Sis has something good to tell you. Grandpa, he will be coming to us soon." When Lu Miao heard this good news, she jumped up and down. "Really? That's great." Hearing this, Consort Shui Tian asked, "Grandpa he? Who is he?" Lu Zixuan laughed. "My father's good friend in the immortal market." "Good friend?" When Consort Shui Tian and Xiao Qingyi heard this, they fell into deep thought. And then, both of them became curious in their hearts, wanting to see what this person from the immortal ruins was. Not long after, Lu Qinggan suddenly received another transmission from Imam. This time, Imam brought him another piece of news. His former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, also wanted to make a trip. However, it wasn't for a long time, but she wanted to see the 2 children. She was afraid that the two children would have some sort of psychological problem after leaving the house, so she came to see the children. After learning this news, Lu Qinggan didn't say anything. Su Yuni had been good to him before, let alone to the three children. So he directly agreed and told the two of them to send him a message when they set out to reach the junction of the Immortal Ruins and the Demon Realm. As for Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao, after learning that Su Yuni was also coming on the last trip, the two children were overjoyed. Little auntie is coming too. It's too good. Lu Miaomiao jumped up and down again, as if she had gotten a very good treat. Lu Zixuan was also happy. I'll clean the room for little auntie and grandpa he first. Lu Qinggan looked at the two children in a good mood, and her heart relaxed a bit. He was afraid that the two children would be very uncomfortable after coming over here, but pretended to adapt for his sake. He could more or less see some far-fetched feelings in Lu Zixuan's behavior. Now that he saw how happy his eldest daughter was, it seemed that the child was really happy. As for Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei, they couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this news. Lu Qing'an's former sister-in-law was also coming? Consort Xue Tian instantly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Sisters usually didn't just look alike, their personalities were similar as well. Very well, I'd like to see how that woman's sister really is. Chapter 20, Picking Up Someone to the Demon Region. Immortal Ruins, before a large hall. Dressed in a green-colored skirt, Su Yuni flew down before this great hall. By the time she entered the great hall, in the middle of the hall, there was a handsome young man in his late teens sitting on a plate, his cultivation rising wildly under the guidance of a stunningly beautiful woman at the back who was covered in a blossoming white light. A few moments later, it broke through to the third level of the minor realm. Lu Zhangran opened his eyes and looked at his hand, excited. Mother, I've broken through 3 layers of cultivation at once? That's right, I can only help you so much, after that you'll have to properly stabilize your foundation yourself and continue to break through. Su Qingying said. Good. Thank you, Mother. Lu Zhangran carefully felt the changes in his cultivation. In less than half a day, he had broken through so much cultivation, which he wouldn't have dared to think about before. Now, his cultivation level was already a layer higher than his sister's, right? Sister, are you free? Right at this moment, Su Yuni's voice sounded behind the two of them. Su Qingying had already noticed Su Yuni's arrival and nodded. You came to find me for something? Auntie. Lu Zhangran turned his head to look at Su Yuni, then grinned and said, Auntie, look at my cultivation, this has broken through the 3rd level of cultivation. Behind his back, he was carrying a world-renowned sword, which could have been placed directly in his storage ring, but he still chose to carry it on his back, which showed how much he loved this sword. Su Yuni smiled and nodded her head, then she no longer paid any attention to Lu Zhangran and looked towards Su Qingying. Sister, I'm planning to make a trip to the demon region with Elder He. What are you going to do over there? How dangerous it is over there. Su Qingying instantly frowned. He went to see his brother-in-law. No, he went to see his ex-brother-in-law. I have nothing to do lately, I want to follow a trip, and by the way, to see if Zixuan and Miao Miao are adapted over there. Su Yuni said. Su Qingying frowned. The demon domain is very dangerous over there, you haven't broken through to the Great Emperor realm yet, it's too dangerous to go over there. I won't allow you to go. Sister, what old man will go with me, and the former brother-in-law will come to pick us up, as long as we hide our cultivation, there will not be anything else. After seeing Miao Miao and the girls and making sure they are doing well over there, I will come back. Su Yuni said. Su Qingying's face did not look very good and she pondered for a while. Mother, let sister-in-law go, father is also at the Great Emperor realm cultivation, there shouldn't be anything else. Little aunt, when you see my sister, remember to tell her that I broke through the 3rd level of cultivation. Lu Zhangran grinned. He had already thought that his sister would be surprised to know that he had broken through so quickly. Alright, sis, do you have any words to bring to the child? Su Yuni did not come here this time to ask for her sister's permission, but rather to see if her sister had anything to say to the two children in consideration of them. It was believed that the two children might also miss their mother. Su Qingying closed her eyes and didn't say anything for a while, but in the end, she didn't hold back and said, you tell them that their mother has her own life, so that they don't blame me. Also, pay attention to your own safety and come back early, the longer you are over there, the more dangerous it is. When you come back, your formation strength is good. If the two children have anything they want to say to me, record the images of them talking. She knows that her sister has created a recording formation. Okay, but do you really have nothing to say to the two children? These recording formations are for you. I'm not leaving until tomorrow morning. If you have anything you want to say tonight, just record it into the formation. Okay, I'll go back and pack my things. Su Yuni finished, left the formation and left. Su Qingying looked at the formation, and with a wave of one hand, controlled the formation to fly closer. Zhang Ran, you go back to consolidate your cultivation, and if there is anything you don't understand about cultivation, come back to my mother. I will. After everyone had left, Su Qingying looked at the formation in her hands and finally recorded a message. Early the next morning. Imam first found Su Yuni, and then said goodbye to the people over here who were still on good terms with him one by one. He found Su Qingying and looked at her with a complicated heart. He was the one who introduced Su Qingying to Lu Qinggan in the first place. This sinful relationship was sort of created by him. Qingying, once I go, I don't know when I'll be back, so I'll say goodbye to you, old man, he said. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so I'll say goodbye to you. Su Qingying said, old man, are you sure you really want to settle over there? It's still too dangerous over there. My mind is made up, so don't try to persuade me. Do you need me to give you a message? Imam, he looked at Su Qingying with a hint of luck in his heart. He wanted to hear Su Qingying ask him to give Lu Qinggan a message. However, he saw Su Qingying shaking her head. Fine. Imam shook his head helplessly. It seemed that these two really couldn't go back to the old days. Grandpa, will I really not be able to see you in the future? Lu Zhangran frowned. I'll see you again if it's meant to be. You cultivate well. Let's see who breaks through to the Emperor realm first, you and your sister. Imam said. Lu Zhangran nodded his head. That's fine, I'll leave now. Imam said. Second sister, do you really want to follow over? Su Xuanyu looked at Su Yuni, helpless. How dangerous it is over there. Don't talk about it, when the time comes, pass on the voice contact. Sister. We're off. After the two of them said their goodbyes, they rose up in the air together and flew in the direction of the demon region. Su Xuanyu looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, I don't know if that guy can protect second sister. There are also two children who have cultivated the immortal ruins techniques. If I knew that he was from the demon region, I would have died not to let him take the two children away. Sister, is there any way to snatch the children back? Su Xuanyu turned his head to look at Su Qingying. Su Qingying also looked at his younger brother, then as if he hadn't heard anything, he turned around and flew back to the main hall. Not sis. You care about me. Imam was considered a veteran great emperor powerhouse, his flying speed was not slow, and after an hour, he finally flew to the border between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. Looking at the environment of the demon realm behind the boundary wall ahead, both of them were a bit nervous. Xingyan, I've arrived at this side of the boundary wall, where are you? Imam took out a sound transmission jade slip and sent a message to Lu Qinggan. Not long after he finished transmitting, he saw a silhouette flying towards their side at great speed. It finally stopped at the opposite side of the boundary wall. It was precisely Lu Qinggan who had come to pick up the two of them. Seeing this, the two of them, Imam, smiled as they flew over the boundary wall and arrived in the territory of the demon realm, stopping in front of Lu Qingyan. Brother-in-law. Su Yuni saw Lu Qinggan and shouted with a smile. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, then turned his head to look at Imam. Lao, this is your first time in the demon region? Definitely the first time. A little nervous, you kid will have to protect us. Imam laughed. Don't worry, on this side of the magic realm, no one can hurt you guys. Okay. Come with me, the children are already waiting for you. Lu Qinggan signaled that the two did not need to resist, and then used his cultivation strength to strike through the void, leading the two to step into the void and fly towards the direction of Devil's Lin City at full speed. His current cultivation strength was already more than double of what it was before, and the speed of his rush was so fast that in less than 2 breaths of time, he had already brought the two of them hundreds of thousands of miles to arrive at Devil's Lin City. Su Yuni and Imam, who were being led in flight by Lu Qinggan, stared wide-eyed. Xingyan, how far did you just take us to rush? Seeing Lu Qinggan stop, Imam couldn't help but quickly ask. Hundreds of thousands of miles. Lu Qinggan calmly said. Upon hearing this, Imam and Su Yuni once again dropped their jaws in shock. What kind of cultivation strength was this to have the speed of rushing? The peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses in their cognizance couldn't do this level of work either. Chapter 21 Arranging a Future for an Old Friend. Both of them were frozen in place by Lu Qinggan's words, standing motionless in the air. In their perceptions, the fastest speed that a peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse could rush at was only around 10,000 miles in a breath. Just now, they clearly sensed that they had crossed the spatial passage at least several times, at least more than 100,000 miles away, and they weren't quite sure if they had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. However, there was no need for Lu Qinggan to lie to them. Xingyan, could it be that your empire has something to do with space? Imam thought of something at this moment and tried to ask out. Lu Qinggan looked at this old friend of his and laughed. Lao, don't ask, the children have been waiting for you for a long time, let's go, let's sit and talk when we arrive. Imam suppressed his curiosity and nodded. Su Yuni, on the other hand, was looking straight at Lu Qinggan's side face. Before she just felt that her brother-in-law was very delicate, had principles in doing things, and got along well with people, but now she realized that this brother-in-law had become mysterious and unpredictable. Couldn't guess anymore. And the more a person can't guess about a person, the more they want to seek proof. This time, Lu Qinggan didn't need to shatter the void, he just took the two of them on a simple flight for a few moments, and then he had already appeared over a quiet mountain range. Arrived. Lu Qinggan took the two of them and flew towards the quiet little courtyard below. Below, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomia were already following Xiao Qingyi as they stood in the courtyard clearing, looking up and waiting for the guests to arrive. Grandpa he. Little auntie. Lu Miaomia jumped up and waved her hands, very happy. Lu Zixuan also smiled as she waited for the two to fly down to the ground. After the three landed, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both turned into a gust of wind and ran to the two. The two children hugged Su Yuni and greeted the two. Good boy, are you still adapting on this side of the magic realm? A gentle aura surfaced in Imam He's old eyes and asked with a smile. Grandpa He, we are quite good, eat well, drink well and sleep well. Lu Zixuan laughed. And Meow Meow? I'm fine. I just miss you guys a little bit. Grandpa He, would you like some cold watermelon? It's delicious. Lu Meow Meow laughed. Ha, not yet. Hilao, sister-in-law, my sister, and I have prepared a room for you. Come on, come in. Lu Meow Meow grabbed the hands of the two men and pulled them towards the house. Lu Qinggan smiled at this scene and followed them into the house. Xingyan, who are these two? Imam He took a seat, looked towards Xiao Qingyi who hadn't said anything and asked. They are my friends over here, don't you two introduce yourselves? Lu Qinggan said. Xiao Qingyi laughed. My humble Thunder Sky Emperor Xiao Qingyi, one of the top powerhouses in the demon region, and also his good friend for many years. What are the names of the two fellow Taoists? So it's fellow Taoist Xiao. My humble self He Imam. It's just a little old man from the immortal ruin side with relatively good refining strength. Su Yuni, meets Senior Xiao. Shui Tianfei also introduced herself at this time, and after hearing He Imam's words just now, when she looked at him at this moment, she also tried to show a gentle side. Shui Tianfei, one of the top powerhouses of the demon region, was also his suitor. Shui Tianfei's introduction was decisively laced with private goods. With these words, the atmosphere, which was just a little bit toward the good, suddenly became awkward. Lu Qinggan glanced at concubine Shui Tian. She was talking about all this nonsense. He Imam froze for a moment before breaking the awkwardness with a quick laugh. Ha, I can't imagine that Qingyan is even more popular over here. He couldn't help but glance at consort Shui Tian more. Just now, both of them said that they were one of the top powerhouses on this side of the demon region, so does that mean that they are also at the peak of the great Emperor realm strength? Ha? Wait. This woman, why does she look so much like that demon domain powerhouse who was surrounded by a group of immortal ruins powerhouses that day? Let's not chat about all this nonsense, you've come a long way, so take a rest first. Lu Qinggan put an end to this strange chatting topic. Seeing Lu Qinggan interrupting her on this topic, Shui Tianfei felt a little bit grumpy in her heart, then quietly looked at Su Yuni. At this moment, she realized that Su Yuni was also looking at her, so a dark aura flashed through her eyes. This Su Yuni didn't even have a great emperor realm, and although her looks were not bad, but temperament-wise, there was still a bit of a gap between her and her, not to mention her strength, so she thought that Su Yuni's sister was just like that. That stupid woman. Just lucky to get this man. He Imam and Su Yuni went to the cleaned room and put things away. Afterwards, He Imam dragged Lu Qing into the room. Qingyan, old man has a lot of questions he wants to ask you. Looking at this former friend, Lu Qingyan didn't say anything and sat on the edge of the bed, signaling He Imam to ask. The reason why he and He Imam had become friends was because this little old man also had a stubborn streak in him. When He Imam was researching something, he could do so without sleep or food, and he was the same way. And he used to have a friend who had died long ago, as well, and he saw the other person's shadow in He Imam. After more than 1,000 years of being together, this little old man treated him sincerely, so he also treated He Imam as a close friend. Are you and Qingying really out of the question? If you need me to do something between you two, I will definitely do my best to help. He Imam looked sincere. Lu Qingyan knew that He Xiang would say this, but still shook his head. No, let this matter pass. Alright then, do you really plan to stay over here all the time and not return to the immortal ruins? Lu Qinggan nodded. Good, then I've also decided. I'll settle here. Anyway, this little old man of mine likes to study refining, and doesn't care about anything else in the outside world, so it's fine to get me a place to refine weapons here. Most importantly, I'll still be able to see these two kids when I'm done. I really like these two children of yours and would love to watch them grow up healthy. Speaking later, a touch of sorrow flashed under Imam He's eyes. According to Lu Qingyan's understanding, He Imam used to have a daughter, but the other had a little accident and died at a young age. The two children also like you very much, old man. I let this period of time to get you a refinery room. In the future, what you need to refinery materials, say to me on the line. You first arrived in the Magic Kingdom, I will certainly give you a proper arrangement. Lu Qinggan patted He Imam's shoulder. How bad is this? He Imam laughed. You're not familiar with the area, so you can only rely on me. Why, you can get it yourself. Ahem, then I can only make it difficult. But I cannot take advantage of you. You want a smithing in the future, directly send me on it. Free for you to refine. He Imam laughed. Good, this is what you said. In the future it is inevitable to use you as free labor. Lu Qinggan which need to He Imam help refining. In the magic area this side, too many top refiners hate to beg to help him refining. When the refining of his sword refiner, it is because he helped him forge this kind of weapon, and he used the sword to stir up the magic domain, killing countless enemies. The other side because it is the forging of the weapon, followed by a leap into the magic domain name of the highest reputation, the most sought after refiner. Chapter 22. This brother-in-law, far more mysterious and unpredictable than imagined. While Imam he was chatting with Lu Qinggan alone, on the other side, Suyuni, under the arrangement of the two of them, Lu Zixuan, stayed inside a room that was clean to the point that not a single speck of dust could be seen. Auntie, how long will you be staying here this time? Lu Zixuan asked with a smile. She really wanted Suyuni to stay here for some more time. Suyuni touched the two's heads and said, depending on the situation, little auntie will try to stay here with the two of you as much as possible, and when you've adapted to life over here, little auntie will go back as well. Then we have not been adapted. Lu Miao Miao slyly said. You little wit. Suyuni dotingly pinched Lu Miao Miao's cheeks. Lu Zixuan knew that Suyuni would leave sooner or later, and she couldn't stop Suyuni, so she could only cherish this time together. Auntie, look, I have this cultivation. Lu Zixuan shook off the bad thoughts of being separated in the future and cherished the present moment, smiling as she displayed her changes over the past 2 days. Suyuni hadn't paid much attention to this earlier, and it was only at this moment, under Lu Zixuan's deliberate display, that she was able to see clearly the changes in Lu Zixuan's cultivation. You this. How did you break through a large realm? Lu Zixuan's change made Suyuni suspect that she had misread it. It had only been 2 days. How did you break through a great realm? Moreover, all of my cultivation has already been transformed into the cultivation of this side of the demon realm. Lu Zixuan reached out to display a ball of demonic qi, exuding a strong pressure all over her body. Suyuni looked dumbfounded. What on earth had happened here? She had heard about the situation on the demon region side before, that an immortal ruins person who arrived in the demon region and wanted to cultivate the demon region's techniques would have to give up their original cultivation in order to succeed in their cultivation. And now, what exactly has Lu Zixuan gone through to actually be able to have this kind of change? Zixuan, tell auntie properly, how did you do it? It's incredible. It's all because of my father. He even helped me raise a great realm in the process. Auntie, you don't know how strong my father really is. Lu Zixuan hurriedly revealed her findings over the past 2 days. She was very proud of the fact that her father was terribly strong. It's just that she couldn't find anyone to share this joy and excitement with, but now that her sister-in-law is here, she must share it properly. Indeed strong. I can't imagine that he's at the peak of the great emperor realm strength, but even if that's the case, he shouldn't be able to help you convert your cultivation, right? Suyuni still can't understand. My father said that in the entire Song Yun continent, only he can do it. Are you sure it was him who said that? Auntie, Dad also told us that he was invincible a long time ago. Oh. Lu Miao Miao hurriedly added. She was adorable as she grinned. Invincible? Suyuni blinked her beautiful eyes. There was actually no need for the two children to lie to her, and this change in Lu Zixuan was indeed tangible in front of her. However, when it came to being invincible, it might as well have been Lu Qinggan flirting with the two children. After all, there are people outside the world, and everyone knows that. But this brother-in-law of hers was indeed frighteningly strong. Anyway, she felt that her own sister and even her sister's master, it was impossible to make Lu Zixuan have this kind of change today. It seems that her brother-in-law is really one of the top strongest people on this side of the demon region. Suyuni thought so. That's right, sister-in-law. Look at this divine weapon of mine. Lu Zixuan thought of something and hurriedly took out the 9-prison immortal slayer sword from her storage ring. Suyuni looked towards the 9-prison immortal slayer sword in Lu Zixuan's hand, and with just a glance, she was startled. This is Zixuan. Where is this a divine weapon from? It was too terrifying. With just a glance, she felt her soul tremble. Never before had she seen such a terrifying divine weapon. The strongest weapon she had ever seen was none other than that precious sword of her own sister's master. But that precious sword was no different from a child's toy in front of such a divine weapon. And this kind of divine weapon was actually in the hands of her own niece? Lu Zixuan saw her sister-in-law's shocked look, pursed her lips and smiled. Sister-in-law, this is the divine weapon my father gave me, called the 9-prison immortal slayer sword. Isn't it very handsome, very strong? Suyuni's brain went down, as if she had been struck by thunder for a day and a night. The whole person was doubting life. Your father gave it to you? She couldn't help but think of her other nephew, Lu Zhangran. After Lu Zhangran obtained that precious sword, he simply loved it, carrying it behind his back almost every day, and when he saw people, he even purposely showed his back to others, just to let others notice his precious sword more. Now well, with such a comparison, this is simply too obvious. Zixuan, are you sure this is really what your father gave you? Auntie is also considered a bit knowledgeable. This kind of divine weapon, looking at the entire immortal ruins, has not seen a single piece of it. It's even more shocking that this could be given to a child. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but lower her head and smile. I also felt at first that my current strength was not worthy of this divine weapon, but my father said that it was not worthy of me. Suyuni. This weapon, it must be the main weapon of that brother-in-law of his own. It was given directly to his daughter. And her assessment of Lu Qinggan at this time was one more point. To be able to possess such a terrifying divine weapon, his strength seemed to be even stronger than what she had thought at the beginning. No wonder he dared to clamor with Lin Xingxue that day. And said that he had the ability to kill Lin Xingxue. It turned out that it wasn't a mouth high, but that he really had the ability. It seems that he really restrained his killing intent that day, his emotions were really stable. If it was anyone else, maybe he would have killed that day. Auntie. You see, actually I also have O. Just as Su Yuni was feeling emotional, at that moment, Su Yuni was poked in the back by Lu Miaomio with her little finger. When she turned around to look, her entire body went numb. Only to see a cute little armor that possessed an equally terrifying aura emerge from Lu Miaomio's body. She no longer knew how to speak. The terrifying aura that this armor possessed was similar to that divine weapon. It was clearly of the same level. With just one look, she already felt a powerful sense of powerlessness lingering in her heart. It was as if no matter how much she attacked this little niece of hers, this strength of hers could not make her niece lose a single hair. Auntie, look, I can actually make it hide. Oh. Look, is it gone? Lu Miaomio hurriedly demonstrated, making the armor appear and disappear. It can even change colors. Su Yuni was dazzled and a little dizzy. This brother-in-law of his own was too mysterious and unpredictable. His strength, in the entire demon domain, just where does he rank in what tier? Anyway, in terms of these two treasures, on the immortal ruin side, there were absolutely none. And yet, her brother-in-law had directly given two such terrifying treasures to his two daughters. She thought about it, if her sister had these two treasures, would she give them to her two children? The answer was that it wouldn't be given. It's still good for the kids to have such a father. Chapter 23 Tough Talking Player. She still had a comfort in her heart when she saw the state of the two children today. The two children seemed okay. Right at this moment, she realized that the sound transmission jade slip vibrated and took it out to see that the person who had sent the sound was none other than her own sister. Your mother's voice transmission has come, do you want to talk to your mother? Su Yuni looked at the two Lu Zixuan and asked with a smile. However, the two who were happily displaying their things a moment before, suddenly fell silent and bowed their heads. Seeing this, Su Yuni smiled bitterly and then connected the voice transmission. Sister. Where have we arrived? Have you encountered any dangers? No, I have arrived at the place where they live, the two children are quite good now. Oh, that was pretty fast. Are they beside each other? Yes, do you have anything you want to talk to the two children? Su Yuni asked. Su Qingying over there was silent for a moment, then said, you asked the two children if they want to talk to me. Su Yuni externalized her voice the entire time, so both Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomio could hear it, but as she looked towards the two, she saw that the two were still sullen and silent with their heads lowered. They didn't seem to have much to talk about. Su Qingying. That's fine. When Su Qingying said this, she took a deep breath, and then, her voice suddenly changed. It turned into Lu Jingran's voice. Auntie, are my sister and little sister there? Lu Zixuan heard her brother's voice and let out a low hum. Sister. How's it going over there? Lu Zhengran heard his sister's voice and asked. Lu Zixuan ignored Lu Zhengran, she was extremely disappointed in her brother. Sis, speak up. Lu Zixuan just didn't say anything. Lu Zhengran added, Meow meow, are you there? Second brother misses you. Lu Miaomio also gamely turned her head away and didn't speak. Zhengran, if there's nothing else, I'll end the voice transmission first. Su Yuni was embarrassed for this nephew of hers. Auntie, don't hang up yet. Sister, you must be able to hear what I said, right? I have broken through 3 levels of cultivation in the past 2 days. Lu Zhengran laughed. Su Yuni. You broke through 3 layers of cultivation is nothing, your sister broke through a big realm. When Lu Zixuan heard this, she still didn't hold back and said in a deep voice, oh, 3 layers of cultivation is great? I'm sorry, a younger brother is still a younger brother. I just broke through a great realm. And father also gave me a divine weapon that is countless times stronger than your sword. That's right. That's right. Sister, you're just blowing it. You're not satisfied with being surpassed by me, are you? Lu Zhengran said proudly. Ignorant. I'm not going to talk to you, ask your sister-in-law yourself. Lu Zixuan laughed twice, there was no need to go on. Little aunt. Is my sister bragging? Lu Zhengran just didn't believe it. Breaking through a great realm? A divine weapon? And countless times stronger? I can't imagine that my sister's ability to brag has increased greatly after she went to the demon realm. He had waited too long for this moment when he surpassed his own sister. Su Yuni was asked and said helplessly, when has your sister ever bragged? It's all true. Lu Zhengran. Su Qingying. Su Qingying had been listening from the side and raised her spirits when she heard her eldest daughter's voice. But after hearing what her eldest daughter had said, she felt the same as her son, that her eldest daughter had actually learned to lie. But at this moment, when she heard her own sister confirm those words, she frowned tightly. Her own sister had also learned to lie? The demon realm side could still make people learn to be bad so quickly? Breaking through a great realm in 2 days, this sounded impossible. Not to mention there was a divine weapon that was countless times stronger than this precious sword of her son. Countless times, what concept? Even a 10th grade absolute grade treasure weapon cannot be considered countless times. Humph. Auntie, just help my sister cheat me. Not talking to you guys anymore. Lu Zhangran still felt that they were lying to him, and after finishing, he huffed and puffed as he handed the voice transmission jade slip back to his mother. Su Qingying pondered for a moment and still chose not to reveal her sister. You be careful over there. Okay sis, then if it's alright, I'll end the voice transmission. After chatting, the two ended their voice transmission at the same time. Lu Zhangran looked at his mother and said, Mother, sis actually learned to lie. She had a wave of anger in her heart right now, and it was probably because of that anger that she was like this. You are siblings, don't have too much of a climbing heart. Su Qingying said. Lu Zhangran was silent, then nodded. Su Qingying was still frowning, her heart was still a little sad about the two children ignoring her, but in the end, she swept away these dark clouds and began to cultivate. In the middle of the demon region. After Su Yuni ended her voice transmission, she looked at Lu Zishuan. Zishuan, I know that you are very unhappy with the choice your brother made. But everyone has their own choices, life is like that, in the middle of different paths, we'll make different choices, this is something you cannot change. And no matter what, you are all blood relatives. When you grow up a little more, know more people, you will know the importance of the next of kin. She had been there before. After so many years in the immortal cultivation world, she realized that many of the people she knew, it was ultimately her closest relatives who treated her the best. That was why she would treat these closest relatives with gentleness. Cherish what she had now. She knew very well that her sister was doing something wrong in this matter, but there was nothing she could do about it, that after all, that sister who had brought her and her brother up from a young age as if they were mothers. She came this time, not only to see the two children, but also to apologize properly to Lu Qingan for her sister. Lu Zishuan nodded and didn't say anything else. Alright, let's not talk about this, these two things are for you, they are the words that your mother recorded to say to you, decide for yourselves if you want to read them or not. Su Yuni took out 2 formations and handed them to Lu Zishuan and Lu Miaomio respectively. The two looked at the formations Su Yuni stuffed over, silent for a moment, flung to the bedside, a look of unwillingness to see. But Su Yuni could see that the two did not destroy the 2 formations, thinking that they just couldn't save face, so she got up and left, giving the 2 children space. When she stepped out of the room and saw that the 2 children did not follow her out, she knew that the 2 children still wanted to see what their mother had to say to them. Just like their elder sister, they were both very mouthy. Su Yuni shook her head and smiled. At this time, she happened to see Lu Qingan and Imam He walk out from inside another room. Brother-in-law, can I talk to you alone? Lu Qingan sniffed and pondered for a moment, but nodded his head in agreement and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Su Yuni took lotus steps to follow. Seeing this scene, Shui Tianfei narrowed her eyes and watched as the two walked out of the house, turning her head to look at Xiao Qingyi. Her sister had made peace with him, so why was she still calling him brother-in-law? Moreover, chatting alone? Don't you know it's inappropriate for men and women to chat alone? Xiao Qingyi, on the other hand, casually said, what's wrong with this? It is said that one day husband and wife for 100 days, one day as a teacher for life as a father. After calling him brother-in-law for 1,000 years, he won't be able to change for a while. Aha! Who are you talking for? Shui Tianfei said in a deep voice. Xiao Qingyi. You don't like to hear it. Then I'll shut up alright. Chapter 24 Heavenly Meteor Devil Cave. In the green and secluded courtyard, Lu Qingyan and the two of them stopped under the stone pavilion. Looking at his former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, Lu Qingyan probably knew what Su Yuni was going to say. In the next moment, he indeed saw Su Yuni, who was standing in front of him, suddenly bow 90 degrees and perform an apology salute towards him. Brother-in-law, I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. Lu Qingan sighed, get up, it's not like you did anything wrong. Su Yuni was very kind, and after he got to know Su Yuni, the words he heard the most were Su Yuni's apologies. And it wasn't her apologizing herself, but apologizing for others. Especially apologizing for Su Xuanyu. Whenever his brother-in-law Su Xuanyu said something about him, Su Yuni would apologize with a bitter smile. Brother-in-law, you know my sister's nature very well, I was brought up by her since I was a child, and I am even more aware of her desire for strength, but I didn't expect things to develop to this point, and didn't think that she would be able to give up everything that she has now. Lu Qingyan saw Su Yuni keep a movement unchanged, couldn't help but go forward and grabbed Su Yuni's shoulder, forcibly breaking her to stand up. You don't have to say anything, now things have come to this point, already everything can't go back. And you apologize is useless, this matter has nothing to do with you, you are a good girl, but sometimes is too good. Looking at Su Yuni, Lu Qingan didn't know what to say to Su Yuni. He was not in need of someone else's apology, and since he had already come this far, he would no longer look back. The two children were still there, and this family of his was actually not completely broken up. Suyuni lowered her head, feeling that her family had apologized to Lu Qinggan. Alright, the thing you wanted to tell me, is this matter? If there is nothing else, let's go back. Lu Qinggan said. Suyuni smiled bitterly and said, brother-in-law, I still want to apologize for Zhangran and my brother. Lu Qinggan. This chick. You were born to apologize, weren't you? Okay, you want to apologize, right? Then you have to be a little sincere or show a little bit, right? He is also happy. Suyuni nodded her head seriously. You say, what can I do so that you can accept my apology? It's still really one-dimensional. Lu Qinggan said, then you will be here from now on and don't go back. Can it be done? He was just scaring Suyuni. However, when Suyuni heard this, she instantly had a tangled look on her face, but eventually made a clenched teeth. Can I go back first and apologize properly again? Lu Qinggan covered his forehead and said, okay, I won't tease you, I accept your apology, okay? Don't say it again, you ninny, I don't know how to say you. Lu Qinggan walked towards the house. Suyuni looked at Lu Qinggan's back and frowned, then jogged to follow. After the two of them returned to the house, they realized that the atmosphere here was a bit off at the moment. Only to see Imam he holding Lu Miao, who was wearing a small pink armor, in one hand, and holding the divine soldier that Lu Qinggan had given to Lu Zixuan in the other hand. He was looking at his dream girl as if he were looking at her, his eyes widening and his mouth emitting a constant tsk sound of praise. Absolute. When it really is absolute. When Imam he saw Lu Qinggan return, he quickly came to Lu Qinggan. Xingyan. Are these all your treasures? Lu Qinggan nodded calmly. You actually possessed such a supreme divine weapon. Where on earth did you get it from? This kind of weapon smithing strength. TSK. I've never seen it before. It is simply too powerful. The reason why these two treasures were able to become a success is not only because the refiner who refined these two treasures crushed me in terms of refining level attainments, but also because the materials used for these two treasures are really something that the Zhongyan continent can possess. This kind of metal, I've never seen it before. Imam looked like a raving lunatic, his eyes glowing red. Lu Qinggan, honestly speaking, the guy who refined these two treasures is really quite a bit better than you at refining weapons. If you're interested, I'll introduce him to you afterward, and you'll learn from him. Or I will directly let him teach you as well. He thought about it, both treasures were given to his two daughters, and he himself doesn't have a weapon to use right now. Soon he is going to build a refining room for Imam, so let that old guy build it himself, and in the meantime, let the other party help him to refine a weapon. Imam heard the words and was overjoyed. Really? This kind of weapon refining powerhouse can really let me learn next to him? Lu Qingyan calmly said, he doesn't allow it, then I'll just fight until he allows it. It's a trivial matter. Beat him until he allows it? This is not good, right? Moreover, if I don't expect it, the person who is able to refine such a treasure must not be simple in strength either. At least the peak of the great emperor realm. Are you sure you're strong enough to fight? Imam wasn't underestimating Lu Qinggan, but he was well aware that the strength of a refiner wasn't weak either. Every refiner was a thick man, and when fighting, using his own specialized martial arts sledgehammer, it was simply a case of treating the enemy as iron even if they were strong. Xiao Qingyi laughed, fellow Taoist you're still not clear about how strong this friend of yours is, right? Anyway, you believe in him on the right, the entire magic domain, no one dares not listen to him, otherwise all have to be beaten. Once Xiao Qingyi said this, the whole room was violently quiet. No one in the entire magic kingdom dares to disobey Lu Qinggan? Or else they all have to be beaten up? Both Imam He and Suyuni were shocked by these words. After thinking about it, they felt that Xiao Qingyi's words were exaggerated. It was true that Lu Qinggan was a peak great emperor realm powerhouse, so he was indeed very strong, but what Xiao Qingyi probably meant to convey by saying this should be that Lu Qinggan and this top refiner of the demon region had a very close relationship, and that they were all fighting and joking as brothers on a regular basis. That's why he used such words to describe the relationship between Lu Qinggan and this top refiner. Ha, that's great, then I'll learn from this powerful person with an open mind. Imam could really feel the refining techniques that he had never mastered before in these two treasures. This time, coming to the demon region was the right thing to do. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go along on a trip to the heavenly meteor demon cave and get some good materials back. By the way, the few of you who haven't reached the great emperor realm, follow me. Over there's a place where you can wash your physiques, making it a bit easier for you to cultivate to the great empress realm cultivation afterward. Lu Qinggan had gotten the materials for these two treasures from this heavenly meteor demon cave, and when he had gotten this batch of materials, it could be said that he had almost lost his life there. Now, if he went there again with this strength, it would no longer be difficult to get the materials. Really cannot, and then in the sea of consciousness to raise some cultivation out to use. And there was indeed a place that was extremely beneficial to his two daughters. Suyuni hadn't broken through to the great empress realm cultivation, so she could also follow them forward. Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei, on the other hand, couldn't help their throats from rolling when they heard the words heavenly meteor demon cave. They had both suffered a lot in that place back then. They had even almost lost their lives. The depths of the heavenly meteor demon cave were a bit of a psychological shadow. They wouldn't go and join in the fun. Chapter 25, Immortal Execution Black Flame. Lu Qingyan hadn't thought of bringing Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei with him. Bringing them there would just add more trouble. With these two people's cultivation strength, when they got to the deepest part of the heavenly meteor demon cave, without his protection, both of them would easily be in danger. Old Xiao, you should have Wang Forge Mountain sound transmission. Right, give him a sound transmission, let him come here a trip, say that I let him help to create a refining room here. Have him help with the refining soon. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi. His voice transmission treasure on the demon race side had been placed in the magma for a long time, and he realized that it was a bit damaged, and many people that he could contact in the past couldn't be contacted. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi nodded. Then you two take good care of my friend, I'll be right back. Lu Qinggan finished and looked at the four Su Yuni. Come with me. He didn't just bring along Su Yuni and his two daughters, he also brought along Sun Minzi. As long as one's cultivation was still below the Great Imperial Realm, they could all be tempered there. He left the original spot with the four of them and set off directly. Xiao Qingyi also took out a sound transmission jade slip after Lu Qinggan left. Hey, Wang Forge Mountain, yes, it's me again. Wang Forge Mountain, okay, see you later. Xiao Qingyi, wait. Goodbye to what? I'm looking for you for something. No, someone wants to talk to you. Wang Forge Shan, who? Xiao Qingyi, naturally, it's the guy you asked me about last time, the one you wanted to know where he was. He's back. Now quickly come to my place, he wants you to help refining weapons, and by the way, create a refining room over here. Wang Forge Shan, trying to trick me again? Last time, you also said that he was the one who came back and tricked me into going over to try to get me to help you refine weapons, and you want me to fall for it again? Xiao Qingyi, don't you know when you come? If I lie to you this time, I am a grandson. Wang Forge Shan, oh, you've already been my grandson once. Dead grandson. Xiao Qingyi. Did you say that yourself last time? How does he remember not saying that? Xiao Qingyi, asked Princess Xue Tian. She's right next to me. Xiao Qingyi looked at Xue Tianfei. Consort Xue Tian, that's right, he's back, come here quickly. Wang Forge Mountain, Xiao Qingyi, you're learning Consort Xue Tian's voice, aren't you? You've learned to be a bit smarter by not directly learning Lu Qing'an's voice this time, but it would be strange for me to believe you. Do you know how busy I am? I don't have time to play with you. A bunch of peak Great Empress Realm powerhouses are begging for my help in refining weapons every day, I'm simply too busy. Stop bothering me. Xiao Qingyi. Concubine Xue Tian. In the barren land in the eastern part of the demon region. Lu Qinggan appeared above this barren land with the four of them, Su Yuni. Looking down from above, a hideous scar that had torn the earth apart for 10,000 years appeared inside their vision. The heavenly meteor Devil's Cave was actually a giant pit made by the impact of a huge meteorite from beyond the heavens. The diameter stretched for 100 miles, the walls of the pit were as steep as a knife, and dark red lava patterns flowed between the dark rock layers. The bottom of the pit year-round surging purple-black magic fog, sometimes coalesced into a twisted ghost shadow, sometimes issued an ear-piercing whistling, and even the daylight was swallowed up. At this time, the outer perimeter of the pit was scattered with the figures of demon domain cultivators, but no one dared to really approach the edge. Occasionally, there were bold people who tried to move forward, but they would immediately be lifted off by the sudden eruption of demonic chi. Countless weathered skeletons hung from the rock walls, some still wearing rusted armor. The most creepy thing was the low-frequency tremor coming from the bottom of the pit, as if some kind of sleeping giant was breathing, and every vibration caused gravel to rustle and roll down. At this moment, Lu Qingyan stood high in the sky with his sleeves fluttering, his back like a sharp blade splitting through the chaos. Looking at this familiar environment, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It had been a long time since he came back here. His true metamorphosis into the strongest person in the demon realm had started here. In there, he had gained a strange encounter and obtained the exterminating black flame. It was the same black flame that appeared in his hands last time and extinguished that walking corpse sect Great Emperor powerhouse. When the external meteorite fell on this place, many Great Emperor realm powerhouses came over here to explore at that time. Some Great Emperor realm powerhouses didn't realize the dangers within, and only sensed that there must be something good hidden within the depths of the giant pit, so a large group of Great Emperor realm powerhouses hurriedly flew inside, wanting to seize the treasures inside. Unexpectedly, half of the Great Empress realm powerhouses that went in died. All of them were swallowed up by the giant pit and became the food for the flames in those depths to become stronger. And he was extremely lucky, did not die not to mention, but also because of the misfortune, obtained the immortal execution black flame. After that, he rose up strongly and broke through to the Great Emperor realm, and after having the position of the Eternal Night Emperor, he saw God and killed God and met Buddha and killed Buddha. Now that I'm back again, I still have some feelings. You all come closer to me. After you enter the depths inside, remember not to leave the protection of my energy, otherwise you will instantly be eaten away by the demonic flames inside. Lu Qinggan stared at the four of them, Su Yuni, especially when he looked at his two daughters, his expression was very serious. After he entered the depths, he had to place them in one place and form an energy shield to protect them and allow them to quench their bodies without being harmed. Zixuan, keep a good eye on your sister, don't let her wander off. Lu Zixuan knew very well what her father stood for when he was serious. She nodded her head vigorously and wrapped her arms around Lu Miaomiao. Lu Miaomiao also nodded her head quickly, in a very well-behaved manner. As for Su Yuni, she also nodded along. She wasn't clear about the situation here, but at this moment, just by looking at the heavily meteor devil cave below from afar, she felt a chill. What a terrifying aura. Inside here, there were many crises at a glance. Among the four of them, it was Sun Mingji who was most aware of the horror of this heavenly meteor devil cave. A large number of great emperors had been buried here. More than a handful of peak great empress realm powerhouses have fallen here. Some of them even ended up here. She had also come to this neighborhood to cultivate, and having that fiery breath quench her body from dozens of miles away had changed her quite a bit. And at this moment, how did she feel that this eternal night demon emperor was going to take her inside? As if, or into a deeper place. Alright, let's go down. After Lu Qingan finished speaking, she took the four of them with her and turned into a stream of light, flying straight downwards. And this scene was also seen by the demon realm powerhouses that stayed around the heavily meteor demon cave. What were those few of them doing? Actually flying directly towards the center of the heavenly meteor devil cave? I'm afraid this isn't a case of not wanting to die. In the center of the area, even if you don't go down to the depths, simply standing in the air above the 1 mile range, without the cultivation of the Saint King realm, it is easy to turn into flying dust off. Do not see. That aura is obviously a great emperor realm. Great emperor realm is also difficult to deal with it. If you are not careful to fly down the center of some, also have to be seriously injured. Wait a minute. They're in there. They actually flew into it? They hadn't discussed it for long before they saw Lu Qingan flying directly into the sinkhole with Su Yuni and the four of them. And they were quickly flying deeper. This scene stunned the group of devil realm powerhouses who were carefully cultivating a few miles away from the heavenly meteor devil cave. Chapter 26, Exploring the deepest part of the devil cave. After Lu Qingan plunged into the giant pit, he didn't stop. Instead, his speed increased a bit more, and under the shroud of demonic chi on his body, a faint black light shield was formed, enveloping himself and the four of them, Su Yuni, within it. At this moment, they did not feel any discomfort at all. But if this black light shield disappeared, then apart from Lu Qingan, all four of Su Yuni would have to instantly go up in smoke. Sun Mingji's throat rolled as she watched Lu Qingan still leading them to fly downwards at a rapid pace, having already passed the depth that an ordinary great emperor realm powerhouse could reach. Good fellow. She couldn't feel a thing right now. And it was rumored that at this depth, even mid or even late great emperor realm powerhouses would have to be extremely uncomfortable. There was even a risk of death. Was this the power of the eternal night demon emperor? In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingan stopped at the center area of the heavenly meteor devil cave, which was roughly about 3 miles deep. He found a place nearby that was better for the four of them to sit down. With a wave of his large hand, a larger black light shield enveloped the neighborhood in a 10-foot radius, and all the fiery waves within this area instantly subsided. It was like the normal environment outside. Naturally, this would not allow Su Yuni and the others to get the effect of quenching their bodies, so he still had to do something to allow the black shield to slightly let in some of the flaming waves. As the fiery waves entered the black shield filtered out the strongest components that threatened the human body and only retained the quenching components. I have divided this area into 3 domains. The most central area, this is where you are standing, there is no quenching effect at all, so you can rest well in here. Outside of a 10 feet or so, is the second field. You try to walk into that range, you can feel your body will have a relatively strong burning sensation. Of course, that will not seriously hurt you, will only make your body is very difficult, that is in the quenching of your body, to endure it will be able to obtain a great harvest. There can even be some cultivation epiphanies. Further out, as long as not out of the black shield outside, are considered safe areas, just quenching effect will be stronger. Did you memorize it? Lu Qingan looked at the four and asked seriously. The four nodded their heads. Even Lu Miaomiao understood the exact meaning of what Lu Qingan said. Good, you guys try it. Lu Qingan didn't leave the place but stood aside and watched. The four of them, Su Yuni, walked forward. When they reached 1 foot away, they suddenly felt a strong burning sensation acting on their bodies. At that instant, several people's heads were covered in sweat. It dripped down. Father! It's so hot! Lu Miaomiao hurriedly said. Lu Qingan said, Miao Miao, remember the words father said, eat the bitterness of suffering, to be a man, this bitterness if you also cannot eat, in the future it will not be able to be much better than others. Oh. Okay. Miao Miao can take the pain. Lu Miao Miao tried to endure it. Su Yuni's cultivation was much higher than the 3 children, and she didn't feel that it was too difficult to endure here, but continued onward. When she went to the next realm, she instantly felt a terrifying wave of chi sweeping towards her. She stopped instantly, her body was unbearable to the extreme, still not life-threatening. She held on for a while before her eyes snapped open. She realized that her body was rapidly secreting some impurities. At the same time, some of her cultivation problems and formation problems that she couldn't figure out, she actually had some comprehension at this time. Lu Qinggan watched as all four of them understood him, and he was relieved. Well, remember not to go outside this black shield. Even if someone appears in this neighborhood, don't pay attention, they can't come in even if they are strong. Before he left, he once again exhorted, and finally looked at his two daughters, Zishuan, Meow Meow. Daddy, I still have things to do, may have to leave for a while, you guys have a good time practicing here, and wait for Daddy to come back. Good. Lu Zishuan nodded seriously, gritting her teeth and bearing the discomfort of the body. Good father. Meow Meow will wait for you to come back. Lu Meow Meow also said. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, then turned around and flew out beyond the black shield, heading deeper into the heavenly meteor devil cave. This was only considered a slightly dangerous depth at the center of the heavenly meteor demon cave, and most powerhouses above the late great emperor realm could reach it. The materials he wanted had to be at least in the deepest part of the heavenly meteor demon cave. In the past, when he hadn't yet broken through to the great emperor realm, he had used every means at his disposal to go to the deepest place, which was the 20-mile depth of the heavenly meteor demon cave. It was also in that place that he obtained the immortal execution black flame. The heavenly meteor devil cave was not only 20 miles deep. No one knew exactly how deep this heavenly meteor demon cave was. No one has ever been there. Now that he had returned this time, he had become stronger and could go explore this deepest place. Hopefully, in the deepest place, he would be able to find more weapon refining materials. If there were enough materials, he would be able to build 2 more treasures for his 2 daughters. Build an armor for the eldest daughter. A divine weapon for the younger daughter. At this moment, he thought of his son. Although his son had chosen to follow Su Qingying, he was still his son, so if he had extra materials, he could also build an armor for his son. Lu Qinggan transformed into a black stream of light and flew deeper into the heavenly meteor demon cave at a faster speed. 10 miles away from the heavenly meteor demon cave. At this moment, there were 2 people covered in sweat flying towards a deeper place. Their speed was as if they were strolling, and their movements were as if they had added slow-mo. The 2 people were almost at the same level going down. The bodies possessed all sorts of things. There were treasures, formations, and monstrous rolling demonic energy. These 2 people were both at the peak cultivation of the great emperor realm. Old trash. Look. I've taken another step ahead of you. Ha ha ha. You just can't compare to me. One of the middle-aged looking men in black robes, after stepping out completely downwards, turned his head to look at the white-robed middle-aged man next to him who was 1 step behind him, and let out a jig-jig-jig-jiggering sound. The white-robed middle-aged man next door had a face full of sweat, as if he was angry, and black smoke was rising from the top of his head. You wait. I'm about to step out with this step. Ah. The white-robed middle-aged man finally stepped out that step, once again maintaining the same level with the black-robed middle-aged man. Ha ha. See that? I caught up with you again. Humph. Just wait. I'll soon be able to take 1 more step forward again. The 2 of them were fighting there in general, continuing to slowly go downwards. But just as they were fighting very intensely, suddenly, they turned their heads violently. Wait. How come it feels like someone is rapidly approaching? The black-robed middle-aged man said in alarm. Don't say. I also felt it. But it's not right. How is it possible that someone is approaching quickly? At this depth, if you want to go down further, even if we have this kind of cultivation strength, if we are not careful, we will have to fly into ashes. Just as they were puzzled, suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind them, and in the blink of an eye, it had already swept through their midst and continued to fly rapidly towards the deeper depths. The speed was as fast as a shooting star flying. Ah! Both of them were dumbfounded, actually forgetting for a moment what environment they were in, and only after being scalded fiercely did they quickly react, hastily fending off the incoming flames. Chapter 27 is likely to be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The 2 used several means before they finally stabilized their state. Only when they were finally able to take a breath did they quickly look at each other, and for a while, the 2 of them were speechless. What was going on just now? It seemed like it was a person. It was indeed a person. What exactly does it look like? I didn't see it either. It was too fast. It was really too fast. The 2 of them exclaimed in astonishment. One must know that although they had just broken through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, they were still at the peak of the Great Emperor realm strength. With strength like theirs, if they wanted to walk in this depth, they would have to be careful and cautious. But that person just now, actually flew downwards at full speed. And by the looks of it, he was not affected at all. This is outrageous. Could it be those existences at the very top? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. Impossible. No matter how top-notch it is, it's impossible. Unless it's a demon emperor. The white-robed middle-aged man said. Demon Emperor? Isn't the Devil Emperor inside the Devil Palace? He came here? The black-robed middle-aged man said. I am not talking about this Demon Emperor. This devil emperor has heard that the deepest place he has gone to was only about 20 to 30 miles, so it is impossible for him to still be able to fly like this at this depth. The white-robed middle-aged man said. What you're talking about wouldn't be the previous generation of demon emperors, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, right? That's right. Before the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had even stepped into the Great Emperor realm, it was heard that he could reach a depth of around 20 miles in this heavenly meteor demon cave. Think about how deep he should be able to reach after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm and successfully cultivating to the peak cultivation of the Great Emperor realm? But hasn't this Eternal Night Demon Emperor disappeared for thousands of years? Perhaps people used to be in seclusion. Now out of seclusion? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor wouldn't have been in seclusion in here all along, right? The two of them discussed intensely, and the shocking emotions in their hearts remained unabated. While the two were discussing so vehemently, Luchingon continued to fly deeper into the depths at an extremely fast speed. His face was calm and unperturbed as he checked out the situation here while flying. How come so few people were practicing in the heavenly meteor demon cave? Moreover, those two people with peak Great Emperor realm cultivation were quite fresh, just breaking through to the peak Great Emperor realm? It doesn't look like they're very good either, only 10 miles deep and they're like that. Lu Qingan shook his head. He didn't even know how much had changed in the demon realm during the 1,000 years he had been away. There should have been a lot of new talent that had appeared, but it looked like it was just average. After another while, he had arrived 20 miles deep into the Skyfall Demon Cave in the blink of an eye. Coming to this side, he suddenly slowed down. He found a mark that he had left here back then. Looking at this mark, the corner of his mouth gently rose. This mark was still there. At that time, when he entered this, it was entirely for the purpose of avoiding others, not realizing that he possessed something that was extremely immune to the devouring of this fiery flame. That was why he was able to reach this depth without a Great Empress realm cultivation. It was a result of luck pulling through. After he had broken through to the Great Empress realm and had cultivated to the peak cultivation of the Great Empress realm, possessing the strongest battle power in the history of the demon region, he came here once more. It was also that time that the materials for forging two treasures were found here. That place was more than 30 miles deep in the heavenly meteor demon cave. That's right, at his strongest state, he was only able to reach 30 miles deep. Now that he had raised a cultivation level that was twice as strong as before, it should be enough for him to reach the deepest part of this heavenly meteor demon cave. If he still couldn't, he would raise some more cultivation to use. 3 times, 4 times, even 5 times. As long as this world didn't collapse, he would raise his cultivation until he was able to reach the deepest part of the heavenly meteor demon cave. By all rights, there should be enough heavenly meteor divine gold in the deepest part of the cave, hopefully twice as much as the heavenly meteor divine gold I obtained last time. He looked at the sign he left behind for a moment, no longer paying attention to it, and continued to fly deeper. He once again transformed into a black stream of light and flew deeper at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he went another 5 miles deeper. But right at this moment, his speed slowed down slightly. This was because he unexpectedly realized that there was actually a person ahead of him. There was actually someone who could reach this depth. He quickly discovered the reason why this person was able to reach this depth. It turned out to be a formation. However, this person's attainment in formations is a bit astonishing. Moreover, it's actually not the old guy I know. A peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse who has risen up during these 1,000 years. He realized that he did not recognize this person. After he had become the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and killed all of his enemies, he had begun a closed-door breakthrough for a period of time, roughly 10,000 years. Afterward, after the breakthrough, he was active in the demon region for close to 10,000 more years before he eventually had a change of heart and had the intention of living a solid life before quietly leaving the demon region. Therefore, as long as it wasn't the group of peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses from his generation, he almost didn't recognize any of them. These people were all considered newcomers to the devil realm in his eyes. There was also the possibility that there were some strong people who happened to be in seclusion, or secluded, at the time of his rise to power, and hadn't gone out for tens of thousands of years. This probability was relatively small. And in his memories, the strongest formation master in the demon domain was still an old friend. Perhaps this person in front of him had some relationship with that old friend of his? He pondered for a moment and then didn't pay any more attention to it. Right now, his mission was to hurriedly obtain the heavenly meteor divine gold and return to his daughters. Thus, he directly skipped over this person and quickly flew deeper into the depths. At this moment, the young woman with red hair pouring out like flames and a white dress that was snowy and spunky was standing in the center of a large amount of formation light, slowly stepping into the air towards the deeper depths of the heavenly meteor demon cave. Her mouth kept chanting the number of steps she had taken. Good, finally reached the 25-mile depth. Once again, I've broken through my limit. Below, it was here that she would cultivate the formation. Her young face was permeated with arrogance as she stopped and sat directly in place, thousands of formation patterns flowing around her, golden aura and silver radiance intertwined into a net, resembling a river of stars falling into the mortal world. Her fingertips lightly point, the runes will be like butterflies fluttering, each array of light all contain the power of crashing mountains and cracking the sea. But just as she was still feeling complacent that she had made another breakthrough, suddenly, a black light flashed by her side. She quickly looked ahead. Because too many formations covered her surroundings, she didn't notice something approaching behind her, and it wasn't until the thing flashed by in front of her and was captured by her vision that she realized it was actually a person. Was it a person? It couldn't be. She quickly gathered her vision and looked towards the back of the person who had swept by. However, in the blink of an eye, that person had disappeared at the end of her vision. The terrifying waves of fiery aura had restricted her vision to see the person. It was indeed a person. However, at this depth, how could someone be able to fly downwards like this? This is still a human being. She was able to come to this depth entirely by virtue of her extremely terrifying array strength. If she had simply relied on her cultivation, she would have stopped at a depth of less than 20 miles. And just now she saw that person. There is a shallow layer of magic chi shrouded, there is no other protective measures. This was simply appalling in the extreme. Chapter 28, Mysterious Lifeforms in the Deepest Regions. She wanted to chase after it to see what was going on, but her strength really didn't allow her to do so she could only stare dryly from where she was. If it was really a human, what kind of strength would it have to be? Is there really such an existence in the demon region? She couldn't imagine what kind of strength someone would have to be able to achieve this level. Not to mention the current demon emperor, even that eternal night demon emperor who had disappeared for a long period of time would not be able to do it. After all, it was heard that eternal night demon emperor could only reach a depth of 30 to 40 miles. He could only reach the depth of 30 to 40 miles in the heavenly meteor devil cave, and it was impossible to achieve this kind of flying speed in the middle of this depth. Lu Qinggan flew rapidly for some time and finally came to the depth he was able to reach in the first place, 35 miles deep. Here, he saw again the mark he had made when he had come here after becoming the eternal night demon emperor. All of the heavenly meteor divine gold that had reached this depth had been collected by the original him. Nowadays, he hadn't seen a single piece of heavenly meteor divine gold within this depth either. Alright, let's see how many depths I can go down with twice the strength below. He wasn't in a hurry to raise more cultivation to use, and he no longer flew fast, but slowly flew down at a more normal speed. The deep pit of the heavenly meteor devil cave was even deeper, and as he flew down for longer, the size of the pit began to gradually become smaller. Now the space he was in was only the size of a circular basketball court, but when looking forward, the deep pit below was still like the hideous maw of a terrifying beast. As he continued to fly downwards, the size of the pit would definitely continue to get smaller, until at the deepest point, there would only be a small pit left. And there should be quite a bit of heavenly meteor divine gold. After flying downward for a while more, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were drawn to a piece of item hanging on the rock wall next to him. It was a fist-sized piece of heavenly meteor divine gold. It was as black as ink, and its surface was covered with fine dark golden lines, as if it was flowing with a lava-like shimmer. Its texture was between metal and crystal, giving an extremely heavy illusion, and its surface faintly revealed a bizarre temperature. A few stars of purple-black electricity occasionally erupted from the corners, twisting the surrounding air into a whirlpool. The most peculiar thing was that there was a cloud of liquid shadows slowly rotating at the core, just like a sealed fragment of the abyss, which would make people dizzy if they looked at it for a few more moments. The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth rose. This small piece could be made into a relatively small dagger. Not bad, it could forge a small dagger for Miao Miao. He took it in his hand and immediately felt that this heavenly meteor divine gold was sometimes cold and piercing to the bone, sometimes burning hot, and there was a mysterious energy that was going to climb up towards his hand. This is the feeling. It was like a wild beast that hadn't been tamed, trying to devour the person who had gotten it. However, Lu Qing'an's hand was just a black flame, and in the next moment, this heavenly meteor divine gold instantly quieted down and changed back to its calm and untamed state. Continue. This small piece wasn't enough. It was believed that there would be more deeper down. He continued to fly down slowly, his divine sense carefully scanning the surrounding area. At this depth, the airwaves formed by the special energy were no longer as simple as scorching heat, but instead became sometimes scorching hot and sometimes cold and piercing. A great contrast was formed. If an ordinary peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse came here, if they were not careful, they would have to be buried here. However, for Lu Qing'an nowadays, this environment was just like ordinary space, and powerful demonic auras burst out around him, isolating all the things that jeopardized his body, all of them completely. He flew down some more and once again saw a piece of heavenly meteor divine gold. Not bad, it was the size of a human head. He hurriedly put away this piece of heavenly meteor divine gold. This piece was already enough for him to forge a divine weapon. Continue. Get some more if you can. He continued to fly downwards. So on and so forth, he flew downward for about 10 more miles, and almost every mile of distance, he was able to find a piece of heavenly meteor divine gold. The size of the heavenly meteor divine gold obtained would not be larger due to the depth, but rather there was an element of luck. Deeper down it could be only the size of a finger, or it could be the size of a stone mill. The heavenly meteor divine gold he had collected from these 10 miles or so of depth added up to a total of 2 stone mill-sized pieces. It was probably enough for him to forge a divine weapon for his own use, then his eldest daughter's armor, and his youngest daughter's weapon. By the looks of it, it was also about to reach the deepest part of this demon cave. Hopefully, he would be able to obtain some more heavenly meteor divine gold. The square space he was in at the moment was probably only the size of a small pond. It was feared that he would be able to reach the deepest part of the cave if he went less than a mile deeper. But he couldn't see the vision ahead at all. There was chaotic energy blocking his vision, so he wasn't sure exactly how deep it was. Unsurprisingly, the entire heavenly meteor demon cave was almost 50 miles deep. It was already a terrifying depth. He continued to fly downwards, and as he stepped down step by step, the picture he saw gradually changed. The pit was getting smaller and smaller. He strangely realized that there was no more heavenly meteor divine gold hanging from the rock walls. At this depth, twice the strength was already a bit insufficient. It seemed that it would have to be increased to 3 times. Lu Qingan extracted some more cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, the strength of the cultivation in his body reached 3 times his original cultivation. It was also at this moment that the discomfort that he had just felt instantly disappeared without a trace. Ahem, it was still quite refreshing to be stronger. He had to admit that the system letting him have such a strong strength was still somewhat justified. He realized that there was no more heavenly meteor divine gold on top of the rock wall, and his speed towards going down accelerated. After a quarter of an hour, he came to a complete stop. It was also at this time that he finally saw the image of the deepest part of the heavenly meteor demon cave. The deepest part of the heavenly meteor demon cave was a narrow space with 3 wells. The surrounding rock walls were eroded by chaotic energy to the point where they were as smooth as mirrors, glowing with an ethereal purple shimmer. At the very center, there was a carriage-sized piece of heavenly meteor divine gold suspended. When he saw this heavenly meteor divine gold, Lu Qing'an's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there is a very large piece of heavenly meteor divine gold. This piece is enough for me to forge many things out of it. Only, after taking a closer look at this heavenly meteor divine gold, he instantly realized that this heavenly meteor divine gold was a bit different from the heavenly meteor divine gold he had collected earlier. This huge heavenly meteor divine gold was still as black as ink, the dark gold lines on its surface pulsed like blood vessels, and the corners burst out with purple and black electricity, distorting the surrounding area into a spiral void. But the most bizarre is the core of the sky meteor divine gold actually have a group of translucent silver-gray energy bodies slowly rotating. Like a living thing, it breathes brightly and dimly. Whenever the light rises and shrinks, star-like blue points of light will emerge and instantly turn into blood-colored threads. The space around the energy body constantly collapsed and reorganized, occasionally poking out transparent tentacle-like ripples. Touching the rock wall triggered a low hum, like a sleeping beast talking in its sleep. What on earth is this thing inside? Why does it feel like it's alive? Lu Qinggan was very curious and moved forward. He had just taken a step when the energy body at the center of that heavenly meteor divine gold suddenly violently erupted with a terrifying aura, impacting towards him. Little thing. It's really alive. And so violent? In the face of the incoming aura, Lu Qinggan simply waved his one hand and instantly slapped the terrifying aura away. If he was still only twice as strong, he would have been seriously injured in the face of this sudden incoming breath attack. However, right now, this thing couldn't do anything to him. I'd like to see what kind of thing you are now. With intense curiosity, he pressed forward. Chapter 29, Life Beyond the Heavens. Lu Qinggan approached step by step. At every step he took to get closer, the energy body at the center of that heavenly meteor divine gold would quickly emit a powerful aura to impact him, trying to stop him from getting closer. It's quite temperamental, but do you think you can hurt me? In the face of this energy body's attack to stop it time and time again, Lu Qing and Shang all easily swatted it away as if it was as simple as swatting a mosquito to death. In the end, after he was completely close to the heavenly meteor divine gold, reaching out and touching it, violently emitting the punishing black flame, the energy body inside suddenly went quiet. It was as if it had been conquered by him, and suddenly it was no longer raging. This thing, it seemed to be a bit afraid of the immortal punishing black flame as well. Every time he collected a piece of heavenly meteor divine gold, he had to use this immortal punishing black flame to demagnetize it, eliminating the heavenly meteor divine gold's ability to damage the human body. And now he used it in such a way, but he didn't expect that after using the immortal punishing black flame, the energy body that had been frantically attacking him just a moment ago was suddenly too quiet to be quiet again. It was like a dog that treated him as an enemy and barked madly when it saw him. But after he got completely close and held a gun against its head, it stopped barking. Still, the thing gave off the feeling that it possessed life, and had a strong vitality flowing through it as well. This should be an energy-based life form that he had never seen before. But he, the knowledgeable Eternal Night Demon Emperor, had actually never seen this kind of contraption before, and had absolutely no idea what it was called. Still couldn't figure out what it was. This heavenly meteor divine gold had flown down from beyond the heavens, so it was normal that it hadn't been seen or recorded in the Tsoyun continent. He didn't recognize it, others might recognize it and could take it back to look at it. Since it's quiet, then you come out. Lu Qingdan split the heavenly meteor divine gold with a palm and enveloped this entire energy body with a terrifying demonic aura, as if there was a layer of black cling film wrapped around this energy body. The main reason was that he needed this heavenly meteor divine gold to forge weapons, so he had to store this energy body in something else. Let's just stuff it in here. Lu Qingdan took out an exquisite box, probably only the size of his palm, which possessed a decent amount of space inside. However, just as he was about to put this massive energy inside the box, the quiet energy body suddenly changed again. It no longer attacked him as it had earlier, but vibrated and sent out a strange idea. This idea gave Lu Qingdan a very vague feeling, and it was like the words of a child who had not yet been born with enough spiritual intelligence. It gave people the feeling that it was awkward and illogical. The general meaning was that it didn't like the box? He could probably sense that the energy body didn't like the box. You mean, it doesn't like this box? If that's the case, you should show it a little. As soon as Lu Qingdan's words passed, the energy body gently trembled. It seems that you really don't like this box, but I can't let you continue to guard the heavenly meteor divine gold, that thing unuseful. So, you might as well go inside. Lu Qingdan didn't give this energy body a chance to refuse, and still forcefully stuffed the massive energy inside the box. After getting it done, he clapped his hands. This thing gives me a feeling like a child. However, it was special and powerful, possessing at least twice the strength of my previous strength. In other words, if this thing was really a life form and was still just a child, yet it had twice the strength of his previous kind of strength, it would be a bit scary. It could kill the peak of the Great Emperor realm in seconds at will. And that was when it was still only in a child state. How strong would this thing be when it really grew up? Take it back and study it again. He wasn't afraid that this thing could hurt him. He still had 1,000,000 times his cultivation strength, so even if this thing was stronger, it couldn't be stronger than him. Lu Qingdan put away the heavenly meteor divine gold, then swept around the deepest part of the place and scanned it with his divine sense to make sure he hadn't missed anything good before flying upwards. It was time to go back and see how well the children had hardened. And while he was flying upwards, the red-haired woman, who was in the depths of more than 20 miles, had several formations around her suddenly break. It seems that she can't continue to stay at this depth. Her state of mind has changed a bit. She has to leave the heavenly meteor demon cave and cultivate outside for a while before continuing down to cultivate. She was very distracted at the moment due to the presence she had seen sweeping by not too long ago, causing her state of mind to change drastically. In the end, after determining that she couldn't continue here, she looked deeply into the depths below and still didn't see anyone coming up, so she could only control the formation and head upwards. The speed at which she left was not slow, and as she flew upwards, the pressure on her body became less and less. Until she reached a place close to 3 miles deep, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes quickly looked towards a corner. What entered her eyes was a black shield of light. Lu Zixuan and the others had listened to Lu Qingdan's words and had been practicing within the black light shield. Lu Miaomia had the weakest cultivation level and could only sit about a foot outside the center of the black shield. Her little face still had a difficult expression, and her body was already drenched in layers of sweat. However, she was still seriously cultivating and hardening her body. Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji on the other hand were outside some cultivation. As for Su Yuni, she almost sat down to cultivate before getting very close to the black shield light screen. She wasn't just letting that energy quench her body, she was also cultivating the formation. Her trip was simply very rewarding. Not only had her body been quenched and become permeable, but in the future, her cultivation should be smoother with fewer bottlenecks. Most importantly, she also discovered that she had awakened a physique. A physique that was related to formations. As she gained more understanding of the Tao of formation, this physique became stronger and stronger, and at this moment, she was radiating a burst of Tao haze all over her body. This was precisely the innate formation physique. What is this thing? How is it that someone with this kind of cultivation wouldn't die even if they were inside? The red-haired woman saw the black light shield in the distance and couldn't help but raise her curiosity as she gazed that way. Just as she was still curious about what that black light shield was, suddenly, her gaze snapped around. Wait a minute! This woman was possessing an innate formation body? Seeing the haze on Su Yuni's body, the red-haired woman was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was an innate formation body. Even she, with her array talent pulled full circle, did not have an innate array body. And this woman, who had yet to reach the Great Emperor realm, actually possessed an innate formation body. People with innate array body, practicing array will be extremely simple, just like drinking water. All array masters dream of physique. Could it be that this black shield is in fact a kind of formation that I have never seen before? If that's the case, then this black shield is this woman's formation. Good. With this kind of qualification, if she becomes my disciple, then I will have someone to inherit my legacy. She has been searching for a disciple in recent years, but after searching throughout the entire demon region, she just couldn't find a disciple that made her more satisfied. Unexpectedly, this time when she came over here to cultivate, she actually had this kind of harvest. She quickly flew over there. And her proximity attracted the attention of Su Yuni's 4 people. The 4 were instantly alert. Chapter 30. I'll wait for my brother-in-law to return. The red-haired woman, whose full name was Luo Dan Herb, instantly noticed Su Yuni's unusual side when she got a little closer to the black shield. Wait! The cultivation aura on this woman's body, how is it the aura from the Immortal Ruins side? Su Yuni was already too late to put away her aura, and only hastily did so when this person came a little closer, but it was already too late. The 2 of them stared at each other across the black light shield, speechless for a moment. Su Yuni was able to clearly feel the peak cultivation of the Great Emperor realm from Luo Danhong's body, this kind of strength, wanting to crush them, it was easy. She was now a little worried about whether the black light shield laid down by her brother-in-law would be able to protect them. If I had known, I would not have cultivated the formation here. The relationship between the Immortal Ruins and the Demon Realm, once I am discovered, I will surely suffer a blow. She now regretted being too oblivious to her cultivation just now. However, among the 4, she was the only one who was worried. Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji, on the other hand, all 3 of them were calm. Even when they saw Luo Danhong approaching, they didn't have any worries. They all remembered the words that Lu Qinggan had said. As long as they didn't step out of this light shield, then nothing would be able to harm them. You're from the Immortal Ruins? Luo Dan Herb frowned. It was rare that she met someone who was qualified enough to receive her inheritance, but actually came from the Immortal Ruins. This made her a little hesitant, or rather unwilling. Obviously she had already seen the answer, but she still couldn't help but ask a question. Su Yuni took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Right now, all she could do was to stall for time. The other party asked this. Perhaps they were also unsure if she was from the Immortal Ruins. When Luo Danhong saw that Su Yuni did not speak, her brows frowned a little tighter. You can't speak? Su Yuni. Did you misunderstand something? I have no intention of harming you. Luo Danhong looked at Su Yuni's vigilant appearance and thought of something. A faint smile purposely rose on her face, signaling Su Yuni not to worry. Su Yuni was slightly stunned. No intention to harm us? Wait a minute. The sudden change from a frowning state to this attitude was clearly an intentional display of attitude. Therefore, she still did not reply. Lock Dan Herb was speechless when she saw that no matter how she spoke, Su Yuni did not speak. What was wrong with this woman? If she hadn't been wrong just now, this woman was indeed from the Immortal Ruins side, but how could someone from the Immortal Ruins side appear here? This was very strange. Gritting her teeth, she didn't care if Su Yuni was from the Immortal Ruins or not. The rarity of innate formation bodies was even smaller than the probability of that Eternal Night Demon Emperor possessing the Eternal Night Emperor position after he had broken through to a great emperor. This kind of talent she had to grasp. If she really couldn't, she would secretly cultivate it, hide it, and cultivate it. Or perhaps she would let the woman recultivate, adapt to the gong methods on their side of the demon region, and practice the formations all over again. After all, this woman hadn't broken through to the Great Empress realm yet. I found out that you have an innate formation body, and as I am the strongest person in the formation path on this side of the demon region, seeing a person with such outstanding talent as you, I was born with the desire to take on a disciple. Do you have any thoughts of accepting my lifelong array inheritance? Luo Dan Herb decisively stated her thoughts. After saying that, various array lights flashed on her body, displaying her extremely strong attainments in the Tao of formation. Su Yuni froze even more. She had indeed awakened her innate formation body just now, and this kind of formation physique was indeed extremely rare. Formation Tao powerhouses on the Immortal Ruins side that possessed this kind of physique only stayed in ancient rumors. Could it be that this person really just wanted to take her as his disciple? She looked at each of the formations behind Luo Dan Herb, and in just a moment, she was amazed by the aura and formation Tao attainments displayed by these formations. What a powerful formation! What a complex formation! She had seen the strongest formation master's formations over at the Immortal Ruins, but compared to the one in front of her, that formation master from the Immortal Ruins was simply the younger brother of the younger brother. There is no comparison. Truly the strongest formation master on this side of the magic domain? Why are there so many talents on this side of the magic domain? No matter if it's a strong person or a variety of things, it's all better than their immortal market side. If it wasn't for the existence of that layer of boundary wall that restricts the effects, the Immortal Ruins would have been destroyed by the strongest people of the demon domain, I'm afraid. Are you sure you really want to take me as your disciple? Su Yuni was a little moved and asked weakly. This kind of formation attainment, if she worshipped under the other party's door, she would indeed be able to learn a lot of things. I have already determined that you come from the side of the Immortal Ruins, which will affect my teaching afterward. As long as you promise me to abolish this cultivation, and to re-es the Devil's Domain's Kung Fu, I will pass my life's inheritance to you. Luo Dan Herb said. Su Yuni's face was ugly. Recultivation? She had worked so hard to cultivate to this realm, and she wasn't that far away from the Great Emperor realm. When Lu Zixuan heard this, she hurriedly shouted, "Little ant! Don't! When she heard that this person was asking her sister-in-law to abolish her cultivation, she hurriedly stopped it. Because she knew very well that since her father was able to help her convert her cultivation from the immortal ruin side to the current demon realm side, he should also be able to help her sister-in-law. If this were to waste this cultivation, then how long would it take to recultivate? Suyuni quickly turned her head to look at Lu Zixuan and hurriedly transmitted her voice to ask, Zixuan, are you discovering something? Lu Zixuan said, Auntie, it's better to wait for my father to come back before making a decision. She didn't say all the words, she was afraid that her father wouldn't be able to do it then and that would be bad. Her father should be back soon. Suyuni's eyes rolled for a moment, then she looked at Luodan Herb outside the light shield and arched her hand, Senior, I'll wait for my brother-in-law to return before making a decision. Wait for your brother-in-law to return? Hearing this, Luodan Herb was silent for a moment, then said, When will your brother-in-law return? Where did he go? Also, is this black light shield a formation you set up? Under her close proximity, she realized that this black light shield possessed a special kind of energy, giving her the feeling that it was not like a formation at all. To be able to have such a strange effect, it should be a formation. As for the people here, only Suyuni was a formation master, and her cultivation strength was relatively strong. Then there is a 99% probability that this formation was set up by Suyuni. My brother-in-law is busy and should be back soon. Suyuni wasn't sure if Luo Danhong was really a good person, and it wasn't good to state what Lu Qingan had gone to do, so she simply returned. So this is your formation? What's the name of it? Luo Danhong continued to ask. Suyuni shook her head, this is my brother-in-law's means. Your brother-in-law is also a formation master? Luo Danhong was a bit surprised. This kind of strange formation was something she really hadn't seen before. A formation that she hadn't even seen could be seen how rare it was. After all, she was the strongest formation master on this side of the demon region. My brother-in-law, I don't think so. Suyuni also didn't know if Lu Qingan had other things to hide from her. It was somewhat possible that he was also a formation master, but she wasn't really sure. Luo Dan Herb frowned again, then with curiosity in mind, she reached out to touch the black light shield. As long as it was a formation, if she spent some time, she would be able to study the formation clearly and even crack it. It was a weight anyway, so she would see what kind of formation it was. Her finger touched this black light shield. But the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened violently. The formation rose. She shouted as a meal of formations flashed on her body. Poof poof poof. The moment she touched the black light shield, a terrifying pressure came towards her. It was extremely aggressive and damaging. She hastily activated her formations to defend against it, but was shocked to find that she had activated a total of 10 top 10 grade Jedi defense formations, and the first 9 of them were actually instantly blasted through. The last one finally resisted this pressure. What's going on here? Luo Dan Herb watched as just a single mighty pressure blasted through his 9 defensive formations, and fell into an endless state of disbelief. Chapter 31, almost scaring people out of their wits. Luo Dan Herb was plunged into endless shock, doubting that everything she had just experienced was in an illusion. The result was that no matter how many times she checked, her own formations had indeed all been blasted through. All gone in less than a short breath of time. This is really your brother-in-law's means? Luo Dan Herb quickly looked at Suyuni, her eyes still in a state of stupefaction. Suyuni was also confused. She hadn't expected this black light shield to be so terrifying at all. As a fellow formation master, she was well aware of exactly how powerful Lok Dan Herb had just raised 10 defensive formations in the blink of an eye with the speed of raising formations like lightning, and just how powerful those formations were. However, it was such a powerful figure, such a powerful 10 formations, that were actually so unbeatable in the midst of such a wave of energy emanating from such a light shield from his own brother-in-law. In the blink of an eye, 9 such strong formations were broken? What exactly is happening here? What is this tactic of one's brother-in-law? So terrifying is this? Suyuni blinked her beautiful eyes and looked towards Luo Danhong, who had the same expression as her at the moment, and shook her head, stating that she didn't know either. Senior, what did you just do? She couldn't help but wonder now if Luo Dan Herb was acting. Did this senior break the formation herself? Otherwise, with just that one touch of a single energy emanating from this black light shield, how could it possess such a terrifying power? 9 such powerful defensive formations were instantly nullified. Did that mean that a peak great Emperor Realm powerhouse would be destroyed in the blink of an eye after touching this black light shield? After all, these 9 defensive formations were enough to rival the full force defense of a peak great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Luo Dan Herb was rhetorically asked by Suyuni, and she became even more confused. I didn't do anything. This light shield is attacking me. This light shield can still attack people? And so violently? Suyuni couldn't help but quickly recall what Lu Qingan had said before he left. He had said at that time that as long as the 4 of them did not go outside this light shield, even if the strongest people came, they would not be able to enter within the black light shield. At that time, she had thought that perhaps it would be able to block stronger people from entering. After all, this brother-in-law of hers was also a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. But now, it seemed that the words he said were actually true? Even a stronger peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to enter? Thinking about this, the corners of her mouth gently trembled, and she recalled the words that Xiao Qingyi and the others had said not long ago over at the courtyard. Could it be that her own brother-in-law was really an invincible existence on this side of the demon region? Anyone could beat up? All these years, hiding so deeply? Elder, why don't you just wait quietly on the side, waiting for my brother-in-law to come back? Su Yuni saw Luo Danxian's appearance at the moment, and it didn't seem like she was acting, while for Luo Danxian's sake, she persuaded. She had completely seen Luo Danxian's strength of Formation Dao. This Formation Dao strength was indeed too much stronger than her. If she could really receive the inheritance from Luo Dan Herb, it would be a great opportunity for her. Luo Dan Herb pondered for a long while, her gaze still deadpan on that black light shield. In the end, she nodded her head. And just at the moment she nodded, she suddenly realized that a little girl behind Su Yuni had a look of surprise on her face. Father is back. When Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni heard Lu Miaomiao's words, they quickly looked in the direction that Lu Miaomiao was pointing to, only that they didn't see Lu Qing in silhouette in that direction, and when they returned their gaze back to Luo Danhong, that's when they saw Lu Qing in silhouette. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qinggan had quietly stood behind Luo Danxiang. At this moment, Luo Dan Herb didn't seem to have realized that there was already a handsome man in black with long hair standing behind her. Father! Father! Brother-in-law! Luo Dan Herb suddenly froze for a moment when she saw Su Yuni's trio shouting out 3 titles in surprise towards her here. HM? Shouting out my father, brother-in-law? Wait a minute. It can't be that there is someone behind me, right? Impossible. I'm the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, and I even have a powerful formation warning. It's impossible for someone to quietly appear behind me. Who are you? Luo Dan Herb had not yet had the time to build up a mental structure in her own mind when she suddenly heard a man's voice with a strong middle tone coming from behind her. This startled her. No! What's going on? Luo Dan Herb turned around as fast as she could, and the array light on her body once again flashed madly as a large number of formations enveloped her, using the ultimate defense. She was relieved when she saw Lu Qinggan and did not feel any killing intent on Lu Qinggan. And after she gazed at Lu Qinggan for a moment, her expression changed violently. Wait a minute. This figure, why does it look a bit like the one just now? She quickly turned her head towards the black light shield again, and in a flash, it was like her head passed through an electric current, and everything went smoothly. Gulp! She swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Who the hell is this? How is it so terrifying? When did the Devil Realm possess such a terrifying and appalling person? I'm asking you, who are you? Lu Qinggan asked with indifference. At this time, he had already discovered that the black light shield he had placed here had been touched by someone. It must be this woman. This woman, whom he had just hurriedly met, was strong in all her array strength, but there was no need to be alive if she was making a move with someone who was against him. However, he didn't feel any hostility on this woman at the moment. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't directly make a move to exterminate this person. The second reason was that this kind of formation strength might be somewhat related to an old friend he knew. Possibly the disciple of that old friend of his? My name is Luo Dan Herb. Under the scrutiny of Lu Qing'an's eyes, Luo Dan Herb didn't know what was going on and realized that her soul was gently trembling. It was as if she was being stared at by a flood of ferocious beasts. Unconsciously, she answered Lu Qing'an's question. What have you done to the demonic aura shield I placed here? Attempting to destroy it? A magic shield? Impossible. How could this be a low-level spell like the magic Qi Shroud? Can such a low-level spell be this terrifying? That's not true. If the person casting the spell was frighteningly strong, then it would be possible. Combining this with the images she had seen earlier deep down below, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva once again, then hurriedly said, No, I was just curious about what it was, so I gently touched it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. As she spoke, she didn't know what was going on, but she actually began to speak respectfully. Lu Qinggan looked towards his 2 daughters and saw Lu Zixuan gently nod her head before he put away that oppressive aura. Now that he had raised so much cultivation to use, the mere oppressive aura was enough to make a weak person faint in fear. Did she say something to you guys? Lu Qinggan no longer paid attention to Luo Danhong and flew inside the black light shield, standing in front of his 2 daughters. Brother-in-law, she was mainly talking to me just now, Su Yuni hurriedly said. Lu Qinggan turned his head to look at Su Yuni and asked, What did she say? Chapter 32 Old Friend's Sister. Su Yuni said, Not long ago, I just awakened my innate formation body here, and after this senior found out, he wanted to take me as his disciple, but he needed me to abolish this immortal ruins cultivation and cultivate my devil realm cultivation again. Hearing this, Lu Qinggan looked at Luo Danhong one more time. After he came back, he had already discovered that his sister-in-law had an extra special aura on her body, and her physique had indeed changed tremendously. If it was really an innate formation body, then on this trip, she had come to the right place. And he just carefully felt in Luodan herb, there is no hostility, plus Luodan herb's array strength is really good, able to rely on the array strength to go down to the kind of depth of the heavenly meteor devil cave, then his old friend's attainment of the array is also strong. There is no need to abolish your cultivation, but do you want to worship the master? If you want to worship the master, you shouldn't be able to go back to the immortal ruins side very often. Lu Qinggan looked at Su Yuni and asked. He respected Su Yuni's choice. If Su Yuni wanted to learn stronger formation knowledge from a teacher, then he would help Su Yuni convert her cultivation to that of the demon realm side, and this matter would not be too troublesome for him. After all, Su Yuni hadn't broken through to the Great Emperor realm yet. If Su Yuni had broken through to the Great Emperor realm, then it would indeed be slightly troublesome. It was only a little bit. Su Yuni awkwardly said, a little bit, but I can't stay over here all the time. This time when she came to this side of the demon region, she told her sister and brother that they would be going back very soon, and now all of a sudden she told them that she would not be going back, which must not suspect that she had encountered something bad, adding to her worries in vain. If you have any concerns because of your sister and brother, then I still advise you to ignore them. Your sister cares so much about strength, if you tell her that you want to improve over here, she will naturally agree. As for your brother, ahem. Lu Qinggan didn't continue. He actually had a little bit of selfishness. If Su Yuni was able to stay over here for some more time, his two daughters would definitely be very happy. Before Su Yuni and Mom came, he could see smiles on the faces of his two daughters, but he always felt that his two daughters were deliberately acting out, that the two children had grown up and didn't want him to worry, so they behaved this way. And after the two came, especially after Su Yuni came, he could clearly see that the smiles on his two daughters' faces were much more genuine. His daughters were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing this, Su Yuni felt that Lu Qinggan had a point. Then should I think about it? There is no rush to go back anyway. Su Yuni was slightly embarrassed and said. Lu Qinggan nodded his head. Luodan herb, who was the one who was going to take on an apprentice, was bitter in her heart at the moment as she listened to the conversation between the two. I'm not the one who's going to accept the apprentice? How come I don't get to talk? Lu Qingyan shifted his gaze back to Luodan herb at this moment. Do you really want to take her as your disciple? You should already be well aware of my strength. If you dare to have any bad thoughts about her, the entire demon region, and even the entire Tsongyin continent, will have no place for you to stay. Hearing these threatening words, Luodan herb hurriedly assured, I naturally won't have any bad intentions. You can rest assured. She was certain that Lu Qinggan wasn't bragging with these words. Seeing that Luodan herb was indeed interested in taking on a disciple, Lu Qingyan made a decision as well. Alright then, I'm going to leave here and go to Devil's Lin City. Do you want to follow, or do you still have something to be busy with? If you have something to be busy with, leave a sound transmission mark. I'm fine. Okay, let's go. Lu Qinggan waved one hand, then put away the black light shield. The body of the demonic aura once again shrouded Lu Zishuan 4 people. Then he thought of something. Before leaving the heavenly meteor devil's cave, turned his head to look at Luodan herb, asked, what is the relationship between you and the strongest formation master in the devil's domain, Huang Hao? Are you his disciple? In his eyes, Luodan herb looks very young, and Huang Hao Guy a white-haired old man state, if the two have a relationship, it should be a master-disciple relationship. If the two are really master-disciple relationship, then Huang Hao this old thing is something, actually cultivated out such a strong array road. According to his assessment, this Luodan herb's level in formation Dao had already surpassed Huang Hao. He is not the strongest formation master in the magic region. When Luodan herb heard this name, the corner of her mouth twitched, then she returned, I am not his disciple either, he is my senior brother. Lu Qinggan was surprised to hear this. He is your senior brother? He had never heard that Huang Hao had a senior sister. But Luodan herb didn't have to lie to him and shouldn't dare to lie to him either. In that case, what other hidden stories were there between these two? When he knew Huang Hao, this old thing had already been known as the strongest formation master in the demon region. Whether it was this old thing bragging about himself or someone else bestowing the name, it was unclear. Seeing Lu Qinggan's incomprehension, Luodan herb hurriedly told the situation of himself and his senior brother. I grew up worshipping with him, I'm much younger than him, but my talent in formation Dao is stronger than his, and I was a bit faster at getting started, so I'm his senior sister, and I don't care much about the publicity outside. I'm the complete opposite of my senior brother who likes to make a name for himself. I'm more obsessed with studying formation Dao, so my formation Dao strength has always been stronger than his. There was a period of time when I reached a bottleneck in my formation Dao level, so I dived into seclusion in a place, and 30,000 years passed by. Luodan herb told the specific relationship between the two of them, Huang Hao, and also told the situation of his cultivation over the years as well as his achievements. My strength is much stronger than his, but after he came out of seclusion, he found that everyone said that he was the strongest formation master in the devil's domain. Lu Qinggan was also speechless when he heard this. This old thing, how shameless. Knowing that there was someone stronger than him, he still kept bragging to the public that he was the strongest formation master. But it did fit this old thing's personality. He had seen many people who loved to pretend, and not many of them could pretend to be better than him, except for this Huang Hao. Since he's your senior brother, it's just right, you send him a message to come and meet me in Devil's Adventure City. Luo Dan Herb heard this and asked unexpectedly, you know my senior brother? We are quite close, you might have heard of my name. Lu Qinggan calmly looked at Luo Danhong. Hearing this, Luo Danhong violently realized something and looked at Lu Qinggan in shock. After she had come out of the gate, this senior brother of hers had been bragging about one thing. That was that he was the good brother of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could it be that? That's incorrect. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor wasn't that strong. That's not true. Could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far stronger than what others have rumored? Luo Danhong's throat rolled for a moment, then carefully asked, are you the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Qinggan nodded. Luo Dan Herb. I can't imagine that you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. My senior brother may not be able to come to see you for a short period of time. Why? Last time I fought with him, I accidentally hurt him, now he is in seclusion to heal his wounds, he may not be able to come out for a short time. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. Forget it, let's wait for him to finish his retreat. He wasn't in a hurry to see this old friend. Okay, let's go. He brought along Lu Zixuan and the four of them, then glanced at Luo Danhong and didn't bother to slowly wait for Luo Danhong to follow, decisively bringing Luo Danhong along for the flight. With a swoosh, he then took the 5 people and flew up to the sky above the heavenly meteor devil cave, followed by a tremor on his body, the void in front of him collapsed, and a void passageway appeared. With just one step, he had already brought the 5 back over the courtyard of Devil Lin City in the blink of an eye. Luo Dan Herb, who had followed Lu Qingyan the entire time, was once again stunned in place when she saw this scene. This was still a human being. Chapter 33 The Arrogant Weapon Refiner. When Lu Qinggan returned to the courtyard, one incense stick before. A short silhouette carrying a huge hammer and wearing a black robe then appeared in the middle of the sky above the courtyard. The person was shorter than a normal person by half, with a white-haired Mediterranean head, extremely muscular arms, and a face full of arrogance looking down at the courtyard below. When this person appeared, the 3 of them in the courtyard below, Shui Tianfei, walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi saw that Wang Forge Mountain had arrived and smiled as he flew up into the sky. Old Wang, I haven't seen you for a while, how have you been doing lately? Wang Fengshan stared at Xiao Qingyi with disdain. If you lie to me again this time, then you're dead. He is a bit likely to cheat you, but I won't, right? The Shui Tianfei below did not fly up to the sky to greet her, but instead opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. Wang Forge Mountain looked towards the snowy heavenly concubine below. He had also come this time because of consort Shui Tian. Xiao Qingyi was able to disguise consort Shui Tian's voice, but could not disguise consort Shui Tian's experience. He only asked consort Shui Tian how many weapons he had forged for consort Shui Tian in total back then, and only after getting a definite answer did he believe that the person who had transmitted the voice from the opposite side was consort Shui Tian. The Shui Tianfei he knew, there was little possibility of deceiving him. He ignored Xiao Qingyi, and with a flash, he had arrived in front of consort Shui Tian standing flat on the ground. Consort Shui Tian, you really didn't lie to me, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has returned? Wang Forge Mountain stared at consort Shui Tian, wanting to capture a micro-expression on consort Shui Tian's face to prove the truth of the matter. However, when consort Shui Tian faced him, her entire face was like a block of ice, with no micro-expressions at all. He's back, he's just gone out, he'll be back afterward, he's asked you to help this Taoist friend build a refining room. Shui Tianfei was happy to help Lu Qinggan to take care of things. Since Lu Qinggan wanted to help Imam to create an alchemy room, then she would try to assist in the completion of this matter. When Imam saw Wang Forge Shan, his face was instantly filled with a warm smile, and he hurriedly went forward and reached out, grabbing Wang Forge Shan's hand. Hello, fellow Taoist. My humble self, Imam. I am also a refiner. I've already seen the weapon you forged. It is really stunning. Wang Forge Mountain frowned as he pulled his hand out, his face full of arrogance. He didn't bother to get acquainted with Imam, he came here for one purpose only. Nor was he specifically here to help build a refining room. And in his eyes, there wasn't a single refiner in the entire demon region that could match him. In his eyes, Imam was just an ordinary refiner. Xiao Qingyi saw Imam's hot face sticking to Wang Forge Mountain's cold ass, went up and patted Imam's shoulder. Don't be angry, this old thing is just this nature, see anyone as if they owe him money. Imam is busy smiling and waving his hand. Nothing, I like people with personality. Wang Daoyu, inside please. He is very clear about the temperament of most refiners, are some stubborn people, some personality is even more peculiar, but undeniably, the stranger the temperament of the refiner, the stronger the refining strength. Don't go in and sit down, Wang Forge Mountain, directly start to help build the refining room. Concubine Shui Tian called out to Wang Forge Mountain to stop. She wanted Lu Qingyan to see that the refining room had been successfully built before he returned. She wanted to be a truly virtuous wife and mother. Aiding well in whatever he did. Ahem, a sip of tea was always necessary. Xiao Qingyi looked at concubine Xue Tian and thought to herself, why are you letting people work as soon as the guests arrive? However, just as Xiao Qingyi finished speaking, he ushered in Xue Tianfei's glare. Hurry up and drink after you finish. Consort Xue Tian said. Who said that I came here to promise to help you build a refining room? This father's value today you do not understand, cannot do it. Wang Forging Mountain said. Now the people who are looking for him to refine weapons are lined up from the easternmost to the westernmost part of the demon region. Even if they are looking for him to refine weapons, they are actually asking him to help them build a refining room. What is the difference between this and using a precious sword to dig up wild vegetables? What, you don't listen to what my man says? He did say that if you don't listen, he will beat you until you do. Concubine Xue Tian said in a deep voice. Oh? When did the Eternal Night Demon Emperor become your man? Are you being a nymphomaniac again? Furthermore, I'm still questioning you guys today, whether or not you lied to me. I haven't seen him so far. Wang Forge Mountain disliked it the most when people pushed him, and although he was a little bit worse than Princess Xue Tian in terms of strength, he wasn't much weaker in a real fight. What, do you want to fight with me? When Xue Tianfei heard Wang Forge Shan's words, she instantly became angry. What do you mean by being a nymphomaniac? Can liking someone be called being a nymphomaniac? Xiao Qingyi's head went big when he saw that the two had suddenly crossed swords. He Imam also did not expect these three people to change their moods so quickly, and stood in place in a daze. Xing and when will you come back? He Imam laughed bitterly in his heart. In the end, under the maneuvering of Xiao Qingyi and he Imam, the two people did not fight. Wang Forge Shan also entered inside the house and sat down. Fellow Daoist Wang, I have a refining question here, I wonder if I can ask you about it? When Imam he saw that a few people were sitting and not speaking, he smiled and spoke out. He did have a question on refining, and he was already very sure that Wang Forge Mountain was too much better than him in refining. This kind of opportunity to ask for advice was not many. I don't have time. Wang Forge Shan glanced at He Imam and said with a bratty face. He Imam. They are all sitting and waiting in boredom, how is it that they are not free? He didn't care how Wang Forge Shan replied, and directly asked his question. It's like this, when I refine weapons, it always appears when it's about to end that. Wang Forge Mountain said that he was not available, but when He Imam asked his question, he still listened. When he finished listening to He Imam's question, his eyebrows moved gently, but he hid this subtle change in expression. To not know such a simple common sense of refining is laughable. Fellow Daoist Wang knows? Then can you help me solve my confusion? He Imam hurriedly smiled and requested. You just need to. Wang Forge Mountain raised his condescending head and uttered a bunch of refining knowledge and experience, and after finishing, glanced at He Imam and said you can't understand it either. He Imam sat in place, his eyes were turning rapidly, after being silent for a long time, suddenly his fist slapped on his palm. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, fellow Daoist Wang, for clearing up the confusion. You are really experienced. Admirable admiration. Listening to He Imam's praise, Wang Forge Shan was a little surprised that He Imam actually understood, but still felt that it should be due to the clarity of his own teaching, and lifted his chin one more point. By the way, fellow Daoist, I have another question. This question confuses me even more. He Imam quickly asked another refining question. Once this question passed, Wang Forge Mountain suddenly frowned. Xiao Qingyi saw that Wang Forge Mountain actually fell silent, and his expression played with the flavor. Old Wang, you can't be that you don't know either. Bull. There is a refining problem that I don't know? You don't speak. I'm organizing my language. Wang Forge Mountain frowned. He was indeed a bit asked by He Imam. It was actually a refining problem that he didn't realize either. After thinking carefully for a while, he had an answer and spoke his answer out. After hearing this, He Imam once again clapped his hands. Wonderful! Wonderful! Wang Forge Mountain was relieved to see that his answer was perfect, but at this moment, when he looked at He Imam, his gaze changed a bit. This guy, there's something. Thanks a lot, fellow Daoist. The last question has been bothering me for the longest time. He Imam really didn't expect to have such an opportunity to solve such a problem. Letting him live 10,000 years less would be willing. Coming to the Magic Kingdom this time is the best decision he's ever made in his life. You still have a problem? This problem is even harder? Wang Forge Mountain was starting to get a little worried. How did this guy find so many strange and weird refining problems? And this question is even harder? He Imam scratched his head and laughed bitterly. There's more time for blind pondering on weekdays, this question is. After he asked, he continued to stare at Wang Forge Mountain with a face full of desire. Wang Forge Mountain was now completely speechless by He Imam's question. He actually didn't understand. This. Wang Forge Shan stammered for a while, when suddenly, a familiar aura appeared over the courtyard. They have returned. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Wang Forge Shan's eyes lit up when he felt Lu Qing'an's familiar powerful aura. Sure enough, he hadn't lied to him. This fellow had really come back. Chapter 34, an unforgettable experience for a refiner. The few people from Wangforge Mountain walked out of the courtyard together and looked up into the sky, and it was indeed Lu Qingyan's few people who had returned. However, concubine Shui Tian quickly fixed her gaze on the red-haired, gorgeous-looking Luo Danhong. Not. How could you just go out for such a short while and come back with a woman? The corner of Shui Tianfei's mouth twitched. This man, with too much charisma, just easily attracts butterflies off. Especially at this moment, she saw Luo Dan Herb was staring at Lu Qingyan with her beautiful eyes wide open. How could she look so wrong? It couldn't be that she was directly mesmerized by this woman. Also, how come she hadn't seen this woman before? With a demonic domain aura and peak strength of the Great Emperor realm, by all rights, she shouldn't have never seen it before. When Lu Qingyan saw Wangforge Mountain coming, the corners of his mouth rose as he brought a few people and flew down in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Old Wang, coming? Lu Qingyan looked at Wangforge Mountain and calmly greeted him. Ha ha. I thought I had been tricked by them. Finally, I've waited for you to come back. When Wangforge Shan saw Lu Qingyan, his face, which had been wearing a hint of a haughty look, had become modest. I've asked them to tell you what I called you here to do. How are you doing? Lu Qingyan asked. Xiao Qingyi quickly said, this old thing just doesn't believe us. You don't know how many times I have been cheated by this old Xiao, cheated more, I just don't believe him, this can't be blamed on me. Wangforge Mountain quickly said. Lu Qingyan smiled. At this time, Lu Miaomiao came to the side of Lu Qingyan, with a small hand pulled his sleeve, asked, Daddy, who is this ah? His name is Wangforge Mountain, you can call him whatever you want. Lu Qingyan said. They are old friends. Oh, that's Grandpa Wang. Lu Miaomiao laughed and said, Good day, Grandpa Wang. Wang Fengshan was confused. Ah? This is your daughter? Disappearing for 1,000 years and coming back with such a cute and adorable daughter? Grandpa Wang. At this time, Lu Zixuan followed suit and shouted. After Wangforge Mountain was confused, then hurriedly laughed kindly and said, two little nieces good, Grandpa Wang did not know that there is your existence, did not bring any good gifts like this, these weapons, you guys randomly choose some. Consider this as Grandpa Wang's gift to you. He was free to refine weapons when he had time or not, and the weapons he took out at this time were all 10th grade absolute level weapons. This made Sun Minji greedy. It's so generous. I want it too. But she was too embarrassed to say it. The two of them, Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan, blinked before looking at Lu Qingyan, seemingly seeking her opinion. Lu Qingyan, on the other hand, laughed blandly and said, Take whatever you want, you grandpa kings have nothing, just lots of weapons. Yes, take whatever you want, I don't have much of anything, only weapons are enough. Wangforge Mountain was indeed amazed by these two daughters of Lu Qingyan, one was so cute, one was so beautiful, and most importantly, actually called him Grandpa Wang. Listen! Those two voices of Grandpa Wang, too damn good! Shouted to his heart. Lu Zixuan and the two of them sniffed and were not polite, who would mind having more good weapons. One person went up and picked one, however, the next moment they heard Lu Qingyan reminding, each person take one more, your Grandpa Wang really doesn't lack this weapon. Yes. Take more. Wangforging Mountain said. Thus, the two obeyed and did as they were told, each taking one more. After picking them out, the two of them hurriedly thanked Wangforge Mountain in a sweet voice. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Ha ha. You're welcome. Wangforge Mountain had a smile on his face. This scene silenced both Xiao Qingyi and Princess Shui Tian. This old man, who had been arrogant all his life, actually had such a side today. Moreover, they had never seen Wangforge Shan smile like this before. When Xiao Qingyi thought of this and looked at Lu Qingyan's two daughters, he instantly understood Wangforge Mountain. It couldn't be helped, these two daughters of Lu Qingyan were indeed lovely. Who wouldn't like them? Go, one of you give one weapon to sister-in-law, and one of you give one to Minzi. Lu Qingyan transmitted her voice to her two daughters. When the two of them heard this, they instantly understood why their father had asked them to take one more weapon. So that's what it means. Auntie, I have an extra weapon, give it to you ba. Lu Miaomiao was closer to Su Yuni and smiled as she handed Su Yuni an immortal 10th grade absolute grade treasure sword that sold extremely well. Su Yuni froze. Lu Zixuan also came next to Sun Minji, handing over an extra weapon to Sun Minji. Minzi, it's for you. This is not good. Sun Minji was dumbfounded and had a flattered look. Here, you can take it, it's a freebie anyway. Lu Qingyan calmly said. Then that's good, thanks a lot. Sun Minji swallowed her saliva and hurriedly thanked her. Su Yuni just wanted to refuse, even if the weapon she was using right now was still only the top 10th grade, she was too embarrassed to take her niece's weapon, but at this moment when she heard Lu Qingyan's words, she thought about it and could only take it. Thank you, Miao Miao. Lu Miaomiao laughed, no need to thank your sister-in-law. By the way, who are these two? Wangforge Shan looked at Sun Minzi and Luo Danhong at this moment. He could see that Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan did resemble Lu Qingyan a little bit, and Lu Miaomiao called Su Yuni her sister-in-law, so who was Su Yuni, he also knew, but Luo Danhong two people, he did not know who was Lu Qingyan again. Yes, who is this Taoist friend? Shui Tianfei also followed a question, specifically referring to Luo Danhong. You do not need to care. Come, Meili with you to introduce this, my good friend in the immortal market, Hiyamam. You guys have just understood? Lu Qinggan stepped forward, came next to Hiyamam, and put his hand on Hiyamam's shoulder. Wang Forge Mountain froze when he saw Lu Qinggan so kindly put his hand on Hiyamam's shoulder. He hadn't even been put on Lu Qinggan's shoulder with his hand like this. Xiao Qingyi was also a bit envious. He hadn't had one either. Shui Tianfei didn't know what was going on either, and her heart felt a little bad. She also wanted to be hitched by him like this. Just now got acquainted. Wang Forge Mountain didn't realize that Hiyamam was so close to Lu Qinggan. This friend of mine is also quite good at refining weapons. Of course, there is a bit of a gap with you. This time, I called you here. I want you to help me refine my treasures a few times, and in the meantime, I want you to pass on some of your experience to this good friend of mine. Lu Qinggan said. Oh? You want to refine weapons? Are there any good materials this time? Cough cough, this friend of yours is quite good. He can give me a hand. How much he can learn depends on his own creation. Wang Forge Mountain couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when he heard that Lu Qinggan wanted him to help with the refining of weapons, but quickly hid the emotion, mainly because there were so many people here that it would be easy for his persona to be ruined. It's not other materials either, it's the heavenly meteor divine gold from the last time I looked for you to refine a weapon. Lu Qinggan said. That emotion is good. How much this time? Is it possible to refine a weapon? Hearing this, Wang Forge Mountain once again could not restrain the excitement in his heart. As a refiner, he loved dealing with such mysterious materials the most. After so many years had passed, he couldn't forget that experience of helping Lu Qinggan refine a weapon. It was like meeting his first love when he was young, and he could never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, after so many years had passed, he was actually able to use this material again to refine another weapon. It's a bit much this time. Let's see how many things you can refine. Lu Qinggan directly took out all the heavenly meteor divine gold he had obtained this time. In a flash, huge heavenly meteor divine gold appeared out of nowhere and floated in the air. And when Wang Forge Mountain took a good look at the image in front of him, he actually fell to the ground with a snap. Holy yeah! Chapter 35, Sister, I want to live over here for a long time. Wang Forge Shan was so shocked by the image in front of him that his brain directly went down, and the entire person lost the ability to think. Such a huge heavenly meteor divine gold. Was he dreaming? Where exactly did he get it? It couldn't be inside the heavenly meteor demon cave again. Lu Qinggan was this able to enter a deeper place, even to the deepest place? Xiao Qingyi was not too clear about the importance of the heavenly meteor divine gold, but he could also feel the extraordinary nature of this piece of heavenly meteor divine gold, and was staggered to see such a huge piece of heavenly meteor divine gold. But at this moment, when he saw that the always arrogant Wang Forge Mountain had actually lost his temper and taken a step backwards to fall to the ground, he hurriedly helped Wang Forge Mountain to his feet. Wang Forge Shan, on the other hand, quickly broke away from Xiao Qingyi's hand and pounced on it, touching the heavenly meteor divine gold with both hands. Really? This is real. It's sent. This is rich. He muttered with a face full of ecstasy. As a powerful refiner, Hiyamam also saw at a glance that this was the refining material for Lu Qinggan's weapon and armor, and now when he looked at this heavenly meteor divine gold, he was also as if he was in a state of ecstasy, and followed Wang Forging Mountain to go up and caress it. Like caressing something beautiful in general, the two were intoxicated in place. How does it feel that they are a bit obscene? Shui Tianfei was speechless and spat out. They are literate. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled as he looked at the two men and said, well, apart from this piece of heavenly meteor divine gold, I still have some bits and pieces that are here. All of them will be given to the two of you to refine and help me build them into armor and weapons. It's still the same as before, you first give me the drawings first according to the assessment of how many treasures you can build, and I'll choose. Wang Forge Mountain only came back to his senses from his intoxication when he heard these words from Lu Qingyan, and hurriedly gave Lu Qingyan a solemn nod. Good. Leave everything to me. Xiao Qingyi said, what, you're not taking anything at all for building him a weapon? Aren't you looking at people too much? Wang Forge Mountain disdainfully glanced at Xiao Qingyi and said, simply brainless, watch, after this time, I will no longer be the strongest weaponsmith in existence. I will become the strongest in the past and the world will never be able to catch up with the artifact refiner in the future. There will be no one like him before or after. He will become a mythical existence. Lu Qinggan nodded his head in satisfaction, and after handing over the heavenly meteor divine gold to Wang Forge Mountain, at this time, he directly took out the ball of energy that he had put away and displayed it in front of everyone's eyes. You guys take a look, what is this thing? I've never seen it before, I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen it. The people here are almost all the topmost powerhouses of the demon region, so perhaps some of them have seen it before. As soon as this mass of energy appeared, everyone present was attracted to it. Ha! What is this thing? What a terrifying aura. Why does it give me a feeling that if it wanted to kill me, I might not even be able to take a single move? Never seen it before. But it feels so strong. What's going on here? It's weird. It's a life form, right? Where did you get it? The group of people sensed it and were all shocked. Lu Qinggan said truthfully, I found it in the deepest part of the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave, this big piece of Heavenly Meteor Divine Gold wrapped around this thing. At first it was quite defiant and tried to attack me. After I got it, it was quiet. After the crowd heard Lu Qinggan's words, they were violently silent. Especially those who knew how dangerous a Jedi like the Heavenly Meteor Devil Cave was, all of them fiercely widened their eyes and looked at Lu Qinggan incredulously. The deepest part of the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave? You went to the bottom? Luo Dan Herb, on the other hand, after a brief moment of disorientation, looked at Lu Qinggan with a gaze filled with awe. She believed Lu Qinggan said this. He definitely possessed the strength to fly to the deepest part of the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave. Xiao Qingyi, on the other hand, was a bit unconvinced. You're bragging, didn't you say before that you could only go to about 30 or 40 miles, and this time when you came back, you were able to go straight to the bottom? He was certain that Lu Qinggan should have found this thing in the middle of the Heavenly Meteor Devil Cave, and Lu Qinggan's statement that he had reached the very bottom should have been made up by Lu Qinggan himself in order to pretend to be a bully. Wang Forge Mountain and consort Shui Tian also looked at Lu Qinggan with strange gazes, and it wasn't as if they actually didn't quite believe Lu Qinggan's words. They had both been to the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave, and even if Lu Qinggan was stronger than them, he wasn't strong enough to be this terrifying. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, didn't refute and didn't bother to explain, so he said, is it true that none of them know what this thing is? What is certain is that this thing came from beyond the heavens. It looks like a life form, and it gives me the feeling that it is still in an unhatched, that is, not yet a full body. At this point, Luo Danhong tried to voice out her opinion. Lu Qinggan looked at Luo Danhong and said, listening to you, this could be a demonic beast? I'm not sure. Luo Dan Herb shook her head. Lu Qinggan looked around, no one expressed their opinion anymore, so he put away the energy body. Forget it, anyway, let's put it away for now, we'll always know what it is in the future. Alright, let's start building the refining room. Let's help together and build it at speed. Lu Qinggan began to divide up the labor for the people present, then turned his head to look at Su Yuni and Luo Danhong. You guys discuss your own matters. If you can't make a decision, you can send a message to your sister and your brother to ask for their opinions. Lu Qinggan stared at Su Yuni. He was hoping that Su Yuni would promise Luo Danhong, if you are sure that you want to stay over here for a long time, then come back to me and I will help you convert your cultivation. Su Yuni nodded, okay. He Imam sniffed and said in surprise, Yuni is also going to stay over here for a long time? This fellow Taoist wants to take her as a disciple, it's up to her to make her own choice. He Imam looked at Luo Danhong a few more times, then smiled. He also wanted Su Yuni to stay here. One more acquaintance was also quite good. Moreover, coming here was obviously a particularly wise choice. They had Lu Qinggan to help them, and they could go farther in their career and strength. Lu Qinggan and a few of their men began to fly towards the mountainous region behind them, choosing a better place nearby to create an artifact refining room. Su Yuni and the few men then invited Luo Danhong to enter inside the house. Shui Tianfei had originally thought of following Lu Qinggan, but after looking at Luo Danxiang, she still resisted the idea of following Lu Qinggan to explore the bottom of this Luo Danxiang. She sensed that something was wrong. This woman, there was a possibility that she would steal a man from her. Fellow Taoist, what's your name? I don't seem to have seen you in the midst of the demonic domain. Shui Tianfei asked with a cool face after Luo Danherb sat down. Luo Danhong. My friend should be the famous snow celestial concubine, right? Oh? You recognize me? My senior brother has mentioned you a few times in my place. My senior brother is Huang Hao. Aha! You're Huang Hao's senior sister. But why haven't I heard that he has another senior sister? Shui Tianfei chatted with Luo Danherb for a while, and had already figured out Luo Danherb's background. So it's Huang Hao's senior sister. No wonder she was brought back by Lu Qinggan. She looked at Su Yuni, who had already started to take out a sound transmission jade slip and sent a message to the immortal ruins. It should be transmitting to that woman, right? When she thought of the woman who had gotten Lu Qinggan, concubine Shui Tian couldn't help but feel a chill rise in her heart. That stupid woman had better not let Su Yuni stay here. In that case, Luo Danherb couldn't be here either. She watched as more and more women arrived in this room, and the pressure in her heart grew a little too great. A few moments later, after the voice transmission was connected, Su Yuni looked at Luo Danhong and the girls and said that she was leaving for a while before entering her room. After determining that there was no one next to her, Su Yuni said, Sister, I have something I want to discuss with you. I kind of want to live here for a long time. Su Qingying, who was far away in the immortal ruins, suddenly froze in place when she heard the words coming from her sister. No! You want to be over there and not come back? Chapter 36 Brother-in-law's identity is a bit special. When Su Yuni was in the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave earlier, she really didn't know how to choose. The time given to her was too little. It wasn't good to decide right then and there. That's why she said that she wanted to ask her family members who were far away over in the immortal ruins. And on the way back, and just now, especially after Lu Miaomio had given her that weapon, she had made a decision in her own heart. She already wanted to stay here. First, in her own situation, Lu Qinggan said that he could help her convert her cultivation to that of this side of the magic realm, and that it wouldn't affect her strength. And she was certain that she would be able to learn quite a bit about Formation Dao from Luo Dan Herb, and her strength in Formation Dao could definitely increase like crazy. Secondly, there were the two nieces, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao. The two were also her relatives. There were also relatives over here, and relatives over there, and this side developed a bit better, so why not stay over here? Therefore, in her first sentence when she connected to the voice transmission, she first indicated her general idea. Only, after she said this, she realized that her sister had suddenly stopped speaking. Sister, can you hear me? Su Yuni knew that her sister must be very confused in her head at the moment. After Su Qingying took a deep breath, she quickly sent a voice transmission to her brother Su Xuanyu while saying back, "Did something happen to you over there? It can't be that you're in distress, right? Suddenly saying that you won't be coming back and will be staying over there for a long time." How it sounded was like he had encountered some difficulties over there, but didn't want to tell them this side so that they wouldn't worry excessively. At this moment, she already regretted letting her sister follow her over there. He really was unable to protect too many people. Su Yuni hurriedly shook her head and smiled bitterly. No danger was encountered, but instead, I encountered a chance that belongs to the category of being a great opportunity for me. Sister, not long ago, with the help of my brother-in-law, I awakened the innate formation body. Innate formation body? Su Qingying had just heard these words when, just in time, her younger brother Su Xuanyu brought Lu Zhangran. Su Xuanyu was also shocked when he heard that his second sister had awakened an innate formation body. Wasn't this a physique that was only possessed in rumors? Are you sure? Su Qingying asked. Definitely, and an extremely powerful formation powerhouse on this side of the demon region saw that I possessed this kind of physique and wanted to take me on as a disciple. Her formation Dao strength is very strong, more than 1,000 times stronger than me. And she just happens to be the senior sister of a strong person that brother-in-law knows over here. Su Yuni said. Are you sure you're not lying to me? How does it sound like things are too coincidental? It just happens to be the senior sister of a friend he knows? Su Qingying frowned. Second sister. You can't have been tricked. Are you sure everything is true? Su Xuanyu frowned tightly. He had quickly rushed here because he had learned from his eldest sister that his second sister actually wanted to live over in the demon region for a long time. Hearing it again, it felt like everything was a scam woven by that Lu Qinggan guy. Su Yuni said, sister-in-law is not such a person. Sister, you should know more about sister-in-law's character than I do. Moreover, this formation master knows brother-in-law is also normal because brother-in-law identity is very special. I also just know soon. She said this and smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that this brother-in-law of hers was actually the famous Eternal Night Demon Emperor on this side of the demon region? No wonder he could recognize so many of the Devil Realm's top powerhouses. This Eternal Night Demon Emperor was not only known to everyone on this side of the demon region, he was also extremely famous on the Immortal Ruin side. Her sister possessed an emperor position that was cultivated to the extreme in order to rival the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. In other words, the realm that her sister wanted to pursue was actually the realm that her brother-in-law already possessed. She was a bit unable to bear to talk to her own sister about this. What kind of status could he have? Isn't he just a peak great emperor realm powerhouse from the demon region? Our sister will definitely be stronger than him in the future. Become the strongest existence on this side of the Immortal Ruins. An existence alongside the strongest Eternal Night Demon Emperor of the demon region. Su Xuanyu said. When Su Yuni heard her brother's words, her emotions were extremely complicated. Thinking about whether or not to say it. But in the end, she couldn't bear it. Blood was thicker than water. Not wanting to affect her own sister's Dao. Whether or not her own sister would know everything from other sources in the future would depend on her own sister's life. Anyway, her brother-in-law was famous and powerful over here, and many people gave him face. He knows almost all of the top powerhouses in the demon region. Su Yuni said. Okay, even if everything you say is true, but what about your Immortal Ruin cultivation over there? You're practicing formations with a top Devil Domain formation master. Are you sure you can really practice and understand? The cultivation systems of the two sides are already a bit different. It would have a tremendous impact. Su Qingying knew very well that the two sides would be different. Her own sister relied on absorbing aura to set up formations. There was no aura at all over there, and absorbing aura with spirit stones would be very troublesome. Therefore, my brother-in-law will help me convert my Immortal Ruins cultivation into the cultivation of this side of the demon realm. Su Yuni said. Fart. Second sister. You wouldn't be this stupid on a normal day. You actually believe this bull from him? Hearing this, Su Xuanyu decided that his second sister had been tricked by Lu Qinggan. It was clear to all normal people that it was impossible to convert an Immortal Ruins cultivation into a demon realm cultivation, and even if someone had the means to do it, they could only convert someone with a low cultivation, right? Like his second sister's Saint King realm cultivation, how to convert? He was a good man, but he was not a good man. Suyuni, on the other hand, had complete faith in Lu Qinggan. Her niece had succeeded in her conversion. Her brother-in-law should be able to do it, Suyuni said. No. Second sister. Were you put in some kind of ecstasy by that guy? How can you trust him so much? Su Xuanyu's scalp went numb. Why does it feel like his second sister went over there and his whole personality is out of whack? Don't talk about your brother-in-law like that. I know exactly what kind of person my brother-in-law is, and my sister and I know exactly what kind of person he is. I trust him completely. Hearing her brother still talking like this, Suyuni was also a bit annoyed. Her brother-in-law was so powerful, so strong, and such a good person. How could this kid denigrate him every day? If Su Xuanyu was next to her at the moment, she would have to smash his head with her palm. Su Xuanyu was directly aggravated by Su Yuni's scolding. Big sister. Look at second sister. Why doesn't she trust her closest brother? She has to trust someone with his last name. I'm doing this for her own good. Su Qingying frowned. She did feel that she knew Lu Qinggan very well through the 1,000 years she had spent together, but after experiencing these things, she began to doubt if she really knew him. There were too many things he was hiding from her. Uni, don't make a hasty decision yet, think about it and ponder whether it all makes sense. Now that you are over there, none of us are quite sure about your situation, only you can judge for yourself. Su Qingying calmed down and seriously urged Su Yuni. Su Yuni, on the other hand, returned, Sister, I am very clear about what I am experiencing, this may be the greatest opportunity of my life. Okay, let's pause this matter for now, you can think about it for one more day, and after that day, we'll transmit our voices to talk about it again. Su Qingying felt that she had to pause this matter first. It was necessary for her to send a voice transmission to Imam He once as well, to ask Imam He carefully. Chapter 37 Su Yuni goes back to the Immortal Ruins. Su Yuni thought about it and agreed to her sister's request. Alright, I'll think about it for another day, and we'll discuss it then. She was also aware that this sudden decision would be too much for her sister and brother to accept, and had to give them some buffer time. After ending the voice transmission, Su Yuni sighed. She also didn't know if hiding her identity from her brother-in-law was good or bad. She had also just learned this information from Lu Qing'an's mouth when Luo Danhong was chatting with him. At that time, she was confused. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That was a legendary figure on this side of the demon region. An invincible existence. Earlier, when she heard what Lu Qinggan said on this side of the courtyard, she was still a bit unconvinced and thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly, it was all true. After thinking it over for a while, she thought it was better to keep it to herself for now. Don't affect her sister's Dao heart. As for how long she could conceal it, she wasn't sure, it depended on her own sister's life. By the way, her sister might send a message to Elder He, it's better to inform Elder He first. Su Yuni quickly transmitted her voice to Imam He. At this moment, he Imam, who was happily following along to choose a site for his future refining room, was dumbfounded after receiving Su Yuni's voice transmission and hearing exactly what happened. He looked at Lu Qinggan to the side, as if he was looking at some ghost or god, and said in a mute voice, Qinggan. You're the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Once his words passed, everyone else present looked at him strangely. You didn't tell him about this identity of yours? Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qinggan and asked. Lu Qinggan said, it seems like not yet. Wang Forge Mountain laughed, Ha, you actually just realized it? Laughing to death, in the demon region, the person who can make us old things so submissive, besides being the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, who else could it be? He Imam. My closest friend, is actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Immortal Ruins. In the middle of a large hall. After Su Qingying ended the voice transmission, she was the first to send a message to Imam, only to find that the transmission was not working. What's going on? Why is the voice transmission not working? Sister. The more I feel that what's going on here isn't simple. Su Xuanyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he paced back and forth with a look of impatience. I'll give him another voice transmission, perhaps someone just happened to give him a voice transmission just now. Su Qingying said. Mother, father shouldn't be that kind of person. Lu Jingran's mouth twitched, although he liked mother a little bit more, he didn't think that his father would set up such an outlawed scam. Lu Zhangran. You think you know your father? Then you are his son, do you know that he is a person from the devil domain? Su Xuanyu questioned in a deep voice. Lu Zhangran was instantly speechless. Su Qingying took a deep breath, suppressing the annoyance in her heart, and transmitted the voice again, this time finding that the transmission was successful. Elder He, busy? Qingying something's wrong? I am indeed busy with something, what is it, make it short. Okay, it's like this, my sister suddenly said that she wants to live there for a long time. Su Qingying said what she had just learned from her sister, and then asked, is this true or not? Oh, this matter is true. This ex-husband of yours is a bit special, can only be said to be terribly strong, and can really help your sister to convert the means of cultivation, so you can rest assured. Your eldest daughter also converted successfully, I saw it with my own eyes. And I am here, I will take care of her. Is there anything else? If not, I'll get busy first. When Imam he said this, he actually had a bit of a temper on. He knew very well that Su Qingying had wronged Lu Qingan. Now that Su Yuni was able to stay here, it was also a kind of punishment for Su Qingying. Of course, he was also clear that it was Su Yuni's own choice to stay here. Lu Qingan was indeed too good to them, and with such conditions, who wouldn't want to stay? Su Qingying frowned when she heard this. Elder he, are you sure that what you said is true? Didn't lie to us? Imam he, Qingying, you're being unorthodox. When has this old man of mine ever lied to you? You don't believe me, so why are you still transmitting your voice to ask me? Su Qingying. Okay, I believe you. If it's okay, you go ahead and get busy, and we'll keep in touch afterward. Okay. After ending the voice transmission, Su Qingying frowned. Is it true? Su Xuanyu listened to the whole thing, and at this moment, he no longer walked back and forth, and said in a deep voice, how could it be true? Su Qingying lowered her brows and contemplated for a moment, saying, still, we must let Raimi come back for a trip. Right. That is, I am afraid that the second sister will not come back. Su Xuanyu sighed. As long as she doesn't come back, then it's a lie. If she does come back, and she still decides as she did just now, then let her go. Su Qingying said. Magic domain. It was getting late. After Lu Qingan brought Wang Forge Shan and the others to choose a site, the rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. Wang Forge Shan said that he wanted to create the largest and most perfect smithy in the magic region overnight, and they couldn't help with the rest of the things, so he came back inside the courtyard. He had just returned to the courtyard when Su Yuni came to him. Brother-in-law, I've decided to stay over here in the future. However, my sister is afraid that I can't help myself in making this decision, so I might have to go back for a trip. I might need to trouble you, brother-in-law, to take me back to the boundary wall side for a bit. Lu Qingan smiled and said, it's fine, it's just a small matter. When do we leave? It would be great if Su Yuni could stay. When will you come back here? When will you come back here? I will send you a message. Su Yuni said. Lu Qingan nodded and said, do you need to tell the two children? Su Yuni, I just did. Alright then, let's set off. He directly took Su Yuni with him and rose into the air, breaking the void and arriving at the place where the demon realm and the immortal ruins met in a single step. Then I won't send you back, so pay attention to your own safety on the way back. He will not go back to the immortal ruins, just send him here. Good, in the immortal ruins, I will not be in any danger. Su Yuni nodded with a smile. After saying that, the two waved their hands. Su Yuni crossed the boundary wall and returned to the immortal ruins. Lu Qingan also returned to the courtyard. After roughly an hour had passed, Su Yuni returned to her sister in the night. Sister, I'm back. When she flew down on top of the Great Hall, she realized that there were many people standing in the hall. There were 5 people in total. Su Qingying, Su Xuanyu, and Lin Qingxue were all there. On top of that, there were also 2 peak Great Empress Realm powerhouses from within the immortal ruins. Su Yuni sighed when she saw these 2 peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses. One of these 2 was the strongest formation master within the immortal ruins, while the other was a major divine soul cultivator. It seemed like her sister was wondering if she was being controlled by her soul. As for calling the strongest formation master over here, it should also be because she wanted her to worship this person as her master and keep her on this side of the immortal ruins. Second sister, come. Come and sit down. Su Xuanyu was relieved to see that his second sister had really returned. Su Yuni was pulled by Su Xuanyu to sit down and said, okay, I still can't sit by myself. Now she saw her brother, a burst of nameless fire. Just want to ruthlessly slap this younger brother's head a few times. Chapter 38 Fabricating False Results. After sitting down, Su Yuni realized that the people present were all looking towards her, looking at her with the illusion that she was a prisoner. Sister, this time I came back, mainly because I want to say goodbye to you guys. After that, I might rarely come back. She had already made the decision to come back this time to say goodbye to her sister and brother. After her cultivation had transformed into a devil domain cultivation, if she came back this way again, she would easily be dealt with as someone from the devil domain. Yuni, the fact that you were able to come back this time means that you didn't encounter any danger over there, but we still haven't completely ruled out the possibility of you being tricked. Su Qingying hoped that her sister would be able to stay over here. Regardless of the outcome, whether or not her own sister had been cheated, she tried to leave her sister behind. Su Yuni said, I've come back, so that means I didn't cheat you guys. Moreover, you guys take a look again, is this the innate formation body? Su Yuni's body suddenly radiated a special aura, and immediately afterward, a strange light blossomed from her body. Those present looked towards her and instantly became certain. It was indeed an innate formation body. Su Qingying and Su Xuanyu were both startled for a moment. It really had awakened the innate formation body. Could it be that what was said was true? Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up when she saw this. After that immortal ruin's strongest formation master froze for a moment, a strong light flashed in his eyes as well, only within that light, there was also a deeply hidden aura of greed. Second sister, congratulations on actually awakening your innate formation body. However, are you really sure that he can transform your cultivation successfully? You've seen him give it a try for someone else? Isn't Elder He over there? Let him try it on Elder He first? Su Xuanyu still didn't believe that Lu Qinggan could really do it. If he had to let someone give Lu Qinggan a test, he would rather it be a mom he rather than his second sister. Su Yuni said, He Lao is already at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level, which is not the same as my situation, but whether or not brother-in-law can also help transform He Lao's cultivation level also depends on what brother-in-law says. Anyway, I trust my brother-in-law. Second sister. You should stop calling him brother-in-law, he is no longer our brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu was anxious again when he saw Su Yuni still looking like this. Snap. Su Yuni finally couldn't help herself and slapped her palm on Su Xuanyu's head. I'll call my brother-in-law. What do you care about me? Second sister. You. Su Xuanyu had obviously been slapped too much, and at the moment, he was just covering his head with an aggrieved look. Su Qingying frowned. Yuni, your brother is also doing this for your own good. Su Yuni took a deep breath to calm her heart and said in a calm tone, Sister, I've told you many times, and I'm not a child, I make choices, and if there are any problems, I will bear the results myself. Su Qingying looked deeply at Su Yuni and sighed. Lin Qingxue suddenly opened her mouth at this time. Yuni, I have watched you grow up, and it is clear that you are not the kind of person who can be easily deceived, but you have to be clear, the people over in the Devil's Domain are a little different from us on this side of the Immortal Ruins, and when they cultivate with Devil's Qi, their state of mind will be altered, and many of them will have quite a lot of evil thoughts. It's always right for you to be careful. Lin Qingxue, after hearing his disciple talk about this matter, decided that it was definitely fishy. It was impossible for someone to be able to transform the cultivation of someone from the Immortal Ruin Saint King realm into the cultivation of the Demon Region side. Even the strongest Eternal Night Demon Emperor on the Demon Region side couldn't do it. Unless there was someone stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor on the Demon Region side. Su Yuni looked at this person who had a great deal to do with making her sister and brother-in-law leave peacefully, and was a little annoyed in her heart. She was certain that her own sister's decision to leave her brother-in-law must have had Lin Qingxue adding fuel to the fire on the side. Of course, the final result was still her own sister's choice, but she still couldn't feel any better about Lin Qingxue either. I was clear about my decision and certain that I hadn't been tricked. Facing Lin Qingxue, she acted even more determined. Alright, even if you weren't tricked, is it really necessary for you to learn formations over there? Let me introduce you, this is the strongest formation master in our Immortal Ruins, Taoist Zheng Huiran Zhang. You have an innate formation body, why do you need to learn from a teacher in the Devil's Domain? Is the Magic Realm's formation master better than our Immortal Market's formation master? Lin Qingxue said here, looked at Zheng Huiran and smiled, Fellow Taoist Zheng, are you satisfied with Rainie's innate formation body? If she worships you as her teacher, can you teach her what you have learned in your life? Zheng Huiran laughed, this little friend is so talented, I will certainly teach her all my life's learning. Moreover, what is the strongest formation master in the Devil's Domain? If he comes in front of me, I will abuse him as if he were an ant. Su Yuni looked at this arrogant and complacent Zheng Huiran and was speechless in her heart. She had seen this Zheng Huiran's means of performing formations, and in the past, she did feel that this Zheng Huiran was still quite strong, but compared to the strength of the formations that Luodan Herb had displayed, the two were not comparable at all. It wasn't that the Immortal Ruin side was necessarily weaker than the Demon Realm side, but there really wasn't anything comparable. She felt that after she broke through to the Great Emperor Realm, she was fully capable of catching up with Zheng Huiran with her own cultivation one day. However, she was unable to determine whether she could catch up with Luodan Herb even if she possessed an innate formation body, by virtue of her own endeavors. This feeling was very strong. Elder Zhang, I'm sorry, I've seen that Demon Region Formation Dao Powerhouse display her formation strength, and she is indeed a bit stronger than you. Su Yuni spoke in a more moderate tone, not wanting to offend this Zheng Huiran either. However, as soon as her words passed, she saw Zheng Huiran instantly blacken his face. You have an innate array body, you do have outstanding talent, but your cultivation strength is still weak, and your array strength is still insufficient. How can you tell which one is stronger or weaker between me and the person over there? Looking at Zheng Huiran in such a state, Su Yuni became even more determined in her heart. It was normal that the people over there in the Devil's Domain were stronger. Because that side believes in honoring the strongest is the sky, and the competition is great. Compared to this side of the human world is more important, it leads to the emergence of a situation. That is, the strong people over there have been refined by real money. They are really strong. Senior, if what Junior said upsets you, then Junior apologizes to you. But I still believe in my own senses. Su Yuni arched her hand and said. Once Su Yuni said this, the entire hall fell silent. Lin Qingxue said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't be angry, why don't you perform the strongest formation and let Yuni take a look? Okay. Then I'll show you my strongest formation. Zheng Huiran said, decisively casting his strongest formation in front of a group of people. How? Su Yuni. Your strongest formation can't even compare to someone else's random formation. And it's still more than 10 times weaker. Elder, forget it. My mind is made up. Su Yuni tried to make her words less hurtful. Zhang Huairan. Lin Qingxue frowned. Yuni, are you really sure that that person is stronger than Taoist Zhang's array Dao strength? Su Yuni didn't say anything and considered it a tacit admission. Humph. No eyesight. It's just. I don't really want to take on a disciple either, it's better to be on my own and be clean. Zhang Huairan tried to restrain his exasperated appearance and find himself a way down. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue could only stop talking about this topic and turned her words to Su Yuni. Good, if you still choose to do so, then let your sister rest assured that you'll let this fellow Taoist measure your soul first. I'm afraid that you have been cast by the miscreant to perform some devilish power. It's affecting your sanity. What do you think? Su Yuni was very clear about her situation and was not afraid of the other party's test, so she nodded decisively. Fellow Taoist Jia, let's begin. Good. The old man in the black robe stepped forward and stood in front of Su Yuni, casting the immortal ruin's topmost art of detecting the divine soul. A moment later, he stopped, frowned slightly, and looked at Lin Qingxue. Fellow Taoist Lin, there is no problem, he transmitted a voice to Lin Qingxue. The voice transmission could only be heard by Lin Qingxue. When Lin Qingxue heard the result, she also frowned. There actually wasn't? Was it true? Lin Qingxue's eyes narrowed gently before she made a decision and transmitted her voice back. Fellow Taoist Jia, just follow what I said earlier. Are you sure? Sure, I'll give you benefits afterward. Good. After the two of them finished their voice transmission conversation, the black-robed old man looked at Su Qingying in the next moment, his face serious as he said, Fellow Taoist Su, your sister has been subjected to a special divine soul secret technique. When Su Qingying heard this, her expression turned cold. Are you sure? Su Yuni stood up violently. You're talking nonsense. Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice, I told you that things weren't simple. Xingying, we can't let your sister go back to the demon realm anymore. Chapter 39, Forced to Die. Su Yuni glanced at Lin Qingxue and the old man and was already certain that these two should have joined forces and had to leave her here. It was even possible that her own sister was among them. Thus, she quickly looked at her sister, and when she saw that her sister looked serious at the moment, she knew that she shouldn't come back this time. Yuni, I always feel that something isn't right with you, so how about you stay in the immortal ruins for a good period of time? Su Qingying said. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu slapped his thigh. I told you that I shouldn't. That's right. Good lord, that guy really has a vicious streak. He actually used this tactic. Su Yuni glared at her brother, then looked at her sister with a grave face and said, Sister, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, but this situation of yours really has nothing to do with whether you lie or not. Su Qingying frowned. Do you think brother-in-law would really use this kind of tactic on me? Why do you have to keep me over there? You've been with him for so many years, you really don't understand his character. The more Su Yuni spoke, the angrier she became. What had happened to her own sister? How did she turn into such an appearance? Su Qingying took a deep breath and firmly said, Anyway, you stay on the immortal ruins side first. What happens after that, we'll talk about it afterward. That's right, Yuni, you have to be clear, we're all doing this for your own good. If you hadn't awakened your innate formation body, perhaps you wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing, but now that you've awakened your innate formation body, this kind of talent will easily make you the object of someone else's thoughts. Furthermore, aren't you afraid that what he said is not true, trying to convert your cultivation? If something goes wrong, then what should you do in the future? Your sister is doing this for your own good. Lin Qingxue had a serious look on her face. However, at this moment, in Su Yuni's eyes, this Lin Qingxue was already a. Lin Qingxue, you have a lot to do with what my sister has become. Now you still want to influence me? Su Yuni glared at Lin Qingxue, completely revealing the displeasure she had buried in her heart towards Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was scolded by Su Yuni in such a manner, instantly blackened her face. You still have no size. I don't. I've been looking at you with displeasure for a long time. I know my situation very well. You've also been affected by someone casting a secret magic technique that affects the divine soul? You're the one whose entire family's souls have been affected. Su Yuni directly sprayed. Su Qingying and Su Xuanyu both froze the first time they saw Su Yuni behave like this. It was also the first time Lin Qingxue had been scolded like this, and she also froze. Good Xingying. See that? Is this still your sister? What an affected person she has become. She just went to the Devil's Land and came back like this. How dare you let her go on another trip? I advise you to hurry up and trap her with means, don't let her go back. Lin Qingxue secretly gritted her teeth. Yuni. Do you know what you are doing? Su Qingying droned in a deep voice. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm scolding a. Su Yuni drank low. You. Pissed me off. It seems like I haven't disciplined you properly for a long time, making you. Su Qingying stood up and was about to say something when she suddenly saw her sister draw a weapon. A 10th grade absolute grade treasure sword. Moreover, she realized that the aura of this treasure sword was actually much stronger than hers. Obviously the same grade, how could there be such a large difference in aura? Also, where did her own sister get this kind of treasure sword? You want to fight? Come on. Kill me if you can. Suyuni wasn't sure what Lin Qingxue would do to her afterward, but she thought that it might have something to do with her innate formation body, and if she couldn't get out of here this time, she wouldn't be able to control what she had to go through afterward. Tonight, she had to escape from here. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Su Qingying saw her sister acting like this for the first time, and completely failed to recognize each other. In her eyes, her sister had been very gentle and soft-spoken since she was a child. At this moment, this appearance, she had completely changed into a different person. What her own master said was definitely true. Being cast with the magic domain secret technique. Must stay. Uni, put down your weapon or don't blame your sister for being impolite. Su Qingying didn't want to hurt her sister, but at this point, she could only go down hard. If she can't, she'll just knock the person out first. Second sister. Do you know what you are doing? Su Xuanyu froze for a long time before hastily shouting. I know exactly what I'm doing. Su Yuni fell backward, fighting to utilize the formation and quickly escape from here. Xingying, stop her. There's really no other way, first knock the person out. Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice. Su Qingying nodded her head, her great emperor aura bursting out. Su Yuni instantly felt a terrifying aura strike her. She knew that she was unable to resist in front of this disparity in strength. But she was also very clear that if she continued to stay here, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to control her own destiny, and with a clench of her teeth, her 10th grade sword crossed and rested against the front of her neck. Good. You have to do it, don't you? Then I will die here today. Suddenly, everything came to an abrupt end. Rhyme. You mustn't do anything foolish. Su Qingying was shocked and hastily chimed in. The breath in her body also didn't dare to gush out again, and in an instant, she gathered it back into her body. Su Xuanyu was also so shocked that he could barely stand, shouting, "Second sister. What are you doing? What am I doing? It's what you guys are doing. I have my own freedom, I control my own destiny." Su Yuni said as she quickly backed away. Lin Qingxue also didn't expect Su Yuni to make it this far, and her face clouded over. It was true that their strength had crushed Su Yuni, but Su Yuni was still at the Saint King Realm cultivation, and it was still possible that if they forcefully struck out, it would be too late to stop Su Yuni from cutting herself. She wanted to keep Su Yuni. If she made Su Qingying hate her because of Su Yuni, she would lose more than she gained. Yuni! You! Seeing that her sister was about to exit the hall, Su Qingying hurriedly flew closer. Don't you come over. Any of you take one more step over. I'll die in front of you all. Big sister. Don't move. None of us move. Su Xuanyu was scared. For the first time, he saw his second sister look like this, and he knew very well how determined she really was after she made her decision. Absolutely will do what she says. Su Qingying didn't dare to move at this time either, and could only clench her fists. After Su Yuni exited the hall, she didn't go straight away, but hurriedly sacrificed a formation. It wasn't enough to leave this place. To get to the other side of the boundary wall, there was still an hour's flight to go. It was necessary to use some means to do so. Utilizing a formation to escape. While staring dead ahead, her left hand kept laying down formations. After a while, she finally set up a formation. She looked towards her sister and brother, took a deep breath, and said with extreme seriousness, "I will not return after leaving this time. If you still consider me your sister and elder sister, trust me, Lin Qingxue that can't be trusted." This was her last advice. Saying this, she glared fiercely at Lin Qingxue. "You wait for me, when I am stronger than you, I will come back for you." Saying that, she wasted no more time and quickly activated the formation. In the blink of an eye, an intense light enveloped her. The teleportation array was activated. A pillar of light descended from the sky, transmitting her high into the air in an instant, rapidly traveling in one direction. The moment she ascended into the air, Su Yuni took out her voice transmission jade slip and hurriedly transmitted her voice to Lu Qingdan. "Brother-in-law. I'm about to go forward to the boundary wall side, come pick me up." Lin Qingxue quickly looked at Zhang Huairan and said, "Quickly crack the formation. Go after them." Chapter 40, My sister-in-law is in your hands. Su Qingying quickly looked at her master and said, "Master, forget it, let her go. I know her very well, if we really go after her, she will most likely injure herself." "Yes. Don't chase after her." Su Xuanyu was also afraid that his second sister would really do something stupid. Then Zhang Huairan glanced at Lin Qingxue and asked for the other party's opinion. Su Qingying's talent was too powerful, and if he didn't listen to Su Qingying's obstruction and rashly went after her, he would easily provoke Su Qingying and cause disaster in the future. Lin Qingxue frowned and said in a deep voice, "Qingying, are you really giving her the chance to leave and go to the demon region? Are you not afraid that you will never see your sister again?" Su Qingying clenched her fists, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "Forget it, let her go." The sword that her sister had just taken out was obviously not her sister's, so it was the one she had gotten after going to the demon region. Who gave it? It was already obvious. Lin Qingxue still wanted to say something. At this time, Su Qingying looked at Su Xuanyu and said, Xuanyu, you go back first, see if you can send a message to your second sister, I still have things to talk to my master. Su Xuanyu nodded his head, obediently did as he was told, quickly took out the voice transmission jade slip, and gave his second sister a voice transmission. As soon as Su Xuanyu left, Su Qingying looked at Lin Qingxue. Master, the results that were measured just now, are they fake? Lin Qingxue was stared at seriously by Su Qingying and didn't answer right away, but instead looked towards Zheng Huairan. If we go after it now, will we still be able to catch up? The formation was about to dissipate. It would be difficult. After all, her talent in formation Dao was really strong. Zheng Huairan shook his head as he looked over there and saw that half of the traces of the formation had already dissipated. Lin Qingxue sighed, then looked at Zheng Huairan and the two of them, saying, two fellow Taoists, that's it for today, you guys go back first. What was promised to you, I will give it to you. The two of them sniffed, nodded, and left the Great Hall. The Great Hall quickly quieted down. Lin Qingxue sat down and looked at Su Qingying. Qingying, since you already know the answer, why are you still asking Master? Su Qingying took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Master, why are you doing this? That is my younger sister. She tried to restrain a surge of emotions in her heart. Lin Qingxue said very seriously, your sister has awakened the innate formation body, such a talent, staying on our side, how much of a plus it will be for you in the future, how much it will help us in our plans afterward, can't you see that at all? Su Qingying said in a cold voice, but that's my sister. Not my tool. What you did just now, if you let anything really go wrong with her and lose her life, you won't be able to get over this matter in your life. You still care too much about emotions. I've told you before, if you want to have incomparable strength, you have to discard all distractions. Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice. The atmosphere between the two instantly dropped to freezing point and lasted for quite a while. In the end, it was Lin Qingxue who took a deep breath and was the first to speak out to ease the situation. It's up to you. But you have to be clear, letting your sister go over there, is it really just good for her? You and I both know very well that it's impossible for Lu Qinggan to convert her cultivation successfully. Even if he was stronger, even if he had invited the strongest eternal night demon emperor in the demon realm to take action, he couldn't have succeeded. Aren't you afraid he'll nullify her cultivation? That's still better than her dying. Su Qingying said, moreover, the point that pisses me off the most about your actions this time is that you didn't inform me in advance. Lin Qingxue sighed, okay, I was wrong. Remember, in the future, if you do things before you do them, especially treating my loved ones like you do today, and don't consult with me in advance, then don't blame me for treating you the same way in the future. Lin Qingxue frowned as she listened to Su Qingying's threats. She even threatened her. How out of character. Where the demon realm and the immortal ruins met, Su Yuni used her entire body to finally utilize the formation and arrived before the boundary wall as fast as she could. When she arrived, she had already seen Lu Qinggan standing on the opposite side, waiting. Seeing her brother-in-law, Su Yuni instantly felt a sense of security pull over her, and her hanging heart finally settled down. Brother-in-law. Flying over the boundary wall, Su Yuni shouted with a smile. Lu Qinggan asked, why are you rushing back so much? Did something happen? Earlier, Su Yuni had also said that she would not return until the next day, but he did not expect to suddenly call out to him to come here to pick her up after only going back for a short while. At that time, he could feel Su Yuni's voice was a little anxious, seemed to have really encountered something. He asked her if she needed him to directly enter the immortal ruins inside to pick her up. She also refused. Let him wait on this side of the line. There is nothing wrong, with my sister had a little unpleasantness. Su Yuni thought about it and didn't say too much. She did not want to bring trouble to Lu Qinggan, and, now her sister has been and Lu Qinggan in divorce, the two parties really no longer have a relationship. What happened just now was also considered their family's business, so it would be a bit unseemly for her to trouble Lu Qinggan again. Lu Qinggan saw that Su Yuni didn't want to say anything, and the matter also concerned his ex-wife, so he pondered for a moment and then didn't continue to pursue the matter. You've decided to stay in the Magic Kingdom? Su Yuni eyes firm. Yes, from now on, we'll stay here. Brother-in-law, my cultivation level, can I really switch over? Lu Qinggan smiled. Yes, if you are free, I can help you convert it later. Looking at Lu Qinggan's confident and extraordinary appearance, Su Yuni's heart was very emotional. This is the confidence that comes from strength. And a confident man is indeed handsome, it's just how his own sister is. After receiving Su Yuni, Lu Qinggan once again crossed the void and in the blink of an eye, he had already brought Su Yuni back inside the courtyard. Auntie! I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. When Lu Miaomio saw Su Yuni, she jumped up and shouted with a smile. It's not that Auntie wants to sleep with you, so she rushed back. Su Yuni pinched Lu Miaomio's cheeks and laughed. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, felt a hint of something wrong, thinking that her sister-in-law had gone back for this trip and experienced something bad. It was probably because she had a fight with her mother, that's why she came straight back. Little ant, in the future, are you really going to stay over here all the time and not go back? Lu Zixuan asked. Suyuni looked at Lu Zixuan and nodded with a smile. Yes, in the future, my sister-in-law will be living with you. Will it be too much for my sister-in-law to annoy you? Lu Zixuan quickly shook her head and smiled. Naturally not. Suyuni smiled, then looked at Luo Danhong, took a deep breath, and decisively kneeled down on both knees to salute. Master is above, receive a bow from my disciple. Through this meeting with Zhang Huairan, the strongest formation master of the Immortal Ruins, she was even more certain of the direction of her future endeavors. She, on the other hand, still couldn't forget what Lin Qingxue had just done to her. She wanted to become stronger and become the strongest formation master. Luo Danherb's eyes lit up and she hurriedly went forward to help Su Yuni up. Huh? Apprentice child, quickly get up. At this moment, Lu Qinggan stared at Luo Danhong and calmly said, Fellow Taoist Luo, from now on, you are her master. Teach her well, I don't want to see anything other than formations. He was well aware of the special nature of the innate formation body, which was easily missed. As he said this, he even dispersed some of his cultivation aura and only faced Luo Danhong. In a flash, Luo Danhong only felt that the world in front of her had changed. The whole person fell into a very small state, standing in front of her Lu Qinggan, just like the last god king. Luo Danhong knew what Lu Qingyan was worried about, and quickly transmitted her voice back, I don't have bad intentions. Hearing this, Lu Qingyan's face then patted Luo Danxiang's shoulder. Good, you teach her well, if she learns well, I will also reward you with a good treat. After Lu Qinggan big hand pat down, Luo Danhong instantly feel the whole body violently alight, the whole person came to life in general, a long breath of relief. In this world, how could there be such a strong person? Chapter 41 Because brother-in-law is the eternal night demon emperor. Shui Tianfei had been standing quietly on the side, a pair of eyes hanging with long eyelashes had narrowed into a slit in general, watching Lu Qing and patting Luo Danherb's shoulder, her teeth were clenched tightly by her bite. But she wasn't just acting like this now because of Luo Danhong, but also because of Su Yuni. How come she suddenly stayed over here? And Lu Qinggan was still treating his ex-wife's sister so well, because of his ex-wife, or because of Su Yuni? In the future, these two beauties, who are not much inferior to her in looks, will have to live here. She is under a lot of pressure. This stepmother of hers, can she really be a good one? Su Yuni listened to what Lu Qingyan said and watched Lu Qingyan's expression change at the moment. A warm current surged through her heart, completely removing the cold heart that had become cold after the kind of treatment she had suffered at the Immortal Ruins earlier. Such a good man, her sister actually missed it. Raimi, if you're free, I'll convert your cultivation here. Lu Qinggan turned his head to look at Su Yuni. Su Yuni nodded decisively, I'm free at this time. Then come in. Lu Qinggan walked towards the room. Concubine Shui Tian. You guys aren't going to be inside a room. Lu Qinggan sat behind Su Yuni, and with both hands, he began to transform Su Yuni's cultivation. His cultivation strength nowadays was already several times that of before, and with a cultivation below the Great Emperor realm, he could convert it for someone at will. In fact, the logic of converting cultivation was very simple, just like changing a person's blood. He used the majestic demonic chi to wash Su Yuni's entire body meridians, and then with powerful means, he converted Su Yuni's dantian into the dantian of the demonic cultivation, that's all. The prerequisite for success is that his strength must be so powerful that it exceeds the strength of the person whose cultivation is being converted by 1,000 or even 10,000 times. With Su Yuni's strength, he could easily accomplish this task today. One incense stick of time passed. Lu Qinggan successfully completed the task, his face calm as he withdrew his power. Alright, take a close look at the condition of your dantian and see if there is any discomfort. Lu Qinggan stood up. Su Yuni opened her eyes and looked at her hands in surprise. Under her gown, thick demonic chi emerged from above her palms. It's done. It really came true. She told her brother-in-law that if he said it could be done, it would definitely be done. Sister-in-law. Thank you very much. Su Yuni got up, looked at Lu Qinggan excitedly, and hurriedly bowed all over. Lu Qinggan hurriedly stopped. You little ninny, why are you still polite with me? Must be polite, after all, we are not really relatives. Su Yuni smiled bitterly. Lu Qingyan shook his head and smiled. So are you still Zixuan and Miao Miao's sister-in-law? Su Yuni blinked her eyes. Right? So, you and I still have the same relationship, don't have any hard feelings in your heart because of your sister's affair with me. In the future, live well on this side. If there is anything, also directly come to find brother-in-law me. On this side, there is nothing I cannot handle. Lu Qinggan laughed. Su Yuni looked at Lu Qingyan's appearance at the moment. A touch of special emotion surged through her heart, and she softly gave a sound. Alright, if you practice formation with Luo Danherb in the future, let her help you choose a technique to practice. She knows better than I do what Devil Realm technique is suitable for you to practice. If there's nothing else, you can just get used to the state you're in nowadays. I'll go out first. Lu Qinggan finished speaking and walked out of the room. Seeing Lu Zixuan and the others gather around and ask how the result was, he returned a smile and informed them that they had succeeded. When Luo Dan heard that Lu Qingyan had really succeeded in converting Su Yuni's cultivation, she looked at Lu Qingyan with a touch more respect. It was frighteningly strong. The cultivation of a Saint King realm powerhouse could also be converted. Let her have a good rest, Zixuan. Take your sister to bed properly tonight. You guys don't go and disturb your sister-in-law. Okay. Inside the quiet room, moonlight was projected through the gauzy window in front of the bedside. Su Yuni sat cross-legged on the bed, her side face looking particularly stunning under the moonlight. She let out a deep breath, completely adapting to this demon realm cultivation. I told you that brother-in-law would be able to do it. A smile surfaced on Su Yuni's face, and then, thinking of her sister and brother, sadness came back to her face. Ever since she left the immortal ruins, the voice transmission jade slip had been vibrating, and it was her younger brother who had been transmitting to her. At this moment, the voice transmission jade slip was vibrating again. She checked it and realized that it was still her younger brother who was transmitting the voiceover. Forget it, that matter has nothing to do with my little brother. He should be very worried about me at this moment. Su Yuni inputted magic chi and activated the voice transmission jade slip. Second sister. You're finally paying attention to me. Have you returned over there? Su Xuanyi's anxious voice came out from within the voice transmission jade slip. Listening to her brother's tone, Su Yuni said, my brother-in-law has already picked me up, and the two children are very happy to know that I stayed over here. Su Xin heard Su Yuni is fine, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Good, okay on the line, the second sister, you really scared me earlier. He was now afraid in his heart. He also did not expect his second sister to react so greatly. Sister is not on the side? Su Yuni asked. Su Xuanyu returned, not in, I am in their own residence inside. Not long ago if I didn't do that, I would most likely be confined for a long time, and whether or not I could still have freedom in the future is not guaranteed. That Lin Qingxue is not a good person. Su Yuni said seriously. So second sister, you really didn't have Lu Qingyan perform the magic domain secret technique? Su Xuanyu asked. Naturally no. Let me tell you, just a moment ago, brother-in-law has already helped me convert my cultivation. Very successful. Not a single problem occurred. Su Yuni also knew that her brother was truly worried about her, so she didn't hide her condition at the moment. You didn't lie to me? You really converted your cultivation successfully? Su Xuanyi asked in shock. It really succeeded. Little brother, the preconceptions you've been harboring towards your brother-in-law are just too big. Brother-in-law is really good and nice. Su Yuni couldn't help but feel aggrieved for Lu Qingyan. It wasn't that she looked at her brother with displeasure, but she just couldn't help but correct her brother every time she saw him going at this good brother-in-law like this. But this kid really never changed. Su Xuanyu was silent. Second sister, honestly, I'm also confused nowadays. But I do have a bit of common sense. You're at the Saint King realm cultivation, how can this be done? Su Xuanyu scratched his head. He was not very smart in the first place, and was often slapped in the head by his second sister. Now he really did not know how to think at all. Su Yuni took a deep breath and felt that there was no need to hide it from her brother. Little brother, as long as you promise me that you won't tell big sister about what I'm going to say later, I'll tell you something that will instantly make you rationalize all of this. Can't tell big sister? Second sister, what are you trying to say? Don't you ask me. Hurry up and promise, better yet, swear. Just use the fact that if you tell big sister, you'll never be able to chase your favorite woman again. Su Yuni forced Su Xuanyu to make an oath that was very vicious for Su Xuanyu. Second sister. You're poisonous. This oath can be sent casually? Su Xuanyu said in shock. Are you going to do it or not? If you don't, I'll ignore you. Su Yuni threatened. Su Xuanyu thought about it and finally clenched his teeth and started to swear. Alright, after swearing, you can say it, right? Good, in fact, brother-in-law is not just as simple as being a peak great emperor realm powerhouse of the demon region. Brother-in-law has another identity. He is the eternal night demon emperor of the demon region side. Once these words passed, the two sound transmission jade slips were instantly quiet. After 2 breaths there was no sound. Chapter 42 Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is actually my idol. Su Xuanyu was dryly confused by his second sister's words. Eternal night demon emperor? He was actually the eternal night demon emperor? How is it possible? The eternal night demon emperor wasn't just a well-known figure in the demon region, but a terrifying existence that was extremely famous throughout the entire Songyun continent. The brother-in-law that he had always looked down upon was actually the eternal night demon emperor? You're kidding. This joke was a big one. However, as he looked at the sound transmission jade slip that did not transmit a single sound, he was sure that the person he was talking to at the moment was his second sister, and he became even more silent. He grew up with his second sister and knew very well that she was not a liar. It was still possible that it was true. However, reason still allowed him to remain silent for a while before questioning. Second sister, you're just trying to make me happy, aren't you? Su Yuni was understanding when she saw that her brother reacted only after a long time and that his first words were an unbelievable question. When she had just learned that her brother-in-law was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, she was also so shocked that her scalp went numb and she felt that the heavens had played a big joke on her. This was because, since she was a child, she had heard the story of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and even had a bit of admiration for this powerful man. Little brother, when have I ever lied to you? Also, think about it, why did I trust my brother-in-law so much when he hadn't converted my cultivation? It's because I already knew that brother-in-law was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Ah. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu hurriedly said, then why didn't you tell big sister directly after you knew that brother-in-law was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Then perhaps not so many things would have happened earlier. Are you stupid? Think about it, if big sister knew that brother-in-law was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, what would she do? They've already reconciled, and my brother-in-law no longer has any thoughts of big sister, so what if big sister's heart is broken? This is also the reason why I asked you to hide it from big sister. Su Xuanyu fell silent. It was indeed this reasoning. Their big sister possessed the Immaculate Emperor position and had cultivated to the extreme in order to catch up with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. At this time, if she found out that her former man was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, this would be. Second sister, I still can't accept this information a little bit. How is he the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Su Xuanyu still couldn't connect the two people, Lu Qing'an and the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, whom he had heard about countless times since he was a child. A man who seemed to be particularly gentle with anyone, giving off a sense of bungling. One was the most powerful and invincible top-tier killing god in the demon region. How could they be linked together? This was too magical. Moreover, he had idolized the Eternal Night Demon Emperor since he was a child. Even nowadays, he took the Eternal Night Demon Emperor as his role model. Every time he cultivated, he fantasized that he would one day be invincible in the Tsongyan continent and catch up with this role model. Now it was good. His own second sister told him that the man he had always looked down on before was actually the role model he had grown up with. The worldview collapsed. Did you see the weapon I took out earlier? Su Yuni also knew that it was a bit difficult to get her little brother to accept this message, as she knew that her brother had always idolized the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but laugh a little. Alright, the man that you used to have to spray twice in yin and yang when you saw, is actually your idol since you were a child, so you're happy. Saw Su Xuanyu at this time know what his second sister want to say. Sister-in-law gave, now Zixuan and River have on them, and they also each have a treasure than the sword I took out earlier to be more advanced. It should be brother-in-law's most powerful weapon and armor. Su Yuni said. Su Xuanyi. He couldn't help but think of the way his nephew, Lu Zhangran, couldn't help but keep showing off in front of him after he obtained that precious sword. Well, Zhangran, your elder sister and younger sister, when they casually obtained something, they all directly crushed your precious sword a few hundred times. He had already begun to believe what his second sister was saying. Gradually, he was also accepting this news that sounded magical and hard to accept. His own brother-in-law, whom he had always disliked before, was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Because when he thought about it carefully, that Eternal Night Demon Emperor who had been dominating the demon region for many years was the one who suddenly disappeared in the demon region more than 1,000 years ago. Rumor had it that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was in seclusion, in order to break through to a higher, more invincible realm, so he had not come out for many years at once. Now that he combined his first meeting with this brother-in-law and hearing about the time when his eldest sister first met Lu Qing'an, he realized that it actually coincided with the time when the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had disappeared in the demon realm. After combining this with what second sister had said, it wasn't as simple as a coincidence. Second sister, if he is really the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, then am I not in his heart? There is no longer any good feelings. Su Xuanyu spoke miserably, his lips shivering as he spoke. He had yin and yang disgusted this brother-in-law for close to 1,000 years. That was his idol. When Su Yuni heard her brother's words, she eventually couldn't help herself and snorted a laugh. Ahem, little brother, that brother-in-law is quite nice. In fact, he shouldn't hate you, right? Su Yuni tried to hold back her laughter, just that these comforting words were still not said with enough confidence. Because she really wasn't sure. This younger brother of his own had said Lu Qing'an just too many times. Su Xuanyi. Alright, about the matter of brother-in-law, that's all that's been talked about. Su Yuni said. Don't. Second sister, tell me more. Su Xuanyu hurriedly begged. After a struggle of thoughts, he still killed his pride, his sanity being covered by the emotion of chasing a star. Say what? Su Yuni asked. Say that you went over there this time and learned exactly how powerful brother-in-law is? The last time my brother-in-law showed his strength over here, it didn't look like a very strong feeling, just a little bit stronger than Lin Qingxue. Of course it could be the limitations of the boundary wall, and my brother-in-law didn't fully show his strength. Listening to her brother actually start to find a remedy for Lu Qing'an, Su Yuni wanted to laugh again. This kid. He was actually quite simple. It's just that sometimes he's really mouthy. How strong is my brother-in-law? Let me put it to you this way, I came over here not long ago, and now I've already seen 4 demon realm powerhouses here that are far more powerful than Lin Qingxue. And these strong people, see brother-in-law, that attitude, TSK, called a what to describe it better, let me think. Su Xuanyu's eyes were glittering, said, respect God? Not really, brother-in-law is very good, they are considered deterrent to the heart. I am afraid to make my brother-in-law unhappy, but also very fond of my brother-in-law, and would like to get close to my brother-in-law more close. Su Yuni said. This way Also right. They are definitely like that. Other than that? What other powerful manifestations does brother-in-law have? Su Xuanyu asked again. Then there is this innate formation body awakening of mine. Brother-in-law took us forward to a place called the Heavenly Meteor Devil Cave, where it allowed those of us with weak cultivation to enter it to quench our bodies and cultivate. Even Meow Meow, whose cultivation was not high, was unaffected. I even awakened my innate formation body as a result. It's all because of my brother-in-law. Moreover, I heard my brother-in-law say that he actually went to the bottom of the Heavenly Meteor Devil Cave and found a mysterious energy body that seemed to be alive. Su Yuni spoke in great detail, her face full of admiration. And Su Xuanyu felt his mood surging just by listening. It's actually the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave. I've heard of this place. Wasn't it rumored over at the demon region that brother-in-law could only go to a depth of 30 or 40 miles? This time, it can actually go to the deepest part? It's terrifying. It's simply terrifying. Chapter 43 Brother-in-law regrets his death. Is there more? Is there more? Su Xuanyu was completely mesmerized by what he was hearing, and repeatedly urged. There's more, that is, when brother-in-law shattered the void to rush, he was able to rush hundreds of thousands of miles in one go. Old man, he and I have both felt it personally. It's really amazing. Su Yuni said. This. Su Zanyu opened his mouth wide in shock. How does it feel that brother-in-law is far too much stronger than the rumors we've heard about the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Could it be that what's being rumored outside is still a weakened version? It should be. Anyway, brother-in-law is just too strong. Su Yuni said extremely seriously. TSK. Suddenly, I also have the idea of going over there to take a stroll. Su Xuanyu's face was full of longing. If you don't do it, if big sister knows about this, she will have to imprison you. Moreover, her brother-in-law may not be willing to receive you, and with no one to protect you, you're just looking for death over here. Su Yuni quickly stopped her brother from having such thoughts. She really wasn't sure if Lu Qing'an would be willing to receive her brother regardless of previous suspicions. Su Xuanyu was chagrined for a moment and slapped his face hard. I'm so confused. No. Su Xuanyu suddenly thought of something, a flash of hope reappeared on his red-slapped face, and he hurriedly said, Second sister. You can help me. Since you live with brother-in-law, when you are free, can you help me say a few more good words? Just say that I know I regret it. I definitely won't do it again. How's that? As long as you know you're wrong, I'll try to put in a good word for you with brother-in-law from now on. But I'm not sure if I'll be able to make brother-in-law stop hating you. Su Yuni said. Good. Thank you, second sister. You really are my favorite second sister. Moo. Su Xuanyu laughed. Su Yuni shook her head and smiled. For this younger brother of hers, when he wasn't mouthy, she still felt that he was still quite good. He and his younger brother had always had a good relationship. Right. What about he, mom? Wouldn't it be cool for him to have such a good relationship with his brother-in-law? Su Xuanyu's throat rolled. Su Yuni, he Lao, with the help of his brother-in-law, he should soon have one of the best refining rooms in the Tsongyan continent, and there's also the strongest refiner here in the demon region who has imparted him with even stronger refining experience. And so on. The strongest refiner in the demon region, could it be the one who had refined the strongest armor and sword for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Ah. He's too cool. I'm envious to death. Su Xuanyu scratched his hair. Having chatted with her brother up to this point, Su Yuni also knew it was time to end it. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Remember what I told you earlier, brother-in-law's identity, don't tell big sister. Otherwise you won't be able to chase your favorite woman. The second thing is that it is really easy to make the big sister's Taoist heart problematic. Nowadays it is a matter of how long you can hide it. Su Yuni warned. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded. Good, I remember. He was now in a very complicated mood, his big sister and the Eternal Night Demon Emperor making peace. This. Right. Remember, watch out for Lin Qingxue. She shouldn't do anything to big sister, but I'm afraid she'll do to you what she did to me. And you take good care of Zhengran. Protect him. I always think there's something wrong with this Lin Qingxue. Su Yuni's face went cold when she thought of Lin Qingxue. Before, she didn't think there was anything wrong with this Lin Qingxue, but after experiencing these recent events, she had already seen through this Lin Qingxue. It was definitely a bad person. Su Xuanyu nodded his head seriously. Okay. I will look after myself and Zhengran. Okay, that's it then. Right, second sister, then can I tell big sister about your situation? Big sister actually cares about you quite a bit, and now that you've successfully converted your cultivation, should I or should I not talk to big sister about it, so that she doesn't keep worrying, of course? I won't mention my brother-in-law's identity to big sister. Listening to her little brother's words, Su Yuni's heart surged with emotion. Although their three siblings had gone through all these unpleasant things, their relationship was indeed very good. It's fine, but you mustn't spill the beans. Don't worry, your brother, I'm so smart with this brain, I won't make a mistake. Su Zanyu laughed. Su Yuni. You're still smart with this brain. Okay, you pay attention to yourself. After ending the voice transmission, Su Xuanyu took a deep breath, put away the voice transmission jade slip, closed his eyes and then meticulously clarified all the information he just got. It ended with only a deep, long sigh. Afterward, he left his residence and flew towards the grand hall where his big sister was located. When he arrived at the grand hall, he could no longer see Lin Xingshua's figure, only Lu Zhengran was here cultivating with his eyes closed. Xianyu, have you gotten in touch with your second sister yet? When Su Qingying saw her brother arrive, she was the first to ask about Su Yuni's situation. Su Xianyu said. Su Zanyu said. Is that so? Then how is she now? Su Qingying hurriedly asked. Looking at Su Qingying's face full of concern, Su Xuanyu squeezed out a bitter smile on his face. Eldest sister, second sister is very good, even a little too good to be true. Not long ago, she has returned to her residence over there, and her cultivation transformation has succeeded. What? Are you sure? Su Qingying's beautiful eyes widened a little. So soon? There's no need for second sister to lie to me. Through the tone of second sister's speech, it should be true. You might be able to send a voice message to old man he and ask him. Su Xuanyu said. At this moment, Lu Zhengran also opened his eyes and was surprised to hear this news. Su Qingying pondered for a moment and said, there's no need to ask, it's best if the cultivation conversion is successful. That's right, in the future she might not come back. Big sister, it's actually fine, when I cultivate to the Saint King realm, I'll go over there to see them. Su Xuanyu suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense! What are you doing over there? Su Qingying scolded in a deep voice. Su Xuanyu quickly shrunk his brain when he saw his sister getting angry. He really wanted to go over there. He was worried about his second sister. Su Qingying took a deep breath and said, if you want to go, it's not for you to go. If you can't, let Zhengran go. She knew very well how her brother's relationship with Lu Qingan was. If Lu Qingan really did something to jeopardize her sister, then her brother going there would simply be sending him to his death. But he would never do anything to his son. Hearing this, Lu Zhengran opened his mouth and said, Mother, I'll listen to everything you say. He actually missed his elder sister and younger sister a bit. Su Xuanyu looked at his nephew and was envious in his heart. He also wanted to go. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Mother will be able to get you that time treasure in a few days. Cultivate in there. The flow of time is 30 times faster than outside. 1 day in the outside world, 1 month inside. You will raise your cultivation up as soon as possible, and when you go to see your sister then, don't let your sister look down on you. Su Qingying said. She had been urging her son to cultivate during this period of time, just wanting him to improve more. If and when the siblings really had to meet, she also hoped that her eldest daughter would see her son's cultivation improve so quickly and return to her side. Lu Zhengran nodded his head. He was also riveted to the fact that when he met his sister again, he would make sure that she could not catch up with his cultivation. Chapter 44 Magic Willow Academy. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Fordshan and he Imam came back to the courtyard, and found that there were only Lu Miaomiao and Xue Tianfei inside the courtyard, and no one else was there. Wang Fordshan looked at Xue Tianfei who was playing with Lu Miaomiao and asked, where is Lu Cheng'an? Consort Xue Tian went over there, instructing the two children on their fighting skills. Wang Fordshan nodded his head and flew over there, and soon after, he saw Lu Qing'an standing in the sky above instructing Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi to spar. I've come back? Has the refining room been completed yet? Lu Qinggan looked towards the two flying Wang Forge Mountain. Wang Fordshan laughed and said, it has been successfully built, and it is definitely the refining room that all the refiners in the Tsangyan continent are fond of on this side of the Devil's Domain. And our two old buddies last night have already finished carefully evaluating the heavenly meteor divine gold you gave us. These are all drawings of treasures that can be built. You choose 10 pieces from them. 10 pieces is so much? It's something. When Lu Qinggan heard this number, a light flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. If I don't build armor, I can still get a few more pieces. The armor must be there. I have to get one for my eldest daughter as well. Lu Qinggan took the drawings handed over by the two men and carefully examined them, finally selecting 10 pieces. Just these 10 pieces, right, old Wang Ah. Nowadays, on this side of the demon region, which power has the existence of time treasures? I'll get one for the child. Lu Qinggan asked. In fact, he just wanted to see if Wang Forge Mountain had any. This kind of treasure is very difficult to forge out, need a lot of special materials, complicated process. Wang Forge Mountain is the strongest refiner in the demon region, perhaps there is also hard to say. You do not have a time flow rate of 1 to 100 time treasure? I do not have it on my side, but some time ago I spent many hundreds of years to build a special one for the Magic Willow Academy, and the time flow rate is similar to the one I built for you at the beginning. But I heard that when combined with their town treasure, the time-tracing demonic willow, the time flow rate can be up to 1 to 300. Wang Forge Mountain said. At the time I left the Devil Emperor Palace, that time treasure was left on the side of the Devil Palace, and was given to my disciple, and it's not good to ask for it back when it's given away. Lu Qinggan said. Wang Forge Mountain heard these words, especially heard Lu Qinggan talk about the word disciple. His old eyes flashed through a well-hidden deep meaning. Xiao Qingyi, who had followed alongside and watched the two children sparring, did the same at this time, and a touch of strange emotion flashed through his eyes. In that case, then I'll spend some time to build you another one? But you are also clear, it is difficult to get it out in a short period of time. The process is really troublesome, unlike weapons and armor which are more skilled and simple. Wang Forging Mountain said. Forget it, I'll think of something else myself. Lu Qinggan shook his head, then signaled the two to work hard on refining their weapons and returned to the sky above. Xiao Qingyi turned his head to look at Lu Qingyan and laughed. Both of them are combat geniuses. One is your child and the other is his child, it's just that they still lack the refinement of real combat. Old Xiao, I remember you used to send a few disciples to the Magic Willow Academy to train. Nowadays your disciples are all doing quite well. You should also have some relationship with the dean there. Do you think it would be better for me to send my two children over there to train for a while, so that they can come into contact with some more geniuses of the same level? Lu Qinggan asked. He had also cultivated a genius disciple in a closed manner like this before, and the disciple became so strong that he succeeded in claiming the empire at an extremely fast speed, and was still only a little bit worse than his Eternal Night Empire. Only, that child also because only under his cultivation, and his temperament is almost the same as his killing aura is extremely heavy. And because he didn't get along with too many geniuses of the same age and level, he was very withdrawn, didn't have any friends, and didn't know how to socialize with others. And when he didn't want to be the Demon Emperor, he passed the position to his disciple, and now the Demon Emperor on this side of the Demon region is his disciple. From then on, he became a shirker, and after making sure that his disciple was capable of assuming the position of the Demon Emperor, he left a letter and left the Demon region without saying goodbye. Now that he was asked to cultivate his two daughters, honestly, he was a little afraid to cultivate them in the same way as before. This was also one of the reasons why he decisively called on Sun Mingji to follow after seeing her. At least so that his daughter wouldn't have a single friend. Xiao Qingyi said very seriously, I think it is necessary to let the child come into contact with more people. Looking at Xiao Qingyi with such seriousness and determination, Lu Qinggan was a bit surprised. Okay, have time to take me to meet the dean of the Magic Willow Academy. This is good to say. Others say that old man's whereabouts are uncertain, like an idle cloud, extremely difficult to find, but I am different. I want to find him, it is very easy. Xiao Qingyi laughed. This Demon Willow Academy dean was a character that was somewhat out of place with this side of the Devil's Domain. In this side of the Devil's Domain, a lot of people were more impatient in nature because of the need for demonic energy for cultivation. The number of people who are aggressive by nature is even more numerous. This Magic Willow Academy dean, on the other hand, is known for his learning in the magic domain, and his strength is naturally powerful, one of the top 10 top masters in the magic domain. But he does not love to fight with people, gentle and elegant, knowledgeable, but also created a special Magic Willow Academy to carry the Tao, teaching all kinds of magic domain genius. Over the years, the output of strong magic domain talents from the Magic Willow Academy had blossomed and scattered all over the magic domain. These talents were all very special, each possessing special skills, and their eyesight was not low, and they had a greater prospect than some of the demonic domain powerhouses who only fought and killed. Lu Qingyan, even though he had become the strongest Devil Emperor in the Devil region by killing and proving the Tao, he had only met the dean of this Devil Willow Academy once. Because there was a saying that was right, the paths were different. He proved his path by killing, but instead, he was the type of person that the dean of the Devil Willow Academy disliked the most. Then you help me to find him, so that the child will go to this Magic Willow Academy to practice and cultivate in the future. Lu Qinggan said. Let the child go out more to contact other people. This Magic Willow Academy is the best place, not as vicious and bloody as the major areas of the magic domain. It is a better choice for a novice village. Of course, he would also teach the children after they finished studying at the academy and returned home. In this way, the speed of the child's progress will be faster. Then I will contact him. Xiao Qingyi smiled and nodded, reassuring Lu Qinggan. After about an hour had passed, Xiao Qingyi brought Lu Qinggan good news. Contacted, he just happens to be preparing to make a trip back to the Devil's Willow Academy. When are you free? Go with me to block him. Ahem, it is to meet him together. Xiao Qingyi quickly changed his words with an awkward expression. I don't know, but I'm not sure if I'm going to see him. Why do I get the feeling that you're not in touch with him? I am always free. Lu Qinggan said. That's good, as soon as it gets dark, we'll go. Xiao Qingyi narrowed his eyes and smiled heatedly. Lu Qinggan. Why does it feel like this old Xiao is a bit off? Chapter 45 Blocking the Dean and Going Through the Back Door. Lu Qingyan asked directly if she didn't understand anything. Old Xiao, why do I feel like you are hiding something from me? Directly with me to say on the line, I this time to find this Magic Willow Academy dean, in addition to let the child to join the Magic Willow Academy, but also want to let the child in the future at will to use the Magic Willow Academy time treasures. The back door into the academy. And let the child be able to use more time treasures. Having this strength himself, he definitely had to give the child the highest specification resources. Xiao Qingyi also knew that he couldn't hide it from Lu Qinggan, and put on a bit of a lewd smile on his face, and said, "My little disciple is very outstanding." After finishing the Magic Willow Academy, he also became a teacher at the Magic Willow Academy, and has been teaching there for many years, and has an okay relationship with that dean. But you are also clear, that old thing whereabouts of the general public is very difficult to know, also do not want to see people, so I know from the small disciple he returned to the academy tonight, we go directly to block him, to you, and I strength, he is not willing to see us, we are also sure to see him. Lu Qingdan thought Xiao Qingyi really can directly see this Magic Willow Academy dean, it turned out to be in this way, but this old Xiao is also talented. Okay, so we're going to see your little disciple first? Also, I have not seen him for some time, these little brats, many years have not come back to see me. In the past, when he was still young, he almost came back to see me once a year, but nowadays he only comes to see me once in decades. Speaking of this, Xiao Qingyi looked helpless, with the sense of loneliness of a lonely old man. Then leave after lunch. Row. A group of people ate a lunch together. Before leaving, he first looked for Wang Forge Mountain for a moment, and then he told his two daughters that he had to go out for a trip and come back later. The two daughters were also well behaved and were not bored at home, so neither said they wanted to follow. Before leaving, he suddenly thought of something at this time and looked at Luo Danhong and Su Yuni. I plan to let the child go to the Magic Willow Academy to cultivate afterward. If you guys are free, help me get a teleportation array that connects the two sides, so that the child can go back and forth more conveniently in the future. He is also not good to go forward to pick up and drop off every day, there is a direct connection to that side of the transmission array, the children are able to come back on their own, much more convenient. Luo Dan Herb laughed, this is not difficult. Okay, then I'll rely on you. After saying that, he left the courtyard together with Xiao Qingyi. A quarter of an hour later, the silhouettes of the two had appeared above the Magic Willow Academy. With the blazing sun in the sky, Lu Qinggan stood in the air, his robes hunting in the biting hot wind. Overlooking it, the Magic Willow Academy looked like an ancient beast hibernating among the mountains. The staggered pavilions were based on basalt black jade, with eaves flying up like willow blades breaking through the air, and a lavender mist lingered between the layers of halls. In the center of the academy stood a giant black willow, straight into the clouds. The trunk of the tree was densely covered with silver rune patterns, the branches hung down like a curtain of time, and each willow leaf flashed with star-like points of light. It was precisely the treasure of the town courtyard, the time-tracing demonic willow. At this time, the willow branches were windless, stirring the magic chi in a 10-mile radius to form a vortex, shrouding the academy in a boundary that intertwined reality and falsehood. At this time, when the time-tracing demonic willow was combined with the time treasure, could it really achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 300? If it could, then how many people would have to squeeze their heads to get into this Magic Willow Academy? Lu Qinggan muttered. If other people wanted to enter the Magic Willow Academy, they didn't enter just because they wanted to, even if they were strong, they still had to pass the written and martial arts exams. Of course, there are also some powerful people who go through the back door, or want to threaten by means of force, without exception, the result is the same. Useless. The dean of the Magic Willow Academy was one of the top 10 strongest people in the magic domain. In addition to that, there was also a strong person who had graduated from the Magic Willow Academy, who was also one of the top 10 strongest people. Again, sometimes tracing the demonic Willow Town Academy, other top powerhouses came and had to avoid them. Not to mention that the Magic Willow Academy also has many masters who mix in the various forces of the demon region after their graduation. Can be said to be full of peaches and plums, no one dares to easily offend the Magic Willow Academy. Unless invincible existence. And as an invincible existence, Lu Qingyan wouldn't offend the Magic Willow Academy. Firstly, this Magic Willow Academy set out with good intentions, and secondly, the Academy hadn't offended him. Little Su, Master is here. Come out to greet him. Standing in the air, the corners of Xiao Qingyi's mouth rose as he took out a sound transmission jade slip and transmitted a message. A moment later, a middle-aged man hurriedly flew up from below the Magic Willow Academy. His green shirt was elegant, his brows were calm and steady, and the bookish aura lingered between his hands and feet, and he was righteous. Lu Qingdan had not seen Xiao Qingyi's young disciple Song Su for a long time, and now that he was seeing him again, he could not help but be a little surprised. Why does he look more righteous than the people over at the Immortal Ruins? Master! Song Su quickly approached with a smile on his face. Ha ha! Little Su! Your kid hasn't come to see Master for a while, it's time to fight. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Master, disciple has been busy teaching, it is really a bit distracted, Song Su just said here, glanced at Lu Qingyan next to him in passing, then the words that came to his mouth couldn't come out, and his eyes widened violently. Silly boy, forget who this is? Still not shouting? Xiao Qingyi said. Greetings to Eternal Night Elder. It's been a long time. Song Su looked excited and hurriedly bowed respectfully. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor had disappeared for more than 1,000 years. I didn't expect to finally come back. Lu Qinggan laughed. Indeed, it has been a long time since I have seen you. You kid has changed quite a bit after so many years of absence. No. The senior is still the same. Rather, it is senior who gives me an even more different feeling. Song Su was instantly restrained, and when he spoke, his face had an extra point of simplicity as he scratched his head. Lu Qinggan laughed. I went to the Immortal Ruins for a period of time. It's normal to have a bit of a change. This time when I came here, I have to trouble you. I remember that you cultivate the sword, this sword you take. When he came this way, he had asked for a 10th grade absolute grade sword from Longforge Mountain. He is also considered to come to meet the younger generation, and to ask the younger generation to help, to give a little gift to the younger generation is also should be. This. The younger generation should not. Song Su saw that the weapon Lu Qingyan took out was actually a 10th grade absolute grade, and it also looked like it came from the hand of the strongest refiner in the demon region. A sword of this grade was really too expensive. Xiao Qingyi, on the other hand, urged with a smile on his face, what are you polite to him, you kid? He has plenty of this kind of stuff. Hurry up and put it away. This is not good. Song Su looked at his master. Xiao Qingyi winked at Song Su. Song Su ended up putting the sword away. Thank you, senior. Lu Qinggan nodded in satisfaction. Well, take us inside the academy. The demonic Willow Academy had an extremely strong formation shrouded and was guarded by the sometimes traceable demonic Willow, so it would be difficult for an ordinary peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse to force his way in. Of course, he would definitely be able to do it, but there was no need. After all, the child would have to enter this to cultivate afterward. There was no need to bring the relationship to a standstill. Good. Senior, please. Song Su hurriedly smiled and led the way. Chapter 46, Deliberately Seeking Problems. Song Su brought Lu Qingyan and the two of them into the formation and flew down within an elegant and quiet residence of the Magic Willow Academy. On the tea table, Song Su poured tea and water for the two of them, a smile on his face, while his movements had a slightly restrained feel to them. Little Su, how has it been here at the academy lately? Xiao Qingyi asked with a smile. He was very satisfied with several disciples, especially this young disciple, who had long ago become a 2-star instructor of the Magic Willow Academy, and was already in the midst of trying to sprint towards a 3-star instructor. Preparing to compete for the 3-star teaching apprenticeship. If there are no surprises, it should be stable. Song Su laughed. Oh, this is a good thing. Xiao Qingyi nodded his head in satisfaction, then thought of something and asked directly, then if you become a 3-star instructor, can you make people exempt from the examination and arrange for children to enter the academy to practice? Song Su is still not clear about his master. What is the matter? Only know that his master and Lu Qingyan want to come to meet their dean. At this moment heard the words, instantly realized what, face also hastily put on a bitter smile. Teacher, not to mention the 3-star instructor, even if it is the head of the hall, or even the vice dean, cannot do. I am afraid that only the dean himself open mouth can be exempted from the rules. A trainer is a teacher, and a hall president is pretty much a director of instruction. Lu Qinggan heard here, also do not want to make things difficult for Song Su, said, Old Xiao, do not make things difficult for your disciple, we will wait for the dean to come back, directly find him on the line. Okay. Xiao Qingyi nodded his head, then he looked at his disciple again, flirting, Xiao Su, for the teacher to fight, in the future directly into the Magic Willow Academy dean, so, we do not have to be so troublesome. Song Su smiled awkwardly. To be able to mix into a vice dean, or even just a hall leader, one could wake up laughing in one's dreams. Little Su, are you really sure that your dean is coming back tonight? Lu Qinggan asked. Song Su scratched his head. Senior, I've only heard from the head of the hall inadvertently. It should not be wrong, but I'm not sure if I can guarantee it, he said. Fine, we will stand guard here. Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qingyan nodded and drank tea and chatted. Elder, who are you trying to get into the academy this time? He hadn't seen Lu Qinggan for a long time, disappearing for more than 1,000 years and coming back. As soon as he appeared, he had to arrange for someone to enter the academy. It was very strange. My daughter. Ah? Song Su's eyes widened. Daughter? You have a daughter? Xiao Qingyi hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his disciple, informing Lu Qinggan of the general situation. Song Su's jaw dropped even further after hearing this. It turned out that he had gone over to the Immortal Ruins, and also got married and had 2 daughters. To better cultivate the 2 daughters, it was indeed better to send them here to the Magic Willow Academy. The 3 of them drank tea and chatted while waiting silently. At a certain moment, Lu Qingyan looked up at the time-trace Magic Willow in the sky above, and thought, since he was letting his 2 children cultivate over here in the future, he also had nothing to do nowadays, so he wandered around inside the academy to see how the environment was over here. Little Su, you have nothing to do anyway, take me for a stroll in your academy. Okay. Just like that, the 3 of them began to stroll around the Magic Willow Academy. Lu Qinggan wandered around and found that the environment here in the academy was very good, elegant and quiet, and occasionally one could see some students of different grades sitting in some places to cultivate, or a group of people gathering together to discuss cultivation. The atmosphere is very good. Not bad, the daughters came here and should be able to interact with quite a few people as well. He didn't want to let his two daughters follow the same path as his disciples. When many students saw Song-su, they would come up and salute and call out to the instructor. It gave Lu Qinggan a feeling of dreaming back to the campus of his last life. Not bad, little Su, take me to your town courtyard's treasure, the time trace magic willow, to have a look. Lu Qinggan mainly wants his eldest daughter to be able to cultivate there, and a time flow of 1 to 300 is a great addition to his daughter's cultivation. Good. Not long after, the three of them arrived before the roots of the time-traveling demonic willow, a behemoth. This place was a huge square, the ground was paved with green stones, and in the middle of it, the root of the time-traveling demonic willow was built with various chic buildings. Inside, there were quite a few students sitting in meditation and cultivating. The buildings further up could not be seen inside. With just a glance, Lu Qinggan could see that time flowed much faster over there than in the distance. Indeed, paired with a time treasure, the maximum time flow rate could go up to 1 to 300. Lu Qinggan murmured. And just as he thought of this, suddenly, his expression was slightly frozen. The divine sense quickly entered within a box among his treasures. It was the very box that contained that massive energy body. At this moment, that energy body was vibrating crazily, as if it wanted to break away from the box and fly out. With a flash of his will, the energy body instantly flamed out, leaving no room for struggle. However, he was still able to sense that this energy body was full of longing. It seemed to be longing for the time-tracing demon willow. Lu Qinggan stared at the time-tracing demon willow in front of him. Thus, he was prepared to approach this time-traveling demon willow in order to seek some evidence and take a look at the situation. This energy body came from beyond the heavens and was very mysterious. Studying it clearly might not be of much use to him, but perhaps it would be beneficial to his child. Stop! Just as Lu Qinggan was about to go forward, suddenly, a person flashed out of the void and appeared in front of Lu Qinggan, reaching out to stop him. Lu Qinggan looked at the person who appeared. The person who came was a middle-aged man who was about the same age as Song-su, and his cultivation level was about the same as Song-su's, both at the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. What was slightly different was that this person had less of an elegant aura and more of a stern feeling. Song-su hurriedly stepped forward. Dear Hong. What are you doing? Eternal Night Demon Emperor, you also dare to stop? This Dear Hong is none other than a 2-star instructor of their Magic Willow Academy. Who are these two? Those who are not from our Magic Willow Academy are not allowed to approach the Time Trace Magic Willow. Dear Hong said expressionlessly. You don't know who I am? Xiao Qingyi cleared his throat and put his hands behind his back, displaying an image of a superior person. His identity as the Thunder Sky Emperor was far and wide in the demon region, and there weren't many people who didn't recognize him. However, Xiao Qingyi, who wanted to pretend, was flashed by Dear Hong's next sentence. Do not understand. Anyway, today I came to guard here, not our academy of people. All cannot come close to the time-tracing magic willow. This is the rule of the academy. Dear Hong said. You actually do not recognize me? Xiao Qingyi frowned. This kid really doesn't recognize me, or he's just pretending to not recognize me. Dear Hong naturally recognized Xiao Qingyi, but so what? It was true that the Thunder Sky Emperor was quite strong, but this was the Devil Willow Academy. After the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had claimed the title of Emperor, he had shocked all the forces of the demon realm and hadn't even come to the Demon Willow Academy to cause trouble. A Thunder Shao Emperor was a lot weaker than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and might not even be as good as their dean, and he didn't have any face to give when he came here. Not to mention that Xiao Qingyi is Song-su's master. Why haven't I heard of such a rule? Dear Hong, are you trying to disgust me because I'm going to be competing with you for the 3-star teaching post in the near future? Song-su stared at Dear Hong and asked. He really hadn't heard of such a rule. Xiao Qingyi heard this and instantly realized. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't recognize him, but that he recognized him and was pretending here because he was in competition with his disciple. Chapter 47, Nowadays Young People So Brave? Dear Hong did not speak in the face of Song-su's questioning, and a touch of contemptuous playfulness was added to his expressionless face. It's just disgusting to you. Have to bid for the 3-star instructor at the same time as me. This time, he and Song-su 2 people, only one person can become a 3-star instructor, and he in the teaching level, indeed inferior to Song-su a little. This made him extremely unhappy, and there was a huge probability that he would not be able to compete with Song-su. Xiao Qingyi saw Dear Hong acquiesced and still had this attitude. He stared at Dear Hong and said, No surprise, there should be an elder with good strength behind you, right? Come on, say who it is. Recognized him, still such an attitude, no need to think, behind you should be a senior can be compared with him. In the entire Devil domain, there were only a dozen or so people who could be compared to him. The dean of the Magic Willow Academy is definitely impossible. He has always lived alone, and he is also a loner. Dear Hong remained silent. Song-su, on the other hand, said, Master, his uncle is the vice dean of the academy. I see, you are actually the nephew of that old thing Dear Qingshu? Do you know that when Dear Qingshu meets my father, he also has to peacefully call out to Xiao Daoyu? Xiao Qingyi said here, his face slightly cold, violetly radiating the peak cultivation aura of the great emperor realm, wanting to scare Dear Hong. He didn't believe that he couldn't cure this kid. Dear Hong, on the other hand, was filled with calmness and said, Senior, I'm just following the rules, you're using strength and seniority to scare me off? Seeing Dear Hong's lack of oil and salt, Xiao Qingyi was a bit annoyed. This kid, even if there are really any rules, will do some, directly turn a blind eye on it, let them go in and walk, what harm? Now this way, obviously is really related to their own disciples. We went in for a spin and came out. At this time, Lu Qinggan calmly opened his mouth. He didn't want to make things difficult for his juniors either. Dear Hong looked towards Lu Qinggan. He had never seen Lu Qinggan, and could not sense Lu Qinggan's cultivation breath, but to be able to appear here with Xiao Qingyi, he thought that it was also a great emperor realm cultivation. But as long as it has something to do with Song-su, whoever comes today, he will not be able to let go. No need to talk about it. I am here today, even if the eternal night demon emperor comes, he will not be able to enter one step. Dear Hong swore. Once these words passed, the atmosphere around them suddenly quieted down. Xiao Qingyi and Song-su looked at Dear Hong as if they were looking at a little cutie. Like, how dare you? Your eldest uncle came and dared to say this? Moreover, you actually said this to this honored one? Ahem, you'd better not kill anyone here in the Magic Willow Academy. After all, you still have to let your child come here to cultivate. Xiao Qingyi realized at this time that Lu Qinggan was looking at Dear Hong, and hurriedly came next to Lu Qinggan, took Lu Qinggan's hand with both hands, and transmitted his voice to pacify him. I'm not angry, just a little strange. Just 1,000 years in the past, the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, juniors dare to use to flirt? Lu Qinggan was indeed not angry, just simply surprised. How can this kid be said to be the instructor of the Magic Willow Academy? It shouldn't be a little cutie. That's right. Back then, he had killed a lot of people on this side of the demon region and had a ferocious reputation, although tens of thousands of years had passed from the days when he had killed and killed, but it should have been how many more years should have passed, and this ferocious reputation would have made the future generations afraid. When Xiao Qingyi heard this, a flash of strange emotions flashed in his eyes, and he stammered for a while before saying, perhaps this kid is a bit naive. He had already thought of a possibility. Lu Qinggan realized that Xiao Qingyi should be hiding something from him and asked in a voice transmission, do you know something about the inside? Xiao Qingyi pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and transmitted his voice back, you really want to know? Don't talk nonsense, just say it. Xiao Qingyi had no choice but to take a deep breath and said, it should have something to do with your disciple. Something to do with him? Lu Qinggan was even more surprised. Xiao Qingyi transmitted, it's a long story, the general situation is that your disciple, after you disappeared for more than 500 years, said to the public that he had become stronger than you, and also showed a relatively strong strength. He also said that if you appeared, he could defeat you ruthlessly. And now he that the Devil Emperor position is also is deserved and so on after he also in the magic domain to collect a group of subordinates, think this Dear Hong lineage, with your disciple a little relationship right? He may have been brainwashed. After all, these are all juniors. They hadn't seen the terror of Lu Qinggan, the god of killers, with their own eyes. Lu Qinggan was silent when he heard this. This disciple of his own. He pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. It was just a matter of that. Xiao Qingyi saw Lu Qinggan like this and transmitted his voice to pacify him. Don't be angry, he is your disciple no matter what. Maybe the fact that he acted like this also has something to do with you leaving without saying goodbye. He is also regarded as watching Lu Qinggan disciple grow up, so also do not hope that this master and disciple too to develop in a bad direction. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. It's okay, this kid has this ambition and it's quite good. Xiao Qingyi. Afterwards, Lu Qinggan looked towards Dear Hong. He was also too lazy to bother with this junior, and without saying anything else, with a flash of his body, his entire person had disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he had gone before the time-tracing demonic Willow. He would see exactly what that life form was thirsty for. When he was done, he would leave this place. When Dear Hong saw that Lu Qinggan had already disappeared in place in the blink of an eye, he instantly determined that Lu Qinggan's strength was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Lu Qinggan was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm strength, he actually dared to force his way in. Simply not putting their Devil's Willow Academy in their eyes. With a cold look in his eyes, he caught up with Lu Qinggan in the blink of an eye and looked at Lu Qinggan who was already standing before the time-trace demon Willow at the moment with a hint of surprise on his face, and said in a deep voice, I'm sternly ordering you to back off immediately. Exit here. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing it. Lu Qingyan was now fully concentrated on sensing the mutation of the energy body in the box, and had no time to care about Dear Hong. Good. Then I won't be blamed for being impolite. Dear Hong said in a deep voice. Afterwards, he applied his cultivation to his body and reached out to yank Lu Qinggan. He wasn't afraid that Lu Qing'an's cultivation was higher than his. As long as Lu Qing'an dared to counterattack and attack him in the Devil's Willow Academy, then he was going against the entire Devil's Willow Academy. Even if it was someone as powerful as Xiao Qingyi, he would still have to weigh whether he had the strength to face such a behemoth as the Magic Willow Academy. However, just as his hand was about to come into contact with Lu Qing'an, suddenly, Lu Qing'an turned her head and gave him a glance with a pair of ice-cold eyes. It was this glance that caused his movements to lurch, and then, his entire person was actually uncontrollable, carrying the entire Xongyan continent on his body in general, as he roared to his knees. Bang bang! Both knees smashed down on top of the green stone, smashing out 2 large pits. This he stared with wide eyes, his body cold to the extreme, his mind chaotic, and a hellish scene appeared before his eyes. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su saw this scene, both of them were speechless. Never seen such a life-threatening person. One just didn't know if the Lu Qing'an of today would still kill at will. If he killed this dear Hong, he would definitely be on the opposite side of the Magic Willow Academy. Chapter 48, Master and Disciple eat melon together. But at this moment, the master and disciple could not stop things from going down. Their strength was too different from Lu Qing'an's, and all they could do was watch from the sidelines. If Lu Qing'an got angry, if they rushed forward at this time, they might instead draw Lu Qing'an's fire. Apprentice, do you want it or not? At this time, Xiao Qingyi also didn't know where he pulled out a watermelon, and with a gentle break of his hands, he broke it into 2 halves, handing out half to his disciple. Song Su nodded and took it. Just like that, the 2 masters and disciples began to eat the watermelon and watched things go down over there. After Lu Qing'an released just a little bit of his pressure, he ignored dear Hong and continued to carefully perceive the energy body. Devouring? He could vaguely discern that this energy body was organizing its intentions, releasing a thought in a general manner. It was devouring. While Lu Qing'an stood quietly, looking at the time-traveling demonic Willow, dear Hong, who had knelt on the ground, finally snapped back to his senses from that apocalyptic scene. He realized that he had actually been drenched in sweat all over his body. But when he tried to get up, no matter how hard he tried, as if the control of his body had been lost, he just couldn't stand up. He was trembling with anger. Damn it! This person was definitely at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. And not just any peak Great Emperor realm strength. To actually humiliate him by virtue of his high cultivation. Daring to make a move against him in the Devil's Willow Academy. Realizing that he could move his mouth slightly, he hurriedly cast a magic spell to convey the situation here to those who were in the Magic Willow Academy. Come quickly! The magic spells that converged swung out. Just a moment passed. A figure hurriedly appeared in front of the sky above the time-trace demon Willow. Dressed in white, with long black hair flowing, the figure was a middle-aged man filled with a powerful aura. Who was this? Xiao Qingyi saw the person of the late Great Emperor realm appearing in the sky and realized that he didn't recognize him, so he, who had just spit out a few watermelon seeds, turned his head to look at Song Su to ask a question. Song Su slowly gnawed on the watermelon, unlike Xiao Qingyi who didn't care about image, and said, a hall leader in our academy. The disciple of the vice dean has a strong talent. Oh. Xiao Qingyi smiled. After the visitor appeared, he saw dear Hong, who was kneeling under the time-trace demon Willow, and Lu Qing'an, who was standing quietly. Who are you? Dare to make a move against our Magic Willow School instructor in our Magic Willow School. Lu Qing'an ignored the visitor, and at this time, he had even closed his eyes in order to better feel the energy body. Good guts. The visitor let out a deep shout and prepared to go down to rescue dear Hong. At the same time, he unleashed his magic domain soundwave secret technique on Lu Qing'an, trying to find a way to help dear Hong get out of control. But at that moment, Lu Qing'an spat out 2 words from his mouth. Noisy. As soon as his calm voice passed, a soundwave blasted out and collided with that visitor's soundwave secret technique. That visitor's soundwave attack secret technique was like a small raindrop meeting the sea, and was instantly taken in. The lurid soundwave instantly swept over the middle-aged man's entire body, and then, bang, 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 the man actually knelt down on both knees in the air, and when both knees hit the void, the 2 points of impact instantly caused the void to shatter into a large piece. The white-robed middle-aged man personally felt everything that dear Hong just felt. Dear Hong was shocked when he saw that even the hall chief, who was a great deal more powerful than himself, was unable to resist Lu Qing'an. It seemed that the only way to show this guy how powerful he was for his eldest uncle to come in person. He had already spread the word about what was happening over here, and he believed that soon, his eldest uncle would arrive. Xiao Qingyi saw this and said, Disciple, don't blink later, the big show is coming soon. Hey! My watermelon is almost finished? Don't eat that one first, leave it for me. Okay. Song Su hurriedly nodded his head, but the speed of eating the melon was not reduced, instead, it was even a bit faster. The 2 of them had just finished speaking when, in the next moment, an old man in a green and white long shirt appeared high in the sky at an unknown time. This person's arrival instantly caused a large area of emptiness to return to tranquility. The sound of the wind, which was still somewhat impatient earlier, also abruptly stopped. Everything was so quiet that it couldn't be any quieter. It was like a mass grave in the dead of night. Coming. The corner of Xiao Qingyi's mouth rose when he saw the visitor. The person who came was named Dear Qingshu, the vice president of the Devil's Willow Academy, known as the Qingdian Emperor. Possessing the Qingdian Emperor position, within his Qingdian domain, everything would lose its five senses and fall into nothingness. At this moment, as soon as Dear Qingshu arrived here, he had already seen the situation over here, and especially after seeing his nephew and disciple kneeling, he knew that he had met a formidable enemy. So the first time, he released his domain. 1,000 miles in a radius instantly entered into void space. He cast his gaze on two people. One was Xiao Qingyi. At the moment, Xiao Qingyi did not look like someone who had struck out at his two juniors, so it could only be another stranger. All of his attention fell on Lu Qinggan. As for Lu Qinggan at this moment, he also opened his eyes, because after being pulled into Dear Qingshu's realm, that massive energy body no longer had any movement. The two of them stood, one at the height and one at the lowest. The moment they looked at each other, Dear Qingshu, who was standing high in the sky like a god, suddenly trembled. This look. He quickly put his domain away. The speed was so fast that it was as if he would die if he was a second late. Oh? Recognize me? Lu Qinggan didn't have much of an impression of this Dear Qingshu, plus there were only a few people who knew what he looked like. This Dear Qingshu shouldn't know what he looked like. Suddenly, he thought of something and was helpless in his heart. This Dear Qingshu was probably somewhat related to his disciple, and from his disciple, knew exactly what he looked like? Dear Qingshu gulped wildly. In the blink of an eye there was no longer that calm demeanor from a moment ago. What was there was trepidation. He has experienced the era of this killing god. You, why are you here? Dear Qingshu didn't dare to continue standing above the sky, quickly flew down and came in front of Lu Qinggan, slightly bowing his head and bowing his hands. Lu Qinggan looked at Dear Qingshu and said, I came here to stroll around, is there a problem? What Dear Qingshu wanted to ask more than anything else wasn't this question, but how Lu Qinggan came back. This god of murder, who had suddenly disappeared for 1,000 years, how did he appear again? And, the time of appearance was actually in the middle of their Magic Willow Academy. No problem. Naturally, there was no problem. Dear Qingshu pulled a look of embarrassment from his face. Lu Qinggan took a look at the kneeling Dear Hong on the ground, as well as the white-robed middle-aged man kneeling in the sky, and asked, they are your juniors? The bitterness on Dear Qingshu's face increased a few times. What are you guys doing messing with this killing god? Yes, Dear Qingshu returned. At this moment, Dear Hong had widened his eyes, looking at his eldest uncle's sincere and fearful behavior at this moment, once again falling into a daze. What was this happening? This was still his own demon region's top powerhouse uncle? His eldest uncle had never shown this kind of expression today even when he was facing the Dekuro Demon Emperor. Chapter 49 Putting Down Personal Qualities. The juniors don't respect their seniors, teach them well. Lu Qinggan said and put away his demonic power. The two who were still kneeling instantly felt the pressure acting on them swirl away, finally able to stand up. When Dear Qingshu saw that Dear Hong duo was going to stand up, he hurriedly transmitted his voice to the two of them, continue to kneel. Dear Hong and his team were confused. Continue kneeling? They suspected that the voice transmission they heard did not come from Dear Qingshu here. Rather, someone was deliberately messing things up. I'll discipline them well, I won't make this mistake again in the future. Dear Qingshu hastily promised. Okay, I'll take my leave. Lu Qinggan still wanted his daughters to come here to cultivate, and didn't want to make the relationship too rigid, while this matter could also be used as a bargaining chip for negotiations afterwards. Moreover, after many years in the immortal ruins, it seemed that he had lived many more peaceful days, and had worn away the killing heart he had at the beginning. There was also that incident that he experienced not long ago. The small matter in his case, it really didn't make him rise up other emotions. This kind of feeling, it was hard to describe. He didn't pay any more attention to Dear Qingshu. After he had roughly figured out the specific idea of that energy body, there was no need to study it here. Now was not the time to let this energy body conduct experiments. He wasn't sure what this energy body would do to the time trace demon Willow, and releasing it hastily would easily over the entire time trace demon Willow. In the future, he would have to rely on the time tracing magic Willow to work with the time treasure to allow his two daughters to better enhance their cultivation. Lu Qinggan walked towards Xiao Qingyi's side. When Dear Qingshu saw that Lu Qinggan had stopped paying attention to him and left the area, his eyes lowered as he quickly pondered over everything that had happened. What exactly did this Eternal Night Demon Emperor mean? If it was the original Eternal Night Demon Emperor, this place would have already been bloodied. Eldest uncle, can we get up now? Dear Hong's voice entered Dear Qingshu's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Dear Qingshu looked at the two Dear Hongs and said, get up. After the two of them got up, they quickly approached Dear Qingshu, and at this moment, the shock in their hearts still hadn't diminished one bit. What exactly is going on? Eldest uncle. What's going on? You, why are you treating him with that kind of attitude? Who is he? This is the first time Dear Hong has seen his uncle treating someone like that. As the vice president of the Magic Willow Academy, he had never acted like that, even in front of the headmaster. He just called that guy you. You two idiots. In the past, you would have died 800 times. And you almost caused trouble for me. Dear Qingshu frowned tightly, still not able to figure out how Lu Qinggan came back and what he came back to do with them, but he couldn't figure it out, but he was annoyed that the two dear Hongs had gone to mess with this killing god. No. Uncle, what are you scolding me for? It's because he relies on his cultivation strength to be stronger than us, bullying us off. Then why didn't he bully me on the basis of his cultivation strength being stronger than me? It must be you guys who messed with him. It's a good thing I recognized him, or else my little life would be hard to protect. The more dear Qingshu thought about it, the more he felt fearful. If he had directly struck out at Lu Qingyan at that time, it would have been a big deal. Following in the footsteps of those old devils back then, instantly exterminated? Master teacher. It's true that he's very strong, he's also at the peak of the great Emperor realm, but in the entire devil region, there aren't many people who can be stronger than you, right? The white-robed middle-aged man frowned and said. Even that Xiao Qingyi, when facing his master, should be evenly matched and hard to win. Did you guys read your brains silly all these years? Who is Xiao Qingyi close to? And also stronger than me? Dear Qingshu looked at the two of them, the nameless fire burning more and more intensely. This time, the trouble didn't burn him, so maybe the two of them would cause him even more trouble in the future. The two of them, dear Hong, glanced at each other, and then an answer appeared in their minds at the same time. Can't be. He has not disappeared for a long time. Dear Hong was shocked. The white-robed middle-aged man, on the other hand, trembled. Eternal Night Demon Emperor? That person just now was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Who else could it be besides him? But this time we met, I realized that he seems to have changed a bit, he doesn't seem to have such a heavy killing intent anymore. Dear Qingshu muttered. With the nature of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the beginning, regarding this kind of thing, I'm afraid that he would have killed a lot of people already. Eldest uncle. There's no need to be afraid of him even if he's the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. We are now under the banner of the Dokoroku Demon Emperor, and the Dokoroku Demon Emperor is not stronger than him. And the two have already turned against each other a long time ago, right? Dear Hong hurriedly said. Snap. Dear Qingshu couldn't help it and slapped Dear Hong in the face. You know nothing. You really want to get me killed before giving up, right? Dear Hong was dumbfounded in place, staring blankly at his eldest uncle. His father died when he was young, and he was brought up by his eldest uncle, and the two of them were as close as father and son, and his eldest uncle was extremely pampered to him, and had never hit him, and now it was the first time that he had ever hit him. Dear Qingshu took a deep breath, tried his best to stabilize his emotions, calmly said, You have not seen his era, this Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far from what you think so simple. Furthermore, the master and disciple have yet to fight, it is not known who will lose or win. Furthermore, if he wants to kill us, who can stop him if the Dokuro Demon Emperor is not here? For this mind of his nephew, Dear Qingshu was also helpless. If it wasn't for his connections, he wouldn't be able to teach at the academy. From today onwards, you will be in seclusion. What? Again? Moreover, I will soon have to compete with that Song Su 3 stars. Not waiting for Dear Hong to finish, Dear Qingshu said in a deep voice, Then you will give up the competition. Uncle. I've been waiting for this day. I've waited for this day, I've waited for it, and if I say it again, I'll beat you up. In order to prevent his nephew from getting into trouble again, Dear Qingshu finally told Dear Hong bitterly about his understanding of Lu Qinggan. On the other side. After Lu Qinggan followed Song Su around the Magic Willow Academy, he re-entered inside Song Su's residence. I thought that you would go on a killing spree, but I didn't expect that, you actually didn't make a move, it seems that you've changed quite a lot over the years. Xiao Qingyi laughed. I guess Senior wanted to use this to better negotiate with the dean. Song Su suddenly thought of something at this time and opened his mouth. Xiao Qingyi sniffed and looked at Lu Qinggan and said, Yo, that's fine. Is that really what you thought at that time? Lu Qinggan smiled without saying anything. Now the two Xiao Qingyi were even more certain. It felt like that Lu Qingshu's nephew was a sizable cutie. He was actually able to stay inside the Magic Willow Academy to teach as well? Xiao Qingyi spat with a smile. Song Su said, He and I entered the academy at the same time to teach. Honestly, at that time I felt strange. His examination results show that it is too much better than me, but the level of teaching is too much worse than me, and also very unprofessional, no teacher morality. Xiao Qingyi decisively said, Then everything is clear, walking relations. Lu Qingyan is full of calm color, that you have this relationship, you go or not? Xiao Qingyi said casually, Naturally go. There is a saying that I have always held as the truth. Put down personal qualities, enjoy the lack of moral life, rather than aggrieve themselves, rather than make things difficult for others. There is no moral heart, living that is called a cool cannot be more cool. Not bad, still the same old thing I know. Lu Qinggan smiled. With this relationship, it's time to go. This was also the reason why he had come here directly. The vice dean of the Magic Willow Academy was able to get his nephew to enter the academy to teach, so it wouldn't be hard for him to get his daughters and the girls to come here to cultivate, right? Master, when I was able to get admitted to teach here, you wouldn't also? Song Su asked with a mute face. Xiao Qingyi blinked. Xiao Su, your strength is very good, do not need to doubt yourself. He doesn't have any relationship with the Magic Willow Academy. He can't go through the relationship even if he wants to. Song Su heard this, and then he let out a breath. He thought that he had to rely on connections to stay in the academy and teach. Xiao Qingyi then looked at Lu Qinggan. After this incident, I'm sure your disciple will come to you soon. How do you plan to face your disciple? Lu Qinggan was very calm. Master and disciple meet, mingle. Chapter 50, The Academy Can't Set This Precedent. After Dear Qingshu left the time trace demon Willow side, he returned inside his own residence, and at the first opportunity, he took out a piece of sound transmission jade slip, and sent a message to the current Demon Emperor Dugu, to report the things he saw here. Devil Emperor, hello, I've met someone here that you should be interested in. The moment the voice transmission was connected, Dear Qingshu, even though he knew that the other party couldn't see his expression, unconsciously put a fake smile on his face to report. Somewhere far away in the central region of the Devil region, solitary Devil Emperor was sitting deep in the hall. His devilish aura was as majestic as an abyss, his expression was as cold as a blade, and wherever he looked, everything was silenced, just like a god of killing, and the pressure was suffocating. He heard the news from Dear Qingshu, who was practicing, and the demonic chi on his body suddenly rioted in general, spinning wildly. You didn't lie? He came back? Report to the Demon Emperor. I would never dare to lie to you. He was with Xiao Qingyi and should still be in our Demon Willow Academy today. Good. I'll give you a big credit this time. After ending the voice transmission, the demonic chi on the Dekuro Demon Emperor's body was still running wild, and he didn't stop cultivating. Wait for me to cultivate for one more week and day, and my cultivation strength will rise another notch. He had waited too long for this day. Compared to back then, he was more than 10 times stronger. It should have surpassed him long ago. Lu Qinggan. Wait. I'll show you how powerful I am. Twilight encroached on the sky and dusk gradually died, and the night descended as the devil's fog pressed down on the sky. Lu Qinggan and the three of them waited until night came. It wasn't until the night was deep and quiet that Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi both opened their eyes at the same time from the state of closed eyes. Back. I sensed a very faint wisp of breath, not sure if it's him coming back. Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qinggan nodded decisively. It is him. It seems that he knows that we are here in this Magic Willow Academy. He purposely hid his breath to come back for a trip. It seems that he doesn't want to see us. Let's go, we will meet him. Said, the two figures flashed, leaving Song Su behind. They had arrived in front of a quiet courtyard in the Magic Willow Academy in the blink of an eye. There was a very special formation shrouded in front of this courtyard, and there were also various special formations nearby, making it easy for people to get lost and get close in this neighborhood. It was just that these small means were as good as nothing in the eyes of Lu Qinggan, who had become several times stronger. Fellow Daoist, not coming out to welcome the guests? Or, are we going in by ourselves? Lu Qinggan opened his mouth towards the void in front of him. After a breath, a white-robed, white-haired old man came out from within the courtyard with a frown on his face. The face that was full of blood and possessed amiable features was currently locked together, looking very unhappy and forced to do business. Fellow Daoist Lu, as for this expression. Xiao Qingyi saw Lu Xiya's expression and spat in public. Lu Xiya did not say anything. With a wave of one hand, all the formations instantly disappeared, and then without saying a word, turned his head and entered into the house. Lu Qinggan and the two of them entered the courtyard and followed into the house. A candle flame fluttered, and the hall was slightly dim. Xiao Qingyi didn't look like he had come for the first time and directly found a seat. If you have something to say, I still have things to do. Lu Xiya spoke in a deep voice. Know who he is, right? No need for me to introduce him, right? Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Xiya glanced at Lu Qingyan. He didn't need to look to know who it was. There weren't many people in the entire demon region who could let him have this sense of crisis. Seeing Lu Xiya acquiesce, Xiao Qingyi wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Lu Qinggan. Lu Qingyan said, Fellow Taoist Lu, I have something here that I want to trouble you with. Please make it easy for me to let my daughter come to your demonic Willow Academy to cultivate. Lu Xiya completely didn't expect Lu Qinggan to mention this kind of request and froze for a moment. This guy actually had a daughter after disappearing for over 1,000 years? After regaining his senses from his daze, he decisively said, all right. Fellow Taoist Lu is good. Then let's bring the child tomorrow. Xiao Qingyi thought that Lu Xiya was an old man who followed the rules, but he didn't expect to be as adaptable as him. That's right, in the face of Lu Qinggan, you have to be flexible even if you can't be flexible. Then thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Qinggan smiled and arched his hand. Tomorrow cannot, the next new student assessment must be 3 years later. If you pass the test, you can naturally come to practice. Lu Xiya, however, suddenly added a sentence after the two finished speaking. Once these words passed, the entire courtyard abruptly quieted down. The corner of Xiao Qingyi's mouth twitched and said, Old Lu, you're being unkind, tricking us? The rules are the rules. Many of the top forces of the Devil Realm, many of the peak powerhouses of the Devil Realm's Great Emperor Realm came, and I am also an answer. Have to pass the examination to enter our academy. Lu Xiya gazed at the two Lu Qinggan and said word for word. Really not giving any face at all? What are the requirements? Just say it. Xiao Qingyi said in a deep voice. Lu Xie seriously said, no precedent can be set. Lu Qinggan stood up. Xiao Qingyi was startled and quickly pulled Lu Qinggan. Don't do it. They are all on their own. Lu Xie was also startled, his heart was weak, but he still relied on his many years of cultivation background to make his face show no fear. What are you thinking? Since we can't get there, let's go back, my daughter should miss me. Lu Qinggan glanced at Xiao Qingyi, his eyes slightly speechless. Was he the kind of person who didn't move to fight and kill? Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Lu Xie, who was calm at the moment and did not change his face when the mountain collapsed in front of him, and said, then I will come back in 3 years. An unexpected aura flashed through the vicissitudes of Lu Xie's eyes. This eternal night demon emperor is so good at talking? Xiao Qingyi blinked and didn't expect Lu Qinggan to do nothing and directly walk away. He hurriedly followed Lu Qinggan out of the courtyard and asked, really just like that? 3 years is not a long time for us, but for a child it's a lot to miss. If we really can't, we don't kill him, it's okay to beat him up, right? Inside the house, when Lu Xie heard Xiao Qingyi's words, his old face twitched. This old man. Lu Qinggan said, if he cares so much about the rules, it's useless to beat him. I have a way here. This thing seems to want to eat then Tracy Devil Willow something, sneak it out. With his strength, it can't be handled at all. At that time he may come to beg me. If you don't beg, the rules are dead, and the tree should be too. Xiao Qingyi froze for a moment as he looked at the massive energy that Lu Qinggan had suddenly taken out that possessed a terrifying aura. I thought you were really going to leave. Inside the house. Lu Xie instantly felt a terrifying sense of crisis that sent chills down his spine, and all of his senses fell into the energy body in Lu Qinggan's hand. In an instant, he could feel the energy body exuding an extremely strong desire to devour. It was pointed directly at the time-traveling demon Willow. Hey, then let's sneak this thing over there before we leave. Let's go. Xiao Qingyi looked behind him with a rat's head, but his voice of speech was not reduced at all. Ahem. 2 of you stay back. I just thought about it. In fact, some of the rules, it seems that may slightly still be able to change a little. Chapter 51 Terrifyingly Strong. The 2 of them, Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi, turned their heads to look and saw that at this moment, Lu Xie's face was wearing a different expression that shouldn't be on this face. The 2 of them glanced at each other, and both could see the surprise in their respective eyes. This old boy, it seems that he is not like what they thought of. Ahem, it's still good that people can adapt. Xiao Qingyi smiled and walked back. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, following back inside. Lu Xie looked at the 2 people sitting next to him and was the first to ask, what was that just now? That powerful aura gave him a feeling that was 1 or 2 times stronger than when he saw Lu Qinggan kill someone back then. It was just a ball of energy that actually had such a terrifying aura, and most importantly, Lu Qinggan was actually able to control this kind of thing. In the 1,000 years since he disappeared, what exactly had this eternal night demon emperor experienced? What level of strength had it reached nowadays? Lu Qinggan replied back, I'm not sure what it is, I only know that it wanted to devour something in that time-tracing demon Willow of yours. But it was suppressed by me to suppress such thoughts of its and won't mess around. Lu Xiyu. Let's not talk about other words, old Lu, tell us how to change things. We are all this age, there is no need to beat around the bush, communicate straightforwardly. Xiao Qingyi had already treated Lu Qinggan's 2 daughters as if they were family members, and with such lovely children, it was definitely necessary to strive for the best place to cultivate. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi, he still felt surprised that Xiao Qingyi took such initiative to help him. Lu Xie's hand flashed and a round piece of metal appeared in his hand, the surface of this metal was covered with divine dark patterns. There was no breath to speak of within it, giving the impression that it had been baptized by the river of ages, like an ancient piece of scrap iron old object. I came back this time to take this thing and prepare to make a trip forward to the heavenly meteor demon cave. Bring this treasure into the depths of nearly 30 miles, and let the fiery fury in there quench and baptize this treasure. Lu Xie said here, his eyes looked straight at Lu Qinggan, since you came back, then we will do each other a favor, you take this treasure as deep as possible, stay long enough for an hour. When Lu Qinggan and the 2 of them heard the words heavenly meteor devil cave, their expressions were strange to the extreme. This is not a coincidence. Have to be enough for an hour? Lu Qinggan asked. To him, handling this matter was no different than drinking a bowl of water. Using this as an analogy wasn't apt enough, it should be compared to breathing once, which was a bit more fitting. It is best to wait until this treasure's lines on it turn golden. Lu Xiyu said. Lu Qinggan decisively said, that's fine, bring it, I'll do it for you. After it's done, I'll bring my daughter here tomorrow, and, from now on, my daughter can use the time treasure on top of your time-tracing magic willow at any time. Wait a minute. Use the time treasure at any time? That's not right. Lu Xie hurriedly interrupted. What's wrong with it? Activating that treasure to connect to the time-tracing demonic willow requires a lot of resources to be consumed, and this loss can't be borne by our demonic willow academy itself, can it? Lu Qinggan thought it was something, and glanced at Lu Xie breathlessly. Xiao Qingyi was even more speechless and disliked. We, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, still lack such a small amount of resources? Lu Qinggan, ahem, I just came back and found that all the magic crystals I used to hide were burned, so I do have a bit of a shortage. Old Xiao, how many magic crystals have you saved over the years? Xiao Qingyi. Why don't we go and rob it? Anyway, with your strength, feel free to rob. No one dared to say anything. Xiao Qingyi proposed. He has already reached the realm where he doesn't need magic crystals to cultivate. What does he need magic crystals for? So he's been too lazy to save them all these years. Then we'll see what happens, we'll pay for the loss of resources ourselves anyway. Lu Qinggan said. Only then did Lu Xia nod his head and handed over the iron ball in his hand to Lu Qinggan. Then let's set off directly at this moment. If he remembered correctly, Lu Qinggan was able to reach the depths of 30 to 40 miles of the heavenly meteor devil cave. Nowadays, he also vaguely felt that Lu Qinggan had gotten a little stronger and might be able to reach the depths of more than 40 miles. Lu Qinggan took the iron ball and carefully weighed it, realizing that it was actually very light, and the material was not iron, but a metal that he had never seen before. It was completely different from the heavenly meteor divine gold, yet it felt as if it was somewhat the same. A very strange feeling. Not long after he took this iron ball into his hands, suddenly, he realized that the massive energy body was acting differently again. The thought of devouring it was born again. This little guy, what on earth is going on? He muttered in his heart for a moment, and didn't probe too much, first taking care of his daughter's business. And so, Lu Qinggan flew up into the air, and after forcibly striking the broken void, he took Xiao Qingyi and the two of them to where the heavenly meteor devil cave was located. In an instant, the three of them stepped out into the void and had already arrived over the heavenly meteor devil cave. Xiao Qingyi had already seen Lu Qinggan's powerful means of rushing, so he didn't show anything else. Lu Xia couldn't do the same. His old face was still as steady as an old dog's, but his heart was already in a state of flux. What kind of means is this? Lu Qinggan looked at the two and said, "You guys wait here, I will go and return." He violently transformed into a stream of light, and fell straight down towards the very center of the heavenly meteor devil cave. At full speed, in less than a quarter of an hour, he had already arrived at the deepest part of the heavenly meteor devil cave. Perhaps it was because he had returned here, the energy body he had hidden in the box suddenly came home and was very jumpy. Lu Qinggan ignored this energy body, his brows slightly furrowed at the moment. The burning heat of this depth was obviously much less than before. It seems that it is related to this energy body being taken away from me. After thinking about it, he took the energy body out and put it back in that position. At that instant, he felt the fiery fury aura flame once again change back to its original level. And the energy body that appeared, quickly squirmed over to Lu Qinggan's side, like a rounded slime, stopping in front of Lu Qinggan's thighs, shaking and shaking, like it was being cute. Lu Qinggan could feel that the energy body's attention was on the iron ball in his hand. Why did he feel that this thing was like a delicious candy in its eyes? Naturally, he wouldn't hand over the iron ball to this energy body, and kick the energy body, telling it to lean away from him, not to ooh and ah over the iron ball. This thing was related to whether or not his daughter could enter the Magic Willow Academy to cultivate. After being kicked, the energy body shrank in the corner, aggrieved. It was like a cartoon Lu Qinggan had seen, where a large orb drew circles with its head down inside the corner, saying words that cursed you. Lu Qinggan still ignored this energy body, his gaze fixed on the iron ball in his hand. It didn't take an hour at all, just less than 10 breaths. A point in the center of the iron ball suddenly flashed with golden light, then this golden light was like igniting all the lines on the surface, and in the blink of an eye, all the lines turned golden. The iron ball in his hand had been activated, shining with golden light. This was considered a success, right? However, what exactly did this do? He still didn't see what this precious iron ball did. Perhaps it was a special treasure that required some sort of incantation to be fully activated. He grabbed this iron ball with his big hands and looked at the energy body in the corner. Okay, go away. This energy body reluctantly squirmed over to Lu Qinggan's side. After Lu Qinggan collected the energy body, he turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky. A few moments later, he appeared above the heavenly meteor devil cave and arrived in front of the two Lu Xia. What's going on? Lu Xia frowned and asked when he saw that Lu Qinggan had just gone down not long ago and suddenly flew back. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, directly threw the glowing iron ball in his hand to Lu Xia. It's done. Lu Xia? Chapter 52 Compliment me. Lu Xia carefully stared at the treasure in his hand that was blossoming with golden light, and his heart was shocked. How could it be so fast? According to his estimation, this treasure had to stay at least about an hour at more than 40 miles before it could be fully activated. Now it's fine. How much time has passed? How deep did you go? Lu Xia quickly looked at Lu Qinggan and asked out. With this speed of activation, Lu Qinggan had definitely reached more than 40 miles. Lu Qinggan had casualness written all over his face, the deepest part. Well, what I promised you to help you do, what you promised me should also be considered accomplished. The deepest point. Lu Xia was in an indescribable mood. How is it possible for someone to reach the deepest part of the heavenly meteor devil cave? How much stronger has this eternal night demon emperor returned after disappearing for more than 1,000 years? What was promised to you will naturally not change. You can bring your daughter here anytime. Lu Xie took a deep breath. For Lu Qingyan's strength, he also no longer to explore. This is not compared to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan stronger, also has nothing to do with him. Lu Qingyan nodded his head in satisfaction. That's good, farewell first. Lu Xie nodded, then watched Lu Qingyan leave with Xiao Qingyi. After the two left, Lu Xie once again turned his gaze back to the treasure in his hand. With this treasure, I can also become much stronger. It's just that I always feel that no matter how hard I try, it's impossible to catch up with him in this life. Lu Qingyan took a few moments to bring Xiao Qingyi back to his own courtyard. Zixuan, meow meow, daddy is back. Father! You're finally back. Lu Miao Miao heard Lu Qingyan's voice and jumped out, pouncing into Lu Qingyan's arms. Lu Qingyan picked up Miao Miao Lu smoothly, and the gentle smile of an old father rose on his face. Have you ever thought about daddy? I want to. I can't help but think of my dad when I eat more delicious food. Lu Miao Miao laughed. Ha, then kiss daddy cheeks. Mooah. Lu Qingyan laughed and looked at Lu Zixuan and the others. Father, how is it going? She already knew what her father went to do. Lu Qingyan laughed. You guys can go to the best academy in the Devil's Domain to cultivate after that. Lu Zixuan had already inquired about this Devil Willow Academy from Sun Minzi, and after learning about the existence of time treasures there, she had already jumped at the chance. She couldn't wait for all her time to be broken up and break through to the Great Emperor realm as soon as possible, and now that she heard this news, a smile rose on her pretty face. At this moment, Lu Qingyan looked at Consort Shui Tian and said, There is something to talk to you about. All of Consort Shui Tian's attention was on Lu Qingyan's cheeks at the moment. It was exactly the same place where Lu Miao Miao had just kissed Lu Qingyan's cheek. It was so tempting to follow with a kiss. Ah, what is it? Shui Tianfei came back to her senses and asked with slightly reddened cheeks. I don't have enough magic crystals on hand. Do you have any on hand? It was the resources used for the children to go and use the time treasures of the Magic Willow Academy. Tomorrow he would bring the children forward to go over there and give Lu Xiyu a sum of resources in the meantime. It was almost considered tuition. Xiao Qingyi didn't have any money saved up. Shui Tianfei should have it because Shui Tianfei's family was all about business and had a relatively large branch of the Chamber of Commerce that was almost all over the entire magic domain. There is how much do you need? How much I have? The first time Shui Tianfei heard this kind of request from Lu Qingyan, her beautiful eyes flashed with a light. Being able to help this man gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Let's have 100 million absolute magic crystals. Lu Qingyan said. That's fine, I'll ask someone to send it here. Good, I'll return it to you when my disciple arrives. Lu Qingyan was too lazy to grab someone else's, and would just ask for a little bit from his own disciple at that time. Why are you still polite with me? Besides, this magic crystal is not for you, but for the children. So don't say such things to me, or I'll ignore you. Shui Tianfei had a little womanly demeanor, then came to the two of them, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao, and laughed. Auntie Shui will personally send you to the academy and pick you up in the future. How about that? It can be Auntie Shui, if you have time, can you follow me to the academy? Lu Miao Miao asked. Lu Qingyan, Miao Miao, what do you want to do? Lu Miao Miao instantly felt weak and said, If Auntie Shui is here, I can eat delicious food and cultivate at the same time. You snacker, can't you concentrate on your cultivation? Don't you want to quickly break through to the Great Emperor realm? Lu Zixuan didn't wait for her father to say anything and came in front of her sister, pinching her sister's cheeks with vigor. Lu Miao Miao beamed. I found myself eating delicious food while practicing. The speed of practice is faster than normal practice. Do not believe you, look at it. After saying that, Lu Miao Miao decisively displayed it. A few moments later, all the people present showed their surprise and were silenced by the dry. Even Lu Qingyan, the father, didn't know that his daughter had this ability. No seat. When his own youngest daughter was purely practicing Xiao Qingyi's book of techniques, her cultivation speed tended to be at a relatively smooth and sort of fast rate. But when she was chewing on an ice watermelon while practicing Xiao Qingyi's technique, they were able to clearly notice that the speed of her absorption of demonic energy was getting faster, and at the same time, the speed of her cultivation growth was also getting faster. It's blah, I didn't lie to you guys. Lu Miao Miao stopped her cultivation and looked at those present with a smile. Lu Qingyan and Xiao Qingyi, the top powerhouses of the Devil Realm, didn't know what to say. First time encountering this kind of thing. It's a great insight. Lu Qingyan went up and touched his daughter's head and said, Miao Miao, try cultivating and practicing again. Distracted to eat, the mouth has to move, but also can cultivate, not to mention, cultivation speed accelerated. This is really god strange. He wanted to see what was going on. Lu Miao Miao demonstrated again. Lu Qingyan closed his eyes and sensed for a while before he found out the reason. When his daughter ate, the spirit root in her body actually grew larger. And there was also a hidden and extremely mysterious cultivation physique that hadn't been developed. He couldn't find the trick on how to stimulate this kind of cultivation physique. Forcibly stimulate easy to hurt his daughter, can only wait for his daughter to be a little older, higher cultivation, and then look at the situation. Since that's the case, then meow meow, in the future, you can eat while you cultivate. Lu Qinggan was already a little embarrassed when he said this. Because in the past, when he saw his youngest daughter cultivating, she was still stealing food, and he had even warned her a little bit, saying that she couldn't cultivate like that. Good, yeah. Then, Auntie Shui, can you follow me to the academy? It's fine if you don't go, but the delicious food you prepared, you can bring it to me. Lu Miao Miao's big eyes are full of anticipation. You've been giving Miao Miao good food lately? Lu Qingyan looked at Shui Tianfei. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sorry to look at Lu Qingyan, she said. What can I do? If I want to have a good relationship with Miao Miao, the only way is to get her lots of good food. Father, you can't talk about Auntie Shui. If it wasn't for Auntie Shui, I wouldn't have been able to realize that I could still cultivate like this. Lu Miao Miao hurriedly came in front of concubine Shui Tian, looking straight at Lu Qingyan as if to protect concubine Shui Tian. When consort Shui Tian heard this from Lu Miao Miao, her eyes instantly filled with tenderness. Wow! Why isn't this child her child? Lu Qingyan smiled as she stepped forward and said, I didn't say anything about your Auntie Shui, but I was thanking her. Is that so? Then how do you thank Auntie Shui? There has to be a reward, right? Lu Miao Miao asked. Lu Qinggan looked at Princess Shui Tian. What reward do you want? Ah, really? Consort Shui Tian only felt that happiness came too suddenly. Lu Qinggan nodded. Xiao Qingyi saw this scene and revealed a lewd smile. Shui Tianfei, hurry up and seize the opportunity. I'm optimistic about you. Oh. Shui Tianfei's heart beat enthusiastically. Compliment me then. Xiao Qingyi froze when he heard this. Ah, just like that? When Lu Qingyan heard this, he couldn't help but look at Shui Tianfei one more time, thinking that Shui Tianfei would say a little bit of excessive demands. Okay, you've done a good job. Consort Shui Tian warmly said, thank you for the compliment. Chapter 53 has a husband and wife kind of feeling. Shui Tianfei's performance surprised both Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi. Alright, Miao Miao, Zixuan, come with Auntie Shui, I have prepared a little something for you, you guys should be able to use it when you get to the Magic Willow Academy. Shui Tianfei smiled after accepting Lu Qingyan's praise, and then didn't continue to pull at this topic. Instead, she gently pulled the hands of Lu Qingyan's two daughters and headed over to her room. It was as if an elder had specially prepared some mysterious gift in order to celebrate their child's admission to a good university. Xiao Qingyi stepped forward at this time and gently bumped Lu Qinggan with his hand. Good lord, is that still the Shui Tianfei we know? It really feels like a good wife and mother. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi and didn't say anything. Concubine Shui Tian's performance just now had truly amazed him. If it was the previous concubine Shui Tianfei, she would have definitely raised some excessive demands that would force them to advance their relationship. If consort Shui Tian really raised such a request, he might still be the same as before, only wanting to keep a very long distance from consort Shui Tian. But now that Shui Tianfei was like this, it instead made him look at Shui Tianfei in a different light. Look at you, huh, got it, worthy of being consort Shui Tian. Ah, awesome, awesome. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Lu Qinggan glanced at Xiao Qingyi, nothing to do, drink. Alright, let's go. The night was late and quiet. Crickets sounded rhythmically around the courtyard. Inside a room, Lu Zixuan looked at Lu Miao Miao, who was lying on the cot next to her in a wide stance, and whispered, Miao Miao, are you asleep? Lu Miao Miao, who had just been lying motionless like a corpse, suddenly jumped and turned on her side. No, what happened to my sister? Lu Zixuan, speechless, thought you were asleep, you just were not thinking about something? No, Lu Miao Miao could not hide her thoughts, and her eyes dribbled when she told a lie. I see that you seem to like Auntie Shui very much. Is it really just because Auntie Shui gives you good food? Lu Zixuan asked. She was well aware that her sister already had the ability to think for herself. She was pretty much the same when she was her own sister's age, and had already clarified a lot of things. Lu Miao Miao sneaked a look at the small bracelet she wore at her wrist at this time, a gift given to her by consort Shui Tian not long ago. It housed the heaven and earth ice spirit, and as long as anything was placed inside, it could be instantly frozen, and there was also an area where things could be placed for storage that wouldn't allow food to rot. Most importantly, the bracelet also has her name engraved on it. I feel like Auntie Shui is just as good to me as my father, even better than my mother, and likes me even more. Lu Miao Miao deflated her mouth and lowered her head to look at the bedpan. Their mother's parents did nothing but cultivate, and they would also cultivate in the back of the mountain on New Year's holidays because of their cultivation. Compared to their mother, the reason why they preferred their father was because he was always by their side, knowing what they liked and what they cared about. Lu Zixuan fell silent. She also looked at a ring she wore on her finger and fell into deep thought. Sister, I realized that when I'm with Auntie Shui, I don't miss my mother as much. Lu Miao Miao complained. Seeing that her sister wanted to cry, Lu Zixuan came to her sister's bed and hugged her sister tightly. Then in the future, let's spend time with Auntie Shui and not think about mother. The next morning, Lu Qinggan saw his daughters who had already prepared properly and smiled. We'll be leaving for the Magic Willow Academy later, are you guys nervous? No, I'm not. It would be even better if Daddy could accompany Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao said she wasn't nervous, but in fact, her entire face looked like it was frozen in glue. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, did not show any sign of nervousness at all, but was eager to try. Lu Qinggan laughed and said, "That's fine, Dad will accompany Miao Miao to school on the first day." Good. Daddy is the best. Lu Miao Miao instantly jumped up with a big smile. Lu Qinggan then looked at Sun Minji. Do you want to follow along? Is it okay for me to do the same? Sun Minji blinked her eyes. I'll tell the dean of the Magic Willow Academy to let my daughters go there to cultivate, and you can just pretend to be my daughters, and at that time, you'll feel free to use the time treasures over there to cultivate. Is this really good? I'm afraid that I'm such a small person, I'm afraid that I'll insult you. Without waiting for Sun Minji to finish, Lu Qinggan directly said, it's decided. You'll accompany Zixuan, your friends, and you'll take care of each other. Lu Zixuan laughed. Minji, listen to my father. With you around, I'll also have company some. Right. Sister Minji, let's be together. Lu Miao Miao smiled and went forward to take Sun Minji's hand. Then thank you, senior. Sun Minji quickly bowed 90 degrees towards Lu Qingyan and performed a big salute. It was unthinkable that she actually had this kind of chance. Brother-in-law, master, and I have already created the teleportation array you need. Is it set up on both sides today? Su Yuni asked with a smile. Little auntie also follow us to go to the academy? Lu Miao Miao sniffed and trotted over to Su Yuni again, grabbing Su Yuni's hand. Lu Qinggan nodded. Yes, one of you will set up on this side, and one of you will set up on the academy side. By the way, Yuni, if you don't mind, you can also pretend to be my daughter and join the Magic Willow Academy. With this identity, in the future, you can feel free to go to the Magic Willow Academy's time treasure to retreat and cultivate, and with a time flow of 1 to 300, you will be able to break through to the Great Empress realm much faster. Hearing this, Su Yuni froze for a moment, then her cheeks flushed. Brother-in-law, this is not good, I am this age, can I pretend to be your daughter? Xiao Qingyi laughed at this point. Your cheeks can be compared to mine. I can think of what old Lu's expression will be when he sees you bringing so many daughters. I only said that I would let my daughters join the Magic Willow Academy, and I didn't say how many. He agreed and couldn't regret it if he wanted to. Lu Qinggan smiled and returned Xiao Qingyi's sentence. Moreover, I think Lu Siye should know about the matter of Dear Hong that day. One of the reasons he didn't kill Dear Hong was because he thought of letting Su Yuni join the academy as well. He looked at Su Yuni and said, think about it, whether you want a face or cultivation strength, you don't have to say anything, just stand to the side and wait for things to end with the admission procedures. Luo Dan Herb persuaded, disciple, 1 to 300 flow of time, even for the master would like to use the time treasure over their awe. Lu Qinggan looked at Luo Danhong, if you don't care about face, you can also pretend to be my daughter. Luo Dan Herb's cheeks reddened as she sniffed. Forget it, although many people in the demon region don't know me, it's inevitable that some people do, especially my senior brother, who knows that I cough. Luo Dan Herb is embarrassed. Lu Qinggan looked at Su Yuni and waited for Su Yuni's reply. Su Yuni thought of the encounter over at the Immortal Ruins not long ago, and finally clenched her teeth, lowered her head and said with a red face, that's fine, I will try. Okay, then let's set off together. Lu Qinggan said. Father, wait a while, Auntie Shui hasn't come out yet. Lu Miao said. Shui Tianfei promised her that she would follow her on the first day. Lu Qinggan looked towards Shui Tianfei's room. Just then, consort Shui Tian walked out. Snow Tianfei obviously dressed up carefully, but also put on a light makeup. Face, this is absolutely beautifuler. At this moment more show the correct atmosphere, beautiful and moving. To depart? Let's go. Shui Tianfei laughed. Lu Qinggan, did you even dress up specially? The first time to send a child to the academy, but also cannot let the child lose face, dress up better at Shui Tianfei looks very grand, as if today for her, is a very important day in general. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Auntie Shui, you're so beautiful. Lu Miao trotted to the front of Shui Tianfei, grabbed the hand of Shui Tianfei, gave enough emotional value. Shui Tianfei smiled gently and said, Miao has a sweet mouth. Lu Qinggan had a strange expression. How is it that there is an illusion of a husband and wife sending a group of children to school? Chapter 54, Super Rich Woman. After the people were all together, the group of people began to depart. Apart from Wangforge Mountain and Hiamam who were still over at the refining room, only Luo Dan Herb was left on this side. A few moments later, Lu Qinggan brought a large group of people to the sky above the Magic Willow Academy. Song Su, who had already been waiting here, froze for a while when he saw Lu Qinggan bringing a group of people. So many people. Including his master teacher, there were 7 people. Just who was the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? He quickly found 2 children amongst these women who looked somewhat similar to Lu Qinggan. These 2 should be it. As for the other pretty girl, and who the beautiful woman was, he wasn't sure. Master Teacher. Senior Lu. Senior Snow. Song Su hurriedly greeted the people he recognized. He had also seen Shui Tianfei a few times. Shui Tianfei was currently holding Lu Miaomiao's small hand, smiling and nodding towards Song Su. Song Su froze when he saw Shui Tianfei with a smile on her face for the first time. Ah, was this still the Shui Tianfei he knew? Would smile? And so on. Did the Eternal Night Demon Emperor not have 2 daughters with consort Shui Tian? Not true. He had heard his master's father say how consort Shui Tian had pursued the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but it just didn't work out. Lu Qinggan said, "Take us to see your dean." Song Su hurriedly nodded his head and brought the group of people into the academy formation. Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan, they looked around carefully, and when they saw the huge time trace demon Willow, they felt very dreamy. It was so big. In the future, that was where they would cultivate. Could they enjoy a time flow of 1 to 300? Su Yuni was well aware of how terrifying a 1 to 300 time flow rate was. The strongest time treasures on the Immortal Ruins side only seemed to be 1 to 30. No wonder there were a bit more strong people on the Demon Region side. There would be no comparison. Not long after, a group of people arrived in the courtyard where Lu Xie was. Lu Xie, who had been tinkering with that treasure all night, sensed Lu Qing'an's aura, so he put away the treasure and went out to greet Lu Qing'an's arrival. But when he saw a group of women following behind Lu Qing'an, he instantly frowned. He recognized consort Shui Tian. Last night he was curious as to who Lu Qing'an had a daughter with, and now that he saw consort Shui Tian, and saw consort Shui Tian holding the hand of a young girl, who had some resemblance to Lu Qing'an in her facial features, he was sure of it. Then there is another young girl looks also with Lu Qing'an a little similar. This girl is a little older, dress with the Snow Tianfei very similar, he is completely sure. It seemed that Shui Tianfei was with Lu Qing'an. They even had 2 daughters? He had thought last night that Lu Qing'an only had 1 daughter, but now that he found out that there were 2, he could still accept it. Just get them admitted directly. Fellow Daoist Lu, they are both my daughters, according to last night's agreement. Have someone register them and join the academy. Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Xie and pointed to all the women behind him except for Princess Shui Tian. Ah? Lu Xie didn't react for a moment. Don't be surprised, all are my daughters. This is my eldest daughter, this is my second daughter, this is my third daughter, and this is my fourth daughter. Lu Qing'an casually ranked them according to Su Yuni's age. Lu Xie. You're making it difficult for me. I thought last night that you only had 1 daughter. Now you're directly asking me to give you 4 daughters to join the academy together. It's too obvious. Lu Xie frowned. He had always refrained from giving people backdoor arrangements, quietly arranging for 1 or 2, that was fine, but now that the number had doubled, it was too ostentatious. Not good for his reputation. Lu Qing'an said, "What, words don't count?" Lu Xie listened to this and the corner of his mouth twitched. Can't beat it. It was also true that he had not asked clearly last night. Also, he only learned not long ago that Dear Qingshu, that old thing's nephew, had messed with Lu Qing'an, and that day Lu Qing'an actually didn't kill Dear Hong, which was obviously selling their Demon Willow Academy a face, or intentionally didn't kill it, and at this time he couldn't do anything without giving back this face. Why don't you let the 2 daughters join the academy first, and then let the 2 join at intervals? Lu Xie proposed. Old Lu, you're not just worried about being gossiped about, are this age, care about these what to do, this way, if you're afraid of being gossiped about, give Dear Qingshu to dump this pot on the line, let him to back. Xiao Qingyi walked to Lu Xie's side and put his hand on Lu Xie's shoulder. He understood Lu Xie's concern in a second and thoughtfully transmitted his voice to Lu Xie and made a suggestion. Dear Qingshu's nephew wanted to mess with his disciple, then don't blame him for taking the opportunity to mess with Dear Qingshu a little. There's a saying that it's better to make things difficult for others rather than aggravate yourself. This famous saying, I'm giving it to you. Xiao Qingyi grinned and transmitted his voice to Lu Xie. As Lu Xie listened to this, his deep eyes moved for a moment, then he felt that it made sense. That guy Dear Qingshu hadn't been hiding things from him that didn't conform to the rules. Okay, listen to you, Lu Xie transmitted his voice back. Xiao Qingyi smiled at his words and gently bumped Lu Xie's chest twice with his fist, like he was praising Lu Xie for being a teachable child. Cough cough, okay, I'll help you get things done. You guys wait a bit. Lu Xie made a trip back to the house and sent a voice message to Dear Qingshu. After a while, he came out of the house and then said, alright, you guys go find Dear Qingshu, he will get things done. Good. Lu Xie watched Lu Qing'an and the others leave, then muttered the words Xiao Qingyi said in his mouth. It does make sense, but, I can't imagine that I'll have to do this kind of thing one day too. It's quite refreshing though. Shaking his head, he didn't care and continued to go back to his house to study his treasures. On the other side, Lu Qing'an brought a group of people to find Dear Qingshu. Dear Qingshu's face was dark when Lu Qing'an and the others didn't arrive. But after Lu Qing'an and the others arrived, he hurriedly converted his face to look somewhat flattering. You're here, the dean has already ordered me. No, it was all my own idea, I'll take care of the matter right now. Okay, please trouble fellow Taoist dear. Lu Qing'an said. It's just a small matter. It's just a small matter. After spending an incense stick of time, Dear Qingshu gave all 4 of Su Yuni the registration to join the academy. And he got out an identity token for the 4 of them. Each identity token was a treasure, possessing many small functions. For example, recording the sound of lectures, transmitting sound to the instructor to discuss cultivation issues, and so on. Of course, many of these functions require regular payment to the Academy's magic crystals to recharge the magic Willow value inside the token before it can be used. In the future, I want the children to use that space treasure at any time. How should I do it? Lu Qinggan asked. I've already successfully upgraded the tokens for the 4 of you, so you can go over there anytime, anywhere, and won't be restricted. But if you want to stay inside that time treasure and not come out, you need enough magic Willow value. Speak up, how many magic crystals are needed to allow the children to use it all the time? Concubine Shui Tian asked atmospherically at this time. Dear Qingshu extended 4 fingers. 100 million absolute magic crystals each for each person. Although it sounded quite a lot, the attrition was indeed this number. Sun Mingji's eyes widened when she heard this figure. What? So frightening? However, in the next moment, she saw consort Shui Tian throw out a storage ring to Dear Qingshu. There's a total of 1 billion in here, and I won't let your academy be embarrassed, so the rest of the magic crystals will be used to build a few more academies for your academy. Shui Tianfei said. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both blinked when they heard this. Auntie Shui is so rich. Chapter 55 Two Women Without Comparison. After Lu Zixuan came to this side of the magic realm, she had asked Sun Mingji about many details of life on this side of the magic realm, especially the currency on this side, the magic crystals. The value of using them was almost exactly the same as the spirit stones on the immortal ruin side. The absolute quality spirit stones were the same as the absolute quality magic crystals. She clearly knew that even a veteran peak great emperor realm powerhouse like Lin Qingshui of the immortal ruins would find it difficult to take out 100 million absolute grade spirit stones. It was unthinkable that this Auntie Shui of hers had taken out 1 billion absolute magic crystals in one go, and without even taking a breath. What a rich woman! Lu Qingyan also transmitted his voice to Xiao Qingyi at this time and asked, has consort Shui Tian done a lot of business over the years? I remember she wasn't this rich before. Xiao Qingyi voice transmission back, before people chasing after you every day to pursue you, negligent management of forces, this 1,000 years is also looking for you, but also have a lot of time to manage forces, so now her forces throughout the entire magic domain, is the name of the big rich woman. This way 1 billion? At this time, Dear Qingshu who received 1 billion absolute magic crystals stared wide-eyed and probed into his senses inside the storage ring, and when he saw that there were really 1 billion absolute magic crystals inside, he swallowed his saliva repeatedly. Good guy. I thought I was coming to take the blame. I didn't expect this pot to be so cool. From this, a little bit of greed, this is also hair Good. I'll give these 4 little beauties tokens of the magic Willow value to raise to the maximum. Dear Qingshu laughed. Dear Qingshu took back 4 more tokens and went to deal with the matter. Lu Qinggan looked at consort Shui Tian and said, broken. Shui Tian face pretty face, which could not see any expression the moment before, instantly rose with a gentle smile. This amount of money is nothing, you've just come back to the demon region, you shouldn't have too many magic crystals in your hands. If you still need magic crystals in the future, just talk to me. How much I can get out? Lu Qing and Xin thought, really rich woman How much can you get out? Auntie Shui. You're so rich. Lu Miaomiao looked at Shui Tianfei with wide eyes. Shui Tianfei laughed, not bad, what Miaomiao wants, I can buy. Secretly, the good things for you to eat are all Auntie Shui let someone else buy them. Wow. It's good to have money. I'm going to work hard to make money from now on. I'll buy whatever I want to eat. You don't have to earn it, Auntie Shui just gives it to you. Auntie Shui has plenty of money. Is that so? Then how much money do you have, Auntie Shui? How can I put it, it's still quite easy to buy 1/3 of the magic domain's industry. Concubine Shui Tian laughed. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi and transmitted, is that true of her? He hadn't earned so many magic crystals even when he was fighting for his life back then. Xiao Qingyi said counting low-key, you now casually go to a random store in the city to ask who their proprietor is, the probability of 30% is Shui Tianfei's family chamber of commerce. After Shui Tianfei concentrated on running the business, their family's chamber of commerce is more amazing than a year. Anyway, now their family's chamber of commerce has become the strongest chamber of commerce in the Magic Kingdom. Lu Qingyan was aware that Shui Tianfei's family had been running the Chamber of Commerce for generations, but in the past, this Chamber of Commerce was only one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the magic domain, and he didn't expect that he had left for 1,000 years, and that Shui Tianfei had such a great achievement under the Chamber of Commerce she was running. The first time I saw this is when I was in the middle of the night. Lu Miaomiao is also not clear about how powerful this is, but it sounds like it is very powerful, so it gives enough emotional value to Shui Tianfei. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, was even more aware of how significant this was, and when she looked at consort Shui Tian, her eyes became different again. There was some admiration. In her heart, she couldn't help but compare Xue Tianfei with their mother. She was stronger than their mother in terms of strength, treated their father and treated them more gently, and was a strong woman who could make so much money. Honestly, at first, when she saw Xue Tianfei that close to her father, there was still a little bit of bad taste in her heart. But at this moment, there was already a change in her heart. Perhaps, Auntie Xue being with her own father was also quite good. Su Yuni was also staring at Xue Tianfei, and at the moment her mood was very similar to Lu Zixuan's. She couldn't help but compare her sister to Xue Tianfei. She also couldn't help but compare her own sister with consort Xue Tian. Then bitterly realized. When comparing her own sister to Xue Tianfei, there was simply no comparison at all. Most importantly, Xue Tianfei was actually able to treat her love rival's daughter in such a way. If Xue Tianfei's performance today was from the heart, with no fake ingredients, and wasn't intentionally pretending to her brother-in-law, then Xue Tianfei really crushed her sister. Lu Qingyan was also looking at Xue Tianfei, and seeing that she was having a pleasant conversation with Lu Miaomiao, his heart changed a little. He couldn't help but think back to the past. He used to be a little too big on Xue Tianfei's preconceptions. In fact, he still didn't know enough about Xue Tianfei. Look, the old man's vision did not miss it. This Xue Tianfei is actually quite a good woman. At this time, Lu Qingyan's ear came Xiao Qingyi's voice transmission. Lu Qingyan didn't say anything more about Xiao Qingyi this time. At first, he thought that Xiao Qingyi had received money from Xue Tianfei, or was threatened by Xue Tianfei, so that he had been able to bring him and Xue Tianfei together. Now that he thought about it, this old thing did treat him as a close friend before saying those words. Don't talk about me, I just got divorced not long ago. On the contrary, it's you. At this age, have you ever thought about the idea of finding an old partner? Lu Qingyan transmitted his voice back. Xiao Qingyi's eyes flashed under a deep aura, as if the years back to a long time ago, and then shook his head and smiled. The old man was born to debauchery and love of freedom. It is enough to have 3 disciples. And with your 2 daughters living over here, I'm not alone. What do I need an old companion for? The corner of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose a little, and he didn't say any more. He had heard of Xiao Qingyi's past, and this old boy had a dusty past in his heart that he had never told anyone about. Dear Qingshu finally brought the tokens back, fawningly handed them one by one to Su Yuni's 4, and specially memorized their looks, whispering that if they encountered anything in the academy in the future, they could directly look for him to deal with it. After determining that his daughters had really joined the Magic Willow Academy, Lu Qingyan asked, now they are able to cultivate inside the academy, right? Yes, they can. They can also go to classes at will. Our instructors here are very professional. For different cultivation realms, different cultivation qualities are drilled, the main focus on a tailor-made teaching. Dear Qingshu told Lu Qingyan about the academy in detail. Lu Qingyan did not dare to teach his children because of his disciples' matter, but if he really let his children practice here, he would have to look at the level of the instructors here. Anyway, in his eyes, the instructors here also had a bit of water in them. For example, dear Qingshu's nephew. Okay, I'll follow the kids to listen to the lessons. That's fine. Thus, Lu Qingyan brought along Lu Zixuan and the others and started to go to the class. He specially asked dear Qingshu not to follow them, hiding his figure and playing a random observation to see the true level of this Magic Willow Academy's instructors. They walked amongst the different classrooms, like leaders inspecting the students' lessons in their previous life. When he came across some of the instructors preaching, Lu Qingyan would even stop, sit down at the last seat and listen for a bit. Discovering that there were quite a few teachings, there was indeed a bit of something. When he went to another classroom, he unexpectedly realized that the person who was lecturing was dear Hong. It was this brat. Xiao Qingyi narrowed his eyes and said. Lu Qingyan came to be interested and said, listen to his lecture. Song Su said, this dear Hong can be assessed to come into the academy, a high probability is the back door. He should be considered a relatively rookie instructor of this Magic Willow Academy. If there is also a level, then he will be completely at ease to let the child receive instruction in this. He then gave the children a little guidance at home, so he wasn't afraid that the children would have any problems. Chapter 56, Satisfying Your Bad Taste. After listening for a while, Lu Qingyan looked at Xiao Qingyi with some surprise. There seems to be something off. Indeed, when this kid talked about that demon realm secret technique just now, it was really a bit of a level. However, it still can't be compared to my disciple. Xiao Qingyi was already a bit skeptical in his heart that his own disciple had slightly belittled dear Hong because of his personal emotions. However, on his lips, he would not admit that his disciple was not good. Lu Qingyan smiled. If this dear Hong could even have this level, then he was relieved. Alright, this teaching is over. Below I will randomly select a few people to answer the questions I just spoke about. Dear Hong from below opened his mouth in a deep voice. A large group of trainees instantly sat up. In order to see the true level of this dear Hong, Lu Qingyan came in with a special spell to conceal the view from this side, and dear Hong couldn't see them at all. At this time, he heard a few trainees in front of him whispering to each other. Yesterday, Instructor Deer didn't know if he had encountered any troubles, and had scolded the trainees who didn't listen to the lesson attentively on point, and today, looking at his face that was indifferent the whole time, he thought that he was going to scold people again. Blessing. Don't point to us. This magic skill that I practice, only instructor dear is the best at it, or else I really wouldn't have come to his place to listen to his lectures with his temper. Xiao Qingyi heard these trainees' conversation and said, so this is where this kid is unprofessional. It really doesn't work to take it out on a kid. Lu Qinggan sneered. You fade into hiding and give this kid another lesson. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Lu Qinggan didn't say anything and directly satisfied Xiao Qingyi's bad taste. By the way, let dear Hong remember his daughter. Don't scold his daughter in class one day. He didn't even want to scold his daughter. Thus, Lu Qinggan put away the hide. Coincidentally, dear Hong just happened to have chosen his trainee and pointed to a male trainee in front of the row where Lu Qinggan's people were sitting. You're it. Dear Hong had just finished speaking when he froze in the next moment, seeing Lu Qinggan and the others. This. Why are these two grandfathers here? He was shocked in his heart. Zixuan, it seems like it's you he's ordering. Lu Qinggan looked at his eldest daughter. Lu Zixuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Father, the person this instructor is talking about seems to be the one in front of me. However, seeing her father's firm eyes, Lu Zixuan still stood up. Good day, Mr. Instructor, you may ask, Lu Zixuan confidently said. Dear Hong. No. The person I ordered is not you. He didn't know what Lu Zixuan's relationship with Lu Qinggan was, but hearing Lu Qinggan manage to address this child so affectionately meant that the relationship was not simple. Wait. How to look a little like? Dear Hong looked at it clearly and the person went numb. It can't be. Instructor, don't you want to ask me a question? Lu Zixuan saw that dear Hong didn't say anything and reminded her with a smile. Just now, she had been listening carefully to the lesson, so she had memorized all the main points. At this moment, in the middle of the huge academy, there were hundreds of students with different cultivation levels, and all of them were looking towards Lu Zixuan. When they saw Lu Zixuan, no matter if they were male or female, they were all stunned. So beautiful. Wow. When did our academy have such a great beauty? Wait. You guys look. The few women sitting next to her are also beautiful too. Don't look at the pretty girls, look at Professor Deer. Why is he sweating all over the place? I think so. What's wrong with Mr. Deer? What a guy. This is the first time I've seen dear instructor like this. Dear Hong not only people numb, the brain inside the paste, mouth open twice, just cannot open all. Just thought of the question, cannot ask out. Until Lu Qinggan next moment suddenly opened his mouth. If you have a question, ask it. Dear Hong hurriedly returned to his senses, his throat rolled for a moment, and he hurriedly said, then I'll ask you then. When he said the question, dear Hong stuttered a little, but by and large, he still said the content of the question. After Lu Zixuan heard it, after a little bit of organization, she articulated clearly, just now you, the instructor, said that the most important part of this demonic power is the mobilization of qi and blood within the body, so. Good. Great. This trainee spoke extremely well. Everyone applauded. Dear Hong, after listening to Lu Zixuan finished, his brain at the moment inside the chaos, did not even bother to think about this question is not so answer, after listening to the rush to open the mouth. A group of people were confused. This is still really dear instructor? Yesterday, there were a few trainees who answered the question quite well, but not as well as this beautiful trainee who said it so clearly and clearly, but still, they were blown off by instructor dear and scolded a bit off. Now, it's so good that they have to applaud. The group of trainees didn't dare to disobey and hastily applauded. Lu Zixuan blinked. Did she really speak well? Father, did I really speak well just now? Why were they reacting so loudly? Especially dear instructor Lu Zixuan asked in a small voice. That's for sure, who asked you to be my daughter? Lu Qinggan smiled favorably. Xiao Qingyi smiled and smiled. Can this kid not be like this? Alright, this cadet, you can sit down now. Alright, that's it for today. Let's all disperse. Dear Hong hurriedly said. May not dare to ask again. Instructor dear, a trainee has a question, can you help answer it? Lu Qinggan said. This of course can dear Hong clothes behind has been wet with sweat. Grandpa. I'll call you Grandpa. Just let me off the hook. Meow meow, after listening to the teachings of the instructor, do you have any questions for the instructor? Lu Qinggan looked at his youngest daughter. Lu Meow Meow blinked her big eyes. I don't. She had been eating just now and hadn't listened too carefully to the lesson. Father, can I not ask the instructor? Lu Meow Meow bared a plate of big white teeth and awkwardly said. You can just casually ask. Then good blah. Lu Meow Meow had no choice but to stand up. Lu Qinggan let Meow Meow Lu get up. One is to let dear Hong remember his two daughters, do not mess with his daughter in the future. Secondly, it was also a way to cultivate the child's motivation. In a crowded place like this, one can also be generous and confident. Instructor, let me ask you a question. That is, when you are hungry, will there be anything bad about practicing this devilish gong method you mentioned? Lu Meow Meow blinked and asked a question that left everyone present dumbfounded. Dear Hong opened his mouth wide. What kind of question is this? This is purely to make things difficult for me. This is a good question. Dear Hiroshi's neck was stretched, there was no way out, so he bragged stiffly. Everyone present. It is true that this magic skill cannot be cultivated when hungry. When practicing when hungry, there is a 10% probability that it will easily go off the rails, or this student has researched deeply. Everyone applaud. A group of people. Xiao Qingyi's impression of Dear Hong changed a bit. This is talent. Chapter 57 Magical Time Treasure. Seeing this, the group of trainees present had already guessed where the reason for Dear Hong's behavior was. It was because of this middle-aged handsome man who spoke. Dear Hong was the nephew of Vice Dean Dear Qingxua. It could be said that he was almost completely unafraid of anyone in this part of the academy, except for the dean. Who exactly is this person? It's kind of amazing. And what's the relationship between these two girls and this middle-aged man? Looks like they're also students of our academy? Even Lu Hong had to treat the two of them like this. This is someone who can't be offended. After Lu Qinggan got the result he wanted, he stood up and led Lu Zixuan and the others away. After walking out of the school, Lu Zixuan asked, Father, just now that teacher has offended you all? Lu Qinggan said, okay, young people a little bit no eyesight, bumped into me a little bit, teach a lesson on the line. Oh. Lu Zixuan just felt that his father intended to make things difficult for that teaching. It should not be just because the other side of the gas to the trainee so simple. Xiao Qingyi laughed, your father has another idea, you are still young, cannot see. Lu Zixuan blinked, unable to think of it. After that, the group headed directly towards the time-trace demon Willow side. When they reached the side, they found that Dear Qingxu had already been quietly waiting over here. Lu Qinggan had allowed his daughters to join the demonic Willow Academy, and most of all, it was also so that his daughters could use the time-trace treasure. At the center of the time-tracing demonic Willow's root, there was a huge white spinning vortex hollow. It was precisely the entrance to that spatial treasure. At this moment, this entrance also had a burst of yellowish special time energy lingering around. It is filled with a mysterious atmosphere. You guys go inside and feel it. Zixuan, keep an eye on your sister. Lu Qinggan looked at the four of them. Su Yuni. Only cadets with identity tokens could enter inside. Good. Lu Zixuan nodded seriously. The four of them walked side by side, exploring and stepping inside that white entrance. The moment the four stepped into the white vortex, it was as if they were gently wrapped by some kind of invisible power, and their eyes suddenly plunged into a pure white color. After the feeling of weightlessness receded like a tidal wave, their vision suddenly opened up. The grand white dome extended endlessly overhead, so white that it dazzled the eyes, and it was that kind of mother-of-pearl glistening luster. The floor and all building materials were translucent milky white crystals. What attracted their attention the most in front of them was a 10-story ring-shaped cultivation tower that rose up from the ground like a spiral heavenly ladder. Each layer was separated by a translucent white energy barrier, and the higher up they went, the denser the spacetime runes flowing on the barrier became. These one spaces were all individually separated cultivation rooms. The doorway of the cultivation room on the lowest level had the word 1 floating on it, and the time ripples were as light as a veil. The time flow rate of the cultivation room on the first level was 1 to 30. The time flow rate of the cultivation room on the second level was 1 to 60. All the way to the 10th floor, the time flow rate of the cultivation room reached 1 to 300. Both Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji looked towards the highest level. They could casually use the cultivation rooms in here, and nowadays, there were so many demonic Willow values in their identity tokens that they could always use the cultivation rooms on the 10th floor. Fly up to the highest level? Lu Zixuan asked. She was already a bit impatient. With a time flow rate of 1 to 300, that is to say, when 1 day passed outside, 300 days passed in here. That's close to a year. I heard that it's just a matter of intention, I'll try. Sun Mingji said. She looked towards the highest level, then with a thought, her entire body had appeared at the 10th level. Sure enough. Lu Miaomiao's eyes lit up and she hurriedly tried to try. It's yay! Sister! Come up! Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni flashed together and appeared on the highest floor. All the cultivation rooms in here, can we enter inside? Lu Zixuan said. We'll find out if we try. Su Yuni close to go to the front of a cultivation room. At the moment this cultivation room door is closed, there is no doorknob, only a white orb. It was the formation. She took out her identity token and pasted it forward, and in the next moment, the door suddenly disappeared and turned into a white mist. I'll go in and take a look. After Su Yuni entered inside, she came out a few moments later, so fast that it was like she had just gone inside and quickly retreated. It was quite large inside, a special space with an abundance of magic chi, and there were some cultivation facilities. She explored inside, but because of the extremely fast flow of time inside, it only appeared that she had just entered inside and came out. You guys try it as well. Good. Lu Zixuan and the three of them also each found a cultivation room to enter inside. After exploring, they reappeared outside. Sister, it's so big and empty inside, Miao Miao doesn't want to be inside by herself, can I cultivate with you? At this time, Lu Miao Miao said. We'll try it out. Lu Zixuan tried to enter the same cultivation room with her sister. The answer was no. Only one person could enter a cultivation room. After they finished their research, they left the space together and returned to Lu Qinggan. How was it? Lu Qinggan looked at the four and asked with a smile. Lu Zixuan's trio smiled and said, very good. Father. It's a bit hard for Miao Miao to cultivate by herself inside a very large space, Lu Miao Miao beamed. Miao Miao, you are still young, and you don't need to come here often to cultivate. Wait until you are 10 years old, then come here often to cultivate. Lu Qinggan rubbed his little daughter's head favorably. The child is still young, just cultivate occasionally. Indeed, letting such a young child stay by herself in a space without other people to cultivate, it is easy to get sick from boredom. He couldn't help but think of his own disciple. When that child was still small, he had been close to breakthrough. Perhaps it was also like that, which led to such a temperament. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm so glad that you're here, he said. Lu Miao Miao hugged Lu Qinggan, very happy. Well, Raimi, your master has already finished setting up the teleportation array, and said that there are new innovations. When you go back, you can connect the array to your identity token, and then you can directly through the token, fast teleportation back to the home side. If you are free now, you can set up a teleportation array here as well. Lu Qinggan said. Yes, I'll do that. Su Yuni began to set up the formation. Not long after, the teleportation array was completed. Alright, from now on, if you want to practice, you can practice here. The best time to arrange is to go to the academy in the morning to listen to the lessons, and then practice here from the afternoon to the evening, and you can go home at night. Aha! Father, then we'll go in first and cultivate for a while. We'll go back at night. Lu Zixuan laughed. Good, if you encounter any problems, just contact me through the sound transmission jade slip. Aha! Lu Qinggan looked at Su Yuni. 3 people already cannot wait to go towards the cultivation space entrance. He shook his head and smiled, then looked at his youngest daughter, that Miao Miao with daddy home. He shook his head and smiled, then looked at his youngest daughter, Miao Miao went home with daddy. Before Lu Qinggan left, he looked at Dear Qingshu and said, don't mess with the teleportation array over there, just do everything else as usual, no need to take special care of my child. Dear Qingshu, okay. He thought to himself. Can you not take special care? Lu Qinggan. Several people left, while Lu Zixuan 3 people cultivated until the evening, before they walked out of the time treasure unfulfilled. All 3 of them had smiles on their pretty faces, and after returning to the courtyard, they hadn't yet come out from that feeling of excitement that only most of the day had passed outside, while they had been cultivating inside the cultivation room for a few whole months. Auntie. Minzy. I've broken through a full 3 levels of cultivation. It's so refreshing. Lu Zixuan shared her joy. Su Yuni also took a deep breath, trying to restrain the excitement in her heart, and laughed. I didn't just break through a small layer of realm, I also researched thoroughly the formations that I didn't understand before. Sun Minji had also broken through the 3rd layer of cultivation. The 3 of them couldn't wait to go through the teleportation and go back over to the courtyard to share what they had gained today. Just as Su Yuni was about to activate the teleportation formation and transmit back to the courtyard side, she suddenly realized that her brother had sent her a voice message. Chapter 58 Zhengran, don't humiliate yourself. Immortal Market, inside a residence. Uncle, is sister-in-law still not connected? Lu Zhengran was still carrying that precious sword, and his already slightly angular face was filled with an excited smile. Obviously, today encountered what very happy things in general, and at this moment, he cannot wait to this joy to find people to share. It should be busy with something else. What exactly do you have to say to your sister-in-law? Su Xuanyu also wanted to talk to his second sister in a voice transmission, so if Lu Zhengran didn't come to him, he also thought of transmitting his voice to his second sister tonight. Lu Zhengran laughed. Can't you see, I broke through another minor realm today. You did break through quite fast recently. Su Xuanyu looked at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm cultivation on Lu Zhengran's body and probably knew what Lu Zhengran wanted. Wanting to be praised by others. The main thing is that today I finally managed to join the strongest academy in the Immortal Ruins, the Green Mountain Academy. Succeeded in cultivating for 2 hours inside there. The flow of time inside that cultivation space is 1 to 30. It's simply too good to be true. Lu Zhengran was still full of excitement when he talked about this, and his desire to share didn't diminish even after he finished. He urgently needed to tell his sister about this news at this moment. He wanted to know what his sister thought after learning that he had broken through another layer of cultivation. At his cultivation level, to have broken through a small realm in one day at the spirit transformation realm was something that no one else would believe when told. Su Xuanyu smiled and nodded. My sister is really capable. This also allows you to enter the Castle Peak Academy after the introductory examination period. And also can let you every day in that party time treasure inside the cultivation of 2 hours. Your uncle, how I do not have you this kind of treatment. By the way, do you know one of your academy's instructors, called Nangong Yun? Speaking here, Su Xuanyu's demeanor suddenly changed for a moment, a light smile hanging on his face. Uncle, you know about instructor Nangong Yun? She is the most popular instructor in the Green Mountain Academy. Lu Zhengran unexpectedly said. That's your uncle's goddess. It's a pity that I'm a handful of years old, or else I'd want my sister to arrange for me to enter the Castle Peak Academy as a trainee. Su Xuanyu said. He had been chasing Nan Gongyun for some years. At first, the two of them met in the middle of an adventure. But compared to Nan Gongyun's origins from the prestigious Nangong family, his origins were really too weak. The Nangong family was one of the strongest families on this side of the Immortal Ruins, and there were two peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses within the family. There were also quite a few Great Emperor Realm powerhouses. The business was even spread throughout the Immortal Ruins. Nowadays, although his sister had broken through to the Great Emperor Realm and was still at the Unsullied Emperor position, his status and position was still a bit of a gap with Nan Gongyun. Unless one day his sister broke through to the peak of the Great Emperor Realm and became the strongest person in the Immortal Ruins, perhaps he would be able to be worthy of Nan Gongyun. As soon as he thought of this, Su Xuanyu suddenly thought of Lu Qinggan. This sigh suddenly intensified, startling Lu Zhangran. Lu Zhangran blinked as he looked at Su Xuanyu's sudden loss of his beloved. Uncle, it's not that I don't quite understand these things about feelings, but nowadays, Instructor Nan Gongyun doesn't seem to be married to anyone else, so you actually still have a chance too. Lu Zhangran thought that Su Xuanyu was so because of Nan Gongyun and tried to comfort. When Su Xuanyu heard this, he sighed heavily again. Zhangran, you don't understand. What I regret is that I lost your father as a perfect brother-in-law. He wanted to slap himself twice again. If Lu Qingyan was still his brother-in-law nowadays, he would have been completely worthy of Nan Gongyun. No, even Nan Gongyun was still marginally unworthy of him. He would walk out and say, "The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is my brother-in-law," and everyone else would have to walk around him when they saw him, right? Yes. On this side of the Immortal Ruins, the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had to be revered by someone. Even if there was a boundary wall, no one on this side of the Immortal Ruins should be able to stop the Eternal Night Demon Emperor from killing indiscriminately. Just as Su Xuanyu was troubled, he suddenly realized that the voice transmission jade slip was connected. At this moment, on the demon region side, Su Yuni returned to the courtyard, and after greeting Lu Qingyan and the others, he entered inside the room and connected the voice transmission jade slip. What's going on? Su Yuni asked. Su Xuanyu's eyes lit up and smiled. Second sister, how is the situation over there? Su Yuni, I can have what situation? Everything is quite good, something fast put. Su Xuanyu would like to ask his second sister whether she has helped him and Lu Qingyan, help him to ease the relationship. To see Lu Zhangran excitedly put a head over, he can only hold back not to say. He could guarantee that he wouldn't say anything about his brother-in-law being the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but Lu Zhangran might not. Yes, Zhangran has something to say to you. Su Xuanyu sighed in his heart, and after saying this, he handed Lu Zhangran the voice transmission jade slip. Auntie! Lu Zhangran excitedly shouted. Zhangran, is there something wrong? Su Yuni's attitude was slightly more normal, and her face was wearing a slight smile. The corner of Su Xuanyu's mouth twitched when he heard his second sister's tone suddenly become gentle. Second sister. I'm so disliked by you. Auntie, is my sister next to me? Lu Zhangran asked expectantly. Su Yuni said, she's over in the hall, sharing her joy with your father. Lu Zhangran asked, sharing joy? Did something happen? Your sister just broke through the third level of the Lesser Realm. Once Su Yuni said this, Lu Zhangran was directly silenced. I didn't hear it wrong? Auntie, you're teasing me, right? Lu Zhangran frowned tightly, feeling that Su Yuni should be teasing him as a child, and deflated his mouth. Su Xuanyu had a strange expression when he heard this. If he hadn't known that his brother-in-law was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor when he heard his second sister's words, he would definitely be just like Lu Zhangran, not believing what he heard. After all, breaking through 3 minor realms in one day was more than a little scary. Realms above the Spirit Transformation Realm were starting to be difficult to break through. Not to mention the last time he heard his second sister say that his great niece had instantly broken through a major realm to the Harmonization Realm. The 3 minor realms of the Harmonization Realm were more than 10 times harder to break through than the 3 minor realms of the Transformation God Realm. Su Yuni actually knew what Lu Zhangran was thinking in his heart. This child had always been competing with Lu Zixuan to see who cultivated harder and broke through faster, and now that she had heard this news she was definitely going to feel a little bad, so she was now hesitant to strike Lu Zhangran. You, just take it that I'm teasing you. Su Yuni smiled bitterly, and in the end, she couldn't bear to hurt this little nephew. Those who knew her, knew that she had a softer heart. Phew! Auntie, you're so bad. I told you it couldn't be this scary. Lu Zhangran exhaled with a face full of grudges. Su Yuni shook her head and smiled, not knowing how to go on, and just then, the door to the room was knocked. Auntie, Senior Luo gave us identity tokens to join the formation, your identity token to bring it. In the future we will be able to better teleport over to the side of the Magic Willow Academy. Oh. Come on in. Su Yuni said. Lu Zixuan entered Su Yuni's room and took the identity token from Su Yuni's hand. Right at this moment, Lu Jingran's excited voice came out from inside the voice transmission jade slip in Su Yuni's hand. Sister! You're here! Lu Zixuan frowned slightly when she heard her second brother's voice. What's wrong? Sister. He. I've broken through a small layer of realm in one day today. Today it's already the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Suyuni couldn't help but cover her forehead when she heard Lu Jingran's words, which were filled with smug emotions. You brat, you're really making a fool of yourself. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh when she heard these words from her second brother. Is that so? You're so awesome. Ha ha. Yes, I am. I'm not going to lie, I can have this speed of improvement, but I actually went to the Castle Peak Academy and used a time treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 30 to cultivate. From now on, every day, I will be able to cultivate for 2 hours over there. Su-Yuni. The corners of Lu Zixuan's mouth twisted. Chapter 59, You're Just a Liar. Green Mountain Academy, huh? You actually joined the Green Mountain Academy? Lu Zixuan spoke in a surprised-sounding tone, like she was teasing a child, and asked a question. That's right, my mother personally took me to go. Under the consent of the Dean of the Green Mountain Academy, I was exempted from the examination, and directly joined the Green Mountain Academy. Lu Jingran's chin rose. Efforts were made to suppress the corners of his mouth from lifting up. Lu Zixuan said, TSK, that's awesome. And, a 1 to 30 time flow? 2 hours a day? Are you sure about that? Ahem, ordinary students can only use the 1 to 10 time flow cultivation room. The dean, for the sake of my mother's face, let me casually use the 1 to 30 cultivation room. Every day can use 2 hours, almost every day can practice more than 50 hours, almost more than others to practice 5 days. Lu Zhengran laughed. It's really awesome. By the way, are you really at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm? Lu Zixuan asked, pretending to cover her mouth in surprise. That's right. You're at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. Lu Zixuan said here, she really didn't want to tease this little cutie of hers anymore. She said that she really doesn't want to tease this little cutie anymore. Awesome is quite awesome, but, not to hide you, I recently also happened to be joined the magic domain this side of the Magic Willow Academy. I do not know you can hear about the Magic Willow Academy? Suyuni shook her head. At this time she wanted to interrupt Lu Zixuan. Say it again. She was afraid that Lu Jingran's heart would be broken. Zixuan, or don't talk about it after thinking about it. Suyuni still sent a message to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan looked at her sister-in-law and fell silent. She finally held back and didn't say anything. After all, that was also her own brother, with a blood relationship. Although this kid was quite beaten up, she was also her own sister, so let it be. I haven't heard of it, I don't know that side very well, I think it's a bit strong, but in my opinion, it shouldn't be as good as the Green Mountain Academy. After all, the Green Mountain Academy is the strongest academy on this side of the Immortal Ruins. Lu Zhengran knew exactly what his sister was trying to say, and he suspected that his sister was trying to lie and brag again. There is no such thing as coincidence. He just joined the Green Mountain Academy, and his sister suddenly said that she joined some academy in the Devil's Domain. Isn't this just plainly unconvincing? Listening to her own brother's punchy reply, Lu Zixuan gritted her teeth and endured. Okay, you're right, it's true that it's not as good as your Green Mountain Academy, right? If there is nothing, I will go and get busy. Lu Zixuan thought silently in her heart. This is her own brother, bear with it, don't bother with him. I told you. There won't even be a time treasure, right? Lu Zhengran said smugly. Lu Zixuan just wanted to hand the voice transmission jade slip back to Su-Yuni, but when she heard this, she still didn't hold back. A younger brother is a younger brother. You can't do it without a beating, right? Ha! You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Well then, I'll be very serious with you. In front of the Magic Willow Academy, the Castle Peak Academy can only be considered a younger brother, right? The Green Mountain School is directly crushed, right? Su-Yuni sighed as she listened to Lu Zixuan's words. Well, these two siblings seem to have to win or lose. Zhang ran too, what's the point of fooling around? Ha ha. Sister. You didn't say that just now. When Lu Zhengran heard his sister's words, he laughed instead. As if he had finally won over his sister, he was very happy. Lu Zixuan heard this laughter from her own brother and was filled with disdain. You just laugh. Ignorant, too ignorant. 1 to 30 time treasures, you really haven't seen anything good. Have you heard of 1 to 300 time treasures? Coincidentally, our Magic Willow Academy has it. Moreover, today, your sister, me, and my sister-in-law all went inside to cultivate for half a day. That's right, it's half a day-o. Speaking later, Lu Zixuan finally got comfortable. Blow it off. Sister, I found that after you went to the Devil's Domain side, the cultivation strength also do not know whether it has risen or not, but the bragging kung fu is indeed many times more powerful it. Also 1 to 300 time flow, why don't you say 1 to 3,000, or even 1 to 30,000? Lu Zhengran couldn't help but skim his mouth after hearing his sister's words. Braggart. Isn't it just that his cultivation level is weaker than his? Su Xuanyu's eyes rolled as he listened to the conversation between his two nephews from the side with an odd face. If it was placed in the past, he really didn't believe these words of his niece. But now, he believed. Especially since Lu Zixuan also mentioned that his second sister had also gone over there to cultivate. Sister. You also went to cultivate inside a treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 300? Su Xuanyu grabbed the sound transmission jade slip in Lu Jingran's hand and asked in shock. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes and said, how can I say it? She knew that her brother believed it, but she kind of didn't want her brother to believe it. This shall not be envied to death. Ah. Why ah? I hate myself so much. Su Xuanyu held his head and howled, looking like his wife had run off with someone else. Lu Zhengran frowned. Uncle. What's wrong with you? You don't believe it, do you? Su Xuanyu looked at Lu Zhengran and his face twitched. Zhangran ah. You don't know. Your father is the eternal night demon emperor. It's highly likely that what your sister said is true. 1 to 300 time treasures. Ah. Lost with me ah. Zhengran, don't talk to me, end the transmission. I suddenly kind of want to be quiet. Su Xuanyu covered his forehead and said. Uncle, isn't the woman you like instructor Nangongyun? Who is Jing Jing? Lu Zhengran frowned. Su Xuanyu. Sister. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Humph. How is it possible to have a time treasure that has a time flow rate of 1 to 300? And how is it possible that you said you cultivated for most of the day? The time treasures on our side can only cultivate for 2 hours at most. Lu Zhengran was now very upset. What made him even more upset was that his sister-in-law was actually completely on his sister's side. Lying for her own sister all the time. Heh, just keep on being this ignorant. You've broken through 1 layer of cultivation in 1 day, and you're complacent. You've never seen the world. Your sister and I broke through 3 minor realms today. And it wasn't the 3 layers of the transformation realm, but the 3 layers of the harmonization realm. Lu Zixuan no longer wanted to talk to this clown of a brother of hers. Humph. Blow. You just blow. Why don't you say that you are already in the Great Emperor realm cultivation? Hearing this, Lu Zhengran became even more disbelieving. In 2 months, I'll make a trip over there. Dare to make a bet to see whose cultivation level is higher at that time. Lu Zixuan was stunned for a moment when she heard that her brother was going to make a trip over here, then she grunted and said, I'm too lazy to talk to the little cutie. Bet, come if you want, just don't drop your eyeballs on the ground at that time. Okay. I'm going to be busy. I'm going to get busy. Said, Lu Zixuan also no longer care about their own brother. From Su Yuni here took the identity token after humming a little song to the house. You just don't dare. It's true that you're a liar. You wait, sooner or later I will expose your lies. After saying this, Lu Zhengran waited for a while, and instead of waiting for his sister's reply, he waited for Su Yuni's reply. Ah Zhengran, your sister went to get busy. That you do not think so much, in the future in the Castle Peak Academy good cultivation, you as your sister said is a lie on the line. Su Yuni persuasion said. Auntie, nowadays you only follow my sister to deceive me. Bullying me. Humph. I'm ignoring you. Just like that. The next moment, Su Xuanyu's voice came from inside the jade slip. Second sister, stop it. Zhengran ran out. Su Yuni, this kid. Second sister. Don't mind Zhengran. He's still a child, he doesn't know anything, his anger will pass in a day or 2. Just mind your brother. I can't wait to beat myself to death at this moment. Is there really a 1 to 300 time flow treasure? I also want to go into cultivate ah. Su Xuanyu pounded his chest, hating to slap himself to death. Chapter 60, Disciple Matters. Su Xuanyu had never heard of there being such a large ratio of time flow treasures. 1 to 100 was already scary, 1 to 300, this was the first time he had heard of it. If this was not learned from his second sister, he naturally did not believe it. Now his second sister has said that there is this kind of time flow rate treasure, and has already gone forward to practice, coupled with his brother-in-law's special identity, the probability is true. Su Yuni said, there is indeed. When I first heard about it, I was also surprised, and this treasure can have such a time flow rate, but also in that the Magic Willow Academy's Town Yard treasure time trace Magic Willow related, if there is no time trace Magic Willow existence, the treasure is only a 1 to 100 time flow rate only. Second sister, I envy you too much. I now know why you have to stay there. If it were me, I would be more determined than you. Su Xuanyu could only be envious. Say, second sister, can you really go over there and practice as much as you want? How long can you practice? Su Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Yes, brother-in-law discussed with their dean, only the 4 of us can, no one else can. In fact, there is also a thing that happened here. Su Yuni thought of herself pretending to be Lu Qingyan's daughter, her cheeks once again slightly reddened. This matter she could remember for the rest of her life, it was too special. Su Xuanyu closed her eyes, cursed herself in her heart again for a while, and finally said breathlessly, second sister, I'm really begging you, as soon as you're free, help me put in a good word at my brother-in-law's place from now on. I swear, I'll listen to you. You are my favorite second sister. Is that okay? At the back, Su Xuanyu used the petulant method. Su Yuni was speechless. It's hard for me to deal with you when you offend your brother-in-law like that. I'll do my best. By the way, did Zhengran say he'll be here in 2 months? Did he just say that, or does he really intend to? Does sis agree? Su Yuni asked. Su Zanyu said, big sister's side doesn't seem to be afraid of Zhengran going over there. After all, Zhengran is brother-in-law's son. She is relieved. It's me, even if I want to go over there, I probably can't tell big sister. Big sister isn't afraid that Zhengran will come over here and won't want to go back? Su Yuni had a strange expression. The conditions over here are too good. Too tempting. She didn't even survive this test. One could imagine how this little nephew of hers would feel and what kind of decision he would make after seeing Lu Zixuan's cultivation. Cough cough, big sister has always been quite confident, you and I know very well in fact, I think Zhengran can go over there is also quite good, big sister is bent on only cultivation strength, weekdays are also quite little tube child, if brother-in-law side can better cultivate children, let Zhengran go over there is quite good. Su Zanyu said. Su Yuni nodded, she agreed with this point of view. She agrees with this point of view, but it seems that this is not good for her elder sister. While Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were still chatting through voice transmission, Lu Zhengran had already left Su Xuanyu's side and arrived in the hall where Su Qingying was. Mother! Lu Zhengran squinted his eyes, his face full of indignation and some aggravation as he walked into the Great Hall. When he entered the Great Hall, he realized that not only was his mother there, but Lin Qingxue was also there. So he hurriedly bowed to Lin Qingxue. Zhengran, is something wrong? Su Qingying was just talking about business with Lin Qingxue, and after seeing her son, she stopped and shifted her gaze to Lu Zhengran. Lu Zhengran said, Mother, my sister is really lying nowadays, she just can't see that I'm good, and she's always angry at me. In one breath, he told everything that had just happened. Especially when he talked about the treasure of 1 to 300 such speed of time flow, he also added fuel to the fire. Mother, Elder Lin, do you guys say that there really is a treasure with this kind of time flow speed? Lu Zhengran was not convinced, so he came over here at the first opportunity to ask about it. Lin Qingxue and Su Qingying both looked at each other. A 1 to 300 time flow treasure? Lin Qingxue said, your sister probably heard that you joined the Green Mountain Academy and were able to go forward to cultivate in that time treasure, feeling indignant in her heart, and purposely angry at you. As far as I know, there are people over in the demon region who can create a time treasure with a time flow speed of 1 to 100. But 1 to 300 has never been heard of. There is a 99% probability that this kind of time flow speed treasure does not exist. So it turns out. I told you how it was possible. Humph. I told you that sis lied to me. After Lu Zhengran heard this, a slight smile finally appeared on his face, slightly more comfortable. Su Qingying also felt that her eldest daughter had a bragging component. She was also aware that these two children had been secretly competing, and now that no one was convinced of anyone, it was normal to say something false to anger the other party. After all, they are still children. Zhengran, let me tell you, after your mother breaks through to the peak realm of the Great Emperor realm, at that time, we have a high probability of getting a treasure with a 1 to 150 time flow rate. At that time, you won't have to continue to cultivate inside that Green Mountain Academy's time treasure. Lin Qingxue laughed. What? A 1 to 150 time flow rate? Lu Zhengran was dumbfounded when he heard this, and then joy overflowed his little face. Su Qingying laughed, that's also when I break through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Nowadays, your mother and I still have to keep working hard. Qingying, your talent, in my estimation, no less than 10 years, is expected to break through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Lin Qingxue laughed. Really? Good. Mother is the best. Ha, then this time treasure, I can use it casually? Is it okay to cultivate in cultivation for a whole day? Lu Zhengran was excited. Naturally, this treasure belongs exclusively to your mother, you can naturally use it at will. Lin Qingxue said. Wow. Awesome. Mother. You refuel your cultivation. Su Qingying smiled and nodded her head, gently looking at her son. I still have things to discuss with your mother, so go back to your cultivation and strive to be stronger than your sister. Lin Qingxue sent Lu Zhengran away. Good. Then I'll go cultivate. Lu Zhengran came with a face full of defiance and left with a face full of complacency, humming a tune as he left. Su Qingying shook her head and smiled, then looked at her master. Senior, today you came, what is the main reason for your visit? Lin Qingxue, it's still the same thing. Today, your cultivation strength isn't too high, but your talent potential is extremely terrifying. In the future, you will definitely be able to reach the peak and walk on top of the strongest in the immortal ruins. But right now, you still need to settle down, and you need to have more contact with other great powers. Su Qingying nodded, I naturally understand, and I will listen to my master. Good, nowadays, on this side of the immortal ruins, many of the top powers have complicated relationships, you need to balance your relationship with them, among them, the Nangong family, as well as the Xia family, and the Dragon family, are most worthy of you to get in touch with more. I've come up with a way for you to have a good relationship with them. What is it? They all already know your potential, you can take 1 or 2 disciples in each of their families. Accept disciples? That's right. After accepting disciples, their families will also be considered to have a relatively shallow connection with you, and since your future achievements are extremely high, they will naturally be happy to let the most promising person in their family become your disciple. Alright, I'll listen to my master. Well, then I'll take care of this matter. Our plan will also use these forces afterward. You must find a way to deal with their relationship. For the time being, you haven't broken through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, don't fall out with them. Su Qingying nodded, I understand. Devil region. Afternoon. The sun is warm. In front of the stone pavilion, Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi sat drinking tea and chatting. Speaking of which, your disciple should already know that you're back, so why haven't you found him yet? Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Qinggan was also curious. Logically speaking, he had been back for a while, as well as dear Qingshu and the others seemed to have some relationship with his disciple, so his disciple should already know that he had returned. With his understanding of his disciple, he would have already killed this side. This I'm not too sure, perhaps, is in a closed door? Lu Qinggan guessed. Just at this moment, Su Yuni ended her chat with Su Xuanyu and walked out of the courtyard, and after seeing Lu Qinggan over at the stone pavilion, she walked over to it. Brother-in-law, I want to talk to you. Chapter 61 Daughter Slave. What's the matter? Lu Qinggan looked at Su Yuni, who was slightly embarrassed at the moment, and asked. Xiao Qingyi saw Su Yuni glanced at him, directly asked, Do you need me to avoid? But is not necessary. Su Yuni organized a language, and then also no matter, really promised his brother, do not help is not good. Brother-in-law, is this way, my brother already know you are the eternal night demon emperor matter. Lu Qinggan said, is that so, then what? Brother-in-law, you may not know one thing, that is, this kid since childhood, has always taken the eternal night demon emperor as his idol. Su Yuni said here, peeped at Lu Qingyan for a moment, wanting to see Lu Qingyan's expression. It was discovered that Lu Qingyan had indeed revealed a slight look of surprise. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but laugh out loud, treating me as an idol? How is that an expression? He came to be interested. This kid, actually treating him as an idol? Xiao Qingyi heard this and also came to be interested. A flash in his hand, a watermelon appeared. He scratched his fingers, and the watermelon was split into many pieces, and began to nibble on the melon. The deeds you did back then on this side of the demon region were actually not only spread amongst the demon region, but also on the immortal ruins side, so amongst the immortal ruins, there are some people who are very fond of you for being able to have such strength and act in such a style. Therefore, there are also quite a few people who take you as a role model. And my brother is one of them. Su Yuni wanted to say that she was actually one of them. Oh, I see. Lu Qinggan nodded slightly. I never thought that my brother's reputation was quite widespread. There were also quite a few small fans in the immortal market. It was just that he didn't expect that his own brother-in-law was actually a fan of his as well. Now that he knew that he was the eternal night demon emperor, this was interesting. This kid hadn't disliked him much in the past. Of course, he had actually utilized this brother-in-law of his. When he first went to the immortal ruins and washed away the hostility in his heart, he always felt that the washing wasn't clean enough, so he wanted to find someone to practice controlling his killing heart, only that all the people he met over there were people who were quite good to him, and he couldn't find a target candidate for a while. Unexpectedly, this brother-in-law just jumped out of nowhere when he was troubled, right in the middle of his thoughts. At the beginning, he had a few times almost did not hold back. As time went by, he became more and more self-control, and finally completely sure that his heart has no hostility to speak of. As long as some of the scales will not be offended, it will not be easy to touch the heart of the kill. This is not, he knows that you are the eternal night demon emperor, the pursuit of remorse, but also said that every time he thought of his own previous to do those things to you, hate to whip themselves to death. Su Yuni's face turned red as she spoke. Xiao Qingyi, on the other hand, ate his melon faster when he heard this. He knew there were melons. Lu Qingyan's brother-in-law used to be so indebted. This was fun. In the past, when he said how great Lu Qinggan was, now it's so hard to take it, right? Oh, and then what? Then, he's been begging me to apologize to you for him and ask for your forgiveness. It was only when Su Yuni said this that she finally felt more comfortable. Finally finished. This kid, he didn't scold me much before. However, I also told you that this kid is a bit underpunched, but he's actually okay. Lu Qinggan laughed. Oh? Brother-in-law, are you forgiving him? Su Yuni's eyes lit up. Lu Qinggan shook his head, I can't forgive him. What? This? Su Yuni's forehead was sweating. Lu Qingyan also flirted with Su Yuni a little bit, laughed, teasing you, now this kid also has nothing to do with me, cannot say what forgiveness or not forgiveness, in the future to see or not to see is a matter of fact. Su Yuni asked in a low voice, what if he comes here one day? Lu Qinggan laughed and said, if he comes, I will definitely give him a good reception. When she said the word hospitality, Lu Qinggan deliberately increased her tone. Su Yuni had a chill. Brother! You'd better not come. Something big is going to happen. Lu Qinggan laughed and said no more. He really didn't take Su Xuanyi seriously. It was true that this kid disliked him quite a bit, but he was very good to his children, and now that he did make peace with Su Qingying, it didn't change the fact that Su Xuanyu was the uncle of his 3 children. If Su Xuanyu comes to see his children, he is welcome. However, he also didn't mind spoofing this kid. That's good. I have something to do. I'll go back to my work first. Su Yuni hurriedly trotted away from here. Looking at Su Yuni's back, Lu Qingan shook his head and smiled, then looked at Xiao Qingyi. The two of them looked at each other for a moment and laughed together. You brat is still so wickedly funny. Xiao Qingyi laughed. He knew Lu Qing'an's nature very well. It was impossible to be calculating with his brother-in-law, it was just a matter of scaring the other party. In the face of Xiao Qingyi's words, Lu Qingan did not reply and smiled. Continue drinking tea. Ha, I've had my fill of this melon, so I'll stop drinking. Hey, I wish this brother-in-law of yours would come for a visit, then it would be even more interesting. Xiao Qingyi found the matter more and more interesting. This brother-in-law actually idolized Lu Qingan, but he used to be so indebted, how to think how interesting. The days on this side of the magic realm advanced cozily. 2 days passed by in a hurry. During these 2 days, Su Yuni's 4 people would go forward to the Magic Willow Academy every day to cultivate and learn. They would not return until almost the late afternoon. After 2 days of acclimatization, Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji had also completely adapted to the cultivation situation of the Magic Willow Academy. They began to blend into that industrious atmosphere. Lu Zixuan, in particular, cultivated more and more diligently. And when they returned on this day, the two of them, Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji, suddenly found Lu Qingan. Father, there's something I want you to help me with. What is it? Lu Qingan saw that his daughters had broken through 2 more layers of cultivation and asked gently. This cultivation breakthrough is quite fast. As the cultivation level rises higher, the speed of cultivation should be slower. Lu Zixuan can still have such a breakthrough speed, it can be seen how strong the talent is. It's like this, we've been in seclusion for a while now, the breakthrough speed is very fast, but it's starting to be a bit hard to grasp the strength, and we need more actual battles in order to grasp the existing strength, so I slowed down the speed of raising my cultivation, and started to have more actual battles. Then I and Min Zi found that the Magic Willow Academy in the middle of a special pagoda, that pagoda space inside the presence of magic beasts can be visualized, the two of us together united to break through the barrier, only to the 3rd floor cannot rush up. The Magic Willow Academy also has this kind of actual battle to break through the pagoda, and then what? And then the main problem at hand is that we don't know enough about magical beasts. We also looked for a lot of information inside the Academy's bookstore, but we still can't find a more specialized understanding of the weaknesses of different magical beasts. Lu Qingan then looked at Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei and said, can we get the detailed information of all the types of magical beasts on this side of the magic domain? Xue Tianfei laughed, this is simple, I'll let the forces issue a bounty and let some professionals get a copy out. Lu Qingan nodded, that would be a trouble for you. He knew that the 2 children wanted this information, not only because of the practical combat issues, but more so because they were interested in breaking through the levels. He wanted to hit the higher levels. If it was him, he wouldn't care about the weaknesses of the magical beasts or anything. Just try to improve your combat skills and mess around with killing to pass the level. If the kid needs it, he'll just fulfill the kid's request. Why don't you guys thank Auntie Xue? Thank you, Auntie Xue. Xue Tianfei laughed, it's just a small matter, I'll get it for you guys tomorrow. Good. The two of them went back to their room beautifully. Lu Qingan looked at Xiao Qingyi at this time. When did this Magic Willow Academy have this kind of what tower? I haven't heard of it before either. It's also strange to say that guy Lu Xie didn't know where to get a lot of strange treasures. Nowadays a lot of things in the Magic Willow Academy have appeared in the past 1,000 years or so. Just now the child said that the pagoda, called the Devil Beast Pagoda. This Devil Beast Pagoda has 10 floors in total, and each floor will manifest quite a few devil beasts. After obtaining this treasure, the Demonic Willow Academy directly used this treasure as a treasure for the trainees to hone their practical combat. All students can team up to break through the level, at most 3 people team up, and the magic beasts that are illuminated are also in the same realm as the 3 people. After breaking through a level, all 3 of them will be able to obtain a sum of Magic Willow value. And, this tower can also analyze the strength of the students inside the battle skills, give people rankings. The Magic Willow Academy made a ranking in the meantime, so these young trainees rushed even more, and in order to be on the top of the list, they practiced even harder to improve their fighting skills. After Lu Qingan heard about this Magic Beast Tower, he laughed, it's a good thing, my daughter is so strong, sooner or later she will be able to dominate the list. Ha, I kind of see you clearly, is a daughter slave. Xiao Qingyi laughed and flirted. You have such a good daughter, you cannot become a daughter slave? Lu Qingan smiled and asked rhetorically. Xiao Qingyi, that must be. Lu Qingan smiled, that's not right. Chapter 62, Apprentice Brother Kills. Early the next morning. Before Lu Zixuan and the girls went ahead to the Magic Willow Academy, Consort Xue Tian's people had already delivered the information Lu Zixuan and the girls needed. Zixuan, here you go, study it well. So fast. Lu Zixuan looked at concubine Xue Tian, this efficiency was too horrible. Shui Tianfei whispered and laughed. In the future, what else do you need? Directly find Auntie Shui on the line. There is no need to trouble your father. She just became a mother general role, very happy to be able to help Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan heard this, blinked, but still bitter smile. Good, I tried it this time, or thanks to Aunt Snow. Shui Tianfei smiled and nodded, watching Lu Zixuan and the others teleport away. After Lu Zixuan and the others left, she sighed softly in place. Xiao Qingyi happened to be watching from the sidelines and transmitted his voice. How long has it been? And you want the child to recognize you as a wannabe stepmother. Keep up the good work. Sooner or later, the child will fully accept you. Consort Shui Tian looked at Xiao Qingyi and nodded. It had to be said that Xiao Qingyi's words were still quite pertinent. At this time, Shui Tianfei saw Lu Qingyan walk out from inside the room, and took lotus steps to come in front of Lu Qingyan, like a little maiden, and said gently, I'll tell you something. What is it? Lu Qingyan this time after returning to the Snow Tianfei's view is changed, now face the Snow Tianfei, the attitude is also much gentler, face also hangs a faint smile. I may need to go back inside the family for a period of time in the next 2 days, exactly how long to come back, can't say. Shui Tianfei was like taking a vacation, reporting to Lu Qingyan. It's fine, just come back after you've taken care of things. By the way, you'd better talk to the children in advance, especially Miao Miao, this child is now a home, are not to run to me here, are the first to find you. Lu Qingyan sighed as she said this. This child, after spending a day at the academy, probably had a craving, and the first thing he did was go to Shui Tianfei to ask if there were any tasty things to eat, before coming to him to play. Good. Consort Shui Tian nodded her head. It's nothing big, right? Is it the matter of the magic crystals from last time? Do you need any help from me? Lu Qingyan tried to ask. It's not the matter of magic crystals, it's just some small things in the family. How can I ask you to help the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Snow Tianfei covered her mouth and smiled. That's good. After the two of them finished chatting, suddenly, together with Xiao Qingyi, they looked towards the sky outside. Yo, your disciple has finally arrived. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Outside, the original morning light was like gold, and the sky was as clear as a wash. As the breeze brushed by, the dewdrops on the tips of the grass refracted the rising sun, and the entire mountain field was shrouded in the soft light of tranquility and peace. But suddenly, a dark rift tore through the distant sky. Ink-like demonic gas gushed out from the crack, instantly devouring the sunlight in the sky. The clouds rolled over like a boil, and the red golden sunrise was dyed a filthy purple-black, as if the heavens had been splashed with corrupted blood. The wind suddenly rose, and between the flying sand and stones, heaven and earth let out a groan of being overwhelmed. Muffled thunderous footsteps came from afar, and the earth trembled with every step, cracking open spiderweb like gullies. In the thick demonic fog, a man's figure gradually appeared. He stepped through the void and came, and wherever he passed, the grass and trees withered, and even the air froze into ice. When did this kid get so loaded? Lu Qingyan looked at the change in the environment outside and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Didn't he learn from the old you? Xiao Qingyi smiled and squeezed. Lu Qingyan blanked Xiao Qingyi. A few moments later, a silhouette appeared in the middle of the sky above the courtyard. His figure was slender, like a cold sword out of its sheath, lean but harboring a suffocating sense of oppression. His face was as cold as an ice sculpture, his eyebrows were stern, his narrow eyes seemed to have blood color surging in them, and his thin lips were pursed, without a trace of temperature. A basalt-colored brocade robe wrapped around the upright body, the hem embroidered with dark gold magic pattern. The most mesmerizing is suspended behind him that circle of dark black light wheel. The wheel of light was like an abyss that devoured everything, with blood-colored dark aura flowing around the edges, sometimes manifesting a hideous demonic appearance, sometimes shrinking into a pure black hole, emitting a frightening pressure. Under the Emperor's aura, his pale fingers were clearly bone, as if he could crush mountains and rivers with a light grip. Lu Qingyan. Li Sanchuan coldly shouted towards Lu Qingyan below. Little Xuanzi, you're being a bit disrespectful. How can you call your master by his full name? Lu Qingyan calmly said. You are not my master. Li Sanchuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It was as if Lu Qingyan had killed his entire family. Lu Qingyan, if I am not your master, who is your master? Li Sanchuan, I don't have a master. Lu Qingyan, alright, you don't have a master, then what are you doing here this time? Li Sanchuan, what do you care? You kid, after so many years, you haven't changed much, why are you still like a kid? Lu Qingyan laughed. I'm sick of seeing you laugh. Li Sanchuan drank. Well, for the teacher wrong line not, at first should not leave without saying goodbye, do not make a tantrum, okay? Lu Qingyan coaxed the child to say. I said. I don't have a master. Under Li Sanchuan's roar, heaven and earth violently trembled. Under the changing colors of the wind and clouds, 10,000 miles of living beings are all prostrate on the ground. Lu Qingyan said, Brat, you have quite a temper, so tell me, what do you want? I came today to take your head. As soon as Li Sanchuan's words passed, he reached out his hand and made a stroke in the void, a hideous scar appeared in the void in general, a crack appeared, he reached inside, and when he took it out again, he was already holding a blood-red longsword in his hand. This sword was filled with a terrifying aura, already comparable to Lu Qing'an's treasure sword. Lu Qing'an saw this sword for the first time and roughly assessed it with some surprise. Where did you kid get this precious sword? Ha! Not only is this sword enough to rival your divine weapon. Today's me, in terms of cultivation strength, is also already enough to crush you. Today is the day you die. You really want to kill me? Are you going to be a white-eyed wolf? Lu Qing'an remained calm and asked blandly. Noisy! Quickly come up for death! Li Zongxuan yelled. Lu Qing'an pursed his lips. It seemed like it really had to be a fight. That's fine, I'd like to see if your kid's strength has progressed over the years of separation. Ha! Killing you is like killing a chicken. Good, I will teach you this rebellious disciple a lesson today. Lu Qing'an laughed, his body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the top of the sky dome. Li Zongxuan snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he had already chased him to the top of the sky dome. The two stood thousands of miles apart. At this moment, in the courtyard, Xiao Qingyi moved out a chair and hurriedly opened a watermelon before looking at Xue Tianfei on the side. Do you want to eat it? Xue Tianfei ignored Xiao Qingyi and stood with her hands clasping her chest and her waist straight. This Li Zongxuan has indeed become much stronger. From the breath displayed, it is almost the same as he was back then. Indeed, Xiao Xianzi began to cultivate like crazy after Lu Qing'an disappeared, and was also horribly gifted to have such strength. However, it was useless to get any stronger, and this time when he came back, this Lu Qing'an fellow was even less human. Xiao Qingyi had seen Lu Qing'an display even more strength. This fellow was still like a god king, pressing down on all the demonic powerhouses in the world, unable to straighten their backs. Chapter 63, Welcome Home. The top of the heavenly vault. Li Zongxuan stared at Lu Qing'an across from him with a deadly stare. Seeing that Lu Qing'an didn't even take out his weapon at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. Still think I'm the brat I used to be? Weapons quickly take out. The weapon was given to someone else, however, against you brat, it's the same whether you use a weapon or not. After all, it's impossible for you brats to surpass me. Lu Qing'an smiled broadly and spoke in a tone like he was teasing a child. Good. Then I'll show you the fruits of my efforts over the years. Today, you will definitely die. Li Zongxuan was covered in murderous intent, still giving off the general feeling that Lu Qing'an had killed his entire family. Lu Qing'an shrugged his shoulders and hooked his hand towards Li Zongxuan. Come on, let me see if your kid has grown these years. Li Zongxuan stopped talking nonsense, his body shook, and his strongest cultivation was displayed. Demonic chi heaved out. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying domain covered a radius of 10,000 miles. Time and space abruptly stood still under the use of the solitary emperor position. Within this space, he was like an invincible god king. See? My Dakuro imperial position is already comparable to your eternal night imperial position. Indeed, it can, but in my master's eyes today, it's just average. I'd like to see how much longer you can keep your mouth shut. Quickly display your imperial position. I don't need a throne to beat up my disciple. Just come at me. How dare you? Where did you get this habit? When did you become so full of crap? Can't you just do it? Lu Qing'an interrupted Li Zongxuan when he saw that Li Zongxuan had been talking non-stop. Li Zongxuan's cheeks flushed red and he said angrily, who is talking nonsense? Good. You seek death. Then I will fulfill you. He stopped talking nonsense and directly made his move. Under a furious cry, the demonic chi around him surged like a raging tide, instantly condensing into billions of pitch-black demonic blades, each of which tore through the void, emitting ear-piercing shrill whistles. His arms shook and he held the sword in both hands. The magic blades transformed into a deathstorm that covered the sky, and all of them gathered on top of the divine weapon in his hand. Boom! With a wave of his hands, he converged into a giant sword strike that swept towards the direction where Lu Qing'an was. Wherever the giant blade passed, space crumbled inch by inch, revealing chaotic turbulence. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan's strike, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This kid, he had indeed become much stronger. However, it was still almost interesting. He reached out and flicked his hand forward, and a black light shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking the void in front of him. The giant blade blinked and blasted down on top of the black light shield. A magical scene appeared. The thin piece of black light shield that looked like it could be broken with a single stab actually completely resisted this horrifying strike. Li Zongxuan's heart was startled, then he clenched his teeth. Humph! This is just an appetizer. In that case, I won't let go of the water. After speaking, he controlled the divine weapon to float in front of him, his palms joined together, his body shook, and in the next moment, a 10,000-foot devil god silhouette violently emerged behind him. The 6 arms of the demon god swung in unison, smashing out 6 destructive fist seals. Before the wind of the fists arrived, the earth had already collapsed by 1,000 miles, and the firmament was torn apart by countless cracks. It crushed towards the black light shield that Lu Qing'an had struck. This isn't bad, however, it still doesn't work. Lu Qing'an said indifferently. It was just as he said, such a terrifying attack, in front of his black light shield, it still couldn't move an inch. Li Zongxuan was even more shocked, straining his neck and drinking, I just don't believe it. After he finished cursing, his brow suddenly cracked open with a blood scar, a scarlet bloodlight ran through the heavens and earth, wherever it passed, the laws of the great Tao were annihilated, and even the long river of time was dyed in the color of blood. He laughed viciously and urged the Dekuro imperial position. Everything within the realm stagnated, only that bloodlight blasted towards Lu Qinggan at a speed that transcended cause and effect. The sound of ghosts crying and gods howling resounded between heaven and earth, as if even the heavenly Tao had to retreat from this strike. This time, the black light shield was finally broken. Seeing this, Lu Qinggan laughed in his heart. This kid, he has the style of my old self back then. Ha ha ha. Breaking your means isn't easy? Suffer to die. Li Zongxuan laughed. After that heaven-destroying attack broke Lu Qinggan's black light shield, it continued towards Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan slightly raised his eyes, his right hand was lightly raised, his 5 fingers were gathered together like a flower, and that soul-devouring bloodlight, which even the heavens and the earth had to tremble, was pinched by him as if the smoke and dust had dispersed. It exploded at his fingertips and converged into a black void dot. Throughout the entire process, Lu Qinggan's hair was not even disturbed. Is this all? Lu Qinggan shook his head and laughed lightly. Li Zongxuan completely froze. No. That's all it took? Little Xuanzi, is there a stronger attack? Come again. Lu Qinggan stood with his arms folded, his feet not even moving half a step. Li Zongxuan was trembling and gritting his teeth, but no matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't find any stronger means than just now. The 3 strongest moves, he had used them all. It shouldn't. I've clearly caught up to your strength. What the hell is wrong with you? Li Zongxuan hissed and cursed, his eyes reddening. Seeing his disciple's sudden mania, Lu Qinggan frowned slightly and stopped flirting with his disciple, saying, You are indeed close to catching up with the old me. This is something that Master still has to praise you for. These years, you have worked hard enough. This talent, it is truly amazing. I don't need your recognition. I just don't believe it. You die for me. The emperor position behind Li Zongxuan once again erupted with terrifying might, propelling his entire person to attack Lu Qinggan's side. The 10,000-foot demon god's shadow appeared once again. He arrived in front of Lu Qinggan in the blink of an eye, frantically launching attacks towards Lu Qinggan. However, his attacks couldn't hit Lu Qinggan at all, they were all resisted by a demonic aura that emanated from Lu Qinggan's body. The thousands of regent fist seals were all useless. Why? 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 Li Zongxuan swung his fists in a frenzy, his eyes getting redder and redder. At this moment, he is like a poisoned blade, sharp and intriguing, but inside is full of cracks that have been eaten by the years, those sharp edges piercing into the world. Originally unhealed wounds formed scabs, in the unattended dark, seeping out silent pain. Lu Qinggan looked at Li Zongxuan's appearance that was poignant in its extremity at the moment, and felt some heartache. He took a deep breath, his left foot stepped forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, Li Zongxuan, who was still frantically attacking, his movement stopped violently, and a mighty pressure that could shock the heavens and the earth landed on Li Zongxuan with a roar. It was as if Li Zongxuan had been immobilized. Little Xuanzi, for the teacher to leave without saying goodbye back then, is also a helpless move. I cannot take you to leave. There is also, for you, this is also a test that you must go through, and now to see you again, for the teacher is very gratified, you have indeed grown up. When he left back then, he originally wanted to say goodbye to his disciple properly, but after thinking about it for 3 days and 3 nights, he still chose to leave without saying goodbye. Li Zongxuan was already very strong at that time, but he still relied on him too much, and it could even be said that in the entire world, he was the only one he could confide in. If there was any question, he had to be asked, and if there was anything, his opinion had to be sought. If Li Zongxuan had known that he was going to leave the demon realm, he would have absolutely followed him to the death. Now that he saw his disciple again, he both felt that the decision he made at that time was right, and felt sorry for his disciple. Especially at this moment, looking at the other party as if he was a lonely and helpless child, as if no one wanted him, outwardly pretending to be strong, but inwardly in agony. Hearing Lu Qinggan's words, Li Zongxuan could no longer tense up, could no longer restrain the tenderness in his heart, and powerlessly knelt on the ground, his reddened eyes gushing out hot tears. Why did you abandon me? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? I hate you. I hate you. Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and squatted down to touch Li Zongxuan's head. It was as if it was when they first met. At that time, Li Zongxuan was the same age as Lu Miaomiao. He was unclothed, under the icy sky and snow, starving for many days, because he saw a passerby drop a penny and quickly ran to pick it up. Then he was punched and kicked by the passerby until he was covered in blood and curled up in the street corner. Under the attack of hunger and cold, his body had already stiffened and his vitality was rapidly diminishing. At the last moment of life and death, a tall and warm figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Child, what is your name? Li Zongxuan. Then I will call you Little Xuanzi from now on. Come home with me. Big hands gently caress his head. In the dome of the sky, the wind was raging. Li Zongxuan looked up at Lu Qinggan who was squatting in front of him, his thin and handsome cheeks were already blurred with tears. Lu Qinggan, Little Xuanzi, Master went over to the immortal ruins because of some personal matters, and this time when he returns, he will never leave again. Li Sangchuan, full of indignation on the face, in an instant was covered by endless aggression. Looking at Lu Qingyan that has never changed in the warm face is still full of the color of pity, the heart of the most solid hatred, in an instant was shattered. Master, welcome home. As soon as the words passed, the churning demonic clouds in the dome of the sky receded like a tidal wave, and the golden radiance of the morning sun re-penetrated the cloud gaps, showering down on the master and disciple duo. The icy cold tears on Li Sangchuan's face gradually warmed up. Chapter 64, Crush Object. Lu Qingyan looked at Li Sangchuan, who was so aggrieved that he cried like a child. His heart was also heartbroken. To him, Li Sangchuan was no different from his son. He used his magic chi to lift up Li Sangchuan. With a gentle smile on his face, he coaxed the child and said, all right, don't cry, you're so old, you're still like a child, you're not ashamed either. When Li Sangchuan heard Lu Qingyan's words, he hurriedly turned his face away and quickly wiped his cheeks with both hands. When he turned his head again, the tears on his cheeks were no longer there, his eyes were still red and moist, and he could vaguely see the color of aggravation on his face, but there was still more than a touch of embarrassment and defiance on this face. I am not crying, just now there is sand and gravel into the eyes inside. Ha, you brat, come, hug the teacher. Lu Qingyan unfolded his arms. How old am I? What's there to hug? Now that I'm the demon emperor, it's unseemly for others to see me. Li Sangchuan said this on his lips, but still, under Lu Qingyan's eye gesture, he went forward and hugged Lu Qingyan for a bit, and then he was ruthlessly slapped on his back a few times with his palms, causing him to experience a burst of raw pain. You brat, after not seeing you for over 1,000 years, you have really gotten much stronger. Master is very pleased. Come on, let me see what else has changed. Li Sangchuan watched as Lu Qingyan circled around him and quietly straightened his chest. He looks a bit more mature, not bad, not bad. Natural. Ah, don't talk about it here, go down and sit and talk. Go, talk to master about these years. Lu Qingyan was very happy. When he was in the immortal ruins, he actually thought of this kid occasionally. Afraid that something would happen to this kid if he was on his own over here. But he was also clear that the child had grown up and should learn to grow up on his own and learn to be on his own. The two of them flew down into the middle of the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei looked at the two Lu Qingyan with a smile on their faces. It was as if they were also happy to see this master and disciple duo getting on better terms. Brat, still hasn't changed much, still won't call out when he sees his elders. Lu Qingyan looked towards Li Sangchuan standing beside himself, seeing Xiao Qingyi two people, his head slightly lowered to the right, still the same as back then, giving off a feeling of fear of life and shyness. Xiao Qingyi laughed. The children have grown up, there is no need to care about these manners anymore. Elder Xiao, Auntie Xue. After Xiao Qingyi had just finished speaking afterward for Li Sangchuan, at this moment, Li Sangchuan suddenly lowered his head and weakly shouted out two titles from his mouth. Both Xiao Qingyi and concubine Xue Tianfei froze for a moment. Lu Qingyan was also a bit surprised, and immediately put his hand on Li Sangchuan's shoulder. Your brat has indeed changed. Not bad, not bad. Come in and sit and chat. Li Sangchuan looked at Lu Qingyan, seeing Lu Qingyan smile, extraordinarily sincere, the corner of his mouth gently curved up a bit. Being praised by master teacher. The four of them returned to the house. Lu Qingyan personally made tea and filled the cup in front of Li Sangchuan with tea. Little Xuanzi, come, tell me about your situation over the years. Ahem, most importantly, tell me if you have any friends or, hey, favorite women or something. He was like an old father with a face full of anticipation. Li Sangchuan just picked up the tea to drink, suddenly heard the words like favorite woman, just into the mouth of the tea suddenly sprayed out. I don't have any favorite woman. Hey. Wait a minute. Old Xiao. See, this kid seems to really have a situation. Lu Qingyan was surprised. If he didn't, he wouldn't have changed. Looks like something's really going on. Little Xuanzi, come on, tell us elders, who do you like? Do you need us, the old and undead, to give you some tips? Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi instantly became interested and took out another watermelon from somewhere, ready to eat it. Li Sangchuan couldn't wait to bury his head inside his chest, saying, I don't know what you guys are talking about. A few people were chatting happily. Of course, the main topic was still Lu Qingyan and the others flirting with Li Sangchuan. Lu Qingyan carefully learned about Li Sangchuan's situation over the years. This kid had been practically cultivating all these years, managing the Demon Emperor Palace very well, and controlling some forces under his banner. As for a favorite woman, there should be one. Specifically who was the girl, Lu Qingyan did not ask out. It could be that it's hard to say if this kid has a crush on someone else. Master, I also apologize to you at this time. Li Sangchuan shyly scratched his head. You didn't do anything wrong, so why apologize? After I found out that you left without saying goodbye, I first searched for you for a period of time, and after I couldn't find you, I started to smear you, saying that I was already better than you, wanting to enrage you, who was in hiding, to come out. Li Sangchuan pulled an ugly smile on his face. The two of them, Xiao Qingyi and consort Xue Tian, shook their heads and smiled. This was also the reason why Xiao Qingyi's eyes flashed with a strange aura when he heard Lu Qingyan mention Li Sangchuan in the first place. What's wrong with that? You are indeed already almost as powerful as I was back then. It's obvious how hard you've been cultivating during this period of time. Lu Qinggan proudly looked at Li Zongxuan. This brat, having grown into this kind of strength today, was also pleasing. If he didn't have the cultivation strength rewarded by the system, he should have had to fight as hard as he could to win over his disciple. Seeing that his master did not get angry and instead praised him, Li Zongxuan then smiled. By the way, little Xuanzi, did you see little Blackie over at the Demon Emperor Palace, or did you see him somewhere? That guy didn't know where he ran off to play. Lu Qinggan asked. This contracted beast of his also doesn't know where he ran off to. Li Zongxuan shook his head. Little Blackie? Hasn't it always followed Master Teacher? I have not seen it. If I had seen it, I might have been able to find you. That would be strange. Where could this guy run off to? Lu Qinggan muttered darkly. Master, I'm more curious about what you've been up to all these years. Why did you suddenly run over to the immortal ruins? No wonder I couldn't find you. Li Zongxuan suddenly asked. It was Lu Qinggan's turn to cover up. It's not good to tell you too much for now. He mainly didn't want to tarnish his image as a great master in front of his disciple. Fine, wait until you want to talk to me, then talk to me. Li Zongxuan sniffed and nodded decisively. Lu Qinggan smiled. This child was still the same, not much had changed. In his eyes, Li Zongxuan's personality was a bit withdrawn. He didn't like to socialize with others, and sometimes he was quite paranoid, but he was still a slightly arrogant child who was very simple and sincere. Xingyan, I'm going to go back. You two masters and disciples continue to chat. I'll come back afterward. At this time, Shui Tianfei smiled and got up. Okay, if there's something you need to do, pass on the message. By the way, remember to tell Meow Meow that I will send someone to bring delicious food to her at regular intervals. I'll be back. After seeing consort Shui Tian left, Lu Qinggan continued to chat with Li Zongxuan. The master and disciple duo seemed to have endless topics to talk about and chatted non-stop. It was only in the evening, when her daughter who had gone to the academy came back, that Lu Qinggan and Li Zongxuan stopped. Lu Miao Miao was the first to run in from outside, and while running, she shouted, Father! Miao Miao is back. Where is Auntie Shui? After saying this, after just looking around and not being able to find consort Shui Tian, she saw Li Zongxuan, who was currently being held by Lu Qinggan's big hand on his shoulder. Ha! Daddy, who is this big brother? Chapter 65 Master, you actually have a daughter. Father? Li Zongxuan's eyes widened violently, and his entire cold and handsome face instantly became an emoticon in general as he looked at Lu Qinggan and Lu Miaomio in death. Senior! This is your daughter? Lu Qinggan smiled and looked at his daughter, beckoning his daughter to come closer. His full name is Li Zongxuan, on this side of the Devil's Domain is known to others as the Lone Devil Emperor. Is father my disciple? You should be called a brother. You'll be called Brother Xian. I'm not going to be able to get a good deal on this. Lu Miaomiao blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Zongxuan, then she grinned. Good day, Brother Xian. My name is Lu Miaomiao. I'm glad to know you. Li Zongxuan blinked his eyes that were filled with a dull gaze and shook his head before coming back to his senses completely. Bastard, my daughter is greeting you. You should give a little reaction. Oh. Hello, my name is Li Zongxuan. Nice to meet you. Li Zongxuan introduced himself awkwardly like a shy big boy. Wow, after taking a closer look, River realized that Brother Xian is so handsome. I'm so happy to meet you, she said. I'm so happy to meet you. Lu Miaomio walked towards Li Zongxuan. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. This little girl, she's so young that she wants to be hugged by a handsome man? Your father is not handsome. Li Zongxuan's brain once again went down, watching Lu Miaomio walk towards him. His cheeks instantly reddened, and he even almost fell off his chair here because he couldn't sit still. If it wasn't for his strong strength and reaction, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself. In the end, he was unable to dodge and was grabbed by Lu Miaomio's hand. Looking at Lu Miaomio's wide eyes that were filled with desire to be hugged, Li Zongxuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva before lifting Lu Miaomio up. Oh yeah! Lift high! Lu Miaomio was overjoyed. Li Zongxuan! Who's going to save me? He cried out in his heart. Okay, no more games. Oh! Li Zongxuan hurriedly put Lu Miaomio down. Brother Xian, has anyone ever said that you're handsome? Lu Miaomio then suddenly tilted her head again and asked. Li Zongxuan blinked and scratched his head, saying, yes. You're the second most handsome guy I've ever seen. So you are really handsome. Li Zongxuan suddenly felt that he was completely taken before a little girl. How come kids nowadays are so articulate? So, who's the first handsome? Li Zongxuan didn't know how to answer, so he followed Lu Miaomio's topic and asked. Naturally it's Daddy. Daddy is the most handsome man in the world. Oh. Indeed. Li Zongxuan nodded his head vigorously with great certainty. He also felt that his master was the most handsome in the world. Yes. I can't imagine that Brother Xian is thinking the same as Miao Miao. Li Zongxuan nodded with a simple smile. At this time, 3 more people walked into the room. It was the normal Lu Zixuan trio who stepped into the house. The three of them were talking about something, their faces were all smiling, as if they were very happy with the extreme gains they had made in the academy today. When they entered the house and saw a stranger sitting next to Lu Qinggan, they all hesitated for a moment. Thinking to themselves, who is this person? Sister! Quickly come over. This is Brother Xian, father's disciple. Lu Miaomiao ran to Lu Zixuan in a flash, pulling Lu Zixuan's hand over there. Father's disciple? Brother Xian? Lu Zixuan looked towards Li Tsangxuan, and immediately realized that Li Tsangxuan's body had its own extremely terrifying magical power, which was different from their father's, not as introverted, and gave people a great sense of pressure. Li Tsangxuan looked at Lu Zixuan and froze again, quickly glancing at Lu Qinggan. Master! You don't just have one daughter, but two? And so old? Lu Qinggan laughed. Introduce yourselves to each other, you are all family. Lu Zixuan reacted and quickly smiled and nodded towards Li Tsangxuan, saying, Brother Xian, my name is Lu Zixuan, my father's eldest daughter. I am so happy to meet you. Oh. My name is Li Tsangxuan, disciple of my master, nice to meet you. This time, Li Tsangxuan had the experience of introducing himself to Lu Miaomiao and was slightly less embarrassed. Zixuan, in the future, if you have any cultivation problems, you can also find your brother Xian guidance, his strength is also very good. Lu Qinggan laughed. Okay, Brother Xian, then if I have any cultivation problems in the future, I will look for you. Lu Zixuan smiled. Good. Li Tsangxuan nodded repeatedly. Master. And who are these two? At this moment, Lu Qinggan suddenly heard Li Tsangxuan's voice transmission. Lu Qinggan then remembered Su Yuni and Sun Minzi and smiled. This is my sister-in-law, Su Yuni, you can call her Aunt Su, and this one, Sun Minzi, Zixuan's friend. Oh, Aunt Su, Minzi, my name is Li Tsangxuan. Li Tsangxuan slightly embarrassed said. Right now, Li Tsangxuan's mood was the same as a modern-day child being taken to a relative's house to visit his family. Su Yuni nodded her head repeatedly, squeezing out a smile on her face, while in her heart, she was surprised at the terrifying aura that Li Tsangxuan was carrying at this moment. So strong. Lu Qingyan gave her the feeling that there was no pressure at all. His cultivation aura was extremely astounding in its internalization, so when many people faced Lu Qingyan, their first impression was that Lu Qingyan was a relatively middle-of-the-road cultivator. But at this moment, Li Tsangxuan body's strong atmospheric pressure, as if he was hiding a flood beast. Li Tsangxuan looks very formal and simple, like a shy child, but she actually a little afraid to look straight with Li Tsangxuan. As if Li Tsangxuan wanted to kill her, he didn't even need to do it. Just by spewing out a breath, he would be able to blast her into crumbs and broken flesh. It was so strong that it was shocking. Sun Ningji's current feeling was even stronger than Su Yuni's. She had already determined Li Tsangxuan's identity after listening to his self-introduction. Contemporary Devil Emperor of the Devil Realm. She had never seen Li Tsangxuan before, she had only heard of Li Tsangxuan's name, and did not even know how Li Tsangxuan looked like, as Li Tsangxuan often lived in deep seclusion and did not even leave the Demon Emperor Palace much. But even so, some of the things Li Tsangxuan had done over the years had caused many of the strongest people in the Devil Realm to chill. Shortly after the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, there were people who felt that Li Tsangxuan's strength was not yet worthy of being a Demon Emperor, so they went forward to challenge him. Unexpectedly, all those who challenged were invariably killed by Li Tsangxian with ease. Not a single person was able to block a single sword. Some forces disliked Li Tsangxuan and spread rumors behind Li Tsangxuan's back. As soon as the rumors leaked out, several top forces were uprooted overnight. None of the strongest survived. The decisiveness of his killings and the terror of his strength had long since spread throughout the entire demon region, and some were even certain that Li Tsangxuan had long since surpassed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. And now, she personally saw Li Tsangxuan, and was also frightened by this terrifying aura on Li Tsangxuan's body. However, when she saw that Li Tsangxuan looked very formal and as if he was a child in front of Lu Qingyan, her opinion of Li Tsangxuan changed in a new light. Well, everyone is back, old Xiao, make a delicious meal, it's rare that everyone is together, let's have a meal together as a family. Lu Qinggan laughed. He was very happy today, it was the happiest day after his reconciliation. Chapter 66 Yellow Hair Warning. Then I'll have to come up with my best dishes to do so. After Xiao Qingyi finished speaking, he went to prepare the ingredients and started cooking. Within a short time, the table was already filled with all sorts of delicacies, and looking at Lu Miaomiao, her big eyes radiated golden light. She was like a little gourmand as she began to frantically eat the dishes. Brother Xian, Grandpa Zhao's cooking is delicious. You eat more as well. She actually didn't forget to stop for a moment to remind Li Tsangxuan in a small voice. Li Tsangxuan smiled and nodded. Lu Qingyan realized that this little ninny was very fond of his disciple, which made his heart happy. This brat didn't have any friends, it would be quite good if he could become friends with his daughter. By the way, father, when exactly will Auntie Shui come back? After taking 2 more bites, Lu Miaomiao tilted her head to look at Lu Qingyan, her mouth still chewing on her food. What, your Auntie Shui has only been gone for a while, and you miss her so much? Yes, I do. Will Auntie Shui be back tomorrow? Your Auntie Shui told me that she will send people to bring you good food at regular intervals. I don't just want to eat, I miss Auntie Shui too. Lu Qinggan was slightly surprised when he heard this. This little ninny, could it be that she was already on such good terms with consort Shui Tian? Little Xuanzi, don't be formal, we are all family, relax. Lu Qinggan saw Li Xingshuan's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but remind him. I'm not formal. This is the first time Li Xingshuan has eaten with so many people, and these people also have such a relationship with his master. It is false to say that he is not nervous. Lu Qinggan laughed. You kid is still the same as before, remember to come more often in the future, get along with Zixuan and the girls more, you are all peers. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi both looked at each other. Peer? They still couldn't ignore the terrifying aura of Li Xingshuan. Such a powerful peer, there is pressure. Good. Li Xingshuan nodded his head. Right, Zixuan, did you guys gain anything at the academy today? Lu Qinggan seemed to have become the atmosphere driver, driving the conversation while chucking in dishes. The two of them, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minji, sniffed and glanced at each other, their lips carrying a smile. Father, today we met a very handsome cadet. We have one more friend and agreed to break through the barrier together in the future. Lu Zixuan laughed. Lu Qinggan had a gentle smile on his face one moment, and after hearing Lu Zixuan's words, the next moment, the smile on his face directly froze. Very handsome friend? As he watched Lu Zixuan and Sun Minji suddenly glance at each other again at this time, the smile on their faces increased even more, he became even more silent. Yellow Hair warned. Any father who heard this kind of news would have to be humanly numb. He chewed his food and tried to control his face to look normal, smiled and asked, really, what do you call this new friend of yours? Manhwa. Lu Zixuan returned. Manhwa? Hearing this name, the corner of Lu Qinggan's mouth twitched. It was a male name at first listen. Damn. Has it come to this? Looking at his daughter and Sun Minji's very happy look at the moment, he closed his eyes and tried to calm his heart. This was a process to go through. When a daughter is older, sooner or later she has to come into contact with the opposite sex. Manhwa? At this time, Li Xingshuan suddenly asked. Lu Zixuan sniffed, looked at Li Xingshuan and smiled. Brother Xian knows Manhwa? No, I don't, I've only heard of it once, but I'm quite familiar with the Morong family. Li Xingshuan scratched his head, he was a little embarrassed to meet Lu Zixuan's eyes when she looked at him. Although he had already familiarized himself a bit, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Oh. Lu Zixuan nodded her head and then said, I heard that their Morong family is quite strong on this side of the demon region, and Manhwa is really good, much stronger than both me and Minzi. Hearing this, Lu Qinggan took a deep breath and laughed. Zixuan, it's rare that you have a friend over here in the devil's domain, why don't you guys bring this friend back one day and have a meal? No way. He had to see what this kid was like. Don't be really yellow hair would be bad. If you want to be good friends with his daughter, you have to go through him as a father first. We've only just met. Let's wait until we're familiar with each other. A touch of shyness appeared on Lu Zixuan's face. Lu Qinggan. Oh no. My daughter is shy. Well then, after we get acquainted, let's bring her back home for dinner. Lu Zixuan. After dinner, Lu Qinggan and Xiao Qingyi went to the stone pavilion outside the courtyard and sat down to drink. Li Xingshuan originally wanted to follow, but was pulled back by Lu Miaomiao, who, without the company of Princess Shui Tianfei, shifted her gaze to find Li Xingshuan to play with. This caused Li Xingshuan to cry, and cast a look of distress at Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan instead wanted Li Xingshuan to play more with Lu Zixuan and the girls. It would be best to make them friends so that Li Xingshuan could finally be considered to have friends, so he directly said, you who are the older brother, play well with your younger sister huh? Master. The corners of Li Xingshuan's mouth quirked, wanting to say something, but he was bluffed into holding back by a look from Lu Qinggan. There was no other way, he could only play with Lu Miaomiao and the girls. Brother Xian, I want to ride a horse. Horseback riding? Then Brother Xian will go and catch a horse for you? It's not a real horse. I'll teach you. So, Li Xingshuan flew over the courtyard with Lu Miaomiao on his shoulders. Brother Xian, left. Ha ha. Brother Xian. Right side. Brother Xian, straight up into the sky. Oh yeah. Li Xingshuan. Zixuan, Minzi, haven't you guys been breaking through the barrier today? If there's anything you don't understand while fighting, wait for your brother Xian to come down and go ask him directly. Lu Qinggan looked towards the two Lu Zixuan who were sitting in the courtyard chatting about the details of today's breakthrough and said with a smile. Can it? Lu Zixuan asked. You don't have to be different, play with him more, this brat won't take the initiative, there is something to do and he interacts with more interaction. Lu Qinggan said. Good. Lu Zixuan and the two of them blinked and nodded. After Lu Miaomiao came down with a smile, Li Xingshuan thought that it was finally over, but the next moment, he saw the two of them, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minji, walking towards him. Brother Xian, we want to get your guidance. Li Xingshuan. Under Lu Qinggan's command, it took a long time for Li Xingshuan to finally get into the atmosphere. Lu Qinggan sat over at the stone pavilion and sipped his wine, seeing that this disciple of his was slightly less formal than he was at the beginning, especially after gradually letting loose when discussing cultivation and battles. He also revealed the smile of an old father. Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qinggan's smiling face at the moment and laughed. This place smells more and more like home. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi. Old man, in the future you may have to cook more often. Lu Qinggan looked towards Xiao Qingyi. Old man, you may have to cook more often in the future. If every day can be so lively, not to mention often cooking, for you to do 3 times a day and how? Xiao Qingyi laughed. Come on, if you're in a good mood, drink more. Lu Qinggan picked up his glass and touched Xiao Qingyi's glass. Xiao Qingyi nodded with a smile. The night grew heavy. A few children also went to bed. Li Sanchuan came to Lu Qinggan and let out a long breath. What, you're not happy to be allowed to accompany the children? Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. No, I'm just a bit uncomfortable. Li Sanchuan had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Then in the future, after you are busy with the demon palace side of things, come and see your teacher more often. Lu Qinggan said. Good. Li Sanchuan nodded his head slightly shyly. Then master, I will go back first today. There is still a little matter that needs to be dealt with. Well, you've worked hard. Lu Qinggan patted Li Sanchuan on the shoulder. This demon emperor's identity was still something he handed over to Li Sanchuan. The main reason was that the demon emperor had too many things to deal with. He didn't want to be busy himself. Alright, then I'll go back first and come back to see you afterward. Lu Qinggan nodded, then suddenly opened his arms. Li Sanchuan lowered his head and stepped forward to hug Lu Qinggan, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. After that, Lu Qinggan watched as Li Sanchuan flew into the air and disappeared into the sky. He stood still and looked at the sky for a while, and finally, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile as he turned around and walked towards the house. And just then, Lu Miamia suddenly walked out from inside the room. Father, brother Xian is gone? Lu Qinggan stepped forward and picked up his daughter. He still has things to go back and deal with. What, Daddy, see you seem to like brother Xian very much? He was satisfied with his youngest daughter's performance just now. Being able to drive this disciple of his to activity. But it was strange to say, his own daughter hadn't interacted with a stranger like this before. I can feel that Daddy likes brother Xian a lot, so I do too. Oh? You can feel that, ah? Lu Miao nodded heavily, then a hint of sympathy suddenly appeared on her little face, but I'm even more so because I realized that brother Xian is pitiful, that's why I want to play with him more. These words made Lu Qinggan freeze for a moment. Pitiful? Yes, the first time I saw brother Xian, I felt as if he had been living alone for a long time and had been sad all the time. Lu Qinggan frowned slightly. This little nymph, what is this feeling? Could it be possessing special abilities? Father, let brother Xian come here more often in the future. I don't want brother Xian to be sad again. Lu Miao beamed and pleaded. Lu Qingyan maintained a smile on his face. Good, Daddy, listen to Miao. Then in the future, Miao will play with brother Xian more often and strive to become brother Xian's best friend, okay? Good. Lu Miao's little face was filled with determination, and she nodded her head solemnly. Chapter 67, You are Manhwa's father, right? Deep within the Devil Palace, in the middle of a large hall. By the time Li Sanchuan appeared over here, at this time here a group of people were already sitting here. These people were all covered in a terrifying demonic aura. Their cultivation aura was extremely astonishing, and quite a few of them were at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm cultivation. When Li Sanchuan appeared, they all quickly looked towards the throne in front of them, and all of them rose, respectfully arching their hands in salute. Devil Emperor. Li Sanchuan was seated on the throne, and at the moment, there was a specially made curtain in front of Li Sanchuan. This curtain could block other people's sight and divine sense perception of him, but it would not block his divine sense perception of these people. Went out to take care of some things, so I've kept you guys waiting. As long as he is not face to face with people, he speaks very fluently. No, we've only been waiting for a while. At this time, a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse said with a very respectful face full of fawning colors. This person was none other than the patriarch of a top clan on this side of the demon region. The rest of the people also spoke up, all saying that they had waited for a short while. None of them dared to have a single complaint. In fact, they had already waited here for a full 2 hours. Li Sanchuan said, well, let's get down to business. As the strongest force in the demon region, the demon palace controls the lifeblood of the demon region. Different big forces have to listen to the orders of the magic palace. Li Sanchuan also set up a team that belongs to him, better to manage all kinds of big and small things in the magic domain. These were his team that managed the entire demon palace. They would have a meeting at a specific time. A group of people began to report the things that had happened during this period of time. Then, one person mentioned something. Demon Emperor, that thing we talked about last time, we need one of our forces to take charge of it. Do you have a candidate for it now? The person who spoke was none other than Dear Qingshu. Dear Qingshu wasn't just the vice president of the Devil Willow Academy, he was also the head of the Deer family, the top great family in the Devil region. and he felt that if he brought up this matter at this time, then he should have taken this spot securely. Because, not long ago, he had given Li Xiangxuan a piece of information that was very important to Li Xiangxuan. The people present suddenly heard dear Qingshu mention this matter and instantly narrowed their eyes. All of their forces wanted to take this quota. When Li Xiangxuan heard this, his divine sense swept a glance at these people present, and he was just about to directly push this item to dear Qingshu. After all, dear Qingshu had passed on the news of his master's return this time around, but very quickly, his divine sense suddenly stopped on another person. It was none other than the Morong family's family head. The Morong family was also one of the top great families in the Devil region, and in terms of overall power strength, it could only be ranked in the middle of the pack amongst these top great powers. However, he thought of the name that Lu Zixuan had mentioned not long ago in the middle of his master's family banquet. Manhwa. This Manhwa was very close to Zixuan's sister. After thinking about it, Li Xiangxuan made a decision. Then the Morong family and the Deer family will be in charge together. Li Xiangxuan calmly said. Once these words passed, the entire hall swiftly fell silent. Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. Dear Qingshu was also confused. How is there still a Morong family matter? Morong family head Morong Mei was even more confused at this moment. Their Morong family could only be considered average amongst these top powers, right? And without being particularly conspicuous or making any achievements here, how did the Demon Emperor suddenly give him such a heavenly share of favors? Even if the two forces went together to take charge of that matter, their Morong family had made a huge profit. Devil Emperor, this matter. Dear Qingshu frowned and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Xiangxuan. Let's decide on this matter. Dear Qingshu sniffed and had no choice but to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Well, half of what you earn is still earned. Is there any other important matter? Li Xiangxuan asked. Demon Emperor, there is one more thing. A person stepped out with a very serious look. Li Xiangxuan asked. This person quickly said, just a short while ago, a small force near our clan suddenly seemed to have been bloodwashed by that mysterious organization. Only when our clan's people went there did they realize that all of the 10,000 or so people from that force of theirs had died in an extremely short period of time, including a few people from the Great Emperor realm. All of them had their souls sucked away before they died. As soon as these words passed, all the powerhouses present were aghast. More than 100 years had passed and it had come out again? Li Xiangxuan's eyes half narrowed as a coldness flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have appeared again. You guys go and investigate properly. As soon as there is any news of them, report it to me at the first opportunity. This time, I will exterminate them. Here. A group of people arched their hands. Alright, nothing else, all go back, Morong Mei stays. Li Xiangxuan dismissed the group of people, leaving only Morong Mei behind. A group of strong people looked at Morong Mei suspiciously. This old thing, how did it suddenly become so reused by the Demon Emperor? Dear Qingshu frowned tightly and looked at Morong Mei for a while before still leaving. Morong Mei was very confused and nodded, staying in place. Not long after, a group of top powerhouses left. In the entire hall, only Li Xiangxuan and Morong Mei were left. Morong Mei felt like he was covered in ants at the moment, being swept by Li Xiangxian with his divine sense. He was very confused. Demon Emperor, you left me behind, is there something you want to order me? Morong Mei asked respectfully. Li Xiangxuan said, I remember that you have a daughter, called Manhwa, right? Morong Mei blinked her eyes. Why are you suddenly asking this kind of question? Right, it is precisely the daughter who doesn't know Devil Emperor. Why are you asking about the daughter? Morong Mei's mood was very complicated at the moment. How did he ask about his daughter? It can't be that his daughter has caused something to happen. The reason why Li Xiangxuan remembered this name is because he heard this name at the beginning, at that time also thought it was a boy's name, did not think it was Morong Mei's daughter. That's why the impression was a little more. Your daughter is good, no matter how you treat her, be nice to her in the future. Li Xiangxuan laughed. This Manhwa became his master's daughter's friend, then he naturally had to take care of her. Morong Mei's mind was all mixed up. I've always treated my daughter quite well. But how did the Demon Emperor say such things? What exactly happened? Alright, I'm going to rest now, you go and get busy. Okay. I'll take my leave then. Morong Mei bowed, and with a head full of confusion, he left the grand hall. After he left the demon palace, he quickly flew in the direction of the family. Shortly after, he returned to the Morong family and went inside his daughter's room as fast as he could. Father, what's wrong? Manhwa frowned when she saw her father appear in a hurry. She had short shoulder-length hair, eyebrows like knives, red lips filled with frost, and an inked robe fluttered to show her valiant splendor. Her features were perfect, but she had a temperament that only men had, very valiant. Morong Mei looked at his daughter and hurriedly asked, Xiaohua, have you recently seen the Dugu Demon Emperor? Manhwa froze. No, recently I have been practicing inside the academy. That shouldn't be the case. Then, when you were inside the academy, did something more important happen that you didn't mention to me? I've been in the academy recently, I've been in the pagoda, and nothing major has happened. Father, what exactly happened? Morong Mei was even more confused after hearing that, and then told what happened not long ago. Morong Hua heard this and followed suit, confused. The solitary demon emperor actually paid attention to me? How is this possible? You've really been inside the academy all this time and haven't reached any special achievements? Like breaking through the levels at a fast pace? No, I haven't. I've been going through the levels with my friends, and I've only been going through them at an average speed. That's weird. The two fathers and daughters had their heads spinning, and they couldn't figure out what was going on here. But the good thing is, it's a good thing. And it's a great thing. Whatever. Just maintain your current state, and this time, our Morong family can use this to improve a lot. Chapter 68, The Gap Between Their Respective Disciples. The next morning, the immortal ruins. The golden sunshine broke through and the blue fall was dustless. Su Qingying and Lin Xingxue and the others greeted the various guests before a banquet hall. Sister, among the disciples you've taken in, is there actually Nangong Yun as well? Su Xuanyu, dressed in new clothes and specially groomed, stood next to Su Qingying with a very excited expression. Today was precisely Su Qingying's disciple acceptance ceremony. Under Lin Xingxue's arrangement, Su Qingying was going to accept 4 disciples. They were the top geniuses of the 4 great families, the Nangong family, the Huangfu family, the Long family, and the Huang family. It would be a feast. Su Qingying smiled and nodded. I heard that you've known Nangong Yun for a long time? She knew that her brother liked Nangong Yun, and after this worship was over, she created more opportunities for him. Su Xuanyu scratched his head, slightly naive. Okay, known for many years, nowadays is a relatively good friend. Crush for many years. Now that the goddess has become her big sister's disciple, there will be more opportunities for contact in the future. As time passed, more and more guests came. Lin Xingxue had arranged everything in advance, and had already invited all the top powers of the immortal ruins to create a momentum for her disciple in advance. Xingning, although you're still only at the late stage of the Great Emperor realm, your empire is special, so it's time for you to have the mannerisms of a peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse. When you face a group of peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses later, you don't need to be too restricted, just relax. Lin Xingxue urged. Senior, I know. Su Qingying was filled with confidence. She would eventually become the strongest woman in the Songyun continent. Of course, it can't be too much. This time, the main thing is to make good relations with their 4 great clans, so don't make any mistakes. Good, I understand. The two conversed for a few moments, and suddenly, 2 voices rang out from the sky above. Nangong family arrives. The Huangfu family has arrived. Lin Xingxue's eyes brightened slightly. Here they come. The 2 groups of people appeared together from above the celestial dome, joined hands, and flew down in front of the banquet hall. Ha ha! Fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Su. We've been waiting for a long time. The person who spoke first was none other than the Nangong family head. At the moment, the Nangong family head followed by a pavilion, beautiful and lovely-looking woman. When Su Xuanyu saw this woman, he immediately smiled and followed the little cute. The same. Ha ha! Fellow Taoist Nangong. Here it comes. Lin Xingxue brought Su Qingying forward to greet them. The 2 fellow Taoists. At this time, the Huangfu family head also smiled as he looked towards the 2 Su Qingying. Following beside the Huangfu family head was a tall and handsome man with a brash face. It was none other than the strongest genius of all generations of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Qi. Rumor had it that he was a genius that would be hard to come by in 10,000 years on this side of the immortal ruins, and that he would become a peak powerhouse of the Great Emperor realm in the future. Soon he will also become one of Su Qingying's disciples. Fellow Taoists, sit inside. Su Qingying went up and politely greeted them before leading a group of people inside. Not long after the arrival of the Nangong family and the Huangfu family, quite a few more people came, and the Long family and the Huang family soon arrived as well. It wasn't long. The huge banquet hall was already filled with people. All of them were top great powers from all sides. It was also the first time that Su Qingying had come face to face with so many top powerhouses. Even if she knew that she would be able to be stronger than everyone present in the future, she was still a little nervous. Forcing back her nervousness, she greeted the guests under Lin Xingxue's leadership. Both master and disciple were extremely polite, especially towards these top powers of the Nangong family. The disciple acceptance banquet went on smoothly. After the ceremony ended, Su Qingying's apprenticeship was a success. Master is above. Accept our obeisance. Good. Disciples, be excused. Su Qingying looked at these 4 topmost geniuses of the immortal ruins and said with a smile. When she became the strongest person in the immortal ruins, and then trained these disciples to become top-notch powerhouses, then she would become an existence that everyone could not catch up with. After the acceptance of the disciples ended, the group of people continued to eat and drink, chatting with each other and engaging in that whole human feelings thing. Su Xuanyu watched the Nangong family head and his sister as they drank and chatted on the other side of the room, and at this time quietly came next to Nangong Yun and whispered, "Yun sister." Nangong Yun was sitting by herself a moment ago, not knowing what she was thinking about, drinking tea with her head lowered, without that sense of vigor she used to have. But after hearing Su Xuanyu's voice, her eyes brightened for a moment, trying to squeeze out a smile to look at Su Xuanyu. "Brother Xian. He, nowadays, this relationship of ours is considered to be getting more and more intimate." Su Xuanyu sat next to Nangong Yun and said with a smile. "Aha, yes." Nangong Yun smiled and nodded, but there was still a flash of darkness in her eyes. "What's wrong? How come it feels like you are not very happy today?" Su Xuanyu instantly realized that Nangong Yun seemed to have something on her mind, and asked out in concern. Nangong Yun was stunned for a moment, and then pulled his mouth to smile. "Know it. Is that so? In fact, if you have something, you can tell me, I'll see if I can help you," Su Xuanyu seriously said. He didn't want to see his favorite woman troubled. Nangong Yun was just about to say something, when suddenly, an indifferent and incomparable voice rang out behind the two. "Yuner, are you unhappy?" When Nangong Yun heard this voice, her body trembled for a moment, then she turned to look behind her. The person who spoke was none other than Huang Fuqi. No. Su Xuanyu looked at Huang Fuqi and frowned. "Yuner?" And at that moment, Huang Fuqi stared at Su Xuanyu and said, "You are the younger brother of Master Teacher. I will give Master Teacher face and remind you that in the future, you stay away from Yuner." Feeling Huang Fuqi's sinister gaze, Su Xuanyu's face was a bit ugly. Moreover, he also realized that Huang Fuqi had actually deliberately displayed his cultivation alone for him to see. It was precisely the early stage of the Great Emperor Realm cultivation. This was the strength of the proud son of heaven. Su Xuanyu felt incomparably powerless as he looked at this Huang Fuqi, who was about the same age as him, but was one great realm ahead of him. "Why should I stay away from Yun's sister?" Su Xuanyu forced himself to endure his discomfort and asked out. Because Huang Fuqi was just about to say something, just then, a voice rang out from the side where a group of Immortal Ruins top powerhouses were gathered. It was rare that so many old friends had come today. And it's still the scene of such a happy event. Then old man Huangfu and I will announce one more happy event. My daughter, Nangong Yun, and my nephew, Huang Fuqi, are engaged to be married. The wedding will be held soon. This is also considered to be a marriage of convenience. Fellow Taoist Su, you're the master of these two children. You'll officiate at the wedding. What do you say? The person who spoke was none other than the Nangong family head. Su Qingying froze for a moment when she heard this information, glancing hastily at her brother before returning to her senses under Lin Xingshue's reminder, smiling and looking at the Nangong family head. Good. Then I will preside over this wedding. Ha, it's a deal. Fellow Taoists, you must come then. Nangong Yun lowered her head, her lips gently wriggling. Su Xuanyu, on the other hand, was unable to return to his senses as his entire being was struck by lightning. Huang Fuqi looked at Su Xuanyu, his face full of disdain. This is the reason, from now on, Yuner is my woman. The master worship banquet ended. The guests had all left. Su Xuanyu quickly found his sister. Sister, I want to talk to you about something. Su Xuanyu's face was filled with anxiety. Su Qingying sighed. I know what you want to say. Sister, you help me. I can feel that Sister Yun doesn't want to marry him. Su Xuanyu's eyes were filled with blood. Su Qingying looked towards her master. Lin Xingxue stood out and said, Xianyu, you're making things difficult for your sister, and your sister can't control what both of their families have agreed to. But, no buts. You have grown up, you should know that there are some things that cannot be controlled. Don't make things difficult for your sister. Lin Xingxue said seriously. Su Xuanyu clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Xingxue, then ignored Lin Xingxue and looked at his sister dead on. He didn't speak either, looking at his sister with pleading eyes. However, the final reply Su Qingying gave him was a frown and a shake of the head. Xianyu, the sky is the limit. Lin Xingxue, behave. Don't miss your sister's great cause because of childish things. Furthermore, Nangong Yun doesn't necessarily dislike Huang Fuqi. Su Xuanyu clenched his fists, his nails inserted into his skin, oozing out a trace of blood. Good. He turned around and left, his figure falling. Su Qingying looked at his brother's sad appearance and frowned. It was night. Thunder flashed. Su Qingying was in the middle of her cultivation, but a piece of news came to her that shook her mind. She quickly flew out of the great hall and headed in a direction as fast as she could. When he reached the Nangong family, he saw his brother lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 69. Two versions of the story. The rain fell from the sky and never stopped, and lying on the ground, Su Xuanyu's body was still oozing blood outwards, looking extremely miserable under the rain. When Su Qingying saw this scene, her brain snapped down, and then she went crazy, quickly approaching and channeling aura into her brother's body. After probing, her expression was cold, realizing that her brother still had a breath left in his body and was not dead. However, his meridians were broken, his dantian was damaged, his cultivation was wasted, and he had already become an invalid. Who? Who is it? Su Qingying's Grand Emperor realm aura violently erupted out of her body, and the surrounding houses were shaken into pieces in the blink of an eye. She coldly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, there were a total of 3 people standing nearby. They were the Nangong family head, Nangong Yun, the Huangfu family head, and Huangfu Qi. The Nangong family head's face was also ugly, and he was gripping his daughter's shoulders with his hand in a death grip. Faced with Su Qingying's question, the Huangfu family head frowned tightly, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to say, "Fellow Taoist Su, don't be angry, listen to us." Not waiting for his own father to finish his words, Huangfu Qi directly stood out, his face cold, saying, "Master, it's me." Huangfu family head quickly looked at his son, instead, and also at this moment, began to stare at Su Qingying to death, began to be wary of Su Qingying making a move. If Su Qingying really wanted to make a move, then there was nothing he could do. After Su Qingying hurriedly fed Su Xuanyu an elixir, completely preserving Su Xuanyu's life, her grim gaze then looked towards her own disciple who had just been initiated, her fists clenched. At this moment, killing intent came out from her body, instantly causing the rain to suddenly stop. Su Qingying's imperial aura appeared behind her, ready to strike. But right at this critical moment, a silhouette appeared out of thin air beside Su Qingying, reaching out to stop her. "Disciple, stop. If you make a move, the plan will all be ruined." Su Qingying listened to this voice transmission and returned with a furious voice transmission, "Let my disciple. Listen to me. I'll handle this. You have to be calm. A person who achieves great things can't act out of anger. Moreover, your brother is still alive." Lin Qingshua's voice transmission vibrated in Su Qingying's mind. Perhaps this voice transmission from Lin Qingxua was too heavy, and Su Qingying's reason reoccupied the high ground. She glanced at her brother, gritted her teeth, endured, and hurriedly continued to channel aura into her brother. Lin Qingxua saw that Su Qingying had calmed down and let out a sigh of relief, then frowned at the 3 people present, 2 fellow Taoists. "I need you guys to give me a satisfactory answer. Here. What exactly happened?" Seeing that there was no fight, the Huangfu family head slightly put away some of his hostility, then arched his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, listen to my detailed explanation of what happened here." He spoke in a way that gave people a very sensible and clear, yet extraordinarily convincing feeling. The general description was that Su Xuanyu drank wine, suddenly came here, found Nangong Yun, confessed to Nangong Yun, and had to pull Nangong Yun to Willow. However, this scene just happens to be seen by Huangfu Qi, who steps in to stop it, while the drunken Huang Xianyu, after being stopped, is out of his depth and tries to kill Huangfu Qi. In the end, Huangfu Qi had no choice but to step in, but unfortunately, he was young and did not have a good grasp of the situation, and beat the person to such a degree. This is how things are. It is true that my son did not have a sense of proportion in this matter, and he was indeed wrong on this point. But when it comes to dignity, it is difficult for young people to maintain their sanity. As for whether or not what I have said is in doubt, you can ask fellow Taoist Lin Nangong. The Huangfu family head looked at the Nangong family head. An aura of tacit understanding flashed across the 2 men's gazes. "Fellow Taoist Lin. Things are indeed as fellow Taoist Huangfu said," the Nangong family lord said. Su Qingying could indeed smell a slight odor of alcohol on his brother and couldn't help but frown, then quickly looked at Nangong Yun and asked in a deep voice, "Disciple, you say, is the situation as it is?" Nangong Yun was currently standing as if she was a dumbfounded log, her body was trembling gently, and it was only after being asked by Su Qingying that she came back to her senses, then glanced at her father. The Nangong family head looked deeply at his daughter. Nangong Yun bit her lips and glanced at Su Xuanyu again, her eyes still a little red, but in the end, she still made a decision, lowered her head, and gently nodded twice. "Yes." Su Qingying fell silent. All the anger in her heart for a while had nowhere to be vented. Lin Qingxua didn't care if things were true or not, now this was the best. Su Xuanyu wasn't dead either, and if things were really like this, she wasn't afraid of Su Qingying losing her mind. "Disciple, although Shao Qi is at fault, Xianyu is a bit more at fault. Let's focus on the bigger picture. Nowadays, you and I need both of them." Lin Qingxua's voice entered Su Qingying's mind. Su Qingying, who had clenched her fists, eventually loosened them. She had given up her entire family, given up a lot of things, all for that future to come. "Master, I'll take my brother back first." She picked up Su Xuanyu and flew in the direction of her home. Lin Qingxua completely relaxed. A day later. The sky was no longer raining, but it was still gloomy. Within an ancient room, Su Xuanyu finally opened his heavy eyelids after a long effort. "Little brother!" Su Qingying shouted in concern. Su Yuxian saw his sister when he opened his eyes and froze for a moment, then a memory that made him emotionally furious came flooding in, and his entire face instantly grimaced. But soon, his face was covered by dullness again. "Me? Where is my cultivation? No. Impossible. Why is my cultivation gone?" Su Qingying didn't know what to say at the moment and could only grab Su Xuanyu's hand. "Xuanyu, calm down. Sister. What exactly happened to me?" You have problems with your dantian and meridian speaking here. Su Qingying quickly looked at a white-haired old man on the side. The old man was wearing a long green robe with a Dan tripod painted on his chest clothes. It was none other than the strongest alchemist in the immortal ruins. Fellow Taoist Chen. My brother, is there any possibility of recovering his cultivation? The old man frowned and pondered for a while before finally shaking his head. Fellow Taoist Su, find someone else. I don't have any methods here for the time being, or give me a period of time, I'll look into it. And now that your brother's body has stabilized, I will take my leave first. When Su Xuanyu heard this, his entire body froze on the bed. Wasted? Wasted himself? But soon, this emotion didn't exist in his mind for long, because at that moment, he quickly thought of another thing. Sister. Where was Sister Yun? Her. How is she? Is she alright? Su Qingying frowned. She's fine. It's good that she's okay. It's good that she's okay. Su Xuanyu eased up a little. Immediately, his mood changed violently again, and his entire face became livid. Huang Fu Qi. Sister. It was Huang Fu Qi. Su Xuanyu's eyes were filled with blood, his teeth clenched loudly, and his madness at this moment illustrated what it meant to have a blood feud. The humiliation he suffered last night echoed in his mind. He drank a little bit of wine to strengthen his courage, found Nangong Yun, confessed his love, and was ready to elope with Nangong Yun, but the two of them didn't go far before they were suddenly caught up by Huang Fu Qi. Huang Fu Qi's strength was stronger than both him and Nangong Yun, and he was even suppressed by Huang Fu Qi's blow. He couldn't forget the disgusting look on Huang Fu Qi's face at that time, saying that he would let the two of them go if he knelt down. He chose to give up his dignity for the sake of the two's future. But even though he knelt, Huang Fu Qi didn't fulfill his promise and made him drill his crotch and kowtow in place. He crushed his dignity and did everything, but Huang Fu Qi ended up playfully saying that he was teasing the little cutie. Playing. It was impossible to let them go. In a fit of rage, he disregarded everything and erupted with unprecedented strength to strike Huang Fu Qi, but it was this strike that completely enraged Huang Fu Qi. Su Xuanyu informed his sister of what he had experienced, letting out a hiss that had made his voice hoarse. Su Qingying heard another version of the story and fell silent. Xuanyu, what I heard, how is it different from what you said? Su Xuanyu's bloodshot eyes widened when he heard this. Sister. You don't believe me? He was shocked. He actually saw the color of doubt on his sister's face. Xianyu, did you drink last night? This one sentence caused Su Xuanyu to fall into a complete stupor. Chapter 70 Endless Aggression. No one can say. I did drink. But I only drank a little. Sister. You don't believe me? Su Xuanyu looked at Su Qingying with a face full of incredulity. You don't believe me? You can ask Sister Yun. Su Qingying sighed, stretched out her finger, and under the convergence of her aura, a mysterious secret technique was used, and her fingertip was lightly placed on Su Xuanyu's forehead. See for yourself. A picture appeared in Su Xuanyu's mind. It was exactly what Su Qingying had seen and heard last night. After reading this recollection, Su Xuanyu was struck by lightning and muttered like he had lost his mind. Impossible. How is it possible that Sister Yun? Sister Yun must have been forced. Xianyu. You don't have to say anymore. Su Qingying's mood was extremely complicated. For one, the crowd over there was unanimous, and she couldn't do anything more even if she trusted her brother anymore. Moreover, she had to focus on the bigger picture. Su Xuanyu looked at Su Qingying, feeling more and more unfamiliar with her, his pupils filled with shock. Sister. You. Just as Su Xuanyu was about to say something, suddenly, several silhouettes walked into the room. The one who led the way in was none other than Lin Xingxue. Behind her were three people. They were the Nangong family head, the Huang Fu family head, and Huang Fu Qi. Xianyu, how is your body? The Nangong family head was filled with concern as he stepped forward to greet him. It was as if Su Xuanyu was his son. Luckily, you're fine, virtuous nephew, otherwise it would have been a sin. The Huang Fu family head's expression was the same as the Nangong family head's, only the next moment when he turned his head to look at Huang Fu Qi, his expression turned cold and he scolded, rebellious son. Why don't you come over and apologize for your lack of understanding? Xianyu, I'm sorry, it's me who is not aware of the importance of the situation, I hope you can forgive me. Huang Fu Qi pretended to look very serious and bowed deeply in front of Su Xuanyu's bed. Su Xuanyu was so hideous that his entire face twisted when he saw Huang Fu Qi. Huang Fu Qi. I'll kill you. Xianyu. Lin Xingxue spoke in a deep voice. Su Xuanyu was shocked by this voice of Lin Xingxue and briefly lost his concentration. Then, he locked eyes with Huang Fu Qi. In this glance, he saw a deep sense of playfulness and teasing flash through Huang Fu Qi's eyes. It was as if he was saying, "Waste, what can you do to me?" Su Xuanyu's entire being went quiet, glancing at Lin Xingxue, at the three Nangong family heads, and finally at his own sister. When he locked eyes with his sister, he realized that his sister had her head lowered and seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, he felt very helpless. Where was Sister Yun? Where is Sister Yoon? Su Xuanyu suddenly thought of something and quickly looked towards the Nangong family head. As long as his Yoon sister was here, it would prove that what he said was true. Su Xuanyu, Yuna was frightened last night, she didn't want to see you again, so she didn't come this time. Nangong family head looked deeply at Su Xuanyu, shook his head and sighed a bit. You child, how can you drink and misuse it? But uncle, I'm not going to make it difficult for you, let's just pretend that it didn't happen. By the way, this is the letter Yuna wrote to you, take a look. Huangfu family head said, fellow Taoist Su, we won't bother Xianyu anymore, let him have a good rest. They came this time, just going through the motions. Su Qingying took a deep breath and nodded. As he left the room, Wang Fuqi turned his head to look at Su Xuanyu again. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and the corners of his mouth rose a little. Su Xuanyu's fist squeezed into a ball as he quickly opened the letter to check. It was indeed Nangong Yun's handwriting. But the content inside made him unfamiliar. I got drunk. I forced you to Willow? Su Xuanyu's hands ran out of energy, the letter fluttered to the ground, and he lay helplessly on the bed, his eyes empty. Why? Why did you do it? Tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes, falling silently onto the bedboard. Su Qingying looked at his brother like this, his heart was hard, and his fists were clenched, but in his mind, his master's advice rang out at the right time. The greater good is the greater good. Sister, are you sure you don't want to take revenge for me? Su Xuanyu felt a blur in front of his eyes, and did not turn his head to look at his sister, his voice choked like a child who had been bullied. Su Qingying was silent. Su Xuanyu smiled, the tears in his eyes became more and more raging, then he wiped them with force. If it is the second sister, she will definitely believe that I will definitely take revenge for me. Su Qingying looked deeply at her brother, her eyes complex to the extreme. Xianyu, sis is not believe you, but, for sis, today everything is important, you endure for a period of time, wait sis. Different. Su Qingying finished, Su Xuanyu smiled and shook his head, disheartened opening, sister, you go out, I want to be quiet. Su Xuanyu was silent again. The two were quiet for a while. Su Qingying still stood up, said, I will arrange for someone to take care of you, this time at home to recuperate properly. Su Xuanyu was speechless. Su Qingying walked outside. Just then, Su Xuanyu suddenly uttered another sentence. Zhang Ran is still in the Qingshi Academy, right? Don't tell him about this matter, I don't want to affect him. Su Qingying softly hummed. The room quieted down, the dead silence was a bit eerie. Until once again, Su Xuanyu's choking voice appeared. Still lying on the bed, he suddenly pounded the bedboards hard, impotently roaring into the void. It was only until his strength was exhausted that he stopped. At this moment, endless grievances, unable to find anyone to talk to, holding the voice transmission jade slip, he also hesitated for a long time, but still didn't put spirit stones into it. Nowadays, he didn't even have the ability to input spiritual chi into the sound transmission jade slip. He could only throw in spirit stones. In the end, he still didn't hold back from throwing spirit stones inside. Second sister. Far away in a courtyard in the middle of the demon region. The sky had just dawned here, the weather was clear, and the birds were chirping happily. Su Yuni was tying Lu Miaomiao's hair and would go to the Magic Willow Academy together later. Aha! Why are you here early in the morning? Auntie, is it uncle's voice? Lu Miaomia asked. Yes, should be missed you. Su Yuni laughed. Uncle want us is useless, I still hate him a little. Lu Miaomio said. Aya, your uncle in fact, this person is only a little bit of mouth stink, people are still good, Miao Miao do not be angry with him, okay? Well, today on the face of the sister-in-law, I will reluctantly call him an uncle. Lu Miao Miao said. Okay, thank you, Miao Miao, for giving my sister-in-law face. Su Yuni smiled, recently in a good mood, because at the moment was combing Lu Miao Miao's hair, so she inputted her spiritual chi, and then externalized her voice transmission jade slip voice. What is it, little brother? Second sister, I miss you. Su Xuanyu's voice rang out, which sounded a bit hoarse, but restrained his emotions and didn't sound anything else special. What are you doing being so carnal? Su Yuni shook her head and laughed, and then thought of her brother's voice transmission to should be asking about her brother-in-law, so she said, I helped you apologize to my brother-in-law last time, he does not seem to be very angry with you, when you are a child's feeling. I have always said that my brother-in-law has a large number of adults, right, you just steal the joy you. So that is quite good, Su Xuanyu said. By the way, Miao Miao is beside, do you have anything to say to Miao Miao? Su Yuni said. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. At this time, Lu Miao Miao also fulfilled her promise and shouted into the voice transmission jade slip. Although this shout had a sense of arrogance in it, it did shout out. Su Xuanyu over there instantly froze when he heard this adorable shout from Lu Miao Miao. After Lu Miao Miao was 1 year old, this little girl had never called him uncle again. But it was also because of this cry of uncle that the corners of his mouth quirked up, and his entire being couldn't hold it together. Hear that, River is finally willing to call you uncle. Remember to be nicer to your brother-in-law in the future, and Miao Miao might just fully recognize you as her uncle. Su Yuni laughed. That's right. As long as you don't talk about my dad anymore, I can begrudgingly call you uncle all the time. Lu Miaomiao lifted her small chin and said with a slight tilt of her head. Su Xuanyu lay on the bed, no longer able to hold back his endless grievances and complex emotions. He couldn't help but cry out. Although he quickly covered his mouth, this cry was still heard by Su Yuni over there. Su Yuni and Lu Miaomiao both froze for a moment and exchanged glances. Su Yuni thought that her brother was moved to tears, but on second thought, her expression changed. Little brother. On your side, did something happen? Chapter 71. After learning what happened to his brother-in-law, Su Zanyu bit his hand, restrained his emotions before saying, nothing, it's just that his heard Miao Miao called me uncle. I was too touched by the people older, more sentimental. Su Yuni always feel that things are not right. Su Xuanyu, Miao Miao, uncle heard that you joined the academy over there, the future good cultivation it. Okay, you too, uncle. Lu Miaomiao seemed to have sensed something as well, and at this time the tone of her voice suddenly became much more well-behaved. Su Xuanyu's emotions were once again mobilized by Lu Miaomiao, and then he hurriedly said, second sister, I still have things to do, so I won't talk about it anymore. After saying that, he directly cut off the voice transmission. His heart was full of aggression, but in the end, he decided to conceal it. He knew that if his second sister knew about his situation, she would definitely be in a hurry to rush back, and now that his second sister had already converted her cultivation into a demon realm cultivation, coming back this way would be prone to accidents. Su Yuni, who was far away in the middle of the demon realm, frowned. She was already completely certain that her brother must be hiding something. Miao Miao, the rest of the hair, can you do it? Yes, I can do it myself. I'll do it myself. Su Yuni picked up the voice transmission jade slip, but after thinking for a while, she didn't directly send the voice back to her brother. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and sent a voice to her sister. Hello? Su Qingying received her own sister's voice transmission and froze for a moment, then thought of something, her expression slightly nervous. Could it be that she knew about this side of things? Su Yuni just wanted to open her mouth to ask her brother if something had happened, but the words that had just reached her mouth were swallowed back by her, and after a moment of contemplation, she pretended to be serious. Sis. Hurry up and tell me in detail about Xian Yu's matter. If her own brother was intentionally hiding it, then she could not necessarily get a definite answer by asking her own sister. Su Qingying fell silent. Sure enough, I know. Little brother told you? Su Qingying sighed. I just want to hear you say it. Su Yuni said. Something really happened. What exactly is the matter? She is very clear about her brother's temper. From childhood, even when he was still 3 years old and broke his leg, he was able to hold back and not cry, stubborn as hell. What kind of aggression did this suffer to be so? Su Qingying frowned tightly. Do you want to come and say me again too? She decided that her sister had already heard what happened and scolded her for her lack of action. Su Yuni gritted her teeth, restraining herself to be patient, and said in a deep voice, answer me. Su Qingying clenched her fists and remained silent for a long time before she spoke out everything she had seen last night. This matter is not as simple as you think, and it's not that I don't believe in little brother. You should also be clear about the situation of the Nangong family and the Huangfu family. If your sister and I really did something, firstly, I am not strong enough to fight. Secondly, Su Qingying wanted to voice out her difficulties, but before she could finish, she was stopped by Su Yuni with a shout. Su Qingying. Su Yuni's eyes were already red and she couldn't help but bellow out. Just by listening to her sister talk about what happened to her brother last night, she was already so angry that she couldn't breathe. She believed in her brother more than anyone else. It definitely wasn't a nonsense after drinking. And she knew exactly why her sister had said those things. Not enough to fight wasn't the real reason. Rather, she didn't want what she wanted to get to be affected by this matter. He's your brother. You don't believe him. Who believes him? You watched him grow up. You don't know what he is? What's more, Huangfu Qi is so much stronger than him. He's capable of knocking him out. Why did he waste him? Beat him to such an extent? Think about it. You already know the answer. You just don't want to go. Speaking here, Su Yuni's voice was already hoarse, then she suddenly realized something and quickly stopped, turning her head to look at Lu Miaomiao. She wanted to slap herself. To actually let the child see what she looked like at this moment. She forced herself to hold back the hot emotions in her chest and said gently, Miaomiao, you go out and look for your sister first, Auntie has some things to do. Lu Miaomiao was standing quietly at the moment, like a scared bird, but after blinking, she quickly nodded and trotted out of Su Yuni's room. Miaomiao was just next to it? How can you be in front of a child? You shut up. Su Yuni's disappointment in her own sister, at this moment, reached the extreme. Su Qingying. I am disappointed in you to the extreme. I'm your sister. Xian Yu is your younger brother. Brother-in-law is your former favorite man. And 3 children. You did it for your greater good, you did it for your own strength. You gave up everything. Well. In your eyes. We can all give up, right? Su-Yuni could no longer restrain her disappointment in her own sister, and some of the words that were blocked in her heart came out in a single breath. Su Qingying also felt unfamiliar when she heard her sister's scolding. Was this still her own gentle and lovely sister? Su Qingying. From now on, none of us are your family anymore. I'll go back soon and take my little brother away. Anyway, to you, he's already wasted. Completely useless to your greater good. I will think of every way to help him regain his cultivation. Su Qingying said in a deep voice. There's no need for you to be hypocritical anymore. Little brother has long wanted to come this way anyway. If you still consider us as your family, just give us our freedom. After Su-Yuni finished speaking, she directly snuffed out the voice transmission jade slip. No longer wanting to hear her sister's voice. Not a single word wanted to be heard anymore. After cursing, she still stood in place and lasted for 3 breaths before she let that breath out. She closed her eyes and took several deep breaths before adjusting her emotions. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were determined to the extreme. Little brother, soon I will go back and bring you here. You wait for me. Su-Yuni transmitted her voice to her brother. Second sister, I'm really nothing, don't come back. Hearing this, Su Xuanyi realized something and hurriedly stopped it. You say one more word. I will disown you as a younger brother. You listen well to me. After recovering, pack up your things. Wait for me to go back. Su-Yuni opened her mouth coldly, as if she were a queen giving unquestionable orders, not giving her brother any chance to refuse. Su Xuanyi fell silent, the corners of his mouth quirking. Aggrievement swept across his face once again. Second sister's unconditional love made his heart, which was already completely chilled, once again possess some temperature. Good. Don't cry. Wait for me. After saying that, Su-Yuni ended the voice transmission, then took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions once again before walking out of the room. She was going to rush straight back. She wouldn't go to the academy today. Brother-in-law, but she had just walked out of the room when she saw Lu Miaomia with her head lowered, as if she had said something to Lu Qingyan, and when she looked towards her, her large, slightly moist eyes were slightly evasive. Lu Qingyan frowned and looked towards Su-Yuni. Yuni, come out and have a chat. Chapter 72 Wangfu father and son suddenly abolished. Outside the house, in front of the stone pavilion. What happened to that kid? Lu Qingyan asked blandly. Just now, he saw his youngest daughter walk out of Su-Yuni's room in a panic, as if she was frightened by something, so he called his daughter in front of him and asked her a good question. It was only after asking that he realized that something should have happened to Su Xuanyi. Su-Yuni had transmitted her voice to Su Qingying and couldn't help but show her emotions, accidentally scaring his daughter. Su-Yuni turned her head to look at the side of the house, only to see Lu Miaomia was holding the doorframe with both hands, poking her head to look at this side, her eyes a little red, as if she had done something wrong, looking at her. At this moment, it was very difficult for her heart. How could she show that kind of appearance in front of the child? Obviously scaring the child. She really wanted to slap herself. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare Miaomia. Su-Yuni apologized guiltily. It's okay, that child has a pretty big heart, look at her, now she still seems to feel a little sorry for you. Lu Qingyan said. Su-Yuni lowered her head, her heart even more guilty. Sit down, tell me what's going on. Su-Yuni pinched the corner of her coat, didn't sit down, and didn't want to trouble Lu Qingyan anymore because of her own family matters. Brother-in-law, in fact, there is nothing, I want to go back to the other side of the trip, the specific go back for how long, I am not quite sure. She was in a demonic domain cultivation, and she wasn't too sure if she could come back over here safely. But she had to go back for the sake of her brother. That's the thing I dislike most about you. Like I said, I still consider you family, and River asked me to help you. So, hurry up and tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help you out. Su-Yuni looked up at Lu Qingyan, who was speaking very gently at the moment, and then at Lu Miaomia over there, pinching the corner of her coat until it was completely wrinkled before she finally opened her mouth. She knew very well that if she wanted to better bring her brother away from the heartbreaking land of the immortal ruins, her current strength was still not enough. Lu Qingyan was quiet after listening to Su-Yuni's narration. No change of emotion could be seen on his face at all. Have you finished speaking? Lu Qingyan asked. Su-Yuni nodded bitterly. Then you don't have to care about this matter, let him recuperate over there for a while first, and when he has fully recovered and can move freely, then just let him come over here by himself. You leave all this behind now, go to the academy to cultivate and wait for him to come. This. Not waiting for Su-Yuni to say anything, Lu Qingyan said, listen to me or not? Looking at the look on Lu Qingyan's face that did not give her any rebuttal, Su-Yuni pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Brother-in-law should already have something arranged. Okay, then I will go to the academy first. Well, you communicate well with Miao Miao, this child is still in a bit of a bad mood right now. Good. Su-Yuni walked towards the house. After Su-Yuni left, Xiao Qingyi, who was feeding the fish at the pond, walked up to Lu Qingyan. You don't do anything about it? You enjoy eavesdropping on people? Ahem, I overheard it by accident. Are you making a trip back to the immortal market? That kid having this disaster is considered an inevitable outcome, it has nothing to do with me. He looked unconcerned. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qinggan and didn't say anything else. Su Yuni took Lu Miaomiao and the girls to the academy afterward, leaving Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qinggan alone in the courtyard. Make some tea, bring out your treasured tea leaves. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi, who was sitting on the side and staring at him. Xiao Qingyi said, the last one or two of the demon god's mother tree tea leaves are left, so it's a waste for the two of us to drink it, isn't it? Why don't we wait for a few more people to drink it someday? Don't talk nonsense, I'll get you one more caddy when I have time. Oh, no. You said it yourself. Then I won't be stingy. Xiao Qingyi smiled and walked towards the house. Only, when he came out with the tea, he realized that Lu Qinggan wasn't sitting in the stone pavilion anymore. He shook his head and smiled, finishing the tea in front of the stone pavilion, and in less than 10 breaths of time, Lu Qinggan flashed back here in the stone pavilion. Where did it go? Xiao Qingyi asked with a smile. I went to facilitate a bit. Oh. Xiao Qingyi smiled. Thirsty, tea is not ready yet? Here. Drink it. This flavor, it's not the top leaves of the mother tree of the demon god, is it? Just have to drink it. I don't have the strength to get the top leaves. Why don't you go pick them yourself? Okay, I'll go pick them when I have time. Lu Qinggan said. On the other hand, after Su Yuni arrived at the Magic Willow Academy, she hesitated for a while before sending a voice message to Su Xuanyu. Little brother, I might not be able to go back over there to pick you up. Brother-in-law told me that you can come over after you recuperate over there for some time first, after you've fully recovered and you're able to come over from over there on your own. My brother-in-law said that he was no longer angry with you and seemed to agree that you should come over to live here. Brother-in-law really isn't mad at me anymore? Yes, you should recuperate first, don't think about those things anymore. Okay, I'll recuperate. Well, if there's anything else you want to tell second sister, just send me a message, I'm always free. Aha! Thank you, second sister. After ending the voice transmission, Su Xuanyu was still lying on the bed, looking at the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. His broken heart seemed to have reorganized a bit. There was nothing left for him in the immortal ruins. Second sister, meow meow, brother-in-law. He took a deep breath and made a final decision. Nurture his injuries well, and after everything recovers, find a way to go over to the demon region side. He got up with great difficulty and prepared to wash his face to get rid of the tear tracks on his face. But just at this moment, an extremely fast air-braking sound suddenly resounded above the sky. It seemed that there were a few strong people flying towards the back mountain where his sister was practicing at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in a large hall, Su Qingying, who had just suppressed the emotions in her heart and was preparing to continue her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. In the next moment, 10 figures appeared before the great hall. This time, the people who came were all great Emperor Realm powerhouses, the very same great Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Nangong family and the Huangfu family. Among them, 2 peak great Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Nangong family were also present. The Nangong family head's face was ugly. There was also another peak great Imperial Realm powerhouse, a peak great Imperial Realm powerhouse from the Huangfu family who was always in closed-door cultivation. As soon as this Huangfu family peak great Emperor Realm powerhouse landed on the ground, he looked towards Su Qingying, his expression grim to the extreme as he unleashed his killing intent without restraint. Su Qingying. You. What did you do to our family head and young master? Su Qingying frowned when she saw these 10 people arriving with an aggressive look, as if they had come to ask for punishment. At this moment, when she heard these words, her entire body froze. What did I do to them? Chapter 73, Who actually did it? Su Qingying's eyebrows knitted tightly, able to sense that something big should have happened and that it concerned the Huangfu family head and Huangfu Qi, only, what could she do to these two? Huangfu Qi had injured his brother to such an extent, and she had endured it. What can I do to them? What is the meaning of your coming this time? As the several members of the Nangong family lord looked at Su Qingying with a very confused look, they couldn't help but frown as well and glanced at each other. Why did this Su Qingying look a bit confused indeed? Could it be that the father and son of the Huangfu family lord really weren't invalidated by Su Qingying? Right at this moment, Lin Qingxue quickly arrived and landed in the middle of the great hall. She had already received the information, and at this moment, her expression was very complicated, and after landing, she first quickly looked at the Nangong family head and that Huangfu family's peak great Emperor Realm powerhouse, and said in a deep voice, "Tu Dao friends, I have already learned what happened, so you guys hold your horses. The matter is not that simple." That Huangfu family's peak great Emperor Realm powerhouse named Huangfu Hongtian stared at Lin Qingxue dead in the face the moment he saw her. It was possible that Lin Qingxue was also involved in this matter. Master, what exactly has happened? Su Qingying asked in a deep voice. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Qingying in a complicated manner. She wasn't sure how strong her own disciple was nowadays. Was it really not her own disciple who did this? But it wasn't her own disciple, who else would it be? Apprentice, just a short while ago, Taoist Huangfu and his son Huangfu Qi were suddenly locked in their home by a terrifying pressure, and without even seeing the person, they were shaken to the point where their meridians were broken, and their dantian exploded in a matter of moments. Cultivation was completely wasted. Fainted to death. Lin Qingxue spoke the information she knew and looked at Su Qingying with suspicion and disbelief in her eyes. Could one's own disciple really achieve such a terrifying degree? That true strength would have been enough to crush her long ago. The people hadn't even been seen. The father and son were instantly wasted. It was as terrifying as that. When she first learned of this news, she was still a bit unconvinced, but after getting confirmation and coming over here to see Huangfu Hongtian and the others arrive, the answer was already clear. After Su Qingying heard it, her entire body was struck by lightning and fell into a stupor. What? This is human language? Why can't I understand it? Master, what nonsense are you talking about? If it was Huangfu Qi, it wouldn't be a big deal. Isn't he the Huangfu family head who was also at the peak cultivation level of the Great Emperor realm just like you? Su Qingying frowned tightly. She seriously suspected that she had misheard, or there was some kind of misunderstanding here. Wait a minute. The two didn't show up, so who could prove that this was all true? That was the problem. Lin Qingxue quickly looked at Huangfu Hongtian and said, Fellow Daoist, I understand your Huangfu family's feelings at this moment, but think carefully. My disciple is only in the late stage of the Great Emperor realm now, and my strength, as you understand, is similar to yours. Huangfu Hongtian was also confused about this issue. This Su Qingying Emperor position was even more special. After cultivating to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, his strength could indeed be stronger than them, but now he was still only in the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. This strength could not be hidden from them. But no matter what, Su Xuanyu had just been abolished not long ago, or by Huangfu Qi, and now that Huangfu Qi and his father and son had both been abolished, Su Qingying was definitely the most suspicious person. As for how Su Qingying did it, he didn't know. If it's not you guys, then who else could it be? Huangfu Hongtian said in a deep voice. I don't believe that someone could really easily abolish the Huangfu family head. I'm going to take a look at the two of them. Su Qingying was a bit disbelieving. Good. Then you will go and take a look. Just like that, the group flew towards the Huangfu family. When Su Qingying appeared in front of Huangfu Qi's father and son, the two of them were lying on the bed with pale faces, dying, with only one breath hanging, their cultivation breath escaping. Just like a waste. It was even worse than her brother. Her brother at least the next day will be able to move. These two look a little difficult. It was hard to say whether they could take care of themselves afterward. She could even see that Huangfu Qi's pants were wet. This Su Qingying carefully examined the situation, determined that Huangfu Qi's father and son were not false identities, and fell silent. Lin Qingxue also stood still, very confused. Really? Everything was actually true. Who exactly is it? What else do you guys have to say? Huangfu Hongtian gritted his teeth. The strongest family head of the Huangfu family, as well as the extremely gifted Huangfu Qi, had both become like this, and the strength of their Huangfu family on this side of the immortal ruins was about to fall to pieces. Su Qingying fell into a daze for a while before clenching her teeth. Fellow Daoist, do you think I did this? Huangfu Hongtian said in a deep voice, besides you guys, who else could it be? Well then, if I had such strength, then how dare you speak to me like this? Su Qingying suddenly had cold eyes. Huangfu Hongtian violently took 2 steps back. The Nangong family head and the others did the same, quickly moving away from the 2 masters and disciples of Su Qingying. You guys don't need to be like this. I said that it wasn't me who did it. As for who did it, I don't know for now. Furthermore, if I had this strength, who else could be my enemy in this immortal ruin? Su Qingying said in a deep voice. The Nangong family lord and the others looked at each other. Huangfu Qi's father and son were both suddenly invalidated in Huangfu's home, and at that time, Huangfu Hongtian was also in the vicinity and didn't even show up to fight, so there was no need to say how terrifying the enemy's strength was. Therefore, I advise you to let the two of you recuperate first and don't speculate. This matter is also a payback for a payback. Because I heard another version of the story from my brother. Saying this, Su Qingying glanced at the Nangong family head. The Nangong family head was instantly chilled by Su Qingying's glance and hastily averted his eyes. If this matter was Su Qingying's doing, would he be subject to Su Qingying's retaliation as well? Fellow Daoist Huangfu. I think what fellow Daoist Su has said is very true. The Nangong family head clenched his teeth and hurriedly looked at Huangfu Hongtian in an attempt to appease. Huangfu Hongtian was silent for a while before finally nodding his head. It's just. I will trust you for now. Then I will take good care of the two of them. I hope you can help find the murderer afterward. Don't worry, I will investigate properly. After Su Qingying finished speaking, she directly took her master and left, leaving Huangfu Hongtian and the others standing quietly in place. After the 2 masters and disciples left the Huangfu family and went to an unpopulated place, they stopped in the air. The two stood opposite each other and actually spoke at the same time. Master, but you do? The disciple, but you did it? As soon as the two finished speaking, they frowned again in unison. It seems that neither of them was done by the other. Then, whose handiwork was it? Su Qingying held her breath and quickly looked around. She suddenly felt incomparably suffocated. Could it be that someone was secretly observing them from all around? This person was able to do such tactics, and his strength was so strong that he was just hiding near them, and I'm afraid that the two of them wouldn't be able to discover it. Chapter 74, Crying to Death, Brother-in-law is the True Love. The two of them returned to the large hall where Su Qingying was practicing. Master, do you think that there is a possibility that it was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor who did this? Su Qingying suddenly asked. She really couldn't think of anyone in the entire Tsongyan continent who could possess such strength. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor was still the strongest person in the Tsongyan continent today. I've seen the Eternal Night Demon Emperor killing people near the boundary wall back then. He is indeed very strong. Perhaps without the boundary wall, he could do that extent, but once he reached the side, he categorically couldn't do it. Lin Qingxue said in her words. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor couldn't do it either? Then what you mean, senior, is that in this Tsongyan continent, there is already someone stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Su Qingying's eyes narrowed violently into slits as she heard this. It's hard to say, perhaps there is someone on this side of the Immortal Ruins who is almost as strong as the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and this person has been hiding. And this person, perhaps, is related to you. Obviously this time, the matter was caused by the matter of your brother. Lin Qingxue said. She was also confused right now, completely unable to figure out what was going on. Wait, is it possible that it's him? Su Qingying's expression didn't fluctuate when she uttered the word him, as she had completely blocked out her feelings for him. Lin Qingxue naturally knew who the he in Su Qingying's mouth was, and she immediately grunted coldly, just by him? It's just a peek of the Devil Realm Great Emperor Realm. Last time when Lu Qingan showed his cultivation, she could see very clearly that he was only a little stronger than her, and it was not clear who would win or lose in the fight. Perhaps Lu Qingan's strength is stronger in the demon region, but on this side, it's about the same strength as her. What she can't do, how can he do it? He couldn't even compare to a hair of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Not to mention coming over here to waste a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Lin Qingxue did not hide her disgust and dislike for Lu Qingan. She still hadn't forgotten the way Lu Qingan had threatened her that day. She had been shocked at the time, and now every night when she thought about it, she was stifled. She couldn't wait to be able to go back to that day and teach Lu Qingan, this arrogant and ignorant person, a hard lesson. And she was extremely certain that Lu Qingan wasn't very strong. She had the ability to determine exactly how strong the other party was as long as they displayed their strength, and on that day, Lu Qingan didn't even have half the strength of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, so how could he have the strength to easily waste a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse? Then, could it be what you once mentioned, Master, the extraterrestrial powerhouse? Su Qingying's eyes shifted. There is a heavily Dao boundary rules restriction. They cannot so easily out to destroy the people of the lower realm, otherwise there will be a backlash. I think the probability is not. After all, why did the extraterrestrial strongmen help your brother? Really cannot. We had better go to ask your brother. Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice. This matter clearly concerns Su Xuanyu. Perhaps, Su Xuanyu knew something. Su Qingying took a deep breath and nodded. Although it wasn't him who had scrapped Huang Fuqi's father and son, her brother might be able to relieve his anger a little when he heard this news. Thus, the two came inside Su Xuanyu's room. Su Xuanyu was lying on his bed when he suddenly heard someone coming, and after realizing that the visitors were Su Qingying and Lin Qingxue, he immediately closed his eyes, pretending that he didn't see the two. Little brother, how is your body? Su Qingying asked with concern. Su Xuanyu didn't say anything, still closing his eyes. I know that you are still angry with me, and this time I came to tell you a piece of news. Just a short while ago, Huang Fuqi's father and son suddenly had their cultivation abolished by a mysterious person. Su Xuanyu's eyes snapped open and he quickly turned his head, looking at his sister in shock. What did you say? He suspected that he had misheard. Huang Fuqi's father and son are in a worse situation than you are today. Do you have any knowledge of what is going on here? Do you know anything about this mysterious person? Lin Qingxue stared at Su Xuanyu dead in the face, and she realized that Su Xuanyu was even more shocked than them when he heard the news. It seemed like he didn't know what was happening either. The reason why Su Xuanyu was so shocked was because he knew exactly who had done it. Brother-in-law. Ah. My good brother-in-law. His eyes reddened once again, guilt piling up on his heart. Just a short while ago, he had heard from his second sister that his brother-in-law felt that this matter should be put aside for now, but he hadn't expected that, in a turn of events, he would go and waste that bastard Huang Fuqi. Something that his own sister was not even willing to do. This brother-in-law, who had been shaded by him for 1,000 years, went ahead and did it without saying a word. Good for you. Waste good ah. Su Xuanyu's great revenge was avenged and he roared into the void. Little brother, don't get too emotional. Don't hurt your body again. Su Qingying said in a hurry. I don't need you to care. The person I should be thanking is the mysterious person you guys are talking about. Su Xuanyu shook off Su Qingying's hand. As for your problems, I don't know anything. All I know is that my own sister wasn't even willing to help me, and this mysterious person helped me. I'm tired. Going to rest. Su Xuanyu's admiration for his brother-in-law in his heart had reached the extreme. He couldn't wait to run over to the demon region right now and kneel in front of his own brother-in-law, first admitting his faults and then hugging this brother-in-law of his properly. Su Qingying frowned tightly, watching her brother turn his head away, unwilling to look at her, and also looking like he really didn't know any information, and in the end, he still brought Lin Xingxue to leave the place. Alright then, rest well. After making sure that Su Qingying and the two of them had left, Su Xuanyu quickly took out the voice transmission jade slip and put spirit stones into it. A moment later, the voice transmission jade slip was connected. Second sister. Junior brother, what's up? Su Yuni, who had just arrived at the academy and was preparing to go cultivate in the time treasure, quickly asked. She was afraid that her brother had encountered something bad again. Just a short while ago, the Huangfu Chi father and son who scrapped me were suddenly wasted by a mysterious person. They don't even seem to know how they were abolished. Su Xuanyu said excitedly. Su Yuni froze. Brother-in-law. In her mind, the first thing that came to mind was Lu Qingan. But, the feeling he had given her earlier seemed like he didn't really want to care about this matter. Suddenly, she couldn't help but snort a laugh. It was unthinkable that her brother-in-law had such a cute side. Typical hard mouth and soft heart. Little brother, it must be that brother-in-law has gone back for a trip. How long has this been going on? I suspect that when I came to the academy, brother-in-law had gone to avenge you. Su Yuni was able to sense that her little brother's emotions were particularly excited and thrilled at the moment, so she was relieved. Earlier, when she heard her own brother's voice that spoke, she was afraid that her own brother wouldn't be able to think straight and secretly end his life on his own, which was also the reason why she wanted to quickly go back over there and bring her brother over here. Now, everything was in her brother-in-law's calculations. After helping her brother take revenge, her brother counted on untying a knot in his heart. Ha ha! I thought my brother-in-law was angry with me. I didn't realize that my brother-in-law cared about me. I want to cry again. Oh, my own sister is not even willing to take revenge for me, brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu was happy and uncomfortable. His emotions were very complicated, but he was more looking forward to the future at the moment. He was wasted and backstabbed by his favorite woman, but he saw a bright future. From this matter, he could see that his brother-in-law wasn't angry with him anymore. Willing to help him take revenge. Then he would be able to go over to the demon region and find his brother-in-law in the future. Finally, he could truly touch the idol he grew up with. Little brother, don't think about big sister, she has her own choices and the path she wants to take. Let's just live our own lives from now on. Su Yuni took a deep breath and had already made her decision. Let's just be at peace with each other in the future. Okay. I'll listen to second sister. When I recuperate some more time, I'll find a way to go over there. Chapter 75, Instructing my daughter to practice swordsmanship. The green tiles were plated with the remnant sun, the green bamboos sifted the broken gold, the empty court was covered with fallen leaves, and the bamboo curtains rolled up the twilight clouds. It was dusk again. Before the stone pavilion in the courtyard, Lu Qingan and Xiao Qingyi were sitting here, drinking tea and enjoying the bamboo for a day. Lu Qingan thought about the child for a day. There are several times want to go to the academy to walk, but ultimately chose to wait at home. Got to let the child learn to be independent and make more friends. A few teleportation sounds rang out, and a happy color appeared in a flash on Lu Qinggan's calm face. Father! Miao Mao is back. Like a gust of wind, the adorable little dot swept through the waning sun and darted towards Lu Qingan. Lu Qingan smiled and went forward, picking up Lu Miao Miao and lifting her up high. Lu Qingan smiled and went forward, picking up Miao Miao Lu and lifting her up high. Miao Miao has broken through a few more levels of cultivation today. He. I also practiced a body technique. Did you see it just now? Is it fast? You're worthy of being my daughter. Come on, give daddy a kiss. Lu Qingan sidestepped his face, and Lu Miao Miao immediately disliked him with a beak. Mooah! Kissed a good big mouthful, daddy is satisfied. Lu Miao Miao smiled. Satisfied. I'll let your grandpa Xiao cook a delicious meal to reward Miao Miao for her hard work today. I'm so glad you're here. Dad is the best. Xiao Qingyi laughed. What does Miao Miao want to eat tonight? Can we have barbecue? Naturally. By the way, Daddy, is Auntie Shui not back yet? Lu Miao Miao quickly looked toward the house, could not see the figure of the Snow Tianfei, small eyebrows instantly wrinkled. Your Auntie Shui's family should have a lot of things to deal with, and maybe some time later. However, your Auntie Shui had someone come to bring you some good food today, inside. I'm going to eat the food that Auntie Shui gave me. I'm going to eat what Auntie Shui bought for me. Lu Miao Miao landed on the ground and turned into a gust of wind, running towards the house. The skillfulness of this stance gave the impression that it seemed to have been practiced for hundreds or thousands of years. TSK, this talent of Miao Miao is really good. This stance, is it really possible for her to practice at her age? It's true, if you have a perverted father, you will have a perverted daughter. Xiao Qingyi shook his head and lamented. What do you mean by perverted? Don't say it if you don't know how to speak. Lu Qinggan glanced at Xiao Qingyi. Father. At this time, Lu Zixuan dodged the brick cracks on the ground, moved her lotus steps closer, and sweetly greeted. Well, how was the harvest at the academy today? He didn't see any breakthroughs in his eldest daughter's cultivation, so he thought that she should have been breaking through the barriers and refining her fighting abilities this day. She didn't raise her cultivation level, but the harvest was still great. It felt like there was a better control over today's cultivation strength, and the battle power had also increased a lot. Most importantly, also got a particularly handsome sword technique from manhwa. Father, can you give us some pointers on how to cultivate it? It's best to cultivate it tonight. Lu Zixuan took out a yellowed book with a look of anticipation written all over her face. There were 4 big words written on this book. Fenghua Yi Jian. Lu Qing'an's mouth twitched when she heard the name manhwa again, and also the word very handsome. Complicated feelings. He also gave you sword practice? Yes. Manhwa is too good. Handsome and nice. I really want to practice with her every day. Lu Zixuan finished with a smile and looked at Sun Mingji. Sun Mingji very much agreed with Lu Zixuan's words and smiled as she nodded her head towards Lu Zixuan, expressing great approval. Lu Qinggan. Together every day. Oh no. It's starting to get too much for the girl. Ahem, ask him if he's free one day to come over for dinner. Lu Qing'an wanted to sneak over to the academy and see just how handsome this manhwa was. But the thought of doing this kind of thing on your own, stealing sense is very heavy, a little, or to dispel this idea. I'll ask her next time. Lu Zixuan laughed. Okay, then I'll help you look at this swordsmanship. Lu Qing'an just wanted to take that sword law. Suddenly, a man appeared above the sky. The person who came was none other than his disciple, Li Zongxuan. Master. Li Zongxuan had nothing else to do after he was busy with the demon palace side, so he rushed here to see if he could dabble in another dinner. The last time he had dinner with his master teacher, even though there were quite a few strangers around, he still felt very happy. Alright, your brother Xian is here, you let him teach. Lu Qinggan looked at Li Zongxuan and said, Little Xuanzi, give your Zixuan sister some pointers on sword techniques. Swordsmanship? Fine. Good. Brother Xian, take a look at this sword technique. Lu Zixuan approached with a smile. As soon as Li Zongxuan came over here, he became an instructor and went to the sky with Lu Zixuan and the girls to practice sword techniques. Sister-in-law. At this time, Suyuni, who had been standing on the side for quite a while, finally saw that there was no one else on Lu Qing'an's side, and with a gentle smile on her face, she stepped forward and called out. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Brother-in-law, my brother has already told me what happened today, thank you for helping him out. Suyuni's eyes were all aura of gratitude. Xiao Qingyi shook his head and smiled when he heard this. He knew that this kid had gone back to the immortal ruins to help his brother-in-law take revenge. Still as protective as before. In the beginning, he actually didn't have such a good relationship with Lu Qinggan, and even had a competitive relationship, the kind of relationship where ideas didn't get along, and it wasn't so bad that it was considered a deadly feud. When he faced Lu Qinggan, he was almost always pressed head-on by Lu Qinggan. He was bullied to death. This kind of relationship lasted for a long time, and he didn't know if Lu Qinggan treated him as a pleasure, and came to play with him a little bit whenever he had the time, and he had never been able to submit to Lu Qinggan. Until one day, he was suppressed by an organization, and at the time of an ambush that was certain death for him, what he didn't expect was that those he had always felt were his friends didn't help him. Instead, Lu Qinggan stood up. On that day, Lu Qinggan said something that he remembers to this day. What kind of class are you guys? You're worthy of bullying the same person as me? It was also after that time, he completely convinced Lu Qing'an, also began to take the initiative to approach Lu Qing'an, and eventually mixed into today's relationship. Now, Lu Qing'an's behavior also let him remember the year, cannot help but feel that time flies. In the face of Suyuni's thanks, Lu Qing'an looked as if nothing had happened, saying, I don't know what you're talking about, it has nothing to do with me. Suyuni covered her mouth and smiled, her brother-in-law was the same as she thought, he did have a hard mouth and a soft heart. So cute. I brought my thanks, brother-in-law, then I'll go back to the house and continue practicing the formation. She wanted to become stronger. Now that her brother no longer had any cultivation, then she would have to take care of him in the future and strive to become the strongest formation master as soon as possible. Go. Lu Qinggan nodded with a smile. Xiao Qingyi looked at Suyuni walking a little briskly and smiled at Lu Qinggan. You're still the same, you're obviously good to the people around you, you just don't recognize them. Lu Qinggan glanced at Xiao Qingyi and said, I don't need you to care, hurry up and prepare ingredients for my daughter to barbecue and go. Then I go. Xiao Qingyi also stopped saying anything, he was very happy. Lu Qinggan shook his head, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, then walked towards the house to find his little daughter to play. It wasn't until night, after dark, that Lu Zixuan's three returned inside the courtyard. Father! I cultivated the sword technique out. Brother Xian is so powerful. It's so much better than the academy instructor. Lu Zixuan was pleasantly surprised. The level of teaching was too strong. Li Xingshuan had been complimented by Lu Zixuan many times, and when he heard this again, he bowed his head slightly shyly. Don't look at your brother Xian, he's not very good in dealing with people, but his talent in cultivation is even stronger than your father's. Teaching you guys this kind of swordsmanship, it's no big deal. Lu Qinggan patted Li Xingshuan's shoulder and praised him as well. Master, I'm fine, how can I compare to you? Li Xingshuan directly blushed a little when he was praised by Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan laughed, then looked at his daughters and said, then you guys perform it, let me see. Lu Zixuan and the two of them hurriedly nodded their heads and flew up into the air to perform. After an operation, the two flew down. Father, how was it? Lu Zixuan said in anticipation. Lu Qinggan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, said, not bad, is that this sword method can be improved again, I give you guys to perform it once, how much you can learn, depends on your fortune. Wow! Father! You just looked at it, and you can cast it? Lu Zixuan stared with wide eyes. Lu Qinggan smiled without saying anything and flew into the air. Li Xingshuan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Qinggan in the sky as if he was looking at an idol, saying, Sister Zixuan, watch and see what a true invincible demon is. If I had half the talent of my master teacher, I would be able to wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 76, A Sword Surprises the Nine States. After Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji heard this, their eyes lit up and they gave their full attention. Su Yuni, who had just returned inside the house to accompany Lu Miaomiao, also brought Lu Miaomiao out at this time and looked towards the sky. Lu Qinggan had already reached the sky above in the blink of an eye, standing in the void with his hands in the air, his clothes not moving, his eyes half narrowed, the sky and the earth suddenly lost color. He released his sword intent, easily blocking off 1,000 miles of space in a radius, preventing his move from completely collapsing the void in this area. At this moment, the remnant sun was like blood, but the invisible sword intent he released the moment he raised his hand twisted and turned into a roiling sky of crimson starbursts. The entire courtyard seemed to fall into the sword domain, the green bamboo noiselessly annihilated into powder, the fallen leaves stagnated in mid-air, and was actually sculpted by the sword chi into thousands of tiny sword shapes. Watch this. He laughed softly, gently raised his hand, fingertips down, finger as a sword. A frosty white sword mark appeared in the air before his fingers. As he swung forward, the next moment, a sword on flashed. This sword aura was like a thread at first, but in an instant, it tore through the heavens. And after this sword on flashed, actually drove all the sword ons within the sword domain to converge, thousands of sword shadows from the sky and the earth between all things to collect, towards the front of the void crushed. Sword light over, space like glass cracked, revealing its chaotic turbulence. Even more horrifying is, the sword sound hidden in the dragon, every strand of the escaping sword shear transformed into translucent dragon shadow, circling and hissing to tear the sea of clouds into a whirlpool. To be sword power closed, the sky-broken leaves suddenly trembled, all shot to the sky, even in 10,000 feet in the sky spelled out the word Fenghua, a long time not dispersed. Sword intent transforms the spirit, everything in heaven and earth is a sword. Li Xingshuan muttered, his eyes shot out a terrifying starlight. Strong. Strong and invincible. Lu Zixuan stared at her trembling hands in a daze. That sort of Fengkai's, she would never learn it in her lifetime. Father! You are too high on me. Sun Mingji and Su Yuni were also dumbfounded, and at this moment, they had an extremely clear perception of the word invincible. Wow! Father is so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Lu Miaomiao, unlike everyone else, was the only person present who could still open his mouth and speak normally. At the same time, the magic domain was in a different direction. At the center of various large cities, between deep mountains and old forests, at the end of the Dead Sea and other dangerous places. One by one, the strong people sitting, standing, and lying on their backs were all normally doing various things at one moment, but at the next moment, they all raised their heads fiercely to look towards the sky. The directions they looked at were all different, as they couldn't feel which direction they were coming from, and could only feel a palpitation born from the bottom of their hearts, causing them all to be shocked. What a terrifying air pressure! Just who was it? Who was fighting? This terrifying feeling was even more frightening than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor back then. Who? Who on earth? Is there such a terrifying existence in the demon realm? Damn it! I knew it was dangerous out there, and I thought that when I reached this realm, I would be able to rival the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and I would finally be able to stop practicing. It seems that I will have to live for a while longer. In the depths of an extremely hidden canyon of 10,000 miles. Here, the Yin Qi was thick and deadly, yet there was an altar surrounded by blood, on which actually sat a group of great Emperor realm powerhouses with terrifying auras. There were so many of them that it was difficult to count them at a glance. They opened their glowing red eyes at the same time, and an aura of surprise appeared within their slender eyes. This was a strength that did not belong to the Song Yim continent. One of them spoke in a deep voice. In the sky above the courtyard, after Lu Qinggan finished demonstrating his understanding of the windflower sword technique, the sword domain closed in between his thoughts. In the next moment, the space that had just been destroyed by him was quickly restored back to its original state under the repair of his demonic qi. He flew down back to the middle of the courtyard, smiled and looked at his eldest daughter, Zixuan. Can you see my sword and your sword? What is the main difference in the place? Lu Zixuan said awkwardly, Father, how do you want me to answer? My sword is just like a kid's play. The difference is in the addition of sword intent, but you guys are still too weak nowadays to know what sword intent is, but you can learn a little bit of the skinny stuff and incorporate it into this sword technique. Let me inspire you guys. Lu Qinggan arrived in front of his daughter and reached out to gently point in front of her head. In the next moment, Lu Zixuan's entire body floated up, wrapped in a ball of energy, and her entire body closed her eyes, entering a magical realm of comprehension. A moment later, her eyes snapped open, and a peculiar aura erupted from her body. Father! What is this? Lu Zixuan felt that she had touched a special realm, and as she raised her hands, a special aura appeared. This breath gave off a very clean and clear feeling. This is the intention that you have comprehended, although there is a huge gap between it and the sword intention, but if you add this intention to that sword technique, the power can be increased by a lot. Lu Qinggan smiled and said, Really? Then I will try. Lu Zixuan couldn't wait to fly up into the sky, take out her divine weapon, and perform the sword technique again. After performing the sword technique, she clearly felt that the power of this sword technique had increased. Not only were the moves more beautiful, the power had more than doubled. Wow! Really? Lu Zixuan was incredibly excited. Seeing that his daughter had succeeded in her first attempt, Lu Qinggan was even more satisfied with his daughter's talent. Worthy of being his daughter. Afterwards, he looked towards Sun Mingji and signaled for her to come forward as well. Not long after, Sun Mingji also received a boost. Compared to how quickly Lu Zixuan improved, Sun Mingji was slightly slower, and it took a few times of performing the windflower sword technique before she fully mastered it. In Lu Qinggan's eyes, this talent was considered excellent, and the number of talents that could be recognized by him was less than 3 hands in the entire demon region. Master, last time you fought with me, you didn't even take out 10% of your strength. Right at this time, Li Zongxuan opened his mouth and said. Lu Qinggan smiled and patted Li Zongxuan's shoulder. You're very strong, I'm in a very special situation, it's not the same as you. He has a system and 1,000,000 times his cultivation hidden in his sea of consciousness. Anyone who comes will have to be a younger brother. So the two are not comparable. Well, only you are stronger than me, I can still accept it. Li Zongxuan laughed. Alright, get ready for dinner. Lu Qinggan took his disciple by the shoulders and headed towards the house. The family ate a dinner in a cheerful atmosphere, and then the group gathered around, chatting and laughing until late at night. The next day, after the two of them, Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji, arrived at the academy, they walked jointly in the direction of a school hall. When they arrived at the academy, they saw a short-haired, handsome woman standing in front of the academy's entrance. Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji both glanced at each other and smiled as they walked that way. But they hadn't reached that side yet, when a few women arrived in front of the short-haired woman. Sister Hua, why have you suddenly stopped practicing with us recently? Hua, I realized that you suddenly broke through with 2 cats and dogs from nowhere. Are you abandoning us, sisters? I've never seen those two. I've never even seen those two, and they don't seem to have much strength. Nor are they from any great power, never seen them before. What kind of enhancement can you get from being with them? Faced with these few women's chattering questions, Manhwa frowned slightly. At this time, amongst the several women, a woman who looked elegant and incomparable suddenly made a gesture of silence. The remaining few women instantly quieted down. Jamya looked straight at Manhwa and softly said, Ahua, your two families have been friends for generations, our families have cooperated in business for countless times, and you and I have been friends since childhood, so how can you not cultivate with me for the sake of 2 wild women that you just met? How can you improve if you hang around with wild women every day? Aya, don't talk about them like that, they are quite nice, how do they become wild women? In fact, we can all play together, really, I learned a lot when I broke through with them. Manhwa said. You actually talk about me like that for the sake of 2 wild women? Zhangya suddenly had a Lin Dayu upturn, covering her chest, watering look. Manhwa. Who are you talking about wild women? At this time, Lu Zixuan walked up. Chapter 77. A weapon stuns the little ones. When Zhangya and the others saw Lu Zixuan and the two of them approaching, they instantly acted as if they had met a great enemy, and unanimously looked at the two of them with a sinister gaze. When Manhwa saw Lu Zixuan and the two of them, he instantly smiled bitterly. Zixuan, Minzi, I'm sorry, these are my friends, they might have some kind of misunderstanding about you. Lu Zixuan saw Manhwa opening her mouth to ease the situation, and also sold Manhwa a face, without the intention of continuing to fight with Zhangya. We are not wild women, we all just joined the academy not long ago. My name is Lu Zixuan, this is my good sister, Sun Minzi. Lu Zixuan looked towards Zhangya and the girls and tried to introduce them. Zhangya frowned at Lu Zixuan, humming, just joined the college not long? Who are you fooling? Nowadays the time for assessment to join the academy has long passed, the next assessment time is 3 years later. Sister, yeah, but I really do not seem to have seen them in the academy. At this time, a woman close to Zhang Ya's ear said. That's why these two are strange. Zhang Ya was obviously wrapped up in her emotions, how she looked at Lu Zixuan and the two of them felt very upset. Say, what forces do you come from? She was actually curious as to how these two had appeared inside the academy. With them in this cultivation realm, and with such stunningly beautiful looking women, she shouldn't have no impression at all. However, Lu Zixuan's comment about just joining the academy was absolutely impossible. The Dekuro Demon Emperor came and couldn't even let the academy break the rules and suddenly let two trainees join the academy. Lu Zixuan said, no power. So it's a casual cultivator. Sort of. Lu Zixuan nodded. Okay, you all stop talking like this, give me a face, everyone's cultivation level is almost the same, they are all the same age of the heavenly pride, exchanging cultivation with each other, there must be a great benefit, there is no need to be like this. Manhwa saw that the atmosphere was suddenly out of place again when the two were talking, so she hurriedly stepped forward to round off the situation. To her, she didn't care if the two Lu Zixuan were from the top great powers. When she teamed up with the two to break through the barrier, she felt that the two were very powerful. It was completely possible to give the back to the two, and the two didn't drop their chains at all. It was much better than her cooperation with any of her friends here. This was also the reason why she had been breaking through the levels with Lu Zixuan and the two of them every day recently. In addition, Lu Zixuan two people also treat people very well, good character, she also happy to become good friends with two people. Lu Zixuan also didn't want Manhwa to have a hard time. Looking at Zhang Ya, she said, we did just join the academy not long ago, and we don't have any malice towards you. If it's possible, we can all cultivate together in the future, and discuss our experiences together. She thought of what her father said. After coming to the academy, get to know a little more people. Since that was the case, let's try to become friends with Zhang Ya and the girls as well. Whether it would work or not, she wouldn't know, she had already taken the initiative to take the first step herself. The cultivation level is indeed similar to ours, both are at the harmonization realm, and the talent is barely okay, right? But have you ever heard of a saying? Different circles don't integrate hard. How can you, a casual cultivator, become friends with us, the daughters of the great families? Disdain was written all over Zhang Ya's face. That's right. Look, this is the sword my father prepared for me, you guys can't get a sword of this level in your lifetime, right? A woman behind Zhang Ya suddenly took out a 10th grade medium treasure sword. The devilish chi on it rolled around and was very dense, and there were some gems on the hilt of the sword, which looked like it gave off a very expensive and luxurious feeling. The rest of the women were looking at Lu Zixuan and the two of them as if they were clowns. This level of sword, when the two of them saw it, they must have been craving for it. Manhwa's expression was odd. Because she knew very well that both of Lu Zixuan had a 10th grade absolute grade sword. When they broke through the barrier together, the two of them were using 10th grade absolute grade swords, and those two swords gave her the feeling that they were different from ordinary 10th grade absolute grade swords, and seemed to have been created by extremely powerful refiners. Oh? This is your whole life, not ours, Minzi, let them have a long look. After Lu Zixuan finished speaking, she smiled, and took out the precious sword that Wang Forge Mountain had given them last time. She wouldn't take her own father's sword out, not until it was crucial. It was easy to be missed. Sun Minzi nodded with a smile and also took out the sword that Lu Zixuan had given her last time. In a flash, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to the extreme. A few young beauties instantly widened their eyes and looked dead on at the 10th grade absolute grade sword in the hands of Lu Zixuan and the two of them. Impossible. Zhang Ya froze for a moment before letting out a cry of shock. What, is this not fake? Lu Zixuan asked. This. How does this look like a sword forged by the strongest refiner in my domain, Senior Wang Forge Mountain? At this moment, a woman behind Zhang Ya exclaimed in shock. These words caused Manhwa to freeze as well. Senior Wang Forge Mountain? No wonder. She had said that the person who forged these two precious swords was definitely not simple. It turned out to be Senior Wang Forge Mountain. The reason why the woman recognized that the forger of these two swords was probably Wang Forge Mountain was because her father had been fortunate enough to receive a sword forged by Wang Forge Mountain, and nowadays he carried the sword behind his back every day, and intentionally displayed it when he saw people. She, being the daughter, had seen the most, so she instantly recognized this extremely distinctive style of forging. Zhang Ya was the same. She had exclaimed in shock just now because she recognized that these two swords came from the hands of the strongest refiner in the demon region, Wang Forge Mountain. Her father also had one. Lu Zixuan looked at the woman who had spoken and unexpectedly said, "Your eyesight is quite strong, this is indeed a sword forged by Grandpa Wang." Grandpa Wang? Everyone present opened their eyes wide. She actually called Wang Forge Mountain Grandpa Wang? What exactly is her identity? Zixuan. You're familiar with Senior Wang Forge Mountain? Manhwa was also stunned and hurriedly inquired. Lu Zixuan said, "How can I put it, not really familiar, just met a few times." After Wang Forge Mountain came to their side of the courtyard, he appeared in front of them a few times, and then he has been working with Imam inside the refining room near the courtyard. The two of them soaked inside the refining room every day, as if they wouldn't come out until they finished refining all the weapons for her father. Cut. I thought you were really familiar with it. You're just putting gold on your face. You even called Grandpa Wang directly. Zhang Ye gritted her teeth. But looking at the swords in the hands of the two, she was truly envious. Aya, don't talk like that. Manhwa frowned. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and said, Speak. How did you guys get these two precious swords? Grandpa Wang gave them to me. Lu Zishuan said. A group of people. You-hoo-hoo. A gift? Why don't you say that Senior Wang Forge Mountain took out a bunch of precious swords and let you guys choose? You guys don't want it, and you're still licking your chops to stuff it to you. Zhang Ye gasped and laughed, as if she had transformed, her entire being becoming a lemon essence and shading up. She wasn't sure where Lu Zishuan and the two of them got these two swords, but what the two of them said was definitely false. There was a high probability that the two had some elder behind them who had spent a lot of money before asking Wang Forge Mountain to help refine the weapons. Lu Zishuan couldn't help but blink her eyes when she heard Zhang Ye's words and said, coincidentally, it's really the same as what you said. A group of people. Chapter 78, Bringing a Group of Classmates Home. When Sun Minzi saw Zhang Ye and the girls looking at Lu Zishuan like she was a liar, she shook her head. She had seen that scene with her own eyes that day. It kinda roughly matched what Zhang Ye said. Ha, ahua, see, a guy full of lies, are you sure you wanna be friends with someone like that? Zhang Ye, as if she had caught Lu Zishuan's handle, turned her head to look at manhwa, looking like she really meant what she said and was afraid that manhwa would be lied to. Manhwa was also slightly embarrassed at this moment. Zishuan, you are indeed a bit. What, think I'm lying? Then how do you think we got these two swords? Lu Zishuan asked in return. It must be that you guys were lucky and got some superb weapon refining materials and begged Senior Wang Forge Mountain to refine them. No matter what reason you guys got this kind of sword, it won't wash away the fact that you are full of lies. Zhang Ye said in a deep voice. Lu Zishuan shrugged. Think what you like, maybe this is what is called a different path. Ahwa, do you believe me? She only cared about what manhwa thought. She actually wanted to integrate into Zhang Ye's circle. After all, her father said, try to make as many friends as possible. Now it seemed unnecessary. Manhwa didn't know how to answer, she still didn't believe it a little bit, she could only uncover this topic and said, we won't talk about this, the hall is being opened, go inside. Do not There is still some time left before the opening of the hall. Chatting more Zhang Ye rarely found a chance to let manhwa see clearly Lu Zishuan's true colors. How can you give up at this time, not to talk about Wang Forge Mountain to send the sword, but also to talk about Lu Zishuan to the face of the gold, called Wang Forge Mountain Wang Grandpa Matter. You just said that you are not very familiar with Wang Forge Mountain Sr., just met a few times, and called him Grandpa Wang. Don't you give a more satisfactory explanation? Manhwa frowned tightly. Right now, she was a bit uncomfortable with Zhang Ye acting like this. Do you have to make things so difficult for people? It's because my father is very familiar with Grandpa Wang. Lu Zishuan calmly and incomparably returned. Is that so? Who is your father? Zhang Ye asked with a cold smile. That's Wang Forge Mountain. In the entire Devil region, no one's face is given. Even if their dean or the Dekuro Demon Emperor went to Wang Forge Mountain to refine a weapon, they wouldn't be willing to help with the refining without giving conditions that would satisfy Wang Forge Mountain. Moreover, she hadn't heard that Wang Forge Mountain was close to anyone. This senior Wang Forge Mountain was notorious for his dislike of communicating with others. Lu Zishuan just wanted to blurt out that her father was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but thought of something and held back. Her father had told her that when she was at the academy, if she didn't encounter anything particularly important, she should try not to mention that she was the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. At that time, she still didn't know why, and Sun Ninji gave her the answer. It turned out to be that her father had killed many strong people on this side of the demon region in the beginning, and many of these strong people also had many offspring surviving. These people naturally couldn't retaliate against her father, but knowing that she was the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, they might find a way to take a shot at her. Lu Zishuan swept a glance at the people present and was not sure if any of Zhang Ye and their elders had been killed by her father, and after her eyes rolled for a moment, she returned, my father is also a casual cultivator, and you have never heard of him even if you say so. In that case, Senior Wang Forge Mountain actually has a very good relationship with a casual cultivator? Laughing. You don't even know what Senior Wang Forge Mountain's temperament is like. You're blowing it out of proportion here. How shameless. Zhang Ye laughed, instantly driving a few women behind her to laugh as well. Manhwa became more and more embarrassed. Lu Zishuan, what is Grandpa Wang's temperament? Senior Wang Forge Mountain, this person only cared about refining weapons, his whole life was devoted to refining weapons, and he didn't have a single friend. In his eyes, apart from refining weapons is refining weapons, without any set of human feelings, it is extremely difficult for others to get along with him. Even my father went to find him to help refining, did not come up with enough to make his old man feel novelty refining materials, are cold-faced to drive out the door. It's ridiculous to say that your father is friends with him. Zhang Ye looked at Lu Zixuan like she was a clown. Lu Zixuan said, you guys probably haven't even seen him in person. I do think that Grandpa Wang is quite nice, with a kind smile and treats people extremely well. Hearing this, Sun Mingji pulled an awkward smile from her face. Zixuan, what she said earlier was indeed wrong, but this sentence is true. This Wang Forge Mountain Senior is really eccentric, and only when facing your father and you guys, he only seems to be kind. When Zhang Ye heard Lu Zixuan's words, she laughed even louder. Manhwa couldn't stand it anymore, and smiled bitterly. Zixuan, stop it, let's start the lesson. Just, since you don't believe me, I don't bother to prove anything, the sword is also in hand, you can just fantasize by yourselves. Lu Zixuan didn't care what Zhang Ye and the others thought. After saying that, she looked at Manhwa. Ahua, my father asked me to take you home for a meal, I don't know if you're free after school? She probably knew what her father wanted, she should want to see if her new friend was a good person. Anyway, in her opinion, Manhwa was a very good person, worthy of developing into one of her close friends. Manhwa froze for a moment. Eating? Lu Zixuan nodded her head. I am free, but why does your father want to see me? Manhwa asked in doubt. I have very few friends on this side of the magic realm, Minzi is one and you are the second, he simply wants to meet my friends. That's fine, I can make the trip. Manhwa didn't refuse. The Magic Willow Academy had a detailed investigation of all the trainees' family situations, she could just talk to her father in advance. Moreover, she had an extremely powerful protective treasure on her body, and her father could arrive quickly if her life was threatened. Ahua, how can you go home with someone you just met not long ago? Zhang Ye hurriedly stopped it. I trust Zixuan. Manhwa said. Then take me with you. Zhang Ye said. We will also join together. The other women also quickly said. They had actually all become curious about Lu Zixuan's family. One of them also had an idea, especially Zhang Ye, who wanted to use it to expose Lu Zixuan's lies. Lu Zixuan took a look at Zhang Ye and the girls, thinking that it was fine to bring more people back, but she still had to ask her father. I'll send a voice message to ask my father. She took out a voice transmission jade slip and received an affirmative reply after asking. My father said that it was okay. Her dad was obviously a bit surprised when he learned this news. He also asked her how she met so many friends. Good. It's a deal. Zhang Ye gazed at Lu Zixuan and said. Little girl, wait and see, I'd like to see what's going on with your father. A casual cultivator, you should have heard of my father's name, right? At that time, I will report my father's name in front of your father and see what expression your father has. At the same time, in the courtyard, Lu Qinggan put away the voice transmission jade slip, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Wang Forge-shan and Hiamam were sitting in front of Lu Qingyan at the moment, looking at Lu Qingyan's rare smile. Wang Forge-shan asked with a smile, why, what good things happened? Lu Qingyan smiled and said, Zixuan said she would bring a group of friends back for dinner. I can't imagine that she is quite good at getting along with people. It's only been a few days and she has met so many people. More than I, the father, know how to socialize. His friends on this side of the magic realm, there really aren't many of them, almost all of them are the kind of friends that fight the service. Oh? Then I'll have to give Zixuan's friends some small gifts before I can do that. Wang Forge Mountain laughed. He had come back here to the courtyard this time because he and Hiamam had already completed the task Lu Qinggan had given them. All the treasures had been refined. Lu Qinggan looked at the various treasures that the two had placed on the tabletop and said, the weapons and armor that were refined this time are very good, when the children come back, equip them. Just after saying that, Lu Qinggan's gaze was by a piece of armor that he had specially customized for his eldest daughter. There was a slight asymmetry. Lao Wan, this place is not working, you hurry back to modify the modifications, to be completely symmetrical, otherwise my daughter will feel uncomfortable wearing it on her body. Where? You're able to realize this, you're worthy of being a delicate father. Okay, I'll take care of it. Chapter 79, Manifestation of Sainthood in Front of People. Magic Willow Academy, the instructor came inside the academy, Lu Zixuan and the others were seated in a row. The instructor who came to teach this time was named Morong Shan, an old man. Coincidentally, it was one of the elders of the Morong family. Ahua, this Morong Shan instructor is also named Morong, do you guys know each other? Lu Zixuan asked. Morong Hua, who was sitting next to Lu Zixuan, smiled and said, it is none other than the elder of our Morong family. That's right, that's a coincidence. Lu Zixuan smiled. In this class, I would like to talk to you about a sword technique. This sword technique is a sword technique that our Morong family can pass on to the outside world, named Fenghua sword technique. This sword method is suitable for all sword cultivators to practice, extremely basic. If you are interested in wanting to learn, you can come to me to receive the heart method. Of course, if you don't want to learn it, you can also learn some experience through me explaining this sword technique. Morong Shan stroked his beard and said with a smile. A group of trainees heard this and raised their hands for the heart technique. Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji both glanced at each other and thought to themselves, this is no coincidence. They had just learned this sword technique last night. By the way, Zishuan, Minzi, did you guys look at this sword technique when you went back? At this time, manhwa asked with a smile. Zhanya frowned. Ahua, you gave them the sword technique as well? This sword technique of our family is passed on to the outside world. Manhwa nodded his head. Their family had been outsourcing this sword technique in order to make a name for themselves, and nowadays, the Morong family's reputation outside was very good, and it was also somewhat related to outsourcing this sword technique. Lu Zishuan smiled and said, the two of us practiced successfully under the guidance of one of our brothers last night, and with my father's help in improving it, we now have our own understanding of this sword method. She feels that this sword technique suits her very well, so she is very grateful to Manhwa for giving this sword technique to her. Manhwa froze for a while when she heard this. Cultivating it successfully? Are you guys sure? Manhwa blinked her eyes, incredulity written all over her face. The difficulty of this sword technique wasn't particularly difficult, it could only be considered medium to high. When she first practiced it, it took about half a month or so. It wasn't even cultivated to the extreme, let alone having her own understanding. This talent of hers was already said to be extremely top-notch by her family. The two of them, Lu Zishuan and Sun Ningji, smiled and nodded their heads, their expressions serious. Seeing that Lu Zishuan and the two of them did not seem to be faking, Manhwa fell silent. So heaven-defying. Blowing. You guys can really blow. Zhanya really couldn't listen anymore. Overnight cultivation success? You guys will die if you don't blow. Not only did Zhanya do so, but several of the women sitting next to Zhanya looked at Lu Zishuan and the two of them with contemptuous gazes. They had really blown their bragging to the extreme, to the extent that they didn't need to make a draft anymore. They had all received this sword technique from Manhwa, and had also attempted to cultivate it, all of them starting out in a month before becoming proficient in some of the skins. It was the same with having family elders teaching them. Manhwa always felt that there was no need for the two to lie, as they would know once they tried this situation. Zishuan, the brother who taught you guys, what cultivation level? Manhwa thought about it and asked out. Perhaps the one who taught the two was particularly good at pointing? And, still, a strong person who had cultivated this sword technique of their Morong family to the extreme? Lu Zishuan laughed, peak of the great emperor realm. Oh? No wonder. Wait, are you sure it's brother? Morong Huagang nodded, feeling that he had guessed correctly, but upon careful consideration, he felt that it was not right. A peak great emperor realm powerhouse, it shouldn't just be her brother. Just her father, he was also a peak great emperor realm powerhouse, but this was considered to be relatively old, or old age to get a daughter, extremely rare. In the Devil's Domain, there are very few great emperor realm peak powerhouses that are very young. Lu Zishuan laughed. My father told me to call, he is my father's disciple, so the seniority is considered the same. Manhwa once again blinked her beautiful eyes repeatedly. Your father's disciple? Then your father is a bit powerful. A disciple is at the peak of the great emperor realm? Who exactly is your father? Blow. You will die if you don't blow. Once again, Zhanya couldn't help but spit. Lu Zishuan didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhanya and gave him a blank stare. What did I blow? Which sentence isn't true? If I told you guys that my father is the eternal night demon emperor, would you not say that I'm hysterical? That makes me even more curious. Let's go back to your home as soon as we leave the hall. Manhwa was very curious about Lu Zishuan's father. She was now beginning to feel that what Lu Zishuan had said earlier did not seem false. A peak great empress realm powerhouse and a peak great empress realm disciple, then a better relationship with Wang Forge Mountain was possible. Awa! Are you possessed? You don't really believe her, do you? Zhanya was so angry that her chest was heaving and raging. What kind of mesmerizing soup has this been fed? Okay, I'll start talking about this sword technique. By the way, in order for you to practice this sword technique more intuitively, Xiaohua, come up and demonstrate the sword technique. Morong Shan on the podium smiled and opened his mouth at this time. Manhwa heard Morong Shan call out to him and hurriedly stood up. Good. Afterwards, she turned her head to look at Lu Zishuan and the girls and said, don't argue, wait for me to come back. Lu Zishuan nodded her head. However, right at this moment, Zhanya quickly stood up. Grandpa Morong. This trainee, she said that she had successfully practiced the Fenghua sword technique overnight. It's better to let her perform it. Seeing the opportunity, Zhanya stood up boldly, a playful aura flashing through her eyes, pointing directly at Lu Zishuan. As soon as her words passed, the gazes of all the people in the room looked towards Lu Zishuan. The few women sitting next to Zhanya smiled. It was still Sister Dia who had a brain. This Lu Zishuan was going to lose face now. She also successfully practiced the Fenghua sword technique in one night and said that she had her own understanding of it. How dare you? Now let's see how you can still blow it. Manhwa looked towards Lu Zishuan. In fact, she was also curious in her heart whether Lu Zishuan had really succeeded in practicing this sword technique. Lu Zixuan was being watched by a group of people, but she didn't have any nervousness, her face was calm as she stood up, and her eyes were filled with the aura of confidence. I can do it, I'll do it. Shan thought that it was Zhang Ye and the girls who were joking, practicing a sword technique successfully in one night. This is not a joke. Not to mention their Morong family's manhwa sword technique. But when he saw Lu Zixuan actually stand up, he was puzzled. Not fooling around? Wait, still fooling around? This little ninny should have long practiced this manhwa sword technique of theirs for a long time, and now she was just joining a little bit of fame in the academy to come and manifest herself in front of people. I can't imagine that girls also love people to manifest sainthood. Ah. Then you come. Shan shook his head and smiled. He could tell that Lu Zixuan and Manhwa had a good relationship, so let's cooperate with them to have some fun. Lu Zixuan nodded her head and flew out of her seat, coming into the martial arts space in front of the podium. Instructor, will it be fine to perform it directly here? Lu Zixuan asked. Shan calmly nodded his head. Lu Zixuan looked around. The space was quite large, but if she took out a 10th grade absolute grade sword to execute it, it would easily damage the building. After thinking about it, the scene of her father last night appeared in her mind, so her vermilion lips rose and she followed suit. The next moment, her body shook as a wave of intent emanated out, and under her outstretched hand, her fingers became a sword, and she swung violently. Swoosh! The air around her suddenly turned into sword chi, pulling towards the main sword chi, cutting a piece of the void in front of her with a clicking sound. This sword technique was not only nice to look at, it was also extremely concerned with the beauty of symmetry, and no flaws could be seen. After one move, Lu Zixuan let out a breath. It was possible, there were no mistakes. Afterwards, she turned her head to look at Shan. Instructor, is it okay? Shan didn't say anything, only glaring. Lu Zixuan realized that the atmosphere of the academy had become strange and turned her head to look, only to see Manhwa and Zhang Ye and the others all staring with wide eyes and open mouths. The entire hall was silent, a needle could be heard. Chapter 80 Going Home. It was only after Shan continuously blinked his eyes that he fully regained his senses and hurriedly asked in a state of extreme excitement, this student. Who did you learn this sword technique from? Is this still the same manhwa sword technique of their Morong family? It feels like the level of swordsmanship has jumped up a big level all of a sudden. And he was certain that a woman of the harmonization realm couldn't possibly possess the ability to adapt this kind of swordsmanship. It must be that there was an extremely terrifying and powerful person behind her who had instructed her. Lu Zixuan's eyes rolled for a moment when she was asked this, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, Instructor, this is what my elder brother and father taught me. She had already mentioned this matter to Zhang Ye and Manhwa and the others, so it would be the same if she said it or not. As long as she didn't reveal her father's emperor number, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Oh? What are your brother and your father called? Shan quickly asked. It was definitely a good thing for their Morong family to have this change in this sword method. If they could get the consent of Lu Zixuan's elder brother and father to give the adapted sword method to their Morong family would be able to use it to enhance their reputation a little bit again. Lu Zixuan directly shook her head this time. My father said, try not to mention his name outside. Forgive me for not being able to answer you, instructor. Shan frowned, then said gently, well then, we will talk about this matter after we disperse the hall. You go back first. Lu Zixuan nodded and returned to Manhwa and the others. After she sat back down, she realized that Manhwa and the others turned around in unison and stared at her with eyes full of shock. Zixuan, what you said earlier was actually true. Manhwa was the first to ask. She was so amazed by Lu Zixuan just now that her heart almost stopped for a moment. That sword was no longer the Morong family's manhwa sword technique. It was simply a super version of the manhwa sword technique. Lu Zixuan returned a smile and nodded. Manhwa swallowed his saliva, and at this moment, he was looking forward to going to Lu Zixuan's home. Wanting to see just where the father and father's disciple that Lu Zixuan mentioned existed. Could she also receive guidance from such a strong person, and cultivate the manhwa sword technique to that magical extent just now like Lu Zixuan did just now? Zhang Ye and the few women were silent at the moment, not daring to say anything more about Lu Zixuan. Especially Zhang Ye, her cheeks were a bit hot and painful, like she had been slapped in the face, but this bit of discomfort didn't bother her. Instead, her mind was full of thoughts. If what Lu Zixuan had said about the matter of the sword technique was true, then were the ones that had been said earlier also true? Impossible. It should be that the matter of the sword technique was true, and those earlier ones were false. She shook her head, her heart firming up. Lu Zixuan's father was most likely really a peak great emperor realm powerhouse. And what Lu Zixuan said, that her father's disciple was also a peak great emperor realm powerhouse, should be false. The person who instructed Lu Zixuan to cultivate this sword technique was most likely Lu Zixuan's father. A father with peak great emperor realm cultivation, she also had. As for that sword, it must be Lu Zixuan's father who just happened to have special materials to allow Wang Forge Mountain to help refine the sword. That's right. That must be it. Humph. Since you have promised to let us follow you, I will expose all your lies with my own eyes. Zhangya was at the moment completely tugged by her own pride in her thoughts, a defiance that came from a child. A class quickly passed. After the class was dismissed, Morongshan called Lu Zixuan and Moronghua to a place where there were no other trainees, and put forward the request of wanting to see Lu Zixuan's father. Then, after learning that Moronghua would go to Lu Zixuan's home afterward, he instantly dismissed the idea, and after transmitting his voice to Moronghua to instruct him on a few things, he left with a smile and went to get busy. And after Lu Zixuan and the girls finished their lessons, they started to team up to break through the levels for the rest of the day. Zhangya's few people looked at Lu Zixuan's 3 people who were still breaking through the levels in a trio, and stood in front of the pagoda frowning. Sister, yeah. That Lu Zixuan's words couldn't all be true. Zhangya glanced at the woman who had spoken and said in a deep voice, "Humph. I don't believe it until I see her home with my own eyes anyway. Anyway, we'll be able to follow a trip to her home afterward. At that time, we'll see what we can do and check it out. Would it be a bit bad for us to do so in her home?" A person laughed bitterly. "What's not good about it? It's very likely that her father is really a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. My dad is also a peak Great Emperor Realm strength. What am I afraid of? Listen to me in everything." Time passed quietly. When dusk arrived, Lu Zixuan and the 3 of them walked out of the Magic Beast Tower ahead of schedule. I can't imagine that both of you have cultivated the Windflower Sword technique to this realm. You guys are too powerful. Today's breakthrough was too smooth. We're almost at the 6th level. Moronghua looked at the 2 of them, Lu Zixuan, with great envy. She realized that Sun Mingji was actually able to execute the unique Fenghua sword technique as well, causing her to be stunned for a while before she reacted. After the 2 of them, Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji, had become stronger, the hurdles that were still relatively difficult for them to break through before were smoothly broken through. "Ahua, when you come home with me later, I'll see if my father can give you a little guidance as well," Lu Zixuan whispered. She had already taken Moronghua as a good friend. If she could, she tried to ask her father if he could also give Moronghua a little guidance. "Really?" Moronghua asked in surprise. "Aha!" Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded her head. Just then, Zhangya and the others quickly walked over. "Finished? When will you take us to your home?" Zhangya stared straight at Lu Zixuan and asked out. Lu Zixuan said, "Now, but I have to wait for 2 people." She transmitted her voice to contact her sister and sister-in-law, and then led Moronghua and the others towards the time-traveling demon Willow side of the teleportation array as she did so. When she reached this side, Suyuni just happened to come out from inside the time treasure. "Little Aunt." Lu Zixuan waved her hand and shouted, "Auntie?" A group of women looked towards Suyuni. They found that Suyuni was very beautiful and her cultivation level was Saint King Realm strength. "Hee, Zixuan, are these the friends you met at the academy?" Suyuni asked gently when she saw a group of young and energetic women standing behind Lu Zixuan. "Zixuan, your sister-in-law is so pretty." Moronghua transmitted her voice. Lu Zixuan smiled. "My sister-in-law is definitely pretty. Auntie, this is Moronghua that I mentioned to Minzi, and these are all of Hua's friends. They'll be coming home with us for a meal later." "This is Moronghua?" Suyuni was stunned for a moment. She thought Moronghua was a handsome young man. Why is he a girl? "Senior, how are you?" Moronghua smiled and saluted. "Hello. Suyuni smiled and nodded her head, then realized that, on the other hand, Zhangya several people did not greet her. Couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed that the relationship was a bit off. "Sister. Auntie." Right at this moment, Lu Miaomiao's voice sounded not far away. Lu Miaomiao approached extremely fast in the form of a black wind, and when her figure fully appeared, she stopped in front of Lu Zixuan and the others, holding a large sugar gourd in her hand, and tilting her head to look at Moronghua and the others next to Lu Zixuan. "Sister, who are they?" Lu Zixuan introduced to Moronghua, "My sister." "Wow, Zixuan, your sister is so cute." Moronghua looked like he saw some cute rag doll and a starlight flashed in his eyes. "Sister, you are also very beautiful." Lu Miaomiao smiled back after being complimented. "It's just like that." Zhangya muttered at this time. This Lu Zixuan actually had such a cute sister. What's the point? When Lu Miaomiao heard this voice from Zhangya, she instantly beamed, and just wanted to say something, when she suddenly heard a faint little boy's voice coming from behind her, "Big sister. Where are you?" Lu Miaomiao hurriedly urged, "Sister. Let's hurry back." After saying that, she directly activated the identity token's teleportation formation, and a light door appeared in front of her, then quickly ran inside. It was as if she was avoiding some plague god. Suyuni followed behind Lu Miaomiao and entered the light door. Lu Zixuan looked towards Moronghua's few people who saw the special teleportation array at the moment and said, "Let's go inside, and you'll be able to get to my side of the house." Zhangya was in a daze, not even knowing how she entered the light door, and then as the light door closed, she heard a familiar voice from behind her. "Cousin?" It seemed to be her cousin's voice. After a moment of heavenly rotation, the environment in front of the group instantly changed. Lu Miaomiao appeared before and after the courtyard and secretly exhaled. "That little fatty is annoying as hell. He had to recognize me as a big sister. Lu Miao muttered in a low voice, then ran towards the courtyard. Father! Miao is back. Chapter 81, so lively. Lu Qingyan was sitting near the front door. After hearing his youngest daughter's voice, his eyes lit up, an old fatherly smile rose on his face, and he stood up. At the same time, thinking of something, a dark aura flashed across his eyes, with a slight curiosity mixed within it. He would like to see how handsome this manhwa was. Only, when he saw the group of people following his eldest daughter, all of them were young and beautiful girls, his eyebrows moved gently. Wait, why are they all girls? What about manhwa? Abruptly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze mainly fell on manhwa, who was closest to his own daughter. It couldn't be a girl using a boy's name, right? Father! Hug! Lu Miao transformed into a gust of black wind and arrived in front of Lu Qingyan in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingyan smiled and picked up Lu Miao, then looked at his eldest daughter. Father! I brought my friends back. Lu Zixuan smiled. Su Yuni also shouted, brother-in-law. Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded. At this moment, manhwa and the others had very complicated emotions. They were still immersed in the matter of being teleported here through this special way. What kind of teleportation array was this? This teleportation array was actually within the academy? The academy could actually allow someone to set up a teleportation array within the academy, even before the time-trace demonic Willow? Most importantly, they had just heard Lu Zixuan say that this side was in the middle of Devil's Lin City. The path from the Demon Willow Academy to the Demon Prosperity City was a long one, so just what level of teleportation array was it that could teleport to the side in one fell swoop? The person who set up this kind of formation, and what level of formation master? The information they had learned was that the strongest formation master in the demon region, Huang Hao, had personally set up a teleportation formation that couldn't reach such a long distance. Only after they regained their senses from the shock did their eyes gradually look towards Lu Qingyan. When they saw Lu Qingyan, they suddenly fell into a daze once again. So handsome. Not. You actually have such a handsome father? There was a very strange phenomenon on this side of the devil's domain, and that was that the higher the cultivation level of the old devils, probably due to the demonic chi they had absorbed, or because of their previous cultivation conditions in unselective gongfu cultivation, they all had a more ordinary, or even unsightly, appearance. Utilizing any means, it was very difficult to change this kind of look situation. Nowadays, Lu Qingyan's handsome face really stunned them. Was this really a peak great emperor realm powerhouse? And so young? Manhwa hurriedly transmitted her voice to Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, is this really your father? Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded her head as she replied back, do I not look like my father? Manhwa examined it carefully. The two people's facial features were indeed very similar. No wonder Lu Zixuan could be so beautiful. I guess the mother is also very pretty. That's right, Lu Zixuan's sister-in-law is also so pretty. It's just that. After she approached Lu Qingyan's side along with Lu Zixuan, she unexpectedly realized that there was no sense of powerful aura on Lu Qingyan's body. There was also no demonic aura emanating out. It couldn't be. Manhwa's expression was slightly dumbfounded. Her father's powerful great emperor realm aura could give her a bit of a suffocating feeling whenever she was near. The same was a peak great emperor realm powerhouse. How come she didn't feel any powerful sensation on Lu Qingyan? It was too ordinary and mild. Zhang Ye's few women were the same, and after a series of surprises, their eyes lit up when they realized that Lu Qingyan didn't have that particular powerful feeling in him. Found the lie broken. I told you. Now your lie is sort of uncovered. Zhang Ye looked towards Lu Zixuan and grunted in her heart. Of course, she didn't question Lu Zixuan right away. After all, she was now in Lu Zixuan's house. Moreover, this was Devil's Lin City, and it would take a long time for her to be driven away and want to go back to her side of the family. Just barely, she would eat a meal here, leave, and then ruthlessly mock Lu Zixuan tomorrow when she was at the academy. Zhang Ye and a few of the women glanced at each other, their respective expressions already stating that what they had in mind at the moment should be the same. Father, this is the manhwa I was talking about. The girls, on the other hand, are Ahua's friends. Lu Zixuan brought manhwa and the girls forward and introduced them with a smile. So you are manhwa. Not bad, it is indeed the same as what my daughter described. Lu Qingyan stared at manhwa, very satisfied. It's good that it's not yellow hair. Junior has met senior. Although manhwa couldn't feel a powerful aura on Lu Qingyan, she still trusted Lu Zixuan. Perhaps there was some special reason for this. Lu Qingyan smiled and nodded, then he realized that the few women behind manhwa on the other hand did not greet him. These few little things, could it be? Go in and sit down, my old friend went out to prepare the ingredients and will be back to cook for you later. Lu Qingyan didn't think too much and led the people into the house. The group of people entered the house, and at this time, they accidentally realized that there was a person sitting inside the house. It was none other than He Imam. Mid-Great Imperial Realm Cultivation. Ha, are all of you friends of Zixian? Come, have a seat. He Imam greeted with a smile. Lu Zixuan introduced manhwa. Ahua, this is Grandpa He, my father's good friend. Manhwa hurriedly gave a greeting and followed suit by calling out Grandpa He. When Zhangya's few women saw He Imam's cultivation level, they grunted in their hearts. Only the early stage of the Great Emperor Realm. If a friend's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Great Emperor Realm, then Lu Zixuan's father shouldn't be any stronger either. The women had just thought of this when the next moment, a silhouette appeared outside the main door. It was none other than Luo Dan Herb. Lu Qinggan thought that everyone would gather tonight and have a good meal, so he went along and called Luo Danhong, who was practicing nearby, to come as well. As soon as Luo Danhong appeared, Moronghua and the others instantly fixed their eyes on Luo Danhong. So beautiful. Wait a minute. This cultivation aura. Peak Great Emperor Realm cultivation. This appearance, this cultivation strength, and appearing here, this couldn't be Lu Zixuan's mother. Moronghua saw this and was certain. This was definitely Lu Zixuan's mother. In that case, Lu Zixuan's father really was a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse? Otherwise, the wife wouldn't be this strong. So many people. Lock Dan Herb smiled when she saw a group of young women coming inside the house. This is Senior Luo Dan Herb. Lu Zixuan smiled and introduced. Luo Dan Herb Senior? Moronghua froze. You called her Senior? Not your mother? Senior. Su Yuni smiled. Luo Dan Herb nodded, then Luo Dan Herb smiled and looked at Lu Qingyan. You called me over, is there something wrong? She had just been cultivating her formation when she suddenly received Lu Qinggan's voice transmission, so she came over. Lu Qinggan said blandly, it's a rare night when there are many people, so let's have a meal together. Oh, that's fine too. Luo Dan Herb nodded with a smile. Behavior and demeanor looked respectful and courteous. And Luo Danhong's respectful attitude, for Moronghua and Zhangya, it was like a bolt from the blue. It suddenly landed on top of their heads and blasted them to the core. No. You? A peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse, actually speaking so respectfully to Lu Zixuan's father? Chapter 82. This world has gone mad. Zhangya's few people glanced at each other, frantically transmitting voices within their minds. This is a fake, right? Impossible. This is acting for us to see? This is indeed the peak cultivation aura of the Great Emperor Realm. My grandfather's aura is like that. However, how could she talk to him like this? Zhangya had realized that things weren't simple anymore, briefly exceeding the scope of what her mind could think. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's father, who didn't have a strong sense of oppression, was really a very powerful existence? It couldn't be. The peak of the Great Emperor Realm shouldn't be about the same strength, and when communicating with each other, it couldn't be such an attitude. Moreover, just now, Su Yuni had called this woman master, so shouldn't this woman's seniority be greater than Lu Zixuan's father? This is not reasonable. Acting? That's right. That must be it. If there is something unreasonable, there must be a problem. Moronghua didn't react at this time either, but she didn't think randomly. Instead, she directly sent a voice message to Lu Zixuan, asking to inquire about what's going on. Zixuan, isn't this your mother? Why is she talking to your father like this? This is so strange. Being asked about her mother, Lu Zixuan's eyes became a little bleak, slightly bitter echoed, naturally not my mother, this is my sister-in-law's teacher. The reason why so talk to my father, the situation is a little complicated, I will tell you later. Is that so? Moronghua pondered for a moment, then asked, so when will your mother come back? She was now beginning to wonder how strong Lu Zixuan's mother was. My mother, she is in a more distant place, busy with some things, so is not going to come over here. Lu Zixuan didn't want to lie, nor did she want to mention her mother too much. All right. Sit down, don't stand. Lu Qinggan saw that a group of children were still standing and gestured for them to sit down, then he headed towards Xiao Qingyi's room and found the demon godmother tree tea leaves that Xiao Qingyi had stolen to entertain his daughter's friends. Brother-in-law, let me cook it. Su Yuni smiled and stepped forward at this time. Lu Qinggan nodded, he had something to talk to his daughter's friend. I see that all of your talents are not bad, I think you should come from a stronger force in the demon region, right? Moronghua respectfully said, reporting to Senior, I come from the Morong family. What about you guys? Lu Qinggan looked at Zhangya and the girls. Zhangya and the others glanced at each other once again, and after seeing Luo Danhong sitting down right near Lu Qinggan, they couldn't help but be a little bit more restrained when facing Lu Qinggan at the moment due to the pressure that Luo Danhong had put on them. Li family. Zhang family. The desolate ancient demon mansion. A few other families, Lu Qinggan did not have much of an impression, but when he heard the desolate ancient demon house, Lu Qinggan laughed. You come from the desolate ancient demon house? That coincidence. What is the name of your forces from what seems to be called Sun Zi Emperor? Cough cough. Sun Zi Emperor, how is it nowadays? He beat up this guy, and only beat up twice, so the impression is a little, but not much. Just remember that he gave the other side a nickname. You know my grandfather? The woman who spoke was named Lu Huijun and asked in surprise. It's your grandfather? How is he nowadays? Lu Qingdan asked with a smile. Many years ago, a little Taoist heart collapse, closed for a long time. Lu Huijun looked slightly depressed. Oh. Lu Qinggan expression odd. It will not be related to yourself, right? Father, do you know her grandfather? Lu Zixuan asked. Lu Qinggan just wanted to skip this topic. After all, he could be the enemy of Lu Huijuan's grandfather's Dao heart collapse. It was a bit embarrassing to talk about it. Just in the face of his eldest daughter's question, he could only simply return a sentence. Somewhat related. I don't know what to call senior? I heard Zixuan say that senior's disciples are all peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses, so senior should also be at peak Great Emperor Realm cultivation, right? I don't know what your emperor number is? Lu Huijun asked directly at this time. She was too lazy to guess like Zhangya and the others. Since the conversation had come to this, it was just a matter of asking directly. Lu Qinggan looked at the group of young girls whose gazes were all focused on him, and he felt that there was no need to hide it, so when they left, he would just coerce them and not let them talk nonsense. Only, just as he was about to open his mouth, all of a sudden, a loud laugh sounded outside. The children are all here? Xiao Qingyi flashed and appeared in front of the main door, smiling as he walked in. After Xiao Qingyi appeared, Zhangya and the others' gazes shifted to Xiao Qingyi. The cultivation aura on Xiao Qingyi's body was extremely solid and frightening. It was even stronger than Luo Danhong. After all, Luo Dan Herb was still stronger in formation. This is the Great Emperor of Thunder Heavens. Moronghua and Zhangya and the others weren't people who hadn't seen anything, and Xiao Qingyi was often active in the circle of powerful people in the demon realm, so they had all seen Xiao Qingyi from afar, and at this moment, they instantly recognized Xiao Qingyi. Yoo-hoo! The number of people is quite large. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare more ingredients outside this time. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Greetings, Great Emperor Lei Xiao. Moronghua and the others quickly rose and bowed respectfully. None of them had ever met Luodan Herb, even though Luodan Herb's cultivation strength was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and in their thoughts, it was likely that she had just broken through to this realm not long ago. And Xiao Qingyi was different. This was the Thunder Sky Emperor, a top powerhouse known in the demon region. There were even rumors that he was one of the best friends of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. When they see such a terrifying powerhouse, how can they not respect him? They are quite polite. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Grandpa Xiao, what are we going to eat tonight? Lu Miao Miao smiled and came in front of Xiao Qingyi, tilting her head and asking. I'll make whatever Miao Miao wants to eat. Xiao Qingyi dotingly touched Lu Miao Miao's head. When Zhangya and the others saw Xiao Qingyi treating Miao Miao Lu like this, and heard Miao Miao Lu address Xiao Qingyi like this, their eyes widened. Grandpa Xiao? Wait a minute. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's father was the son of this Thunder Sky Emperor? In other words, Lu Zixuan was Xiao Qingyi's granddaughter? Zhangya blinked her eyes that contained a dull gaze and the corner of her mouth twitched. It was unthinkable that she was the granddaughter of the Lei Xiao Emperor. No wonder she was able to get a powerful person like Wang Forge Mountain to refine a precious sword. But just as she finished thinking so, the next moment, Lu Zixuan introduced, this is my father's good friend, Xiao Qingyi. I think you all know Grandpa Xiao. Grandpa Xiao, this is Moronghua as I said, and they are all Ahua's friends. Xiao Qingyi smiled and nodded. No need to be polite, they are all Zixuan's friends, just treat this place as your own home, just sit down. Xiao Qingyi smiled. Zhangya and Moronghua froze again when they heard this. Your father's friend? It was also at this moment that they quickly shifted their gazes to Lu Qinggan. What a peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse, huh? Being able to be friends with the Great Emperor of Lei Xiao, and with Luodan Herb's performance just now, it was enough to confirm all of this. Wait a minute. The kind smile on this flavor Xiao Qingyi's face didn't last long before it suddenly stiffened in the next moment. Ah! My tea leaves. How did it all get soaked? Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened as he looked at Su Yuni. When he left, he said that he could let Lu Qinggan brew some magic Godmother tree tea leaves to greet his guests, but he didn't say that he had finished brewing all of them. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes and froze in place for a moment. Lu Qinggan kicked Xiao Qingyi gently at this time. I let her bubble, have an opinion about me? And, can you not be so stingy in front of the juniors? Okay. Xiao Qingyi instantly stopped talking. Until he heard Lu Qingyan voice transmission said tomorrow to go get him a few pounds, he instantly changed his face in general, playfully smiled. Drink! Everyone drink vigorously. Zhang Yat and the others. They were all numb. Emperor Lei Xiao was kicked by Lu Zixuan's father. Surprisingly, he still looks like this. This world, crazy. Chapter 83 To Hell with the Laughing Wang Forge Mountain. How could this be? Zhang Ya's eyes widened as she frantically transmitted sound to the Moronghua few. The few of them were rapidly transmitting to each other, mocking voices resounded endlessly within their minds, forming and intertwining with their fuzzy thoughts, and their entire being became even more disorganized. Before they came this time, they all felt that their own families and forces were not weaker than Lu Zixuan's family, or even a lot stronger, and at first, they mocked Lu Zixuan, thinking that she didn't have much of a foundation. Now it's good. None of them dared to imagine what they would face after the strongest person in their family and power kicked the Thunderbolt Emperor. This was the Thunderbolt Emperor. One of the most powerful people in the demon region. an existence on the same level as the dean of their magic Willow Academy. After being kicked by Lu Zixuan's father, he was still smiling. Is this really not an illusion? Zixuan, what exactly is your father's identity? Manhwa sent a voice transmission to Lu Zixuan, and the transmission that went over to her carried a bit of a trembling sensation. It was really because she was also shaking a bit right now. What kind of status is this to be able to treat the Thunderbolt Emperor like this? Lu Zixuan laughed. If my father wants to talk to you guys, he will talk to you guys. Manhwa. I can't wait to know the answer. Suyuni had already finished brewing the tea by this time. She wasn't sure how precious the tea was at first, but while it was boiling, she had already realized how special it was. It actually possessed such a terrifying energy. Drink it, it's good for you guys. Lu Qinggan said. At this moment, Zhanya and the others no longer dared to look at Lu Qinggan like they did in the beginning, and their eyes became slightly reverent. They weren't sure why Lu Qinggan didn't have that powerful sense of oppression on him, but what was certain was that Lu Qinggan must be very uncomplicated. He should really be a peak great emperor realm powerhouse. And there was also the possibility that he was one of a certain top demon region powerhouse that they hadn't seen and didn't recognize. The good Manhwa and the others looked towards the celadon teacups filled with tea in front of them, cupping the teacups with both hands, and froze for a moment when they smelled the aroma of the tea. Wait! This fragrance! With just a single sniff, they felt that the bottleneck in their cultivation that had been stuck for some time had suddenly loosened up a bit. They glanced at each other once again, and both could see the surprise in their respective eyes. Thus, they quickly drank their tea and smothered it in one gulp. Boom! They only felt that their bodies were enveloped by a special aura, and a rumble emitted from somewhere inside their bodies that could not be described, only ringing in front of their ears. Immediately after, they realized that the bottleneck that had been troubling them for some time had actually broken through. And it gave them the feeling that it wasn't just this layer of bottleneck that had been broken through. The feeling was as if along with the many bottlenecks that came after them, they had all been instantly blasted through. Manhwa and the others quickly closed their eyes and entered a strange state. After roughly 2 breaths had passed, they opened their eyes one after another. The light in their eyes was filled with excitement and shocking emotions. The talent had actually increased by a large margin. What was this happening? Lu Zixuan looked at Manhwa and the girls exaggerated to the point of strangeness expressions after they finished their tea. Her head was filled with doubt as she picked up her teacup and drank a bit. There's nothing, she secretly thought, it's just a little bit good to drink. If she had known that her talent could no longer be raised any further to do so, she shouldn't have thought so. Senior, what kind of tea is this? Manhwa was no longer facing Lu Qinggan like he was at the beginning, looking at him like he was looking at some great being. Unexpectedly, they had actually had such a chance after making a trip here. Lu Qinggan smiled blandly and said, the leaves of the Devil Godmother tree, it's just a trinket, if you can drink it, drink more, it'll be good for you guys. Devil Godmother tree. Manhwa and Zhanya, several people shouted out at the same time. The entire group was once again numb. They had all heard of the Devil Godmother tree. It could be said that there was no one in the demon region who did not know about the Demon Godmother tree. And even the strongest amongst their family forces hadn't drank much tea from the mother tree of the demon god. Zhanya's father had drank it once, or he had followed him to a place and dabbled in the banquet of one of the top powerhouses in the demon region, and only then did he have the honor of drinking a cup. After returning, he kept telling her that if he could drink it again, he would be willing to live a few thousand years less. And now, Zhanya watched as Suyuni filled another cup of tea for her, and her lips trembled. Father! Daughter is unfilial. I'll drink it first as a token of respect. Gulp! Manhwa and a few other women all quickly grabbed their teacups and poured them into their stomachs. Magic Godmother tree tea leaves. Scent. Harry Lu Qinggan looked at the group of children with that look of calmness, only when his eyes happened to see Sun Mingji and realized that when Sun Mingji heard the 4 words of the Magic Godmother tree, her little face that was still wearing some smiles just a moment ago was suddenly covered with a faint sadness. At this, he secretly shook his head. Lu Zixuan looked at Manhwa and the girls with an upturned look on their faces, blinked her eyes woodenly, then looked at her father. Father, what's wrong with them? Lu Zixuan hurriedly transmitted her voice. This is good stuff, it's normal for them to be like this. Don't pay any attention to it, they will like you even more afterward. Lu Qinggan transmitted his voice back. He could feel that apart from Manhwa, the other few women seemed to have some kind of preconceived notion about his daughter. But the fact that his daughter was able to bring them back, that meant that she didn't particularly hate them. And for him, these were all juniors, giving a little chance was nothing, just get along with his daughter in the future. Of course, if there are other ideas after taking the favor, then sorry. Manhwa, several people who were drinking tea suddenly stopped violently, not knowing what was going on, feeling a tremor from their souls. It was also at this moment that they didn't dare to drink anymore. It couldn't be that they drank too much and made the senior angry, right? They thought about it and felt that it should be. After all, this kind of treasure was just too precious. Just now, when they were asked to drink more, it should have just been a polite remark. Drink more. Lu Qinggan saw manhwa and the girls suddenly all stop and said with a smile. Manhwa and the others shook their heads frantically with great speed, as if they were rattlesnakes. You don't flirt with us. Don't dare to drink anymore. Drank enough? Lu Qinggan asked. Enough. That's fine. Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi. Old Xiao, go prepare dinner. Okay, I'll go and get busy then. Xiao Qingyi whistled and walked towards the kitchen. Manhwa and the others were relieved to see that Lu Qingyan was not on top of this topic anymore. Just then, another person suddenly appeared outside the door. Grandpa Wang. Lu Zixuan saw the person outside the door and shouted with a smile. Lu Miaomiao also laughed. Grandpa Wang, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Ha, recently not in the refining of weapons, now busy, the future to accompany you to play a few days. Wang Forge Mountain finished laughing and looked at manhwa and the others. The children are all here? Lu Qinggan nodded. Zixuan, introduce the introduction. Wang Forge Mountain said with a smile, full of kind smiles. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. Grandpa Wang, this is manhwa, and they are all friends of Ahua. Ahua, you guys should know Grandpa Wang, you shouldn't need me to introduce you. Manhwa and the others. Senior Wang Forge Mountain. And it's still the smiling elder Wang Forge Mountain. Hell no. Since they are all Zixuan's friends, I don't have much. These weapons will be used as a meet and greet gift. Come on, I'll pick one. Wang Forge Mountain took out a bunch of 10th grade medium weapons and gestured for manhwa and the girls to come forward and pick one. Chapter 84 Teasing Children. These weapons were all casually refined during his leisure time, and he usually didn't have any particularly good friends, plus there were people looking for him to refine weapons, giving him a large amount of payment, and he didn't need magic crystals, so he kept them all. The pile of weapons that Wang Forge Mountain took out instantly brightened the large eyes of Zhanya and these young women. Everything that was happening in front of their eyes, was it real? The smiling elder Wang Forging Mountain. And taking out so many weapons for them to pick from. Giving them away. It actually fit perfectly with what Lu Zixuan had said. It's true. It's all true. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? They all quickly looked at Lu Zixuan and Lu Qinggan. Is this because of Lu Zixuan's father? Otherwise, why would they be treated so well by senior Wang Fengshan? Don't be polite to this old fellow, take one of each. Lu Qinggan calmly opened his mouth, especially when he looked at manhwa. The more he looked at manhwa now, the more agreeable he became. In his heart, he also felt a little guilty for suspecting that manhwa was a yellow hair. This kid is good. He even gave his daughter a sword technique. In the future, in addition to Sun Mingji, her daughter has one more friend, and she is not afraid of her daughter following in the footsteps of his disciple. At the same time, coming to this new environment of the magic realm, she can also better adapt to this side of the environment. Is it really possible? Manhwa asked weakly. She still felt a bit bad. It was too expensive. Just such a weapon, her father would have to drool when he saw it. She was actually able to get one just by following her new friend here, and when she went back, her father would be so envious that his eyes would turn red. She already didn't dare to imagine what she would see when she got home afterward. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. Wang Forge Mountain also laughed. What, you don't see these trinkets of my old man? No. Not. Manhwa and the others quickly waved their hands and shook their heads. Still can't look at your weapons? Who dares to say that in the entire devil's domain? Ahua, take one. Lu Zixuan smiled. Alright then. Manhwa's throat rolled for a bit, and in the end, he tried to suppress his frantically beating heart and went forward to choose one. Senior, then I'll take this one. Take it. After manhwa took a sword into her hands, she immediately felt the specialness of this sword, the aura that flowed from it, it was simply not too strong. So she couldn't help but bow and shouted. Many thanks, senior. If you want to thank more, thank Zixian more. I am also treating you guys like this because you are Zixian's friends. Wang Forge Mountain said with a smile. He didn't care how emotional he was with these words, he directly said what was in his heart. Manhwa heard this and looked at Lu Zixuan, a special emotion flashed through his heart. Zixuan, thanks a lot. Manhwa transmitted his voice. Lu Zixuan smiled and transmitted her voice back. They are all friends, there is no need to be like this. What about you guys? Hurry up, old man's hands are tired. Wang Forge Mountain looked at Zhanya. Several people. Oh. Zhanya's cheeks were red, they felt so guilty in their hearts, especially Zhanya. There were some tears flashing inside her eyes, but she still followed forward and selected a weapon. After choosing, she looked towards Lu Zixuan and weakly transmitted, I'm sorry. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, was very atmospheric and transmitted her voice back, it's fine. Zhanya was frozen in place. There really is such a good person in this world. Wang Forge Mountain put away all the remaining weapons, then smiled and walked towards Lu Miaomiao. Miaomiao, don't you know any friends? When Lu Miaomiao heard the word friend, the image of a fat boy who had been giggling flashed inside her mind, and she hurriedly shook her head. Miaomiao's friends are brother Xian and Auntie Shui, as well as daddy. Of course, Grandpa Wang is also a friend. so there is no need for other friends. Ha, is Grandpa Wang also your friend? So good. Wang Ford Shan's old face was all doting, and he couldn't help but gently poke Lu Miao's baby fat little face with his palm. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, wasn't afraid that her little daughter would be withdrawn in the future. This little girl is very lively and can play with anyone, so there is no hurry to rush her to no more friends. Father, let me tell you something. At this time, Lu Zixuan suddenly looked at Lu Qingyan in a very happy manner. What is it? Today in the academy, the instructor happened to be teaching us the manhwa sword technique, so I went up and performed the manhwa sword technique that you instructed me in. Ha, that must have stunned your instructor. Lu Qinggan smiled favorably. His own eldest daughter's strong talent was recognized by him. One could only imagine what the picture in the academy was like at that time. When Zhangya's few little beauties heard this, they quickly lowered their heads. Their faces were filled with a guilty look. There was no place to hide. They couldn't wait to dig out a hole in the ground with their toes and quickly burrow inside. Manhwa at this time thought of the mission he came on this trip and slightly looked a little embarrassed, said, that instructor is the elder of our Murong family, and at that time, he was amazed at Zixuan. Zixuan said by Senior Yu point, our elder asked me a thing, come here to ask Senior Yu, can let Zixuan teach this new manhwa sword method to us. Lu Zixuan looked at Manhwa, then smiled and looked at Lu Qinggan, father, if you are free, you can also instruct a hua. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, was very casual, alright, after dinner. Anyway, I'm fine, so it's not a big deal to give some pointers to my juniors. The main thing is, such a lovely daughter has requested him, as a father, how can he not fulfill it? Ha, thank you father. You're the best. Lu Zixuan laughed. The corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth rose a little, reaching out to rub Lu Zixuan's head. If I don't spoil you, who will I spoil? Zhangya's several people looked at this scene, not knowing what was going on, they actually had some envy. This pair of father and daughter, so loving. Moreover, they also wanted to have such a strong, handsome father. By the way, Senior, the question we asked just now. Manhwa thought of something again and stumbled over her words, but her curiosity dictated her to ask it anyway. She was curious to know who Lu Qinggan really was. A peak great emperor realm powerhouse that none of them knew treated Lu Qinggan so respectfully. And dared to kick the Thunder Sky Emperor. And also made such a strongest refiner expert like Wang Forge Mountain so close to him. In the midst of the Devil Realm, it couldn't be a nameless person. Want to know my emperor number? Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. Once Lu Qinggan said this, not only did Manhwa nod her head as if she was pounding garlic, Zhangya's few women also nodded their heads quickly. The movements of the several people were neatly organized. It was like they had gone through a long period of rehearsal. It is possible to tell you guys. Manhwa several people all looked at Lu Qinggan with wide eyes, waiting for an answer. Lone Demon Emperor. He was happy to play with these kids. Put. Lu Zixuan covered her mouth and laughed, quickly transmitting her voice to Lu Qinggan, father, you were so bad. Chapter 85, Lulling a Child into a Limp. The two of them, Su Yuni and Luo Danhong, who were sitting at the edge of the room, couldn't help but laugh a little when they heard Lu Qingyan's words. As for Wang Forge Shan, who was playing with Lu Miao, at this time, he also paused for a moment, looked at Lu Qingyan, shook his head and smiled. This kid still had this bad taste. He had been tricked by Lu Qinggan with various false identities back then. You would never guess how many vest numbers Lu Qinggan had used before. It was simply a vest maniac. Manhwa and Zhangya, on the other hand, were completely oblivious to the fact that there was an element of falsehood in the words that Lu Qinggan was saying at this moment, and upon hearing these words, their eyes widened violently. Dekuro Demon Emperor? It was actually the Lone Demon Emperor? Wait. Senior, I've seen the true face of the Lone Demon Emperor once from afar, but it seems a bit unlike you, Senior. At this moment, Manhwa and the others quickly came back to their senses, blinking their eyes and looking straight at Lu Qingyan, and the one who raised this question was still Zhangya. It was because she had seen the Dokoroku Demon Emperor, and not just once, but twice. Although they were far apart, they could see clearly. Lu Qinggan said in a serious manner, when you go out, naturally you can't show your real face to others, that's me in disguise. I see. Zhangya several people heard, this time no longer doubt, face in the blink of an eye rose full of worship color. So it's the Lone Demon Emperor. That would explain it. The Lone Demon Emperor was also extremely young. His strength was also at the very top of the demon region. That would explain why these peak great emperor realm powerhouses were like this. Manhwa thought of something at that moment, his eyes lit up and he quickly said, you are indeed Senior Dekuro Demon Emperor. You also gave our Murong family a chance not long ago. At that time, my father and I didn't even try to understand why, and you even said that it had something to do with me, but now I kind of know. Zixuan. Thank you. Manhwa said this and looked at Lu Zixuan with a very sincere gaze, her pretty face filled with gratitude. She then said why the Dekuro Demon Emperor mentioned her and gave their Murong family such a great chance. It must have been Lu Zixuan who mentioned her to her father. Lu Zixuan blinked and looked towards Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled when he heard this. This brat had even done something like this behind his back. That's right, it fits this brat's temperament. That's right, it's exactly what I personally told your father. Lu Qinggan laughed. Lu Zixuan once again covered her mouth and smiled. Father, is it really good for you to lie to my friends like this? It's really funny though. Zhang Yi's few people were already frantically transmitting in their minds at this moment. Her father was actually the lone demon emperor. Why isn't my father a demon emperor? Wrong. We were all wrong. I'd like to slap myself a few times right now. What to do? Whoops. What I said earlier, she wouldn't have memorized all of it, right? Can we continue to keep in touch with her afterwards? Manhwa transmitted, don't be like this, I think Zixian is a very good person, as long as you know your mistakes and can change them, she definitely won't blame you. Hearing Manhwa's words, Zhang Yi and the others were all ashamed, but still quickly nodded their heads. As long as Lu Zixuan didn't blame them, they would definitely make up for it in the future. Lu Qingyan saw that none of Manhwa and the girls could see his lie, shook his head and smiled. He didn't want to play around at this time and was ready to tell the truth. But just at this moment, the weather outside suddenly changed a little. Lu Miaomia was playing with Wang Forge Mountain one moment, and the next moment her wide-eyed eyes snapped open. Wow! Auntie Shui is back? She ran out in a flash, like a left-behind child who knew her mother had returned. Lu Qinggan shook her head and smiled. This child. Lu Zixuan's eyes also lit up as she looked outside. Manhwa and the others also sensed something, realizing that the weather outside had suddenly become slightly colder. This sudden change must be that something had come. It couldn't be another peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. That's right. A strong person who could come to this side of the residence of a strong person like the Dekiro Demon Emperor must be an extremely powerful existence. Not long after, a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a white dress with a smile on her face walked into the house with Lu Miao in her arms. These children were. Shui Tianfei was slightly surprised to see Manhwa several people. Why is it so lively today? She was listening to Lu Qing'an's voice transmission that tonight this side was a bit lively and wanted everyone to have a meal together, asking her if she had time to come back for a trip and also said that Miao Miao missed her, so she decided to come back for a meal even though she wasn't busy with the Chamber of Commerce side of things. Auntie Shui. Lu Zixuan greeted with a smile. Shui Tianfei smiled and nodded her head, realizing that Manhwa and the others were about the same age as Lu Zixuan and were sitting next to her, so she guessed that they were probably Lu Zixuan's classmates in the academy. Zixuan, these are your friends in the academy? Lu Zixuan nodded her head and introduced Manhwa and the girls by name to consort Shui Tian. Ahua, this is Auntie Shui, full name Shui Tianfei, perhaps you've all heard of her? Manhwa and Zhang Yi and the others didn't even need to be introduced by Lu Zixuan. Shui Tianfei. How could they not recognize it? At this moment, Manhwa and the others were all staring at their beautiful eyes, filled with starlight flashes. The sound of their hearts beating wildly was very obvious, just like a little fangirl seeing her favorite big idol. Girls of their age all had their own favorite powerhouses, their own role models. As for Shui Tianfei, as one of the very few top female powerhouses in this chaotic environment of the demon region, she was not only strong, but also had the best business skills of all time, and most importantly, she was handsome and stunningly beautiful. Completely the role model idol of all young women in the entire demon race. Why can they play together? Because they share the same idol. Snow Celestial Concubine. The Ice Glaze Emperor. Whether they had time or not, they all gathered information about the Ice Glaze Great Emperor's outings in the neighborhood and discussed them with each other together. Now it's good. The Shui Tianfei that they had been chasing together for a long time had actually appeared in front of them. Ah! Zhang Yi couldn't help but suddenly scream. Zhang Yi's sudden lack of reserve also infected the few women beside her as well. A stone startled 1,000 waves in general. Even Manhwa covered her mouth and let out a whimpering, continuous foot-stomping scream. The group of people present were dumbfounded. Lu Zixuan blinked, looking at the Manhwa few people who had lost their minds in general at the moment, and quickly looked at her father. Father! What is going on with them? She quickly transmitted her voice to ask. Lu Qinggan looked at this familiar image and couldn't help but remember some of the videos she had swiped through in her previous life. Zixuan, these friends of yours, they wouldn't be stargazers too, right? Perhaps, they like your Auntie Shui a lot? Lu Qinggan transmitted his voice back. Like this? Lu Zixuan blinked. For her part, Shui Tianfei quickly realized why Manhwa and the others were like that. It was because every time she appeared outside, she would have encountered some young teenage girls chasing after her for autographs and whatnot. Senior Snow. I've liked you for a long time. Can you carve me your empire number? Zhang Yi stood up boldly and decisively issued a request. The other few girls did the same, looking at concubine Shui Tian with gazes full of longing. Concubine Shui Tian squeezed out a smile and said, "Fine, you are all Zixian's friends, after we finish eating, I will carve it for you." Hearing this, Zhang Yi's few people quickly shifted their gazes and landed on Lu Zixuan. What to do? So envious. Zixuan. Tell me, are you able to see Elder Snow every day? At this moment, Moronghwa's voice appeared inside Lu Zixuan's mind. Lu Zixuan looked towards Moronghwa and gently nodded. Auntie Shui will always live over here if she isn't busy with other things. Moronghwa's lips quirked. What if I am so envious that I kind of want to cry? Chapter 86 The Idol of All Girls. At this time, Shui Tianfei took out what she had prepared for Lu Miaomiao from inside her storage treasures. It was the various types of special snacks that she had her men collect during this time. Miao Miao, Auntie Shui has to go back to her busy schedule again tomorrow, so keep these for yourself. Ah. Auntie Shui, are you only coming back for one night? When Lu Miaomiao saw a bunch of snacks, her eyes were still sparkling and her little face was filled with a cute smile, but when she heard that Auntie Shui Tianfei had to go back again tomorrow, she couldn't help but raise her little mouth. Shui Tianfei helplessly bit her smile. Wait for Auntie Shui finished busy, we'll come back, very soon. When the time comes, I will play with you every day. Goodbye. Lu Miaomiao was slightly lost. Zixuan, this is a gift for you. Shui Tianfei took out a carefully prepared gift for Lu Zixuan, smiled and handed it to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan was a bit surprised. She also has a gift. Thank you, Auntie Shui. Shui Tianfei smiled. She always liked to prepare small gifts for others. In the past, every time she looked for Lu Qinggan, she would bring a gift and come. Sometimes bringing some flowers. Sometimes bringing some peculiar gadgets. It was just that every time Lu Qinggan didn't seem to like it very much, and had even seriously told her that she wouldn't be receiving gifts from her anymore. This time she didn't know that Lu Zixuan also brought back a group of friends back. At this time, she looked at Moronghwa several people, and said, I didn't know that you guys were coming, so I didn't prepare a gift for you guys, these magic crystals, you guys split it. No need. We don't need it. Moronghwa quickly waved her hand. However, soon after, she felt the gazes cast by Zhang Yi's few people, as well as the voice transmission. Ahua! This is a gift from Senior Consort Shui Tian. Take it. It must be collected. We don't need it, we'll just put it away, it's good to look at it every day. Concubine Shui Tian, you're welcome, remember to take care of Zixuan more in the future. Okay. We will. Zhang Yi's few people swore a general assurance. This was the task that their idol had conveyed to them. It must be accomplished to the best of their ability. Be like a grandfather and take care of it to the end. Moronghwa was a little embarrassed to accept a storage ring, but when she looked at the amount of magic crystals inside, she almost couldn't sit still. 33 million pieces. Moronghwa didn't dare to take such a gift and hurriedly pushed it to Zhang Yi, who was at the side. Zhang Yi saw Moronghwa's strange expression and was a bit puzzled as to what this meant. When she saw the amount of magic crystals inside, she pushed it to the next person with great speed. Just like that, several people repeated the same action. In the end, the last person held a storage ring that was only the size of a fingernail cap, and his whole body shivered. Never before had he seen so many magic crystals. Lu Qingyan looked at Princess Shui Tian at this time and said, Is it troublesome to deal with the Chamber of Commerce? Do you need my help? Shui Tianfei sniffed, a touch of surprise rose on her face, gentle like water covered her mouth and laughed. I can't imagine that you still have the initiative to want to help me solve the problem. You're like this, not afraid that I will like you even more. As soon as Shui Tianfei's words passed, the surroundings suddenly and violently quieted down. It was because Consort Shui Tian was so happy that she forgot to use the voice transmission method to speak to Lu Qinggan and instead spoke directly. When she realized this blunder of hers, she glanced at Lu Zixuan and Moronghwa several people. Her delicate face like ice and snow quietly flashed a faint blush before she forced herself to be calm and turned her gaze away. Lu Qinggan was flirted with by Consort Shui Tian in public like this, and also had a bit of unspeakable emotions. He hadn't been molested by Consort Shui Tian seldom, but it was really the first time he had been molested like this in front of so many juniors. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both knew that Consort Shui Tian liked their father, so they looked at the two of them with a dash of a special gaze and showed nothing else. Wangforge Mountain and the others were even more aware that Consort Shui Tian liked Lu Qingyan and had been pursuing him for a long time, so they felt even less. However, Moronghwa and the others who were here were looking dumbfounded. Ah! What did we see? Their idol, actually. With great speed, they shifted their gaze to Lu Qinggan. Wasn't the person that Consort Shui Tian had always liked the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? How did she like the Lone Demon Emperor? Moreover, wasn't the Lone Devil Emperor the disciple of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? What kind of gossip news is this? Old Xiao, haven't you made dinner yet? Lu Qinggan saw that the atmosphere was not right and shouted to Xiao Qingyi inside the kitchen. I'll be back soon. I am performing the art of 3 heads and 6 arms to cook, another quarter of an hour on the line. Okay, let me know if you need any help. No need. The kitchen is my place. No one comes in here. Except for River, of course. After Lu Qinggan finished talking to Xiao Qingyi, he turned his head to look at Zhang Yi, who was still staring at him. What's going on? Zhang Yi's few people quickly shifted their gazes away. Could it be that after the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Consort Shui Tian grew from love to hate, and then got involved with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's disciple? Thinking of this, they had a feeling of a broken filter when they looked at consort Shuetian. It can't be. Manhwa couldn't bear this news the most. Looking at consort Shuetian in awe, she couldn't help but ask, Elder Shui, you actually like Elder Dugu Demon Emperor Ah? She felt her worldview collapse. Why did she like consort Shuetian so much? Not only because consort Shuetian was stunningly beautiful, superbly capable, and terrifyingly strong, but also because consort Shuetian was dedicated. In the entire Devil region, who didn't know that consort Shuetian liked the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? After the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, in order to search for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, she stepped on all the mountains and rivers of the demon region, visited any of the Jedi, and finally even went to the Immortal Ruins. She even returned wounded. She had always had a wish in her heart. That is, she hoped that her idol, consort Shuetian, would be able to find the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and obtain true love. After they grew up, these daughters of big clans and big powers, their destinies were very often out of their control, and they would often be joined in marriage to a man they didn't love. It was possible that she would follow this path in the future as well. Shui Tianfei was a kind of belief for her, and she hoped that one day, she would also have this kind of courage to defy all odds for the sake of the man she loved. But now, she actually found out that consort Shuetian was with the Dakuro Demon Emperor. Ha! I like the Dako Heido Demon Emperor? Shui Tianfei's emotions had always been stable, and at this moment, she was instantly dumbfounded by Manhwa's words for a while. Lu Zixuan covered her forehead. Father! Look! How is this going to end? Consort Shuetian frowned. Who told you that I like Dakuro Demon Emperor? That. Then why did you just say that you like Senior? Manhwa didn't know where the courage came from and said it in his head, his eyes red. When consort Shuetian saw Manhwa glance at Lu Qinggan, she blinked, her clever brain a little confused. You're saying he's the Dakuro Demon Emperor? She quickly thought of something and looked at Manhwa like she was looking at a little fool. Manhwa and Zhangya's several people all nodded at the same time. Zhangya's few people also gathered their courage. They had to ask what was going on. Consort Shuetian looked at Lu Qinggan, narrowing her eyes, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Are you playing with the younger generation? Lu Qinggan laughed. Ahem, just teasing them. You are still really bad. Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and laughed. Manhwa and the others? Just when they couldn't make sense of what was happening, suddenly, they sensed the appearance of a silhouette outside. When this person walked into the house, Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan both smiled and shouted, Brother Xian. Li Sangshuan smiled and nodded his head, then noticing that there was a group of people sitting inside the house, he immediately had a footstep and his social fear returned. Master, why are there so many people here? Manhwa and Zhangya were dumbfounded when they saw Li Sangshen. Lone Demon Emperor? Master Teacher? Wait. You are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Chapter 87, Your father is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Brother Xian. Come and sit over here. Lu Miaomiao hurriedly made way at this time, while she herself came to sit on the chair where consort Shuetian was. Lu Zixuan also smiled and said, Brother Xian, come and sit. Li Sangshuan looked at the position next to Lu Zixuan, and also looked at a group of strange little girls, lowered his head and said, It's okay, I'll just stand for a while. Let you come over and sit. Lu Qinggan said. Well, Li Sangshuan had no choice, his own master had spoken, and it was impossible not to listen, and he sat down next to Lu Zixuan with a stiff upper lip. Ahua, just now my dad was joking with you guys, this is the Dakuro Demon Emperor, Li Sangshuan. It is also the elder brother who instructed me to practice your family's Fenghua sword technique, as I told you today. Lu Zixuan introduced. Manhwa. Your brother is the Dakuro Demon Emperor. Your father is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Ah. The sky is falling. How is the identity of the friend I just met so horrible? You guys, Li Sangshuan looked at Manhwa and the others with slight embarrassment and squeezed a smile on his face to greet them. Manhwa and the others, whose brains were still buzzing violently at the moment, after hearing this greeting from Li Sangshen, they hurriedly stood up and bowed towards Li Sangshen. Late generation has met the Demon Emperor. Li Sangshuan awkwardly said, No need to be so, you guys are Zixuan's friends, then you are my friends. You are our friends? Heavens! Are you kidding us? Sit down, to be able to get together means that they are all destined to be together. Lu Qinggan laughed. When Manhwa and the others heard Lu Qinggan's words, they quickly obeyed and sat down, their gazes once again returning to Lu Qinggan. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Now, you guys should know my emperor name, right? Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. It's quite fun to tease these children. Consort Shuetian shook her head and smiled. The Manhwa few nodded their heads lightning fast. They were now comfortable. Let's just say, how could consort Shuetian like the Dokoroko Demon Emperor? It turned out that they were tricked by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Good fellow. Would people believe this if they said it out loud? They were actually tricked by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. What an honorable thing to do. Wait a minute. They had just thought of this and then suddenly thought of something wrong. Consort Shui Tian liked the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and now she was also here confessing her love for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in public. There was nothing wrong with that. However, they quickly looked at the two of them, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao. The two were the daughters of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, so who exactly did the Eternal Night Demon Emperor have two daughters with? Consort Shui Tian was not the mother of the two, that mother was naturally someone else, but now Consort Shui Tian was showing her love to Lu Zixuan's father in front of Lu Zixuan and the girls, and on top of that, the two of them were so fond of Consort Shui Tian. Ah! What a messy relationship. Since you guys know my identity, then I have something to tell you here. Lu Qinggan looked at the several people with a smile on his face and calmly transmitted an encrypted voice to the several people. After manhwa's few people heard the words in their minds, an extremely terrifying pressure rose violently in their hearts. Good. The manhwa few nodded their heads at light speed. Not bad, all good children. Lu Qinggan smiled. Alright, little Xuanzi, talk to the children more. Ah? Li Xingshuan pointed a finger at his nose. It looked like he was saying, me? Didn't you just say that you are their friend, so isn't it proper to chat with your friends more? He had purposely called his disciple here, just so that he could talk to others more. How could one let go of such an opportunity to free this child from social terrorism? Li Xingshuan. That, you guys, how old are you all? Li Xingshuan looked at Moronghua and the others, opened his mouth, his speech almost shaking out one word at a time, and eventually asked a question that still made everyone present silent. This is really no ability to chat at all. Ah. On the other hand, the Moronghua few people were quick as if they were being ordered. One by one, they solemnly reported their specific ages. 17. 15. 16. Li Xingshuan. Oh, then you guys. Lu Qinggan saw Li Xingshuan's clumsy look and laughed, but he didn't say anything. It did look a bit embarrassing and a bit funny, but a lot of things were like this. The first step was important. After the first step was taken, many things would follow logically afterward. He hoped that Li Xingshuan would be free from loneliness, and that even if he left again one day, the boy would be well enough to live happily. No longer closing himself off and becoming filled with hatred because of his disappearance. Under Lu Qinggan's tugging at the conversation, the group chatted more easily, and Lu Miaomiao would occasionally interact with Li Xingshuan, so Li Xingshuan gradually let go a bit. Laughter began to ring out. Not long after, Xiao Qingyi began to have people clean up the table and go in to carry out the delicacies. The huge dining table was filled with plates and plates of delicacies. The Moronghua few swallowed their saliva. They realized that every single delicacy was spirit food. Eating it would have a great supporting effect on cultivation. Alright, let's eat. You kids don't be formal, just treat it like it's your own home. Lu Qinggan, as the head of the family, smiled and spoke. Okay. An hour passed. After the wine and food were full, the sky outside had completely darkened. Subsequently, a curved moon climbed up into the sky, and the white moonlight spilled down above the courtyard. Lu Qinggan was too lazy to instruct Moronghua and the others to practice that sword technique, so he let Li Xingshuan do it. By the way, Li Xingshuan was allowed to interact more with these young people and completely get rid of social fears. Lu Qinggan and Shui Tianfei's group of top powerhouses, on the other hand, sat on top of the stone pavilion and watched the group of children over there playing around. It's so good to be young. Xiao Qingyi smiled and lamented. What, are you convinced of old age? Wang Forging Mountain said. You don't like old age? Xiao Qingyi said. I am 18 years old. Wang Forge Shan showed his biceps. Xiao Qingyi, you're still 18 years old, you're not ashamed. I'm still 10 years old. Ha, there's actually nothing wrong with your words, you've been my grandson many times. Wang Forge Shan thought of something and laughed. Xiao Qingyi. Speaking of the matter of being a grandson, you guys have been my grandson more than 10 times, right? Lu Qinggan joked. Xiao Qingyi. Wang Forge Mountain. They had nothing to say, because there was really such a thing. Because he was used to being a grandson, Xiao Qingyi didn't care so much about being a grandson. After all, being anyone's grandson was still a grandson, so just be it. Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and smiled. Mom also laughed and laughed. Coming over here, every day is fun. Chapter 88 Unified Equipment Divine Weapon. As the moon grew brighter, Lu Qinggan then asked Su Yuni and the girls to send Moronghua and the others back to the academy. Going back too late, their families would be worried. After Su Yuni returned to the courtyard, he called everyone to the stone pavilion. There was a night pearl hanging on the stone pavilion, emitting light that illuminated the four directions, and even what small insects were inside the nearby grass could be seen clearly. Sit down. Lu Qinggan signaled a group of people to sit down. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao were curious about what their father was doing, and it looked as if he was going to announce something important. Could it be that? They quickly looked towards concubine Shui Tian, who was not far away, and their eyes fiercely doubled in size. Zixuan, come over here. Lu Qinggan smiled and looked towards Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan blinked. She thought it was the announcement of that matter, but it looked like it wasn't. Father, what's wrong? Standing in front of Lu Qinggan, Lu Zixuan blinked her big eyes. How about you take a look at this armor? Do you like it? Lu Qinggan took out a whole set of silver white armor. The scales of this armor flowed like moonlight, and each piece of armor was precisely symmetrical. The shoulder armor was carved into a winged luan bird, the breast armor outlined an elegant curve, and a tassel-like chain armor hung down from the waist, which was both soft and severe. The helmet part was also symmetrical. Lu Zixuan covered her mouth in shock at this perfect gift that suddenly appeared. The entire set of armor hit her heart straight on the ground, completely the ideal type of armor that she liked. The aura that emanated from it was no weaker than the set that her father had given to her sister. Father, is this really going to be for me? What about you? Lu Zixuan didn't take it the first time, but tried to ask out a question. Lu Qingdan laughed. I'm already so powerful that it's the same whether I want armor or not. You have this set of armor. When you meet an ordinary peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse, you won't be able to kill you in a short period of time. Thank you, father. Lu Zixuan was not polite and hurriedly went forward to hug Lu Qingdan, satisfied that she had received this set of armor that perfectly matched her ideals. After looking it over carefully, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Snow-white symmetry to the extreme. It was simply the love armor of her dreams. Meow meow, this dagger is for you. Lu Qingdan looked at her youngest daughter at this time. This dagger was small and exquisite, the sheath was inlaid with pink crystals, and the handle was entwined with a silver silk bow. The blade's cold light flowed and was incomparably sharp, which was both cute and secretly sharp, suitable for a little girl to wear with her. He had already set his mind on the direction of his youngest daughter's cultivation. Recently, he discovered that River was extremely good at body techniques, so in the future, he would let River be an assassin-type powerhouse, and this dagger could be used from childhood to adulthood. Wow! It's so cute! Lu Miao Miao's eyes bloomed with intense starlight. Do you like it? I love it. Thank you, Daddy. Mua. After Lu Miao Miao got the dagger, she decisively kissed Lu Qinggan on the cheek. Lu Qinggan got comfortable and was filled with an old fatherly smile. He then turned his head to look at Sun Mingji. Sun Mingji had been sitting quietly. She hadn't had the luxury of owning a weapon of this level herself. Having the sword that Wang Forge Mountain had given her was good enough. But when she saw Lu Qinggan looking at her, she froze. Minzi, come here. Me? Sun Minzi pointed at herself. She suspected that she had heard wrong. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. Sun Mingji was unable to react for a moment until she was pulled up by Lu Zixuan with a smile and pushed to Lu Qinggan. This sword is for you. Sun Mingji looked towards the divine sword handed over by Lu Qinggan. Her brain was buzzing madly. This can't. Elder. I can never accept it. She felt unworthy. Be obedient. If you're told to accept it, then accept it. At this point, without waiting for Lu Qinggan to speak, Xiao Qingyi was the first to persuade Sun Minzi with a smile. Lu Qinggan smiled and said, More forged, you don't want it, I'll throw it away. But I am obviously just. Sun Mingji still want to say something. The next moment Lu Qinggan's big hand on her shoulder. In the future, those who are here are your family, well, put it away. Sun Mingji's body trembled. Family. Her eyes were slightly red, she lowered her head and nodded gently. Many thanks, senior. You child, why are you crying? Alright, go back and sit down. Lu Qinggan said gently. Afterwards, Lu Qinggan took out another sword and handed it to Consort Shuetian. When he saw that Consort Shuetian was about to say something, he gazed at Consort Shuetian and blocked her mouth with one sentence. It's rare for me to give you an item. Okay, you are the best. Concubine Shuetian smiled sweetly. Then I'll take it as a love gift. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled, then looked at Su Yuni. Yuni, here, you have one too. Sister-in-law. I have this. I'll throw it away if you don't want it. Alright, thank you, brother-in-law. Good, getting more obedient. Su Yuni feels a bit strange in her heart. Why did it feel like brother-in-law was raising her like a daughter? At this time, Lu Qinggan drew out a warhammer and shoved it directly into the hands of Imam He, who was sitting next to him. Elder He, see if you like it? So this is for me? Otherwise. I didn't even bother to prepare it for old Wang. He only likes refining weapons and doesn't care about this. Look at him. Seeing you guys like his masterpiece is the greatest gift for him. Wang Forge Mountain sniffed and smiled. Indeed. He was very accomplished at the moment. Then I don't care about it either. He Imam laughed. What, you don't want a gift even after all these years of friendship? Well then, old me will give you a kiss as well. He Imam laughed. You kiss him, and I do not share. Lu Qinggan hurriedly pointed at Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi. Ha, it's not impossible. Fellow Daoist Xiao, come on, give me a kiss. Good. Come on, mouth to mouth. Xiao Qingyi said stiffly. He Imam. He looked at Lu Qinggan. I can't play with him. He seemed to be coming for real. Xiao Qingyi laughed when he saw that he Imam was confused. I don't want to be shameless, what are you going to play with me? Ahem, what about me? Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qinggan and coughed dryly. Unlike the others, who refused Lu Qinggan, he directly demanded it. There was no way, there was no weapon. His own weapon was stolen by Lu Qing'an's little blackie. Didn't prepare it for you. You and I have this relationship, there's no need for gifts. No. Are you serious? Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened. Otherwise. Okay. Wrongly paid. Lu Qing'an pretended that he really didn't prepare it for Xiao Qingyi, but in the end, he didn't hold back his laughter and drew out a sword, throwing it to Xiao Qingyi. Look at your rotten face, take it. Xiao Qingyi's eyes snapped open and he quickly took the divine weapon that was flashing with purple electricity. This was obviously specially prepared for him. Ha ha. I knew you wouldn't forget me. Good, I like this sword very much. Come on. I'll give you a kiss. Mouth to mouth. Xiao Qingyi stood up and walked towards Lu Qing'an. Get lost. Lu Qing'an kicked Xiao Qingyi away, then stopped fighting with Xiao Qingyi and looked towards his disciple. Little Xuanzi, this armor is for you. Li Sangxuan blinked and looked towards the blood-red armor that emanated a terrifying demonic aura that Lu Qing'an took out. It was actually very similar to the one Lu Qing'an had at first. Since the heavenly meteor divine gold is used up, there is a helmet missing, but I think that with your strength, it's the same if you want that helmet or not. Come on, put it on and let me see. Li Sangxuan hurried forward. He didn't push back. Because he really liked it. Moreover, this was a gift from his favorite and most beloved master. Ha, not bad, it fits just right, it has the demeanor of his master back then. Hearing this compliment, Li Sangxuan was thrilled. His dream was to be as strong as his master teacher. To try and catch up with master teacher. Really? Li Sangxuan's cheeks flashed a little red, slightly shy. That's a must, who made you my good disciple? Lu Qing'an patted both of Li Sangxuan's shoulders, the fondness of an old father in his eyes. Li Sangxuan tried to suppress the corners of his mouth. As a result, it still curved up a trifle. Lu Qing'an thought of his second son at this time, really, since the heavenly meteor divine gold was no longer available, and since his second son was also not on this side, there would be no divine soldier left for his son. To him, Li Sangxuan was also a son. Chapter 89. Just you still dine with the eternal night demon emperor. Lu Zixuan sat next to Sun Mingji and realized that everyone here was happy, but Sun Mingji seemed sad, so she looked to Lu Qing'an. Father, I'll take Mingji back to her room first. I'll take Minzi back to her room first. Lu Zixuan pulled Sun Minzi's hand and went back inside the room. Minzi, what's wrong with you? Sun Minzi's eyes are still red, with a touch of tears, full of embarrassment. Disturbed you? Sorry, I just a little miss my father. Here is too good. Let her find the feeling of home. Especially just now, she saw her father's shadow in Lu Qing'an. Minzi, you can tell me anything you want to say. We're good friends. Good sisters. Seeing her good friend so sad, Lu Zixuan didn't want to go back over to the stone pavilion and grabbed Sun Mingji's hand, wanting to be a listener. Sun Mingji looked at Lu Zixuan, her lips quirked a bit, and she still sobbed out. Zixuan, I miss my father so much. Sun Mingji hugged Lu Zixuan tightly, no longer able to restrain her emotions of missing her father, she cried out. Lu Zixuan could feel the tears dripping down on her shoulders, but she actually didn't commit cleanliness at the moment, didn't push Sun Mingji away, and even gently patted Sun Mingji's back, softly saying, Mingji, tell me about your father. She also not long ago realized that Sun Mingji in the magic domain wandering for a long time, has been only one person, not even a person to talk to. The heart must have a lot of words hidden, only to say it, will be held in the heart of the pain of the wound vented out. Sun Mingji hugged Lu Zixuan tightly, never had the warmth, let her cry even more moving. Listening to Sun Mingji's long incense-burning confession, Lu Zixuan learned about Sun Mingji's life. It turned out that Sun Mingji's father used to be one of the top powerhouses in the demon region. Just many years ago, something happened, forced to sacrifice all the cultivation, save some people, so the cultivation is exhausted, the life expectancy is reduced. When there was only some of his life left, he went to a quiet place to live in seclusion, but there he met Sun Minzi's mother. Sun Mingji's mother was a mortal with no cultivation, and the two of them went through some things and finally became partners. However, when Sun Mingji was born, her mother had a difficult labor and eventually passed away, leaving the two of them to depend on each other. Sun Mingji inherited her father's talent, breaking through like water, but she became stronger and stronger over time, only to realize that her father was getting older and older. She went out to look for all sorts of things to renew her father's life, but the results were useless, and eventually watched her father's lifespan run out and he died in her arms. From then on, she became an orphan. When Lu Zixuan walked out of Sun Mingji's room, she gently closed the door to Lu Zixuan's room, when she realized that the others had left and returned to their rooms. Only her father was sitting in the hall waiting for her. Father. How is she? After crying a lot, her emotions stabilized a bit, and now she's sleeping over. Father, why don't you take Minzi as your goddaughter? Lu Zixuan sat in front of Lu Qing'an and made a request. Lu Qing'an smiled and reached out to rub Lu Zixuan's head. I can't imagine that I, the big devil who kills to prove the way, has such a kind-hearted daughter, it's really good. I beg you. Lu Zixuan blinking eyes, pampering cute. Lu Qing'an laughed, okay, listen to you. Moreover, don't you think I have already treated her like a daughter? Lu Zixuan froze for a moment. You do seem to treat Minzy quite well. From the first day I saw her, I knew whose daughter she was. Ah, do you know Minzy's father? Not well. He's a good man. The Xian moon shines high. In front of one of the top major forces in the Devil region, the Morong family. Moronghua quickly flew back to the house, and as fast as he could, he flew towards the dormitory where his father was. Father! Moronghua shouted. Morongshi, who was seated inside the room and cultivating, was startled by this sudden shout from his own daughter and his body trembled. What? He quickly got up. This daughter of his own was not big-headed in nature, and had always had a composure beyond her age, and it was the first time that she had called out to him in such a manner, so he thought that something significant had happened. It is very likely to be a life-threatening thing. So he didn't even organize his clothes, wearing pajamas, and quickly appeared in front of his daughter. Dad! There is something I need to tell you. Moronghua's face was grim to the extreme at the moment, and after he finished speaking, he quickly swept to the left and right into the darkness to check if there was anyone in the vicinity. What is it? Morongmei followed suit and became serious. Father! Have to find a place where no one can eavesdrop and say it. This matter, if other people know about it, I'm afraid that our Morong family will be wiped out. Moronghua took a deep breath. Normally voice transmission was impossible to be heard by others, but she was afraid that what she was about to say would shock her father to the point that he couldn't help but shout it out, and that would be bad if it was heard by someone passing by. A matter of the lives of the entire clan? Morongmei widened a pair of eyes, then quickly brought his daughter back to the room and raised the formation to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Okay. You say it. What exactly happened? Moreover, didn't you say that you went to a friend's house for dinner? Moronghua quickly walked through her own father's room to make sure that no one else existed before she came to the table and sat down. Father, look at what this is. She immediately took out the sword she had gotten from Wangforge Mountain. This. Morongmei had just sat down when he stood up with an open heart, pointing his finger at the sword on the table, his face full of incredulity. Where did you get it? This sword is even stronger than the one I have. It was clearly forged by Wangforge Mountain. Could it be that you picked it up when you were out? Was it seen by someone else? Wait a minute. You didn't steal it. Moronghua blinked as she listened to her father's series of questions. Father, your imagination is a little too rich, isn't it? It's not. It was Senior Wangforge Mountain who gave it to me. Morongmei instantly quieted down and stood still, motionless, as if someone had cast a stasis. Wangforge Mountain sent you? Daughter! If you've done something wrong, it's fine to tell father directly. Father will find a way to wipe your ass for you. Lying will only make things harder. He was now convinced that his daughter had stolen or snatched the sword from somewhere, thus leading to a disaster that was dangerous to the entire clan. That's right, he didn't believe his daughter's words at all. How could Wangforge Mountain send his daughter such a precious sword? It was difficult for him to even meet Wangforge Shan, and he even had to queue up for a few years before he could do so. The probability of his daughter wanting to meet Wangforge Shan was 1 in 10,000. The probability of his daughter wanting to meet Wangforge Shan was 1 in 10,000. Not to mention the fact that a guy like Wangforge Shan could send such a precious sword to his daughter for no reason at all. He felt like waking up one night and realizing that he had turned into a woman with a convex front and back was a bit more likely than such a probable event occurring. Father, what I said is true. You child, why are you still lying? Chapter 90 finished. What are you guys doing messing with this killing god? Moronghua then suddenly took out another thing. Father, look, what is this? Your academy's cadet token, what's wrong? Morongmei looked at the identity token his daughter took out. You take a closer look here. Moronghua grinned. Bing Li Emperor? This scent. Carved by consort Shui Tian herself? Morongmei's eyes widened as he looked at his daughter. I also saw Senior Consort Shui Tian. Senior Wangforge Mountain is also there. Senior Xiao Qingyi is also there. Moreover, the Dekuro Demon Emperor is also there. There's another person who was also there, you'll never guess. The more Moronghua spoke, the happier he became. Today's experience was simply too amazing. Unfortunately, she couldn't say it to too many people. After they guessed the identity of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, they heard the Eternal Night Demon Emperor send a voice message to them, telling them that they had to keep their mouths shut about what they knew today, especially knowing that Lu Zixuan was the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and that they could only mention it to one of their closest elders. She had followed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's instructions exactly, and had sought out her father first thing upon her return. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor also told them to bring a message to the only elder who could speak about this matter. Morongmei's entire body was like withered wood, standing in place, completely unable to move. Wangforge Mountain. Consort Shui Tian. Xiao Qingyi. There was even the Dekuro Demon Emperor? Wait. Didn't you tell me that you were going to a friend's house you met at the academy for dinner tonight? How could you still meet them? There's even the Lone Demon Emperor? Morongmei asked in shock. Suddenly, he thought of something. associating it with the words that the Dekuro Demon Emperor had said to him not long ago. It wasn't. You. You can't be. Manhwa smiled and said, I did go to that friend's house for dinner. It was also there that I met these seniors. It was only then that I realized that that friend was that close to the Dako Demon Emperor. That's why last time, the Dako Demon Emperor told father that I was very good. Only then did he give our Morong family that chance. With a snap, Morong Mei landed heavily on the chair. You didn't lie to dad? Morong Mei felt his brain swelling. This is too shocking. What kind of luck is this? That friend of yours, could it be that she is the daughter of the Dekuro Demon Emperor? Morong Mei suddenly asked quickly. He had asked his daughter how old this newfound friend was, and had heard her say that she was also in her teens. It was very likely that the Dekuro Devil Emperor might have married some woman and given birth to such a daughter without their knowledge. Not. She is the Dako Demon Emperor's younger sister. Manhwa shook his head and smiled. Wait. Sister? Morong Mei frowned. Again, he began to feel that his daughter was teasing him. Where did the Lone Demon Emperor get a sister? The Lone Demon Emperor had no parents. He only had an elder, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Thinking about this, his eyes widened violently again. Wait a minute. Just now you said there was still someone there. That's right. Father, you thought of it? Manhwa laughed. Can't be. It can't be. You mean, that friend of yours, is the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? As soon as Morong Mei thought of the appearance of that great killing god back then, his figure retreated and directly fell to the ground. The entire person looked extremely wretched. Father! You! Morong Mei quickly stood up and grabbed his daughter. Xiao Hua! You! You didn't mess with his daughter, did you? This is a matter of the safety of our entire clan. Morong Mei's body trembled, thinking back to what his daughter had just said, saying that there was a matter that concerned the lives of their entire clan. He was now afraid. This Eternal Night Demon Emperor killed without blinking an eye. If he wanted to kill their Morong family, he wouldn't even have to do anything. Come on a trip, there would be no one alive here in less than a quarter of an hour. No one. Zishuan and I are very close. Really? Really? Ha ha. Good. That's great. Phew. Life is saved. Morong Mei let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Father, what's wrong with you? Manhwa blinked. I'm fine. You may not know much about the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but father is clear about this Eternal Night Demon Emperor. If we offend him, we will be finished. Noah, I think Senior is quite nice and friendly and fun. Manhwa laughed. Still teasing them, almost made them misunderstand it. Fun. Daughter. You are not aware of how scary this god of kill is. Little Hua. You'd better tell me in detail what happened today. Remember to be more detailed. Not a single detail can be missed. Morong Mei was very worried. She was afraid that her daughter would be too innocent and mess with this killing god. Manhwa nodded her head, seeing that her father was starting to believe. She also started to tell in detail what she encountered today. Morong Mei's eyes began to glow after hearing this. You also drank a lot of Demon Godmother tree tea? Right. Drank several cups. It's too refreshing. Morong Mei pursed her lips. After listening to you, I am slightly relieved. It seems that the Dekuro Demon Emperor has also made up with him, which is normal. After all, the two were originally like father and son. Also, you are also lucky. He glanced at his daughter's sword. The sword's grade and forging technique were both more advanced than his. He was tempted to switch it with his daughter. Xiao Hua. You must remember what I say below. This is about the lives of our entire clan. Manhwa nodded seriously. From today onwards, you must never talk to anyone other than me about anything you saw and heard over there. He was shocked when he heard his daughter say that Lu Qing'an had transmitted a voice saying that as long as he found out that someone was messing around with the rumors about Lu Qing'an's daughter, he would personally come to find them for a chat. Could this chat be a normal chat? This killing god was coming to exterminate the clan. Therefore, he had to instruct his daughter that this matter they must keep their mouths shut to the others. As for what happened to his daughter's other friends, it was none of their business. But that side should be just like them, none of them dared to talk nonsense. Good. I know. And from now on, you have to socialize well with his daughter, that is, this friend of yours. Don't offend her. Just go along with her in everything. It's a blessing of several lifetimes for you to be friends with her. It's also a blessing that our Morong family has practiced for several lifetimes. Lone Demon Emperor. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. As long as his daughter could get on good terms with Lu Zishuan, he would be able to climb the thighs of these two great gods. In the future, on this side of the demon region, he would be considered a big shot. Okay. Daughter knows. At the same time, among the different forces in the magic domain, there were a few top big forces among them, and the same thing was happening as on the Morong family side. What was a bit different was Zhangya and the girls had just finished talking to their closest elders about what had happened not too long ago when two of the great Emperor Realm powerhouses directly had their eyes go white and passed out. Zhangya was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, her hands were busy looking at her father who was lying flat and dry, and finally used the most primitive method, pressing her finger on her own father's human center. Father! You don't scare me! What's wrong with you? The Zhang family head's brain was all chaos, only feeling muddled, completely unable to hear his own daughter's cries of concern at this moment, echoing only the few words his own daughter had said. When he was at the academy, he cursed the daughter of the eternal night demon emperor. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 91 Goodbye to the Demon Godmother Tree. The following morning, the sky was breaking, and the color of dawn was like a veil as it roamed across the mountain ridges. Shui Tianfei had spent the entire night sleeping with Lu Miaomio and woke up early in the morning to find Lu Qinggan. I still have things I need to go back to take care of, so I'll go back first. Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qinggan, ruffled the white hair in front of her forehead, and spoke in a gentle, thin voice. You really don't need my help? It's a trader in our Chamber of Commerce, it's not good for you to do any favors. Good, then you go and get busy. When you need me, send me a message. Aha, before I leave, can I get a hug? Lu Qinggan didn't say anything. Alright, I'll leave and come back for a hug. Seeing that Lu Qinggan didn't say yes, Consort Shui Tian gave a playful smile and left the courtyard. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. Afterward, Lu Miaomio and the others woke up. Father, did Auntie Shui go back? Well, she'll be back after she's done. That's good. Miaomio went to the academy. Daddy, give me a kiss. Miaomio is a good girl. Father, I'm going to the academy with Minzi. Lu Zixuan smiled and said. Lu Qinggan looked at Lu Zixuan and Sun Mingji and realized that Sun Mingji was in a much better state, so he smiled and nodded. He watched the few people teleport away. Alright, only a few of us old things are left in this courtyard again. Xiao Qingyi walked out. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, smiled. It's just you guys left. I'm going to go over to the mother tree of the demon god. Oh? You're really a man of your word. Xiao Qingyi's old face was delighted. Are you going or not? I won't go, I won't drag my feet for you. He seemed to recall some bad memories and shook his head repeatedly. Lu Qinggan smiled, knowing that this old thing was afraid. So, he left the courtyard by himself, shattering the void with his martial arts, and in the blink of an eye, he traveled through half of the demon region, arriving at the extreme east of the demon region. Lu Qinggan stood in the air, his robes hunting in the wind. 100 miles ahead, a huge tree as lofty as a mountain rose up, piercing the sky. That was the legendary Devil Godmother tree. Its trunk was as thick as a giant pillar in the sky, its surface covered with dark purple scale-like bark, each piece of scale armor glowing with a metallic cold light. The roots of the tree were like gnarled dragons, deeply rooted into the blood-colored earth, and wherever they passed through, deep gullies opened up, with dark red mist rising up. The crown of the tree covered the sky, and its branches and leaves were not of an unusual green color, but were black as ink and bone-like branches, all shrouded by a huge scarlet shroud of light. The tops of the trees didn't enter the gray clouds, which flashed with electricity and thunder, and the purple-black lightning that occasionally struck down was absorbed by the branches and leaves, turning into bizarre energy flowing through the veins. The most horrifying is the trunk of the center of a demonic woman's giant face silhouette, empty eyes looking down at the earth. Anyone who looks at it, the soul as if falling into the abyss. Looking at this demon godmother tree that almost killed him back then, Lu Qinggan snorted coldly and took a step forward, then he had already arrived before the demon godmother tree. It's you! Lu Qinggan had just gotten close when a woman's voice suddenly rang out of thin air, exploding above the sky. Old Demoness, long time no see. Lu Qinggan said indifferently. Damn! What are you doing here? The voice of the demon godmother tree came out from the void, giving off a feeling of gnashing of teeth. I came to pick some of your leaves and go back to make tea. What's the matter? You want to fight me to the death? The devil godmother tree's tone was extremely hard. It had existed at the beginning of the birth of the demon realm, and as the king of the topmost demonic creatures, it was stronger than the peak of the great emperor realm. This anticlimactic fellow wouldn't be able to curry much favor if he tried to fight her. When Lu Qingdan became the strongest person in the demon region, he also came to fight her once, and there was no real winner or loser between them. But in terms of ruthlessness, she really couldn't compare to this guy, and in the end, she could only endure, giving this guy a batch of top leaves to take away. Also made a promise that the two of them could not break the contract. This time when I come back, I will exterminate you like a butcher dog. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Lu Qingdan laughed lightly, then violently exuded his body's cultivation aura. At that moment, the void trembled, everything in heaven and earth fell into dead silence at that moment, and a terrifying pressure swept through the entire heavenly giant tree, causing the devil godmother tree to tremble violently. Impossible! Feeling Lu Qingdan's terrifying aura, the devil godmother tree doubted that the tree was born. What's impossible? Do we still have to fight to the death? Lu Qingdan's face was expressionless, his hands behind his back, his long hair windless. The devil godmother tree quickly returned, not to fight. Naturally, I won't fight. Ha ha. I was actually joking with you just now. This is not. We haven't seen each other for a long time either. This is my special way of saying hello. Ha ha. Hearing the demon godmother tree's awkward laughter, Lu Qinggan snorted coldly. Have you still been using those tests of yours to swindle people and devour human life all these years? Back then, when he hadn't yet claimed the title of emperor, he had almost left his life here with Xiao Qingyi and the others. This devil godmother tree is full of treasures, especially the leaves. Picking them to make tea and drinking them has a miraculous effect on cultivation. For this reason, many powerful people from the devil realm often came here to steal the leaves of the devil godmother tree and fought with the devil godmother tree. As a result, each of them suffered losses. After that, the mother tree suddenly made a proposal, not wanting to fight anymore, and set up a test so that if people passed her test, they would be able to get her leaves directly. In this way, there was no need to fight with each other, and everything was settled peacefully. People didn't want to take the risk and gladly accepted, so for many years, many people came this way to accept the test of the mother tree of the demon god and obtain the leaves of the mother tree of the demon god. Back then, Lu Qinggan was also like this, only he was unlucky and encountered the hidden special means of this demon godmother tree. This old demonic creature would actually occasionally play a game, deliberately tricking some people into entering a game of tests that they could not pass, trapping them to death, and finally devouring human flesh and cultivation as a way to become stronger. Back then, he and Xiao Qingyi were so unlucky that they entered such a game and were unable to escape. If it wasn't for a strong person who was already at the peak of the great emperor realm's cultivation finding a small crack and burning out his life's worth of cultivation to help them break the trap, they would have all died in there. And this person was also Sun Mingji's father. When the devil godmother tree heard Lu Qingyan say this, she was a bit vain, but still tried to make herself sound normal and said, "Naturally, there isn't. The promise you and I made back then, I always remember it. If I know that you still have this kind of behavior, you know what the consequences will be, right?" He came here this time because he promised Xiao Qingyi that he would get some more leaves from the top of the devil godmother tree, and secondly, he wanted to come and get some interest for Sun Minzi. He didn't believe that this devil godmother tree had really gone from good to evil. "Naturally," the devil godmother tree said. "Good, then I still need to pass your test before I can go up to pick leaves?" The devil godmother tree looked at this moment exudes a horrible cultivation breath that is many times stronger than her, the heart that is called a depressed to the extreme. She really couldn't figure out how this guy had become so strong. But there was nothing that could be done but to endure it. "Naturally." Lu Qinggan sniffed and stopped talking nonsense as he flew towards the top of the devil godmother tree. When he entered within that one huge red light shield, the picture in front of him changed. 10 huge red bubbles appeared overhead. At this moment, within these bubbles, there were quite a few people from the demon realm inside, undergoing the so-called test. He swept a glance at these 10 huge red bubbles and instantly realized that one red bubble was different from the others, and his eyes flashed with a coldness. "It isn't. You wait." Just as Lu Qinggan was about to enter that red bubble, the figure of a demonic woman with heavy makeup suddenly flashed out and stopped in front of Lu Qinggan. It was none other than the false body that the demon godmother tree had conjured up. She had a slender figure, her skin was like dark purple crystals, and her long hair hung down like pitch-black vines with scarlet leaves at the end. A long purple patterned robe woven from tree bark, the edges of which were adorned with sharp bone spikes. "What, do you need to fight me to let me go?" He pretended not to know that there was a problem with this bubble. "It's not that you can just fly up directly and don't have to pass these tests." The demon godmother tree man squeezed out a smile on his face that was worse than crying. "What about the fact that I have to go in and feel what it was like to go through the trials back then?" Lu Qinggan stared expressionlessly at the demon godmother tree. Magic Godmother Tree. Chapter 92 Breath Suppression. The devil godmother tree was speechless, but she didn't make way for Lu Qinggan to pass through. She knew very well what was going to happen when Lu Qingyan entered there. When Lu Qinggan saw that the demon goddess tree did not allow him to pass, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the distance between him and the demon goddess tree was only a few steps, so at this moment, he directly took a step forward. As he took a step forward, heaven and earth suddenly shook, and a terrifying pressure swept through the demon goddess tree's body. The illusory demon godmother tree's body abruptly flickered for a moment, as if the screen that was playing had suddenly stalled for a moment. The devil godmother tree's face changed greatly. How is it possible? How is it stronger? Lu Qinggan took a second step, and the pressure on his body soared once again. Bang bang! The imaginary body that the devil godmother tree had manifested violently knelt on the ground. The sentinel body, on the other hand, shook violently. Just as Lu Qinggan was about to take the third step, the demon godmother tree could no longer bear it and shouted, "All right. I'll let you in." As soon as her words passed, the imaginary body moved quickly to the other side like a flash, fear written all over its face. Lu Qinggan snorted coldly and walked decisively into that red giant bubble, and between the flashes of his body, he had disappeared. The devil godmother tree clenched her teeth, a pair of eyes turning rapidly, her face full of tangled colors. She had to quickly think of a way. This fellow had returned this time and had become too intimidating. There was simply nothing one could do with him. The environment in front of Lu Qing'an's eyes changed, his figure gradually solidified in the distorted light, and when he completely stepped into a huge space, the icy cold air wrapped in despair hit him. This was a space that had been forcibly opened up by some kind of force, and the gray sky dome hung low as if it would crush the crowd below at any moment. Hundreds of cultivators were scattered everywhere, some sitting on their knees, some leaning against the cold stone walls. Their cultivation levels varied, from the lowest transformation of God stage to the Great Emperor realm, and there were even strong people in the late Great Emperor realm. But at this moment, all of them had a layer of the same shade in their eyes. That was the numbness after being eroded by a long despair. When the space fluctuation came and someone stepped into this space, the crowd rippled slightly like stagnant water. Some people jerked their heads up, a trace of hope flashing through their cloudy pupils, looking towards Lu Qing'an's side. But when they saw that the visitor was just a young, handsome man with a weak aura, that little bit of light instantly went out. Here comes another one to die. Different voices resounded in all directions. It won't take long for him to be as desperate as us. Look at his calm appearance. I can't even bear to tell him what's going on here. A few young cultivators clenched their fists powerlessly and loosened them, while the older ones let out hoarse, bitter laughs. There was also a baby-like whimper coming from the corner. It was a sacred king realm cultivator whose Dao heart had collapsed, who was curling up into a ball. Lu Qing'an's footsteps were exceptionally clear in the silence. Each step was like stepping on the taut heartstrings of the crowd. Some people mechanically moved out of the way, but their eyes pierced through his body to look into nothingness. Here even the shadows were gray. A few drops of viscous liquid suddenly fell from the dome, smashing shallow craters in the ground and giving off a fishy sweet smell of blood, but no one dodged. They had long been accustomed to it, like they were used to a salvation they could never wait for. Lu Qing'an carefully scanned the four directions, and the corner of his mouth gradually hung a molded cold smile. It was exactly the same as before. This scene was too familiar to him. Back then, he had been trapped in this space with Xiao Qingyi for decades. Most importantly, this place would also absorb people's cultivation at intervals, slowly disintegrating everyone's hope, and eventually, some people would go crazy, while others would do something crazy before dying. For example, to those who are also caught in such a predicament, unable to escape, release the despair in their hearts. Violence, abuse, even murder, and so on. This place was quite calm now, and it seemed that these people hadn't been trapped for long. Just as Lu Qing'an examined his surroundings, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Fellow Daoist, unfortunately I have some bad news for you." The woman sighed and spoke. Lu Qing'an turned to look towards the woman. The woman was wearing a light green Dan robe, her skin was delicate, her eyes were like autumn water, her body was like a willow, and her looks were hardly distinguishable from those beauties like Su Yuni. Fang Qiuhua looked at Lu Qing'an and truthfully told the situation of this side of space. Lu Qing'an heard the answer he wanted, asked, "There is no test here, you came in after being imprisoned, how long has it been imprisoned?" Fang Qiuhua said, "The person who has been trapped here for the longest time has been more than 100 years. I am okay, 30 years. Oh, what is your name?" "Fang Qiuhua." "Where is the Taoist friend?" Fang Qiuhua has not spoken to anyone for a long time. The people trapped here, each and every one of them are deep in despair, unwilling to talk to people. It's rare that someone is willing to talk to her. She would be happy to say a sentence or two more. However, she gradually realized that Lu Qing'an's reaction was a bit off. She did not see any color of worry on Lu Qing'an's face. It was frighteningly calm from start to finish. "Fang Qiuhua?" Lu Qing'an thought of something when she heard that name and carefully swept a glance at Fang Qiuhua. Late Great Empress Realm Cultivation. If he had the chance, he wouldn't be far from stepping into the peak Great Empress Realm Cultivation. "What kind of person is Dan Daozi to you?" Lu Qing'an asked. Wearing a Dan robe and his name was Fang Qiuhua, he had probably guessed correctly. Dan Daozi is precisely the strongest alchemist on this side of the demonic domain, likes to travel, living in an unsettled place. There is a side of the inheritance left behind, a few tens of thousands of years ago received an apprentice, it is called Fang Qiuhua. Fang Qiuhua said, "My master." "Good, I will save you out later, you bring a message to him for me, how?" Lu Qing'an said. Once these words passed, Fang Qiuhua froze in place. "Fellow Daoist, you said save me out?" Lu Qing'an calmly said, "This time I came to save you." He knew that the Devil Godmother tree must still be doing the same trick, and used this as an excuse to find this Devil Godmother tree in trouble only. In fact, the Devil Godmother tree really reformed. He will also find some excuses, ruthlessly slaughtered the Devil Godmother tree. Now that there is direct evidence that the Demon Godmother tree has not changed, it is no longer as simple as slaughtering it. The volume of Lu Qing'an's voice was not loud, but the cultivation strength of all the people here was not low, so almost everyone heard it. However, when they cast a glance towards Lu Qing'an, they still couldn't help but shake their heads. This person seemed to be unable to accept it after learning about his situation, and had directly gone crazy. This place, they couldn't even break through with their all-out joint attack, which was comparable in power to an attack at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. It was useless for anyone to come. Moreover, this Demon Godmother tree's strength over here was comparable to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. When one person and one tree fought and shocked the entire demon region, in the end, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor won, but the Demon Godmother tree didn't lose too much. This showed the terror of the Devil Godmother tree. In other words, even if the Eternal Night Demon Emperor came, he might not be able to save them. Despair had completely consumed everyone present. Fellow Taoist, how do you plan to save us from getting out? Fang Qiuhua was only surprised for a moment before resuming her bitter smile. She still had some hope left, but reason still prevented her from believing that the 1 in a million hope would appear for them. Lu Qinggan said, just let the Demon Godmother tree let you guys out. Fang Qiuhua. A group of people. Crazy again, a group of people muttered in their hearts. But they had just finished thinking so, and the next moment, Lu Qinggan blandly looked at the void in front of him. Do not come out to explain? Once his words passed, the virtual body of the Demon Godmother tree materialized, and his face was as ugly as a frosted eggplant. Do you still need to explain? Don't you already know the answer? The Devil Godmother tree clenched its fists. Chapter 93, Refining into a Treasure. The sudden appearance of the Devil Godmother tree killed the hundreds of people present and caught them off guard. The people who were previously dead and devoid of vigor all stood up at an extremely fast speed, staring at the image in front of them with a pair of wide eyes. The Devil Godmother tree. Wait. He actually shouted out the Demon Godmother tree void in one sentence. What were they chatting about just now? It can't be. He can't really be able to get us out. The group of people were all shocked to the core by the scene in front of them, and all their despair evolved into a desire for survival at this moment. Be quiet. All be quiet. Don't disturb him. At this moment, a late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouse present quickly spoke, his powerful voice transmission spreading to the minds of all the trapped people present. When the group of people heard the voice transmission from this Great Emperor Realm powerhouse, they all shut their mouths with great speed. Now, all of their hopes were pinned on Lu Qinggan. They didn't know what was going on with Lu Qinggan, but this was just like their last straw. Fang Qiuhua was completely frozen in place at this moment, staring blankly at Lu Qinggan and the Demon Godmother tree void that had appeared here. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that he could really save them? Lu Qinggan listened to this reply from the Devil Godmother tree that she was no longer struggling, and a cold smile rose on her face. You unilaterally broke the promise you made back then. Are you sure you don't want to give me a satisfactory explanation? The Devil Godmother tree took a deep breath and gritted its teeth. The leaves at the top. How many do you want? Is it the leaves? Lu Qinggan said. Then what do you want me to do? The Devil Godmother tree was a bit angry. But she had already felt Lu Qinggan's powerful strength, and she couldn't fight. She couldn't fight him, and she didn't have the right to take advantage of him. Now she really didn't know what to do. Lu Qinggan said, I'll give you two choices. One is, I'll destroy you. The people in the room were silent as they listened to Lu Qinggan's words. Fang Qiuhua stared at Lu Qinggan with wide eyes, as if she was looking at some kind of monster. What on earth was going on? Who exactly was he? To actually dare to talk to the Devil Godmother tree like this in the middle of the space created by the Devil Godmother tree. To destroy the Demon Godmother tree, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor didn't seem to be able to do it either. A group of trapped people of the demon realm had the same thoughts in their hearts as Fang Qiuhua at the moment, and the words Lu Qinggan said at the moment echoed madly inside their minds. Giving the Devil Godmother tree two choices. The first choice was actually to exterminate the Demon Godmother tree. This was too damn overbearing. What kind of god is this one? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor wouldn't even dare to say something like this. The Devil Godmother tree's fists had already been pinched into a ball, angry chest heaving, but did not dare to say anything cruel. Teeth had already gritted creaking, and ultimately could only use an extremely restrained tone of voice to open the mouth. The second choice? You really think I gave you a choice? What do you mean? Not that two choices. You said the second choice instead. The Demon Godmother tree was now tempted to growl and curse. Reason made her try to restrain the emotions in her heart. You don't need to know what the second choice is, you only need to tell me if you want to die. Lu Qinggan's expression at this moment was cold to the extreme. There was no aura released from his body, yet it made everyone present feel a pressure appear in their hearts. It was an invincible aura. Who the hell was this? It was too damn handsome. Even the strongest here, Fang Qiuhua and another late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouse, were completely mesmerized into fans by Lu Qinggan's performance at this moment. The Devil Godmother tree opened its mouth, unable to speak. It was too suffocating. But after experiencing what happened not too long ago, and feeling the intimidating pressure emanating from Lu Qinggan, she had already lost the courage to let go of Lu Qinggan. She now sort of knew where that particular sword intent that had suddenly appeared in the skies above the demon region not too long ago had come from. It was this fellow. This guy had disappeared for over 1,000 years, and when he came back again, how was he so terrifyingly strong? What exactly has he experienced? If you don't answer, then I will default to you choosing death. Lu Qinggan sneered. No. How can you decide for me? The Devil Godmother tree spoke quickly. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Lu Qinggan didn't seem to hear what the demon godmother tree said. Wait. You wait. I don't want to die. Don't fulfill me. The demon goddess tree panicked. Because she realized that Lu Qinggan was serious. This guy, this time he came, he wouldn't be running to destroy her. He doesn't want to die? Then you mean, you choose to be refined into a treasure by me? Lu Qinggan asked. What? Refined into a treasure? You. What's the difference between you and killing me? The devil godmother tree broke defense and shouted. Refining into a treasure was no different than being contracted as a watchdog by a powerful demonic beast. She was a demon godmother tree that had existed since the beginning of the birth of the demon domain. With such a shame, what was the difference between her and death if someone else knew about it? Oh, so you still choose to die, then I'll fulfill you. Wait. Wait. I don't want to die either. I don't want to die either. The demon goddess tree wanted to cry. One tendon, how did it become a two-pronged blockage? Looking at the demon godmother tree's look of watering eyes, Lu Qinggan secretly snorted coldly. It was just crocodile tears. He was originally thinking of uprooting the demon godmother tree and finally collecting all the leaves and packing them up to take home. But after thinking about it, with his current cultivation strength, it wouldn't be difficult to refine the devil godmother tree. He didn't need this kind of magic treasure, and he could still give it to his daughters to use in the future. Fang Qiuhua and a group of people trapped in this place, seeing this, have fallen silent. Scalp numbness. The worldview had been ruthlessly refreshed. The devil godmother tree, this was going to be exasperated to tears. This kind of sight, they actually saw it. They didn't even know if it was a good thing or a bad thing that they were trapped here. Simply by seeing this scene, they would have to blow it for the rest of their lives. This was the mother tree of the demon god. A terrifying creature that has existed since the beginning of the devil realm. There is no third option. Count on me to beg. The devil godmother tree also does not care if there is no one here. Fight and cannot be beaten, can only pull down the face, praying for a cry. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, did not give the devil mother tree a chance at all. One breath of time to consider. You can also use this breath of time in the explanation of the last words. Devil god mother tree. The entire space was suddenly quiet. A breath of time was not long, but in the hearts of a group of people, it became extremely long. They saw the demon god mother tree's face begin to become extremely tangled. Time was up. A voice like that of a god of death rang out. I accept refining. The devil god mother tree closed its eyes and accepted its fate. Count on you to be sensible. Exhibit the root heart. After Lu Qinggan's words, a dark red ball of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the void in front of the demon godmother tree. This ball of light was like a heart that was beating violently. Lu Qinggan's eyes narrowed lightly, and in the next moment, the Eternal Night Emperor's ring appeared behind him, and the endless demonic aura sealed off the entire space in an instant. Everyone present found themselves entering a senseless realm, unable to see or perceive. Only a sense of submission to the mysterious intimidation arose in their sea of consciousness. Boom! Endless demonic chi surged towards the root center of the demon godmother tree. The devil godmother tree howled in agony. The giant tree trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, it had been enveloped by a huge amount of demonic chi, becoming a black ball. The time lasted for 3 whole breaths, and after 3 breaths, the demonic chi suddenly converged towards the demon godmother tree. In an instant, everything returned to calm. The devil godmother tree also disappeared in place amidst this tremendous change. Only a huge sinkhole was left behind in the land where the devil godmother tree had originally grown. Lu Qinggan and all the powerful people of the devil realm who were in the space of the mother tree of the devil god stood high in the sky. These people all looked towards Lu Qinggan as fast as they could. They only saw Lu Qinggan's robes dancing and his long hair fluttering at this moment, his right hand flat on his chest, palm facing upwards. A small, glowing red tree floated on top of it. After becoming small, it was quite cute. Lu Qinggan muttered. Fang Qiuhua, who was standing by the side, looked at Lu Qinggan at this moment and only felt her legs go a little soft, wanting to give Lu Qinggan a kneeling. Chapter 94. Planted inside the courtyard. The sky was unusually quiet. No one dared to speak at this time. Until, Lu Qinggan put away the demon godmother tree and turned his head to look at Fang Qiuhua. Fang Qiuhua quickly reacted, and a set of extremely standard movements were made. She placed her hands on her legs, bowed 90 degrees, and hurriedly shouted, "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." After Fang Qiuhua's voice rang out, the group of people who had followed the trapped group not long ago also reacted, quickly following Fang Qiuhua with the same grateful bow. Many thanks to Senior for saving their lives. The voices echoed in the 4 directions of the sky. Lu Qinggan ignored anyone outside of Fang Qiuhua, his gaze was only on Fang Qiuhua. Voice transmission jade slip, take it out, you and I will exchange the voice transmission seal. Fang Qiuhua blinked. This is. She brought out a sound transmission jade slip with divine speed and respectfully handed it over with both hands. After Lu Qinggan left his own voice transmission imprint inside, he said, "How do you intend to repay me for saving your life?" Fang Qiuhua froze again. How to repay? She had 2 choices right now. One was to repay by being an ox. The second was to give her body in return. The corners of her mouth rose a little as she glanced at Lu Qing'an's impossibly handsome face. The second choice was quite good. I'm a 10th grade alchemist. If Senior needs to use me, I would like to refine pills for you for free forever. She knew that strong men of this level did not lack women, so she still did not say what was in her heart. The reason Lu Qing'an asked this question was purely to guide Feng Qiuhua to the answer he wanted. Can you contact your master? If you can contact him, let him make a trip over Devil's Lin City, and consider this as your repayment to me. Lu Qing'an transmitted his voice to Feng Qiuhua. Feng Qiuhua blinked, then hastily nodded, okay. I'll do my best. Mainly, she wasn't sure if she could contact her master teacher either. This old undead had been out traveling for many years now, and hadn't even returned home. She suspected that after she died here in the demon Godmother tree many years later, her master's elder wouldn't even be able to find her corpse. Lu Qing'an nodded. Then wait for your good news. I'll leave first. Wait. Senior, can you tell me your name? If my master asks, I'll be able to tell him too. At this moment, Feng Qiuhua looked at Lu Qing'an with eyes full of thirst, and her eyes were filled with starlight. She was turned into a little fangirl by Lu Qing'an. Too handsome. Too strong. How could there be someone so strong? The words she was saying now were sort of half true, mainly because she herself was curious to know just who this being was. So strong, never heard of it before. Lu Qing'an smiled and asked, who do you think I am? I can't guess this strength of yours. It's stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but if I have to guess, I can only think of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Feng Qiuhua was very unconfident. Lu Qing'an did not give an accurate answer, just said lightly, if he is unwilling to come to see, tell him that the person who shaved his hair in the first place is looking for him. After saying that, he didn't want to talk any more nonsense. Wu shattered the void and plunged inside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Feng Qiuhua was stupefied. For her master, that long hair is something more important than life. As soon as Lu Qing'an left, the entire crowd came back to their senses. However, there was still no sound above the sky. It wasn't until everyone looked towards where the demon Godmother tree was originally located that they could no longer see the giant tree through the sky. Only a huge sinkhole was left at the ground, and their throats rolled madly. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment, a sound of air braking resounded in the surroundings. Those present quickly looked around. At some point, a large number of silhouettes had already appeared in this side of the sky. They appeared with their hands behind their backs and stood in the middle of the sky, scanning the situation over here. It was none other than the peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses that were closer to this side. They had rushed here as fast as they could after discovering the strange changes over here. When they saw that the shadow of the demon Godmother tree was no longer visible where it had originally stood, people as strong as them at this realm couldn't help but have their pupils tremble. What on earth has happened? Buzz. In the next moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared above the dome of the sky. It attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked, they only saw a man with a lean figure, emitting a terrifying demonic aura, whose true appearance could not be seen, walk out of the black hole. Behind him floated an emperor ring. When those present saw it, even the many peak powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm who had just arrived here arched their hands and saluted. Greetings to the Dekuro Demon Emperor. Seeing this, Feng Qiuhua and the others all quickly and respectfully saluted as well. Li Sangshuan ignored these people and looked at the heavenly pit below. The Devil Godmother tree had already disappeared, and then carefully felt the slight aura of devil chi left behind over here. The corner of his mouth rose. It seems that Master Teacher has just left not long ago. Worthy of being him, the Devil Godmother tree can also be refined. A fan-disciple glow flickered in his eyes. Devil Prosperity City. In a quiet courtyard. Lu Qing'an's figure quietly appeared. After returning to the courtyard, a flash of light appeared in his hand and the compact mother tree of the demon god appeared. He swept a glance around the courtyard and finally settled his gaze on the edge of the courtyard pond. There was a flat piece of grass there, so with a gentle wave of his hand, the Devil Godmother tree transformed into a red light and landed on the land at the edge of the pond, gradually growing into a normal tree. The entire tree was roughly only 3 people tall, and its crown was covered in red leaves, emitting a faint fragrance. Interesting, I didn't expect that the mother tree of the demon god, after being refined, would actually have this kind of effect. This time I've made a lot of money. It will have a great assisting effect on the daughter's cultivation in the future. After watching the completion of the magic Godmother tree's rooting, Lu Qing'an felt a special effect that the magic Godmother tree possessed. Within a 3-foot radius of the piece of ground where the mother tree of the demon god was rooted, a person could increase his enlightenment dozens of times when he sat there and cultivated. If he had this kind of treasure back then, he could have become the Eternal Night Demon Emperor much faster. Lu Qing'an smiled and walked towards the house. When he entered the house, at that moment, Xiao Qingyi, who was tinkering with something inside the kitchen, quickly walked out. He was holding a strange-shaped snack in his hand and looked at Lu Qing'an. Back so soon? Where are the magic Godmother tree leaves? Are there 5 pounds of them? Lu Qinggan didn't answer Xiao Qingyi's question, but instead looked at what Xiao Qingyi was holding in his hand and asked, "What is that?" "It looks like it's quite tasty and has a milky flavor. I have nothing to do and I'm researching some new snacks for Meow Meow." What do you care what this is? Where are the magic godmother tree leaves?" Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Qinggan sat down and said, "I did not pick it, you go pick it yourself, pick as many as you want." Xiao Qingyi. "If I could have gone to pick, I would have gone to pick long ago. How much more do you want to pick? You think the devil godmother tree grows in front of my house? Ah." Xiao Qingyi was speechless, then thought of something, said, "She will not become strong again, even now you cannot take her, right?" He also thought that Lu Qinggan had gone on a trip and was 100% able to get back more than 5 pounds of devil godmother tree leaves. "It does grow right in front of your house. Why are you talking nonsense and growing my house?" He had just finished speaking when he suddenly sensed something and quickly ran outside. He then transformed into a gust of wind and returned to the house in the blink of an eye, staring at Lu Qinggan with wide eyes, his mouth opened twice and no words came out. Looking at Xiao Qingyi's gestures, Lu Qinggan smiled bashfully. Unsurprisingly, the words Xiao Qingyi wanted to say should be the word. Chapter 95, Men's Highest Evaluation. Xiao Qingyi was shocked for a moment, buffered over, quickly came to Lu Qinggan in front of him, and manipulated a loud voice and laughed. "I thought that at best you were going over there to pick back a few pounds of leaves, you're good, directly to the other people's demon godmother tree to dry back?" He now admired Lu Qinggan too damn much. He was worthy of being the man he recognized. At first, he and Lu Qinggan were both disgusted by the demon godmother tree, and even after that, he didn't really want to see the demon godmother tree again, with a slight psychological shadow. Now it was good to see the demon godmother tree being refined and obediently planted in the middle of his courtyard. It was simply awesome. The great revenge was avenged. He wanted to organize a banquet and celebrate for a few days and nights. Lu Qinggan calmly said, "No longer annoyed me to take your treasured tea to drink? I don't want to bother you. What you need in the future, just take it and use it. No need to inform me." Xiao Qingyi smiled, giving a very atmospheric feeling. In fact, he is clear, Lu Qinggan does not like to owe others. Take it will be given back, or even doubled back. He couldn't wait for Lu Qinggan to take some more. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. Just then, the two people inside the room, the Imam and Wang Forge Mountain, who were discussing refining techniques, walked out because of Xiao Qingyi's loud voice. "What?" Wang Forge Shan looked at Xiao Qingyi and realized that Xiao Qingyi had the look of an old man who had gotten his wife, so he asked out in confusion. "It had been a long time since I had seen Xiao Qingyi so happy." Xiao Qingyi smiled and looked at Wang Forge Mountain. "Old Wang, old me, I just went to the side of the devil's godmother tree. Will be the devil's godmother tree, big job. The devil's godmother tree refining, take back to plant in the yard." Wang Forge Mountain. "Just you?" He quickly looked at Lu Qinggan. "You did it? You really refined it and took it back here to plant it?" Wang Forge Shan swallowed his saliva. He was also shocked at this news. That was the devil godmother tree. In the beginning, there were two big bullies in the demon region that almost no one dared to mess with, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and the Demon Godmother Tree. This Demon Godmother Tree was sanctioned? Ahem. Xiao Qingyi wanted to put on a show. "You're not even a fart in front of the Demon Godmother Tree, and you did it, how shameless." Wang Forge Mountain gave Xiao Qingyi a blank look. "In the future, if you want to drink tea, just go to the yard and pick leaves to brew it yourself." Lu Qingyan didn't answer directly, but told Wang Forge Shan to pick his own leaves if he wanted to drink tea. I'll be damned. Hearing this, Wang Forge Shan quickly walked outside, wanting to witness history. The Imam didn't understand the situation of the Demon Godmother Tree, but looking at Wang Forge Shan's surprised look, he also became curious as to what it was that could make this big man who had always been a proud refiner behave like this, so he followed and went out to check it out. When the Imam appeared in the courtyard, Wang Forge Shan was already standing beside the pond, looking up, like a sand sculpture at the mother tree of the demon god that was covered in red leaves. "TSK, TSK. TSK, TSK, TSK. He shook his head as a sound of surprise escaped his mouth. "Admire. The devil god mother tree had become this. It's really admirable." Moreover, he didn't expect this devil god mother tree to have this kind of effect. He could feel his mind clearing up at the moment, and his thoughts were running extremely fast, which was just as if it was related to the demon godmother tree. Within this range, enlightenment could increase. He quickly returned inside the house. "Count yourself as powerful." He looked at Lu Qinggan and gave a thumbs up. This was the highest praise from one man to another. Lu Qinggan smiled, and at this time, he took out a storage ring and threw it to Wang Forge Mountain. "By the way, I found something underneath the demon godmother tree. Take a look at this material. Do you recognize it?" Wang Forge Mountain took the storage ring and probed into his senses, then his eyes brightened. "Wait, are you saying that this is the material underneath the demon godmother tree?" Lu Qinggan nodded his head. When he refined the demon godmother tree, he discovered a mass of metal material the size of a small courtyard entwined around the roots of the demon godmother tree. This kind of metal gave him the feeling that it was a bit weaker than the heavenly meteor divine gold, but not by much, and when used to refine weapons, it should be just a bit weaker than these divine armaments on their bodies. And with the large amount of this metal, it was completely possible to refine many weapons. All of them could be equipped with a few hundred strong people. Good lord, this is the strongest metal material that belongs to the Tsongyan continent besides the heavily meteor divine gold. I seriously doubt that the birth of the demon Godmother tree is also related to this material. Lu Qinggan nodded, he felt the same. The Devil Godmother tree was born a long time ago, and no one knew exactly how far back. Some even said that the Devil Godmother tree existed at the time of the Tsongyan continent's birth. And for the Devil Godmother tree to be so powerful and to have developed to such heights as it is today, it may have really utilized this metal material. For example, the Devil Godmother tree was originally just a small tree that happened to grow above this metal, and has been utilizing this metal material to empower it to become even more robust. How do you plan to use this piece of metal? Wang Forge Mountain asked. You guys look at it, the block is quite big. You have anything you want to forge, feel free to forge it. Lu Qingdan looked at Hiyamam and smiled. He Lao, take it and practice. Hiyamam also took that storage ring at this time, probed into his senses, and couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva after seeing the huge metal inside. Good guy. Refiner's dream love material Ha ha. Then I'll really take it to practice. Hiyamam said. Lu Qinggan nodded casually. Just then, a person stepped out from the void outside. The person who came was none other than Li Tsangxuan. After Li Tsangxuan set things right over there, he came over here, and after appearing in the courtyard, his gaze was first attracted by the demon Godmother tree next to the pond, and he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. Sure enough, it was Master Teacher. He entered the house. Master Teacher. Lu Qinggan nodded. Senior, this thing you did just now should have let a lot of people know that you've returned. Li Tsangxuan smiled. Many people had already guessed that it was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor who did this matter. Lu Qinggan calmly said, just spread the word to the public that I've been in seclusion all these years, and now that I've accomplished my cultivation, I've come out of seclusion once again. It's also time to let the Devil Realm know that he's back. Okay, I'll have my men spread the word. Well, you have quite a lot of men nowadays. That Devil Godmother tree leaves are quite a lot. If you need it, pick some to go back and give it to someone. Lu Qinggan said. There's no need for that. Li Tsangxuan heard that he had to give something away to someone, and was instantly stumped. He was most afraid of doing these things. Lu Qinggan said this because he wanted Li Tsangxuan to interact with others more. He couldn't just be familiar with him. And he thought of something at this moment, a fatherly smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Don't you have a crush? Listen to my master, send a caddy of Demon Godmother tree tea over there. It's safe to say that you can make people understand your feelings. Li Tsangxuan blinked, a flash of red light flashed across his face. Master, I don't know what you're talking about. When Xiaoqing's few people heard this, they instantly found a seat and looked at Li Tsangxuan with an interested gaze. Especially Xiaoqing, he also didn't know where he pulled out a watermelon from behind him, and with 2 finger strokes, he sliced it into chunks, his mouth containing a lewd smile as he ate it. Chapter 96 Old Bachelors Teach Chasing Women Method. Don't be shy, say it for the master to hear. Lu Qinggan looked at Li Tsangxuan, who was shy, and bowed his head. The smile on his face grew stronger and stronger. He now finally understood why many parents in the modern era would ask their children about their relationship status every time after they came home from vacation. It turned out to be this kind of mood, hoping that the child was doing well, hoping to help the child. He had experienced a failed marriage, but it didn't stop him from helping his disciple to be a good gatekeeper and give some life advice. Li Tsangxuan, under the gaze of Lu Qinggan and the others, also knew that his performance had betrayed his inner thoughts, and could only use a weak voice to say, I feel that people don't seem to have much of an idea about me, and it's a bit bad to send tea directly. Just whose child is it? My disciple is so powerful and handsome, there are still women who don't like it? Lu Qinggan laughed, patted Li Tsangxuan's shoulder and said, Little Xuanzi, you have to be a little more confident. Although you are indeed slightly inferior in terms of charisma compared to your master, but in the entire demonic domain, there is only your master who is stronger than you, so as long as you like it, I feel that people definitely like you as well. Strong as Li Tsangxuan this kind of strength, there are still not confident enough time, only in the matter of feelings. Your master's words are really not wrong. As a man, I am very sure of your charm. As a man, I am very sure of your charm. On the charm of men, you are the only 2 people in front of me. Xiaoqing said in a serious manner. Wang Forge Mountain looked at Xiaoqing speechlessly. I am not more handsome than you. Xiaoqing sensed Wang Forge Mountain's gaze, seemed to know what Wang Forge Mountain thought, and thought in his heart, on your big old man can be more handsome than me? Li Tsangxuan finally loosened up under the encouragement of Lu Qinggan's eyes from several people. She was the holy daughter of the Blood Phoenix sect. Lu Qinggan's eyebrows rose slightly when he heard the name Blood Phoenix sect. The Blood Phoenix sect was the top group of forces amongst the top great forces in their demon region. In terms of overall strength, it was the top 3 in the devil region. In terms of the number of great Emperor Realm powerhouses, it was the top 2 in the demon region. There are 5 peak great Emperor Realm powerhouses. So it's the holy daughter of the Blood Phoenix sect. Lu Qinggan muttered. If the Blood Phoenix sect hadn't changed its saint daughter in the past 1,000 years, then this Blood Phoenix sect saint daughter, he knew who it was. The Blood Phoenix sect's strongest heavenly pride of all generations, in terms of talent and strength, she was only a little weaker than his disciple. As early as 20,000 to 30,000 years ago, he had already broken through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, and he had also dealt with this Blood Phoenix sect's holy maiden twice. In terms of age, she was 1 or 2,000 years older than his disciple. His own disciple was liking Imperial sisters. Xiao Qingyi said, "This Blood Phoenix sect holy maiden is still a good match for you, kid, not bad, not bad." Li Sanchuan lowered his head, his cheeks already completely red. That appearance, completely lacking the appearance of a demon emperor, instead, he looked like a pure love male great, and reached out to scratch his head. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled when he saw this appearance of his disciple. It seemed that he really liked this Blood Phoenix sect holy maiden. Her status and strength were just perfect for his disciple, a perfect match. That is, one problem was that incident back then. I also don't know if it will affect little Shen Zi. This matter Lu Qingyan pondered underneath his heart. He had killed a peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse of the Blood Phoenix sect back then. However, this Blood Phoenix sect had never messed with him again because of this matter. So after that, he and this Blood Phoenix sect belonged to that kind of well water does not offend river water situation, that is, he was afraid that the things that happened many years ago would still have a bit of an impact on today. Little Xuanzi, how is your contact with the Blood Phoenix sect nowadays? Lu Qinggan tried to ask. The contact is quite good. The Devil Palace and the Blood Phoenix sect have a piece of business, and it is also this piece of business that I have had some interactions with her. Li Sanchuan said. Oh, that's quite good. It seems that incident back then, there should be no repercussions. Then listen to my master, pick a few more pounds of leaves to go back, and the next time you see someone, directly send a gift. Lu Qinggan said. Girls generally like gifts, coupled with their own disciple. This kind of pure love male enhancement look, as long as it is a normal woman, can guess what is in his heart. Two people have more contact, as long as they like each other, they can definitely exchange their thoughts. That's right, chasing women is actually very simple. You learn your anti-shui, perseverance, steady into the. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Then I will try. Li Sanchuan said shyly. Time passed quietly. The group chatted until the evening. Li Sanchuan kept trying to escape, but he just couldn't escape the clutches of these old devils, a bunch of old bachelors frantically transmitting the skills of chasing women to him. It wasn't until a joyful and cute shout came from outside that Lu Qingyan's few people stopped. Father! Miao Mao is back. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose as his old father's smile rose to his face. Lu Miao Miao didn't realize that there was an extra tree on the other side of the pond, and with a wooden box in her hand, she ran into the house. Miao Miao, you're back? Come on, Grandpa Xiao prepared a new snack for you, see if you like it. Xiao Qingyi smiled brightly, his face full of anticipation. Grandpa Xiao, I've got some delicious snacks today. You come and try it too. Xiao Qingyi, huh? Yes? Lu Qingyan looked towards the wooden box held in his youngest daughter's hand and saw what was inside with a strange expression. This is popcorn? There were such gadgets in this world? Lu Miao Miao stuffed a grain of popcorn into Xiao Qingyi's mouth. Yo ho! This thing was quite tasty and had a corn flavor. Xiao Qingyi frowned. The snack that he had tinkered with today was killed in seconds. River, where did you get this? Did your Auntie Shui get it? Lu Qinggan asked. No, a little chubby guy in the academy's family got it. Lu Miao Miao said. A little fat guy? You know new friends in the college? This little pudgy was I beat up, had to recognize me as a big sister. I ignored him, then he knew I like to eat good food from the elders of the family to get the name of this kind of good thing called Rice Krispie, and then, I recognized a little brother. Ha, River, you're still a big sister? This little fat peer, but a little inside awe. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Lu Qinggan said, free to bring home for dinner. He had to see what this kid is to see his daughter special, only to recognize the big sister. When something like popcorn appeared, it might be hard to say that it was a traveler. When the time comes, he'll see how the other person's soul situation is. I don't want to bring it back for dinner, he is fat and dirty, so big and still runny nose, recognize him as a little brother or losing the face of Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao said. Then you still recognize him as a little brother? Lu Qinggan laughed. This is not for the sake of the face of this Rice Krispie. Lu Miao Miao beamed. Lu Qinggan laughed, then said, your sister? She's still at the time trace magic Willow, so she'll be teleported back. Just as Lu Miao Miao finished speaking, a teleportation light door appeared outside. Su Yuni's trio appeared in the courtyard. When the three of them appeared, they were instantly attracted by the sudden extra demon Godmother tree in the middle of the courtyard. In particular, Sun Minji was instantly fixed in place when she saw this demon Godmother tree. Her eyes gradually reddened, and in the end, she couldn't help it, covering her face and sobbing. Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni, both of whom had just been surprised by the demon Godmother tree, suddenly noticed Sun Minzi's change in mood and both froze for a moment, then hurriedly approached with concern. Minzi, what's wrong with you? Lu Zixuan placed her hand on Sun Minji's waist and asked with concern. Obviously experienced last night's open heart venting, today Sun Minji in the college obviously in a much better mood, how to come back on the cry. Sun Minji hugged Lu Zixuan tightly as she cried, Zixuan. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 97, From now on, you are my third daughter. Lu Zixuan was even more confused, but still reached out and gently patted Sun Minji on the back. Minji, I didn't do anything, you don't have to thank me. She thought that Sun Minji was remembering last night's events and missing her father again, and that thanking her at this time should be a thank you for listening to her attentively. Sun Minji would never forget the scent of the demon godmother tree in her life. This tree in front of her was definitely the demon godmother tree. Ever since she learned what her father had lost his cultivation due to, she had always had a knot in her heart that she couldn't untie. After her father's death, she would go over to the demon godmother tree every year and look at it from afar, hoping that one day she would have enough strength to destroy it. Now, seeing that her father's murderer had finally gotten his due punishment, she could no longer restrain the suppressed emotions in her heart for many years. Her father's spirit in heaven must be very happy. Zixuan, Minji, come in. At this moment, Lu Qing'an's voice came from inside the house. Hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Sun Minji quickly looked in the direction of the house. She quickly stopped crying, wiped her tears dry and adjusted herself. She followed Lu Zixuan towards the house, and when she saw Lu Qing'an again, she decisively knelt on the ground. Thank you, senior, for avenging the death of my father. Lu Zixuan had just been puzzled by Sun Minji's sudden gratitude, and now that she saw this scene, she was even more confused. This was. Xiao Qingyi looked at Sun Minji, then at Lu Qing'an, and when he saw that Lu Qing'an seemed to have made some kind of decision, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Minji, hurry up and call your righteous father. Xiao Qingyi laughed. As soon as these words passed, the entire room suddenly quieted down, and a group of people looked at Xiao Qingyi in puzzlement. Only Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi and shook his head with a smile. This old thing overly understood him. He even wondered if Xiao Qingyi was a mind reader. Lu Zixuan blinked, and then her face was overjoyed. Sun Minji was completely frozen in place. Righteous father? Ah, really? Lu Qing'an looked at Sun Minji, who was not speaking at the moment and was only in a daze, and smiled. What, I'm not worthy of being your righteous father? Sun Minji quickly reacted, shaking her head vigorously like a rattlesnake. No. Of course not. It's me who is not worthy of you. Lu Qing'an laughed. Then what are you still hesitating for? Sun Minji wanted to quickly shout out the words righteous father, but she still couldn't help but ask, Senior, why do you want to adopt me as your righteous daughter? I don't understand. She looked at Lu Zixuan at this time, in doubt, if it was Lu Zixuan who helped her beg. Lu Qing'an said, one is related to Zixuan, you are very close. Zixuan also begged me to recognize you as a righteous daughter. Secondly, it is related to your father. My father? When Sun Minji heard these words, the thought of her father made her eyes redden again. I had a one-sided relationship with your father, and was considered to have suffered from his favor, which is also the reason why I let you be my daughter's friend when I met you in the first place. Lu Qing'an didn't hide it. If Sun Minji's father hadn't sacrificed his cultivation to create an opportunity for them to escape, it would have been difficult for them to escape from that place. When Sun Minji heard this, clear tears once again swept out. She recalled a sentence that her father had said. It was when she was still only 5 years old, and her father was holding her to watch the sunset. She asked her father what he had done in his life that he was most proud of. Her father said that before he lost all of his cultivation, he had teamed up with a future rising superstar in battle once. Righteous father! Sun Minji cried out. Lu Qing'an laughed and lifted Sun Minji up with a single move of his hand. Good. From now on, you are my Lu Qing'an's third daughter. From now on, if you are wrong somewhere, tell your righteous father, and he will help you out. Sun Minji cried and nodded heavily. At this moment, her eyes were already blurred with tears, and vaguely, she actually saw a familiar figure in Lu Qing'an. Father. She saw her father, looking at her with a big smile and a face full of pride. All right. There are happy events again today. Let's not talk about it. I'll cook you a dozen good dishes tonight. Congratulate properly. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Ha ha. Don't finish cooking too soon. I'm going to expedite building an armor. Wang Forge Mountain laughed and looked at Mom, old brother, go. Help my brother's favor. Good. Lu Qing'an looked at this scene and smiled a lot more on his face. At the same time, after Li Tsangxuan transmitted his voice to his men, spreading the news that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had been in seclusion for 1,000 years and had now emerged, it caused a stir in different parts of the demon region. In particular, after the Eternal Night Demon Emperor appeared and suddenly went over to the Demon Godmother tree, refining the Demon Godmother tree into a treasure, word spread, and all the major powers in the demon region held an emergency meeting. Those forces that had been brainwashed by Li Tsangxuan over the past 1,000 years and felt that Li Tsangxuan was stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor were silenced. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor was able to refine the Demon Godmother tree at will. There was no need to say how terrifying this strength was. Fortunately, judging from this situation today, it seemed that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was still on good terms with the Dekuro Demon Emperor. Because the matter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's exit was spread by Li Xingshuan's men, it is enough to prove that the relationship between the two masters and disciples is still quite good. Those forces that had fallen under Li Xingshuan's banner were also relieved. However, there were some forces that were still a bit worried. Especially some of the forces that had a grudge against the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the beginning, and had been liquidated by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor even after a long time had passed, they were once again fearful. Even the Devil Godmother tree can be refined. It can be seen that after the closure of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the strength has become much stronger again. When this god of murder reappeared, it was inevitable that a storm of blood and gore would rise again. All the major powers hurriedly held a meeting, urging all the old and young people of the entire power to be careful for some time to come. Don't make too much noise. In this way, the name of the god of murder once again resounded throughout the entire Devil region. The atmosphere of the entire Devil region had completely changed because of one person. Among the top families in the magic region, the Zhang family. The Zhang family head was holding a family meeting. Family head, we know what you said, and we will definitely keep a low profile for some time to come. The people present all said extremely seriously. The Zhang family head nodded his head. Good, then the meeting is adjourned. A group of Zhang family elders looked at the family head, who was speaking a little shaky at the moment, his body shaking again with a strange expression. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the god of murder, had suddenly appeared strongly, and had also refined the Demon Godmother tree, which was indeed quite a big deal. But their Zhang family hadn't offended this killing god either, so how could the family head act so fearful? But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Because their family head was at the peak strength of the Great Emperor realm, it was inevitable that he might meet up with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the future. It was normal to be a little worried. After all, that was a great killing god that could even refine the Demon Godmother tree. Family Master, Mrs. Back. At this time, a maid quickly came to report. Knowing that his daughter had returned from the academy, the Zhang family head turned into a burst of light and left this side of the conference hall as fast as he could. All dispersed. Only one sentence was left to ripple through the air. With the fastest speed possible, the Zhang family head arrived in front of his daughter, Zhang Yaer. When he saw his daughter's furrowed brow, seemingly not getting things done, his heart thumped and he nearly fainted in fear again. Rebel daughter. You didn't fail to get her forgiveness, did you? The frequency of his body shaking became even more intense. After the news of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor refining the Demon Godmother tree spread, why was he speaking with a trembling voice? He could guarantee that in the entire Devil realm, any top powerhouse who knew that their daughter might have offended the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's daughter, there wasn't a single person who could behave better than him. He was already considered a top-notch stoic old northern nose. Chapter 98, the one even the Eternal Night Demon Emperor couldn't kill. Zhang Ye was still frowning and hurriedly said, "How can I say this? It seems like he has forgiven, and it seems like he hasn't completely forgiven." Oops. Is it actually forgiven or not forgiven? The Zhang family head's heart was in turmoil as he listened to his daughter's words. Can't you give a definite answer? Zhang Ye beamed. Today I went to the academy, after seeing Zixuan, completely according to what you said, immediately kneeled down to her. What I did not expect is that Lu Huijun, they actually the same as me, can be said to be coincidentally directly kneeling. Can they not kneel? I think their elders are even worse than your father and me. And then? What did she say? Zhang Ye truthfully said, she was silent for a while, and then she whirled around and used her cultivation to hurriedly prop us up. We refused and knelt again, and apologized a bit, asking for her forgiveness. Then, she was in a hurry and said that we were Ahua's friends, so she wasn't angry with us. So, father, is this her forgiving us? She felt at the time that Lu Zixuan should have forgiven them, yet when they sent Lu Zixuan over to the time trace demon Willow, they waved goodbye to Lu Zixuan, and Lu Zixuan didn't look at them. Did she really say in person that she wasn't angry with you guys anymore? The Zhang family head's eyes brightened slightly as she grabbed her daughter's hand and asked. That's what she said. The Zhang family head asked again, then when you guys followed her afterward, did she show any impatience towards you guys? It seems not, but when we sent her through the teleportation, she didn't bid us farewell. Zhang Ye said bitterly. The Zhang family head breathed a slight sigh of relief. It should be because you guys changed too suddenly. She kind of didn't react, and since she still allows you guys to approach her, there should be room for things to maneuver. Is that so? Then what should I do after that? Zhang Ye blinked. You continue to maintain a good relationship with manhwa while treating her well, whatever she asks you to do. As long as she's still willing to take you to her home the next time, when you see her father, you'll directly kneel down and apologize. The Zhang family head came up with a plan. Still need to kneel? The corner of Zhang Ye's mouth tugged. Do you know about the Devil Godmother tree? The Zhang family head asked. Naturally. What's wrong? Her father had just refined the Devil Godmother tree today. The Zhang family head didn't reason with his daughter and directly told her what had just happened today. Zhang Ye's mouth opened so round that it could be stuffed into a fist in general. On the other side, Desolate ancient demon mansion. After Lu Huijun returned home, the first thing she did was run towards the cave in the back of the mountain where her grandfather practiced. When she had just arrived in front of the cave, a white-haired old man came out inside the cave in a fiery hurry. "How is it?" "Grandpa," I knelt down, and Zixuan also personally said that she forgave us. That is, it seems that for the time being, she is still not too willing to communicate with us too much. It's good to be forgiven. It's normal to keep a distance from you guys for the time being. After that you continue to maintain a good relationship with her, and remember not to mess with her anymore. After all, the daughter of the god of murder can be quite vicious. Good. Lu Huijun quickly nodded her head, then suddenly realized something and looked at her grandfather in surprise, asking, Grandpa, why do I feel that you're a bit different today?" The old man coughed dryly and said, "See? How did your cultivation breath suddenly stabilize? Your Dao heart stabilized?" Lu Huijun's pretty face was all excited. The old man stroked his white beard, took a deep breath, smiled and nodded. "It stabilized. What exactly happened?" "This is great." The old man's mood was also complicated at this moment. Just a short while ago, he heard news from his son that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had suddenly appeared over at the Demon Godmother tree and had refined the Demon Godmother tree. This news shocked him to the point where his scalp went numb. The Demon Godmother tree. Strong people of their level were well aware of how strong the Demon Godmother tree was. When the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had fought with the Demon Godmother tree with all his might, it was at most a 40-60 split, unable to completely injure the Demon Godmother tree. And now I heard that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had closed down for 1,000 years, and when he reappeared, he was actually strong enough to refine the Demon Godmother tree at will. This was simply too inhuman. In the beginning, he was the one whose Dao heart had collapsed because of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but now after hearing this news, he had instead stabilized his Dao heart. How can he say this? Although he was abused by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor back then, this guy was an inhuman existence that could even refine the Demon Godmother tree. Then he had even fought with this kind of guy back then and hadn't been killed. He was one of the few people who were still alive after fighting the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That's pretty impressive. This could even be used to brag. There's still the unstable Dao heart. Little June, Grandpa needs to tell you something. In fact, your grandfather, I'm an existence that even the Eternal Night Demon Emperor couldn't kill. Looking at her grandfather's face that was filled with pride, Lu Huijun was stunned and dumbfounded, her large eyes blinking and blinking. Immortal ruins. In the middle of a large hall. Su Qingying looked at the old man in front of her and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Hong, how about a little cheaper? I'll buy this armor." "Fellow Taoist Su, this armor is something that I have used my entire life's learning. And it took a lot of time and a lot of 10th grade precious materials to build it. 3,000 jade spirit stones is already the lowest price." "Alright, then. Well, I can only take out 2,500 top grade spirit stones now, and I'll give you the rest later." "Okay." After Su Qingying obtained a 10th grade absolute grade armor from the strongest refiner in the immortal market, she flew towards Su Xuanyu's residence. "Little brother, how's your recovery today?" When Su Xuanyu saw his big sister arrive, he, who was fantasizing about the wonderful life after arriving in the demon region, hurriedly returned to his senses. Already able to walk normally. Looking at his sister, Su Xuanyu mood complex, he thought about it, has been a little bit of forgiveness of his sister, not he look away, or sympathize with his sister's big picture, but know that he is about to leave this side, and may never come back, and chose to forgive. After all, in the future, brother and sister, also do not know whether they can see again. Seeing that her brother was in a good mood today, and was finally paying attention to her, Su Qingying's eyes lit up, and then she hurriedly took out the armor she had just bought. "Little brother. This is the armor I just bought. Before I find a way to restore your cultivation, if you wear this armor, under the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm, almost no one will be able to hurt you." Su Xuanyu was slightly surprised when he looked at the full set of armor containing a powerful aura that his sister took out, then he shook his head. "I don't need it, use it yourself. I'm in this state nowadays, and I'm not fighting with others, so it's useless to come." Su Qingying sniffed and said in a slightly downcast manner, still angry with sister? She actually also felt that she had wronged her brother. Just a short while ago, the Nangong family head had come over, apologizing both inside and outside the words, and also pushed the responsibility to the Huangfu family. It was thought that she should feel that she was the one who ruined Huangfu Qi's father and son, and she was afraid that the next person would be herself. In this way, it could be determined that her brother had indeed been bullied by Huangfu Qi. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and shook his head. "No, I'm just a bit angry with myself, I'm too weak." He had been thinking all this time. Why did it become like this? He was angry with his own sister at first, and he was also angry with Nangong Yun, but after carefully thinking about it, he realized that the dish was the original sin. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have been stopped by Huangfu Qi that day, and he wouldn't have been bullied by Huangfu Qi. "Sister, I want to be quiet, you go back, this armor, you can give Zhengran." Su Qingying looked at her brother with a tired look, and after a long silence, she nodded. "Then you rest well." "Aha!" Su Qingying left and returned to the cultivation hall. And right at this moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly appeared. Master, what's wrong? Su Qingying realized that Lin Qingxue looked serious. Disciple. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor appeared. And, after many years, he has become even more terrifying. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, only to feel her heart stifling. It was actually possible to refine the demon Godmother tree. Was this really still within the realm of strength of this realm? Chapter 99. Is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor his friend? Su Qingying held her breath when she heard the name Eternal Night Demon Emperor, because she had heard about this man when she was very young, and was extremely admiring of him as well. And after she knew that she would possess the unsullied emperor position, her heart treated this strongest existence in the devil realm as both a role model and a rival. Her unsullied emperor position was comparable to the other party's Eternal Night Emperor position, and one day, she would be able to catch up with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and even surpass the other party with the help of the extra-dimensional resources that her own master had obtained. He had disappeared for over 1500 years, and now he appeared? Exactly how strong had he become? Su Qingying narrowed her eyes and asked in a pretense of bashfulness. To be able to make even her master teacher say the word terrifying, it must be very strong. This filled her with even more fighting spirit. She would eventually be the woman who could rival or even surpass the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. If the Eternal Night Demon Emperor could become stronger, then she could in the future as well. The news from over there was that he had come out of seclusion, and was a bit frighteningly strong. He was actually able to refine the demon Godmother tree. Lin Qingxue's expression was very grave. What? Su Qingying was shocked. It was normal for someone who had been in seclusion for many years to come out of seclusion again and be stronger than before. But to hear that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was actually able to refine the demon Godmother tree, could this be a strength increase that could be obtained from normal seclusion? Lin Qingxue said in a deep voice, I was also shocked by this news. After multiple determinations from my detail in that party, this matter is true. Because the matter was spread by the Dekuro Demon Emperor. Su Qingying fell silent. By herself, could she really catch up with this Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Wait. Master, didn't you say back then that he couldn't be much stronger? Wasn't the Devil Godmother tree about the same strength as him in the first place, and he was able to refine the Devil Godmother tree, so he must be more than twice as strong as the Devil Godmother tree? Su Qingying looked at Lin Qingxue with a face full of astonishment. Lin Qingxue frowned, also confused. By all rights, it should be like this, and I can't figure out why. This strength, it's just like it's not something that can be found in this world anymore. He might have obtained a special chance. Are you saying that he has also obtained a chance from outside the domain? Su Qingying said in shock. Maybe. Lin Qingxue didn't dare to be sure. Wait. Master, you said that Huang Fuqi's father and son, could it be him? Su Qingying stopped here and didn't say anything further. Because she couldn't figure out why this Eternal Night Demon Emperor would come over here and punish Huang Fuqi's father and son so much. If he really could refine the demon Godmother tree, then he naturally had that kind of strength. But why would he act like this? Lin Qingxue also thought about this matter, but no matter how much she thought about it down the line, she couldn't figure out the reason for this Eternal Night Demon Emperor's action. This matter had absolutely nothing to do with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Wait a minute. Master Teacher. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor has disappeared for 1,500 years, and he has been married to me for 1,000 years. A thought surged through Su Qingying's mind, a thought that made the corners of her mouth twitch. He had associated the two men together. Is there a connection? You mean, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is that Lu Qinggan? Lin Qingxue frowned tightly. Su Qingying also frowned tightly and did not speak, staring at her master. Impossible. Just he could still be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lin Qingxue skimmed her mouth, her face filled with disgust. Although that Lu Qinggan was from the demon region, and had also arrived at the immortal ruins roughly 1,000 years ago, she had personally seen the cultivation level that Lu Qinggan had exerted. It was just about the same as her. And the timing didn't match up either. The news that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's disciple had spread to the public was that he had just come out of seclusion. He disappeared for 1,500 years, and Lu Qinggan came to the immortal ruins for 1,000 years. Lin Qingxue shook her head vigorously. If this Lu Qinggan was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, then she would have died long ago. Moreover, that Lu Qinggan's temperament, where is the appearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor was a great killing god. He's very hostile. He kills at every turn. Lu Qinggan's nature, soft cannot be soft, Su Shenyang 1,000 years, he does not bring a fart, this can be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Furthermore, he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, can he do this kind of thing for Su Xuanyu? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Apprentice, how can you have such thoughts? Lin Qingxue couldn't accept that her disciple had such thoughts, and it even made her actually have a moment where her beliefs loosened for a moment. Su Qingying frowned. She thought about it carefully, and again, she did feel that there was a lot of rightness in it. She had been with him for 1,000 years, and what she liked most about him was that he had a gentle temperament and was not angry or irritable, especially when it came to treating his family members. He was very patient and very forgiving. Wait a minute. Master, do you think there is a possibility that he and the Eternal Night Demon Emperor are friends? Suddenly, Su Qingying thought of something else and her expression changed. Lin Qingxue froze when she heard this. The matter of Lu Qingan being the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, a lot of the other party really couldn't be right, but if Lu Qingan had a relationship with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, or even a friendship, and requested the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's help to abolish the two Huangfu Qi, then it was indeed a great possibility. After all, Lu Qingan did possess a peak cultivation of the Great Emperor realm as well. And also came from the Devil realm. Couldn't bar the Eternal Night Demon Emperor to be friends with someone like him? Lin Qingxue was still unwilling to accept this outcome. On what grounds? He can have this kind of friend? Senior, the more I think about it, the more I think that maybe after he went back, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor just happened to come out of seclusion, so perhaps, the two of them met. Su Qingying frowned and mused. Lin Qingxue. She couldn't help but think of something Lu Zhangran had said. Lu Qingan had found a way to get Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao to enter the Devil Willow Academy during the non-examination time. If the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had stepped in, it would have been possible for the Devil Willow Academy to compromise. It's a match. It's all a match. Damn it! Is he really a friend of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lin Qingxue was reluctant to accept this, but no matter how she thought about it, she realized that it all matched up. There was a 90% chance that Lu Qingan was really a friend of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. And the relationship was also the extremely good kind. She had heard before that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had some friends, of which the Thunder Sky Emperor was one of them. There were a few more, and not many people knew exactly who they were. It's okay. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is just his friend, not him. Furthermore, you can become a powerhouse comparable to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the future. He's not the only one who can obtain the extraterrestrial fortune. Remember, you can't shake your faith. Only when you're strong is you truly strong. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Qingying and tried to put a smile on her face, attempting to calm the imbalance in her heart by comforting Su Qingying. Su Qingying stabilized her mind and nodded her head earnestly. Master is right, only when you are strong on your own is you really strong. However, when I really break through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, can I really become even stronger with that extraterrestrial resource? You only need to believe in Master. As long as our plan continues to develop smoothly, one day, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor won't be able to do anything to you. However, in today's situation, we have to be on our guard. Lu Qingan is a friend of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, so it's inevitable that this guy will use the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's hand to destroy us. Lin Qingxue looked serious. When Su Qingying heard this, she shook her head decisively. No, I know him, he wouldn't treat me like this. Are you sure? Su Qingying nodded her head seriously. He is still quite good. Unfortunately, he became an obstacle to her goal. Apprentice. Don't think back any further. Lin Qingxue once again noticed a change in Su Qingying's mood and hurriedly interrupted. Su Qingying closed her eyes for a moment and then opened them again before regaining her composure. It's fine, he can't shake me anymore. By the way, Master, he won't do that to me, but I'm not sure if he'll do that to you or else, in the near future, you can hide. Lin Qingxue. That's right, Master, can the people you've planted over in the demon region have a way to get a portrait of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's face? I heard that when the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was refining the mother tree of the demon god, someone had a clear look at his true face. I've already thought of a way to have the people there to find out the portrait of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but the demon region is also big, so it might take some time. Yes, I want to see what this Eternal Night Demon Emperor looks like. Su Qingying didn't know what was going on. She always felt that the idea that she had flashed not long ago, obviously a lot of places were not right, but it just lingered. She had to be completely sure of what the Eternal Night Demon Emperor looked like before she could put that thought to rest. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Mother! I'm back! I also brought back a few good friends from the academy. Lu Zhengran smiled as he walked into the grand hall with a few young men and women. Devil Domain, the ancient courtyard, in front of the pond. Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni's few people were sitting cross-legged in front of the pond, cultivating under the Devil Godmother tree. Suddenly, Su Yuni realized that the sound transmission jade slip vibrated. Seeing that it was her younger brother who had transmitted the sound, she smiled and connected. Little brother, how is your body? Second sister, my body is much better, I can already move normally, in a few days, I should be able to be like a normal person. That's good. Hearing that her brother's emotions were stable as he spoke, Su Yuni smiled with satisfaction. It seems that her own brother will soon be able to come over here. Second sister, Zhengran is beside us, he was the one who asked me to give you a voice message, Su Xuani suddenly said. He's looking for me for something? Lu Zhengran grabbed the voice transmission jade slip and smiled. Little sister. Is my sister next to me? Zhengran, your sister is practicing, so don't disturb her. Hearing these familiar words again, the corner of Su Yuni's mouth twitched. Zhangran, you're making a fool of yourself again. At this moment, Lu Zixuan, who was cultivating next to her, directly opened her eyes and looked towards Su Yuni. Auntie, it's fine, I'm done cultivating. She would like to see how this younger brother of hers is still going to be a clown. Chapter 100 showing off something too strange. As soon as Lu Zixuan heard her brother's voice now, she knew that the other party must have something he wanted to show off to her again. This kid had always owed a beating since he was a kid. Unfortunately, her own brother wasn't over here, so she really couldn't beat him up. If he really wanted to come over here, it would be great, and she would beat him up for as many days as she could. Her father was right, you have to beat up your brother when he's young, but when he grows up, he won't be as easy to beat up. Zixuan, are you sure? Su Yuni was beginning to feel pity for Lu Zhangran. Lu Zixuan nodded seriously. Su Yuni had no choice but to hand over the voice transmission jade slip to Lu Zixuan. Over at the Immortal Market. Su Zanyu had also handed over the voice transmission jade slip to Lu Zhangran at this time, and at this moment, he looked at Lu Zhangran, who had specially come wearing a suit of armor, and secretly shook his head. This kid, really wait until you have to go over there, you will know how much you will regret not choosing your father in the first place. He was just about to go to sleep, but he didn't expect Lu Zhangran to come back from the Green Mountain Academy side, and knowing his situation, he hurriedly came over here to visit him. Lu Zhangran consoled him and made sure that his life was not in danger, then he suddenly asked him to help send a message over to the Demon Region side. Originally, he did not want to help Lu Zhangran transmit sound, but after thinking about it, he would be going over to the Demon Region side in a short while, and by then this little nephew of his would have no way of transmitting sound to that side anymore. Because his second sister now no longer pick up his big sister's sound transmission, last time this thing has already let the two sisters completely deadlocked. And he was also ready to leave without saying goodbye. This is also something that cannot be helped, with his big sister to know a word, may not be able to pass over there. Su Xuanyu also looked at the several young men and women sitting next to Lu Zhangran at this time. That's right, Lu Zhangran also brought 3 men and 2 women to come, the age of 14 or 15 years old, at a glance as the generation of brocade clothes, obviously from the Immortal Ruins side of the more powerful forces. I think it is Lu Jingran's friends that he knows in the Green Mountain Academy. Hey, if you have a fart, let it go. Lu Zixuan's voice rang out on the voice transmission jade slip that Lu Zhangran had placed on the desktop. Lu Zhangran heard his sister's voice, and immediately the corner of his mouth turned up next to his nose. Sister. I don't think I have. I think. Lu Zixuan said. Really? Lu Zhangran unexpected. Lu Zixuan, yes, I want to beat you up. This is also regarded as wanting to, right? Lu Zhangran. If you want to beat me up nowadays, it's not necessarily enough for me to do so. Oh. Lu Zhangran came back to his senses and said smugly. Heh, to beat you, no different from beating a dog, I'm enough with one finger. Cut. You're bragging again. Let's put it this way, not to mention that my cultivation is higher than yours, I'm wearing the 10th grade armor that my mother just gave me, I'm standing still for you to beat up, you don't have the slightest idea what to do with me. Lu Zhangran patted the armor on his body, making a crisp sound, with that expression on his face, interpreting what is called liking. Coincidentally, father also customized a set of armor for me, from head to toe, all-round protection, peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses can't take me. Can your armor protect against a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse? As soon as those words passed, the corner of Lu Jingran's mouth twitched. The few young men and women sitting opposite Lu Zhangran froze when they heard this. Armor that could defend against a peak Great Imperial Realm powerhouse? Seriously? Sister. Will you really die if you don't brag one day? A 10th grade absolute armor couldn't defend against the full might of a peak Great Empress Realm powerhouse. You're really blowing more and more illogical. Lu Zhangran really felt frustrated. It wasn't because of his strength, but because he wasn't as good at blowing as his sister. She's too good at it. Who did she learn this from? Organizing a bragging competition, his sister would definitely be able to faultlessly take first place. Lu Zixuan's small face was covered in disdain as she said, You're a bit shallow, is there a possibility that above the 10th absolute grade, there is a grade that no one else has heard of? As she said this, she let the armor on her body show. This armor made of special metal could be invisible, and when it was invisible, it was even as if it wasn't being worn, it was especially magical. It was as if it was no longer as simple as a 10th grade Jedi. Lu Zhangran. Good. I'm kind of convinced. I'm not as good at blowing as you are. I'm not going to talk to you about armor. I have another thing to tell you. Okay, go ahead. Lu Zixuan wants to see what else her brother wants to show off. Little brothers and sisters, come on, call out to big sister. The corners of Lu Jingran's mouth rose as he raised his voice transmission jade slip, signaling the 3 men and 2 women seated across from him to work. Big sister is good. The 3 men and 2 women shouted earnestly. Sister. Hear that. I've only been cultivating over at the Green Mountain Academy for a short while, right? I accidentally collected 5 little brothers and sisters. Now I am their big brother, big sister, and you, naturally, are the big sister, big sister. Lu Zhangran was really cool this time. His head was raised high. Having been a younger brother all this time, now he was finally a big brother. This sense of accomplishment, it was great. Lu Zishuan. Seeing his sister's silence, the smile on Lu Jingran's face became even more triumphant. Finally, there was one thing that made his sister finally blow it off, so he quickly continued, "Sister, the little brothers and sisters I've taken in this time are all the big sons and big ladies of the major powers on this side of the immortal ruins. You should have heard of Linghan Pavilion and Huan Yuzhai, the young masters of the two major forces are all my little brothers now. Come on, two little brothers, call out big sister once more." Big sister. The two said in unison. Su Xuanyu. Su Yuni. The two adults listened to what Lu Zhangran said from the side and only felt speechless. Children nowadays, are they all so strange? Taking in a little brother. Lu Zishuan was also silent. This younger brother of hers, is he sick in the head? She thought that her brother was going to show off something, but she didn't expect to show off that he had a little brother. It seems that he hasn't been beaten up by her for a long time and has drifted away. Awesome, collected little brother. Lu Zishuan speechless. Ah, it's just like that. After all, mother's talent and strength is there. You do not know, it is this period of time, too many small and large forces of the male son of the big lady to come to worship me as a big brother, I cannot even collect over it. He does not know what happened, think it should be related to his mother. Maybe his own mother is too prestigious? When Su Xuanyu heard this, his expression became even weirder. Zhangran, if I'm not mistaken, it should have been shortly after I was abolished that you were able to collect little brothers like this. I think that many large and small forces on this side of the immortal ruins are speculating that it was his big sister who scrapped Huang Fuqi's father and son. So they made a decisive decision to try to climb the relationship with his big sister through other channels. Among them, Lu Zhangran was still a child and was easier to fool some. Now that these 5 people had followed Lu Zhangran back, it should also be the authorization of their power elders. Thinking of this, he shook his head. This kid, being used and still counting the money for others. Chapter 101 Sister, you to blow evidence of the rodent. Lu Zishuan was his own brother to get speechless for a while, and then blank stare for a while, before saying very seriously, you can make more friends outside, but as your sister, I have the obligation, and very serious to tell you, think carefully why people want us suddenly close to you, is it really put you as a friend, or because of other what purpose? My advice to you is, don't use the little brother thing, just be a friend. She kinda hates this brother of hers when it comes to some things. But how the other person is also her brother, she doesn't want her brother to really be used by others. Even if it was her, the only 2 people that she really felt were friends nowadays were Moronghua and Sun Minzi. As for Zhanya and the others, she still had to examine them before she could see if they could develop into true friendships. Especially today, when she had just arrived at the academy side, Zhanya and the others had suddenly knelt down for her, and that scene, even when she recalled it now, the emotions in her heart were hard to describe. She knew very well that Zhanya and the others were like that because of her father. Or maybe it was the elders of the family who forced them to do that. This gave her an indescribably weird feeling. Was this really considered a friend? Alright, you're not much older than me, you act like you're an adult. Lu Zhangran suddenly heard his sister's lecturing voice and said with impatience. At this moment, not waiting for Lu Zishuan to say anything, 2 voices suddenly sounded together. Zhangran. Your sister is doing this for your own good. Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu both spoke in a deep voice at the same time. It was as if the 2 were twins. Lu Zhangran was stunned by the 2 voices for a moment, and then he became very aggravated. Why are you guys on your sister's side again? Lu Zishuan said, if you like to hear it or not, forget it. Conscience fed the dog. I'll listen, okay? I'll listen to it. However, they certainly won't have any purpose, after all, they are all from big families. Sister, if you hadn't left, you would have had so many friends with great status. Lu Zhangran still sounded like he was showing off when he said this. In fact, if one carefully observed him, one could see a flash of loneliness in his eyes. He actually missed his father a little bit, and missed his sister and younger sister. He still felt that he had made the right choice, and if he could, he hoped that his father and his sister and brother would come back this way, although it might not be very possible. I don't need to, I'm quite good over here, I've also met a lot of friends, father also accepted a very close friend of mine as a righteous daughter, there is another person, has been accompanying me to breakthrough, I'm very happy. Lu Zishuan was very relaxed and at ease. The longer she comes over here, the less she feels she misses that side. Lu Zhangran, then your friends are definitely not as good as my friend status. Lu Zishuan took a deep breath. Really, was this kid specially reincarnated to piss her off? 2 or 3 sentences or less, you have to piss her off a bit. Among your little brothers, is there anyone whose father is at the peak of the great emperor realm cultivation? Lu Zishuan decisively asked. Lu Zhangran looked at the 5 people sitting in front of him and frowned slightly. What, do your friends have fathers at the peak of the great emperor realm? As far as the people I know are concerned, more than half of them have peak great emperor realm cultivators in their families. Blowing again. Sister. You can really die if you don't blow. There aren't that many peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses over in the demon region. Lu Zhengran gritted his teeth. Lu Zixuan shook her head, she really was shallow. Truly, she hadn't thought that there were so many strong people on the demon region side before. If it wasn't for the existence of the boundary wall, the strong people from the demon region side would have been extremely weakened in the past, and I'm afraid that the immortal ruins would have long since become ruins. If you don't believe it, just continue to be a frog at the bottom of the well. Lu Zixuan blandly said. Good. Let's pretend you have. Then what can this friend of yours do for you? My minions can do anything for me. Even let them pound my shoulders and pinch my back. Can yours? Lu Zhengran said indignantly. My friend Lu Zixuan was just about to say that she didn't need her friends to do anything for her, but just as she opened her mouth, she was suddenly interrupted by her own brother. You don't need to say. Let me guess what you want to say. Are you trying to say that your friend has to kneel down to talk to you? Lu Zixuan frowned and looked around. You kid, you're also in the Magic Willow Academy today? How do you know that they are all kneeling? Lu Zhengran. He let out a long sigh. Agu, what are you doing? Who understands me? Having a sister who's addicted to bragging, I'm under so much pressure. You're going to live off of bragging for the rest of your life. Lu Zhengran shook his head, thinking that his sister was a clown. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't want to talk to this clown of a brother of hers anymore when she heard this. No more talking to you. I'm going to cultivate. Bye-bye you Lu. Don't. I still have 2 more things to tell you. Have fart quickly put. The next thing I'm going to say, you have to listen carefully. And, you cannot NVO. Lu Zixuan. Really, when on earth can you come over to the magic realm side? My fists are already hungry and thirsty. I've already been focused on by the dean of the Green Mountain Academy. Heh, he a great Emperor Realm Peak powerhouse some time ago said that I was the ultimate demon sword cultivator. The talent-pulling kind. He even specially taught me a blade technique. Guess how long I practiced in a treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 30 before I succeeded? 60 hours. The dean probably only ordered me for 4 days before I succeeded in practicing it. That was a very powerful blade technique. Lu Zhengran's nostrils were already pointing upwards when he said this. He also said that he will definitely become the strongest blade cultivator in the Immortal Ruins. Let's just ask, who else could get the recognition of a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse like the Green Mountain School? Lu Zixuan couldn't help but hit her brother's self-confidence again. Guess how long it took me to cultivate a top sword technique? Sister, starting to blow again? Guess. No guessing. Less than an hour. The person who instructed me, with 1 finger, could crush your Green Mountain Academy dean. Ah. Sister. You blow again. I really can't have a conversation with you anymore. Do you just have to blow better than me? Lu Zhengran stood up and stomped his leg hard. Su Yuni. Su Xuanyu. Zhengran, you really are a clown. Okay, just pretend I blew it. Clown brother. I'm going to practice. Don't. One more thing. Lu Zhengran didn't believe it anymore. He was quite certain that his sister was blowing up so much because she was unwilling in her heart. He would definitely be able to make his sister no longer be able to stabilize her emotions and expose her normal state. Definitely can. Quick release. From today onwards, the academy will do its best to train me. And I, every 3 days, will be able to receive a rising enlightenment pill. No seat. It's the 10th grade of the pill of enlightenment. Eat 1, and within an incense stick, your enlightenment will increase 2-fold. On your side, there's no more. Lu Zhengran took a deep breath. He wanted to see how else his sister could blow it. You can't say that you can eat the enlightenment rising pill as a sugar pill. Oh. Ha ha. Sister. I can already feel your frustration. Oh. Lu Zhengran instantly got excited when he heard this listless voice from his sister. This time, you finally don't know how to blow it. I don't have the rising enlightenment pill on my side. Right. But, there is a tree. Hey, I just sit under this tree and cultivate. Enlightenment can autonomously increase dozens of times it. Lu Zhengran. Truly the heavens did not give birth to my sister, Lu Zixuan. Blowing the Tao for ages is like a long night. Sister, you blow to prove the road, forget it. Chapter 102 Brother-in-law will arrive. A tree, sitting next to it, there are dozens of times enlightenment enhancement, awesome. Really awesome. Lu Zhengran said this, looked at his uncle and his several little brothers, and asked, do you believe it? The 3 men and 2 women shook their heads with great speed. Big sister is quite good at joking. How could there be such a tree in this world? Lu Zhengran and the others felt that Lu Zixuan was bragging, but only Su Xuanyu swallowed his saliva. Dozens of times of enlightenment increase. This. It's a pity. Now that he's wasted, if he hadn't been wasted and went over there, with the assistance of such a boost, he would have been able to quickly break through to the Great Emperor Realm. As expected, a frog in a well. I can also sympathize with you. After all, I also only recently learned that there are so many magical things in this world. Well, do not talk to you. I want to continue to enjoy dozens of times enlightenment enhancement and properly cultivate. Lu Zixuan didn't want to bother with this clown brother of hers anymore. Don't Let's talk again Lu Zhangran actually didn't have anything to show off anymore, but he still wanted to talk to his sister more. He knew that his sister bragged, but as long as he could hear his sister talk, he still felt in his heart that this family hadn't completely fallen apart. Your conditions over there are so good, get lost and go cultivate, wait until you reach the harmonization realm one day. Otherwise, with this cultivation strength of yours today, I don't even need to make a move, a breath of air and you'll fall to the ground. Sis, just be glad you're so far away in the demon realm. If you were next to me and saw me with such strength today, you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. TSK. Good. Didn't you say you were coming over? When will you come over? Lu Zixuan wanted to punch this brother of hers again. What, miss me? Yes. Especially you. If I don't make you cry when you come over, I'll take your name. Wait for me, as soon as I break through to the harmony realm, I'll come looking for you. Let's see who cries then. Lu Zixuan also grunted and didn't bother to say anything more, handing the voice transmission jade slip back to Su Yuni. Lu Zhangran saw that his sister had stopped talking, and at this time, he also handed the voice transmission jade slip back to Su Xuani. Uncle, I'm fine, do you need me to do anything? If it's nothing, I won't disturb your rest. Su Xuan said, you go, and get busy. By the way, pay more attention to some of the things your sister said just now. He assessed his physical condition, and in about 5 days, he would be able to go forward to the demon region. By then, he didn't know when he would be able to see this little nephew of his. He could also sense that these few little brothers that Lu Zhangran had taken in didn't really want to make friends with Lu Zhangran. Lu Zhangran nodded and said, okay, then get some rest. Little brothers. Let's go, I'll show you the sword technique I practiced. When Lu Zhangran left, Su Xuanyu picked up the voice transmission jade slip and said, second sister, Zhangran went to get busy, let me tell you something. I'll be able to leave to go over there in about 5 days, at that time, will you and brother-in-law come to pick me up in front of the boundary wall? Will I really be able to act normally after 5 days? Do you need to recuperate some more? No, I've already contacted a trusted friend of mine, and I'll have him personally send me over to the boundary wall. Okay, I'll talk to my brother-in-law later, but I can't say whether he's willing to pick you up or not. It's fine, I'll apologize to my brother-in-law properly when we get there. After the two of them finished talking, Su Yuni ended the voice transmission and took a deep breath. After her own brother came over here, she was completely relieved. Auntie, is uncle really coming? Lu Zixuan asked. Well, Zixuan, maybe you've always quite disliked your uncle, but he's recently encountered bad things, so if he comes over here, can you give sister-in-law face and be slightly more polite to him? Lu Zixuan smiled and said, actually, I don't hate my uncle if he doesn't talk about my father. I also know very well that he likes me and meow meow very much. I used to treat him like that, it's just that he keeps talking about my father. Then he must not dare to say your father again. What, secretly tell you, your uncle from childhood to the idol, in fact, is your father it. Really? Really? Lu Zixuan was shocked. Su Yuni covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, when he was still wearing crotch pants, he took a wooden sword and stood on a mound of dirt pointing to the sky, saying that he would one day be able to become a man recognized by the Eternal Night Emperor. Put. Lu Zixuan was happy, her pretty face looked like a flower had grown out of it and she was laughing. Is uncle actually this funny? This kid actually doesn't have any bad intentions, he's just like your brother, sometimes he's quite beaten up, but when it comes to being bad, he's really not bad. I see. No wonder you like hitting your uncle's head so much. Lu Zixuan instantly empathized and clenched her teeth. Su Yuni shook her head and smiled. You don't have to worry, sister-in-law, I already know what happened to uncle, I'll treat him well. Well, Zixuan is so good. Su Yuni just wanted to reach out and touch Lu Zixuan's head, but quickly reacted and withdrew it with a smile. This little ninny loved being touched by Lu Qinggan, anyone else touching her would make her feel bad. After Su Yuni finished chatting with Lu Zixuan, she left this place and went over to the stone pavilion to find Lu Qinggan. Brother-in-law, my brother said that he will come over here in 5 days. Do you want to go together then? Or, old Xiao, help me pick him up at that time. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Fine, I'd like to see how hard the fate of this Yin Yang Eternal Night Demon Emperor's last 1,000 years and yet he's still alive and well kid is. Su Yuni smiled awkwardly. Lu Qinggan also laughed. Time was like raindrops dripping from the eaves, falling into the mossy dreams without a rush. 2 days passed idly. During these 2 days, the situation on this side of the courtyard was business as usual. He Imam and Wang Forge Mountain both went to refining again, and the two became a couple, inseparable, discussing refining every day. Every time, he Imam raised some novelty refining questions, and then Wang Forge Shan thought about it and gave the answers. In the beginning, Wang Forge Shan was quicker to answer, but as he Imam asked harder and harder questions, he sometimes had to think for half a day, or even a day, before he could give an answer. The two people's refining level also became stronger and stronger under this interaction. The children also went to the academy every day and didn't return until evening. As for Lu Qinggan, when he was free or not, he drank tea with Xiao Qingyi in front of the stone pavilion. The two of them sometimes didn't talk and sat there for half a day. Sometimes they chatted about strange days, and one of them chatted about a sentence that didn't fit. For example, Xiao Qingyi chatted about an old friend from many years ago and would say that if he hadn't died, he would definitely still be alive now. Lu Qinggan would say, every time I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say something. Xiao Qingyi, the last time I was this speechless was the last time. Lu Qingyan, it's better to listen to you. Chapter 103, Bringing a Child to Shui Tianfei. Lu Qingyan gradually liked this life. Looking at Xiao Qingyi, the corners of her mouth often rose. All one's life, isn't it looking for someone who can talk? Someone who can listen to you, who can understand what you say, who can listen to you talk nonsense. When he first left the demon region, the person he was most upset about was not only his disciple who he treated like a child, but also this old undead. The two had a chat until Xiao Qingyi suddenly took out the sound transmission jade slip. Wait, someone is looking for me. After he said that, he disappeared and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion. After roughly 3 breaths had passed, he returned to the stone pavilion, and his face, which had been full of gladness before he left, had already been replaced with a bit of apprehension. What's wrong? Lu Qinggan asked. An unfamiliar junior who went to the Cold Crystal Jedi with my second disciple to practice came to me and said that my second disciple had lost track of him over there. No one can be found. As Xiao Qingyi spoke, he held a sound transmission jade slip in his hand and continuously inputted demonic energy into it. It was just that no matter how he transmitted his voice, there was no reply from that side. Afterwards, he sent a voice transmission to his eldest disciple and his third disciple who was at the demonic Willow Academy. After a bit of communication, he asked the two to send a voice message to his second apprentice brother as well. The result was that they couldn't be contacted either. After ending the voice transmission, Xiao Qingyi frowned and said, "It seems that I have to personally make a trip over there to look for him. This brat is also a road idiot. What's the point of going to that kind of place to practice? He is properly lost. It's really embarrassing. Do you need me to follow?" Lu Qinggan asked. "It's so complicated in there. If you go in with me, it'll take a few days before you can come back, unless you destroy the place directly, but then you might accidentally bury my disciple in there." "Are you sure you cannot come back for a few days?" Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Qinggan was also clear about the situation over there, and with his strength, he could destroy the Jedi at will. But if he didn't have a good grasp of it, it would be really easy to kill all the people inside. Many people were practicing in there. "Then you go by yourself. If you need me, then give me a message. Xiao Qingyi's second disciple is probably lost. I'm sure you'll be able to get in touch with me anytime." Xiao Qingyi nodded his head and then decisively set off, flying in a direction. Lu Qinggan sat by himself in front of the stone pavilion and quietly drank tea. Until the evening, the child came back and continued to accompany the child, instructing him on cultivation. Due to Xiao Qingyi's absence, none of them knew how to cook and ended up not eating dinner. After all, with their kind of strength, it would be fine if they didn't eat for a few years. Everyone else was fine, except Lu Miaomiao, who tossed and turned all night, just couldn't sleep. A night of speechlessness. The next morning, Lu Zixuan looked at her sister who couldn't stay in bed, and had no choice but to smile bitterly and walk out of the room. "Father, Miao Mao doesn't seem to want to go to the academy." Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. "She is still young. If she doesn't go, then she doesn't go. Let her rest at home for a day. Then, we will go to the academy first." Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. "She is still young, so don't go." Lu Qinggan was happy to have someone to accompany him. Soon after, only he and his little daughter were left in the courtyard. Lu Miaomia got up lazily and looked at Lu Qinggan with a beak. "Daddy, when will Grandpa Xiao come back? Also, I miss Auntie Shui so much." Lu Qinggan laughed. "I've heard you say Auntie Shui more than 10 times in the past few days. It's been more than 3 days now. Why hasn't Auntie Shui finished and come back?" Lu Miaomia suddenly thought of something, eyes bright, grabbed Lu Qinggan's hand, gently shook up, using the tried and true method of pampering, said, "Dad, why don't you take me to find Auntie Shui?" Lu Qingyan did not know what was going on, actually a little want to know what the snow heavenly concubine was actually doing, and then saw the cute pleading look of his little daughter, still did not hold back, dotingly smiled. "Really can't help you. Oh yeah. Daddy is the best." Lu Miao Mao jumped up and kissed Lu Qinggan on the cheek. The speed was fast and very precise, hitting the cheek. Lu Qingyan looked at his little baby and shook his head and smiled. It was too cute, could it not be spoiled? "Then let's go, take you to your Auntie Shui's house for a stroll." Lu Qinggan thought of something at this time, one hand a move, a gust of wind rolled up outside, driving a large swath of devil Godmother tree leaves flew in, and then neatly stacked into a stack. He was included in a wooden box. "Bring some gifts." This time, when he went to the Snow family, he didn't just see Princess Snow Sky alone. There's also an old-timer. He. Father has also started preparing gifts for Auntie Shui. Auntie Shui has told me that you are very unintelligent and have never prepared a gift for her. Lu Miao Miao covered her mouth and laughed. She still tells you that? Teach the children bad things. Lu Qingyan poked her daughter's forehead with her finger. Don't listen to adult things. I don't want to. Miao Miao is actually an adult. How are you a grown-up? River has a big appetite. Lu Qinggan was instantly amused by her daughter. That's really quite big. Ha ha. Okay, come on, get on daddy's shoulders and let's go. Oh, yeah. Woohoo. Take off. Lu Miao Miao leaped up and landed very precisely on Lu Qinggan's shoulder, dancing her little arms, very excited. Lu Qinggan laughed as he broke through the void and took his daughter into the void, heading to the Shui family. Not long after, he and Lu Miao Miao had already appeared above a large city. This was none other than the Devil region's most central large city, Devil Heart City. This great city was very huge and was the size of several hundred Devil's Adventure cities. The headquarters of many of the top powers were located here. The Chamber of Commerce, Frost Huan Tian-Ke, which was founded by the Shui family, was at the very center of the Magic Heart City. Lu Qinggan looked for someone to ask for directions before arriving before the Frost Huan Heavenly Ke. Only to see a building covering an extremely wide area over the 9 heavens, with the entire Xian Ice Mountain range as its foundation, the entire body carved by 10,000 years of cold marrow, the ice crystals hanging down from the eaves reflecting 7-colored aurora borealis. 12 icy jade stairs circling up, each step is inlaid with glowing crystal cores of snowy wild beasts, cold air condensed into substantial frost mist flowing underfoot. The main hall dome hanging 3,600 cold star jade, day and night rotation between the sprinkling of Star River broken shadow, reflecting the room like falling into a fantasy world. Many powerful people from the Devil's Domain come in and out of this Chamber of Commerce, and there are also various merchant teams driving the Ice Phoenix-drawn carriage's mysterious ice treasure ship, bringing a large amount of goods in and out. I'm not sure if this is the right place for me. Father, this can't be Auntie Shue's home, right? Lu Miao Miao's wide eyes grew half as big as she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Lu Qinggan was silent. You couldn't rob this much wealth even if you fought to the death. This rich woman, is she that good at business? Father! Quickly! Go in and take a look. Lu Miao Miao smiled and urged. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled as he flew down before the Chamber of Commerce, taking his daughter with him as he stepped inside. He had just entered the Chamber of Commerce when a dignified-looking maid respectfully stepped forward. Greetings! Welcome to Frost Huan Heavenly Ke. I wonder what services you need. Lu Qingyan looked at the maid and realized that the maid's cultivation level was also at the ferrying realm. There wasn't just one maid here, there were hundreds and thousands of them, all waiting to come forward to welcome guests as soon as someone approached. Something. Lu Qingyan muttered for a moment, and then directly asked, what kind of service is there? He was a bit curious as to what services this Frost Huan Heavenly Ke had. Allow me to introduce you, please look at this piece of formation light screen. These are all the services we can provide yet. 1. Treasure trading and customization services. 2. High-end cultivation assistance services. 3. Luxury experience and socialization services. 4. Special commissions and emergency services. There were also various subdivided services behind each type of service, which could be described as a perfect list, and looking at Lu Qingyan couldn't help but want to experience it. These things, who thought of them? Lu Qinggan looked at the maid in front of him and asked out. He didn't have this kind of stuff before he left the magic realm. Naturally, it was our President Shui. Oh, awesome. Lu Qinggan was even more impressed with President Shui Tianfei. This little, she's really something. What service do you require? Well, a special commission. Okay, you can detail what you need us to do and I'll register it for you. Tell your president for me that I'm bringing River to her. HM? The maid froze for a moment when she heard this. You're looking for our chairman? Lu Qinggan nodded gently. Our president doesn't see people easily and has been busy with something very important lately. It's fine, just tell her that it's Lu Qinggan looking for her. He had already used his divine sense to perceive. Many of the materials here used materials from the Cold Crystal Jedi, isolating people's divine sense from probing, so he wasn't sure if Consort Shui Tian was over here. The maid was silent as she listened to Lu Qinggan's words. Could it be that it was the president's avid suitor? An admirer? A fan? Honestly, there were quite a few people who came to the door like this every day, but this was the first time she saw someone else bring such a lovely girl with them. Chapter 104, Sudden Handholding. Beautiful sister, hurry up, tell Auntie Shui that I'm coming. Lu Miao Miao saw that the maid in front of her did not reply at the first time, and immediately opened her mouth in a petulant manner. Her sweet and sticky voice was very endearing. The maid blinked. This little girl, so cute. Want to pinch. However, Auntie Snow? Could it be that the two really know Aunt Snow? Then I'll tell our chairman about it. The maid made a decision as she looked at the father-daughter duo. The other maidservants really didn't have the ability to directly contact their president, concubine Shui Tian. While she was different some, she was also surnamed Shui. Just for the sake of this cute to the core little ninny sentence of beautiful sister, she herself will pass on the voice. A few moments later. Sister Snow, there's a guest here outside, saying that he brought Meow Meow to look for you. What? The maid froze for a moment as well when she realized that the voice transmission jade slip was snuffed out in the next moment. Ah? Had she summoned the wrong person? This tone of voice, how come it didn't look like the Sister Snow she remembered? What Sister Snow usually did was to give off a cold feeling, and she spoke without any emotions to speak of. The voice she heard just now, why was it so strange? Could it be because of this father-daughter duo? She couldn't help but scrutinize the two Lu Qingans one more time, and realized that this father and daughter could be considered extremely outstanding in terms of face value. The man didn't have much of a cultivation aura on his body, but he was born with a very handsome skin, and this cute little girl, who was very similar to the man's facial features, was so cute that it made people want to go up and suck a bite on her fleshy cheeks. Could it be that it was a friend of Sister Snow? No, she hadn't heard that Sister Snow had any friends either. Just as she was puzzled, the next moment, a silhouette flashed out of thin air and appeared in front of the few of them. The person who came was none other than Shui Tianfei, who wore a white dress, had white hair, and had a gorgeous and absolutely beautiful look. As soon as Shui Tianfei appeared, perhaps because her cultivation was too strong, the surrounding area, which was a little dry and hot, suddenly cooled down. It instantly attracted the gazes of a group of people passing by in the neighborhood. When a group of people saw Consort Shui Tian, they were all pleasantly surprised, and some people quickly gathered over this way, especially some young men and women who seemed to have been guarding this side, waiting for something, and screamed as they approached. The maid saw that Consort Shui Tian actually appeared in person, and was so fast, and at this moment, above that gorgeous pretty face, there was actually a smile, and it was also a very nice smile, and her whole person was struck by lightning. This was still the Snow Sister in her impression. What happened? Auntie Shui. Auntie Shui. Auntie Shui. Lu Miao Miao decisively leapt from Lu Qingyan's shoulder after Consort Shui Tian appeared and pounced on Consort Shui Tian, who came closer, and then rubbed her cheeks on Consort Shui Tian's chest. Concubine Shui Tian caught Lu Miao Miao with a smile on her face that was still there and was not guilty of cleanliness. What are you guys doing here? She looked at the two of them with surprise. Lu Qingyan. The corners of Lu Qingyan's mouth rose, and she was just about to say something when Shui Tianfei looked at the people who were quickly leaning over nearby and then hastily reached out her hand and grabbed it towards Lu Qingyan's hand. Let's change to a place with fewer people to talk. Before she flashed away, she didn't forget to look at the maid and transmitted, Shaoli, handle this side of things. The maid named Shaoli watched in disbelief as the Snow Heavenly Concubine trio flashed and disappeared, her brain buzzing the entire time. Inside her mind, at this moment, there was not only the cheeks that were overflowing with joyful smiles when Consort Shui Tian appeared, there was also a picture that shocked her even more. Sister Snow taking the initiative to hold a man's hand? Ah. Crazy. This world is crazy. Where is Senior Snow Heavenly Concubine? Gone. Ah. Did you guys see that just now? It looks like Yuki Tenpei Senpai is holding that man's hand. I saw it. Who is he? He's not. He doesn't seem to have a strong cultivation aura. What do you mean? Our Shui Shui's hand, how can he touch it? Dirty. My idol's hands are dirty. A group of people shouted frantically. On the other side. Under a flash, the three of them, the Snow Heavenly Concubines, appeared from within a secluded and large office hall. There were only the three of them here. Shui Tianfei's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she let go of Lu Qingyan's hand with a bit of reluctance, also putting Lu Miao Miao down. Just now I'm sorry there were many people over there, so I had to move in a hurry, so I was in a hurry before I held you. Shui Tianfei slightly turned around and didn't look at Lu Qingyan because she was afraid that her lying eyes would be captured by Lu Qingyan. She was very pleased in her heart at the moment. She did it on purpose. Why was this man's hand so nice to touch? Ah. Obviously, she had to wash her hands dozens of times a day to feel comfortable in her heart, and now she wanted to endure a few days without washing her hands. If Shui Tianfei wasn't here with Lu Qingyan and Lu Miao Miao, she would have wanted to put her hands in front of her nose and smell them gently at this moment. Lu Qingyan blandly said, nothing. Aha, by the way, why are you guys here? Shui Tianfei placed her hand behind her and turned around, looking at the father and daughter. Her voice was as gentle as water. If someone was here, they would definitely wonder if Consort Shui Tian had been taken over. Without waiting for Lu Qingyan to speak, at this moment, Lu Miao Miao grinned, Daddy misses Auntie Shui. So he came to find Auntie Shui. Lu Qingyan was stunned for a moment, gently narrowing his eyes to look at his little cotton-padded jacket. It looked as if he was saying, Miao Miao, it's not okay to lie. Lu Miao Miao, on the other hand, covered her mouth and smiled, looking like she had done something good. When Shui Tianfei heard this, she was happy in her heart, although she knew that it shouldn't be like this, and it was probably because Miao Miao wanted to find her, but she was satisfied enough to hear this. At least this also showed that Miao Miao had been able to accept her. This effort seems to have paid off yet. Are you done with your business? Lu Qingyan looked towards Consort Shui Tian and asked out. Consort Shui Tian sighed, not yet, from the bill, amongst a group of elders in our Chamber of Commerce, there should be 1 or 2 people who have problems. I've been organizing the list lately to find out the root of the problem. She spoke out her troubles. The last time she came back this way, she keenly realized that something wasn't right. After looking into it carefully, it was no surprise that someone had tampered with the bills. In other words, someone had betrayed the Chamber of Commerce. She had to catch this rat out as early as possible. Otherwise more problems would follow. The severity of the matter would also grow. Lu Qinggan said, "Do you need my help? How can you help?" Shui Tianfei didn't refuse again this time, but asked out. Lu Qinggan said, "Either scare them a bit and see if they will blow themselves out, or I'll try to use other means to see if anyone is more suspicious." He was honestly a little bit not very good at this digital stuff. Couldn't help much. But by force, he's good at it. He can try to scare them. Or see if there were any special means. If these people were enemies that could be harmed at will, he had an even simpler method. That was to directly search their souls. Soul searching was very harmful to people, and this tactic could only scare people. After all, he didn't want to hurt Princess Shui Tian's clan. Then, try? I'll gather them together? That'll work too. Right, let me meet your mother first. It's been a long time since I've seen her old man. Lu Qinggan smiled at this time. Concubine Shui Tian laughed, "It's fine, she already knows that you're back. Well, take me to meet her." Then, does this count as us meeting our parents again? Shui Tianfei suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 105, A Gift from Him. It's not like I haven't met your mother. When I knew your mother, I didn't know you yet. Lu Qinggan face hanging light smile. When he was short of money, he took a lot of through the killing of the enemy, or kill the magical beasts after the harvest obtained things and materials to bring this side to sell. At that time, the Snow family's Chamber of Commerce was not as large as it is today, and it was Shui Tianfei's mother who was the president. Shui Tianfei smiled and said, "My mother already knows you came back, not long ago also asked me when to take her to meet you. Then coincidentally, by the way to meet. By the way, this gift is for you." Lu Qinggan took out a box of Devil Godmother tree leaves and handed it to consort Shui Tian. Shui Tianfei's beautiful eyes lit up and she hastily took it. What kind of gift? He was getting more and more fond of giving her gifts. Could it be that he had finally moved on? Lu Qinggan said, "The leaves of the Devil Godmother tree. I've already heard that the Devil Godmother tree was refined by you. I like this gift very much." Consort Shui Tian carefully put it away. She didn't use it to make tea to drink either, so she treasured it. "Not only for you, but also for your mother Lu Qinggan Dao." Shui Tianfei's footsteps paused for a moment, then she quickly said, "It's fine. My mother doesn't like tea." Lu Qinggan had a strange expression. Not long after, he was led by Consort Shui Tian to the residence of Consort Shui Tian's mother. This place was a secluded garden with lakes, woods, and a special botanical garden. There was also an earthen mountain filled with various special tea trees. Lu Qinggan saw Mother Shui Tianfei from afar, picking tea stamens in front of a tea tree that exuded spiritual charm. It was an old crone with white hair like snow and plain clothes. At this moment, she seemed to have sensed something and turned towards Lu Qinggan and the others, her eyes gleaming. Her cultivation was strong, but she was very kind. "Lu kid." Qin saw Lu Qingyan and laughed, then with a flash of her body, she had already appeared in front of Lu Qingyan's trio. "Senior Qin, long time no see." Lu Qinggan greeted with a smile. He had known Qin when he was in the transition realm, and he hadn't suffered much from this senior's care back then. "Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. It doesn't seem as fierce as before. I've heard about your recent exploits. The demon Godmother tree was refined by you? What a fearful young man." Qin looked at Lu Qingyan and couldn't stop the admiration flowing in her vicissitude's eyes. She had always greatly admired Lu Qinggan. The fact that her daughter was so frantically pursuing Lu Qinggan was also with her consent. Lu Qinggan shook her head and smiled, then looked at Lu Miaomiao and said, "Miao Miao, call Granny." Lu Miaomiao grinned and greeted, "Good day, Granny. My name is Miao Miao. Father's little daughter, please take care of me from now on." Qin was very happy 1 second, but after hearing Lu Miaomiao's introduction, she froze the next. "Daughter? Or, little daughter?" Qin frowned at Lu Qingyan, then quickly looked at her own daughter. Concubine Shui Tian hurriedly shifted her gaze to look elsewhere. "Father, mother-in-law doesn't seem to like Miao Miao very much?" Lu Miaomiao sensed something and asked in a low voice. It was just that even if she whispered, Qin could hear her. She took a deep breath and pulled out a slightly ugly smile at the corner of her mouth. "No, little girl, I still like you. This Lu kid. There is a wife. Can she be happy?" The prospective son-in-law flew away. "Ah. Miao Miao likes Auntie Shui very much. Granny, you are Auntie Shui's mother, then Miao Miao likes you too. Can we be friends from now on?" Lu Miaomiao looked at Qin with great sincerity. When Qin heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched and she looked at her daughter again. "You're on such good terms with the daughter of your rival? Is this still her daughter, Shui Tianfei? It's not right. Very much 12% wrong. Little Snow. What's going on?" Qin quickly transmitted her voice and asked. Shui Tianfei had no choice but to quickly tell Lu Qingyan's situation. Mother, don't mind me, I like his person, no matter what he's been through. Moreover, isn't he separated from that stupid woman? I think this is just a good opportunity for me to enter his heart. And, can't you see, this little guy is so cute. I don't even need to give birth to a child to spare myself the pain and just become a stepmother. How nice. Concubine Shui Tian transmitted her voice to Qin, slightly displaying the petulant behavior of a small woman, pampering herself with her own mother. Qin frowned, and after a little thought, she fell silent. The reasoning was such a reasoning. However, can you actually get over it in your heart? She was well aware of her daughter's problem. Exactly the same as her father back then. The child of a love rival, you can really accept that? This is a bit out of her expectation. If it's a fake acceptance, then with her understanding of Lu Qinggan, this relationship will definitely not work. Are you sure you really like other people's children? You don't want to put up with everything because you really like him. Otherwise sooner or later something will go wrong. Qin was a little more thorough in her considerations. If her daughter was faking her liking, then she would rather cut off her daughter's love for Lu Qinggan than cause a big trouble down the road. I really like it. Look at this child, how cute. You really don't want to pinch that little face? Shui Tianfei happily transmitted her voice. At first, she was indeed quite afraid to touch this child, but with more contact, she found that she was able to adapt. Good, I can tell that you like this little girl child. However, analyzing from what this child said, it seems like he has an older daughter. An older daughter is different, can you really accept it? Qin quickly asked again. Concubine Shui Tian smiled and transmitted her voice. Mother, you wouldn't be clear. I feel more in tune with his eldest daughter. It's like the child I gave birth to. Qin froze. Like the child you gave birth to? No, you like him, but you don't like him so much that you fantasize that you've given birth to a child with him. Qin sweating a bit. Mother, it's harder for you to understand nowadays. When you see his eldest daughter, you'll understand. Concubine Shui Tian smiled and showed off. Qin also knew her daughter well, and finally decided to let her daughter be. Come, it's been a long time, let's drink tea and chat. Qin looked towards Lu Qinggan and said with a smile. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. Just taking 2 steps, Qin suddenly stopped, a slightly wry smile on her face. Look kid, you ever find that demon godmother tree? There should be quite a lot of leaves at the top of it, right? This time you came empty-handed? The meaning was obvious. She wanted the devil godmother tree leaves. Lu Qingdan looked at consort Shui Tian with an odd expression. Qin seemed to have thought of something and also looked at consort Shui Tian, directly transmitting, you've embezzled? Consort Shui Tian turned to look in other directions, looking as if she hadn't heard. The gifts he sent, even if you are my mother, you will never want to take away a piece of it. Lu Qingyan shook her head and smiled, saying, I'll go back to Devil's Lin City for a bit, help me look after the child. After saying that, Lu Qinggan turned around and Wu broke the air and disappeared. Qin pointed at her daughter at this time. You, men are more important than mother, right? Shui Tianfei smiled. It is rare for him to give me a gift, I can't afford to give you to take it to make tea. Of course, if you take it to save your life, that's a different story. Qin glanced at her own daughter without any good humor, and then kindly looked at Lu Miao Miao. Miao Miao is it? Come on, come with your mother-in-law, your father should not be back so soon after a short period of time. But she just finished. The next moment, Lu Qinggan winked out of the void. And was already holding a box of devil godmother tree leaves in her hand. This speed startled Qin. This Lu kid, was he so terribly strong nowadays? Chapter 106 Uncovering the Mole. Qin stared carefully at Lu Qingyan, and when she saw that Lu Qingyan had really brought a box of devil godmother tree leaves in his hand, and all of them were just picked into color, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When she first heard that Lu Qinggan was able to refine the magic godmother tree, she was still a bit unconvinced until she sent someone over there to check it out and made sure that the magic godmother tree had disappeared, and only then did she believe it. Now that she had seen Lu Qinggan make a trip back to Devil's Adventure City, it took less than a breath to get there and back, and this speed was enough to explain how strong he was. If one were to rush at full speed, I'm afraid that from the far end of the Immortal Ruins to the far end of the Devil's Domain, that is, from the easternmost part of the Tsongyan continent to the westernmost part of the continent, one breath would be enough? Is this still the strength that the Tsongyan continent should have? Elder Qin, these tea leaves are for you. Qin smiled and nodded, nonchalantly accepting it. And at that moment, Qin suddenly saw her daughter blink her right eye towards her, and she instantly understood. Come on, let's drink tea while we talk about how you've been doing all these years, wifey Mia, I'm a bit curious about you. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded. The 4 of them sat together and chatted. Before long, the only people chatting were Lu Qingyan and Qin. This was because Lu Miaomiu had pulled Princess Shui Tian to go play in the neighborhood. After her own daughter left, Qin looked at Lu Qinggan and decisively asked what was in her heart. The mother of the 2 children, is she really not coming in the Immortal Ruins? Did you guys reconcile completely? Lu Qingyan looked at Qin, pondered for a moment, and still nodded. It's already in the past. In the future, I want to raise my children properly. In that case, have you ever thought about finding a stepmother for your children? Qin asked with a smile. Senior, if you don't talk about this topic, we can still have a good conversation. Aya, you just consider thinking about my daughter. She's not young anymore. She's been pursuing you for so many years. Don't you understand her heart? I can guarantee that after she becomes your wife, she will never leave you. Look, she's so close to your kids. Isn't she the right choice for a stepmother? Not that I'm boasting, my daughter is very capable. Over the past 1,000 years, the Chamber of Commerce has grown to its current level, and the credit goes to 90% of it. Such a capable woman, there are plenty of men to pursue. Sheen's somewhat wrinkled mouth began to blah blah blah. She tried her best to sell her daughter. Mainly, she also wanted Lu Qinggan to be her son-in-law. Handsome, so powerful, and dedicated, what mother-in-law wouldn't like that? Most importantly, her daughter likes it. Elder, I've just made peace. Let's talk about this afterward. You wouldn't understand, I've also been a girl. I can tell you, during the child's growth, there are many things that really can't be interfered by the father. The mother-in-law is very important. Also, I can promise you, if you marry my daughter, I will directly give you the entire Chamber of Commerce as a dowry, give you anything. What do you think? Looking at Sheen's look of eagerness to gamble, Lu Qingyan sweated. The entire Chamber of Commerce was used as a dowry. Is that how rich people play? I'll think about it. Well, then you think about it. Really, I am much older than you, the strength is not as good as you, but the insight is really more than you. Want to get out of the previous relationship pain, the best way, that is to find another new love. Watching Sheen blah 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 again, as if she was brainwashing people, Lu Qingyan hurriedly interrupted Sheen. Elder, I came here mainly to help you guys solve the Chamber of Commerce problem. Why don't you guys just call all the senior members of the family together, and I'll see if I can help you uncover the rat turds among them. He couldn't let Sheen talk any longer, and if he continued, he didn't know how far it would go. Oh? This matter you have a way? I try. Okay, then, about you and Snow, we'll talk about it later. Okay. Sheen took out a voice transmission jade slip and gave orders in general, conveying orders to all of the senior members of the Shui family to immediately head to the middle of the Shui family council hall. Shui Tianfei also brought Lu Miao back at this time. Secretly voice transmission asked, Mother, how is it? I've said it once, whether it works or not depends on your own destiny. However, I can see that you have been working hard for so many years, it seems to be a bit fruitful. He is no longer like before to avoid you. At those words, Consort Shui Tian's eyes lit up. It seems like there is a chance. Lu Qinggan turned his head to look at Consort Shui Tian at this time, and realized that Consort Shui Tian was looking at him with a burning gaze, and he didn't know what was going on, but a thought popped up in his heart. Was he himself glowing in Consort Shui Tian's eyes? She seemed to be hiding light in these eyes. After waiting for all of the senior management of the Snow family to converge in one place, the four of the Shui Tianfei flew that way. The Snow family, in the conference hall. The 2 rows of seats were filled with people at the moment. Each of the Snow family's top executives had an aura of superiority about them, dressed in brocade garments. Their cultivation auras were all strong, almost all of them were at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level. Dozens of people were seated, causing the entire hall's air pressure to be condensed, and the only thing that was left was the tea mist curling up and rising in an attempt to destroy this atmosphere. And these people were all whispering, curious as to why the family head had suddenly gathered them all. Ahem! The family head is here, all be quiet. At this moment, a white-haired old man on crutches sitting in the front row on the left, closed his eyes and lightly coughed. In a flash, the hall quieted down. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the Snow family, and in terms of seniority and status, he was only below Qin and Princess Snow Sky. The 4 of them, Lu Qingyan, flashed and appeared in the middle of the hall. Lu kid, feel free to sit down. Qin smiled at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan was not in a good position to take the main seat in someone else's house, and looking at the first place on the right row with a seat, he took his daughter and sat down. A group of Shui family executives all threw glances at Lu Qingyan. Everyone began to wonder who this person was, actually coming with their president and family head. Very young looking, with an unassuming aura. But he was certainly not simple. The Shui family's Grand Elder, a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse, was also looking at Lu Qingyan at the moment, and he realized that he hadn't seen Lu Qingyan before, but this figure. Suddenly, his eyes widened. When the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had cooperated with their Chamber of Commerce, he had been wearing a mask, and he had never seen the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's real face, but now, this figure was a perfect match for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's figure. And this person appeared together with both the family head and the president. Then there was the fact that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had not long emerged from seclusion. This is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? This killing god, how did he come over here, and, what is he going to do? His mind shook. Well, all are gathered, let's talk about one thing today. Jean said this and looked at her daughter, saying, Little Snow, tell us in detail. Shui Tianfei nodded her head and swept the circle of people present, saying, I found out that amongst the top echelons of our Shui family, there seems to be someone who is secretly doing bad things, using a special means, plotting something, and causing some minor problems. They may be the mole of other chambers of commerce, or they may be driven by interests to do something that affects the chambers of commerce. She spelled out her findings. The Chamber of Commerce had been having all sorts of weird little problems lately that didn't seem to be a big deal, but were just plain weird. Like someone was secretly making things worse, and someone high up in their midst. She suspected that there were traitors, or perhaps, someone was secretly doing some kind of bureau. After Consort Shui Tian finished speaking, the group of Shui family executives present were shocked, and for a while, they were talking. President, have you found anything? If we find evidence, just directly pull out the person. We will never allow pests to exist. The Grand Elder of the Shui family tapped his cane and said in a serious manner. Shui Tianfei didn't find out who it was, and at this moment, she looked at Lu Qing'an. And Lu Qing'an stared at all the executives present, and finally, he suddenly extended his finger and pointed at two people. The two of you come out. The two very ordinary-looking Shui family executives, who were suddenly pointed at by Lu Qing'an, both revealed a confused expression and pointed at themselves. Me? That's right, it's the two of you. Chapter 107, I only need to convince myself. Everyone in the room looked at Lu Qing'an and these two senior members of the Snow family. One of these two Snow family executives was in the late Great Emperor realm, while the other was in the mid-Great Emperor realm. One was dressed in black and the other in white. The two Snow heavenly concubines and Qing glanced at each other. They knew very well that Lu Qing'an had come this time to help them uncover the mole. They weren't sure what means Lu Qing'an had used to help them, but with Lu Qing'an's mysterious and powerful nature, it was not unknown for him to possess special means. Now Lu Qing'an had directly pointed out the two men and had a cold look on his face, giving off a feeling of extreme confidence. Then these two people, could it be that they really were the mole? Those two senior members of the Shui family who had been pointed out by Lu Qing'an didn't obey and walk out, but instead looked towards Consort Shui Tian and Qin. Shui Tianfei decisively said, "Come out." Only then did the two walk out and stand in the empty space in the middle of the crowd. At this moment, the entire room was quiet. Family head. President. What is the meaning of this? The white-clothed old man looked towards the Qin clan's mother and daughter, frowning tightly as he asked. The other man did not say anything. Qin looked at Lu Qing'an. They have a problem? Lu Qing'an didn't give Qin an answer, but instead stared at the two men and said, "State your names and identities." The two looked at Qin and Consort Shui Tian once again. Qin said in a deep voice, "What he says is what I say, just listen, and do as you are told." White-clothed old man in the late Great Emperor realm, Shui Tian Yun, the 10th elder of the Shui clan. The black-clothed old man in the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm, Shui Jianghong, the 13th elder of the Shui family. Lu Qing'an laughed coldly. "I'm asking, your real names and identities." Once these words passed, everyone present froze for a moment. Even Qin and Shui Tianfei did not understand what Lu Qing'an meant by these words. Could it be that these two people's looks were fake? The enemy had disguised themselves as the two elders and blended in with them? It wasn't right. No matter how strong the disguise was, it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of them, the Great Emperor realm powerhouses. The white-clothed elder and the black-clothed elder both glanced at each other, and then they both coincidentally said, "We don't know what you're talking about." Family Master, President, who is this Taoist friend? Why do I get the feeling that he intends to target the two of us? The black-clothed old man looked towards the Qin clan's mother and daughter at this time. Lu Qing'an said calmly without skipping a beat, "Don't digress, others may not know about your situation, but you can't hide it from my eyes. What happened to the souls of the two of you? Where did it come from? How did it occupy the physical bodies of these two elders, and for what reason did it reach this point?" The moment these words passed, the eyes of those present all snapped open. Souls? This meant that the souls of these two elders were not their original souls? Taking over their souls? That's not right. A Great Emperor realm powerhouse could still be seized? As we all know, the souls of Great Emperor realm powerhouses are extremely solid, and their physical bodies are also extremely repellent to non-subject souls with the added effect of the Emperor position. Cultivating even the strongest demonic abduction technique could not possibly take over the body of a Great Empress realm powerhouse. Those demonic realm powerhouses that mainly cultivate the soul often choose the kind of object that has a strong talent, but the cultivation is still very weak genius. It was extremely difficult for even the Saint King realm to succeed in seizing a body. Forcibly seized the body, easy to have accidents, did not seize the body successfully, their own soul first self-destruction. The Shui family executives present today were all Great Emperor realm powerhouses, well-informed and not frogs at the bottom of a well, and after hearing Lu Qing'an's words, they were both shocked and filled with suspicion. However, they didn't see any lack of confidence on Lu Qing'an's face. It was as if he had already found evidence to prove that the two had really been taken over. Ridiculous. Anyone with insight knew that it was impossible for a Great Emperor realm to be successfully seized. You shouldn't even be in the Great Imperial realm to actually slander the two of us like this here. Master. Chairman. Who is this man you brought here? Did you authorize him to slander us like this? Where did we go wrong? The white-haired old man looked annoyed and blew his beard. If you don't believe me, the guys who will check the soul's magic skill, just take a look at our souls to see if there are any traces of taking over our souls. The other person also had a speechless expression on his face, giving the impression that the two of them were very innocent. Lu Qinggan saw that the two were acting well and snorted. After he came over here, he took a closer look at these people. Among other things, he also used his demonic skill to check a glance at the condition of these people's souls. An ordinary peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse would categorically not be able to find out what was wrong. This was because the means by which these two people had taken over their bodies was too special and too powerful. Other people's reclaimed souls were 50% broken, and at a glance, they could tell if the soul was the original body soul or not. And these two people's souls, 100%, only 0.5 points have problems. If he hadn't raised his cultivation strength to more than 5 times, it would have been difficult to detect it. Unfortunately, the means of these two people nowadays could not be hidden from his eyes. I can view the soul's magic skill, let me take a look. At this moment, the Snow family's Grand Elder, who was at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, spoke. After he said that, he directly performed his magic skill, and the red light in his eyes flickered as he swept the two men. Grand Elder, how is it? The white-clothed elder asked confidently. The Grand Elder of the Snow family frowned. There is nothing wrong. He looked towards Lu Qinggan. But on second thought, it shouldn't be. This was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he shouldn't be aimless. I'll come and take a look as well. At this time, Sheen also spoke up. She also knew this kind of magic skill. It was just that after the magic skill had been performed, she fell silent and looked at Lu Qinggan suspiciously. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, was calm. You are not strong enough to see it. As soon as Lu Qinggan's words passed, a group of Snow family executives were violently quiet, and immediately, some of them began to stare at Lu Qinggan with special gazes. Ha! This is a case of having to defame the two of us to succeed before you give up, is it? The black-clothed old man said in a cold voice. Family master. President. Please still decide for us. The white-clothed old man arched his hand and said. At this time, some elders who were usually on better terms with the white-clothed elder and the black-clothed elder also spoke up, questioning Lu Qinggan's words. Shut up. At this time, Sheen hadn't yet drank down these elders, but instead, the Snow family's Grand Elder once again slammed his cane and glared at the other elders who had just spoken up on behalf of the two elders. You guys are tired of living a long life. He is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. When Lu Qinggan said that they weren't strong enough to see that the two men's souls weren't right, he kind of believed it. In terms of strength, all of them here combined would not necessarily be strong enough for one finger of this killing god. Fellow Daoist, you should have evidence to prove that they have a problem. Just show the evidence directly. The Snow family's Grand Elder smiled. Lu Qinggan calmly and incomparably returned. My evidence is only used to convince myself. Once these words passed, everyone present fell silent. The Snow family Grand Elder blinked. The others also didn't expect Lu Qinggan to actually say such words. Who are you to testify that someone else has a problem and you don't need to show evidence? What do you think is what 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 you think. Family master. President. I'm not sure what this man's origin is, but are you sure you're letting him, an outsider, slander us like this? Not afraid to chill our hearts? The old man in black droned. Noisy. Lu Qinggan's voice sounds a little lazy sense, words, just also face glooming talk of the black-clothed old man, fiercely stared wide-eyed. Within half a zhang of him, the void suddenly distorted crazily. It was like a bar of air pressure, like a waterfall had descended with a bang. The black-clothed old man was simply too late to resist, and both of his knees slammed down onto the floor with a loud bang, followed by his body rapidly collapsing towards the ground as well. He tried to use his hands to brace himself, but found that it was of no use at all. His hands emitted a crunching sound, followed by his entire body lying prostrate on the ground, his face distorted. The entire process didn't even take a second. The entire person was already sprawled on the ground, and that terrifying air pressure was still continuing. This scene stunned everyone present. They couldn't even see how Lu Qinggan used the means. Most importantly, they watched that air pressure from afar, and even the Grand Elder of the Shui clan, who was sitting at the peak of the Great Emperor realm strength at the moment, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. If it descended on his head, he was afraid that he would be just like this elder. Prostrate himself on the ground. Chapter 108 Snow Family Chamber of Commerce. I, Eternal Night Demon Emperor, cover it. Lu Qinggan's sudden suppression startled everyone present, and all eyes converged towards Lu Qinggan's side. To suppress a mid-Great Emperor realm powerhouse so easily and casually, it must be a peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse. And still, they have never seen the means, as if casually invoke the rules of heaven and earth to suppress. Who exactly is this person? Lu Qinggan ignored the others, his gaze shifted to the white-clothed old man and spoke blandly, you want to be like him? The white-clothed old man glanced at the prostrate, defenseless black-clothed old man beside him and frowned, then looked up at Lu Qinggan, a dark haze flashing across his eyes. No matter what you are going to do to us, the people of my Snow family will never submit. Gentlemen, are you sure you really want to watch an outsider bully us here? The white-clothed old man knew that it was useless to ask for help from the Qin clan's mother and daughter, and that this person might even still be invited by the two mothers and daughters, so he could only shift his target and look at the Snow family elders in the surroundings, but he hadn't even finished speaking when, in the next moment, horrifying booms appeared above his head. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he was pressed down to his knees just like the black-clothed elder next to him, and was instantly prostrate on the ground. Quite the tough talker. Lu Qinggan looked at the two men indifferently and locked eyes with them. He didn't need to prove to anyone that there was something wrong with these two. No one knew better than him that these two souls had been swapped. It was no longer as simple as him wanting to help consort Xue Tian uncover the mole. He was also beginning to be a bit curious as to what exactly these two people were from. No, it should be said that the souls of these two people, what exactly were their origins? To be able to take over the bodies of a successful mid-Great Emperor realm and late Great Emperor realm powerhouse, was it not a crossing over? It shouldn't be. One person being crossed over was, even if it was, the probability of two people being great was not, and the fact that the two people specifically chose the two elders of the Snow family was a purposeful and organized act. It meant that both souls came from a mysterious organization on one side to do something to the Snow family and the Chamber of Commerce. For the time being, it seemed that it was impossible to seize the body of a peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse, otherwise it would have been simpler to accomplish the purpose if they had directly seized the bodies of both consort Xue Tian and Qin. When the white-clothed old man and the black-clothed old man looked at Lu Qingyan and found that no one around them helped them speak, they did not know whether they were afraid of Lu Qingyan's power, or whether they found that Qin's mother and daughter had been acquiescing to Lu Qingyan's move, and they knew that there was no use in pretending any longer. Thus, after they looked at each other, suddenly, a large amount of terrifyingly special demonic chi emerged from their bodies. This surge of demonic chi was filled with an aura that was related to the soul. As this demonic chi surged out, the two men's suppressed bodies began to gain some strength in general, and their hands exerted themselves, actually trying to prop up their bodies, trying to resist Lu Qingyan's suppression. A group of people clamored when they saw the two men erupt with a strength that was not uniquely theirs as it should be. The two of them, the Qin clan and the Grand Elder of the Snow clan, narrowed their eyes at the same time. These two, there really was something wrong with them. Lu Qinggan watched the two try to struggle, a touch of playfulness hanging at the corner of his mouth. It doesn't matter who you are. It also doesn't matter how you were able to discover us. Since it's come to this, there's no need for us to pretend. The black-clothed old man's face was grim, and under his hands propping up the ground, he changed from a sprawling stance back to a kneeling stance, and tried to stand up directly. And because he had changed his stance, he felt like he had done it again, and his tone of voice began to speak arrogantly. But just as he was about to try and stand up, Lu Qinggan blandly opened his mouth and said, "I still like it when you talk like that just now, recover." In the next moment, Lu Qinggan adjusted the pressure from 1/10,000th to 2/10,000ths. Put. The white-clothed old man who had just tried to stand up suddenly felt his body endure an even more terrifying suppression, and under a stifling pain in his chest, he sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, and then his body was completely devoid of resistance, and he was crushed to the ground with a loud bang. The other person was the same. Even though they still had special demonic chi rolling out of their bodies, they were still in a sprawling posture today, unable to change the status quo. There was even blood still bubbling out of their 7 orifices. Impossible! The two exclaimed in unison. They utilized secret arts and their strength was straight after the peak strength of the Great Emperor realm. Not even this guy's mighty pressure could be resisted? That's right, I still like it when you guys talk to me in this posture. Come on, tell me in detail about the organization you come from. Lu Qinggan stared at the two with interest. The two stared at Lu Qinggan with eyes filled with awes of shock and bloodlust. Who are you? Roars resounded in all directions. Lu Qinggan, I'm the one asking who you are. Besides, my patience is almost worn out. The two of them gritted their teeth, certain that they really couldn't resist, when suddenly, both of their faces changed. It became hideous and crazy. It was as if they had directly shed their disguises. Good. I admit, you are very strong. However, so what? The white-clothed old man drank viciously. You can't kill us. You won't be able to kill us, and you won't be able to find any answers from us either. Remember, sooner or later, we will capture the Snow family, and we will also find your brat, so that your brat will know how miserable it is to hinder us. Hearing these words from the white-clothed old man, Lu Qingdan gently narrowed his eyes. It seems that you think you have the ability to escape in front of me. I'm a little curious, where did you get the confidence to think you can escape? He gazed at the two old men. He didn't display his strongest strength, but this strength was enough to crush everyone present. Moreover, with so many people here, these two people still felt that they were able to escape, so they must have possessed special means. To be able to have special means to conceal others from seeing the situation of being taken over, and special means to escape, is also somewhat possible. Do you really think you are strong? In front of our Holy Lord, you're still not good enough. Just wait. One day you will regret coming over here and doing the Snow family a favor. The white-clothed old man opened his mouth in a sinister manner. Speaking here, a red light flickered in his eyes, as if he was secretly casting a special secret technique. Lu Qinggan sensed that both of them were casting special secret techniques, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he quietly watched the two of them cast them. He wanted to see what kind of means of escape these two had. Holy Lord? This title sounds like something. Let's put it this way, if you guys can escape here, help me bring a message to your Holy Lord. Lu Qinggan looked straight at the two, coldly smiled and said, "In the future, this Snow Family Chamber of Commerce, I young ye devil emperor cover. If you have the guts to come back, come one, I will destroy one, come a group, I will send you to reunite." As soon as Lu Qinggan said this, the already quiet conference hall suddenly lost the sound of breathing. All of the Snow Family executives present had their eyes widened violently. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. He was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The hideous white-clothed old man and the black-clothed old man both froze briefly when they heard this name as well, and then the two of them were in a general hurry, hastily casting their subsequent secret arts quickly. As if they were slow, they would not be able to escape. "Don't be in a hurry, take your time, I'll give you guys time." At this time, the two suddenly heard Lu Qinggan's voice in their ears, which caused them to be struck by lightning in general. How is it this plague god? Chapter 109. This man is glowing. The entire crowd was staring at Lu Qinggan, who was acting calmly at the moment, and then comparing this scene to the two men, the white-clothed old man and the black-clothed old man, who were in a hurry to do all this and whatnot, who suddenly looked clear-eyed after hearing the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor at the moment. They found that this scene perfectly portrayed Lu Qinggan. The senior members of the Shui family who were present also had their eyes become extremely clear when they heard that Lu Qinggan was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and at this moment, when they looked at Lu Qinggan's behavior, they only felt admiration. Was this the strongest person in the Songyin continent? Too damn domineering. Too damn invincible. Qin was originally a bit worried about the future of the Shui family, and when she heard that Lu Qinggan would cover their Shui family, she was slightly relieved, and now that she saw Lu Qinggan acting so powerfully, her eyes were filled with admiration. This son-in-law must be taken. Shui Tianfei had called Lu Miaomiao to her side since a while ago in order to let Lu Qinggan handle things here better, and now sitting with Lu Miaomiao, her eyes were looking straight at her favorite man. Luminescence. Is crazy glowing? How could there be such a handsome man in this world? The black-clothed old man and the white-clothed old man naturally wouldn't believe Lu Qinggan, still frantically accelerating the secret technique. Finally, a few moments later, they were sure that the secret technique had been completed, and only then did they quickly fade away the imperceptible anxiousness on their faces, and once again looked at Lu Qinggan. Their faces became sinister to the extreme again. Eternal Night Demon Emperor, is it? No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything about us. Remember, sooner or later, you will have to suffer. The white-clothed old man gritted his teeth and said, "It looks like you guys have already accomplished your escape maneuver? Then, you can escape now." Lu Qinggan's face was calm. For the cruel words of this kind of player before he died, he took them all as a whisper. It was useless to him. Still not escaping? Well then, I'll start making my move. Once Lu Qinggan said this, the two didn't dare to waste any more time and hurriedly drove their secret arts and began to escape. "Remember, we will definitely come back again," the white-clothed old man shouted angrily. As soon as these words passed, the next moment, Lu Qinggan, whose eyes were flashing with red light, saw the souls of the two men detach themselves from their bodies at an extremely fast speed. This kind of soul state could not be perceived by even the topmost peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses. And after the two souls had escaped from these two bodies, in the void behind the two, there was an extremely tiny opening in the void there that even ordinary peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses could not perceive. It was so fine that not even the tip of a toothpick could be inserted into it. It was comparable to the size of a cell. The souls of the two men fled towards that tiny hole at the speed of light. Lu Qinggan took in the means of escape of the two men, and the corner of his mouth rose with a touch of playfulness as the Eternal Night Emperor position appeared behind him with a bang, and the hundreds of thousands of miles of void in a radius were violently fixed, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. He gently snapped his fingers. An invisible barrier imprisoned those two souls in the blink of an eye, and the tiny hole in the void was also blocked by him with a dense demonic aura. He stood up and walked over there step by step. At this moment, everyone looked towards Lu Qinggan. The two groups of souls also hit Lu Qinggan's invisible barrier at this moment, realizing that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't cross the barrier and enter that escape passage. It was also at this moment that they started to get scared. The souls trembled madly. Impossible. How could it be so? How could he stop them with this tactic? Lu Qinggan arrived in front of the two clusters of souls, his finger pointed towards the soul that floated out from the white-clothed old man, and a clump of souls was instantly set ablaze under the effect of the immortal execution black flame. It was only then that those present saw that mass of souls. Only to see this soul suddenly appear, and in the blink of an eye, it was enveloped by a black flame that emitted a horrifying aura, and entered a twisted state. Ah! The soul let out an intriguing roaring howl. It caused many of the Snow family executives present to shiver. It was too miserable. In the blink of an eye, the soul of the white-clothed old man who had been speaking harsh words before he left just now had been burned to a crisp and was already too dead to die. And it was that extremely painful way of death. The soul was scorched to death. At this time, Lu Qinggan looked at the other soul with a smile on his face. The black-clothed old man's soul wasn't scorched by Lu Qinggan with the immortal execution black flame at this time, but he was already twisting madly and trembling violently. "Don't be afraid, I'm simply searching your soul. These words startled the mass of souls, and then went to hit that invisible barrier at an extremely fast speed. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break it, and in the end, he was completely caught in place by Lu Qing'an's outstretched hand. Lu Qing'an directly executed the powerful soul search technique. However, just after using a little bit of this soul search technique, he gently narrowed his eyes. What kind of tactic was this? To be able to set restrictions in the soul that were shaped like passwords? Lu Qing'an muttered in his heart. This soul had been set up with a restriction in advance to prevent a situation where someone could search the soul for behind-the-scenes information, and he could forcefully go searching the soul right now, but it wouldn't yield any results. Because when forcibly breaking through this limitation to search the soul, this soul would be directly destroyed by this limitation. It was almost as if it was forced to start a self-destruct program. It can be seen that this mysterious organization is a little bit not simple. This demon region, when was there such a strange organization? Lu Qing'an stopped the soul-searching mysterious technique and pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers again, putting away the invisible barrier and the demonic chi that was blocking that hole. He gently poked the soul with the palm of his hand and laughed. Forget it, you didn't say anything harsh to me, let you go. This soul froze for a moment when it heard this, incredulous to the core. But seeing that the barrier was indeed gone, he no longer thought much about it. Being able to live was the king. Escape! He disappeared in the blink of an eye and rushed into the tiny hole. The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth rose. The moment that soul entered that void hole, that hole closed in at an extremely fast speed, a speed so fast that no peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse would be able to stop it. However, in front of him, it was just a small problem. As soon as his thoughts passed, the hole closed up and stopped. He stepped forward and flicked a finger, and a piece of void ruptured open, turning into a void passage. He stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment, after Lu Qing'an disappeared, that all the people of the Snow Clan present came back to their senses from their shock. The clamor rose in all directions. As for Lu Qing'an, with a flash of his figure, he had already appeared tens of thousands of miles deep underground, in a huge red underground cave. The mass of souls that he had falsely let go was floating sluggishly in the air here. When he sensed that Lu Qing'an had come after him, he was so frightened that he once again trembled madly. Lu Qing'an paid no attention to this mass of souls because he had already moved in this soul and planted the immortal punishing black flame, and in 2 more breaths, this soul would also be scorched to death. He looked at the environment here, and could detect a powerful aura surviving here. All of them had just left not long ago, and there were a lot of them. The reaction was quite fast and cautious, repairing the void before leaving. He could no longer track it. And just as he was thinking so, the next moment, a vicissitude voice appeared in the void. Who are you? Lu Qing'an turned his head to look and realized that a special formation existed next to him, and it was the same formation that was emitting the voice at this moment. Are you their leader? Lu Qing'an didn't answer and asked a rhetorical question. Chapter 110 Mysterious Organization. Holy Lord! He is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Save me! The mass of souls trembled violently and let out a scream-like sound. I'm most annoyed by people shouting. As soon as Lu Qing'an's words passed, that mass of souls burst into flames. The punishing black flame wrapped the entire mass of souls in the blink of an eye, and after a miserable scream, the souls were burned into air. Well, no one is making any noise, let's continue to talk. Lu Qing'an stared at the formation. He was certain that the person on the opposite side of this formation could see what was happening on his side. This formation was very special. This organization was very uncomplicated. So it's the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. I've only heard about him before, but now that I've seen him, he's really as strong as his name suggests. Answer me, where do you come from? Lu Qing'an asked. After he became the strongest person in the Tsongyan continent, he really hadn't discovered this organization. Just these means of the other party gave him a feeling that he didn't belong to this side of the world. Could it be someone from outside the domain? Combined with that heavenly meteor divine gold and that massive energy body, it also gave him a feeling of not belonging to this world. Eternal Night Demon Emperor, we don't want to cross paths with you too much. Since you are involved in the matter of the Snow Family Chamber of Commerce, then we will give you this phase and no longer take action against the Snow Family Chamber of Commerce. Well, it is fate to meet again. After this vicissitude voice fell, the formation suddenly burst open and bloomed with intense fire. Lu Qing'an didn't get the information he wanted and his brows furrowed slightly. What was certain was that this organization was afraid of him. With this amount of strength he had displayed, the other party couldn't do anything with him. Has it been hiding in such a deep place for a long time? Lu Qing'an walked through this cave, his divine sense sweeping over and over again. It didn't find anything that could unravel the mystery of this organization. But a good piece was found. Soul nurturing crystal? It was quite a big piece. It seems that these guys ran away in a hurry and forgot to take this thing. Putting the thing away, he began to fly towards the sky, smashing the earth and rocks until he reached the ground, and after his divine sense probed out, he determined the exact location of this place. Little Xuanzi, let me ask you something. Lu Qing'an took out his voice transmission jade slip at this time, and transmitted a message to his disciple. This organization was so mysterious and powerful, and had already made a move against a behemoth like the Snow Family Chamber of Commerce, so it might have also made a move against other forces, or had already had some traces on this side of the demon region. Ask his own disciple to see if he could get any useful information. Senior, you just say it directly. Li Tsunchuan returned. Lu Qinggan repeated what had just happened, and finally told Li Tsunchuan where he was. What? Master teacher, you've come into contact with them? Oh? You have knowledge of them? Wait for me, I'll go directly to you. Lu Qinggan's martial arts shattered the void, and moments later, he had already appeared in the Demon Emperor Palace to meet Li Tsunchuan. Master! Did you catch any of them? Li Tsunchuan said with a serious face. They have special means that I have never seen before, and it is still related to something like the soul, and most importantly, they reacted very quickly. They are not simple people. I'm afraid that when the two white-clothed old men cast out that secret technique and prepared to flee, the people in that nest had already changed places ahead of time. Li Tsunchuan took a deep breath and frowned. Unexpectedly, things are far more uncomplicated than I thought. Lu Qinggan, tell us in detail about the intelligence you know. It is a coincidence that things have to start after you went over to the immortal ruins before. It was then that they started to be active in the demon realm. Li Tsunchuan told the story of how he had just started to discover that there was such a mysterious organization all the way to what Lu Qinggan had just said. Recently, my men reported that a party of forces suddenly had their souls sucked out, and it just so happened to be near the place that you said was 10,000 miles away, Master. Lu Qingyan mused, has it appeared for thousands of years? From the situation in that place just now, they seem to have quite a few of them. If every major power is infiltrated by their people, then things are not simple. This mysterious organization, it's not simple. Master teacher, are you the only one who can find something wrong with their souls? Can you teach me? Li Tsunchuan also began to stare at this time. Could there be someone among his own men already? It shouldn't be possible for the time being. You need to raise your strength some more. Lu Qinggan shook his head. Li Tsunchuan swallowed his saliva. Master, it's hard for me to raise it up nowadays. How about this, you can just call all your men here and I'll take a look for you. Okay. Not long after, a group of strong men gathered in the main hall. Lu Qinggan hid in the shadows and didn't let these people find out, and just by glancing at them, he found one person amongst the crowd. Late Great Emperor Realm Cultivation. That person has a problem, however, it would be best if you don't reveal it directly. Pay more attention to this person in the future and perhaps find out where their new lair is. Lu Qinggan changed his strategy. It can also be seen from this matter that these guys really can't perform a special reclaiming technique on a peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse. Li Tsunchuan nodded earnestly. Alright, I'll leave this place to you, I'm going back to the Snow family. Lu Qinggan patted Li Tsunchuan's shoulder, then quietly disappeared from the spot. A few moments later, he returned to the middle of the Snow family's conference hall. At that moment, the entire room looked towards him. Lu kid, how is it going? Xin saw Lu Qinggan and asked with a smile. Lu Qinggan said blandly, the organization behind these two people is a bit special, however, there's a high probability that they won't plague your Shui family anymore. Of course, whether this is the case or not, I'll have to come and check the situation occasionally. Good. Thank you very much. Xin had also sensed that things were very tricky. To be able to infiltrate their internal hierarchy without all of them being able to notice, if not for the presence of Lu Qinggan, he would have become a huge hidden danger in the future. From today onwards, all of you should be more careful. Don't publicize what's going on here. No matter if you are facing your closest people, it's best to be a bit guarded, ask some personal questions, make sure the other party is okay before talking about the Chamber of Commerce. Xin looked towards the Snow family's Grand Elder and the others, solemnly and incomparably exhorting. Good. All the Snow family executives present nodded their heads quickly, and then, they once again returned their gaze to Lu Qinggan. There were all looks of longing in their eyes. Too strong. Eternal Night Demon Emperor, I'm sorry for doubting you earlier. At this moment, some of the Shui clan's higher-ups quickly came out and bowed to apologize. It was the same Snow family executives who had previously spoken out for those two. Did they really feel like apologizing? A little, but more than that, they were afraid that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor would kill them. The Snow family's Grand Elder also owed a slight bow at this time. Just now, I had already recognized you, so I'll make amends if the words I spoke just now impinged on you. Lu Qinggan swept his eyes at these people and casually waved his hand. They are all his own people, there is no need to be like this. As soon as these words passed, the people present froze for a moment, and then their eyes lit up. Own people? They quickly looked towards consort Shui Tian. This was. Concubine Shui Tian also did not expect Lu Qinggan to say this, and after a moment of being stunned, the corners of her mouth began to be difficult to suppress again. Owners. Could it be that he was already going on? How does the heart beat so fast? Lu Qinggan also just casually set a mouth. He wanted to express the meaning that everyone is on the same side. He is not angry, and at the moment, looking at these wrong, want to correct over there is no way to do so, especially looking at Shui Tianfei looking at him with eyes full of love, he actually a little bit embarrassed. Well, I have helped you to finish things, it is time to go back. Lu Qinggan looked at concubine Shui Tian, and after he finished speaking, he hooked his hand towards his daughter. Meow meow, let's go back. Isn't Auntie Shui going back with us? From the beginning to the end, Lu Miao Miao was very quiet and watched the show from the sidelines, and even took out the little popcorn left and ate it. Normal children, seeing their father kill like this, should be uncomfortable, but Lu Miao Miao did not, but instead, enjoyed it. Lu Qinggan looked at Princess Shui Tian and said, "Come back when you've finished with things. Elder, farewell. Good, remember to come visit me, an old man, more often when you have time. Also, if you need to use our chamber in the future, feel free to order, just treat it as your own family chamber." She nodded with a smile. Just like that, Lu Qinggan brought Lu Miao Miao to step into the void and disappeared. Concubine Shui Tian waved her hand towards the two, and only after the two were completely gone did she turn around and look at her mother. "Mother, did you hear that just now? He said that everyone is one of us? Do you think he meant treating me as one of his people?" Shui Tianfei laughed as she transmitted her voice to her mother. How can I say it? With my understanding of him, Qin looked at her daughter's face as she was committing nymphomania. She just wanted to explain clearly what Lu Qingyan meant at that time, but in the end she didn't have the heart to do so. It should be a small satisfaction for your own daughter, right? Anyway, she did feel that Lu Qingyan's attitude towards her daughter wasn't like before. Lu Qingyan could really become her son-in-law. Chapter 111 Soul Cultivation Treasures. Lu Qinggan and Lu Miaomiao's figures appeared in the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was still empty. Xiao Qingyi had not returned. Lu Miaomiao grinned. "Daddy, this is the first time I've seen you like this. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face and said, "You're a child, you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense." That said, this old Xiao, still not get back the disciple? Lu Qinggan changed the subject. Lu Miaomiao, on the other hand, was a little kid and smiled cheekily, saying, "Daddy just now looked a bit like Brother Xian. Is Daddy shy?" Lu Qinggan. "Don't be ridiculous, what am I shy about, your father? Daddy gives me the feeling as if he is starting to care more and more about Auntie Shui. What do you know, you little brat?" Lu Qinggan poked his daughter's nose with his finger. "Good blah, it's okay if Daddy doesn't recognize it. Anyway, I feel as if Daddy isn't that unhappy anymore." "Awesome. To have such a cute daughter like you, can Daddy not be happy? Come on, give Daddy a kiss." "Moo-ah. Hey, Daddy, want some watermelon? I'll go pick one." "Okay, go ahead." Looking at his daughter jumping towards the vegetable garden at the back of the yard, Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. "I don't know what's going on with this little ninny." His state of mind just now did change for a moment. At this time, he couldn't help but think of his daughter's comment that night that she felt his disciple was lonely. This little nymphette, could it be that she really has a special ability? Could it have something to do with the special ability that eating things would instead accelerate cultivation? Waiting for the child to grow up a bit more and her soul to be strong enough, he would try to awaken her physique. Right now, the child is still young, it's not good to forcibly awaken the physique, probably in another year or two, then we can try. It was said that the stronger the talent of the parents' union, the higher the talent of the childborn might be, and could even surpass the parents. He was starting to get a little curious. By the way, this thing might accelerate the day. Lu Qing'an's hand flashed and he took out a crystal block the size of a stone mill from among the storage treasures. This crystal block was crystal clear and emitted a warm luster. This item was called the soul-nourishing crystal, which could nourish the divine soul and strengthen one's soul and divine sense. Generally, as one's cultivation increased, the strength of the soul would also increase, especially when one cultivated to the peak realm of the Great Emperor realm. The strength of the soul could reach a terrifying level. Of course, besides cultivation, there were other ways to speed up the soul becoming stronger. That was to use some treasures to assist in cultivating the soul. This soul-nurturing crystal was one of the special treasures that could assist in cultivating the soul. He had been wandering around this side of the demon region for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen such a large piece of soul-nurturing crystal. This soul-nurturing crystal was also of an absolute grade, very rare. I don't know how many of these things that mysterious organization has. I seriously doubt that this is just one of the pieces they left behind. With the existence of this soul-nourishing crystal, he then taught his daughters the techniques to cultivate their souls, and with the aid of the cultivation, their souls will be able to surpass the grade. As the soul became stronger, the divine sense could also become stronger, and the divine sense was extremely useful in many things. For example, detecting the enemy. If I remember correctly, this soul-nurturing crystal can also be used to set up formations. Thinking of this, Lu Qinggan sent a voice message to Luo Danhong, asking Luo Danhong, who was practicing nearby, to come up here. Not long after, Luo Danhong appeared in front of Lu Qinggan. "What is it that you are looking for me for? Can you set up formations that help with soul cultivation?" This soul-nurturing crystal is the material. Luo Danherb looked towards the piece of soul-nurturing crystal in front of Lu Qingyan, and her eyes immediately lit up. What a big piece! And of such excellent quality! Can it be done? Luo Dan Herb quickly nodded, yes. It will only take half a day. Good, I'll leave it to you. After it's done, I can help you do what I can. Lu Qinggan handed the soul-nurturing crystal to Luo Danhong. Good. Luo Dan Herb was pleasantly surprised to hear this. A promise from the eternal night demon emperor, that was too precious. After sending Luo Dan Herb away, Lu Qingyan looked at his daughter who came over holding an ice watermelon. The two fathers and daughters smiled and went over to the stone pavilion, eating watermelon and chatting under the hot sun, a very warm and loving picture. You really like your Auntie Shui? Yes, I do. Like her for what? Or rather, why do you suddenly like her? Because she likes me. Half a day rushed by, the breeze blew slanting the setting sun. I saw that the setting sun dyed the courtyard red. Between the swinging tails of the green bamboos, a beautiful person with a swaying dress descended from the sky. Meow meow. Shui Tianfei came stepping on the setting sun and flew down inside the courtyard with a smile. He. Father, I was right in my bet, wasn't I? Auntie Shui is really coming back at night. When Lu Miao Miao saw Shui Tianfei, she quickly put down the snacks in her hands and leapt into Shui Tianfei's arms, not forgetting to turn her head and smile gleefully at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qinggan smiled and nodded, my daughter is the best. Auntie Shui, will you continue to stay here in the back? Lu Miao Miao blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. Shui Tianfei smiled and nodded, yes, I've arranged things over at the Chamber of Commerce, so just transmit your voice to deal with things over there in the future. Oi! Then I will be able to see Auntie Shui every day. Father will also be able to see Auntie Shui every day. Lu Miao Miao raised her hands high in celebration. Lu Qinggan. When consort Shui Tian heard this from Miao Miao Lu, she slightly lowered her head, her cheeks not knowing if they were red from the setting sun or if they were already red, and said, Qingyan, do you want to see me every day too? Lu Qingyan was stunned for a moment when she was asked so bluntly by consort Shui Tian. Father. Say ah. Lu Miao Miao lowered her voice and signaled Lu Qingyan to speak. Lu Qinggan was just about to say something when suddenly, teleportation light doors appeared in front of the courtyard. My eldest daughter and the girls are back. My eldest daughter wants to see you every day more than anything else. Lu Qinggan said. Princess Shui Tian sniffed and didn't get the answer she wanted, but after realizing that Lu Qingyan had really changed, or at least wouldn't ignore her questions, she covered her mouth and smiled. He. Auntie Shui. You're back? Lu Zixuan had just entered the courtyard and looked this way towards the stone pavilion. When she saw concubine Shui Tian, her eyes lit up and she flew over. Yes, got busy with things over there. How are you guys doing at the academy these days? Consort Shui Tian pulled Lu Zixuan to sit down. Lu Zixuan smiled and told consort Shui Tian about all the things that had happened to her in the academy these days, especially talking in detail about breaking through the barrier. Now, they were on the verge of breaking through to the highest layer. Right. Minzi came over. Auntie Shui, Minzi is now my father's righteous daughter. Sun Minji smiled as she approached, first looking at Lu Qingyan and calling out to her father with a smile, then looking at consort Shui Tian, Aunt Shui. Shui Tianfei blinked, looked at Lu Qingyan, saw the answer from Lu Qingyan's calm expression, and hurriedly smiled and beckoned towards Sun Minzi. Minzi, come here, Auntie Shui will give you something. Lu Qingyan smiled, then, seeing Luo Dan Herb flying down in the courtyard, he left the stone pavilion and came in front of Luo Dan Herb. Finished? Luo Dan Herb nodded her head and handed Lu Qinggan a formation. This formation can cover the entire courtyard. Not bad. Lu Qinggan took the formation and checked it out, nodding in satisfaction. Master, what kind of formation is this? Su Yini went up to look at Luo Danhong and asked. Lu Qinggan laughed, you'll know if you look at it. He activated the formation and threw it up into the air. The next moment, the formation impacted a powerful aura that instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Everyone in the courtyard quieted down and looked towards the array disk in the sky. Each of them could feel their minds very cool at this moment, and Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan, who had been cultivating for a day, instantly felt that their fatigue was completely gone. Lu Zixuan's eyes lit up. What kind of formation is this? It feels so comfortable. Chapter 112, Snowy Heavenly Concubine Spreads Her Piety. Lu Qinggan felt it carefully and was satisfied with the speed of this formation on soul refinement. It was more than 100 times stronger than all the supreme treasures he had gotten before that were capable of enhancing the strength of the soul. And to be able to have such an effect, first of all, cannot be separated from the purity and quantity of this soul-nourishing crystals, and secondly, is Luo Dan Herb's formidable array attainments. Niao Mao, Zixuan, Minzi, come here. Lu Qinggan looked over to the stone pavilion. The three of them sniffed and obediently flew down in front of Lu Qinggan. After this formation was raised, did you guys feel a little different? Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. Some people had an extremely special talent for cultivating their souls. He could be said to have the strongest talent in the Zhongyan continent in terms of cultivation training, but in terms of soul cultivation, he could only be considered relatively top-notch, not the strongest. It was hard to say that these three children might have talent in this area. Lu Miao laughed. Father, I just feel that my brain is cool and comfortable, like when I eat an ice watermelon. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. This child, everything can be associated with food, there is no one else. Sun Ningji said, I almost feel a lot more refreshed, the fatigue from practicing for a day, a lot less, like when I just woke up. As for the rest, there is not much feeling. Lu Qinggan looked at his eldest daughter, and at that moment, he realized that she was closing her eyes and her eyebrows were raised. There seemed to be a special feeling. He waited quietly. Father! I feel so strange. Lu Zixuan opened her eyes and said in surprise. In detail. The moment this formation rose just now, the exhaustion from the entire day disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immediately after that, it felt as if an ice crystal had formed inside the sea of consciousness. About the size of a thumb, as well as, there is a bit of a strange pattern inside, I'll get it to show you. Lu Zixuan outputted demonic energy from her fingers and let it converge into a pattern. After Lu Qinggan and Shui Tianfei and the rest of them, peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses, took a good look at it, all of their expressions changed slightly. This was the Ice Spirit Soul Crystal. A special soul crystal that could only be condensed by top-tier soul cultivators who had cultivated to a certain level. Wait, I remember, soul cultivators can only condense soul crystals when they have cultivated up to the transition realm, let alone a special ice vibrancy soul crystal. Zixuan, this talent of yours, it's too terrifying. Concubine Shui Tian exclaimed. Lu Zixuan blinked her beautiful eyes, not understanding what it meant. But by the looks of it, this was a special talent for herself? Lu Qinggan laughed out loud. Worthy of being my daughter. Unexpectedly, his own daughter was still a soul cultivator with a talent pool. Above the harmonization realm is the Mahayana realm, above the Mahayana realm is the fairy realm, his daughter is only in the harmonization realm, not to mention that she hasn't systematically cultivated the soul cultivation technique, and she has condensed the ice spirit soul crystals with just a single formation, so the soul cultivation talent is simply the future is promising. Lu Zixuan's eyes rolled for a moment, being praised so much by Lu Qinggan, she followed suit and became happy. Because, his father is such a strong person now, and still behaves like this, then this talent of his own, it seems to be a bit strong. Zixuan. Congratulations! Sun Ninzi grabbed Lu Zixuan's hand, very happy. Aha! Lu Zixuan laughed. Zixuan, this talent of yours is strong, but you can't slack off. Come, I'll pass on 2 techniques to the 3 of you, one is a magic technique to cultivate the soul in the future, and the other is a secret technique of soul attack, especially when your soul strength is stronger than the enemy's, utilizing the soul and divine sense, whether it's to attack someone or do something else, it's extremely useful. Lu Zixuan. Several people quickly bumbled forward. Su Yuni also quickly said at this time, brother-in-law, can I? Lu Qinggan laughed, I almost forgot about you, naturally you can. Just like that, Lu Qinggan reached out and tapped on the foreheads of the 4 before the 4 came up, passing in 2 gong methods by special means. Ha! Father, we can directly apply these gongfu. Lu Zixuan said in surprise. She thought that she would have to slowly cultivate and adapt, but she didn't expect that the gong methods transmitted by her own father, as if they had been transmitted from memory, would instantly allow them to fully integrate and use them as if they were in their arms. Your father, I can do a lot of things, you guys cannot guess it, if not afraid of affecting your foundation, I can directly give you into the cultivation. Lu Qinggan smiled blandly, the handsome face written with confidence seemed to have 2 words engraved on it. Invincible. Lu Zixuan and Sun Ningji both gulped their saliva. Having such a father was simply awesome. Alright, one can go over to the pond and try to cultivate. Zixuan, if there are any special discoveries to follow, remember to tell father. He could consider letting his eldest daughter cultivate more towards soul cultivation in the future. A powerful soul cultivator could completely utilize a powerful soul to attack others, especially when fighting. A sudden soul attack could disorient the opponent. He had suffered a loss at the hands of a peak Great Emperor Realm cultivator back then. Even though in the end he utilized his great strength and decapitated the opponent, his soul was injured and he recuperated for a period of time. Afterwards, in order to avoid this kind of problem, he purposely went back inside the Heavenly Meteor Demon Cave and found out some Heavenly Meteor Divine Gold, allowing Wangforge Mountain to build out more helmets to protect his soul. Good. Lu Zixuan laughed. After finishing, Lu Qinggan looked at Luo Danhong. I promise to help you do something that I can do. I don't have anything that I need your help for now yet, let's wait until later. Luo Danhong said. Good. Then I will continue to go and cultivate. After sending Luo Danhong away, Lu Qinggan looked at Princess Shui Tian. The children have gone to cultivate, why don't we have a cup of tea and chat? Consort Shui Tian ruffled her long hair in front of her forehead to her ears, wanting to have a 2-person world with Lu Qinggan. Lu Qinggan didn't know what was going on, but still felt a bit awkward, so he said, I still have things to do, I have to send a message to ask Xiao Qingyi how things are going over there. I have to ask Xiao Qingyi how things are going. Shui Tianfei decisively reached out to grab Lu Qingyan's hand, and when she realized that Lu Qingyan didn't hide and was grabbed by her, her face was instantly happy, and then an image she had seen flashed through her mind, and she learned to make a move. She slightly beamed, slightly bent down, raised her head to look at Lu Qinggan, and gently shook her upper body. Please, please, please. Lu Qinggan looked at Xue Tianfei, who was using a sweet girl's voice and trying to be pampered at the moment, and his brain was struck by lightning. Was this still the ice-cold goddess Xue Tianfei he knew? Without realizing it, Lu Qinggan was pulled over to the stone pavilion and sat next to consort Xue Tian. It was only then that consort Xue Tian loosened her hand in love, smiled warmly, and made tea for Lu Qinggan. Lu Zixuan's few people were all secretly looking this way at the moment. The three children were all covering their mouths and snickering. After Lu Qinggan gave a dry cough, he took out his voice transmission jade slip and sent a message to Xiao Qingyi. Hey, why aren't you back yet? Probably not back that soon, it's strange to say the least. The deeper I went into this, the more I felt that something had changed. I feel like I'm about to get lost as well. You're a peak great Empress Realm powerhouse, and you can get lost too? Are you any good, fine dog? I don't need you to worry about me. I've found my way. Xiao Qingyi directly cut off the voice transmission. Lu Qinggan shook his head, then looked at Princess Xue Tian. The moment the two of them looked at each other, he wanted Xiao Qingyi to be next to him at the moment. He didn't even dare to imagine how things would turn out in the next few days after the child went to the academy and there was only him and consort Xue Tian in the entire courtyard. Chapter 113 Arrival of Ex-Brother-in-Law. Come, drink tea. Xue Tianfei looked like a virtuous wife and mother, pouring tea for Lu Qinggan with a sweet voice. Good. Lu Qinggan picked up the teacup and quietly drank the tea. Without realizing it, he had already finished the tea. Do you want more? Xue Tianfei's hands were propped up on the stone table, a pair of beautiful blue eyes looking straight at Lu Qinggan's side face, as if looking at something beautiful. Each of her elbows had a ball of white ice, so she wouldn't touch the stone table. No need. He looked over to his daughter's side and realized that the three children were secretly looking this way, and the moment they met his eyes, they all quickly shifted their gazes to other places. The three had an extremely heavy sense of stealing. Let's chat then. Okay, you chat. I'll think about it. Xue Tianfei also didn't know what topic to chat about in order to get Lu Qinggan interested, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Zixuan's side of the girls. Her eyes lit up. Talking about children, he would definitely be interested. But before she could even start the topic, the arrival of a person interrupted the two alone. It was none other than Li Zixuan who came. My disciple and I have important matters to discuss. I'll talk to you again sometime. Lu Qinggan quickly flew towards his disciple as if he had seen his savior. Li Zixuan froze for a moment when he saw his master's hasty arrival. Go! Follow master into the house. Only after arriving at the house did Lu Qinggan relax and let out a sigh. What's going on? Obviously when I just returned to this side of the demon region and spent time with consort Xue Tian, I didn't have this strange feeling either. Now how come once he was alone, he felt like there were ants crawling all over his body? The hallowed eternal night demon emperor was actually in such a sorry state because of a woman. Master, why do you look a little bit like me? At this time, Li Zixuan looked like a sizable cutie. Like, grinning. Lu Qinggan took a look at his disciple. Wouldn't he be shy if he really did that with his disciple? Couldn't be. But the point that had to be said was that the more he cared about this, the harder it was to forget some of the things that consort Xue Tian did in his mind. This is not it. In such a short while, two images flashed in his mind once again. The image of consort Xue Tian holding his hand. There was also the scene of Xue Tianfei being pampered and cute just now. Don't say it, it's actually quite yuck when you're being pampered. What was I thinking? Lu Qinggan's eyes quickly changed several times within a second. After blinking, he hurriedly shook off the thoughts that suddenly popped up in his mind. Senior, did you just talk to Auntie Xue about something? Li Zixuan realized that his master was very off and playfully asked. You kid gossip what? Hurry up and say what to do here. Lu Qinggan gently kicked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and told what he was planning to do. I decided to personally follow this person and pay attention to his entire whereabouts, preparing to put a long line to catch a big fish. Lu Qinggan nodded his head after hearing this. Yes, if you find anything, tell me at the first opportunity. I'm sure you'll be able to. Waiting for a discovery of their gathering place, at that time we master and disciple, together kill over. The two of them chatted for a while. Lu Qinggan really didn't dare to be alone with consort Xue Tian anymore, so he hard-pulled Li Zixuan to chat about Li Zixuan's life events. Time passed quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Qinggan was forced to be alone with consort Xue Tian for 3 days, and every day, he sent a voice message to Xiao Qingyi, and every day, the reply he got was that Xiao Qingyi was about to find a disciple. He even wondered if Xiao Qingyi was lost in there, and was too embarrassed to say so for fear of being ridiculed, so he just said he was fine. Fortunately, after today, there was no need to be alone with her. That kid is coming. Lu Qinggan's mood was even more complicated. Because of consort Xue Tian, he actually wanted Su Xuanyu to arrive quickly so badly. In order to go and pick up Su Xuanyu's arrival, Su Yuni also didn't go to the academy and waited here in the courtyard for Su Xuanyu to send the news and then rushed over to the boundary wall. Luo Dan Herb also came inside the courtyard when she heard that her disciple's younger brother was also coming here. Immortal Market. Su family. Su Xuanyu advanced a night, met his sister and little nephew, talked to them about some family matters, and early the next morning, he prepared the letters in advance, looking for a more eye-catching place to place them. Is it better to put it on the bed, or on the desktop? He didn't want his sister to worry too much, and it was best to see the epistle at the first time after realizing that he wasn't there. After hesitating for a while, he raised his pen and wrote one more, one for the desktop and one for the bedside. That'll do. He looked at his room and stood motionless, as if time had been suspended for a while. Until, his voice transmission jade slip rang. It was his friend who had transmitted his voice to urge him to go out. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath, walked out of his room, and after closing the door, he looked in that direction of the great hall where his sister was, and after a moment of silence, he quickly ran in a direction. His eyes flashed with reluctance. After all, it was his sister who brought him up from a young age. Above the main hall, Su Qingying stood on the porcelain tiles, looking in a distant direction. It was precisely the direction that Su Xuanyu had left. She, who possessed the cultivation of the great emperor realm, was able to see her brother's departing figure from thousands of miles away at this moment. How could she not know what her brother was going to do? But she didn't stop her own brother from leaving. And that friend of her own brother's was also arranged by her. Looking at her own brother's back, she closed her eyes. Maybe it would be better to go over there. The shimmering light of the morning sun sprinkled on Su Qingying, reflecting a solitary silhouette. After a while, Su Xuanyu in the distance had already boarded a flying boat and disappeared far into the sky. Only then did she slowly open her eyes, the loneliness in her eyes dissipating like smoke, replaced by a burning fighting spirit. It was time to work harder to reach the peak of the great emperor realm. When she meets again in the future, she will be invincible in the world. It doesn't matter if the big picture is important, and no one will dare to bully the people she cares about anymore. In the distance, the morning breeze swept over the mountaintops, and the sea of clouds churned like waves. Standing on the temple, Su Qingying's long hair fluttered, her shadow lengthening as if she was growing with the sky. It was until noon. Su Yuni finally received a voice transmission from Su Xuanyu. Second sister. I've arrived on this side of the boundary wall. You can come pick me up now. Su Yuni's eyes lit up when she heard this, then she looked at Lu Qingan. Sister-in-law. Lu Qingan looked at Luo Danhong. You follow Yuni on this trip. Can Luo Danhong nodded with a smile. Luo Danhong nodded with a smile. When Su Yuni saw that Lu Qingan wasn't going, her eyes moved for a moment, then she didn't think anymore and followed her master to fly that way. Lu Qingan waited for Su Yuni and the two of them to leave and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how he should treat this brat after meeting Su Xuanyu later. Ever since he learned that Su Xuanyu's idol was him, a touch of playfulness rose in his heart. There was also a bit of mischief, wanting to see this kid change his face. Well, later on, I'll put on a high and mighty look, and also yin and yang back to him, and finally come up with a sentence. I still like your old unruly and untamed look, recover a little bit. Lu Qingan thought with satisfaction as the corners of her mouth rose. Chapter 114 Finally meeting the idol. Where the demon region and the immortal ruins met, at this moment, above the sky on the immortal ruin side, a luxurious flying boat was parked. Su Xuanyu and a man in white stood above the flying boat. Feiyu, I don't know when I'll see you again after this farewell. Su Xuanyu stood on the deck of the flying boat. If it wasn't for the help of his good friend to withstand the strong winds, he might not be able to stand steadily. At this moment, looking at his friend who was protecting him with his aura, he said with emotion. Li Feiyu looked at Su Xuanyu with a bitter smile on his face. Do we really have to go to the demon region? It's very dangerous over there. Especially since you don't have this cultivation anymore either. Good brother, don't worry, my second sister is over there, and my brother-in-law is frighteningly strong. You saw his cultivation that day. Su Xuanyu patted his good brother's shoulder. Well, good luck then. Remember to send me a message when you have time, we will always be friends. Li Feiyu said. Naturally. Right, don't you have some contact with Huang Fuqi and their circle? As soon as you have any other news about him, send me a message. Su Xuanyu frowned. He didn't know what was going on. There was a touch of uneasiness in his heart. He heard that Huang Fuqi's situation was much worse than his, but he vaguely felt that this Huang Fuqi still had the possibility of returning to the top. Wasted cannot be wasted, but it is you. There may still be a slight chance to recover. He certainly cannot. When Li Feiyu heard the name Huang Fuqi, he had a disdainful look on his face. Obviously he also looked at Huang Fuqi with the same displeasure as Su Xuanyu. After the two of them had chatted for about half an hour, Su Xuanyu stopped and took out his voice transmission jade slip, realizing that his second sister had sent a message. He quickly looked over to the demon region and didn't see his second sister. Sis, where have you guys gotten to? How come I didn't see you guys? We've arrived before the boundary wall, but we're not sure of your exact location. Is there any obvious terrain near you guys? There are mountains, water, and the boundary wall. Su Xuanyu said seriously. Su Yuni. Su Xuanyu had just finished speaking when he realized that he had said this for nothing, and hastily corrected himself. I'm very close to Immortal Ruins Ling City. Alright, you wait a little longer, I will look for Su Yuni with my master, Su Yuni said. Finally, after another half an hour, Su Yuni was able to find Su Xuanyu under the leadership of her master. Su Xuanyu finally saw his second sister and hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. Second sister. Here. Su Yuni hurriedly crossed the boundary wall and flew above the flying boat. As soon as she crossed the boundary wall, she suddenly felt a powerful restraining force acting on her body, causing an additional layer of strange seals above her dantian. After converting her cultivation, she returned to this side of the immortal ruins for the first time, and for the first time, she felt this weakening of her strength. It was the strange thing that traveling from the immortal ruins to the demon realm, on the other hand, did not have this kind of restriction, and immortal ruins powerhouses who arrived at the demon realm still had the same cultivation strength. Luodan Herb was on the side of the demon realm without having crossed the realm, and she wouldn't easily go over there and take a risk. If there was an ambush, she would lose a lot of things. Second sister. You have indeed converted your cultivation. Haha. It's awesome. Su Xuanyu was very excited to see the demonic aura on Su Yuni's body up close. It was worthy of being his idol. A cultivation of the Saint King realm could successfully convert his cultivation as well. Too strong. Su Yuni smiled and nodded, then she looked at Li Feiyu. Feiyu, thank you so much. I'll give you this as a thank you gift. Li Feiyu was stunned for a while when he saw Su Yuni. He was not only on good terms with Su Tianyu, he was also on good terms with Su Yuni, and in the past, the three of them often practiced together. When he learned that Su Yuni had gone to the demon region, he couldn't understand it. At this moment, after seeing Su Yuni in a Saint King Realm Immortal Ruin cultivation, he was shocked. A Saint King Realm Immortal Ruin cultivation could actually be converted into a Demon Realm cultivation as well? We're all friends, this little matter, there's no need to be so. He glanced at what Su Yuni had handed over before he could see it, and said something in passing on his lips, but when he saw that what Su Yuni had handed over was a leaf, he froze. A leaf? And it was a leaf. And so on. This leaf. It seems to be not simple. He was just thinking about how Su Yuni gave him a leaf, which was a bit of an odd thank you gift, but after carefully sensing it, he was shocked. What Su Yuni had taken out was none other than a leaf from the Demon Godmother tree. She had recently been practicing under the Demon Godmother tree at night, and last night while she was sitting in meditation and practicing, a leaf happened to float down to the ground where she was sitting. Thinking that such a valuable thing could not be wasted, she found Lu Qinggan and asked to give it to him. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, casually said to give it to her to deal with, so she had no choice but to put it away. Now that she has seen Li Feiyu, she also has to thank Li Feiyu for helping her to send her brothers safely over here, and as she doesn't have anything else to give away, she will just give this leaf to Li Feiyu and forget about it. Is this really for me? Li Feiyu swallowed his saliva and asked out a question. Su Yuni smiled and nodded her head. That's good. I will not be polite. He could feel that this leaf was extremely uncomplicated, and his intuition told him that just this one leaf, if he took it and sold it, he would be able to sell it for a good price. Although he didn't know what kind of leaf it was yet. Okay, then we'll go over first, and send a voice contact later on. Su Yuni smiled and said. Well, the river and lake are far away, we will meet again. After collecting the leaves, Li Feiyu arched his hand and bowed, then said with a smile. Fate will meet again. The two siblings said seriously. Subsequently, the two flew towards the devil's domain, passed through the boundary wall, and arrived in front of Luodan Herb. Little brother, this is what I told you about, my senior, Luodan Herb. Su Yuni transmitted her voice to Su Xuanyu, introducing him. Su Xuanyu was led by his sister to stand in the air, looked at Luodan Herb, and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Junior Su Xuanyu, see Senior Luo. Luodan Herb smiled and nodded. Alright, let's go back. Just like that, the three of them flew off in the direction of Magic Lin City. After Su Xuanyu entered the demon realm, his entire body tensed up, and he felt incomparably excited to be led in flight by a peak great emperor realm powerhouse. Second sister, is brother-in-law busy with something? Su Xuanyu asked in a low voice. He had just been praying that Lu Qinggan would come to pick him up. If brother-in-law really came, then he must have forgiven him. As it turned out, praying didn't work. It seems like he still hasn't completely forgiven him. Counted as busy. Su Yuni smiled awkwardly. Su Xuanyu understood, smiled bitterly, and began to think about what he would have to do to obtain forgiveness after meeting his brother-in-law later. Sometime later, Luodan Herb brought Su Yuni's two siblings to the sky above the courtyard and stopped. Seeing the courtyard below, Su Xuanyu knew that he should have reached his destination. His breathing became irregular at this moment. Finally, he was going to be able to actually meet the idol he had grown up with. It's here, go down. Su Yuni patted her brother on the back. She was also a bit nervous now. Afraid that her brother-in-law would come up and just beat up her brother. Su Xuanyu nodded his head and followed and flew down in front of the courtyard gate. And just then, Su Xuanyu saw two children standing in front of the gate. It was also this glance that made his eyes a little red again. Uncle. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both stood in front of the gate and gently shouted towards Su Xuanyu. This cry of uncle made Su Xuanyu's eyes completely red, but he didn't want his children to see his embarrassing face, so he quickly stopped his emotions. Aha, Zixuan, meow meow, long time no see. Chapter 115, Living Treasure. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao knew that Su Xuanyu was coming today, so they came back from the academy early. They also know what happened to Su Xuanyu, and heard Su Xuanyu from childhood to their father as an idol after, also completely forgave Su Xuanyu, so deliberately came here to wait. Lu Miaomiao can't forget the last time she heard her uncle cry, then looked at her uncle, pulled out a wooden box from inside the storage ring, opened the wooden box and showed it was full of popcorn. Uncle, River used to hate you, just because you say father. As long as you do not say father anymore, River will be good to you, so you can grab a hand. Just one hand. You can't grab more than one. Lu Miaomiao looked straight at Su Xuanyu with her big Kaziran eyes, sharing a particularly tasty snack that she had only recently found. Normally, she wouldn't share with others. Su Xuanyu froze. His heart had almost melted when he was called uncle by Lu Miaomiao, and at this moment, he saw his little niece actually sharing a snack with him, and even though he didn't know what it was, he could smell an aroma. His eyes got a little blurry, and in order not to show his vulnerability in front of the child, he still forced himself to endure it. So, then I grabbed it. Ah nah. Scratch it. Su Xuanyu gently grabbed it and meant it, then picked it up and put it in his mouth and ate a capsule. At once, his lips wriggled twice. Yummy. So sweet. This child, too good. Uncle, welcome to the magic realm. Just as Su Xuanyu was overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly, he was shocked to realize that Lu Zixuan had come forward and gently hugged him. It was also this moment that he was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body froze in place. Great niece, hugging him? Ah. Su Yuni was also startled by Lu Zixuan's move. Lu Zixuan was well aware of what her uncle had gone through, and had heard that there were still thoughts of lightening his life, so she hoped that her uncle would be happier when he came over here. Even if he didn't have his cultivation, he should still live well. Su Xuanyu looked at the two children and couldn't hold back any longer, his eyes were misted with tears, then he hurriedly turned away to wipe his tears. Su Yuni saw her brother crying, smiled, and joked, "How did you really become a little crybaby?" She was also very emotional at this moment. This was the power of kinship. When Su Xuanyu heard his sister directly expose him, he immediately looked at his sister aggressively. Second sister. Where did I cry? I also want to save face, right? Look, snot is flowing out, hurry up and wipe it off. Su Yuni took out a handkerchief and handed it to her brother, jokingly saying, He. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both heard this and laughed out. When Su Xuanyu heard the child laughing, his face turned red and he hurriedly wiped away his tears and snot. Damn it! You guys have to keep this a secret from me, you can't tell anyone that I'm crying. Su Xuanyu grumbled. Okay. I'll keep your secret. Let's go see my brother-in-law. Hearing the word brother-in-law, Su Xuanyu nodded his head in a hurry and looked towards the courtyard. The moment he stepped his feet into the courtyard, his body trembled. Afterward, he clenched his teeth and decisively ran inside. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. My good brother-in-law. I'm still too late. With a sliding knee, he landed in the middle area of the courtyard, wailing and shouting. At this moment, inside the house, there were 6 people in total. They were Lu Qinggan, He-Imam, Shui Tianfei, Li Tsangxuan, Wang Forge Mountain, and Sun Mingji. After He-Imam knew that Su Xuanyu was coming, he directly stopped his work for the day and came back here to greet Su Xuanyu. Lu Qinggan had already sensed Su Xuanyu's arrival in front of the courtyard, and even used his divine sense to look outside. Seeing Su Xuanyu interacting with his daughters, the corners of his mouth rose a little. But when Su Xuanyu walked into the courtyard and directly knelt on the ground, and even cried out, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This brat! Putting aside here to cry and mourn? When Shui Tianfei and Wang Forge Mountain heard Su Xuanyu's words, they couldn't help but laugh. This brat is quite alive. Wang Fengshan laughed. Su Yuni froze when she saw this series of operations by her brother. The two of them, Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan, also stood in place, blinking their clear, wide-eyed eyes. Uncle, don't you want to save face? Bastard! Roll in. Don't shout. Lu Qing'an's voice sounded inside the house at this time. When Su Xuanyu heard Lu Qing'an's voice, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly stopped, then hurriedly shouted okay. Immediately, he began to bow and rolled his way inside. Su Yuni. Lu Qing'an. The entire courtyard inside. This mother is a living treasure. Lu Qing'an was originally thinking of curing Su Xuanyu, but suddenly, he was given this series of operations by Su Xuanyu, making him a little unsure of how to cure this kid. Damn, really too alive. I can't bear to treat this kid anymore. Hurry up and come in. Lu Qing'an scolded. When Su Xuanyu heard this, he hurriedly patted himself on the back and trotted inside the house. When he entered the house, he saw several people sitting inside, half of whom he didn't recognize, and he blinked. Then, not caring if there was anyone here or not, his gaze quickly localized on Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law. His eyes reddened once again and he shouted out, quickly running towards Lu Qinggan. Again, he was ready to perform a sliding knee. Lu Qinggan. He directly dispersed his demonic aura, controlling Su Xuanyu in the air, not giving this kid the slip, kneeling over. This. Su Xuanyu was suddenly stopped and froze. His plan was to slide and kneel in various ways to obtain his brother-in-law's forgiveness, and now that he was interrupted, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Can you kid be normal? Can't you see that there are other people here? Lu Qinggan didn't have the good sense to say. Su Xuanyu scratched his head and quickly nodded, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Only then did Lu Qinggan put Su Xuanyu down. Xian Yu, here? Imam, he greeted with a smile. Elder, he. I'm also sorry for you. I'll kneel for you as well. When he first heard that Imam he was coming this way, he also slandered Imam he in his heart, and now he wanted to go back to the past in front of himself and curse himself. Don't. Ahem, I can't afford it. Imam quickly waved his hand. Don't need it? Alright then. Su Xuanyu then returned his gaze back to Lu Qinggan, and when he thought of Lu Qinggan's trip back to the immortal ruins to waste Huangfu Qi's father and son for his sake, his eyes reddened once again, and his lips quirked up. Brother-in-law. Shut up. Tears held back. Good. Su Xuanyu hurriedly held them back. At this time, Su Yuni covered her forehead and brought her child into the house. She was really speechless. It felt like she was losing face as well. Yuni, all of you come over and sit down. Lu Qinggan then looked at Luo Danhong and said, fellow Daoist, hard work. Luo Danherb smiled and shook her head, no trouble. Several people sat down, only Su Xuanyu did not sit down. What are you standing for? Lu Qinggan looked at Su Xuanyu and said, not in a good mood. Bang bang. Su Xuanyu instantly knelt down after hearing Lu Qinggan's words. Lu Qinggan. What I mean is, you're sitting down. It is not for you to kneel down. Su Yuni covers her forehead again. Okay. Her face is gone too. Sister-in-law. I was wrong. I really know it's wrong. I'll never yang you again. From now on, I'll clean up my act. I'll work for you like an ox. I'll go wherever you tell me to go. I'll never go west if you tell me to go east. Please forgive me. Please. Su Xuanyu hugged Lu Qinggan's calf, tears and snot flowing out together. The corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth twitched. Scattered away. Su Xuanyu hurriedly shook his head, looking like he wanted to show his determination. Suddenly, he sniffed his nose and weakly said, brother-in-law, you smell so good, worthy of being my idol since childhood. Shui Tianfei and Li Sanchuan watched the scene and their cheeks twitched. None of them had ever hugged this leg like this. This brat. Lu Qinggan, petri dish. Su Yuni really couldn't help herself and quickly stepped forward, picking up her brother with one hand as if she was carrying a small chicken cub. Su Xuanyu had no cultivation, how could he resist, paddling his feet in the air, he just couldn't get out of his own sister's bondage. His cheeks reddened and he hurriedly said, no. Sister. There are many people. I want to save face. Su Yuni. The whole crowd. You still have face Pust. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi couldn't help themselves. Lu Miao Miao, who had been watching the show, also covered her mouth and laughed, uncle seems to be a little chicken Wang Forge Mountain laughed and looked at Lu Qinggan, this kid is something I rarely see than Xiao Qingyi, that old thing is still shameless people, this kid than that old thing, especially ever more than If Xiao Qingyi is here, he should feel the pressure. Finally, I have met a rival who is hard to distinguish in the matter of shamelessness. Chapter 116, Coaxing into Embryo. Lu Qingyan knew that this kid had been quite alive since he was a child, and he could organize a little bit of life from time to time, but he didn't expect to be so alive. He began to think of those means to cure this kid, instantly became unable to start up. It was only after Su Yuni had cleaned him up that Su Xuanyu quieted down. Sit down. Lu Qinggan didn't want to play around with Su Xuanyu anymore and pointed to the chair with a serious face. Seeing this, Su Xuanyu obediently nodded his head and sat down on the chair. Brother-in-law, is this forgiving me? He scratched his head. Lu Qinggan said, look at your performance in the future. I'll definitely behave well. What I said just now is all true. I'll be a cow for you in the future. Su Xuanyu raised his 3 fingers and swore. Alright, if you don't perform well, then get the hell back to the immortal ruins. Su Xuanyu's body trembled and he hurriedly said, I will definitely strive to reform myself. To be a new person. Lu Qinggan. Why does it sound like this kid is here to squat in jail? He also reformed himself and became a new man. Lu Qingyan, Yuni, introduce this stupid brother of yours. Su Yuni nods her head and has introduced Su Xuanyu to the other people here. Su Xuanyu shifted his gaze one by one. He looked towards Wang Forge Mountain. You are Senior Wang Forge Mountain? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor's exclusive refiner. Forging 2 supreme treasures for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the strongest artifact refiner in the Sanyun continent without any predecessors or successors? Elder. You are also one of my idols. Please accept my obeisance. Su Xuanyu stood up boldly after his sister introduced Wang Forge Mountain, arching his hand towards him and bowing in a smooth manner. Wang Forge Mountain's pale eyes lit up when he heard Su Xuanyu's words. This brat. There's something there. Ahem, I never thought that my reputation would be so resounding even on the immortal ruin side. Wang Forge Mountain's heart was secretly pleased when he heard these words from Su Xuanyu. That's natural. Your image is practically identical to what I thought in my head. Tall, majestic, and handsome. Su Xuanyu said excitedly. Ha ha. You're not bad. Ahem, this sword is for you. Wang Forge Mountain couldn't restrain a smile on his face as he casually took out a 10th grade sword and threw it to Su Xuanyu. Su Xuanyu froze. This. Thank you, senior. Lu Qinggan. No. Old one, you're giving him something here? Shui Tianfei looked at Wang Forge Mountain and thought to herself, this Wang Forge Mountain isn't good either. This was complimented by this kid with his mouth like this? Su Yuni interrupted her brother's ass kissing, and at this time, she looked at Consort Shui Tian and introduced Consort Shui Tian. Su Xuanyu's eyes snapped open when he heard this. This is Consort Shui Tian? No wonder I was amazed to see it from afar. It turns out that you are Senior Shui Tianfei. Oops. I've heard about your deeds since I was a child. Your love for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was literally my initiation into love. I always thought that you could be with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. And always hoped that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor could be with you. It's simply heavenly that you can't be together. I just didn't expect it. But it's okay. You still have a chance. My brother-in-law has now. Su Xuanyu spoke out the words in his heart and his head, but when he said this, he suddenly felt his second sister's cold gaze and hastily stopped the conversation. However, the next moment, he felt the warm and unrelenting gaze from Shui Tianfei's place. I can't imagine that I'm quite famous over there, and I've influenced quite a few people as well. Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and smiled, sneaking a look at Lu Qinggan's side as she spoke, the corners of her mouth hardly pressing down. Even the love rival's brother used to actually expect her to be with Lu Qinggan. I see that you kid is nice. I didn't bring anything with me. Let's give you 10 million absolute magic crystals, take it and spend it. Shui Tianfei threw a storage ring to Su Xuanyu. Lu Qinggan. No, what are you guys up to? Just like that to this kid to take the pinch? Su Xuanyu froze and took the storage ring. 10 million absolute magic crystals? If his big sister wanted to take out 10 million Jade Great Spirit Stones, she would have to tighten her pants and save them for a while before she could have them. This was giving him so many magic crystals of equal value out of hand? The corner of Su Yuni's mouth twitched. Why hadn't she realized before that her brother was so eloquent? All of a sudden, he was able to make two such strong people happy? Second sister, what about this one? Su Xuanyu quickly looked at Li Sanchuan at this time. He realized that the people of the demon region were so generous. Then this one, would he be so generous as well? Li Sanchuan had been frowning ever since Su Xuanyu hugged Lu Qinggan's leg. He hadn't even hugged his master's leg. This brat. Don't try to coax Consort Shui Tian and Wang Forge Mountain like he did to make him think that this brat was nice. Su Yuni said, this is the Dekuro Demon Emperor, also a disciple of his brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu's eyes widened violently with a jaw-dropping look. You are the Dugu Demon Emperor? Li Sanchuan raised his head slightly and looked straight at Su Xuanyu. At this moment, it was as if he was no longer socially terrified, his eyes had a slightly provocative tone. Yes, I am. Su Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised and said, you are also my idol. I can't imagine that I am so handsome. Simply more handsome than I have heard too much. It's almost exactly the same as my brother-in-law. I was even thinking that you are my brother-in-law's twin brother. Look at this peerless aura. This powerful cultivation aura. Li Sanchuan had narrowed his eyes a moment ago, looking at Su Xuanyu somewhat provocatively, and with Su Xuanyu's startled speech, his eyes gradually became clear. She was afraid of committing another offense in general. His cheeks flushed slightly as he scratched his head awkwardly. Is that so? I resemble my master? Really? That must be true. I can tell you, I watched my little nephew Lu Zhengran grow up. He's my brother-in-law's own son, but I feel you're more like my brother-in-law than my nephew. When the two of you go outside, there will definitely be people asking if you are father and son, right? Su Xuanyu seriously and incomparably said. Lu Qinggan. He looked at Su Xuanyu, and then at this disciple of his whose eyes had completely cleared, and fell silent. You guys can actually be coaxed into an embryo by this kid who no longer has any cultivation? He actually looked at Su Xuanyu a little differently now. This kid, this mouth is indeed powerful. That's right. In the past, he was able to make him almost break his defense many times, and he decisively chose Su Xuanyu as a whetstone, but also because when this kid was a yin and yang person, his mouth was really good. Saying father and son is a bit much, but it's true that quite a few people say that I'm quite similar to my master. Li Xingshuan bowed his head and smiled, and then looked at Su Xuanyu, said, "You came from afar to this side of the magic domain, later on, but also in this side of a long time to live. I am this side of the Devil Emperor. This piece of sound transmission jade slipped to you." He encountered something directly with me on the sound transmission. Su Xuanyu was overjoyed. This? Really? Thank you, Lord Demon Emperor. Su Yuni looked at her brother with a bit of admiration, transmitting her voice, "You're awesome, the points they want to hear are all found out by you." Su Xuanyu blinked. "Ah? I said what I wanted to say, ah. All sincere words, ah." Chapter 117, The Shock of a Leaf. Su Yuni introduced everyone here to Su Xuanyu, and under Su Xuanyu's adoring gaze, as well as a face full of sincere praise, the people present all had a good impression of Su Xuanyu. After all, interesting people, and people who can compliment people, are meat and potatoes wherever they go. After Lu Qinggan saw that Su Xuanyu and the people here had already struck a chord and gotten to know each other once more, he said, "All of you go out for a while, I have something to say and talk to this kid alone." Upon hearing this, a group of people were very cooperative and walked out of the house, going forward to the stone pavilion side of the courtyard. Soon, only Lu Qinggan and Su Xuanyu were left inside the house. Su Xuanyu also quickly stood up at this moment, like a child who had done something wrong, placing his hands in front of him, lowering his head and playing with his fingers. "Brother-in-law, I am really wrong." Lu Qinggan said, "Which wrong?" "I shouldn't have said you before, I shouldn't have thought that you don't deserve my sister. I now realize that it's my sister who doesn't deserve you. Things are in the past, so don't mention it." Lu Qinggan also do not want to mention the previous things. He actually did not how to take the things that the boy did those as a matter of fact, but instead has been using the boy as a whetstone. "Brother-in-law, you mean, forgive me?" Su Xuanyu sniffed, snapped his head up, his eyes shining brightly. "Did I say I forgive you?" Lu Qinggan asked back. While Su Xuanyu shriveled up once again and lowered his head. "However, brother-in-law, thank you for helping me." When Su Xuanyu said this, he stole a glance at Lu Qinggan. He was truly moved when he found out about this at the time. It was worthy of being his idol. Was this what was called being protective? Obviously he used to be so cheap and swishy, actually being so protective. "I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything." Su Xuanyu thought to himself, I can't imagine that his idol still has an arrogant side. "How is the body?" Lu Qinggan asked. Su Xuanyu said in a depressed mood, "There is no longer any major problem, however, the dantian is completely wasted, the meridians are broken by inches, and it is already impossible to cultivate. Reach out." He supported the others away, just to see how serious this kid's situation was, and whether there was any possibility of recovery. Su Xuanyu hastily stretched out his hand. Lu Qinggan surged out magic chi from his hand, driving the magic chi from Su Xuanyu's hand inside Su Xuanyu's body, carefully checking over Su Xuanyu's entire body. Indeed, he was so wasted that he couldn't be wasted anymore. It was more or less the same than when he had wasted Huangfu Chi's father and son. He had no way to help Su Xuanyu restore his cultivation. He could only see if Dan Daozi, the strongest alchemist in the demon region, could have a solution. If Dan Daozi couldn't do it either, then Su Xuanyu could only be immortal in this life, and when his lifespan came to an end, just like Sun Minzi's father, he would be turned into a handful of yellow earth, and his body would die. "Brother-in-law, I should not be saved, and I am also regarded as deserved. You do not have to care about me, I will spend the rest of my life here." Su Xuanyu lowered his head and said weakly. "Originally, I wanted to find one of the strongest alchemists in the Tsonyin continent to help you. Since you said so, then I will fulfill you." Lu Qinggan smiled playfully at his words. "Ah? Really?" Su Xuanyu's eyes fiercely lit up, then he quickly came next to Lu Qinggan and pinched Lu Qinggan's shoulders and pounded his back. "Idol! My good idol! What, aren't you just thinking of spending the rest of your life well? What is this doing again? Brother-in-law! I want to live longer. Did you just pretend? I just felt like I was troubling you. Since you feel like bothering me, that's good. I'm afraid of trouble too." Su Xuanyu. After playing with Su Xuanyu for a while, he was also satisfied, no longer teasing, said, "From today onwards, all the hygiene in this yard, all the housework will be done by you. Let me be satisfied, I may still be able to help you, if you let me have a little bit of dissatisfaction, waiting for the future longevity to run out, pale and die." When Su Xuanyu heard this, an aura of hope rose on his face, and he immediately smiled and said, "Many thanks, brother-in-law. Love you the most, brother-in-law. Didn't eat? Use some force on the left side. I'll do as I'm told." After tuning Su Xuanyu, Lu Qingyan was comfortable. At the same time, Immortal Market. After sending Su Xuanyu to the demon region, Li Feiyu was the first to pass on the news of the mission's completion to Su Qingying. "Sister Qingying, I've already sent Xianyu to the demon region. It was Rai Mi who came to pick him up." "Good, if there's anything you need my help with in his day, pass on the message to me." "Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore." After Li Feiyu ended the voice transmission, he put away the flying boat and quickly flew down in a large city. This large city was precisely one of the top 10 cities in the Immortal Ruins. It was very prosperous and was also the place where the headquarters of a large chamber of commerce in the Immortal Ruins was located. He entered the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce and found a late-stage Great Emperor Realm steward that he was familiar with. This steward has seen a lot of knowledge. Many treasures in the Chamber of Commerce have to pass his eyes in order to estimate a more accurate price. After obtaining that leaf, the more he studied it, the more he felt that it was not simple. "Little Li, why are you free to come to me today?" Li Feiyu had just entered the steward's reception room, where a middle-aged man with a big belly spoke in a very authentic immortal market voice. His eyes seemed to be closed, only a small slit, giving people a kind of talk without opening their eyes, a little impolite feeling. Li Feiyu laughed. "Uncle Chen, I just got an item, it seems like some kind of treasure, you are very knowledgeable, can you help me take a look?" "Oh, bring it to let me take a look," Steward Chen said. "Take a look." Li Feiyu carefully took out the reddish leaf and handed it over with both hands. "A leaf? You kid, just take a leaf to let me wait." Steward Chen violently widened his eyes, which were now the size of a normal person. This was actually a demon godmother tree leaf. Or is it the leaf at the top? Not. Where did you kid get such a treasure? Li Feiyu couldn't help but freeze when he saw Steward Chen instantly perform a face change on him. And then after hearing clearly what Steward Chen said, he was shocked. The devil godmother tree? The top leaves? Ah. Steward Chen quickly and carefully took the leaf from Li Feiyu's hand, as if he had been given the most precious treasure. His eyes sparkled. It really was the top leaf of the devil godmother tree. This is too magical. The devil godmother tree leaves were very difficult to obtain, and in general, the leaves of the devil godmother tree had 3 tiers. They were the bottom leaves, the middle leaves, and the top leaves. The leaves at different heights contained different medicinal powers and energies. The average peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouse who could obtain the bottom leaves of the mother tree of the demon god would have to cherish them, and it was fine to soak one for a year or two and drink it as tea. The leaves of the middle layer, on the other hand, were even rarer and more useful. The leaf at the top is awesome. Just one leaf, able to brew tea for many times. If you drink it once, you can raise your talent once. You know, a talent boost can't be bought with 1,000 pieces of gold. Most importantly, this is the Immortal Ruins. Over in the Demon region, even peak Great Emperor Realm powerhouses, the topmost powerhouses in the Demon region, couldn't get the leaf from the top of the Demon God's mother tree, and now, an Immortal Ruin Saint King Realm actually had a leaf from the top of the Demon God's mother tree. How is this possible? Li Feiyu was stared straight at by Steward Chen before he came back to his senses from the shock. Good fellow. Where on earth did Raimi get this leaf from? And she actually gave it to me just like this? Chapter 118 Brother-in-law dumbfounded. Su Xuanyu walked from the house to the courtyard and let out a long breath. He was considered to have gotten his brother-in-law's forgiveness, right? Su Yuni quickly approached over and asked, "Little brother, how is it going?" She was very apprehensive. After all, her own brother's performance just now was really a bit spicy. There was no telling if it would make her brother-in-law unhappy. Su Xuanyu smiled and said, "Brother-in-law asked me to stay here in the future, clean up well, and take care of all the housework." When Su Yuni heard this, her pretty face was like a flower in full bloom, and she patted Su Xuanyu's shoulder. "Never fail your brother-in-law again. Do a good job at this." Brother-in-law is still the same as she thought, hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Really good. Su Xuanyu nodded seriously. At this time, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both approached. "Good. Then, uncle, you'll be staying here from now on, right?" Lu Miaomiao laughed. "Aha! I'll make it up to Miaomiao from now on. Miaomiao, what you want uncle to do, I will do." Su Xuanyu was very moved at the moment, and found that the flavor of home was a bit stronger here. This child also finally accepted him. "It's okay, then, you eat watermelon with me. Grandpa Xiao is not here, so you eat with me." Lu Miaomiao smiled as she took out an ice watermelon from inside a treasure space and handed it over to Su Xuanyu. "Miaomiao, who is Grandpa Xiao?" Su Xuanyu hurriedly took the ice watermelon and cut it for Lu Miaomiao. "Grandpa Xiao is Miaomiao's good friend. But Grandpa Xiao has gone somewhere and hasn't come back for a few days. I feel that Grandpa Xiao is a bit like my uncle. I can't tell you exactly what he looks like." Lu Miaomiao blinked. "I'm like your Grandpa Xiao?" Su Xuanyu said. Su Zhenyi had a strange expression. "Maybe it's the fact that when you're alive, you can let go that's more like it." The Grandpa Xiao that River said was none other than Lei Xiao Dadi. So it's Thunderbolt Emperor. That's one of brother-in-law's friends. It's a pity that I didn't see him in person here today. Su Xuanyu's eyes widened with a look of regret. Su Yuni laughed. "He seems to want to see you quite a bit." She couldn't help but think of something Xiao Qingyi had said, saying that she was eager to see what this guy who could yin and yang the eternal night demon emperor for 1,000 years without dying looked like and how strong his destiny was. Is that so? Good fellow, I'm actually so noticed by his old man? Su Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised. This was the Thunder Sky Emperor. Put. Uncle, I have a feeling that you'll be able to get along well with Grandpa Xiao. Lu Zixuan smiled sweetly. Could it be that I possess some special charm? How come I didn't know I was so powerful? Su Xuanyu grinned. The three of them, Suyuni, glanced at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Su Xuanyu looked at the three of them like this, confused. The Shui Tianfei few people did not disturb Su Xuanyu's reunion with Su Yuni and the others, and directly entered inside the house, coming in front of Lu Qing'an. This kid is not bad, has a job, fun, and sweet mouth. Wang Forge Mountain sat down and looked at Lu Qing'an. Mom laughed, this kid's nature is not bad. Consort Shui Tian warmly nodded, I recognize this person. Late Songxuan also nodded, it seems like a good person. Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei several people, shook his head, in vain, you are still the top powerhouse of the devil region, coaxed into such a way by a kid without cultivation, hard to judge. There is no way, this kid said something straight to the heart, I cannot resist. Wang Forge Mountain didn't care about Lu Qing'an's comment. Shui Tianfei, on the other hand, is the vermilion lips are difficult to pressure, what he said I think is very correct, I cannot be with you, heavenly justice is hard to tolerate. Late Sanchuan also said, Master, I really think that he is quite discerning. Lu Qing'an shook his head helplessly. It couldn't be helped, the things this brat said completely hit the heart of these three people. Especially the two of them, Consort Shui Tian and Li Sangxuan. So, this kid really had something. It was a talent. That is, now that he has become in such a situation, is there a probability that he will be able to cultivate again? Mom asked with concern. He felt that Su Xuanyu was quite unfortunate. If he couldn't recultivate, then he would have his lifespan depleted and die of old age someday. Sun Mingji stared at Lu Qing'an seriously. She had a complicated heart. She had obviously only met Su Xuanyu for the first time, but was very worried about Su Xuanyu's situation. Perhaps it was because in the beginning, her own father was just like Su Xuanyu and had no cultivation. If she could, she wished to see Su Xuanyu cultivate again. Lu Qing'an said, wait for Dan Daozi to come. Dan Daozi? That old boy, his whereabouts are uncertain, can we find him? Wang Forging Mountain said. That depends on the kid's life. Lu Qing'an said. In the courtyard. Su Xuanyu was full of curiosity at the moment, looking at his second sister and Lu Zixuan's two nieces, saying, where is the time treasure you guys are talking about? Can I go and take a look? The things he heard Lu Zixuan say in the sound transmission jade slip made him itchy and wanted to have a long look. That's at the academy, uncle, if you want to go and see it, we'll take you on a walk tomorrow. Lu Zixuan smiled. I'm sure you'll be able to. By the way, do you all have any sharp weapons? Su Xuanyu asked excitedly again. Just now, he had gotten a sword from Wang Forge Mountain, and the aura gave off a strong feeling. But it didn't seem to be as terrifying as Lu Zixuan said. Here. Suyuni took out a precious sword made from heavenly meteor divine gold that Lu Qing'an had given her last time. After the two of them, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao, looked at each other, they also took out their own weapons and made the armor on their bodies visible. Su Xuanyu's eyes widened violently when he saw the scene before him. This. So handsome. Too envious. Uncle, this armor on my body is something my father used to wear. Lu Miaomiao patted the small pink armor on her body and said with a smile. Really? Su Xuanyu looked at the cute armor on his little niece and scratched his head in embarrassment. Miao Miao, you're not lying to uncle. It's a bit too cute. Can my idol really wear it? Uncle, I know what you're thinking. Actually, this armor is changeable. Lu Miaomiao gave Su Xuanyu a show, making the armor turn into all sorts of cute styles and colors. It can also become bigger and smaller. Su Xuanyu's mouth was wide open. He was like a country bumpkin entering the city, and he frantically dazzled a few mouthfuls of saliva before coming back to his senses. He took a closer look at these divine weapons and divine armor, and the golden light in his eyes flickered endlessly. Zhang Rana, you'd better not come. Your worldview will collapse after you come over here. Uncle, it's a pity that you don't have any cultivation, or else here, you'd definitely be able to break through to the great emperor realm cultivation. Lu Zixuan said. Su Xuanyu laughed bitterly, then waved away his worries and asked again, last time, Zixuan, you said that there is still a tree for enlightenment enhancement? Where is it? Over there. Said here, Lu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, laughed, Uncle, I'll tell you first above that formation, have you found that formation? I found it, but I don't have the cultivation, and I don't know what it does. Lu Zixuan told the role of that formation, and also directly showed Su Xuanyu what she was capable of after cultivating her soul in the past few days. Immediately, using her powerful divine sense, she controlled Su Xuanyu to lift up into the air, and then took Su Xuanyu towards the demon Godmother tree. Uncle, I've cultivated the Ice Spirit Soul Crystal. This Su Xuanyu had heard of the Ice Soul Crystal, only to hear his niece, who only had a harmonious body realm cultivation, say that she possessed it, and he was skeptical. This child, to go against the heavens is not it? As for the tree that enhances enlightenment, it's this one, the name is called the Devil Godmother tree, it has been refined into a treasure by my father and planted here. What? What did you say? The mother tree of the demon god? Su Xuanyu's legs were a bit weak as he looked at the seemingly ordinary tree with red leaves in front of him. This was the famous demon godmother tree on this side of the demon region? It had also been refined? Right at this moment, Su Xuanyu suddenly noticed that the voice transmission jade slip was vibrating madly, and realizing that it was his friend Li Feiyu who was transmitting over, he invested a few spirit stones and connected the transmission. Feiyu, something urgent? Xian Yu. The leaf that your second sister gave me not long ago, do you know what kind of leaf it is? Su Xuanyu sniffed and swallowed his saliva. He looked at the large reddish leaves above his head, there were tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands, and didn't know what to say. What kind of leaves do you think it is? Su Xuanyu asked rhetorically. It's actually the devil godmother tree leaves. And it's the topmost leaf. Listening to his friend's surprise, shouted out even a little broken voice loud voice, Su Xuanyu embarrassed to smile, so odd that you earned you cherish it. This is too precious. Moreover, you hurriedly ask your second sister where she got it from. Does she not know that it's the leaf at the top of the demon godmother tree? This kind of thing, but it's impossible to get it simply. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu suddenly realized that there was a gust of wind blowing above his head, and then, a leaf floated down from above his head and just happened to land on his outstretched hand. How can I say it? Sometimes, it seems, it's also quite easy to obtain. Li Feiyu. Chapter 119 Brother-in-law's Strange Ability. Su Xuanyu's throat rolled without stopping, looking at the leaf in the palm of his hand, and then looking at the mother tree of the demon god in front of him. He was feeling quite emotional at the moment. A leaf can make a friend from a big family far away in the immortal ruins have their hearts fluttering, while after coming here, the mother tree of the demon god is just a scenic tree like a decoration in his brother-in-law's house. Where did the leaves of the mother tree come from? Blown by the wind. I just did not hear clearly what you said, you say again? Li Feiyu suspected that he had misheard. Sometimes, it seems, it's quite easy to get? This is the leaf at the top of the mother tree of the demon god. Feiyu, don't ask me, let me put it to you this way, have you ever heard of the words easy to get and raise your hand? For the first time in my life, I know exactly what they mean. Hey, just turn over the palm of your hand, and this most precious leaf falls on the palm of your hand. Li Feiyu listened more and more confused. What is this saying? After going to the magic area, speak on the foreign language? How can I not understand a word? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, just keep the leaf, my second sister gave it to you, it's yours. The night was silent, and the following morning. Su Xuanyu woke up from his sleep. Ever since his cultivation had been abolished, he realized that if he didn't sleep for a full 3 or 4 hours a day, he would be very tired the next day. Looking at the early morning light outside the window, he hurriedly got up, grabbed a broom, and started cleaning the yard. Uncle, we're going to the academy, do you want to follow and go for a stroll? Lu Zixuan pulled Lu Miaomiao's hand and walked out of the house, smiling as she looked at Su Xuanyu. Su Xuanyu wanted to go over there and take a look, but on his first day over here, he had to adapt to life over here first, and he also had to let his brother-in-law see how he had changed. He couldn't just wander around on his first day, he had to do the job his brother-in-law gave him first. On his first day, I still have to work. Okay, little brother, then you get busy first, send me a message when you're done, I'll just come back to pick you up. Su Yuni said with a smile. She also knew that her brother now had to satisfy her brother-in-law before he could settle down here. Aha! Uncle, bye-bye, later River will bring you delicious snacks back. Ha, River's a good boy. Uncle will be waiting for you. Seeing Lu Zixuan and the others pass through the teleportation and disappear, Su Xuanyu's eyes flashed with envy. It's so good, it's a pity that he can't cultivate anymore. Ahem, don't think about the rest. Continue working. He had to take care of the entire yard, not just cleaning, but also going to the pond to feed the fish and watering some trees. There were also various vegetables and fruits in the backyard, and there was even a magic medicine field that he needed to take care of. After Lu Qinggan woke up, he went to sit in front of the stone pavilion, his gaze occasionally landing on Su Xuanyu's busy figure. Just to see if this kid is putting on a show for me, if he is lazy after a few days of work, he needs to be cured again. Lu Qinggan said. Snow Tianfei said, I feel that he is quite motivated, should really want to stay here for a long time. Lu Qinggan looked at the Snow Tianfei, Su Xuanyu in the courtyard here, he and the Snow Tianfei is not a man and a woman together, slightly less awkward. Drink tea, this time I will make tea for you. No, I'll cook it for you, how can I bother you to cook it? In the future, I will do this kind of thing. Shui Tianfei smiled and hurriedly took the teapot and made tea for Lu Qinggan. Looking at the diligent and capable consort Shui Tian, Lu Qinggan had a strange expression. Deliberately pretending to be a virtuous wife and mother persona, or was it true? After he came back this way, he could indeed see many flashes of light in consort Shui Tian that he hadn't seen before. Was it like this before? Or did she change after I left? He thought back carefully and realized that Shui Tianfei seemed to be like this in the past. However, at that time, there was a layer of preconceived notions in his heart toward Shui Tianfei, and he had always wanted to avoid her. As expected, the preconceived notions in a person's heart is a big mountain. Looking at the lips with a touch of sweet smile, seems to give him tea is a very happy thing like the snow Tianfei, Lu Qingyan in the heart of the surge a little different emotions. His ex-wife didn't seem to have this kind of behavior. Su Xuanyu had been busy, sweating profusely during the time he went back inside the house, took a sweat towel, put it on his shoulders, and continued to go to work. Taking a bucket of water, he headed over to the magic pill garden. From the looks of it, he was indeed working hard. Looking at Su Xuanyu's sweaty appearance, Lu Qingyan nodded in satisfaction. Concubine Shui Tian smiled and poured tea for Lu Qingyan. Only, not long after Su Xuanyu went to the magic pill garden at the back of the courtyard, he quickly ran back with a shocked face. Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Looking at Su Xuanyu's shocked appearance, Lu Qingyan frowned slightly. What's wrong with this brat? What's all the fuss about? Lu Qingyan said expressionlessly. Su Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised and said, Brother-in-law, I've made a big discovery. Big discovery? Come, sit and chat, and drink some tea to quench your thirst. Shui Tianfei also poured a cup of tea for Su Xuanyu at this time. Su Xuanyu glanced at consort Shui Tian and hurriedly gave a cry of gratitude, then sat down and drank a cup of tea smoothly before speaking, and after smoothing out his language, he spoke of the discovery he had made when he went over to the magic pill garden. I discovered that I can hear magic pills speak. This sentence confused both Lu Qingyan and Shui Tianfei. Hearing magic pills speak? What does that mean? Are you out of your mind? Magic pills are alive, but they're not vintage and don't have a spirit. The magic pills over there are all just low-level magic pills that old Xiao uses as spices. Brother-in-law. What I said is true. As long as I touch the magic potion, I can talk to it. And I can also know the specific function of the magic potion, the specific year, anyway, it's very specific information. Lu Qingyan looked at Su Xuanyu's appearance that didn't seem to be lying, and he thought to himself that there was this kind of strange thing. Could it be that this kid possessed some special ability? System? It shouldn't be a system. If there was a system, this kid's description wouldn't be right, odds are it's some special ability. Brother-in-law, if you don't believe me, test me. I've just arrived on this side of the magic realm, and I don't know anything about magic pills. After all, the Immortal Ruins side is full of elixirs, no magic pills. If I can say the details of the magic pills, then I'm not lying. Okay, I'll give you a test. Lu Qingyan waved his hand, dozens of magic pills flew quickly from the magic pill field, and finally floated in the air in front of them. Come on, first this plant, what is the name of this magic medicine, how old is it, and what is its specific function? Su Xuanyu took that one magic medicine and closed his eyes for a moment, then quickly said, Brother-in-law, this grass is called phantom honey grass, 37 years old this year. It says that its leaves can make stews flavorful, but eating it raw will make people dizzy also. Its roots can cure headaches caused by ordinary mortals' demonic chi entering their brains. Lu Qingyan's eyes narrowed. What about this plant? Brother-in-law, this plant is called phantom rosemary and is 15 years old. It says that its leaves are best for marinating meat, but its rods can make people dizzy also. Its juice can cure skin burned by demonic flames. Lu Qingyan signaled Su Xuanyu to continue. It continued until Su Xuanyu had said all the magic medicines. Sister-in-law. Do you see if I'm wrong? Su Xuanyu asked in excitement. If he wasn't wrong, then he must have some special ability. I hadn't come into contact with magic potions before, so I couldn't imagine that I still had such an ability. Lu Qingyan quietly looked at Su Xuanyu and said, all wrong. Once these words passed, Su Xuanyu, who was still excited, was struck by lightning, and the whole person froze in place. Chapter 120, Haters Recover First. All wrong? Su Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly, then blinked and said bitterly, could it be that after my cultivation was abolished, my brain also had a little problem, and all of these are just my own fantasies? Lu Qingyan nodded decisively and said very seriously, you'd better rest more, A look of looking at a cancer patient. Su Xuanyu whole person is wilted, also thought that he had some special ability, have this ability, even if he cannot restore the cultivation, but also at least can have some effect, not to be like an invalid. Just as Su Xuanyu was thinking so, Shui Tianfei who was sitting on the side still couldn't help but let out a little sound, covering her mouth and laughing. This scene was discovered by Su Xuanyu, looking at consort Shui Tian in a daze. This is? Well, this laugh of yours has messed up my plans. Lu Qingyan looked at consort Shui Tian and shook his head with a smile. Concubine Shui Tian said, it really can't be helped, every time I see you teasing others, I find it funny. Humorous man. So loved. Su Xianyuan? Sister-in-law, this is? Su Xuanyu blinked his eyes, his brain was as confused as mush at the moment. There's no problem with your brain, what you said just now is in line with the information of these magic pills, it's very accurate. At these words, Su Xuanyu's eyes widened, and the color of excitement and euphoria once again rose on his face. This means that I really do have special abilities? Lu Qingyan nodded. This. Great. Then I'm finally considered to be a little bit useful. Su Xuanyu stood up and jumped in place twice. Sister-in-law. I have the ability to help you take better care of these magic potions afterward. These are all dispensable magical herbs, what's the point of you taking care of them? Lu Qinggan blandly said. Then I. If you still have cultivation, there is a profession that is particularly suitable for you. Alchemist. Su Xuanyu squeezed out an ugly smile, but I've become like this, and I don't know if I can recover yet. Don't worry about other things, go back to work. Good. Su Xuanyu continued to walk towards the magic pill garden. Concubine Shui Tian looked at Su Xuanyu's back with a slight despondency and said, this ability is indeed peculiar, I have never heard of it before. If he still has his cultivation, he can definitely become a very strong alchemist. This is definitely an extremely powerful alchemy talent. Lu Qinggan said, look at his own life, wait for Dan Daozi to come. Would Dan Daozi really come? That depends on this brat's life. He appeared very casual. Concubine Shui Tian smiled, actually, you're quite optimistic about this kid, you've always been a tough talker with a soft heart. Lu Qinggan glanced at consort Shui Tian and was tempted to say, I am hard-hearted everywhere. By the way, this old Shao, what exactly is the situation? Lu Qinggan took out his voice transmission jade slip again and sent a message to Xiao Qingyi. What, are you following the lost? At the moment of connection, Lu Qinggan directly asked. Xiao Qingyi was silent, then said, I don't believe it, don't rush me, I won't talk to you. Lu Qinggan was speechless. Was that place so difficult? In the past, when he was still in the Saint King realm, he was able to casually enter and exit over there. Now he was also giving his stubbornness to an old peak great emperor realm powerhouse. Alright, let's see when you old brats come begging me. Lu Qinggan smiled. Time passed quietly and evening arrived. Lu Zixuan's few people returned from the academy. Su Xuanyu rushed to find his sister and spoke of his new discovery. He also showed Lu Zixuan and the others a wave of smelly, causing both Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao to widen their eyes. Miao, when uncle I find that very tasty magic potion, I'll give it to you. Really? Ha, uncle is awesome. After the children came back and played for a while, they continued to go over to the mother tree of the demon god to cultivate. Lu Qinggan sat by himself in front of the stone pavilion, looking at Shui Tianfei who was cooperating with her eldest daughter's cultivation, pondering. Not long after, consort Shui Tian used her imperial position to make an extremely cold ice chamber, and after wrapping Lu Zixuan up tightly, she returned to the front of the stone pavilion. I realized that your family is so special, is this the power of the bloodline? It's also the first time I've heard that people with ice soul crystals can be able to better cultivate ice soul crystals like this in the middle of an extremely cold environment. Shui Tianfei looked towards Lu Qinggan and let out a sigh of emotion. Lu Qinggan proudly said, can my daughter be simple? After returning, Lu Zixuan quickly found Lu Qinggan and told him that she was inside the academy and had discovered strange things. After she broke through the barrier and reached the second level, which was an icy sky environment that was extremely cold, she then discovered that when she used the ice soul crystal to attack the magical beasts, she exerted a bit more strength. Moreover, cultivating the ice spirit soul crystal in the middle of an extremely cold environment made the soul become stronger more than 10 times faster. Unsurprisingly, in the future, after Zi Xian claims the title of emperor, the imperial position will definitely be similar to mine, but I feel that it should be even stronger than mine. Shui Tianfei said. Lu Qinggan said, in the future, I may have to trouble you to help her cultivate like this every day. No trouble. Moreover, I have already let people go to help look for some of the treasures that have extreme cold space, by then don't need me to use this kind of stupid method, directly let Zi Xian cultivate inside the treasures on the line. Consort Shui Tian laughed. See, Shui Tianfei said this when he looked at his eldest daughter's side, his eyes are all the aura of appreciation, his face is full of tender expression, as if he really treats his daughter as a daughter. General view, he was silent. What, is there something on my face? Shui Tianfei asked slightly shyly when she realized that Lu Qinggan was staring at her cheeks. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. Another day passed. In the evening, Lu Miaomiao and a few others returned. Little brother, how did you get along with Magic Pill today? Su Yuni saw her brother and asked with a smile. Hearing his sister's words, Su Xuanyu quickly smiled and said, it's okay, how about you guys? We're fine. Su Yuni looked at her own brother's face was still full of smiles, and thought to herself, after coming here, the mood visible was very good. Just when she thought so, Lu Miaomiao stared straight at Su Xuanyu, and then rushed to pull Su Yuni's hand, to the room. Auntie. Come inside the room, I'll tell you something. Su Yuni saw Lu Miaomiao's mysterious appearance, asked with a smile, Miao Miao, is it in the college encountered something interesting? Lu Miaomiao didn't say anything and pulled Su Yuni back inside the room. She made sure the door to her room was closed, and then that cute little face suddenly looked very serious. Little aunt. I realized that my uncle seems to be having a bit of a hard time in his heart. HM? Su Yuni looked at Lu Miaomiao in confusion and asked, Miao, where did you find out that your uncle was having a hard time? He was smiling quite happily. I don't know, I just feel that my uncle's heart is not comfortable. Lu Miaomiao's small face is incomparably serious. Su Yuni blinked her eyes, then nodded, good, I will ask him later. I'll ask him later. Lu Miaomio nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Su Yuni and Lu Miaomio walked out of the room, and when she looked at her brother again, she found that he was laughing and chatting with Lu Zixuan, and didn't notice any unusual colors. She then walked out and found Lu Qinggan. Brother-in-law, when you were at home, did you find any unusual behavior from my brother today? Lu Qinggan shook his head. Alright, then it should be Miao Miao who was mistaken. Miao Miao? What happened? Su Yuni told what had just happened. Lu Qinggan couldn't help but think of the fact that his own daughter had told him that his disciple was lonely and isolated. Try to ask your brother and see if you can get any words out of him. He felt that his daughter wouldn't talk nonsense. Su Yuni sniffed and nodded, then found her brother and pulled him inside the room. She clasped her hands to her chest, acting as if she already knew what was going on. Why didn't you tell me? What? Second sister, what are you talking about? Why am I a bit confused? Su Xuanyu scratched his head. Think I don't know? You kid, when did you start to hold things in your heart? You used to say something and curse if you were not happy. We are here, treat us as family, don't hide everything in your heart. Su Zanyu looked at his second sister's somewhat angry appearance, smiled bitterly and said, what can I say, he lives well. Under Su Yuni's condescension, finally knew the whole thing. She was silent. Not. Their brother-in-law had made a move, and this Huang Fuqi came to a bottom? Chapter 121 Inviting Laughing Behavior. After knowing the whole thing, Su Yuni patted her brother on the shoulder. It's fine, you can definitely be fine too. I even wonder if the heavens are giving you a chance to get your own revenge. When you recover, cultivate hard and become stronger than him, and then you can directly kill back. Get back with a vengeance. Su Xuanyu laughed bitterly. I'm afraid I won't be able to cure him. When did you become like this? Didn't you used to dislike heaven and earth and everything? Where's that heart? Believe in yourself, you can definitely recover. Su Xuanyu looked at his second sister, warmth surging through his heart, then nodded his head vigorously. Good. My life is not bad. Not bad. This is my younger brother. After pacifying her brother, Su Yuni left the house and went to the stone pavilion to find Lu Qinggan. Brother-in-law, Miao Miao is a bit amazing. She told the details of what happened. Just half a day ago, Su Xuanyu was in the middle of taking care of the magic pill garden when he suddenly received a message from Li Feiyu over at the Immortal Ruins. Just last night, in the direction where the Huangfu family was, a loud sound suddenly rang out. It was shaped like the sound of a phoenix chirping. The commotion resounded for 10,000 miles around. It drew the attention of many people. When a group of people went over there, they were shocked to find that Huang Fuqi, who had become an invalid and couldn't even take care of himself, was actually standing in the air. Not only had his entire person regained his cultivation, but he had actually successfully broken through to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. There was also an extremely rare to the extreme dual emperor position. The second emperor position, the Phoenix Alum Emperor position. It was also after learning about this matter that Su Xuanyu's mood dropped. There were few things worse than hearing that one's greatest enemy was living a good life. For half a day, he was all over the place, but when his family returned, he quickly adjusted and tried to greet them with a smile. Lu Qinggan smiled disdainfully after hearing the details of what happened. It was a bit of a thing, dual emperor positions, not many of them even on this side of the demon realm. There were only 2 peak dual emperor position great emperor realm powerhouses that he had killed. It was unthinkable that a dual emperor position had also appeared on the Immortal Ruin side. And it was still a Phoenix Numbness Emperor position. In fact, this matter is not a bad thing for your brother. Let him have a little more fighting spirit, and in his current situation, with more fighting spirit, the probability of recovery will also be higher. Lu Qinggan looked towards Su Yuni and said calmly. After a person gets sick and decides that they won't survive, death will come a little faster. This matter was the same reason. He, on the other hand, didn't want to waste any more time helping Su Xuanyu finish off Huang Fuqi. It was a waste of time to kill this kind of mole cricket. If he wanted to kill, it would be Su Xuanyu himself who would do it later. Su Yuni sniffed and nodded heavily. That's right. What I'm more concerned about is not your brother's matter, but my daughter. Lu Qinggan's mouth rose high at this time. This little cotton padded jacket of his own. It was not simple. Even he and Su Yuni hadn't realized where Su Xuanyu had a problem. How did his own little daughter find out at a glance? Combined with the last time his daughter said she felt the mood of his disciple. It was marvelous. Su Yuni hurriedly nodded. Yes. I feel that Miao Miao seems to have an extremely strong perception of people's emotions. Lu Qinggan stroked his chin. He had asked his daughter and she couldn't say. Was it related to the fact that when you eat, your cultivation speed becomes faster? Interesting. The more special and stronger his daughter was, the happier he was naturally. After all, she was his favorite little cotton girl. It was great that both daughters were so special. Concubine Shuetian had been standing by the side and interjected at this time. Indeed, I seem to really feel that there are times when Miao Miao is particularly understanding. Lu Qinggan looked at consort Shuetian and shook his head with a smile. He even suspected that it wasn't Shui Tianfei who approached his daughter with snacks, but his daughter who took Shui Tianfei in her stride. Lu Qingyan left the spot and found his youngest daughter, once again asking in detail about his daughter's discovery that something was wrong with Su Xuanyu. Lu Miaomiao sniffed, tilted her head and looked at the sky for a while before saying, "How can I say it? It was just a glance that I found something strange on my uncle, that feeling, right? Just like when I see something delicious, I know at once if something is good or not, just like that." After thinking for a while, she was able to organize a more graphic language. Lu Qinggan, on the other hand, felt more and more marvelous the more she listened. "Well, meow meow, if you still have this kind of discovery in the future, be sure to tell Dad. He would pay more attention in the future and tap into his daughter's potential. He'll keep an eye out for it in the future, so he can tap into his daughter's potential." Meow Meow listened to Daddy. Lu Meow Meow nodded with a smile, then thought of something and asked, "Daddy, when is Grandpa Xiao coming back? I kind of miss him." I'll ask him later, just tell him that Meow Meow misses him, he will definitely come back." Lu Qinggan rubbed his daughter's head favorably. "I'm going to go play. I'm going to play. Auntie, play with me." Speaking of which, Lu Miao Miao winked at Shui Tianfei in a childish manner. "I can do it." Su Yuni was pulled away by Lu Miao Miao's hand. The two of them, concubine Shui Tianfei and Lu Qingyan, were left in the same place. Shui Tianfei gently looked at Lu Miao Miao's cute little body and curved her lips in satisfaction. This child, too endearing. It would also create opportunities for her to spend time with the two of them. After watching Lu Miao Miao bounce away, Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qinggan and said, "It's strange, I feel that your family seems to have strange abilities." Lu Qinggan sniffed, thought carefully and nodded. He had initially thought that it was because of his own great talent that his two daughters were so special. But now, he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Su Yuni had awakened an innate formation body. This kind of formation body was extremely rare, a super gifted physique. Now that Su Xuanyu had just come over here, he had discovered the ability to communicate with magic pills. So his two daughters, were they really gifted because of him? His ex-wife, her talent was also extremely strong. The unsullied emperor position. A very special emperor position. Is this all a coincidence? These three siblings are indeed strange. And if all three siblings were like this, it had to be traced back to their parents. Lu Qinggan had never met his former in-laws. From Su Qingying, he had only heard one or two sentences about these former in-laws. When Su Qingying was in her 30s, her parents gave Su Xuanyu, who had just been born, and Su Yuni, who was less than 2 years old, to Su Qingying. Then the two suddenly disappeared. Su Qingying searched for them for a long time without finding them. Even when she broke through to the Saint King realm later on and searched the entire immortal ruins, she couldn't find them. By the way, this sibling duo, there was a change, or it only started when they arrived on this side of the demon realm. In here, was there any connection? It wasn't just the two siblings. His two daughters were the same. It was only after they arrived here that they began to gradually display their special talents. There was a veil over this, Lu Qingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, finding things more and more interesting. He had a penchant for deciphering things. Lu Qinggan had just thought of this when Wang Forge Mountain flew from the sky and landed on the stone pavilion. He laughed and said, "I'll share something interesting with you." In the past few days, Wang Forge Mountain had been studying refining with Imam He, and when he suddenly came and had such a happy look, Lu Qingyan was also interested. "What is it?" "Ha ha. That old thing got lost inside that cold crystal Jedi. And also sent me a message to find him and take him out of that place." "Ha ha anon." Wang Forge Mountain's laughter spread throughout the entire courtyard. That look gave people a feeling that his daughter-in-law had suddenly given birth to a big white fatty to him for no reason at all. Concubine Shui Tian. Lu Qinggan. This old guy, why is he transmitting to you and not to me? He's embarrassed. Have you asked him a few times recently? He even told me not to tell anyone else, especially not you. I'm laughing my ass off. He's got a teacher for a disciple. I can laugh at him for tens of thousands of years about this matter. Lu Qinggan had a strange expression. This matter was indeed quite embarrassing. Going to look for a lost disciple, he himself got lost there instead, and after being stubborn for so long, he ended up asking for help. However, the person Xiao Qingyi looked for was Wang Forge Mountain. This old brat is truly stubborn. Shui Tianfei also laughed. "Didn't he tell you not to tell anyone? You really can't help it. Such a funny thing, how can you not find someone to share it with?" Lu Qinggan shook his head and laughed. "Then you go find him." "Okay, I'll go and come back. When the time comes, you guys don't tell him. I told you but I promised him that I can't say anything." "Ha ha. Okay, let's see if I can find him in 2 hours. He really is getting better and better. The peak of the great emperor realm, in that kind of place can still get lost." Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. Wang Forge Mountain flew away from the original place. The sun was setting and it was getting late. 2 hours had passed. Wang Forge Mountain did not return. It was until noon the next day. Consort Shui Tian's voice transmission jade slip suddenly vibrated. That, Consort Shui Tian, come to the Cold Crystal Jedi. I found old Shao and his disciple, but we can't find a way out. Remember, don't tell Lu Qinggan about this matter. Concubine Shui Tian. Chapter 122, Hulyua. After listening to Wang Forge Mountain's complete transmission, Consort Shui Tian was silent for a while, then her Zhu lips became harder and harder to suppress, and finally she couldn't hold back her laughter again. No, are you all living treasures one by one? It's just a Cold Crystal Jedi, as for one and all of you to get lost, so wretchedly transmitting sound back for someone to pick up? Lu Qinggan noticed that Consort Shui Tian acted strangely and asked, what's wrong? Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qinggan, thinking about whether to hide it. After all, Wang Forge Mountain have found her. It seems to be really want to face, do not want others to know, especially Lu Qinggan know. But looking at Lu Qinggan's pair of deep eyes, she still did not hold back. Her favorite man had asked, how could she not say it? Put. Just after opening her mouth, she couldn't help but laugh out again. What's the good thing? Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. Consort Shui Tian waved her hand and said with a smile, Wang Forge Mountain has found Shao Qingyi's master and disciple, but he's also lost and can't get out. Lu Qingyan blinked and sat motionless throughout. Not. Are you all masters of the whole job? One more than the other beckons a laugh. These two old guys, do they know that I'm bored lately, so they're trying to give me some fun? Lu Qingyan was really amused and laughed heartily. Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and laughed, really, it's been a long time since I've encountered something so funny. After Lu Qinggan laughed for a while, his face gradually turned back to normal. Not right off, both of them are the peak cultivation of the Great Emperor realm. The strength in the demon region can be ranked on that generally is the Holy King realm and the Great Emperor realm before the middle stage of the people to practice the place, can let them be so lousy, it seems to be a little bit wrong. They said that inside is indeed a bit wrong. Cold crystal isolation abilities suddenly become much stronger, and the deeper the place, the more strange, and the cold air is also much stronger. This time to find me, but also let me not tell you, Wang Forge Mountain this old thing is very face, but also said that my emperor and the cold crystal over there in line, find them, take them away is not difficult. Well, then you go, that is, will you be like them? Lu Qinggan looked at Consort Shui Tian with a smile. Shui Tianfei, a ruffled long hair, slightly seem intentional, said, the Chamber of Commerce is built with cold crystals, coupled with me this empire, in that like a fish out of water, you go over there trapped, I will not it. Okay, something to send sound back. Lu Qinggan's mouth hangs a faint smile, he instead is a bit hopeful that Shui Tianfei also come to a little trick smile operation. That would be interesting. Shui Tianfei seems to know what Lu Qinggan think, very confident, you hope will not appear, oh, wait for me to come back on the line, then I go. Strive to come back at noon. Good, be careful. Shui Tianfei suddenly footsteps, quickly turned around, a pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at Lu Qinggan, shyly said, just now what did you say? What did I say? You told me to be careful. Yes, it is always right to be careful. Shui Tianfei's heart accelerated. He is worried about me. Aha! I'll take care of myself. Watching Shui Tianfei's cheeks flush as she left, Lu Qinggan looked strange. What's the problem? Time passed quietly. The sun shone straight down. It was already midday. After Consort Shui Tian left, this side of the courtyard began to heat up, and Su Xuanyu could only stop the work at hand as he was drenched in sweat from the sun. Brother-in-law, why is it suddenly so hot today? After having no cultivation, he was no different from a mortal. Lu Qinggan's heart was odd to the core at the moment. Didn't he say he would be back at noon? Is it true that there's still another trick smile contestant? Should I send her a voice message to ask her? Lu Qinggan took out his voice transmission jade slip for a moment and thought about it. It would be better to give Shui Tianfei some more face. It was thought that the place did change a bit and the difficulty increased a lot, but Shui Tianfei shouldn't be like Shao Qingyi and the others who got lost in there and couldn't walk out. It was until the evening. Lu Miaomiao and the others came back. Lu Miaomiao couldn't see Shui Tianfei and immediately searched all over the yard, and after not being able to find her, she frowned her small eyebrows and came to Lu Qinggan to inquire. Father! Auntie Shui? She went back to work on the Chamber of Commerce? Lu Qinggan. Your Auntie Shui, something to go busy, soon should be able to come back. Well, can you come back tonight? I still want to sleep with Auntie Shui. Sleeping with Auntie Shui in this weather is cold and comfortable. It should be possible. He was waiting for Consort Shui Tian to send a message. If he really got lost, he would have to make a trip. Luo Dan Herb appeared in the courtyard at this moment and found Su Yuni. Apprentice, recently, Master has researched a special formation. Come, take a look. The last time she went over to the Immortal Ruins to pick up Su Xuanyu, she and Su Yuni searched for a while, so when she came back, in light of that, she was inspired and came back to conceptualize a people-seeking formation. It can locate a person's approximate breath. It can be easily located within a radius of 100,000 miles. It can also be pinpointed through the blood of a close relative. Su Yuni's eyes lit up as she listened to her master's words about the formation. Master teacher. You're awesome. Come on, I'll pass it on to you. Lu Qingyan heard what Luo Dan Herb said to Su Yuni and smiled when he associated it with what was happening right now.
Fellow Daoist Luo, come here for a moment.
Luo Danhong heard this and looked towards Lu Qinggan.
You are looking for me for something?
Xiao Qingyi and Wang Forge Mountain, they are all lost in the cold crystal Jedi. That formation I heard you talk about just now, it seems to just work. Lend me a hand.
Aha! They can get lost in the cold crystal Jedi?
Luo Dan Herb was first stunned for a moment, then suspected that Lu Qingyan was teasing her. After all, she had seen Lu Qingyan teasing his juniors, but seeing the seriousness of Lu Qingyan's expression, she fell silent, and immediately after, she giggled.
Ha ha! I'll go then.
I'm a little more familiar with this formation, so I just need to find some items here that they've left their scent on and put them inside the formation to find them. At that time, I'll set up a teleportation formation over there and just teleport back directly. Luo Dan Herb didn't think that this formation of his could just be used for this matter.
Items that leave a scent will work?
Then this formation of yours, it's something.
Lu Qinggan sniffed and said unexpectedly. Yes. This formation is considered to be one of my best masterpieces.
Luo Dan Herb was in a very good mood after being praised by Lu Qinggan. This was a praise from the Eternal Night Demon Emperor.
Oh yes, this formation of yours will be of use to me afterward. Lu Qinggan's eyes lit up and thought of another thing. Looking for Dan Daozi. Really, that's quite good, it's my honor to help you.
Luo Dan Herb smiled.
Well, then go ahead and bring them back, after that I'll lend you the formation for a while.
Okay.
I'll go and return.
Luo Dan Herb nodded with a smile, and after saying a few words to Su Yuni, she soared up and flew in the direction of the cold crystal Jedi.
This time, there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Qinggan thought.
This thought of his lasted for about 2 hours before it was dispelled by him.
Brother-in-law, I can't contact my master teacher. Lu Qinggan. Each and every one of them are sent by monkeys to be funny, right? Chapter 123, Little Blackie?
Past the sound a few more times, she might be busy with other things. Lu Qinggan shook his head, now he could be sure that there was something wrong with that cold crystal Jedi.
One by one, they couldn't get out of it, it shouldn't be as simple as being trapped.
He also took out his voice transmission jade slip at this time and transmitted his voice to consort Shuetian.
Su Yuni's side didn't succeed in transmitting her voice, but on the contrary, it was his side that did. Feeding consort Shuetian's voice sounded weak, giving off a feeling of embarrassment. Are you also trapped? Lu Qinggan asked.
Through his voice, Lu Qinggan could feel how embarrassed concubine Shuetian was at the moment.
What's the situation over there nowadays? I asked Luo Dan Herb to find you guys. How are you doing now?
We are almost all in one piece, found each other, just how can't get out. Xiao Qingyi, this old thing even used force, here is very strange, our attack can't get through.
Hearing this, Lu Qinggan became curious. Is this cold crystal Jedi so hard? Can't even a peak Grand Emperor realm powerhouse get through? Where is Luo Danhong?
She has already found us, only, after setting up the teleportation array, found that there was an accident. After starting a bit of a problem, the teleportation does not go out now, is in the middle of researching the array. After Lu Qinggan understood the situation over there, he knew he had to go there.
Okay, you guys wait, I'm going to see what's going on. I'll go and see what's going on.
After the transmission ended, Lu Qinggan looked at Su Yuni and said, no need to send a message to your master, she should also be face, I will personally go there and bring them back.
You watch the children at home.
He would like to see what changes have occurred in this cold crystal Jedi.
Good. Su Yuni nodded seriously.
Lu Qinggan walked out of the house, shattered the void with his martial arts, crossed half of the devil region, and appeared on a side of the sky above the dome. At this time, the night was as dark as ink, the bright moon hung high, and the cold moonlight sprinkled on the cold crystal Jedi, reflecting a ghostly blue ice plain. Lu Qinggan stood in the sky, looking down. Only to see the continuous glaciers towering like sharp swords. The cold fog mixed with demonic gas dazzled between them, forming an invisible barrier. The surface of the ice was glowing with a weird shimmering light, and one after another huge ice holes were scattered. The ice holes were very dark, giving people a sense of mystery that led into the depths of 10,000 miles, with countless bends inside.
This entire ice plain was the cold crystal Jedi. The material of the ice crystals here isolated divine sense from probing.
Inside, the interlocking ice cave passages kept emitting buzzing wind sounds, making people's hearts hairy. Many people came to this site to practice because of the various things that would form deep inside. There were ice puppet guards and ice attribute magical beasts, and after killing them, people could obtain special ice marrow essence, which could be used for cultivation or sold. There were also various ice attribute magic medicines in the depths, such as the Aurora Snow Lotus and so on. Lu Qingyan had brushed the monsters here back then, raising his battle power while obtaining all sorts of goodies that he took to Qin to sell for all sorts of cultivation resources, and now that he was back on this side, he was slightly saddened. Not long after he appeared, suddenly, a silhouette appeared above the sky dome opposite him. The two of them glanced towards each other, followed by strange expressions.
Why did you brat come here as well? Did you go over to the courtyard? Lu Qinggan asked. The person who came was none other than Li Sanchuan. He. Master, why are you here as well?
Li Sanchuan dodged and came in front of Lu Qinggan with a smile.
You didn't go to the courtyard?
No, I was just about to go over there to look for you, when a late-stage Great Emperor Realm henchman who was extremely familiar with this place suddenly sent me a voice message saying that he was trapped in here, saying that it was a bit strange, so I came to explore it.
Li Sanchuan said. Lu Qinggan sniffed and said, it seems that something has indeed changed in here.
Just as he was thinking so, suddenly, his eyes narrowed gently. There was a flash in the center of his hand. A wooden box appeared. It was the very box that contained that massive energy body that possessed life.
Another movement?
At this moment, he could feel that this energy body was emitting the kind of devouring thoughts that he had when he first went over to the time-tracing demonic Willow. It seems that there is also something here that has attracted this energy body. Last time, it was not a good idea to let you experiment with the time-trace demon Willow, but this time, there are no more worries. Lu Qinggan decisively released the energy body and stopped suppressing it. The energy body floated in the air, and at the moment, Lu Qinggan had the feeling that the energy body was looking at him.
What does this mean, asking for my permission?
Something, it seems to be well tuned.
Go on.
As soon as Lu Qingyan's words passed, the entire massive energy body shook madly for a moment and then flew towards the cold crystal Jedi below at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it startled Li Sanchuan.
Senior. This thing is so fierce? He felt that this energy body was even stronger than him. Let's go, follow, and take a look. Lu Qinggan grabbed Li Sanchuan's shoulder and brought Li Sanchuan with him to chase downwards in a hurry.
He was much stronger than this energy body, and in the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with it. At the moment, he was following this energy body at an extremely fast speed, weaving through the complex and intertwined ice crystal passages, heading deeper and deeper. This energy body was charging straight ahead, in a straight line, it was pulling full speed, and when it turned, it was directly impacting, but it didn't damage these ice crystals. Instead, it was like a ball of jelly, bouncing back, and continued to go deeper down below. Lu Qingyan was like a burst of light, maintaining the same speed as this energy body, keeping a distance of 1 foot the entire time, not an inch more, not an inch less.
Li Sanchuan was being carried in flight, having the feeling that he was weak.
In his heart, he had a new perception of his master's strength.
So strong. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Lu Qinggan flew after the energy body for a while, and just when he felt that he was about to follow this energy body to the deepest part of the cold crystal Jedi, he suddenly heard the energy body in front of him emit a strange sound. He felt that this energy body was very excited at the moment. There was a sense of happiness that he had been starving for many years and was finally going to see something to eat. After another quarter of an hour, the energy body finally stopped at the deepest part of the cold crystal Jedi. And in front of it, it opened up. There were no more intricate ice crystal passages, there was only a huge ice crystal hollow. It was a space the size of dozens of soccer fields. The coldness of this place was so dense to the extreme that an ordinary person in the middle to late stage of the Great Emperor realm who appeared over here would probably instantly turn into an ice sculpture and die in the blink of an eye. After Li Sanchuan came over here, he also hurriedly covered a layer of demonic chi around his body for protection. Otherwise, there was a possibility that he would be injured.
Senior.
This place is so strange. There aren't many places in the devil realm that can give me this feeling of blood boiling anymore. Here, he actually felt a hint of a dangerous aura. As if back when his cultivation was still weak, he was lifted by his master to go to some dangerous places and threw him into the dangerous territory to break through on his own. Lu Qinggan calmly said, here, indeed very wrong. He dispersed the divine sense, just here special, cold crystal becomes extremely restrictive of the divine sense, his soul cultivation to a relatively strong realm. At the moment, the divine sense is also restricted to within 100 feet. The strength of the divine sense is related to the soul, the cultivation is high, not cultivate the soul cannot quickly improve the strength of the divine sense, so he mentioned more cultivation out of the use, the divine sense cannot be greatly improved. And after coming to this side, the energy body in front of them paused for a moment, spinning crazily in place for a few rounds, followed by what looked like determining the direction, stopping quickly and continuing to rush at full speed in one direction.
The body was still making chirping sounds. Wait a minute.
Lu Qinggan originally wanted to let this energy body act as it pleased, but soon, he realized that the energy body rushed to that side, and a shadow appeared. And this shadow, it was too familiar. As soon as his words passed, the energy body jerked to a halt, looking at Lu Qinggan as if it was very aggrieved, making a cooing sound. Lu Qinggan ignored the energy body and frowned as he looked at the place at the end of the dense cold air. At the end of the field of vision, a behemoth moved, its lantern eyes opening and gradually revealing its figure.
Lu Qinggan narrowed her eyes. Little Blackie? Chapter 124 Forbidden Beings.
Lu Qinggan gazed into the depths of the ice fog, only to see a crystal-colored ice dragon slowly appear. Its huge body was entirely made up of special cold ice, with scales as sharp as knives, reflecting a biting cold light in the ghostly blue ice fog. Every time the ice dragon stepped out, new ice crystals condensed on the ground, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Its huge lantern-like eyes were bursting with azure light, and in the center of its eyebrows, there was an irregular golden crystal, which was particularly dazzling against the ice crystals. The surface of the golden crystal was flowing with mysterious runes, blossoming with golden light, forming a strange contrast with the extremely cold atmosphere emanating from the ice dragon's body. After seeing this behemoth clearly, Lu Qinggan frowned. Late Sanchuan quickly turned his head to look at Lu Qinggan, master. It seemed like little Blackie in both size and appearance, but this was clearly not little Blackie. What's going on here? Like a frozen version of little Blackie. Lu Qinggan shook his head. He didn't understand what was going on here either. This ice dragon was like his black dragon in both size and appearance, but one was a black dragon and this one was an ice dragon, and its body structure wasn't even a real flesh body, but was made up of special structures. This belonged to was a kind of forbidden living spirit. The devil Godmother tree, on the other hand, belonged to an ominous living spirit. These were all extremely rare existences. It was just that what he didn't expect was that there would be such a powerful taboo being in here. Just at this moment, the cultivation strength displayed by the ice dragon was already on the same level as his disciple. Roar! The ice dragon suddenly roared violently towards the two outsiders, Lu Qinggan, and at that moment, a burst of ice arrows and sharp freezing cold mist came tumbling up. Wherever this attack passed, even the air was frozen and fixed, and there was a clicking sound in the void. However, this kind of attack in front of Lu Qinggan and Li Sangshuan, it was just a matter of the demonic aura quaking and calming down. That energy body, on the other hand, rotated for a bit, then defended itself against this attack, and then it also shivered fervently, emitting chirping noises. Lu Qinggan looked at that energy body and said, "Be quiet first." As soon as his words passed, this energy body quieted down, as if it was an obedient puppy, very obedient. It couldn't be obedient, it didn't want to be trapped inside the box anymore. Lu Qinggan looked at his disciple and said, "It's rare to find an existence of this level, do you want to practice with it?" Late Sangshuan had a smile on the corner of his mouth and rubbed his fists, naturally. "It's been a long time since I've gone out to practice with my master. I'd like to see where this thing came from. It's strange that this ice dragon has appeared in the middle of the demonic domain. Then it will be given to you." "Good. Then I'll go." With that, Li Sangshuan moved. His body was like thunder, and under the outbreak of his demonic energy, he instantly transformed into a dark shadow that tore through the void and pushed straight towards the ice dragon. The ice dragon roared, the dragon body tossed between the ice tide, countless sharp ice crystals like a torrential downpour. Wherever it passed, even the space was frozen out of a spider web of cracks. The two collided blatantly. Magic flame and extreme cold blasted against each other, exploding into a blinding explosion of light. One person and one dragon used all their strengths, and all kinds of tricks came out frequently. Each clash triggered a violent earthquake in the ice cave, and countless glaciers collapsed overhead, only to be crushed to pieces by the turbulent energy in the moment of falling. Lu Qinggan watched from the sidelines, his gaze gradually shifting from the battle to the surroundings. He turned around and flew close to a thick wall of cold crystals, reaching out and inserting his hand into these materials. Sure enough, it had changed. Logically speaking, with a battle of this level, the space in here would simply not be able to withstand it and would collapse with a bang. Strangely enough, this deep ice cave, however, was able to withstand this level of battle perfectly. The cold crystals of this depth had their resistance to blows increased by more than a few times. I'm afraid that the hardness of the cold crystals in this depth would have to be an all-out attack from the previous me in order to shatter them. He turned his head towards the ice dragon and then looked at this cold crystal Jedi, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems that the true forbidden being is not that ice dragon, but the entire cold crystal Jedi. That ice dragon was only a part of this forbidden living spirit of the cold crystal Jedi. It was most likely a part similar to something like a human heart. Interesting. Lu Qinggan glanced at the energy body that was still hungry and thirsty. Then, if this cold crystal Jedi had changed in such a way, was it related to the extraterrestrial object? It was very uncomplicated to have such a huge change. Ahead, the battle continued. At a certain moment, the ice dragon roared violently, the golden light in the center of its brow flashed violently, and an aurora that froze space and time was spewed out between the flow of runes. Li Sangshuan sensed a sense of crisis, and at that instant, his emperor position blossomed with a strong light. His brow suddenly tore open a blood scar, scarlet bloodlight came out from it and shot towards that golden light. Under the two attacks' bombastic docking, energy turbulence swept through the 8 directions, the ice mist and demonic aura twisted into a chaotic vortex, and it seemed as if the entire void of the ice cave was going to completely collapse in the splendor of destruction. Just at this moment, a mysterious energy dispersed from the cold crystal Jedi, stabilizing the void in the blink of an eye. "Alright, apprentice, it feels like you're a bit out of sync with it." Lu Qinggan carefully watched the entire battle. The result of the assessment was that his disciple was evenly matched with this forbidden being. Li Sangshuan frowned and turned into a ray of light, flashing back to Lu Qinggan. "Master, this thing isn't actually as strong as me, but you've noticed, right, that its body can recover quickly after some of my attacks. There were a few times when his attacks had broken a lot of this ice dragon's scale armor, and just now, he had also broken a small section of this dragon's tail. Strangely enough, it seemed that there was some kind of energy that was constantly supplied to this ice dragon, and after a flash of golden light, the ice dragon's body quickly recovered as before.
Lu Qinggan said, "This ice dragon is not its original body." It's not the original body? Li Zongquan thought of something and quickly looked around.
This cold crystal Jedi has become a forbidden creature. Unless you exterminate the entire cold crystal Jedi, you can't kill this ice dragon.
Then I feel like I shouldn't really be able to do it. Li Zongquan scratched his head as a touch of bitterness flashed across his face.
If this cold crystal Jedi had truly become a forbidden being, then it wouldn't be much weaker than the demon Godmother tree. It's just a little strange. How did this place become a forbidden being?
Then, Master Teacher, you come? Li Zongquan said.
Lu Qinggan took a look at the still hungry energy body and said, "It looks like this thing will be able to take care of this taboo spirit."
Little thing, you go. He wanted to see what this energy body wanted. Was it the thing at the center of that ice dragon's brow?
The things that made this energy body have an extremely strong desire to devour were now 3 in total. The time trace demon Willow, that one metal ball from Lu Xie, and this ice dragon in front of him. Once those words passed, the energy body finally moved. Letting out a chirping sound that resounded in all directions, like an upside down, it headed towards the ice dragon. The ice dragon had a look of defiance and roar a moment ago, wanting to continue fighting, but as soon as the energy body approached, suddenly the entire movement stopped for a moment, then turned around and ran.
That submissive look made Li Zongquan look dumbfounded. Not looking at people like that? Chirp, 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 chirp. The sound emitted by the energy body suddenly elevated, chasing the ice dragon into the ice fog.
Like a lewd uncle seeing a beautiful girl.
Chapter 125 Drawing Balls.
Lu Qingyan had a light smile on the corner of his mouth, and under the flash of his body, he had already followed the energy body in the blink of an eye.
Li Zongquan was also brought behind him.
Inside his field of vision, the ice dragon was flying towards the nearest soul crystal ice layer at its fastest speed, as if it was using all its strength. Only in front of the energy body, this kind of flying speed of the ice dragon wasn't fast. After all, the energy body was already 1/3 of the strength of today's Lu Qinggan. A burst of energy exploded behind it, and under a burst of void shattering, the circular body had already appeared before the soul crystal ice layer that the ice dragon was about to approach, blocking the ice dragon's path. Seeing this, the ice dragon turned around and flew in another direction. From the beginning to the end, it had no desire to fight with the energy body. It was as if it could clearly sense that it could not defeat this energy body, or it sensed something in the energy body that made it fearful. The energy body let out a chirping sound that sounded evil, and a terrifying mighty impact erupted behind it again, and its figure caught up with the ice dragon in the blink of an eye. And it directly crashed into the ice dragon's body, shattering out a huge ice pit. Li Zongquan then accidentally discovered that the energy body shattered the ice dragon's body. The ice dragon strangely didn't recover at an extremely fast speed again, and after a while there was absolutely no change.
He muttered, "Strange."
The ice dragon sensed the body's abnormality and roared. That felt like a human scream. When the energy body heard this roar, the chirping sound it made became even more rampant, and its body shape squirmed crazily, transforming into a burst of streams of light crawling on the ice dragon's body, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the ice dragon's head.
The ice dragon violently stopped, and its 4 claws stomped the void.
The entire space was suddenly quiet.
The ice dragon's body was trembling gently.
The energy body also stopped making noise, only to see it sticking before the piece of gold crystal in the center of the ice dragon's brow, as if it was staring straight at the gold crystal. Lu Qinggan was completely sure. What this energy body wanted to devour was precisely this piece of glowing golden crystal. As for whether or not this cold crystal Jedi had become a forbidden being because of this particular gold crystal, he wasn't too sure, but guessed that there was an 80 or 90% probability that it was because of this gold crystal. At this moment, looking at the energy body without any next move, Lu Qinggan then understood what this energy body meant. Eat it. Since he had decided to test it, he would test it to the end and see what changes this energy body had after devouring this kind of thing. The energy body heard Lu Qinggan's voice and let out another chirping sound, and then quickly pasted its body into that golden crystal. In the blink of an eye, the energy body merged with that gold crystal in general, and the gold crystal entered inside the energy body. The ice dragon also let out a heartbreaking roar at this moment. Boom! The ice dragon collapsed to the ground. It was weak as if it had been drained of a very strong power. The energy body floated in the air, and a golden light began to bloom on its body. The light caused the surrounding void to click and chafe at points and surfaces. Boom! A terrifying energy violently erupted from the energy body, and its aura was growing at an extremely terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, its aura doubled several times. Now, the aura on its body had already caught up to Lu Qinggan. When Li Zongquan saw this, his throat rolled. This thing, what exactly is it? Senior, why do I feel like it's close to catching up to your strength? This was not a good sign. If and when his master teacher couldn't do anything with this thing, they were afraid that they were in danger. Lu Qinggan's eyes flashed with a dark aura. This must be an extraterrestrial object.
Invincible in the lower realm, but an enemy in the sky? Interesting.
The energy body was frantically getting stronger in the air, and it took another quarter of an hour for that burst of golden light to gradually converge. The volume of the energy body had changed, it was 1/3 larger. And there was a bit of golden light shining in the center area. After the change, the energy body suddenly rotated for a moment and then stopped. Lu Qinggan could feel the energy body looking at him at this moment. Master, why do I feel something is wrong? Li Sanchuan's body was hairy.
Lu Qinggan sneered. This thing, it really wasn't a good thing. Boom!
The rounded energy body suddenly flew rapidly towards Lu Qinggan. It no longer had that obedient look from earlier, like a teammate who had been in disguise for a long time, but was actually the head of the villain, who had held back until he was stronger than the protagonist, and then suddenly turned against him.
Master! Be careful!
Li Sanchuan could feel at this moment that this energy body was as powerful as his master, and with a flash of his body, he blocked in front of Lu Qinggan. However, Lu Qinggan was able to pull back Li Sanchuan with a big hand. You'll have to shed your skin even if you don't die if you're charged. After saying that, his eyes gently narrowed. Little gadget, owes it to be cleaned up. Demonic chi rolled out from his body, and for the sake of being safe, he raised another double of his cultivation out in the sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the energy body was already close. Chirp chirp chirp. The energy body made charging sounds. Boom! Terrifying impact waves swept in all directions, and the collapse of the void spread wildly outwards at a single point. The solid, unending thick wall of soul crystals in the distance diminished by a full 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Only, when this powerful might quieted down, Lu Qinggan was seen to just gently extend his left hand, stopping the energy body. His long hair fluttered and his clothes hunted. The entire person was unscathed, with only the corners of his clothes slightly dirty.
Finished?
Lu Qinggan looked calmly at the energy body that he had stopped, his voice giving off the impression that he was chatting about family matters. The energy body no longer made chirping noises and was motionless, as if it had weathered, and was dazed there.
Numb. In that case, it's my turn.
After Lu Qinggan finished speaking, he grabbed the energy body with his left hand, and then drew out his right hand.
Slap. A palm was drawn on the energy body. Goo 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 goo. Screaming quite happily. Lu Qinggan finished calmly and drew out another palm. Coo 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 coo. Still screaming? Slap.
After another slap, the energy body stopped screaming.
Oh? It doesn't hurt? Then I'll continue. Slap.
Goo 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 goo.
Still screaming? Snap. Energy body.
It had been pumping a full 10 slaps before Lu Qinggan stopped. The visible energy body had shriveled up as if it was no longer in that state of fullness, like a balloon that was half out of gas.
Li Sanchuan watched the scene from the side, dumbfounded. He forgot to breathe. Not. Senior.
Just how much cultivation have you concealed? The ice dragon below was also looking at this scene at this time, its body trembling. It was like a weakling in front of this energy body, and now, this energy body felt even more weakling than it. Goo 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 goo. The energy body let out a weak sound, like it was crying for mercy. Lu Qinggan was thinking about whether or not to directly destroy this energy body, but after thinking about it, he chose to keep it for now. This thing was definitely not simple, perhaps it involved a lot of things afterwards, and might even be related to that mysterious organization. Moreover, that golden crystal was so special that if he came here, he really couldn't locate this place, while this energy body had tracked it here with precision and incomparability. Then, in the future, if he still found this energy body in other places in the demon region with strange changes, it would mean that something special also existed in the vicinity. Then, imprison it first. This thing couldn't be stronger than him anyway. After solving the mystery of the extra-dimensional domain, then we'll see if we can keep this thing or not. Remember, in the future, don't be no big or small again, or else, I'll whip the hell out of you. The energy body made a quick cooing sound. Only after he finished speaking did he reincorporate the energy body into that box. After finishing, he looked downwards towards the ice dragon, and in a flash of his body, he had arrived in front of the ice dragon. The ice dragon looked at Lu Qinggan who was floating in front of him, his body trembled madly and whimpered. It seemed to be saying, "Don't come over." Chapter 126 Stealing Saint Little Blackie. Standing in front of the ice dragon, Lu Qinggan asked, "Can you speak human language?" Seemingly sensing that Lu Qinggan didn't have the killing intent to exterminate it, the shaking in this ice dragon's body slowed down slightly, then nodded. Yes, a forbidden being should be able to manifest a virtual body. If you don't want to die, come out and speak. He had to carefully ask about this ice dragon. Firstly, he had to ask why this ice dragon looked so similar to his little black son, and secondly, see if he could ask why this cold crystal Jedi had turned into a taboo being. Why did that golden crystal bring such a big change to it? If that golden crystal had continued to be at the center of this ice dragon's brow, he felt that this cold crystal Jedi should be able to become even stronger. I'm afraid that there was a probability that it could be even stronger than the demon Godmother tree. As soon as Lu Qing'an's words passed, a snowflake was spat out of the ice dragon's mouth, and the snowflake madly gathered together and converged into a woman. She stood between the snow curtain, plain white dress shirts fluttering, a little ice crystal between the eyebrows like tears, and the dragon pupils of the golden aura of distant reflection. Ebony hair and shoulder, stained with snowflakes, more lined with frosty white, only a touch of blood between the lips. Above the shoulders is a large area of ice scales, and beautiful looks have a little incongruous.
Can you not kill me? The first words of the ice dragon's opening gave people a sense of pity when I see it. Weak and soft.
But to Lu Qing'an, it was a typical dead clip sound.
Let's see if you match it or not.
Lu Qing'an didn't have any pity because of the softness that this ice dragon showed. What he had was a face of indifference.
I will cooperate. The ice dragon quickly nodded its head.
First, tell me how you became a forbidden being. The ice dragon sniffed, hesitated for a moment, and still told what he had encountered.
The matter was many years ago.
Exactly how long ago, it didn't remember, because it hadn't been born with spiritual intelligence at that time, only some chaotic consciousness, only knowing that a piece of golden crystal flew down this way one day. Hard cold crystal in front of this gold crystal, instantly be melted. This gold crystal has been melted down in the deepest part of the Jedi, before stopping. Time has been passed for a long time. Finally, in 600 years ago, it in the role of this gold crystal, was born under the spirit of wisdom, and with the gold crystal combined together, into a forbidden living soul. It seems that the golden crystal was a bit of an uncomplicated one.
Is it really from outside the domain?
The next time I come across something like this, then I won't give it to the energy body to devour and keep it for my own research.
Okay, second question, this ice dragon body of yours, according to whom?
Lu Qing'an gazed at the woman in front of him, a dark aura flickering in his eyes as he spoke. If this ice dragon showed any signs of lying, he wouldn't mind letting this ice dragon feel the power of his immortal execution black flame. One would think that the body of ice and snow would be most afraid of flames. When the ice dragon heard this, his face turned slightly ugly and he gritted his teeth and said, "A thief."
Lu Qing'an sniffed and gently narrowed his eyes. That must be his family's little blackie.
This little black son has stolen quite a few things. Late Sangxuan was also certain when he heard these words. It really was related to his master's contracted beast.
Oh? What did this little thief steal from you? Lu Qing'an asked.
It stole my other mystic jewel. Although that one wasn't as big as the other one, it cheated my feelings. I even considered it a friend at first.
The ice dragon looked indignant. Lu Qing'an fell silent.
There was another piece of gold crystal?
And it was stolen by his little blackie? Then, little blackie, wouldn't that be a big change? This little blackie, where exactly has he been hiding? You guys used to be friends? Lu Qing'an followed the ice dragon's words and asked. The ice dragon told what happened.
At that time, it had only just been born, and it so happened that a black dragon came to this side to hide under the pursuit of others. Then they encountered each other. The ice dragon, which was only in a special form at the time and was born with a mind like a child's, became friends with each other after meeting the black dragon. It got along with the black dragon for a long time, about 20 years. At that time the people who were chasing the black dragon had already left, but the black dragon still stayed here, and said that it would stay with it until it finished possessing the entity before leaving. Unexpectedly, just when it was using the black dragon's body as a base to form a body, at the time of comparative inattention, the black dragon quickly stole a piece of gold crystal and fled at full speed.
Lu Qing'an kind of wanted to laugh.
This was indeed something his little blackie could do. This kid's hibernation for thousands and thousands of years was child's play in order to be able to steal what he wanted. In little blackie's words, being a professional saint thief required extreme patience. No matter how cautious the prey is, no matter how good its concentration is, there will always be a moment when its concentration is off, and that moment will be when it strikes.
Do you know where it eventually went? Lu Qing'an asked.
He had already asked his disciple to look for it and came up empty-handed, and he didn't know where it was hiding in the demon realm. Luo Dan Herb had recently researched out a special formation, only, he didn't have anything left by little blackie that contained a scent. I don't know, but if I am still alive, one day I will find it. It's fine to lie about its feelings, but not about its treasure.
Unfortunately, you won't necessarily be alive today.
Lu Qing'an stared at the ice dragon in front of him and spoke calmly.
The ice dragon sniffed and the corner of its mouth twitched. Didn't you say that if I cooperate with you properly, you'll let me live?
Of course, you were quite cooperative just now, so I'll give you a chance. Lu Qing'an thought of something and a smile hung at the corner of her mouth.
This smile looked slightly intriguing.
He thought of his eldest daughter.
Cultivating inside an extremely cold treasure made cultivation even faster.
And this cold crystal Jedi, which had already morphed into a forbidden being, was a good choice. It was refined into his treasure.
Same as the demon Godmother tree. What chance? The ice dragon didn't dare to put up any resistance at all.
That energy body had been abused by Lu Qing'an like that. If Lu Qing'an wanted to kill it, I'm afraid it wouldn't even have the ability to beg for mercy.
Be refined by me. I'll keep most of your spirit.
and seal your strength, and give you strength when I need you. After the devil Godmother tree was refined by him, a great portion of its spiritual wisdom was sealed by him. Nowadays, it could only be the same as a tree kept by him inside the courtyard, acting as a cultivation aid treasure, as well as a simple landscape object. The ice dragon was silent for a moment, gritted its teeth, and nodded vigorously.
Good. This was already the best ending. It was better than dying.
Lu Qinggan nodded in satisfaction, then extended his right hand, and as soon as the emperor's position came out, the entire void shook violently.
Boom!
Under the effect of suction, the huge body of the ice dragon was sucked in front of his large hand.
Endless demonic chi surged out, covering the ice dragon.
At the same time, in the sky above the cold crystal Jedi, a huge demonic shadow appeared out of nowhere. He pressed one hand on top of the cold crystal Jedi, and shocking demonic chi surged out, covering the huge cold crystal Jedi. The time lasted less than a breath. The demonic chi madly surged within the cold crystal Jedi, and when everything calmed down, the demonic shadow also disappeared. Lu Qinggan and Li Zangxuan's two figures appeared in the air, and above Lu Qinggan's palm, there floated a piece of blue ice crystal as if it was the size of a Rubik's Cube, with many small glowing holes on each side.
These small glowing holes were not aligned. Change it yourself so that all the small holes were neatly aligned. Chapter 127 The Darkest Hour of a Peak Great Emperor Powerhouse. Li Zangxuan looked at Lu Qinggan on the side, only to see the moonlight spilling onto the side of Lu Qinggan's face, his long hair flying, and his tall and straight appearance, causing him to be filled with admiration, and his eyes to shine as if he had entered the moonlight. It was too handsome. This refined a forbidden living soul of this level? The speed was simply appalling. Last time, he had only appeared on the side of the demon Godmother tree when his master refining it, and was not clear about the exact time of refining, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes and felt it for himself, he only felt shocked. Master, this strength of yours, just what realm has it reached? This shouldn't belong to the peak realm of the Great Emperor realm, right? Li Zangxuan tried to ask out a question.
Lu Qinggan sniffed, then turned his head and laughed. I'm not sure, but if you work hard, you'll have a chance to catch up with your master. A small encouragement to the disciple, although the probability of catching up with him is 1,000,000,000 points impossible. Lu Qinggan looked at the cold crystal Jedi in his hand and realized that the number of people trapped inside was extremely high. It wasn't just Xiao Qingyi and the others, but also people of various cultivation levels. Thus, after one of his thoughts, a large number of people with different figures flashed out of thin air and appeared in this sky. Different people stood in different places. Among them, Xiao Qingyi's group of peak Great Emperor realm powerhouses were standing in one piece. Obviously, they had already assembled long ago, but they just couldn't find a way to leave. Lu Qinggan swept a few people and shook his head, as if a parent had seen an unreliable child. When Xiao Qingyi and the others suddenly appeared in the sky, they were all stunned for a moment, and then they saw Lu Qinggan and Li Zangxuan, and then when they realized that the cold crystal Jedi below had already disappeared, and a huge pit had appeared, with not a single piece of cold crystal left, they all widened their eyes. This is what happened. You guys, I can laugh at you for tens of thousands of years about this. Looking at Xiao Qingyi's few people, Lu Qinggan played with the flavor. Hearing Lu Qinggan's words, concubine Shui Tian's cheeks flushed a little. Wang Forge Mountain was also a little embarrassed. Luo Dan Herb, on the other hand, was in deep thought and seemed to still be studying the formation. Only Xiao Qingyi, after being briefly embarrassed, suddenly looked confused and said, "Hee, strange, why am I here? I remember I was over in the courtyard a moment ago. Ha! Why are you all here? Wait, disciple, why are you next to me?" Several people looked towards Xiao Qingyi. You're trying to say that you've lost your memory, aren't you? Looking at Xiao Qingyi, Lu Qinggan asked with a smile. It seems like it's really the case. Xiao Qingyi nodded his head without blushing. Okay, let's go back. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled as he took a step forward, and in the next moment, a void passage was pierced by him. Li Zangxuan smiled and followed. Consort Shui Tian followed closely behind. The remaining few people also quickly followed. Not long after, they disappeared into thin air. This sky was still very quiet at this time. This was despite the fact that at this moment, there were as many as 1,000 people in this sky. When they had just appeared here and realized that the cold crystal Jedi below had disappeared, they wanted to cry out in alarm and open their mouths, but when they sensed the terrifying aura coming from Li Zangxuan's side, they looked over there with great speed. After looking, they were instantly silenced, each of them holding their breath, not daring to say a single word more. There were a full 6 peak great imperial realm powerhouses present. Each one of them had an extremely terrifying aura. Those with eyesight even recognized a few of them. Consort Shui Tian, Great Emperor Bengli. Xiao Qingyi, Great Emperor Thunder Sky. Wang Forge Mountain, Great Emperor Zhentian. There was one person whose figure matched that of the Dekuro Demon Emperor. How is it that all of these topmost powerhouses of the demon region are here? Then, the disappearance of the cold crystal Jedi down here must be the work of these powerhouses. However, strangely enough, some of them were shocked to find that these top powerhouses actually felt a bit constrained when facing an extremely handsome-looking man. That person, who exactly was that person?
There were a few smart people who had an answer in their hearts. Over the courtyard. One moment the crickets and frogs were fiercely resounding below. The next moment, the void was shattered and a group of people flew out from it. Lu Qinggan led the way and landed on the ground, at which point the people inside the house quickly walked out. Father! Father! Master teacher! Several people from Su Yuni walked out. Su Xuanyu also followed behind. Go inside. Lu Qinggan said. Not long after, a group of people were sitting inside the house, the lights were swaying, and the atmosphere was odd. Grandpa Xiao, where have you been these days? Lu Miaomiao was currently sitting next to Xiao Qingyi and asked with a smile. The corner of Xiao Qingyi's mouth gently twitched for a moment, then he said, I seem to have lost my memory a bit, so I don't know how to answer Miao Miao. I don't know how to answer Miao Miao. You're also lying to a child. Wang Ford Shan couldn't help but spit. You want face. A peak powerhouse of the great emperor realm, trapped in there, and desperately mocked me when he came to me, not realizing that he couldn't get out himself. Xiao Qingyi couldn't pretend anymore and also satirized Wang Forge Mountain. Wang Forge Mountain's face twitched. I was too tired from refining recently. But the tired, you let me cannot pretend, then I do not give you to pretend, hey, together with the shame. Xiao Qingyi said. Looking at these two old unorthodox fight, Lu Qinggan laughed, are the top of the magic domain. Fortunately not many people know this matter, otherwise you will be even more famous in the future. Shui Tianfei hurriedly said, I declare, I just went there not long ago, but not trapped for a long time. Perhaps I work hard, find a few days of the road, it is still possible to come out. There is also me. I have a little problem with that teleportation formation, research for a few days, it is also possible to come out. Luo Dan Herb also made a quick statement. The corners of Xiao Qingyi's and Wang Forge Mountain's mouths twitched. It's just us two who are the most humiliated, isn't it? It's all you brats. Xiao Qingyi slapped the head of the middle-aged man sitting quietly next to him. Master, I don't want to do this either. This middle-aged man was named Long Yi, precisely Xiao Qingyi's second disciple, with a middle great emperor realm cultivation, and looked like he was about to break through to the late great emperor realm cultivation. He was carrying 3 long swords behind his back, very eye-catching. I don't want to? A wayfarers still go to that kind of place to experience, how dare you ah? It's not that I need one of the things in there? Speaking of which, Long Yi hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have made a decision and sent a message to Xiao Qingyi. After Xiao Qingyi heard the transmission, his eyes gradually became serious. Okay, can't blame the child, there is a reason why you guys are trapped. Lu Qinggan said. When the group heard this, they hurriedly looked at Lu Qinggan. I do feel that this cold crystal Jedi is very strange, with our strength, it is actually difficult to shatter the cold crystals of that depth. Shui Tianfei said. Moreover, the fact that she was able to lose her way even in that kind of environment meant that there was something in the depths of that Jedi that was secretly changing her sense of direction. It was very odd. Luo Dan Herb's few people also nodded their heads. It wasn't that they were vegetables, but that place was really strange. Li Tsangxuan smiled and explained, the cold crystal Jedi has metamorphosed into a forbidden being through special encounters, and it would be difficult for me to defeat it even if I were to fight with its mind-body at full strength. Upon hearing this, a dawning look appeared on the faces of the snow heavenly concubine several people. So that's how it is. I told you how I could be trapped. So it's because I've met an opponent. Forbidden beings, even you, little Xuanzi, have difficulty defeating them, that's normal. Xiao Qingyi smiled, looking the same as his usual style, but there seemed to be some special emotions hidden beneath his expression. What, no memory loss? The advantage is with me, what's the point of losing your memory? How shameless. You do want to be shameless, that's why you transmitted your voice to Consort Shuetian. Wang Forge Mountain. By the way, little Xuanzi, just now you said that this Jedi has gained a strange encounter, what kind of strange encounter is it? This strange encounter should be terrifying. Consort Shuetian asked. Li Tsangxuan told what he had heard not long ago. Upon hearing this, Consort Shuetian and the others fell silent. Lu Qinggan took advantage of the large number of people here, and at this time, he also spoke of his recent discoveries. In particular, he said once more about his speculations about the extra domain. This mysterious organization, it might be related to the extra domain, so you all should be careful individually. There is also this demon domain, because of the existence of these things, it might become even stranger. He wasn't sure how many more of these gold crystals there were in quantity. If there were quite a few in number, then I'm afraid that quite a few things have changed on this side of the demon domain. Xiao Qingyi and the others glanced at each other and could see the surprise in their respective eyes. They hadn't heard that there were any big changes in the rest of the demon domain, and if it wasn't for this Jedi change, they were all still in the dark. After Lu Qinggan reminded Xiao Qingyi of them once more, he then looked towards his eldest daughter. Zixuan, come here, I'll give you a good thing. He took out the cold crystal Jedi that he had refined and handed it to Lu Zixuan. Father, what is this for? Lu Zixuan looked at the object in her hand, her beautiful eyes glowing. So well organized. It looks so comfortable.
Lu Qingan said, in the future, you will directly enter the depths inside to cultivate, those depths are very cold.
Really? That's great. You won't have to trouble Auntie Shui every day. Lu Zixuan said in surprise. Li Zongxuan and Xiao Qingyi, several people looked towards the cold crystal Jedi that Lu Zixuan had obtained and gulped.
Zixuan, be careful when you use this thing in the future, huh? This thing, it's an existence that is as powerful as your brother Xian.
Xiao Qingyi reminded. Li Zongxuan nodded seriously. Really? Lu Zixuan blinked. She had just been listening to the adults from the side, so this meant that this was that cold crystal Jedi?
This. Su Xuanyu was sitting at the edge at the moment, and hadn't spoken from the beginning to the end. Hearing this, he only felt his throat dry. A treasure that was comparable to the Dokoroku Demon Emperor was given directly to his daughter.
Zhangran, you'd better not come over here.
Otherwise, you'll want to hang yourself if you know the resources your sister got.
Chapter 128 Being Plotted Against.
Su Xuanyu had already felt the urge to bang his head against the wall just by switching places and thinking of himself as his little nephew. At the same time, he also remembered the things he had done in the past and felt that he really deserved to die. Then there was the atmosphere, which was simply wonderful. A group of people gathered together, talking and laughing. That's what makes it feel like a family. There were elders, peers, and children, interpreting what it meant to be happy. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have known that he could be in such a big family atmosphere. Father, is this the cold crystal Jedi you are talking about? Then is it really good for me to use it for cultivation? It's very precious, isn't it? I'm afraid that I won't be able to use it well and accidentally give it any problems. Lu Zixuan blinked. Lu Qingan, on the other hand, casually laughed and said, it's fine, you can use it as you like, just as a small object. When necessary, it can also be used as a weapon, with it in. If there are bad people do something to you, it can protect you. After this cold crystal Jedi was refined by him, it has become his contracted object. The spirit that is retained is also dominated by him, and he has already given an order to this cold crystal Jedi. From now on, it will assist his daughter in her cultivation, and if his daughter encounters a danger to her life, she will directly incarnate back into the forbidden beings to wipe out the enemy.
That's fine then, Lu Zixuan still nodded. Su Xuanyu's throat rolled once again.
To be used as a small object. That was a forbidden living spirit that was comparable to the Dokuro Demon Emperor.
Wait a minute. This raw face, if I'm not mistaken, your former brother-in-law?
Xiao Qingyi suddenly looked at Su Xuanyu at this moment, then raised an eyebrow towards Lu Qingan. Su Xuanyu hurriedly stood up and arched his hand towards Xiao Qingyi. Latecomer has met the Thunderbolt Emperor.
It's really you, kid. I've wanted to see you for a long time.
I heard about you long ago from him. You talked about him for so many years and still managed to survive. You have a good destiny.
Xiao Qingyi laughed.
Su Xuanyu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't know better in the past. Xiao Qingyi at this time towards Lu Qingan, scowling. Voice transmission. I help you to properly cure this kid with his most skillful tricks. How? Lu Qingan heard this, and knowing Xiao Qingyi, he knew that Xiao Qingyi should have something he needed his help with. Thus, he was also curious about what Xiao Qingyi wanted him to do and directly nodded his head in acquiescence. The prerequisite was that Xiao Qingyi could really cure this brat. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyi's eyes lit up and looked at Su Xuanyu with a smile. You can be young and unintelligent, but you're not young anymore. No, look at this situation you're in now. Xiao Qingyi still wanted to say further. The next moment, Wang Forge Mountain suddenly coughed, interrupted Xiao Qingyi. Old Xiao, don't talk about this kid like this, he has already paid the price for his choice.
Wang Fengshan said. Xiao Qingyi, huh?
Xiao Qingyi didn't expect Wang Fengshan to actually help Su Xuanyu.
Grandpa Xiao, my uncle actually no wrong, you do not say him well. Lu Zixuan also said at this time.
Hey! Lu Miao Miao also beeped, Grandpa Xiao, you give me a face, you do not say my uncle, I will give you the rest of my popcorn. I'll give you the rest of my popcorn if you don't talk about my uncle. Yes, old Xiao, you so owe to do what? Shui Tianfei agreed at this time. AI. Old Xiao, brother Xinyu has already known his mistakes and changed his ways, and my master has given him a chance to make amends, so don't say that.
Li Zongxuan said. Xiao Qingyi. It's not. What happened during my absence? Xiao Qingyi quickly looked at Lu Qingan and transmitted, what's going on here?
It was nothing for Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao to help Su Xuanyu. After all, Su Xuanyu was indeed the two's uncle. But if Li Zangxuan, Wang Forge Mountain and consort Shui Tian were also like this, that would be strange. Lu Qingan shrugged, pretending not to know. Xiao Qingyi suddenly felt his nose redden. This is becoming a clown.
Well, I lost my memory again. Go out and sunbathe.
Xiao Qingyi shook his head and walked outside.
Grandpa Xiao, isn't that the moon out there?
Lu Miao Miao jogged to follow, blinking her big eyes and asked curiously. Miao Miao, Grandpa Xiao wants to be quiet, you go back to the house and play.
Hee, Grandpa Xiao, do you know Jing Jing as well as Uncle? Xiao Qingyi. Lu Qingan smiled.
And after Shui Tianfei and the others couldn't hold back their laughter for a while, they also laughed along with Lu Qingan.
The group of people were in a happy mood. Su Xuanyu also blinked. This Thunderbolt Emperor, so funny. When the night blacks were quiet, Li Xingshuan left, Shui Tianfei also took Lu Miaomiao to sleep, Luo Danhong also left to cultivate, and Wang Forge Mountain went to refine weapons with He Imam.
Lu Qinggan came to the stone pavilion and sat in front of the two masters and disciples, Xiao Qingyi.
Senior. Long Yi smiled. Lu Qinggan nodded, then looked at Xiao Qingyi, say, what is it that you need me for? Xiao Qingyi turned his head sideways and said, where do I need you for anything? Isn't your famous saying that it's better to make things difficult for others rather than condemning yourself? Lu Qinggan laughed.
It seems that this master and disciple duo have encountered some kind of difficulty.
Xiao Qingyi. Brat, speak for yourself. Xiao Qingyi kicked Long Yi next to him.
Long Yi lowered his head and said, Senior, when I was out practicing with my senior brother, because of something, I seriously injured the Blood Phoenix sect's holy son.
Blood Phoenix sect? Saint's son? Seriously injured, so the person didn't die, right? Lu Qinggan said. He thought of his own disciple at this time. His own disciple liked the Blood Phoenix sect's holy daughter. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this Blood Phoenix sect saint's son seemed to be this Blood Phoenix sect saint daughter's own brother.
Not dead, but my senior brother was imprisoned.
At their request, I traveled to the Cold Crystal Jedi in search of one thing. Also got lost there. Long Yi told the whole story.
The two of them, master and brother, were practicing outside and found a good thing, but they didn't expect to meet the saint son of the Blood Phoenix sect. The two parties fought over that treasure. His eldest senior brother seriously injured the Blood Phoenix sect saint's son because he didn't control his strength. A peak Great Emperor realm powerhouse from the Blood Phoenix sect just happened to arrive and captured them. The person who had seriously injured the Blood Phoenix sect saint's son was none other than Dragoncliff's eldest senior brother, who was severely taught a lesson and imprisoned. They knew that they had caused trouble, but they didn't report their master's name, not wanting to cause trouble for their master. This was because they knew that no matter how strong their master teacher was, one person could not compare to an entire Blood Phoenix sect. They released you and let you go to the Cold Crystal Jedi to look for something? What exactly are you looking for? Lu Qinggan felt there was something wrong here. Something I've never even heard of, something called the Magatama gemstone. I heard your master say that you should be going there with a friend of yours, right? That's not my friend, it's someone from the Blood Phoenix sect. Hearing this, the corners of Lu Qinggan's mouth rose as he looked towards Xiao Qingyi. Old Xiao, why do I feel like someone is playing a game here? Xiao Qingyi heard this and froze for a moment, then frowned. Tell me more.
Have you ever heard of this kind of gemstone? Not really. That's right.
Lu Qinggan carefully rationalized the information he had heard. This Blood Phoenix sect obviously knows that Long Yi and the others are your disciples, and having the two of them look for a gemstone that none of us have ever heard of, that should be something randomly made up. All that was done was to get Long Yi trapped in that soul crystal jade. Eventually introducing you and getting you trapped in it as well. Xiao Qingyi frowned. So what was the whole purpose of doing all this? Wait. Is it you? Lu Qinggan's eyes were cold and indifferent. They discovered in advance that there had been a change in the Cold Crystal Jedi, and set up a trap for me to go there. I don't know why, for now. However, it looks like I have to go to the Blood Phoenix sect. This person of mine, I guess, doesn't really like being counted. In his life, he had been counted by many old devils, and some powerful old devils were able to count on him for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. But without exception, they all became his soul under the sword. Readers, I've been a bit diligent lately, and the keyboard was actually broken by me. I have to go to the city to buy a new keyboard this afternoon. I hope to find the same type of keyboard right. Everyone has the ability to help point a free gift it. See if you can earn back a keyboard money. Thank you here. Chapter 129. I don't know how strong I am either. Are you really going? Have you forgotten about your disciple? Xiao Qingyi was embarrassed to talk about this matter just now because of Li Xingshuan. Li Xingshuan was secretly in love with someone else's Blood Phoenix sect's holy daughter. Lu Qinggan smiled and was about to say something when suddenly, his eyes narrowed into a slit during a brainwave. Wait, it doesn't seem that simple. The guy behind the scenes this time, a bit of a level. Xiao Qingyi followed with a sinking heart. There are other discoveries? Lu Qinggan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, the guy behind this calculation is not simple. This may be a play to kill two birds with one stone. Xiao Qingyi quietly waited for Lu Qinggan to give an answer. You say, if this matter is really the work of the Blood Phoenix sect, they have your disciples' faults at hand at the beginning, is it better to come to you directly and you find me again, or is it so obvious to draw me out to go over there? Lu Qinggan looked at Xiao Qingyi and asked out. Xiao Qingyi sniffed and said in a deep voice, it's not like they don't know your great name as the god of kill, unless they want the entire clan to be uprooted, who would dare to mess with you? In that case, there is indeed something fishy here. That's where the problem lies. I do have a guess, wait for me to verify it. Lu Qinggan took out his voice transmission jade slip and sent a message to Li Xingshuan, who had just left this place not long ago. Apprentice, go to the Blood Phoenix sect. Li Xingshuan, who had just returned to the Demon Emperor Palace, suddenly received a voice transmission from his master and asked him to go to the Blood Phoenix sect overnight, and froze for a while. The master is not good at big night, go to find others, whether a little.
Li Sanchuan's cheeks slightly red, squirming and snapping his fingers.
You think too much, I almost wanted to destroy the Blood Phoenix sect just now, you go over there and help me ask for a thing.
Ah? Exterminate the Blood Phoenix sect?
After hearing what happened, Li Sanchuan hurriedly headed to the Blood Phoenix sect. Not long after, Lu Qinggan in the courtyard received a reply from Li Sanchuan.
Master Teacher. Their Supreme Elder has been in seclusion recently.
Their saint's son had indeed been seriously injured, and was now in a bit of a bad shape, unconscious, but they stated that they hadn't caught the person who had injured him at all. They are still looking for the person who injured him, and when they saw me arrive, they even asked me if I knew who the person who injured him was. I saw the Blood Phoenix sect's holy maiden's appearance, and she didn't look like she was lying.
Receiving confirmation, Lu Qinggan returned. Good, you have a rare trip ahead, spend more time with others. Blood Phoenix sect holy maiden, don't come back first, stay there.
Senior, this is not good. Not waiting for Li Sanchuan to continue, Lu Qinggan decisively cut off the voice transmission. It's really the same as what you said.
Xiao Qingyi's face turned serious.
Things were really not right. The brilliance of this behind-the-scenes calculator was that the Blood Phoenix sect could not escape the possibility of being questioned. By this point, there were two possibilities for things. The Blood Phoenix sect had been wrongly accused and had been set up. There was also the possibility that the Blood Phoenix sect was pretending, and the person behind the curtain was inside the Blood Phoenix sect. This was the first high point.
Xiao Qingyi frowned. This is indeed something. Then how are you going to do it?
Come on, analyze it carefully, it's been a while since I've met an opponent. Lu Qinggan's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness and interest. First of all, assuming that this Blood Phoenix sect is the calculator behind the scenes, then the purpose of them acting like this is that one, they might want to borrow that Jedi to kill me. The second is that they want to borrow my hand to settle that Jedi. The first purpose was established on the premise that they knew that I had that energy body. After all, I was able to refine the demon Godmother tree, and that ice dragon couldn't do anything with me. Then, among them, perhaps there is the existence of people from outside the domain. But they would also have to face the emergence of a situation where I wouldn't be killed.
Combined with the second purpose, would they really enter the game with their bodies, betting that I wouldn't make a move against them?
Xiao Qingyi shook his head. I feel that the probability of the Blood Phoenix sect being the calculator behind the scenes is not high, unless they are not afraid of death. Even if one of them is the one who was calculating, they are not really from the Blood Phoenix sect. It is possible that they have been taken over by that mysterious organization you mentioned? This idea is logical. Then let's rule out the possibility of the Blood Phoenix sect. If the Blood Phoenix sect has been set up, then who do you think might be the calculator? Lu Qinggan smiled and looked at Xiao Qingyi. Combined with the fact that you killed someone from that mysterious organization not long ago, I think that mysterious organization has a great possibility.
Xiao Qingyi said back.
That's right. Coldness flashed in Lu Qinggan's eyes as he continued, assuming that the calculator is this mysterious organization, and the timing is right, it's also possible that they want to kill me and know that I've captured the energy body. After all, there's a high probability that they're also from outside the domain. So the premise of this hypothesis has a lot of basis. And if they are the calculators, the purpose is threefold. First, they want to kill me by the hand of the Jedi or the energy body. This step of calculation is very powerful. 2. To use my hand to eliminate that Jedi, or to get me injured in battle. Thirdly, even if they couldn't kill me, they wanted to use the knife to kill me, so that I could destroy the Blood Phoenix sect. Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath when he heard this. That's a bit impressive. The calculations were so precise that I even suspect that they wanted to make you tired of fighting all the time, betting that you would be injured even if you didn't die before finally striking out at you. Of course there is another purpose, which is to borrow these things and probe my exact strength again to see how to deal with me afterward. And now, they should feel that they have probed my strength.
Lu Qingyan narrated, speaking without hesitation.
It was just a pity that his strength was more than just that. Hiss. So it seems, this mysterious organization, really not simple. Xiao Qingyi's face turned blue, then thinking of his great disciple, his face became even more ugly. If the calculator was this mysterious organization, then would his eldest disciple still be able to come back? I know what you were thinking, without any surprises, your eldest disciple should be about to send you a message.
Lu Qinggan suddenly said.
Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qingyan in doubt.
Are you sure?
He had just finished thinking so, when in the next moment, he realized that the voice transmission jade simplex was vibrating. Xiao Qingyi quickly took out the voice transmission jade slip and looked at Lu Qinggan with wide eyes.
Good fellow. Are people who play mind games like this? Hello?
Xiao Qingyi connected the voice transmission shortly, his throat rolled a bit, and then he looked at Lu Qinggan.
Let's go, follow me to pick up your disciple.
Lu Qingdan led Xiao Qingyi away from the original spot and not long after, brought back a bald middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a shocking scar on his chin, and at the moment, his entire body was as weak as a dog, and under Lu Qinggan's arrangement, he was taken inside the room to recuperate.
In the stone pavilion.
Xiao Qingyi fist clenched. So, you have an answer yet? Lu Qingan said, this calculator is very uncomplicated, there is a 90% probability that it is that mysterious organization, and of course there is a 10% probability that it is the Blood Phoenix sect. If it is the Blood Phoenix sect, then things will be interesting.
Then what are you going to do?
It felt like no matter how one did it, or even doing nothing and treating it as if they didn't know about it, it all seemed a bit wrong.
Xiao Qingyi frowned.
Both of his disciples had returned and were not in any serious trouble. Lu Qingan sneered, if the calculator is that mysterious organization, then their purpose is those three things, then we let them fail to achieve all three purposes then.
Kill you.
Explore your specific strength.
Use the knife to destroy the Blood Phoenix sect and get you injured. Xiao Qingyi narrowed his eyes, and after a slight calculation, he said, you mean, don't take action against the Blood Phoenix sect?
But if you do that, they have also already measured your exact strength, right?
Old Xiao quietly tell you something.
Don't say others have measured my strength. In the end how strong, even I don't know. Lu Qingan mysteriously sent a message to Xiao Qingyi, and after doing so, he even raised his eyebrows. He didn't even dare to mention too much cultivation to use, for fear of accidentally collapsing the entire Songyun continent.
Xiao Qingyi. Chapter 130 I recognize you.
Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qing and somewhat and wanted to say, you just brag about you, how could anyone not know how strong their exact strength was? However, he didn't say anything about Lu Qingan either. He still felt a little sorry for Lu Qingan now. His own disciple was most likely really made a fool of, and he didn't know if the Blood Phoenix sect's Saint's son was really injured by his disciple. He suspected that everything was a fake, and it was possible that both disciples had entered the illusionary formation. And in this matter, it was undoubtedly his disciple who had brought trouble to Lu Qingan. Lu Qingan's thoughts, on the other hand, were the opposite of Xiao Qingyi's. He felt that the calculator was originally trying to deal with him, so he made fun of Xiao Qingyi's disciple. Perhaps the day he came back from the immortal ruins, he had already been known by the calculator. After all, that was when he had come into contact with Xiao Qingyi in public.
Secondly, there was also the trip to the demonic Willow Academy once. And he thought of someone in his mind at the moment. Lu Xie. This old boy, he would have to meet again if he was free.
Then, according to you, if this calculator is that mysterious organization, this action of yours is indeed considered to have made them return without any success.
But this matter just let it go? Xiao Qingyi frowned and asked out. Naturally, we will find a way to find them. Wait for my disciples' good news.
Also, I'm going to meet someone afterward to find out the truth.
Who? Lu Xie. Aha. What do you want with him? There's something in this old man's hands that I'm a little concerned about.
You tell your little disciple to keep an eye out for him, and the moment he returns to the academy, you'll be the first to tell me, and we'll go and block him.
Xiao Qingyi narrowed his eyes. Okay.
By the way, you just said that there is a very small chance that it is the Blood Phoenix sect, so what if this calculator is so shrewd that it is really the Blood Phoenix sect? So, assuming that this calculator is the Blood Phoenix sect, we can't let them achieve their goal and make them pay some price.
Isn't this just a case of one tendon blocking both ends? You move the Blood Phoenix sect, that side is happy, not move the Blood Phoenix sect, this side is not right. Both move and do not move, not on the line.
Lu Qingan smiled mysteriously.
What? Xiao Qingyi is puzzled. It's night.
In the sky above the Blood Phoenix sect, which was originally quiet and peaceful, the next moment, it was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying demonic aura.
A scene of doom. The terrifying demonic aura formed a boundary that enveloped the entire Blood Phoenix sect.
Above the dome of the sky, there was also a rolling thunderous sound that traveled down.
A human voice was formed.
This father is most annoyed with others' calculations. Within 3 days, if you don't give an answer that satisfies this father, the Blood Phoenix sect will be removed from its name. Everyone in the Blood Phoenix sect was startled by the scene that suddenly appeared. All of them looked up to the sky, and suddenly felt powerless. The thick pressure pressed down on all the strongest members of the Blood Phoenix sect and made their legs weak.
It wasn't. This is the means of the eternal night demon emperor?
Who in our sect has messed with this killing god?
Ah!
Are we going to die? On the Blood Phoenix sect's patriarchal hall, Li Tsangxuan looked at the boundary laid down by his master and smiled bitterly.
Senior, I'm still inside the boundary. What do you want me to do? Lone Demon Emperor. What's going on here?
We didn't mess with your master.
Right at this moment, a woman's voice sounded behind Li Tsangxuan.
Li Tsangxuan turned to look at the Blood Phoenix sect's holy maiden and said with a bitter smile, let me tell you something. In the courtyard, in the stone pavilion. Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qingan, cough, if this matter has nothing to do with the Blood Phoenix sect, and people have to testify against themselves, it's a bit pathetic to think about it. Now he knew what Lu Qingan meant by that statement.
Won't move the Blood Phoenix sect, purely to scare them. Don't you always say that it's better to make things difficult for others than to aggravate yourself?
It's such a truth.
But your disciple is not this guy, this is disguised to create opportunities for your disciple.
Xiao Qingyi's brain turned, the corner of his mouth twitched. Lu Qinggan shrugged his shoulders. There is no way. Anyway, I have a fierce reputation. What I do, I am not afraid of being told by others. Borrowing this matter to create an opportunity for Xiao Xuanzi to help the Blood Phoenix sect to find self-evidence within these 3 days, it is also quite good. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyi shook his head and smiled. It seemed that from the time Lu Qinggan had asked Li Zangxuan to go to the Blood Phoenix sect, he had already thought of how to deal with this matter. Borrowing strength to fight. Regardless of whether or not the Blood Phoenix sect was the calculator, this was used to allow his disciple to have more contact with the Blood Phoenix sect's holy maiden. Even if he couldn't prove himself, the Blood Phoenix sect would definitely ask Li Zangxuan to help plead for leniency in order to survive. The Blood Phoenix sect's holy maiden had more contact with Li Zangxuan. Alright, you mind tricksters, you're all dirtier than one another. Xiao Qingyi whispered. Lu Qinggan smiled without saying anything. There had been a touch of coldness flowing endlessly in her heart. If nothing else, there was a 99% chance that the mysterious organization was up to no good. Hiding in the shadows, right? Sooner or later, I will pull you out and uproot you. The next morning. The weather is sunny. Su Xuanyu woke up early, took his tools and started working. Now that he had become a gardener, some of the chores became more and more skillful. Uncle, we're going to the academy. Aha, go ahead. Uncle Su, cheer up. Keep up the mindset, it will definitely get better. Sun Mingji then trotted to Su Xuanyu in front of him, looked straight at Su Xuanyu's eyes and encouraged him. Su Xuanyu looked at the youthful and energetic Sun Mingji and nodded with a smile. In the past few days, Sun Mingji had come to chat with him every day, chatting and suddenly encouraging him, telling him that he must pull himself together, saying that as long as he didn't give up, he would definitely recover his cultivation. The look of determination on that little face was incomparable, as if she wanted to see him recover even more than he did. No wonder brother-in-law was able to accept her as a righteous daughter, this child was so kind-hearted. After Su Xuanyu watched the children teleport away, he hewed and awed, took the broom and struck a handsome pose, then imagined that he was still a person of cultivation as he quickly swept the floor. It was only after sweeping for an incense stick that he was out of breath. Too weak to rest for a while. He was just about to sit down when a pair of large hands suddenly rested on his shoulders. Su kid, chat a couple of words? Su Xuanyu turned his head to look and realized that the person who was resting on his shoulder was none other than Xiao Qingyi. And at this moment, Xiao Qingyi's grinning smile was extremely close to his face, causing him to shiver. Could it be that the big brother on this side of the demon region had a special fetish? He himself had no cultivation nowadays. Suddenly, he tightened up. Senior, what's the chat? Su Xuanyu forced himself to be calm. I'm just a little curious as to why they all say you're so much like me. And then, how on earth did you get Princess Shuetian and Wang Forge Mountain to recognize you so much? From what I know of them, they wouldn't be like that simply because you had your cultivation abolished and sympathized with you. They're all old devil-level guys who wouldn't sympathize with an immortal market brat. Even though this kid is Lu Qinggan's former brother-in-law, he wouldn't be like that. It's strange, Meow Meow and the others also said that I look like you, but I think, I'm not as old as you, nor am I as ugly as you cough cough, senior. I'm sorry, I accidentally said the wrong thing. Xiao Qingyi. This kid, was it intentional or was it really accidental? He stared at Su Xuanyu dead in the face. You kid, you've got a lot of guts. You've been ruined, and you dare to talk to a peak great Empress realm powerhouse like this? The worst thing about me, senior, is this mouth. I've never offended anyone. It's worthy of being used as a whetstone by him. I recognize you. Xiao Qingyi patted Su Xuanyu's shoulder. Su Xuanyu? Chapter 131. Do you trust your disciple? Su Xuanyu blinked. How is it that one more person has recognized him? Senior, are you still yin and yang me? Su Xuanyu scratched his head. He was in the middle of mending his ways and didn't want to offend anyone else. It's just that this mouth, sometimes it's just easy to say the wrong thing. No, I don't. I like your character. Not many people dare to call me ugly, because those who do are no longer human. And you're not really his brother-in-law anymore, it can only be considered a former brother-in-law, that's why I kind of admire you. Su Xuanyu. Come on, tell me in detail, what exactly did you do to make Shui Tianfei and the others treat you like this? Xiao Qingyi was really curious. This kid had only been here for a short time, and he had taken care of a few hard-to-handle people like Wang Forge Mountain. And it looked like Lu Qinggan didn't want to make things difficult for this kid anymore. This ability could be said to be frighteningly strong. It gave him the idea of taking lessons. Su Xuanyu laughed bitterly. I didn't really do anything, I just said some words from my heart. Heart words? You're stalling me? Say something from the heart can let them do that to you? Shui Tianfei may not say anything about Su Xuanyu because of Lu Qinggan's face, but will take the initiative to give Su Xuanyu stand. That's really wrong. Wang Forge Mountain is even more so. This old kid sees everyone with the look that others owe him money. Late Sanchuan even more strange. This kid usually in a crowded place to talk is not good. Last night actually directly to Su Xuanyu stand. Really, why don't I give you a recap of what happened when I first came here? Okay, go ahem, senior, then can you do me a favor? What favor?
Help me clean the yard together. We'll sweep and talk at the same time. It's still too tiring on your own. Xiao Qingyi pondered for a moment and said, fine. In this way, the two of them chatted and cleaned the yard at the same time. Su Xuanyu was extremely good with his mouth, having practiced all kinds of ventriloquism since he was a child. He was able to instantly imitate other people's voices after hearing them. He recounted the events of that day in a colorful manner. At that time, this is what I told Senior Snow Princess. After finishing what he said that day, he coughed and turned to mimic the voice of Princess Snowsky. This is what Senior Shui said. Xiao Qingyi froze in place when he heard that Su Xuanyu had actually perfectly replicated Consort Shui Tian's voice, not to mention that he had also perfectly interpreted Consort Shui Tian's change in demeanor that day with that face of his. Talent No wonder. You kid is awesome. Precisely found the words that Consort Shui Tian wanted to hear and said them all. What about Wang Fengshan and Li Tsangxuan? Su Xuanyu began to imitate Wang Forge Mountain and Li Tsangxuan again. The two of them cleaned the courtyard while pausing, occasionally finding a random place to sit and chat. Xiao Qingyi moved to put his hand on Su Xuanyu's shoulder, as if the two had become close friends for many years. Lu Qinggan and Shui Tianfei walked out of the house together, and just after taking a breath of fresh air, they saw the two Su Xuanyu who were hooking shoulders in the far corner, very happy. Shui Tianfei, I told you they could play together. Lu Qinggan. After Xiao Qingyi watched Su Xuanyu's rendition, he laughed, you're a good kid. Are you sure that what you said was from your heart? And not something you made up long ago? It's all from the heart. I won't hide it from Senior. I've been inquiring about this side of the magic realm since I was a child, and I know a lot about the people related to my brother-in-law. Especially you. Su Xuanyu scratched his head and smiled nervously. You are one of my brother-in-law's best friends. You've been through a lot together, and it's already that level of trust where you can give your backs to each other. I've always wanted to meet a friend or brother who was so close to me, but as I get older, I find it a bit difficult to do so. Xiao Qingyi looked at Su Xuanyu slightly naive, how to see how like to tell the truth. He swallowed his saliva. This kid, the words really so easy to hit people's heart off. Was it really mindless, or was it intentionally orchestrated? Through the things he had heard about Su Xuanyu from Lu Qinggan, his understanding of Su Xuanyu was enriched. This mouth is one that can hit people right in the heart when it speaks good words, and it's just as easy to break one's defenses when it speaks bad words? No, you don't have many friends on the immortal ruin side, it seems a bit unreasonable. With this mouth, you should have a lot of good friends. Naturally, there are friends, but there really aren't many, because I prefer to talk to my friends about the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and as you know, a lot of people over there actually don't like the people on this side of the demon realm. Oh, that's reasonable. By the way, do you have any hobbies on a regular basis? They all say you're very similar to me. I'd like to see how similar we are. Hobbies? I love to watch, does that count? And strangely enough, I have a feeling that there's going to be a hustle when the hustle hasn't even started yet. Xiao Qingyi slightly widened his eyes, and then very solemnly patted Su Xuanyu's shoulder, and laughed. Su kid, you this friend I made. Xiao Qingyi and Su Xuanyu chatted for a long time. The more they chatted, the more they found themselves and Su Xuanyu extraordinarily compatible. Until Su Xuanyu had to go to the magic medicine garden site to take care of the magic medicine, he left Su Xuanyu's side. He came to the stone pavilion and looked at Lu Qinggan, a smile still hanging on his face. That kid is not bad. Hearing Xiao Qingyi's words, Lu Qinggan said, you've been coaxed into an embryo too? Xiao Qingyi said, I'm not as simple as the three of them. I truly feel that this kid has something. You are right, people are not bad, that mouth is very powerful. It's quite pleasing to the eye. Lu Qinggan smiled without saying anything. He had always said that Su Xuanyu was not a bad person because he knew that this kid did not have a disguise, and that he would say a lot of things outright, which was considered to be sincerity in disguise. When he was good to a person, he would be good, and when he hated a person, he didn't try to suppress it, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to suppress it for long, and it was easy to show. Just then, Xiao Qingyi's two disciples walked out from inside the house. Master. Senior. The two quickly bowed towards Lu Qingyan. Thank you, Senior. There's no need for that, have a seat. How are your injuries? Lu Qinggan looked towards Xiao Qingyi's eldest disciple, Yu Ji. That bald head was reflecting badly under the morning light, his country face was a little pale, and his eyes were large, very clear, and gave off a feeling of determination. After taking the elixir given by Elder Snow, he is much better. Well, come on, tell us in detail what happened that day. The saint son of the Blood Phoenix sect was injured by Yu Ji, so the details he provided would be a bit more accurate. Yu Ji nodded his head and told what happened that day. Listening to you, this Blood Phoenix sect saint's son should be someone who was arrogant to the extreme and won't stop until he achieves his goal. Lu Qinggan took out a voice transmission jade slip and sent a message over to his disciple, asking the other party to carefully check the character of this Blood Phoenix sect saint's son within the Blood Phoenix sect. Not long after, the answer was transmitted. It was a bit different from what Yu Ji had described. This Blood Phoenix sect saint's son had always been relatively low-key.
This was because his sister had taught him from a young age to keep a low profile. Lu Qinggan, tell me more about what happened after you were trapped. Yuji nodded his head and told what happened afterward. Alright, the two of you be good afterward and don't wander around within Devil Prosperity City. That tree over there is the Devil Godmother tree. Go pick some leaves for yourself and recuperate for a while. Magic Godmother tree? The two of them looked towards Lu Qinggan over there, both swallowing their saliva in shock. After sending the two away, Lu Qinggan looked at Xiaoqingyi. How much do you trust your two disciples? Xiaoqingyi said, I grew up watching them. Well, if you had to kill your two disciples with your own hands, would you do it? Lu Qinggan asked with a calm expression transmitting his voice. Chapter 132, Voice Transmission with Sun. Xiaoqingyi's eyes widened in shock at Lu Qinggan's sudden voice transmission question, and his body trembled as he looked at Lu Qinggan with great speed. What is the meaning of this? Xiaoqingyi asked in a quick voice transmission. Lu Qinggan saw this and laughed as he transmitted his voice. No, just kidding with you. You have quite a few residences in Devil's Lin City, right? There are too many people here, so let them go and live in other residences. Are you sure you're really joking? Or is there something you are hiding from me? Xiaoqingyi frowned. Wait a minute. Last night you said something about the Snow family, Mo? No, their souls are normal. Inside the magic pill garden, Su Xuanyu dutifully watered each and every magic herb, and seemed to have completely adapted to this kind of work, and even whistled while working. No, just simply happy. When he touched a magic herb, he smiled and hailed back. When he touched the next magic herb, he happily said again, you can talk, water you more. It was like he was chatting with a friend, his mouth was not stopping. Until, the sound transmission jade slip in his bosom suddenly vibrated. Taking it out and checking it, he fell silent. The person who transmitted the voiceover was none other than his big sister. Is it going to scold me? Or was it? He was hesitant to connect. Originally, he was thinking of throwing away the voice transmission jade slip when he left the Immortal Ruins side, and from then on, he would no longer have any attachment to the Immortal Ruins. But when he was about to throw the sound transmission jade slip out of the speeding flying boat, he was ultimately stopped by a thought in his heart. People's hearts are all made of flesh, how can it be so easy to cut off all attachments? What's more, that is the big sister who brought him up, as if she were a mother. Watching the sound transmission jade slip in his hand continue to vibrate, Su Xuanyu took another glance towards the courtyard stone pavilion, and finally, he found a relatively flat dirt slope in a corner of the magic pill garden, sat down, took out 2 pieces of magic crystals, and put them into the sound transmission jade slip. Sister! Su Xuanyu's face contained a bitter smile and shouted out. Safe to the magic domain, right? Su Xuanyu Lightham, arrived. Well, your second sister and 2 children, okay? It's good. Zhang Ran knows that I came over to the magic area side did not? Uncle! In the next moment, Lu Jingran's shout came from inside the voice transmission jade slip. Su Xuanyu's expression was strange, uncle is here. How did you leave us behind and go away? Lu Jingran's voice had a slight tremor. It seemed that he had just learned that Su Xuanyu had left the Immortal Ruins and gone to the Devil's Domain. Zhang Ran, you wait, I have something to talk to your uncle. Su Qingying said. Fine. Little brother, your second sister really converted her cultivation? Is she doing well nowadays? Su Qingying didn't quite trust her sister before, but now that her brother had also gone over there, and with her brother's corroboration, she would be relieved if the answer she heard was still the same. Second sister is fine, preparing to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Su Xuanyu said. He heard his second sister say last night that she had the feeling that she was going to break through to the Emperor realm, and that if she went to the Magic Willow Academy to retreat inside that time treasure for some more time, she would soon be able to break through. Su Qingying said in shock, are you sure? So soon? Second sister personally told me. I feel that it should be. Okay, this is a good thing. What about the 2 children? Has Miao Miao adapted to the environment over there? Su Xuanyu doesn't know how to answer that. The 2 kids are treating this place like home. No, it's even more cozy and happy than their previous home. Miao Miao also seemed to treat Princess Xue Tianfei as if she was her mother, and was very clingy to Princess Xue Tianfei. Zixuan was the same, she seemed to have accepted Xue Tianfei completely, and he strangely saw a mother-daughter feeling in both of them. Compared to the time when he was still over at the Immortal Ruins, when his big sister closed her doors whenever she was free and left her child to her brother-in-law, this side could be described as a successful and happy family. There's no comparison. I think the child has already adapted to the environment here. Su Xuanyu didn't want to hit his sister where it hurts, and tried to speak as politely as possible. That's good. Right, the 2 children are girls, you let your second sister take care of them more, after all, there are some things that he is not good at meddling with. Su Xuanyu blinked, okay, I'll talk to second sister. In fact, nowadays, there's Princess Xue Tianfei, just leave this kind of thing to Princess Xue Tianfei. Well, I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time in the future, and it looks like I'm expected to break through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Her voice sounded slightly lighter.
After her brother left, she had improved a little faster when she practiced. Su Xuanyu was surprised. This is a good thing. Then you cultivate well. Well, there's one thing that I was thinking about whether to tell you or not. When Su Xuanyu heard his sister's speech slow down, he probably guessed what it was. You mean Huang Fu Qi? I already know about it. Oh, he is no longer my disciple. After I break through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, I will help you take revenge. Su Xuanyu was silent when he heard this, then shook his head and smiled. No need, I'll see if I have the ability to personally take revenge. He found a way to restore you? There are probabilities, I believe, brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu seriously and incomparably said. Let's hope so. She had already asked the strongest alchemist in the Immortal Ruins many times, and the answer she received was very pessimistic. Throughout the ancient and modern history of the Immortal Ruins, people whose meridians and dantian were destroyed by the Emperor's breath to such an extent, without exception, there is no example of successful healing back. Huang Fu Qi's kind of situation was also extremely rare, and belonged to the category of hard to come by in 10,000 years. Her master had also said that she had never heard of such a successful case in the Devil's Domain. She naturally hoped that her brother would be able to cultivate again, but her reasoning couldn't allow her to maintain this expectation. And she even less felt that Lu Qingan would be able to help her brother with all her might. Well then, sister, go cultivate, I have things to do. Okay, Zhengran has something to tell you. Uncle. Aha. Hearing his nephew's voice, the corner of Su Xuanyuan's mouth twitched. Zhengran, don't ask me, if I tell you the truth, you'll say I lied to you. Uncle, you went over there before, why didn't you tell me in advance? I missed your sister-in-law, so I came over to take a look. Okay. Have you seen my sister and little sister? How are they? And my dad. They're all fine. So, is it true what my sister said last time? It must be a lie. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath. Zhangran, don't ask. When you have the ability to come over here, you can personally verify it yourself. When your sister wakes up every morning, she'll be able to drink a cup of magic Godmother tree strong tea to wake up, and then go to the magic Willow Academy to enjoy the highest level of teaching. The 1 to 300 time flow treasures over there can be used at will. There are also all sorts of breakthrough cultivation treasures that don't exist over at the Immortal Ruins. Moreover, your sister is still famous in the Magic Willow Academy now, becoming a genius that the Academy is known for, and teaming up with her friend to pass the Demonic Beast Tower. When she came back, she was enjoying dozens of times of enlightenment enhancement, utilizing powerful arrays that assisted in cultivating the soul, and entering into taboo living treasures that were comparable to the level of a demon emperor to cultivate. What can you compare it to? Just any one of these things, if you look at the entire Immortal Ruins, would make all the great Emperor Realm powerhouses fight for their lives. Uncle, just tell me if my sister is bragging. Lu Zhangran bit on a question and wouldn't let go. Let me put it to you this way, your sister is still your sister. When Su Xuanyu said this, both sides fell silent. And in the next moment, Lu Qingan suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Su Xuanyu. Let's go, I'll show you to someone. He had just received a transmission from Feng Qiao, saying that he had finally heard from Dan Daozi. Lu Qingan had just finished saying this, and in the next moment, he saw the sound transmission jade slip Su Xuanyu was holding in his hand. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Then, a voice came out from inside that voice transmission jade slip. Father. Hearing his son's voice, Lu Qingan was slightly silent, then smiled and nodded. Chapter 133, Looking for Dan Daozi. Hearing his son's voice again, Lu Qingan fell into a brief silence and took the voice transmission jade slip from Su Xuanyu. Father, I miss you a little bit. Lu Zhangran lowered his head and said. Su Qingying was sitting on the side, suddenly hearing Lu Qing'an's voice. There were some changes in his heart, and he quickly stabilized his mind, his eyes firming up once again. Since the choice has been made, there will be no turning back. You, how have you been lately? Su Qingying opened her mouth and asked, as subdued as she could be. Lu Qingyan heard this familiar voice and blandly said, everything is fine, the child has also adapted to life here. As for Raimi and Xianyu, don't worry, I'm a person who misses love, and take good care of them. His heart has been relieved. She has her own choice, and he, too, has found his own future path. Nowadays, this place is more like the home he wants. Lu Qingdan then unconsciously looked over at the stone pavilion, where Xue Tianfei was sitting on the stone pavilion, her hands propped up on her chin, looking his way. The moment the two of them locked eyes, consort Xue Tian smiled. Then, I'm going to go cultivate. Zhang Ran, you guys chat, and collect the voice transmission jade slip after chatting yourself first. After Su Qingying finished speaking, she turned around and left without any pause in her movements. Good mother. Lu Zhangran said. Hearing that Su Qingying had already left, Lu Qingan looked at the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and said, is there anything else you want to talk to father about? Everyone has their own choices. His son chose to follow his ex-wife, he didn't blame his son, and the boy still has his blood flowing in his body. Father, after I break through to the harmonization realm, can I go over there to see you guys? Lu Zhangran asked weakly. When he said this, he still had his head lowered.
He had recently been thinking about what happened that day. He always felt a little sorry for his father for choosing his mother.
Father must be very sad in his heart. It's fine, you cultivate well, and when you really come, father will go and pick you up. Really? Aha!
Father, I want to say sorry. Lu Qinggan shook his head and smiled. You have nothing to apologize to father, but it is father carefully thought about it. From childhood to you is a little harsh. In his last life, not long after he was born, his parents hurriedly went out to work and accidentally passed away while traveling, so he was brought up by his grandmother. He has taken his previous experiences too far and imposed them on his boy counterpart,
thinking that a man should be able to stand up to the sky.
Lu Zhangran buried his head deeply in front of his chest, his nose a little sour, and said, Father, I miss you guys so much. As the time apart grew longer, the harder it became in his heart. He missed his sister, and he also missed his father. When the voice transmission ended, Lu Qinggan looked at Su Xuanyu on the side.
Alright, let's go. Brother-in-law, where to?
You just follow. Lu Qinggan didn't say too much and directly led Su Xuanyu towards the stone pavilion. When he arrived in front of Princess Shui Tianfei, Princess Shui Tianfei smiled and asked, It's rare to see an expression like that on your face just now. Who were you transmitting with just now?
Lu Qinggan, ex-wife. Shui Tianfei was smiling 1 second, but not smiling the next. Ex-wife mainly the son.
Lu Qinggan saw that consort Shui Tian froze for a while, shook his head and smiled, no longer flirting with consort Shui Tian. After Shui Tianfei blinked, she made herself look normal and said, So that said, your son must be just as handsome as you are.
Ha ha. Let's not talk about this topic. Are you sure about following along?
Old Xiao has gone to arrange accommodation for his 2 disciples. I'm the only one here. I might as well follow along. Besides, maybe I can even help you. Mainly she wanted to spend more time with Lu Qinggan. One could treat this outing as a date.
Okay, let's go then. Lu Qinggan shattered the void, grabbed Su Xuanyu's shoulder, and plunged into the void. Shui Tianfei followed closely behind.
Not long after, the 3 of them stepped out of the void and stood high in the air. In front of them, a lone peak rose up from the ground, towering into the clouds. The mountain was verdant and surrounded by clouds.
The mountain was rich in demonic qi, glowing faintly under the sunlight.
Above the mountain, layers and layers of terraces winding around. It is a piece of carefully reclaimed magic medicine field. All kinds of rare magic medicines grow in a staggered manner between the fields. And at the top of the mountain, there stood a piece of ancient and simple building. Green tiles and flying eaves, hidden between the clouds and mist. Between the halls, the fire of the furnace flickers, reflecting a slight reddish color in the sky. Wisps of Dan smoke rose up, either green or purple, slowly dissipating in the wind.
Lu Qinggan's trio had just appeared.
At this moment, Fang Qiuhua quickly flew up from the bottom of the mountain and arrived in front of Lu Qinggan's trio.
Senior. Fang Qiuhua hurriedly saluted, still with that 90-degree extremely standard bowing motion. There is no need for that. You said that you have finally heard from your master?
Fang Qiuhua nodded her head repeatedly, and at this time, she sneaked a look at Shui Tianfei and Su Xuanyu, and at the sight of Shui Tianfei, her eyes lit up violently.
Shui Tianfei, yeah.
I didn't get in touch with my master teacher, but I heard from a senior uncle that my master teacher had appeared somewhere.
Fang Qiuhua hurriedly returned. Oh? Where is it? I just happen to have a formation here. You said on your transmission that you have items here that your master teacher has left his breath behind, right?
Since he couldn't contact the Stan Daozi, he had nothing to do, so he would just use the formation to find it. With the approximate location, and then through Luodan herb this formation, it is not difficult to find.
There is. Seniors, please follow me.
Fang Qiuhua respectfully led the 3 to fly to the top of the mountain. There were many buildings here, and the scent of pills wafted out from different buildings, all of which seemed to have people refining pills.
I remember that your master only took you as a disciple, right? Why are there so many people here? Lu Qinggan asked. Fang Qiuhua quickly replied, Before my master went out, he instructed me to accept more disciples for him. He's quite happy to be this hands-off master. Fang Qiuhua smiled bitterly, there's no way, he's just like that.
Here it is, this Dan tripod has the breath left behind by my master. Lu Qinggan looked at a Dan ding in front of him that emitted a strong Dan fragrance and a powerful aura, and turned his head to look at Fang Qiuhua. This formation that I am looking for him is a sacrificial item, and if it is invested in this Dan ding, then this Dan ding cannot be used afterward. He recognized this Dan ding. It was the treasure tripod passed down from Dan Daozi's lineage. It had a history of tens of millions of years.
Ha! That's so.
You can look for other items, such as clothing left behind by your master, or items that are often used.
But my master hasn't been back for years, so many things don't have his scent on them.
As time passes, the scent left behind will dissipate.
Unless it's something that's been used for a particularly long time. For example, this cauldron in front of us,